Chapter 1. The Annihilation Technique. In the year 774 of the Ether Era, in the 7th universe on Earth, in Satan City, at Satan Bank, bang, 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 a group of robbers brandished firearms, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the bank security personnel. In the blink of an eye, the guards were reduced to a mere sieve. Hey, hurry up and hand over the money. Faster, do you wish to die? If you dawdle any longer, I shall end you. That fellow over there is your role model. Move quicker. Do you hear me? The robbers shouted vehemently at the bank staff, who, trembling in fear, complied and hastily stuffed cash into burlap sacks, nervously presenting them to the assailants. Boss, we've secured the money, one of the robbers announced. Excellent. Let us depart, the leader cackled. We shall return once we've spent it all. Rat-a-tat-tat. With that, the leader unleashed a barrage of bullets from his submachine gun. Moments later, he charged out, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the police outside. The robbers' firepower was overwhelming. The officers cowering behind their vehicles dared not show themselves that ha 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 you fools. The leader guffawed, intensifying his gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, amidst the chaos, the leaders suddenly sensed a decline in their firepower. Fire. Fire with all your might. Exhaust every bullet. He commanded his subordinates, yet his henchmen stood dumbfounded, staring down at their hands. Where are our guns? What a ridiculous situation. What are you doing? The leader bellowed, turning to glare at his lackeys. Upon glancing at them, he felt a piercing pain in his skull. You imbeciles, how could you lose the firearms that are more valuable than your very lives? He roared in anger. The henchmen looked at one another, bewildered. We have no idea where the guns went. They simply vanished into thin air. Look at me. As a robber, the gun is an extension of my being, the leader proclaimed, raising his submachine gun high. Swish. In the next moment, the weapon in his grasp inexplicably disappeared. Before the astonished eyes of all present, it vanished mysteriously. The leader stood frozen for 3 seconds, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Where's my gun? Where is that firearm, which is more precious than my own life? It has vanished without a trace. Boss, your gun is gone. One of the henchmen exclaimed in shock. The leader scratched his head in confusion. But then, he suddenly regained his composure and struck the hapless subordinate to the ground with a swift slap. Your gun is not missing. How dare you speak such nonsense? It seems as though I truly have no firearms at my disposal. Yet, I possess one crucial weapon that I cannot afford to lose. Boss, what should we do if our firearms mysteriously vanish? The underlings exclaimed in panic. What else can we do? We must flee at once. The leader commanded loudly. With a vroom, the vehicle roared to life, and the robbers hastily sped away into the distance. However, not long after their escape, a young man radiating a golden aura suddenly appeared, launching a ferocious assault upon the criminals. The robbers were swiftly incapacitated by this golden-haired youth. After dispatching the criminals, the golden-haired boy made a hasty retreat. The police officers stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with confusion. What on earth had just transpired? Ye Tian observed the unfolding scene from a distance, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Indeed, Ye Tian had traversed into another realm. He found himself in the world of Dragon Ball, transformed into an ordinary human in this universe where one could obliterate stars with a mere gesture. Ye Tian felt acutely aware of his own insignificance. During this period, he had witnessed terrifying events such as the Scion invasion of Earth and the Cell Games. Fortunately, in recent years, Ye Tian suddenly awakened to a remarkable system. Upon reading the name and description of his system, he was instantly filled with exhilaration. The system bore a name of 3 simple characters: Erasure Technique. According to the system's description, the Erasure Technique is divided into 7 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starry, and Sovereign. The Bronze level Erasure Technique grants one the strength to rival Frisia at 100 times, enabling the erasure of organs from humans or animals, objects, or even a corner of a building. The system indicated that if Ye Tian were to erase items from 1,000 individuals, such as clothing or body parts, and erase a corner of 10,000 buildings, he could ascend to the next level. The Silver level Erasure Technique grants a body strength equivalent to Frisia at 1,000 times, allowing the erasure of a person or an entire building. The Gold level Erasure Technique bestows a body strength 100 times that of Frisia, allowing one to erase groups of people or entire cities with a mere wave of the hand. Upon completing designated tasks, one can also gain the ability to restore what was erased. This means that upon attaining the Gold level Erasure Technique, previously erased objects could be restored. The Platinum level Erasure Technique grants a body strength 10 times that of Beerus and the ability to create, effortlessly erasing an entire planet. The diamond-level Erasure Technique bestows a body strength 100 times that of Beerus, allowing one to erase an entire galaxy with a wave of the hand, master instantaneous movement, and erase gods of destruction. The starry-level Erasure Technique grants a body strength 10 times that of angels, enabling one to erase an entire universe with a mere gesture and to erase angels as well. Just moments ago, Ye Tian waved his hand, effortlessly erasing the firearms of those robbers. Certainly, Ye Tian also took the opportunity to completely erase the other gun on them. At this moment, the robbers had already been subdued by the police. "Boss, why do I feel like my gun is also missing?" One of the subordinates inquired. "What? So am I," another subordinate exclaimed, his face filled with terror. "Boss, what about you?" Yet another subordinate asked. "Humph, how can my gun possibly be missing? What are you talking about?" The leader of the robbers replied sharply, even extending a delicate finger in a flamboyant manner. "Boss, your voice has become effeminate." The subordinates chorused that a few police officers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "You lot. A bunch of effeminate fools attempting to rob a bank. And you managed to leave us in this state." The police advanced, delivering several harsh kicks to the robbers. What a disgrace it was that we allowed a group of effeminate fools to overpower us. Soon after, the officers huddled together, whispering. They were astonished to discover that all the robbers' weapons had vanished. Or had their arms gone? Chapter 2. They must have been erased. "Hand over your weapons," one officer shouted. The robbers were left speechless. Their mental state was crumbling. Not only were they unarmed, but their sole weapon had also disappeared. Will we stand to urinate or sit? The thought of this consequence caused the robbers to weep in despair. They did not wish to sit while relieving themselves. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was secretly amused from a distance. Why choose to be a robber of all things? In the midst of their antics, they had even lost their guns. Ye Tian aimed to swiftly level up to the silver rank of Erasure. Thus he felt no need to be lenient with these bank robbers. This was undoubtedly a source of experience points. Currently, Ye Tian was merely at the bronze level, the most rudimentary form of Erasure. His physical strength was only 100 times that of Frisia. How much is Frisia's 100 times? Ye Tian was certain that this referred to the Frisia with a battle power of 12 million, not the golden variant. If it were the golden Frisia, that would indeed be delightful. With a physical strength 100 times that of Frisia, Ye Tian's battle power was approximately around 10 billion. In this era, 7 years after the Cell Games, a battle power of 10 billion amounts to little significance. Son Gohan's battle power might already have reached 100 billion, perhaps? No, wait, that calculation doesn't seem right. What is being referenced here is Frisia's physical strength multiplied by 100. Physical strength, it does not equate to battle power. Because Ye Tian does not engage in combat, Ye Tian, apart from Erasure, possesses no other abilities. He has attempted to harness energy waves, yet all his endeavors have culminated in failure. Presently, he is even incapable of performing flight techniques, such as the art of aerial movement. Nevertheless, Ye Tian feels indifferent to this limitation. I can erase, why should I learn energy waves? He muses. Once I master Erasure to its zenith, I shall confront the Omni-King that I am curious to see whether the Omni-King can erase me, or if I can erase the Omni-King. As for the formidable combat prowess of Sun Wukong and his companions, Ye Tian harbors no concerns. No matter how high your combat power, can you withstand my Erasure technique? Yet, for prudence's sake, he recognizes the necessity to expedite his upgrades. Once I attain the silver rank, my physical prowess will be 1,000-fold that of Frisia. Time indeed flies swiftly. Sun Wukong has already matured into adulthood. He must be here in Satan City for schooling. Ye Tian ponders, taking a deep breath. Prior to his outing, he had already identified his objective, to attend Orange Star High School in Satan City. Ye Tian aims to erase certain superfluous elements, such as unnecessary textbooks. He intends to assess the potential for upgrades first. If such advancements are feasible, he plans to transform the school significantly and, coincidentally, intercept Videl, allowing Sun Wukong to remain unattached. Hey, who could have done this? It certainly doesn't seem like the work of the police. A melodious voice resonates from behind Ye Tian. The girl's voice is enchanting, akin to a lark serenading the dawn. Simultaneously, Ye Tian catches a whiff of a delightful and alluring fragrance, drawing his attention. He turns to glance back and discovers it is indeed Videl. How serendipitous, as he had just been contemplating her presence. The girl standing behind him is Videl, who, at merely 16, has blossomed into a striking young woman, her hair fashioned into 2 braids cascading over her shoulders. Ye Tian takes a moment to admire her, finding her far more captivating than in the comics or on television. The allure of reality is undeniably potent. Videl gazes intently at the subdued robbers in the distance, a look of perplexity gracing her features. Who did this? Do you know? She inquires once more. It was the Golden Warrior, Ye Tian replies with a smile. The Golden Warrior? It's him again. Videl frowns slightly. I came here specifically for this. That Golden Warrior is truly meddlesome. Ha ha ha. Indeed he is. Ye Tian chuckles heartily. By the way, may I ask where their guns have gone? Videl questions again. Well, that delves into the realm of the metaphysical. They must have been erased. Ye Tian contemplates. Videl remains speechless. Videl cast a deep glance at Ye Tian. How could this possibly relate to metaphysics? What does it mean to be erased? Why can't I comprehend what you are saying? Simply put, erasure is a process that transitions from existence to non-existence. Ye Tian explained. Humph. Do you think this is a fantasy novel? Videl scoffed, turning to leave. I won't indulge in your nonsensical ramblings. You've tied everything to metaphysics. Miss Videl, I too witnessed it indeed. It was the Golden Warrior, a middle-aged man, interjected, hurriedly approaching her. His speed was remarkable, and his strength formidable. He effortlessly caught up to the fleeing robbers and brought them down with his fists and feet. I'm already aware of the Golden Warrior. What I wish to inquire about is where the guns held by the robbers have gone. Videl asked, intrigued. Ask Tian, he might know. The middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. I am Ye Tian, I know, Ye Tian said, gesturing to himself. Videl, middle-aged man. Onlookers. It truly is a case of being erased. It is quite extraordinary. So please do not doubt it, Ye Tian explained with a smile. Videl was no longer inclined to speak. Do you still wish to promote your metaphysical theories? By the way, returning to the topic, the middle-aged man suddenly recalled, addressing Videl, that Golden Warrior bore your school emblem. As he spoke, the middle-aged man pointed to the emblem hanging from Videl's waist. Videl was taken aback. Is that Golden Warrior a student from our school? Are there such individuals in our institution? What a coincidence. I'm also a student of Orange Star High School, Ye Tian remarked. Videl cast another deep glance at Ye Tian. Why are you everywhere? Determined to ignore Ye Tian, Videl decided it was futile to engage with a classmate engrossed in metaphysics. However, returning to the matter at hand, how did the robbers' guns vanish? That classmate named Ye Tian claimed they were erased. Is it merely an illusion? Or are these robbers engaging in some sort of prank? Yet, the evidence at the scene clearly indicated the presence of real firearms. Didn't you see the numerous bullet holes in the bank's walls? It truly is perplexing. Videl ceased her musings and walked directly toward Orange Star High School. Ye Tian followed at a leisurely pace. Is it you, the classmate involved in metaphysics? Videl turned, surprised, to look at Ye Tian. Chapter 3, Classmate's Son Go On. Yes, indeed, it is I, Ye Tian nodded. I too am a student at Orange Star High School. Videl politely nodded. I don't believe we've met before. This is my first day enrolling, Ye Tian replied. Orange Star High School to be, Videl returned to her classroom, settled herself at her desk, and turned to gaze at the golden-haired youth, Sharp, beside her. Sharp sported a mane of lustrous golden locks. Hey, Sharp, could you possibly be that enigmatic Golden Warrior? Videl inquired. I wish I could claim that title, but alas, I spent the morning at the club studying, leaving me no time for such endeavors. Sharp replied with a shake of his head. Videl, I heard that the guns of the robbers mysteriously vanished on sight. Is that true? A curious classmate, Alicia, asked that it is indeed true. Videl nodded. I have no idea how it happened. Their weapons simply disappeared. Videl, not only did the guns in their hands vanish, but it is said that an important firearm also disappeared along with them. Alicia whispered shyly into Videl's ear. Her cheeks flushed. Videl was utterly perplexed. They still had an important gun. What kind of gun was it? Videl inquired with curiosity. Videl, please don't be so direct. Eliza's cheeks flushed even more. What's wrong with your face? Videl asked, somewhat bewildered. The robber's gun has vanished. Why is your face turning red? It's nothing, really. Eliza wiped her brow. Videl, you truly lack romantic insight. Do you not understand such matters? Let us discuss the Golden Warrior instead. The disappearance of those guns seems too mystical. Eliza swiftly shifted the topic, asserting that at least the Golden Warrior was a tangible existence. You are correct. There have indeed been reports on today's headlines about many belongings mysteriously vanishing from apartment 8, interjected the bespectacled man seated in front. Many items mysteriously vanished? Where could they possibly have gone? Videl queried, intrigued. Ask the heavens, perhaps they know, Eliza remarked, referencing the sky. Suddenly, Videl envisioned Ye Tian in her mind. I would never ask you. What items have disappeared? Send me that news article from today's headlines so I can take a look, Videl requested. Pulling out her phone and addressing the bespectacled man. All right, he acquiesced. locating the news article on his phone and forwarding it to Videl. Upon reviewing the article, Videl found the comments more captivating than the news itself. I too have had items mysteriously disappear. It's truly bizarre. I cannot find them no matter how hard I try. What vanished from upstairs? When I woke from my sleep, the blanket covering me had disappeared. And I must emphasize, I am a girl who sleeps in the nude. Wow, a girl? We've caught one. Girl, do tell. Did someone break into your home? No. The door was locked from the inside, and I was alone. I can assure you no one entered my house. Perhaps your blanket rolled under the bed? I searched every corner of my home, even checked the surveillance footage, and I certainly do not have a habit of sleepwalking. The blanket just vanished. Where do you think it could have gone? The comments below speculated on the blanket's whereabouts, with some even questioning if this young lady was joking. I'm not joking with you. Do you think I am so bored as to play such pranks? This matter is exceedingly strange. It's merely a lost blanket. And the police won't file a report. I suppose I shall search for it myself. Videl glanced at the comments left by others, encountering a myriad of bizarre accounts. Some individuals even recounted having lost body parts, such as arms and legs. Videl found herself unable to discern any logic amidst the chaos. The more she read, the more it seemed steeped in the realm of the inexplicable. Indeed, the classmate named Ye Tian had been astoundingly accurate in his observations. How could such extraordinary occurrences transpire? Videl, perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from perusing these reports. After all, experts suggest that these individuals are merely experiencing delusions due to extreme fatigue. Explained the bespectacled man. For instance, take the case of the girl whose blanket vanished. Investigations revealed that she had longed for a boyfriend and was uncertain of her actions that fateful night. Videl cleared her throat softly. Your words leave me somewhat at a loss. Furthermore, experts have analyzed the phenomenon of lost items, suggesting it may be due to the emergence of some black holes in the universe. Indeed, there seems to be an expert for every explanation imaginable. The bespectacled gentleman continued. I have also heard about the disappearance of items. Eliza replied, it is indeed quite strange. It remains a mystery to this day. Let us instead discuss the Golden Warrior. The bespectacled gentleman chuckled. I find myself more intrigued by the Golden Warrior. Is the Golden Warrior more formidable than your father, Videl? Eliza suddenly inquired. Do not speak foolishly. Eliza, the bespectacled gentleman laughed. Videl's father, Mr. Satan, is a world champion who once saved the earth. There is no one in this world who could surpass him in strength. Hee. Yes, I was merely asking. Please do not take it seriously, Eliza giggled. At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered, clearing her throat. The classroom fell silent immediately. Outside the classroom, Ye Tian and Sun Wukong stood side by side. Hello. I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance. He greeted Ye Tian with a friendly expression, extending his hand. Yes, I appreciate your kindness. My name is Ye Tian. Ye Tian nodded and shook Sun Wukong's hand. From today onward, we shall have 2 new classmates, the homeroom teacher announced. Beckoning to Ye Tian and Sun Wukong outside. Come in, you two. Please, Wukong. Ye Tian smiled. Thank you, Sun Wukong said bashfully, scratching his head as he stepped into the classroom, followed leisurely by Ye Tian. Hello everyone, I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance. Sun Wukong introduced himself. Chapter 4. I am Ye Tian. I look forward to your guidance. I am Ye Tian, he said with a slight smile. Hey, both of them are quite handsome. Especially that classmate named Ye Tian. He is simply stunning and absolutely my type. Eliza's eyes sparkled. Sun Wukong is also quite handsome. I want both of them. Videl was taken aback. Isn't that Ye Tian? He truly has come to our class? Well, if he has come, then so be it. These 2 new classmates appear to be the bookish type, Sharp remarked with a smile. That seems likely. I quite like such types, Eliza giggled. Please find a seat. You too, the homeroom teacher instructed Ye Tian and Sun Wukong. Hey, over here. Eliza waved to Ye Tian. Ye Tian and Sun Wukong walked together toward Eliza. Ye Tian leading the way and Sun Wukong following behind. Ye Tian approached and directly sat beside Eliza, while Sun Wukong took a seat next to the bespectacled gentleman. The 2 settled in, one in front of the other. Thank you. Ye Tian expressed his gratitude to Eliza. I am Eliza, pleased to meet you. She introduced herself while gesturing to her companion, Videl, seated beside her. You must be quite astonished. Her father is none other than the world champion, Mr. Satan. Yet, what astonishment could Ye Tian possibly feel? Do you understand this world? However, Ye Tian appeared unfazed, while Sun Wukong, seated before him, was taken aback. What, Mr. Satan? Sun Wukong exclaimed, turning to look at Videl in astonishment. Videl remained silent. Look, Sun Wukong seems quite startled, Eliza remarked with a smile. Ye Tian, on the other hand, remains composed. He must have already known about Videl's true identity, right? Videl? It is a pleasure to meet you again, Ye Tian greeted with a smile. Oh, have you two met? Videl inquired, surprised. He was present at the scene of the bank robber's arrest this morning, Videl replied. Wasn't it said that the Golden Warrior also appeared? Eliza questioned, her surprise returning. What? The Golden Warrior? Sun Wukong asked curiously. What is that? I can't shake the feeling that this Golden Warrior is somehow connected to me. You must be new here, Sun Wukong, Eliza stated. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. So it is understandable that you are unaware. Allow me to enlighten you, Eliza continued. In the past 10 days, the valiant warrior has appeared thrice. He is a remarkably strong young man with golden hair that stands upright, and at times, he radiates a golden glow, hence we refer to him as the Golden Warrior. He is quite renowned around here. It seems they are indeed speaking of me, Sun Wukong mused, recalling his previous visits to the school and this morning's incident. Videl cast a thoughtful glance at Sun Wukong's back. Although she was looking at him from the side, she could discern a hint of his expression. Doubt began to creep into her mind. I have also questioned witnesses of the incident, Videl remarked, and they described the Golden Warrior as wearing our school emblem. Donning a white shirt and brown trousers, dressed quite plainly, much like your attire. Really? Eliza echoed, scrutinizing Sun Wukong with astonishment. Sun Wukong chose to remain silent, pretending he had not heard. Thankfully, Ye Tian had taken that seat. Had he been seated with them, he would surely have been exposed. Thank you, Ye Tian. Sun Wukong breathed deeply. Though you insist on leaving, I remain seated before you, unable to hear a word. Over there. Kindly maintain some decorum. The teacher addressed the group. At that, Videl and her companions fell into a semblance of silence. Well, let us be clear before passing judgment. Do you truly believe that fellow possesses the qualities of a warrior? Shap chuckled lightly. Moreover, he does not even bear golden locks. Indeed, he appears rather frail. It seems he has hardly traversed the distance from the school to our class. And look, he is already perspiring, Eliza remarked with a smile. Perhaps he ought to consume some tonic for vitality, to recuperate, Ye Tian chimed in. Son Gohan, what are you saying? I am the mightiest man on earth. Nay. Even across the vast universe, I stand as the foremost being. Who dares to call me weak? Of course, in Son Gohan's perspective. The term universe pertains solely to the 7th universe, as he remained oblivious to the existence of others. My sister is an exceptional physician. She can provide you with some health remedies, Son Gohan, should you require assistance. I can escort you to her after school, Eliza suggested. Son Gohan, are you speaking to me? He replied with an awkward smile. You are the only one here perspiring profusely, Eliza noted. Son Gohan was at a loss for words. Does my sweating indicate weakness? Is this how you converse? By the way, Son Gohan, do you reside at home or rent an apartment? Eliza inquired with curiosity. Oh, I come to school from home every day, Son Gohan replied. Ah, that is of little consequence, Eliza dismissed, quickly turning to Ye Tian, her face flushed, and asked, And what of you, Ye Tian? Son Gohan. So, after all that questioning, you were merely interested in Ye Tian? You may inquire directly with him. Why do you need to ask me again? Sun Wukong sighed in disbelief. I reside in apartment 8 over there, Ye Tian replied. Apartment 8? I've heard of that place. It has even made headlines on today's news, Elisa exclaimed, astonished. I heard that strange things often disappear from that building. I wonder if that's true. Ye Tian scratched his head. It seems I cannot exploit the benefits of a place too much. Is it really on the news? I had no idea. Perhaps I should choose another location. The most ridiculous part is that there was a girl in a single apartment who was sleeping, and mysteriously, her blanket vanished, Elisa added. Ye Tian pondered for a moment and asked, by the way, was she wearing clothes while sleeping? Elisa responded, Is that really the point? Wiping the sweat from her brow. It is indeed the point, Ye Tian insisted. Ahem, according to her own account, she prefers to sleep nude, Elisa replied. What a pity. Do you have her address? Is she beautiful? Ye Tian inquired with anticipation. Chapter 5. The disappearing baseball. Elisa held her forehead in exasperation, rendered speechless at that moment. She rolled her eyes at Ye Tian. Enough already. You can't joke about this. Ahem, and what about you, Wukong? Where do you live? Elisa swiftly shifted the topic. Concerned that continuing the conversation with Ye Tian might lead to complications, you always manage to extinguish the conversation. My home, oh, Son Gohan, in a fit of excitement. Did you not just mention that it is inconsequential? You are now aware of the inquiry directed towards me. My residence is in District 439 of the East. A quaint little village. Ah, District 439 of the East, exclaimed Eliza, rising abruptly from her seat, her voice echoing in surprise. What jest is this? Gohan, that location is over 1,000 kilometers away from here. The class teacher, unable to tolerate the commotion any longer, intervened with a stern expression. Eliza, realizing her outburst, quickly settled back into her seat and softly inquired of Gohan, "How did you arrive here? Even by jet, it would take several hours. Indeed, it is quite time-consuming." Gohan replied, somewhat awkwardly, almost exposing himself inadvertently. What a miscalculation. Thus concluded today's mathematics lesson amidst the clamor, as the math teacher departed with a frown. The next class was physical education, which, like the previous session, involved a baseball match organized by teams. "Hey, do you both understand baseball?" Sharp queried Ye and Gohan. "I do not," Ye replied, shaking his head. "If it were basketball, I could engage, but baseball does not pique my interest. I only know terms like base and home run," Sharp remarked. While Eliza added, "You speak so authoritatively despite your lack of understanding. It felt as if there were deeper meanings hidden in your words. What about you, Gohan?" Eliza turned her attention back to him. "Well, I haven't played, but I comprehend the rules." Gohan scratched his head. "That's splendid. Understanding the rules is sufficient," Sharp smiled. "You will be on my team, guarding right field, understood?" Bibidi turned to Gohan to emphasize, "Right field." "Understood." Gohan nodded and dashed to the right. Meanwhile, Ye sat with several cheerleaders, who, upon noticing Ye handsome appearance, surrounded him with warmth and inquiry. Eliza and Bibidi exchanged a glance, sharing a look of disbelief. "He must be feigning ignorance about baseball," Eliza remarked to Bibidi. "I believe he merely wishes to mingle with the cheerleaders," Bibidi scoffed. However, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety. "I must underperform," he thought, recalling his mother and Aunt Bulma's warnings that if his true identity were revealed, it would cause upheaval. At that moment, he understood how challenging it was to lead an ordinary life in this world. Meanwhile, Sharp prepared to pitch, with Bibidi serving as the pitcher. "Sharp, I shall not allow you to hit." With a playful smile, Videl suddenly hurled the baseball towards Sharp. Sharp, keenly observing the approaching ball, swung his bat decisively. Whoosh! The baseball soared towards Ye Tian's position. Seemingly oblivious, Ye Tian continued to engage in cheerful banter with a cheerleader. "Oh no! The ball veered off course," Sharp exclaimed, alarmed. "This is bad." Videl thought of rushing to intervene, but it was already too late. Ye Tian had long noticed the baseball hurtling toward him and nonchalantly waved his hand. In the next instant, the baseball vanished into thin air. It simply disappeared. At that precise moment, Sun Wukong, racing from a distance, materialized right in front of Ye Tian, prepared to catch the incoming ball. Yet, nothing followed. Sun Wukong was momentarily bewildered. Where did the ball go? I distinctly saw it coming this way. What happened to it? Everyone stood in shock. Where is the ball? Sharp's eyes widened in disbelief. It's gone? Videl echoed, equally astonished. I saw it seemingly vanish into thin air as well, replied Alicia. What on earth just occurred? The physical education teacher approached, inquiring. Teacher, the baseball has disappeared. Sharp said. What? Disappeared? The teacher looked perplexed. How could it possibly just vanish? It disappeared right before our eyes, mysteriously. Sharp responded. Don't jest. How could that be? Did someone hide the ball? The teacher scolded, insisting they hand it over. It's not worth much. Tell me, did you hide the ball? Ye Tian said, directing his gaze at a beautiful cheerleader nearby. Cheerleader, am I that small? Ye Tian, you are utterly shameless. Moreover, you've hidden too. Ye Tian insisted. The cheerleaders rolled their eyes one after another. The teacher stood by, silently wiping his brow. Classmate, can we refrain from such antics? Is that even a baseball? It seems rather ill-fitting. My mistake. My apologies. Ye Tian quickly offered his contrition. Forget it. Let us just bring out a new ball. The teacher, realizing it was futile to linger over the missing baseball, conceded. If it's gone, it's gone. After all, a single baseball holds little value. Besides, such items can occasionally be damaged. Soon, a new baseball was procured. Sun Wukong displayed a look of utter confusion. What just transpired? I didn't even see how the ball vanished. It should not be said that even I failed to witness where the ball had vanished to. It gives me the impression that it simply disappeared into thin air. Wait a moment. Earlier in class, our classmate Eliza mentioned that in the apartment number 8, where Ye Tian resides, peculiar items have inexplicably gone missing. Furthermore, this matter even made it to the news. I should take a moment to check my phone and see what transpired. But where's the ball? Where could it have gone? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling increasingly perplexed. It is indeed strange. Sun Wukong, of course, harbored no suspicions regarding Ye Tian, for there was not a trace of energy fluctuation emanating from him. Even if there were, it would be divine energy. It is entirely normal for Sun Wukong not to perceive the existence of such divine power. Meanwhile, Ye Tian squinted his eyes and gazed in the direction of Shapu, pondering whether this fellow was being intentionally mischievous. Are you intentionally hitting the ball to me? Chapter 6. Watch out. Ye Tian scrutinized the scene and noticed a look of apology on Sharp's face. It appeared that Sharp did not mean to send the ball his way. It must have slipped from his grasp accidentally. Since it was unintentional, I shall refrain from erasing the components from your being. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to transform you into a genuine weakling. Presently, Ye Tian had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the silver tier of erasure. One cannot simply erase everything in sight indiscriminately, can they? Patience is key. There is no rush with such matters. Perhaps tonight, I could erase the door of that girl who sleeps in the nude and take a leisurely stroll inside to admire the scenery of her abode. Having ventured into the Dragon Ball world, it would be a disservice to my initial intentions not to engage in delightful conversations with a few charming ladies. Moreover, my timing for this visit seems rather off. Bulma has already been taken by a pig. I might as well pursue Videl instead. The baseball game commenced once more. Pitch again, Videl, Sharp instructed. No matter what, you won't hit me, Videl retorted. Bring it on, Sharp replied. Suddenly, Videl swung her arm with vigor, sending the baseball hurtling toward Sharp. Bang! Sharp expertly aimed his bat and struck the ball, launching it high into the sky. Darn it! Videl exclaimed. With a magnificent leap, Sun Wukong soared 8 meters into the air, effortlessly catching the soaring baseball. The classmates present, aside from Ye Tian, were left in awe. Sun Wukong, however, remained oblivious to the astonishment below, contemplating how to send the ball flying once more. The runner on third base began to sprint. As throwing the ball to third base would eliminate him, Sun Wukong muttered to himself and gently tossed the ball downwards. The student on third base, are you a human? Bang! The student at third base was struck by a baseball that fell from the sky, sending him careening out of bounds. Sun Wukong descended leisurely from the air. Ha ha, out of bounds, change of scene. Sun Wukong chuckled. However, after his laughter subsided, he was suddenly taken aback. Oh dear, did I go too far just now? This could be troublesome. You are truly remarkable. You just leaped to a height of 8 meters. The physical education teacher felt that there were too many strange occurrences today. First, the baseball mysteriously vanished. Then, this new student effortlessly jumped to a height of 8 meters. And there was another student who was even more outrageous. It seemed he was also new, and he immediately rushed over to join the cheerleaders in their excitement. Isn't it apparent that you are a teacher? Sun Wukong replied nervously. Just a stroke of luck? His classmates realized the truth. Yet, how could this be merely luck? Other students expressed their skepticism. Nonetheless, the baseball game continued. Ye Tian sat amidst the cheerleaders, savoring the invigorating essence of youth, feeling elated. The next batter was Sun Wukong, who swiftly approached with the baseball bat in hand. Videl wore a pensive expression, contemplating the talents of the student named Sun Wukong. What will that fellow do when he swings? One student wondered. I have no idea. But he certainly seems formidable, another remarked. Are you batting from the left side? The physical education teacher inquired. The question arose because Sun Wukong had inadvertently held the bat incorrectly. Is that a problem? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. Not at all, but your grip is reversed. The teacher clarified. Reversed? Sun Wukong was momentarily bewildered. Do as you wish, the teacher murmured, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Sharp was also preparing to pitch. The first ball mysteriously vanished, and the second home run was caught by that kid. Next, I must hit with all my strength. You would do well to steer clear. Otherwise, be wary of the potential repercussions. Son Gohan felt a twinge of anxiety within. If this continues, I shall inevitably attract more attention. It would be wise for me to exercise caution and refrain from striking the ball any further. Should I exert even the slightest bit of force, the ball may very well shatter upon impact. In such a case, it would vanish entirely. Who knows, the peculiar disappearance of objects might inadvertently be attributed to me. I shall inquire about such mysterious vanishings with Uncle Piccolo later. For now, I must navigate through today's lesson with subtlety. Whoosh! Sharp delivered a powerful pitch. The baseball hurtled directly towards Son Gohan's face with remarkable speed. Yet, for Son Gohan, this velocity was akin to that of a turtle's crawl. Similarly, for Ye Tian, it posed little challenge. After all, his physical prowess equated to 100-fold that of Frisia. Although Ye Tian lacked the ability to emit energy blasts, it did not impede his keen observational skills and agility. Danger! Quickly, take cover! Videl exclaimed in alarm. Bang! The baseball struck Son Gohan squarely in the face. Oh! Sharp was left utterly astonished. You foolish individual, why do you not step aside? Do you wish to be struck down by me? With a resounding thud, the baseball rolled off Sun Wukong's face and fell to the ground. The physical education teacher nearby was utterly stunned. Did he truly just endure that with his head? This must certainly be deemed a dead ball. Sun Wukong inquired of the instructor. Yes, yes, the teacher replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, nodding in resignation. Sun Wukong joyfully seized the ball and ran off. How delightful! I can advance to base without the need to strike, and it remains inconspicuous. I am truly clever. Shappu was left completely astonished. How could this fellow be unharmed? Is his head made of iron? Biddy also sensed that something was amiss. This student named Sun Wukong was growing increasingly peculiar. Thus, the day's classes came to a close. After school, Ye Tian and Sun Wukong made their way to the storage room. The high school had lockers for storing various textbooks. Wukong, have you decided which extracurricular activity to join? Shappu approached Sun Wukong with a query. Oh, I haven't decided yet, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Why not join the boxing club? You are even stronger than I imagined. You would undoubtedly become an outstanding competitor. I am not yet inclined to participate in any extracurricular activities, Sun Wukong hastily responded, glancing at Ye Tian beside him. No, it would be better for Ye Tian to join. Ye Tian? Perhaps not, Shappu remarked, somewhat speechless. This Ye Tian was nothing more than a flirt, having already captivated the attention of female classmates on his very first day at school. Are you still participating in the boxing club? I find classmate Ye Tian rather insincere. By the way, classmate Wu Fan lives quite far away. Hence he has no time for extracurricular activities. Just then, Eliza happened to walk over, coming to Wu Fan's rescue. Indeed, Wu Fan nodded. Classmate Wu Fan. Shall we head back together? Would you mind giving me a ride? Eliza smiled. Chapter 7. Wu Fan's journey to the temple on Earth. I'm sorry, but my car can only accommodate one person, Wu Fan politely declined. Why not move to Satan City? Char suggested. Classmate Ye Tian, I also reside near apartment 8. Would you mind giving me a lift? Eliza inquired again of Ye Tian. How can you say that, classmate Eliza? Ye Tian rolled his eyes. Wu Fan has already declined your request. Do you really think I would agree? Eliza's complexion slightly changed at Ye Tian's words. Your manner of speaking is rather direct, isn't it? I shall take my leave now. You may continue your conversation. Sun Wukong hastily made his exit. Humph. Ye Tian. Eliza pouted, her face a portrait of displeasure. Ye Tian truly lacks consideration for others. Sun Wukong chose to ignore her. After departing from school, he quickened his pace. Biddy quietly trailed behind him, perplexed. How peculiar. Why does Wukong, residing so far away, not opt for a car or a plane? Sun Wukong had already noticed Biddy's presence. He swiftly rounded the corner of a building and ascended into the sky, instantly appearing atop the structure. Biddy, catching up abruptly, found herself astonished at Sun Wukong's sudden disappearance. He exhaled softly in relief, departing the city on his Nimbus. The hustle and bustle of urban life is truly exhausting, he mused. The Golden Warrior must be careful to avoid detection, especially when it comes to mysterious vanishings. What could this mean? Muttering to himself, he retrieved his phone and opened the news app, searching for reports regarding inexplicable disappearances at apartment 8. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only had items gone missing from apartment 8, but numerous peculiar disappearances had also occurred throughout Satan City. What could be the cause? How could they vanish so suddenly? This does not seem like a prank. If it were merely one person's belongings that had mysteriously disappeared, one might conclude they simply misplaced them. However, the simultaneous disappearance of so many items raises questions. I should consult Uncle Piccolo, even if he is unaware. Dandy should have some insight, being the guardian of Earth. Whoosh! Sun Wukong soared on his Nimbus towards the direction of the temple. Biddy, having lost sight of Sun Wukong, felt momentarily disoriented. Then she focused her gaze and spotted Ye Tian moving in the distance. Ye Tian? Biddy was taken aback. I sense that Ye Tian also appears suspicious. That baseball mysteriously vanished just as it approached him. What could this mean? Could this incident be connected to Ye Tian? Furthermore, he resides in apartment 8 as well. The news reports mention numerous mysterious disappearances in that vicinity. Is there truly a link between this matter and Ye Tian? He previously mentioned that it seemed as though items were being erased. Erased? A transition from existence to non-existence? Since school has already dismissed, I shall follow him for the time being. Videl quietly trailed behind Ye Tian. Having lost track of Sun Wukong, I cannot afford to lose sight of Ye Tian. At the very least, I am aware of your residence. One could easily inquire at the Academic Affairs Office to locate Sun Wukong's home. However, that is unnecessary. It is prudent to observe Ye Tian for now. Videl stealthily followed in Ye Tian's wake, who strode confidently ahead. Ye Tian had long sensed Videl's presence behind him. Although he lacked combat skills, his physical prowess was evident. He was acutely aware of any disturbances in his vicinity. Videl, what are you following me for? He inquired. Did I not make myself clear? I know precisely how those things disappeared. At first, you were skeptical. Now, do you find yourself doubting me? Never mind. If you wish to follow, then so be it. You'd better come home with me. Then I'll casually remove your garments. I can even gain some experience points. Not only can I earn experience, but I can also admire your. Ye Tian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ye Tian walked ahead at a leisurely pace, careful not to let Biddy lose sight of him. If it weren't for the sake of being classmates, I'd have stripped you already. As he strolled along, Ye Tian suddenly noticed a small house with a red light glowing inside, where a woman of the night was beckoning to him. Ye Tian smacked his lips. It's been so long since I've seen a place like this. Who would have thought I'd encounter one in the Dragon Ball world? Overwhelmed with excitement, Ye Tian couldn't resist waving back at her. Then, with a swift motion, he made all her undergarments vanish. Plop! Through the glass window by the door. Ye Tian watched as the woman's chest suddenly sagged downward. The sight was rather spectacular. You seem to have lost your composure. The woman suddenly appeared momentarily dazed. What on earth is happening? Where have my clothes vanished to? Why is it only the inner garments that are missing, while the outer attire remains intact? Could it be that there are supernatural occurrences at play? Meanwhile, Dilly, noticing Ye Tian gazing into the red-lit room, was rendered speechless. This fickle-hearted scoundrel, Dilly muttered to herself. What are you staring at? You are merely in high school. Are you only interested in such women? However, what left Biddy even more speechless followed. It was astonishing to see Ye Tian walking straight towards the direction of that house. Surely, you do not intend to enter, do you? You dare to enter. And I shall hold you in disdain. Moreover, I shall endeavor to impede your progress. I cannot allow you to become such a person. Ye Tian strode toward the entrance of the house. With a resounding thud, the door swung open. Come in and have some fun, the woman beckoned. Momentarily disregarding the disappearance of her own attire, she understood the notion that the customer is king. Furthermore, the visitor was a handsome young man. Engaging in a bit of play would not be a loss. What kind of play? Ye Tian inquired with curiosity. Little one. I shall introduce you to the most meaningful pursuits in life, the woman replied with a playful smile. The most meaningful pursuits in life, Ye Tian pondered aloud. Indeed, indeed. Play as you wish, come in quickly, do not be shy, she urged, waving her hand. The most meaningful pursuit in my life is to gain admission to university. Can you assist me, sister? Ye Tian said earnestly. The woman, taken aback, placed her hand on her forehead, her expression one of utter disbelief. Whose child is this? At your age, do you not yet grasp what the most meaningful pursuits in life truly are? How could you claim that your purpose is to attend university? I am at a loss for words. Chapter 8. Bick, perhaps it was the work of an artificial being. Depart. Go amuse yourself. The woman suddenly felt as though she was squandering her time. It was you who summoned me here, and now you want me to entertain myself? Sister, you are truly insufferable. Ye Tian Dao. Bang. The woman abruptly slammed the door shut. I have nothing more to say to you. I shall never seek out a high school student again. Ye Tian scratched his head. Could you allow me to finish speaking? First, I will gain admission to university. And then I shall seek your company, if that is agreeable to you. Why have you closed the door? Biddy quietly listened nearby. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Biddy was momentarily taken aback. Is the most meaningful endeavor in Ye Tian's life merely to gain admission to university? I had no idea he was such a diligent student. Could it be that I had misjudged him previously? Yes, I must have misunderstood him. I realize now that my perspective was too narrow. Biddy found herself deeply ensnared in self-reproach. Ye Tian continued on his way, while Biddy stealthily followed behind him. In the temple, Sun Wukong encountered Piccolo and the Supreme Kai Dandy. Gohan, it's been a while, Dandy greeted warmly. Piccolo also patted Gohan's shoulder, his expression radiating kindness. Uncle Piccolo, Dandy. Gohan smiled. What brings you here, Gohan? Didn't you mention that you were going to attend Satan High School recently? Piccolo inquired. Uncle Piccolo. Today is my first day of registration, Gohan nodded. I came right after school to see you. What a good child, Piccolo said with a smile. Is there anything fun happening at school? Do share with us, Dandy said with a slight smile. I did come across something rather strange. Gohan's expression turned serious as he immediately pulled out his phone, opened a news app, and showed the relevant articles to Dandy and Piccolo. Oh, something mysterious has disappeared? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is quite strange. I haven't been following this matter, so I was unaware of it. Dandy gently shook his head. It seems Uncle Piccolo is also in the dark, Gohan thought as he looked up at Piccolo. I don't know either. I haven't paid attention to this issue, Piccolo replied. What do you think it might be, Uncle Piccolo and Dandy? How could things vanish without a trace? Gohan asked, puzzled. Perhaps it's just sensationalism. Things don't simply disappear without reason. There must be an explanation, Piccolo analyzed. Yes, I also believe they wouldn't just vanish without cause. Could it be that someone has rapidly relocated these items? Dandy speculated. But who would do such a thing? Gohan inquired. And what would their intention be? Perhaps it's a prank, Piccolo pondered. That doesn't seem right, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan shook his head. Today during gym class, a baseball flew towards one of my classmates. I was about to help catch it, but the baseball suddenly vanished, mysteriously disappeared, and I couldn't even see how it happened. What? You didn't see how it disappeared? Piccolo was taken aback. Yes, I didn't see how it vanished. It felt as if it had simply ceased to exist. Sun Wufan nodded. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged absence from training that both his focus and reflexes had significantly diminished. Piccolo contemplated for a moment before voicing his thoughts. How could that be, Uncle Piccolo? Even without training, I still possess considerable strength. Sun Wufan chuckled heartily. Consider it this way, Piccolo said, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. With a swift movement, he appeared behind Sun Wufan. In a flash, Piccolo deftly removed Sun Wufan's backpack and, with remarkable speed, handed it to Mr. Bobo, who was standing nearby. Upon completing this maneuver, Piccolo returned to his previous position. Huh? Uncle Piccolo, what are you doing? Sun Wufan was taken aback. Take a closer look. Do you notice anything missing? Piccolo inquired with a smile. Missing something? Sun Wufan was momentarily puzzled as he checked his belongings. To his astonishment, he discovered his backpack was gone. Where's my backpack? He exclaimed in disbelief. Then, he spotted Mr. Bobo holding it. Huh? How did my backpack end up in Mr. Bobo's hands? Sun Wufan was utterly astonished. I just took your backpack and handed it to Mr. Bobo, Piccolo explained. You see, I told you that you haven't trained in a long time. Your reflexes are now inferior to mine. Ha 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 indeed. Sun Wufan sheepishly scratched his head. However, Wufan, as long as you dedicate yourself to training, you will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of your former self, Piccolo advised. Well, Uncle Piccolo, now that the world is at peace, I believe there is no need for me to train, Sun Wufan replied with a smile. I prefer studying. My greatest aspiration is to become a great scientist. Forget it. I know you won't heed my words regardless, Piccolo sighed, shaking his head. So, does that mean there are individuals in our school who are stronger than I am? Sun Wufan pondered, adding, are there others whose strength surpasses mine to the point of rivaling your current prowess, Uncle Piccolo? But who could that be? Dandy questioned, puzzled. There are only a few individuals on Earth stronger than the current Wufan. Aside from Uncle Piccolo, there's Vegeta, right? There shouldn't be anyone else. Don't forget about the androids. Piccolo remarked thoughtfully. Androids? Sun Wufan was taken aback. Androids 17 and 18 have also been revived. At that time, Krillin used the Dragon Balls to bring back all those who were killed by Cell, including androids 17 and 18, Piccolo speculated. That's correct. Moreover, these two androids do not emit any energy signatures, so it's entirely normal that you cannot sense their presence, Piccolo continued. Dandy remarked, however, haven't androids 17 and 18 turned over a new leaf? It seems unreasonable for them to engage in such antics at our school. Son Gohan found this perplexing. Although 17 and 18 are not inherently malicious, they certainly do not embody goodness either. Piccolo speculated. Perhaps they are merely up to some mischief. These are merely my conjectures. Chapter 9. Gohan, have you found a girlfriend? Well, I will keep an eye on those around me, Son Gohan replied, nodding as his mind raced back through memories, scanning for anyone nearby during physical education class. Oddly enough, he did not recall seeing 17 or 18. That is indeed curious. I shall also observe your surroundings during this period, Piccolo stated. I will keep watch as well, Dandy added. Thank you both. It's getting late, and I must return now. Before I go, I will check in with Bulma, Son Gohan said. Here is your backpack. Mr. Bobo approached, handing the bag to Son Gohan. Thank you. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude, securing the backpack on his shoulders. Next time, be cautious not to lose it again, Mr. Bobo smiled. After a brief silence, Son Gohan announced, well then, Uncle Piccolo, Dandy, I must take my leave. He ascended into the air. What business do you have with Bulma? Piccolo casually inquired. I wish to ask Aunt Bulma to help conceal my identity. I am currently attending school, and beyond the inexplicable disappearances of my belongings, my identity poses a significant issue. Son Gohan scratched his head, but I won't elaborate further now, Uncle Piccolo. We can discuss it later. With that, Son Gohan transformed into a streak of light and swiftly flew towards the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. Upon Son Gohan's departure, Piccolo and Dandy exchanged glances. Dandy, what are your thoughts on the matter of the inexplicable disappearances? Piccolo inquired. There has never been such a precedent. We should keep a close watch on Satan City. Dandy suggested. Agreed, Piccolo nodded. Could this possibly be the doing of androids 17 and 18? Dandy speculated. Let's observe and see, Piccolo replied. Did you not mention that 17 and 18 are working in some animal sanctuary? Indeed, one would think they would not resort to such boredom. Dandy shook his head. Feeling somewhat baffled. I share your sentiments. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Then why would Uncle Piccolo suggest that 17 and 18 are responsible? Dandy asked, puzzled. There is no compelling reason. Someone must be found to take the blame. Otherwise, how could Gohan focus on his studies? Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. Uncle Piccolo, your reasoning is quite sound, Dandy acknowledged. I must personally visit Satan City. Be careful, Uncle Piccolo. We must not encounter a monster beyond our capabilities, Dandy expressed his concerns. If such a creature truly exists, it would certainly add a dash of excitement to our peaceful lives, Piccolo replied with a gentle smile. Leaping gracefully from the temple and soaring towards Satan City. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma, cigarette in hand, observed Gohan contemplatively. Oh? You wish to conceal your true identity and desire a completely different transformation? She inquired. Indeed, is there a feasible solution? Gohan responded, his voice tinged with anticipation. Of course. I am a genius. After all, Bulma smiled slightly. We can pre-transform your outfit into particles, allowing you to don it whenever necessary, just like the Capsule Corporation's technology. Really? Then I must rely on you, Aunt Bulma. Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. We cannot simply stand by and watch as the villains escape. This is the essence of Gohan the hero, Bulma chuckled. All right, I shall assist you. It will take approximately 2 hours. I apologize for the trouble. Gohan expressed his gratitude, retrieving his phone and settling onto the sofa in quiet anticipation. Bulma remarked, this is not typical of Gohan. Since when did you learn to use a phone? Are you playing games? No, I'm just checking the news, Gohan replied, redirecting the news feed towards the vicinity of apartment 8. Bulma approached to glance at the screen. News from Satan City's apartment 8? She said, slightly taken aback. It's already made the headlines. How surprising that this news, which previously required searching, has gained official attention so swiftly, Gohan remarked in astonishment. Is something amiss? Gohan, do you know something? Bulma inquired. I spoke with Uncle Piccolo and Dandy about this. They suggested it might be the work of androids 17 and 18, who quickly relocated something. Gohan explained, scratching his head. If it was indeed androids 17 and 18. I didn't tease since their presence due to their lack of energy. Androids 17 and 18, you say? Bulma blinked in surprise. Yes, it must be either 17 or 18. Gohan confirmed with a nod. Well, I'm not particularly skilled in such matters. I shall focus on creating your transformation outfit, Bulma said, taking a drag from her cigarette as she made her way towards the laboratory. By the way, Aunt Bulma, where's Trunks? Gohan asked, deciding to momentarily set the news aside, as there were no leads at the moment. Trunks is likely in the gravity training room, undergoing rigorous training with Vegeta, Bulma replied. Uncle Vegeta? Gohan echoed in surprise. Trunks has reached the age for formal training and Vegeta is teaching him combat techniques. With a smile, Bulma remarked that Vegeta aspired to train Trunks to be even stronger than Gohan. Haha, that is quite a formidable challenge, Gohan chuckled in reply. Bulma then busied herself with the transformation attire, while Gohan wandered leisurely around Bulma's home. Gohan, have you started high school yet? Doctor. Briefs happened to pass by and greeted Gohan. Hello. Today marks the beginning of the new semester. Gohan nodded in response. Have you started dating anyone? Doctor. Briefs inquired with a smile. Not yet. Today is just the first day, and I hardly know anyone. Gohan replied bashfully, scratching his head. Keep at it, Gohan. I hear Krillin is still single. He is quite unfortunate, Dr. Brief said, taking a sip of coffee and sighing. Haha. That might be due to Uncle Krillin's lack of a nose, Gohan laughed. Your observation seems rather astute. Dr. Briefs nodded thoughtfully, pondering that Krillin's appearance might necessitate seeking alternative avenues for success. Indeed, Gohan chuckled heartily. Chapter 10, Dinned, would you care to visit my home? Hang in there. And find a girlfriend soon. Dr. Briefs patted Gohan's arm and hummed a little tune as he departed. Gohan pondered, is having a girlfriend truly that significant? Should I seek one at school? Perhaps not. I am here to study. My ambition is to become an exceptional scientist. If I were to pursue a relationship now, my thoughts would likely be consumed by it. I must focus on my studies. I aspire to gain admission to the finest university. That is my life's goal. As Gohan continued on his way, he mused, where is the gravity training room? This place is enormous, and I always end up dizzy. While he searched for the gravity chamber, he suddenly spotted Trunks emerging from a nearby room. Gohan, when did you arrive? Trunks, clad in his training outfit with a towel draped around his neck, was glistening with sweat. I just got here. I heard you were training with your father? Gohan smiled. Yes, Trunks nodded. At that moment, Vegeta approached from a distance. Ah, hello. I hope I am not interrupting you, Gohan quickly greeted. Your physique seems to have become sluggish. Even in times of peace, do not neglect your training, Vegeta stated as he walked past Gohan, continuing forward. Indeed, Gohan agreed with a nod. Gohan, what shall we play? Trunks asked eagerly. Have you seen the news, Uncle Vegeta? Son Gohan did not respond to Trunks' words, but instead addressed Vegeta as silhouette with a remark. Vegeta gradually halted his steps. Would I indulge in such trivial matters? He retorted without glancing back. Recently, mysterious disappearances had been reported near Apartment 8 in Satan City. Son Gohan explained, Uncle Vegeta, do you have any insight into this? Humph, do not inquire about such matters with me. Consult Piccolo instead, Vegeta replied before leisurely departing. What has vanished is of no concern to me. Does it pertain to me? Son Gohan merely asked out of curiosity, not truly expecting an answer. Perhaps, as Uncle Piccolo and Dandy suggested, it was indeed the work of androids 17 or 18, as they were the only two devoid of any detectable energy. Satan City, near Apartment 8, received its name due to its proximity to Highway 8. After traversing to this world, Ye Tian lost his parents at the tender age of 5. Fortunately, with the wisdom gained from his previous life, he managed to take care of himself, handling laundry and cooking at home. His parents left him with this modest apartment, where he continued to reside. Had it not been for his recent awakening of the Erasure Technique, Ye Tian might have lived an unremarkable life in the Dragon Ball world. Devoid of extraordinary talent, merely an ordinary earthling. What do you possess to confront the impending events of the future? Even Ye Tian contemplated constructing a robust underground sanctuary, hoping to evade the relentless pursuit of Majin Buu. However, upon further reflection, he decided to abandon this notion, as during the era of Majin Buu, the Earth had been utterly obliterated. Surviving such devastation seemed implausible. The sole means of survival appeared to be to perish once, thereafter being resurrected by the dragon. Fortunately, Ye Tian had awakened the technique of erasure, thereby altering his fate. As Ye Tian concluded his school day, he casually erased numerous useless textbooks to enhance his experience points. At that moment, he stood at the entrance of his apartment, preparing to return home. Meanwhile, Videl stealthily trailed behind him, concealing herself in a corner of the wall. As Ye Tian entered the building, Videl swiftly followed suit. However, upon entering, she discovered that Ye Tian had vanished without a trace. Momentarily stunned, Videl immediately glanced at the two elevators, one located on the 10th floor and the other on the 18th. Ye Tian had just entered. It was improbable that he could have ascended to either floor so swiftly. Could it be that he had taken the stairs? Indeed, that must be it. I shall pursue him. With this thought, Videl promptly entered the stairwell and ascended rapidly. Yet, just as she reached the halfway point, she unexpectedly encountered Ye Tian. Classmate Videl? What brings you here? Ye Tian greeted her with a warm smile. Videl found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ah, I understand now. Your family must be quite affluent, hence the residence here? Ye Tian remarked with a smile. Yes, indeed. Videl nodded vigorously. You are truly remarkable, Ye Tian. I had yet to devise a suitable excuse. You have even conjured up reasons for me. Which floor do you live on? Ye Tian inquired. Which floor? That question is rather intricate. Videl replied. I suddenly cannot recall the exact floor of my residence, so I am currently searching layer by layer. The elevator is too slow. I have decided to take the stairs. Videl chuckled softly. I see. Ye Tian nodded. What brings you here, Ye Tian? Videl promptly shifted the topic with curiosity. I reside on the 11th floor, Ye Tian responded. The 11th floor, you say? Let me think about which floor my home is on, Videl pondered, lifting her chin and pinching her jaw in contemplation. No need to overthink it. Since fate has brought us together on the stairs, would you care to visit my home for a while? Ye Tian proposed. Just for a bit? Videl mused. Indeed. Just for a bit, Ye Tian affirmed. I ought to display subtitles. That way, you would see more clearly. After all, the pronunciation of speak and write is identical. So it is perfectly understandable that you might not discern the difference. Sure, Videl agreed, having no objections. Since Ye Tian had already encountered her, it would be somewhat unreasonable not to visit his home. Did you bring your homework? Let us return home and work on it together, Ye Tian suggested. I did bring it. My backpack is right behind me, Videl nodded. Yes, let us work on our assignments together. It is a splendid opportunity to investigate the reasons behind the disappearance of certain items here. Collaborating with you on homework might indeed help uncover the specific causes. I generally prefer taking the stairs. After all, the 11th floor isn't too high, so I seldom use the elevator, Ye Tian smiled. Occasionally walking the stairs is quite beneficial. It serves as a form of exercise, akin to climbing a mountain, Videl concurred. I truly enjoy mountain climbing. Ye Tian vigorously nodded. I prefer climbing your mountain. To ascend its peak and conquer the world. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Videl, do you enjoy climbing mountains? Why do you gaze at me so intently? Am I a mountain? The two ascended towards the upper floors. By the way, Biddy, which floor did you say that girl who enjoys sleeping in the nude resides on? Ye Tian inquired with curiosity. Biddy replied, Ye Tian, are you being serious? Do you have such a fondness for that girl who sleeps in the nude? Chapter 11. Is she residing on the floor beneath mine? I cannot say. Biddy let out a scoff. Do you not wish to investigate how their belongings have vanished? Ye Tian inquired with a smile. Your suggestion bears some merit. I shall consult my police acquaintance, Biddy mused thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of Ye Tian's words. Since you are inclined to investigate, I too shall partake. Let us embark on this endeavor together with transparency. Are you also planning to investigate? Biddy casually asked while dialing a number for the police. No. I wish to observe the girl who sleeps in the nude, Ye Tian asserted with conviction. Biddy fell silent, holding her phone without any sign of activity for a considerable time. Hello, Miss Biddy. At that moment, Biddy's call was connected. Oh, hello, officer. Biddy suddenly regained her focus. May I inquire what the matter is? The police asked. I would like to inquire about the disappearance of a girl's quilt from apartment 8, Biddy replied. Miss Biddy, the matter concerning the mysterious disappearance of belongings has already been assigned to the relevant authorities, the police responded. Could you provide me with the specific door number of her residence? Biddy asked. I am currently at apartment 8 and wish to take a look. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. The police were quite accommodating to Biddy, swiftly locating the girl's address through their computer system. It is 1002, Biddy exclaimed. 1002? Ye Tian was taken aback, realizing it was likely right beneath his apartment. Beneath your apartment? Biddy wiped her brow. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. No wonder her quilt has gone missing. Perhaps I inadvertently brushed it aside while sleeping. Thankfully, I did not sweep the floor away. If I had, I might have tumbled directly into her bed. What a thought. No, I must refrain from sweeping my floor tonight. Let me first ascertain whether she is attractive. If she is not, I shall retain my floor as it is. The two soon arrived at the 10th floor, with Ye Tian merely accompanying Biddy on her quest. You are investigating the disappearance of certain items, are you not? I have already conveyed to you that those items have been erased. It is a process that transitions from existence to non-existence. I could have outright stated that I was responsible for it. Indeed. Even if I were to erase something before your very eyes, you would uncover nothing. For me, it is merely a matter of a swift gesture. The two soon halted at the entrance of room 1002. Videl inhaled deeply before stepping forward to knock on the door. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a young girl with golden short hair standing at the threshold. Upon seeing this girl, Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that not number 18? She resides in the apartment below mine. How was I unaware of this? When did she move in? Was she not supposed to be living with Clint? Could it be that they had quarreled, prompting number 18 to relocate here? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Who are you? Number 18 inquired, her gaze shifting coldly between Videl and Ye Tian. Ah, greetings. I am Videl, here to assist the police in investigating the mysterious disappearance of certain items, Videl quickly explained. You? Assisting the police in an investigation? Number 18 frowned. Aren't you still high school students? Indeed, we are high school students, but I often help the police with matters within my capacity, Videl replied. Please, come in. After a brief silence, number 18 invited Ye Tian and Videl into the room. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Videl inquired, simultaneously giving Ye Tian a gentle kick. Have you never encountered a beautiful woman? Behold your appearance. Upon encountering this woman, I felt as though your very soul had vanished. Ye Tian suddenly snapped back to reality. The beauty of number 18 was simply mesmerizing. Today is indeed a day worthy of celebration. The prospect of number 18 sharing a space with Videl is exhilarating. I yearn to strip you both of your garments. First, close the door, close the door. We must not let anyone else see. With a gentle kick, Ye Tian shut the door. I am Lazili, please take a seat, number 18 introduced herself. Ye Tian's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, she was number 18, for her true name was Lazili. It seemed number 17 was called Lapisi. Well, let him wallow in irrelevance. He no longer matters. Lazili, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ye Tian, residing in 1102, he declared, revealing that he lived just above them. Oh? Number 18 glanced back at Ye Tian, offering no further comment. Videl remarked, you begin introducing yourself upon seeing a beautiful woman? Yet, I must admit, this blonde enchantress is indeed striking. It's no wonder your spirit seems to have slipped away. Lazili, when did you move in? I had no idea we had such a stunning blonde living beneath us, Ye Tian inquired with curiosity. I have been here for quite some time. I seldom use the stairs or the elevator, number 18 replied impassively. I typically fly out through the window. It is entirely normal for you not to see me. Miss Lazili, I have heard that your blanket mysteriously vanished while you were asleep last night. Would you kindly recount the circumstances surrounding that event? Videl inquired. Did I not articulate it clearly in the comments on the news? It simply disappeared without any forewarning, replied the 18th. How peculiar, murmured Videl. I have also heard that many items have been inexplicably disappearing from our apartment 8 recently. Ye Tian feigned innocence. I sincerely hope I do not discover the culprit behind this. Otherwise, I shall not grant them mercy. Huffed the 18th. Lazili, do you live alone? Ye Tian asked. Certainly. Who else would you presume resides with me? Replied the 18th, her expression devoid of emotion. What about your family and children? Ye Tian inquired once more. Children? On what basis do you assume I have children? Do you believe I am of an age to have them? The 18th's countenance turned cold. Videl shot a fierce glare at Ye Tian. Are you capable of engaging in conversation? Ye Tian mused, observing that the young woman appeared to be no more than in her 20s. How could anyone presume she has a child? Is your child named Marin? He inquired. Marin? I am unaware of what you are referencing, number 18 replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 12. Disrobing number 18. I must have been mistaken, Ye Tian chuckled. Could it be that number 18 is not involved with Krillin? There seems to be a discrepancy between history and what I know. Yet, this appears to be quite normal. Does it not? After all, my presence in this Dragon Ball universe may have subtly altered its historical course. Perhaps this is why number 18 remains single to this day. How delightful. I wonder if Bulma has been pursued by that pig. It seems rather improbable that she would still be unattached. If I calculate correctly, Bulma should be in her 40s by now. Oh well, let her continue her adventures with the pig. I am content with number 18 and Videl by my side. In the future, I shall also summon a few angels for amusement. I wonder if I could manage to disrobe an angel? I must strive to achieve that. I sincerely apologize for my previous remarks. They were quite inappropriate. Ye Tian quickly expressed regret. Miss Lazili, may I explore your room? Videl requested. Feel free. Number 18 replied coolly, though the likelihood of uncovering the reason for the disappearance of items is quite low. Even I am baffled by how the blanket vanished. You are merely an ordinary girl. Can you be found? Nevertheless, it may be advantageous. Since this girl is acquainted with law enforcement, it is plausible she could assist in my search. How peculiar it is. Who would play such a prank as to come to my abode and pilfer my blanket? It hardly seems like the work of Sun Wukong and his companions. Did not Sun Wukong perish? Could it be Vegeta? Though, one would presume that Vegeta would not engage in such trivial antics. Might it be Krillin, who harbors a secret affection for me? Yet, that too appears improbable. If it were indeed that little bald fellow, I ought to sense any disturbance in my room. Beyond these few individuals, I can scarcely fathom who else would dare to steal my blanket. I sincerely hope I do not catch you. You not only pilfered my blanket, but you also glimpsed what should remain unseen. Videl meandered around the residence on the 18th. It would indeed be a miracle to uncover the reason. Videl, how are things progressing? Any new revelations? Ye Tian inquired with palpable anticipation. Not particularly. After all, it has been 2 days since the incident, Videl replied, shaking her head. The scene has been compromised. There are no signs of anyone having entered our home, the 18th remarked with a hint of detachment. Perhaps a petty thief gained entry through the window, Videl pondered, contemplating the possibility, though they were situated on the 10th floor. Perhaps, the 18th conceded. Lacking the energy to engage in a debate with Videl, you might say it is indeed possible. One might wonder if there exists someone with extraordinary abilities capable of erasing anything, as Ye Tian deliberately suggested. On the 18th, both Videl and another girl turned their gazes towards Ye Tian. Subsequently, the 2 beautiful young ladies ceased to engage with him, particularly Videl, who rolled her eyes in response to Ye Tian. Are you once again speaking of metaphysics in my presence? This time, you claim that someone possesses some extraordinary ability? The more you speak, the more absurd it seems. Of course, on the 18th, one would not believe the words of Ye Tian, for such matters are unprecedented. If you were to say that someone swiftly snatched the blanket from my body, I might entertain the notion for a fleeting moment. He possesses extraordinary skills, effortlessly erasing my blanket. I can hardly believe it. In an instant, on the 18th, when Videl doubted Ye Tian's words, Ye Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, gently beckoned with his fingers. Suddenly, the outer garments of both the 18th and Videl vanished without a trace. Ye Tian took a moment to admire the sight of them clad in bikinis, a vision of sheer beauty. The abrupt disappearance of their clothing stripped away any sense of mystery. Yet, this delicate half-concealed allure could certainly evoke one's imagination. In a bid to complement the scene of the 18th and Videl in their swimwear, Ye Tian followed suit and discarded his own outer garments. Those clothes had cost me a considerable sum, and now they have vanished. It seems I must attain a golden-level erasure technique to restore what has been lost. Today, for the sake of the 2 of you, I have paid a hefty price. That outfit was earned through my hard work. Can you imagine? A deity, who proclaims to be the future sovereign of all, must toil on earth to make a living. Had I known, I would have returned home to don a more modest attire. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall seize the opportunity to borrow some money from Videl. After all, your family is quite affluent, is it not? In the future, I shall be the greatest god of the entire universe. May I borrow some money from you? In return, I shall gift you a universe. Am I not generous? Very well, let us settle on this delightful agreement. Nowadays, the garments adorning Videl and Android 18 have mysteriously vanished, disappearing without a trace. Ye Tian scrutinized each of them in turn. Videl donned an adorably snug outfit adorned with a bear motif, while Android 18 exuded the allure of a mature woman, particularly in her form-fitting purple attire, which stirred the imagination. Ye Tian, on the other hand, dressed rather casually, clad only in a pair of loose shorts. The 3 of them exchanged glances, though it was Ye Tian who fixated on the 2 stunning beauties. Seizing this opportunity, he indulged in a few more lingering looks. Next time, I shall gradually strip away all your garments, savoring each moment. One cannot devour a feast in a single bite. That would ruin the experience. I relish the thrill of mystery. Ye Tian chuckled inwardly. Isn't this entertaining? You were tasked with investigating a mysterious disappearance, and now, it seems, your clothing has vanished as well. Hurry and check. Videl immediately snapped back to her senses, hastily shielding her body with her hands. Ye Tian rolled his eyes. You may refrain from obstructing. I have already savored all that is worthy of admiration. What can you possibly obstruct now? Moreover, if I wish to see, can I not behold it? Not only can I perceive it, but I can also discern it with greater clarity. Subject 18, exhibiting a notable tranquility, promptly seized a distant bedsheet and enveloped herself within it. Thereafter, there was naught but silence. Subject 18 showed no intention of procuring clothing for Videl. Videl, do not merely wrap yourself in the blanket. I am here as well. Unlike Videl, who was still in a state of shock and hurriedly retreated to the bathroom, closing the door behind her, I pondered what had transpired. Where had our outer garments vanished? Ye Tian presented himself like a cunning wolf. First, put on your clothes, remarked number 18 with a huff. Do you have any men's clothing? Ye Tian inquired. None. But there is a dress. Would you wear it? Number 18 replied. Ye Tian mused. What if the clothes disappear again? No need. I shall return home to find an outfit, he said, leisurely humming a tune as he opened the door. Number 18. How dare you hum a tune? It seems that I and that girl are the ones at a disadvantage. You truly have not suffered any loss at all. Ye Tian swiftly ascended the stairs to don a suitable outfit. Subsequently, he descended once more and knocked upon the door. Please wait. Your classmate is changing, spoke No. 18 from within the room. I have seen all that needs to be seen. She need not concern herself with such trifles, Ye Tian asserted confidently. No. 18 and Videl exchanged a quick glance. Soon, Videl had changed into a set of clothes belonging to number 18, fortunate that their figures were quite similar. Once adorned, Videl's expression shifted repeatedly. She then approached and opened the door. Videl harbored no suspicions regarding Ye Tian, as she perceived him to be rather innocent. Left only in a pair of oversized shorts. The three of them were finally clothed appropriately. Suddenly, they felt a touch of discomfort. The earlier scene felt as though it had been a dream. Ye Tian sighed. What did you say? Number 18 inquired, her irritation evident. You are taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent. What on earth has transpired? Why have our garments suddenly vanished? Ye Tian, feigning nonchalance, inquired once more. This incident is indeed perplexing. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have dared to believe it. Videl furrowed her brow. Now, do you believe? Number 18 sighed. Even I could not discern what was occurring. This time, my clothing has mysteriously disappeared. Previously, while I was asleep, my blanket vanished. I attributed that to my own negligence. But what on earth has happened this time? There is no one else at home. Why have my clothes inexplicably disappeared? Who could be orchestrating such a prank? It's utterly outrageous. Do you have any idea how much that outfit cost me? Ye Tian exclaimed with bitterness. That was the salary I earned from a month of hard work. Just like that, it vanished into thin air. Can you imagine how infuriating that is? Observing Ye Tian's face twisted with indignation, number 18 and Videl could hardly conceive that he was the very instigator of this affair. Heaven forbid I catch him. Ye Tian clenched his teeth. I will demand restitution. Number 18, Videl. Is this merely a matter of money? The real question is, how did the clothes disappear? Why did they suddenly vanish without a trace? Moreover, 3 entire outfits disappeared all at once, right before our very eyes. Should we involve the police in this matter? Ye Tian queried. Does that not seem rather embarrassing to admit? Number 18 fell silent. Videl was equally at a loss for words. Your assertion is indeed valid. Should this matter be reopened, it would become quite complicated. If the only individuals present in the room were myself and Laziri, it wouldn't be of much consequence to speak of it. However, the presence of Ye Tian complicates the situation further. Moreover, Ye Tian's clothing has also vanished. Additionally, do you suppose that if we linger here a while longer, our garments might also disappear? Ye Tian scratched his head, inquiring. Be quiet. Videl retorted irritably. Do you still wish for our garments to vanish? Did you not see enough just now? I have already revealed my body to you. Am I to marry you in the future? My father says that once a girl has shown her body to a boy, she must marry him. Wait a moment. Miss Lazili has also been seen by classmate Ye Tian. Does that mean Miss Lazili is to marry Ye Tian as well? Are we to share a husband? Videl's thoughts began to spiral. If our clothes disappear this time, I will surely uncover the reason. Number 18 huffed. Ye Tian waved his hand gently. Then, the outer garment on number 18 vanished into thin air. This time, Ye Tian merely erased number 18's outerwear, leaving Videl and his own garments untouched. After all, number 18. You provoked me. Number 18. Have you found the reason? Ye Tian inquired eagerly. Turn around. Videl glared. Very well. Ye Tian leisurely turned his body away. Turning away is fine. After all, I have seen what I needed to see. Moreover, there will be plenty of opportunities to see more in the future. Especially since number 18 lives just below my apartment. Should I simply erase this floor? Transform this place into a duplex? Why don't I pursue renovations? It would save me from demolishing walls. With a mere wave of my hand, the walls would vanish. It seems feasible. For a moment. Ye Tian too was lost in thought. If the Omni-King were to discover that Ye Tian possessed the ability to erase and intended to undertake renovations, he would surely weep uncontrollably. You are the most magnificent deity in the entire universe. Do you intend to become a contractor? Number 18 swiftly surveyed the surroundings on the 18th, attempting to discern who had made her clothes vanish. How could she possibly find them? It seemed an improbable endeavor. With a hint of skepticism, she glanced at Ye Tian. Could this young man be the culprit? It seemed unlikely, even if he were responsible. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Could he truly make her garments disappear right before her eyes? He did not appear to be a magician. Rather, he resembled a charming scoundrel. Quickly donning a brand new outfit, number 18 emerged with a frosty demeanor. Ahem, you have quite an array of clothing, Ye Tian remarked, observing her. Number 18 retorted, is the quantity of clothing what truly matters? Ye Tian secretly reveled in the thought of seizing the opportunity to erase all her garments, rendering her unable to step outside, not even sparing the sheets. Have you two made any progress in investigating the mysterious disappearance of the items? Number 18 inquired with an icy expression. It seemed someone had mentioned earlier that if any more clothing vanished, the cause would surely be discovered. Ye Tian scratched his head, while number 18 fell silent. You should say less. Videl admonished with irritation. Your approach may extinguish the conversation. I sincerely apologize, Miss Zealy. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Today has been quite an interruption, Videl remarked with a mix of confusion and amusement. Safe travels, no need for formalities, huffed number 18. Without hesitation, Videl grasped Ye Tian and exited the room. Bang! Number 18 forcefully shut the door behind them. So, Videl, have you discovered the cause? Ye Tian inquired. I have no idea, completely at a loss, Videl responded, shaking her head. Perhaps your talk of metaphysics holds some truth. It's possible that something or someone has erased it. Chapter 14. Bardos, is someone speaking of you? You have finally acquiesced to my perspective, Ye Tian said with a smile. Videl silently regarded Ye Tian. Allow me to gather my thoughts. During the bank robbery, you were present. Strangely, the gun wielded by the robber vanished. Then, during physical education class, you were again present, and the baseball disappeared. After school at Miss Zealy's residence, you were still there, and our clothes went missing. Coupled with your notorious flirtations, I can't help but find you rather suspicious. Videl scrutinized Ye Tian from head to toe. Why are you looking at me like that? I am dressed, Ye Tian retorted. Does this matter relate to clothing? Videl questioned. Why don't we visit my home? Ye Tian suggested. Since we're here, it wouldn't hurt to ascend another floor. Videl, somewhat reticent, acquiesced. Is this merely a matter of another floor? Well, since we're here, I suppose visiting your home is acceptable. I happen to harbor some suspicions about you, and perhaps we might uncover a clue. Very well, then, I shall intrude upon you. Ye Tian, Videl conceded with a nod. No intrusion at all. Ye Tian replied with a smile. He led Videl upstairs and opened the door to his home. Upon entering, Videl was taken aback. Was this truly a boy's residence? It was impeccably clean. The dust on the table had been effortlessly wiped away by Ye Tian, as if gaining experience points. He even contemplated undertaking some cleaning work for a bit of pocket money. With a mere wave of his hand, the house transformed into a pristine haven. Even if it didn't remain spotless, a few more gestures would suffice. In fact, any unnecessary items in his home had similarly been eradicated. Ye Tian did not even possess a trash can. What need do I have for a trash can? With just a flick of my hand, refuse vanishes. And I gain experience points, as waste is indeed a part of the inventory. Upon arriving at Ye Tian's abode, Videl was utterly astonished. Is this truly the home of a boy? It is remarkably pristine. I have heard from the internet that boys' homes are often quite disordered, even more so than the pristine, gleaming floors that Videl has encountered. Upon entering Ye Tian's residence, Videl was hesitant to move, fearing that she might inadvertently leave footprints on the immaculate floor. I should change my shoes, she suggested. No need to change. It's perfectly fine, Ye Tian replied, inviting her to make herself comfortable. Please, feel free to take any position. Videl was taken aback, questioning, what do you mean by any position? I can't shake the feeling that there is an underlying message in your words. Reluctantly, she decided to remove her shoes, unable to bear the thought of soiling the smooth surface. I hope my feet don't smell, Ye Tian casually inquired. Videl's cheeks flushed crimson, and she contemplated making a hasty exit. Is this how one converses with a girl? Sit comfortably, please, Ye Tian urged once more. Videl found herself at a loss for words. You always manage to articulate your thoughts so eloquently. I find myself at a loss for words in response. Videl reluctantly took a seat on the sofa. Would you like something to drink? Ye Tian inquired. Just some plain water will suffice, Videl replied, expressing her gratitude. Plain water? Is that a euphemism for milk? Ye Tian scratched his head. Do you wish to drink my milk? What I meant was boiled water, Videl retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Ah, so that's what you meant, Ye Tian nodded thoughtfully. And besides, if you drink milk, why refer to it as your milk? Videl exclaimed, visibly annoyed. When you're at my home, are you not consuming my milk? Ye Tian pondered. Forget it. Videl felt her eloquence waning. Ye Tian poured her a glass of boiled water. With a huff, Videl accepted the glass. She glanced at the transparent cup. Even the vessels in Ye Tian's home were remarkably clean, devoid of any marks. It was hard to believe he was such a cleanliness enthusiast. Ye Tian, do you live here by yourself? Videl asked. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. You could move in with me. Living alone can be quite lonely. Videl responded. I knew you wouldn't have anything nice to say. Why would I move into your house? Don't you live with your parents? She attempted to redirect the conversation. My parents passed away when I was 5 due to illness, Ye Tian replied. I'm sorry, Videl quickly apologized. It's all right. I've been managing on my own for many years, Ye Tian smiled. You said your parents passed when you were 5, Videl suddenly recalled. Yes, Ye Tian affirmed. Did you live in an orphanage? Videl asked with a touch of sympathy. Of course, I lived independently. I can take care of myself, Ye Tian smiled. After my parents' passing, I have resided in this apartment. Videl was taken aback. You were able to take care of yourself at just 5 years old? You are truly remarkable. When I was but 5 years old, I seemed to be engrossed in playing with dolls. Since we find ourselves with some idle time, shall we collaborate on our homework? Ye Tian suggested. Certainly, Videl nodded in agreement, setting down her backpack and retrieving her textbooks. Ye Tian and Videl sat together, embarking on their homework with a sense of joy. Let us cultivate our bond through this shared endeavor. There is no need to rush, after all. The Erasure Technique must ascend, and so too must our relationship. As long as I can elevate my erasure to the silver level before the emergence of Majin Buu, I shall be content. A silver level erasure allows one's physical strength to reach a staggering 1,000 times that of Frisia, translating to a battle power of 1 trillion. While it may not match Majin Buu's prowess, should you dare to provoke me, I shall erase you. For the silver level erasure technique possesses the power to obliterate an individual, though it seems incapable of erasing a deity. The deities in question, Ye Tian surmised, likely refer to the Supreme Kai and those above him, excluding the god of earth. This evening, I plan to erase all the clothing from Android 18's home to enhance my experience. After all, who asked you to reside beneath my dwelling? Living below me without even a word of greeting, I half expected you to have been trampled by that pig, Krillin. Thankfully, that is not the case. As Ye Tian diligently worked on his homework, his heart swelled with joy. My life is on the verge of transformation. As the future greatest deity in the universe, is it too much to desire a few more wives? Not at all. Once I master creation, I shall bestow upon Bardos a new form. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Achu, Bardos suddenly sneezed. The god of destruction, Kappa, paused momentarily. Bardos, is someone speaking of you? Kappa inquired. Perhaps, Bardos replied. Not particularly concerned. You should investigate whether, during our last destruction of a certain planet, that escaped individual was muttering your name in some hidden corner, Kappa suggested. If he is using your image for some nefarious purpose, TSK. Bardos responded. What do you mean? Bardos shivered, feeling a bit uneasy. This matter necessitated thorough investigation. If Lord Kappa's words bore any truth, it could be quite troublesome. Bardos promptly retrieved her staff and conducted a simple search within the 6th universe. Let us see who has been whispering about you. I shall go and deal with them immediately. Kappa rolled up his sleeves. However, Bardos found nothing. The individual she discovered was indulging in a grand feast, appearing to harbor no ill intentions. No, Bardos shook her head. It is not him. Could it be that we are overthinking? Kappa pondered. Indeed, it must be that Lord Kappa has overthought this. Such jesting should be avoided in the future. Bardos rolled her eyes. By the way, that fellow Beerus is still asleep, isn't he? Kappa inquired. Yes, indeed, he is still in slumber, Bardos affirmed. While he sleeps. Shall we continue our quest for the Dragon Balls? Kappa grinned. There should still be 3 Dragon Balls in our universe. We must stealthily acquire them while he is asleep. Very well, Lord Kappa, Bardos replied. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into 2 streams of colorful light, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse, heading rapidly towards the 7th universe. 7th universe. Earth, Capsule Corporation headquarters. 2 hours later, Bulma had successfully crafted transformation attire for Gohan. Gohan fastened the transformation watch onto his wrist. I just need to press this red button, right? Gohan asked. Yes, Bulma nodded. Wonderful. Mom, please make another one for me, Trunks said, eagerly gazing at Gohan. Snap. Gohan pressed the red button on the watch. Whoosh. A suit of red and green attire instantly enveloped Gohan's form, accompanied by a helmet adorning his head. Gohan admired his reflection in the mirror. "Ah, I look quite formidable," he remarked with satisfaction, chuckling. "This is absolutely splendid." "Indeed," Bulma smiled. "Mom, why is Gohan's helmet green?" Trunks inquired curiously. "Green is an eco-friendly color," Bulma explained. "We must be mindful of the environment." "Exactly, Aunt Bulma is correct," Gohan nodded. "Perhaps I shall forego it." Trunks wiped his brow. Is green truly merely an eco-friendly color? Yet, wearing it on one's head seems to imply otherwise. Moreover, Gohan does not even have a girlfriend. Does he? A green hat does not signify anything. Bulma clarified. "What do you mean, Aunt Bulma?" Son Gohan was not particularly well versed in these matters. "It's perfectly fine. As long as you find it appealing," Bulma remarked with a smile. "It looks quite impressive. I truly like it," Son Gohan responded with satisfaction, pressing the blue button above. In an instant, his transformation attire vanished, restoring him to his original outfit. "Aunt Bulma, Trunks, I must take my leave," Son Gohan declared. Bulma and Trunks accompanied him to the door. "Nimbus," Son Gohan called out loudly. The Nimbus clouds swiftly approached from a distance. With a gentle leap, Son Gohan ascended onto the Nimbus. "Come by to play again sometime." Trunks waved goodbye to Son Gohan. "Thank you. Farewell," Son Gohan waved back in parting. Whoosh! The Nimbus soared into the sky, hastening towards the direction of West City. As Satan City lay between Bulma's residence and West City, Son Gohan would need to pass through Satan City on his return. "Nimbus, let us head home. It is getting late." "Full speed ahead," Son Gohan instructed the Nimbus. Whoosh! The Nimbus quickened its pace. "With this transformation, there will be no more doubts about me," Son Gohan mused to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. Returning home will conveniently take me through Satan City. After transforming, I can fly past. Even if I linger in Satan City, I shall remain unrecognized. And I can reach home swiftly. Although I feel a tad guilty towards Nimbus, I do fly faster on my own." With that, Son Gohan stood up. "Nimbus, shall we have a race?" he proposed with a smile. Snap! As he spoke, Son Gohan pressed the red button on his watch. Instantly, a layer of green clothing enveloped him. Whoosh! Son Gohan ascended into the sky. The Nimbus and Son Gohan raced side by side. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Son Gohan left the Nimbus trailing behind. "Nimbus, I shall continue to accelerate. You won't be able to catch up." Son Gohan waved at the Nimbus. Before long, he had completely outpaced it. Soon, Son Gohan found himself hovering above Satan City. Satan City, Apartment 8. The deafening roar of a sports car engine pierced through the tranquility of Ye Tian's home. Ye Tian furrowed his brow. "You have interrupted my studies. Who possesses such a lack of decorum? Why drive with such a cacophony?" Ye Tian now sighed helplessly. There are always individuals lacking in refinement, even more so than Deely. Silently, Ye Tian approached the window and gently waved at the roaring sports car. "Just wait. I shall have my revenge." Deely promptly stepped forward. Yet their vantage point from the 10th floor rendered the vehicle indistinguishable. Shaking her head, she chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, on the road below, Sun Wukong swiftly spotted a speeding sports car. Realizing the automobile was exceeding the speed limit, he descended from the sky, though he felt compelled to announce his transformation. In the next moment, he plunged toward the ground. As he landed, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The sports car had vanished, leaving only two bewildered individuals suspended in the air. They were utterly flabbergasted, their souls nearly escaping in terror. "Where's our car?" the younger brother inquired. "If you are asking me, then who do I turn to?" the elder brother lamented. "We are going to fall to our demise." Chapter 16 Sun Wukong, number 17 and number 18, emerge. Judging by our current velocity, we have reached 180. The younger brother wept loudly, hoping to prolong their flight, if only to meet their end with dignity. The elder brother replied, "After all, no one can leave this world alive." The younger brother added. The elder brother fell silent. "Look, a person ahead," exclaimed the younger brother, his eyes brightening as he spotted Sun Wukong in front of them. "Crash into him. Let us have a scapegoat." The elder brother shouted fiercely. "It sounds as if we can control the direction," the younger brother sobbed. In a flash, Sun Wukong dashed forward and caught the two unfortunate souls. They felt as though their spirits were about to escape, drenched in cold sweat, struggling to comprehend the situation. "What just transpired? Where is our car? Are you both all right?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Who are you? Did you steal our car?" the elder brother suddenly realized. Glaring at Sun Wukong. "Steal your car? Don't be ridiculous," Sun Wukong replied, perplexed. "Though I am equally bewildered by the mysterious disappearance of your vehicle." It is indeed a remarkable feat to vanish right before my eyes. After a moment of silence, the elder brother said, "You too. You cannot drive at such reckless speeds. It is exceedingly dangerous. We nearly had a traffic accident." Son Gohan admonished, "You must ensure to drive cautiously in Satan City from now on." The older brother retorted, "Are you joking with us? Our car is gone. How can we drive at all?" Son Gohan coughed and scratched his helmet, pondering, what on earth happened? How did the car suddenly vanish? Was it truly the work of the 17th or 18th? He mused, must I transform into a Super Saiyan to track their whereabouts? It seems plausible. Without transforming, I am no match for those two androids. However, transformation is not my priority now. First, I must educate these two properly. He continued sternly. Even if we had a car, you cannot drive recklessly. The older brother, frowning, inquired, "Who exactly are you, you weirdo?" The younger brother chuckled. "Look at him wearing that green hat. His girlfriend must be cheating on him." "I do not have a girlfriend," Son Gohan exclaimed indignantly, then murmured, "You just asked me who I am?" That question. He began to ponder deeply. "Are you just thinking of it now?" The older brother said coldly, "I am the warrior of justice, the Saiyan masked hero." Son Gohan raised his right hand gently while placing his left hand on his waist, striking a pose he believed to be quite heroic. Saiyan masked hero? The older brother was taken aback. "Ha ha ha, this guy is just a country bumpkin." The younger brother laughed heartily. Not only is he wearing a green hat, but his outfit is so tacky, and his name is so outdated. Indeed, I have never seen such a rustic Saiyan, the older brother derided. Son Gohan trembled with rage. Bang! He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a large crater in the asphalt. The cracks radiated around the pit, resembling a parched landscape. "I put considerable effort into coming up with that name," Son Gohan exclaimed. "What a beautiful name, truly delightful." The older brother quickly responded. "My apologies," the younger brother hastily apologized. "We can assure you that even if we have a car in the future, we will never speed again." The older brother pinned a guarantee. "Yes, my brother and I will certainly not speed." The younger brother added, "You may leave." Son Gohan nodded in satisfaction. The older brother and younger brother hurriedly made their exit, only to collapse in tears in an alleyway. "Brother, we spent a fortune renting that car." The younger brother sobbed. The older brother felt a pang in his heart. How could a sports car just vanish so mysteriously? Who would believe such a tale? As he gazed at the departing figures of his elder brother and younger sibling, Son Gohan fell into a deep contemplation. This time, I witnessed a vehicle vanish before my very eyes. Yet, the two individuals within it remained unscathed, continuing their uniform motion. Could it truly be the work of androids 17 and 18? I suppose I should search further. With a sudden resolve, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, soaring into the air and hovering above. "Hey, 17 and 18, I found you. Come out at once," he shouted with fervor. In apartment 8, room 1002. Android 18 seemingly heard Son Gohan's voice and approached the window to peer into the distance. She caught sight of a peculiar figure adorned with a green helmet, emanating a golden glow. A Super Saiyan? Android 18 paused momentarily, pondering the identity of this being. With Goku having perished in the Cell games, this individual's physique suggested he was Goku's son, Son Gohan. Vegeta would never don such attire. Ah, it is that young Gohan. Never mind. This is someone I cannot contend with. He has even defeated Cell. I shall feign ignorance. What brings you to seek my presence? You may shout to your heart's content over there. Had you known of my residence here, you would have come directly to my abode. You remain oblivious. Hence your loud outcry. It is perplexing to discern your intentions. Number 18 silently observed from a distance. The room was shrouded in darkness, and during this twilight hour, it was indeed unusual for Sun Wukong to perceive the interior from outside. Number 17, number 18, must you indulge in such mischief here? Sun Wukong exclaimed with fervor. The recent mysterious disappearances must surely be linked to you. A multitude of vexations surged within number 18. What connection could the inexplicable vanishings possibly have with me? Even my blanket has inexplicably disappeared. Who shall I turn to for resolution? Clenching her fist, number 18 initially contemplated confronting him. However, after careful reflection, she ultimately relinquished the thought. I cannot possibly contend with him. What sense would it make to stoop to his level? After all, I am not the culprit. I too am perplexed by the manner in which these items have vanished. Should there be a next time, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Sun Wukong threatened. An expression of fury manifested on number 18's face. Sun Wukong, you scoundrel. You would have me and number 17 bear the brunt of the blame for your missing belongings? On what grounds do you presume it was either I or number 17 who orchestrated this? Let us ponder this matter thoughtfully. I have come to a realization. Neither number 17 nor I exhibit any fluctuations in our energy signatures. These individuals are incapable of sensing our presence. Thus, you surmise that it is I and number 17 who are responsible? Could you not use your brains? Number 18 shook her head and chose to ignore Gohan. Chapter 17. Have you discerned who it is? At that moment, a shadow flickered beside Gohan, and someone appeared nearby. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan exclaimed with delight as he gazed at Piccolo. What are you wearing, Gohan? Piccolo replied with a wry smile. What do you mean, Uncle Piccolo? Don't you think my outfit looks quite stylish? Gohan laughed heartily. Piccolo fell silent. When did you arrive, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan inquired further. I got here before you. Piccolo pondered. So you also witnessed that car suddenly vanish? Gohan asked. I did, Piccolo nodded. Did you see who did it? Gohan hurriedly pressed. Piccolo shook his head. It wasn't T-Android 17 or 18, was it? Gohan continued. No, it shouldn't be them. This person's speed was astonishingly swift. So fast that even I couldn't catch a glimpse, Piccolo stated solemnly. It seems rather inappropriate to blame 17 or 18 at this moment. If we continue to implicate them, Gohan might become utterly confused. As you shouted on the street for the 17th and 18th to emerge, do you believe they would? If they were inclined to appear, they would have done so by now. The question remains, where is the car? Where has that vehicle vanished to? Sun Wukong inquired with a hint of bewilderment. I do not know. It feels as though it has disappeared into thin air, Piccolo replied. How could it simply vanish? Is it possible that a terrifying monster has emerged on Earth once again? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Perhaps, Piccolo nodded, adding that this individual exhibits no trace of energy fluctuations, and his presence cannot be sensed even through aura detection. Could it be that a new android from Trunks' future has materialized? Sun Wukong speculated. It is not out of the realm of possibility, Piccolo mused. Yet I harbor a foreboding feeling. Wukong, you must exercise caution. Understood. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. In apartment 8, Videl stood by the window gazing into the distance. Ye Tian, look at those two suspended in midair, she exclaimed in astonishment, addressing Ye Tian. Yes, Ye Tian nodded, unfazed. You seem entirely unperturbed, Videl remarked. What is there to be surprised about? They are merely flying in the sky, Ye Tian replied. You speak as though you can fly too, Videl retorted. At a loss for words. Is it not simply flying in the sky? Can you fly? No, I cannot. Ye Tian shook his head. You take it for granted that you cannot speak, Ye Tian remarked with a smile. But I can learn. Who will you learn from? Videl asked. I am contemplating what kind of teacher would be most suitable, Ye Tian replied. Do you not think that individual over there resembles the one who appeared during the Cell Games? Videl inquired, gazing into the darkness at Piccolo in the distance. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance. Your eyesight is quite impressive, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. I possess too. Zero vision, Videl proclaimed proudly, then looked back into the distance. Although not entirely clear, he did indeed seem somewhat akin to the figure from the Cell Games. Have you never heard of Demon King Piccolo? Ye Tian asked. Demon King Piccolo? What is that? Videl was taken aback. Such a tragic figure, forgotten so swiftly. He was once a formidable presence, Ye Tian lamented. Who is he? Videl questioned, puzzled. Discover for yourself. You need not rely on me for everything, Ye Tian replied. Perhaps it would have been better not to mention it. Videl retorted. High above, Piccolo suggested, let us depart from this place and deliberate further. Very well, Uncle Piccolo. I should return home as well, Sun Wukong nodded. Whoosh. The two swiftly left the scene, while Piccolo made his way back to the Earth's temple. Before departing, Piccolo cautioned Sun Wukong to exercise utmost caution and never let his guard down. Our enemy lurks in the shadows, and we remain in the light, entirely unaware of their strength. Moreover, what if they possess the ability to make someone disappear without a trace? What? Make someone vanish inexplicably? Sun Wukong was taken aback. It is not outside the realm of possibility, Piccolo mused. What if the things that have vanished are merely tools this monster uses to accumulate experience? What are you suggesting? Uncle Piccolo, do you think this is merely a game? Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow. Regardless, exercise caution, Piccolo advised. In light of our ignorance regarding the true identity of our adversary, we must tread carefully. I understand, Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. He too had to be vigilant. That vehicle disappeared right before my eyes. Furthermore, Uncle Piccolo was present. Neither he nor Piccolo witnessed what transpired. How did the car vanish? Where could it have gone? Uncle Piccolo, should we search for that sports car? Perhaps finding the missing vehicle will yield some clues, Sun Wukong suggested after a moment of thought. Your reasoning holds merit. I shall return to the temple and enlist Dandy's assistance. Piccolo nodded. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo and Dandy, Sun Wukong replied. Return home soon, Wukong. Big gently patted son Gohan on the back. All right, Gohan nodded in agreement. The two then took their leave. In apartment number 8. After finishing her homework at Ye Tian's place, Videl also expressed her intention to depart. Ye Tian refrained from any inappropriate actions towards Videl and did not remove her clothing. Such matters require patience. One must take things gradually. Once Videl had left, he planned to indulge in a little escapade. Videl remained oblivious to any unusual behavior from Ye Tian, aside from his occasionally irksome remarks. Well then, Ye Tian, I shall head home. Videl said as she adjusted her backpack and prepared to leave. I will see you off, Ye Tian responded. There's no need. I actually hope to encounter a robbery. Videl smiled, imagining the despair it would bring. Whether you encounter a robbery is your concern, but as a gentleman, I should escort the girl I like home. Ye Tian insisted with conviction. Videl was momentarily taken aback. Is Ye Tian confessing to me? We have only known each other for a day. Have you truly developed feelings for me? That cannot be right. Do you not have a fondness for that blonde girl downstairs? Videl inquired, her cheeks flushing. Indeed. I have quite an affection for many girls, Ye Tian acknowledged with a nod. Videl's face shifted from red to purple, her anger flaring. Ye Tian. You are insufferable, she retorted vehemently. There are many who find me intolerable. You must take a number, Ye Tian chuckled. Humph. Videl scoffed, storming out of the room. Striding purposefully toward the exit. Chapter 18. Accompanying Videl home, Ye Tian leisurely followed her. It was merely a jest. Must you be so incensed? He consoled. Humph. Videl huffed. For the sake of our shared homework, at least smile, Ye Tian suggested. I do not wish to smile. It eludes me. Videl rolled her eyes. Regardless, I am determined to escort you home, Ye Tian replied with a playful grin. Humph. Such a cheeky demeanor, Videl pouted, though Videl appeared quite displeased. Warmth blossomed within her at the thought of being accompanied home by a boy. To her, this experience felt rather extraordinary. As they walked further, Videl's ire gradually dissipated. She recognized that Ye Tian was merely teasing her and, upon reflection, found little reason to remain upset. Side by side, they strolled along. Ye Tian continuously observed the nearby edifices. Whenever he spotted something unappealing, he would wave his hand as if to erase it. Videl remained oblivious to this peculiar behavior. This is my first visit to this area, Ye Tian remarked. Originally, this was the outskirts of Satan City, Videl elucidated. However, as the municipal government relocated nearby, the area gradually flourished. Just look at that prison as an example. A prison? Ye Tian exclaimed, taken aback. Prisons are typically situated in less populated regions. Videl gestured toward a large structure in the distance. That is the prison, she stated. Ye Tian's eyes lit up. Are there still criminals inside? Not many. It mainly houses temporary offenders now. True criminals have been relocated far away, Videl clarified. Temporary offenders? Ye Tian expressed disappointment. For instance, human traffickers. Currently, there are no policies in place, and many advocate for the death penalty. Yet, for some reason, it has not been enacted, Videl explained. It might also stem from concerns that executing traffickers could provoke them into desperate actions. However, that presents a contradiction. If human trafficking were a capital offense, it might reduce such crimes. Does that mean there are quite a few traffickers incarcerated here? Ye Tian pressed, honing in on the crux of the matter. Indeed. But we are still uncertain how to address their situation. Videl nodded, acknowledging that besides human traffickers, there were also corrupt officials and the like. Ye Tian felt a surge of excitement. When I return shortly, I will erase all of you, he declared. Although my current abilities do not allow me to eliminate an entire person, I can certainly diminish a part of you. This is undoubtedly a valuable experience. Ye Tian continued to accompany Videl forward. Throughout the journey, he remained active, effortlessly erasing numerous bothersome elements from his surroundings. For instance, when encountering a dog owner who neglected to leash their pet, Ye Tian simply erased the only rope-like object on the owner. Similarly, when he observed littering or public urination, he swiftly eliminated their instruments of mischief. While these were mostly trivial matters, they did not hinder Ye Tian from accumulating experience points. Whenever something displeased him, he would impose a fitting punishment. Good habits must be cultivated from a young age. One should not wait until a part of them is lost to lament the injustice of the situation, for by then, it would be too late. I have arrived. Ye Tian, Videl pointed towards a magnificent building in the distance. Good night. Ye Tian nodded in response. Be careful on your way. I've heard that things have been rather unsettled at night lately, Videl advised. Rest assured, with my tall and handsome stature, who would dare to trouble me? Ye Tian replied with a smile. Videl shrugged. Say what you will. A boy should be fine returning home alone. See you tomorrow. She waved her hand. Yes. See you tomorrow, Ye Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Videl, he stealthily circled the prison. Unfortunately, he could see nothing. However, despite the lack of visual access, Ye Tian's abilities enabled him to sense the location of each individual inside. Although he could not detect their breaths, he could perceive their forms. How to describe this? It was akin to the divine perception found within a realm of immortals. Indeed, it was that very perception, enabling one to sense all beings and entities within a 100-meter radius. Ye Tian, without the slightest hesitation, waved his hand and effortlessly erased a portion of the components affixed to the bodies of those despicable traffickers. Whether they would survive henceforth depended solely on the whims of fate. At present, they were oblivious to any pain. The true spectacle would unfold once the remnants of those components began to react. After completing this task, Ye Tian strolled away with an air of nonchalance. Upon returning home, Ye Tian felt an insatiable urge for further mischief and extended his perception to the residence of individual number 18. At that hour, she had already succumbed to slumber. With another casual wave of his hand, he eradicated every item of clothing within her abode, leaving even the sheets bare. Individual number 18 was an artificial being, and given the temperate season, she was impervious to the common cold. Even in the depths of winter, her physique would safeguard her from illness. This evening had yielded substantial gains for Ye Tian. Judging by the pace of his erasure tonight, he anticipated that in approximately 10 days, he would ascend to the silver tier of erasure techniques. A sense of delight swelled within him. Furthermore, to avoid drawing the attention of Videl, he had predominantly removed elements situated beyond 100 meters during his return. Feel free to investigate as much as you wish, even if it leads back to me. It is of no consequence. A night passed in silence. The following morning, at Baozi Mountain, in the residence of Sun Wukong, the door creaked open, and Sun Wukong stepped outside. Mother, Goten, I'm off to school, he announced. His mother, Chi-Chi, and younger brother, Goten, stepped out to see him off. Be cautious of airplanes, Chi-Chi advised. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded and promptly pressed the red button on his watch. With a snap, a vibrant ensemble of red and green garments enveloped him. Wukong, aside from the rest of your outfit, this helmet's color is quite displeasing, Chi-Chi remarked sternly. I must have a word with Bulma about why she provided you with a green helmet. Chapter 19. The new attire of number 18 mother. It's nothing to fuss over. I don't have a girlfriend. Wearing a green helmet doesn't imply anything, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. The previous night, he had taken the liberty to research the significance of the green helmet, given that several individuals sported them. He was slightly concerned. Upon his discovery, relief washed over him. It turned out that a green hat symbolizes infidelity, yet he had no girlfriend. Therefore, donning a green helmet was inconsequential. Besides, he felt that the helmet's hue complemented his outfit splendidly. Despite his reassurances, Chi-Chi remarked, Indeed, Wukong, but you will surely have a girlfriend in the future. Wearing such a color helmet in advance is quite concerning. Bulma, was this intentional? Why must our Wukong wear such a color? I think my brother looks quite handsome. Goten chimed in, eliciting a grin from Sun Wukong. Exactly, Sun Wukong smiled. Mother, I must take my leave now. With that, he soared into the air. Goten, from today onward, you may use my flying nimbus, he waved goodbye as he departed. Goten nodded enthusiastically. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly heading towards Satan City. In about 20 minutes, Sun Wukong landed on the rooftop of his school. With a swift press of the blue button on his watch, his attire reverted to its original form in an instant. How splendid. I can afford to wake up later from now on, he mused to himself as he descended from the rooftop. If I could transform into a Super Saiyan, I could reach school in less than 10 minutes and enjoy a leisurely morning. Sun Wukong entered the storage room. Good morning, he greeted. Sun Wukong's gaze swiftly fell upon the bespectacled gentleman who was in the midst of exchanging books. Ah, you certainly arrived quite early, remarked the bespectacled man, somewhat taken aback as he glanced at Sun Wukong. With a smile, he continued, You know, a significant event transpired last night, though it bears no relation to the Golden Warrior. Oh? Sun Wukong feigned calmness, offering a slight smile. Do tell. You must be referring to me, he remarked. I heard that last night. The prison was filled with the wails of the tormented. The inmates were in utter despair. The bespectacled man continued. Prison? Inmates? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Did you know? It seems that a certain part of their bodies mysteriously vanished without a trace. The bespectacled man shuddered. What? Yet another disappearance? Sun Wukong's countenance darkened. Is it truly a human body part this time? Just as Uncle Piccolo suggested, has the nature of these disappearances evolved? Previously, it was merely objects that vanished. Now, it is parts of human anatomy? Who could be responsible for this? Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. You appear equally astonished. The bespectacled man chuckled. But fret not. From what we know, those whose parts have disappeared are hardly virtuous individuals. Not virtuous? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Indeed. What good could come from a prison? All the missing parts belong to criminals. Some have lost a leg, others their intestines. And some have even lost their kidneys. There are countless cases. It is said that a notoriously vile trafficker, who has abducted numerous children, has also lost a vital part and will likely suffocate as a result. Sun Wukong replied, It is fortunate that no parts belonging to the virtuous have gone missing. The bespectacled man smiled. Thus, we have little to worry about, correct? Yes, indeed. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. By the way, there is one more matter. The bespectacled man continued, though this pales in comparison to the previous situation. What is it? Sun Wukong inquired. It seems a new ally of justice has emerged in Satan City, the bespectacled man explained. Sun Wukong responded. Surely, this new figure must be referring to me? Although my attire may be rather unrefined, I possess great strength. I believe they call me the Masked Scion. The bespectacled man scratched his head. Well, this person has become rather insignificant. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt a pang of disappointment. So I have become unimportant? No, it is the Scion masked hero. He corrected with a serious tone. While I may be deemed inconsequential, you must not misname me. Huh? How do you know this? The bespectacled man was slightly taken aback. I heard it from witnesses, Sun Wukong replied. Sun Wukong was taken aback, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped exposure. Today, Ye Tian arrived at school accompanied by Videl, and they entered the classroom together. Videl was also aware of the events that transpired last night. However, the reasons behind such occurrences were elusive. Despite her efforts to investigate, Videl found herself at a dead end. Naturally, she harbored some suspicions regarding Ye Tian, increasingly finding him to be enigmatic. The mention of the prison last night led to the mysterious disappearance of various items from the inmates that very same evening, which was utterly perplexing. Yet, if Ye Tian was indeed responsible, how could he have accomplished such a feat? Was he a sorcerer? Today at school, she resolved to observe Ye Tian closely. During the day's philosophy class, the teacher was lecturing from the podium while Sun Wukong diligently took notes. In contrast, Ye Tian struggled to stay awake, his exhaustion from the previous night's work weighing heavily upon him. Having erased so many things, he inadvertently worked until 2:00 a.m. And in the process, he had also wiped clean all the clothing from room 18. At this moment, the occupant of room 18 must be in a state of utter turmoil at home. You find yourself devoid of clothing. I am eager to see how you shall step outside. Apartment 8. On the 18th, you awaken rather late. Upon waking, you are astounded to discover that your blanket has once again vanished. This time, not only has the blanket disappeared, but the sheets have also gone missing. Anger courses through you, causing your entire body to tremble. Who could be so petty? Will this never end? In a fit of rage, you storm into the dressing room. You fling open the wardrobe, only to be met with disarray. Where are my clothes? Why have they all vanished? You stand in stunned silence for a prolonged moment, searching for any trace of your garments. Every piece of clothing in your home has disappeared, leaving not even a single sheet behind. You cover your face, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Surely, I cannot remain indoors all day. In the past, you would venture out, often flying out through the window. What am I to do? I cannot run through the streets clad only in my skin. But there is a middle school student living above me. If I recall correctly, his name is Ye Tian. If all else fails, I shall borrow a piece of clothing from him for the time being. He should be at school at this hour. Very well. You smooth your hair and raise your fingers, a flicker of light shimmering at your fingertips. Chapter 20. The Birth of a Mysterious Hero. Whoosh. You direct your finger toward the living room, a stream of light shooting forth, swiftly striking the ceiling. You concentrate on controlling your power. A careless mistake could bring the entire floor crashing down, rendering the house uninhabitable. The light at your fingertips resembles a welding torch, forcefully carving a hole into the ceiling. Crack. A chunk of reinforced concrete falls from above, which you deftly catch. In the next moment, you ascend into the air, appearing directly in the living room of Ye Tian's home. Originally, you intended to fly through the window to reach his abode, but upon further reflection, you realize it is daytime. If someone were to capture the sight of you unclothed, it would be utterly embarrassing. Thus, taking the shortcut seems the wisest course of action. You reside above our household. I must apologize for that. Upon arriving at Ye Tian's residence on the 18th, I was struck by the immaculate condition of his home. Unable to suppress my admiration. This little fellow certainly has a penchant for cleanliness, I mused with a smile as I made my way to the bedroom. Given that the structure spanned 2 levels, the layout of the rooms mirrored that of the 18th. Upon entering Ye Tian's bedroom, I opened the wardrobe and selected a piece of suitable men's attire, donning it with ease. Subsequently, I procured some transparent tape from the house to repair the fallen concrete and rebar. That should suffice, I chuckled, stating that the floorboard had merely come loose. Believe it or not, I have secured it with tape. At Orange Star High School, in the classroom where Ye Tian was situated, his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out to glance at the screen, where a notification appeared. His home security camera had detected movement. Ye Tian paused momentarily, astonished. Had a thief actually ventured into his home? How audacious of this little burglar to dare intrude upon my sanctuary. Do you believe I could erase the components from your body? It seems I have exceeded the boundaries. Currently, Ye Tian can only eliminate objects within a radius of 100 meters. Beyond that distance, his powers are ineffective. Nevertheless, 100 meters is quite a considerable range. However, the school is situated approximately 1,600 meters away from apartment number 8. You little thief, just wait for me. First, I shall ascertain who it is. Ye Tian opened his mobile phone and checked the camera feed. To his astonishment, he saw a stunning woman in his home, devoid of any clothing, strutting about with confidence. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was number 18. Goodness, what brings you to my home? Immediately after, Ye Tian observed number 18 entering the bedroom. Ye Tian swiftly switched the camera to the bedroom. In the next moment, he witnessed No. 18 retrieving an article of clothing from the wardrobe and draping it over their body. Ye Tian, you audaciously don my garments. Very well. I have eradicated all traces of your attire. After much contemplation, you devised such a plan. However, how did you manage to arrive at my residence? I distinctly recall closing the door firmly behind me when I departed, and I ensured that the windows were securely shut as well. Additionally, no alarm notifications were triggered on the door, which suggests that you did not enter through the front entrance. Surely, you did not break in through the window? Ye Tian adjusted the angle of the camera once more. He inspected the windows of his home, confirming they were intact. This was indeed perplexing. How did you enter on the 18th? Ye Tian decided to dismiss the thought for now, knowing he would uncover the truth upon returning home. It was merely a matter of lending 18 a set of clothes. In the future, let your body serve as recompense. At that moment, the watch adorning Videli's wrist emitted a sudden beep. She promptly answered the call. Yes, this is Videl, she responded. A voice relayed urgent news. A robbery had occurred in the nearby Landos Road town, and 2 assailants were fleeing along Highway 81 towards the mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, Videl sprang from her seat and dashed out of the classroom. As she departed, she addressed her teacher. I'll be stepping out for a bit. The teacher replied, Thank you, take care. Sun Wukong sat in a daze, quickly turning to his bespectacled classmate. What just happened? He inquired, puzzled. Videli's greatest passion is maintaining world peace. Especially considering her father is Mr. Satan, the bespectacled boy smiled. Due to her remarkable capabilities, the police frequently seek her assistance. Really? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Do not underestimate Videl. She is significantly more formidable than I am. Her powers could rival even Mr. Satan. Sharp chimed in from behind, grinning. Indeed, Eliza nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly. To have powers comparable to Mr. Satan's. Isn't that perilous? The mysterious hero, the masked man, the golden warrior, and their Videl. Sharp mused, I never imagined this small town would harbor 4 champions of justice. Mysterious hero? Who is that? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. That pertains to the incident of things mysteriously disappearing, Eliza explained. Though we are unaware of how it occurs, we refer to the individual behind it as the mysterious hero. Mysterious hero? What a jest. You do not even know if they are human or beast. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly. Regardless of their nature. At least what has vanished were things deemed unnecessary, the bespectacled boy remarked. I heard our school had a number of superfluous textbooks that disappeared overnight. If this truly is a deliberate act, could it not render this individual a hero, even if they're a monster? Sun Wukong was left speechless. What do you really know? If a terrifying monster were to emerge, one that even I could not confront, it would spell catastrophe for the earth. Sun Wukong shook his head, feeling disinclined to speak further. A mysterious hero? That title possesses a certain charm. Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. This mysterious hero sounds quite like you, Eliza remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is I, Ye Tian replied. Do not just like that. Be cautious lest your own parts vanish as well, Eliza laughed. Then I shall refrain from further comment, Ye Tian chuckled heartily. However, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of unease within. For now, the mysterious hero was not his concern. I sense that Videl is in greater peril. I should rush to save Videl first. Yet, to depart immediately would certainly raise suspicions. Chapter 21 Sun Wukong. Ye Tian, why are you joining the fray? After waiting a moment, Sun Wukong sensed the time was ripe and suddenly stood up. Ah, teacher, I sincerely apologize. May I visit the restroom? Sun Wukong hurriedly inquired. The teacher replied, Go ahead, nodding in acquiescence. Teacher, I would like to go as well. Ye Tian raised his hand. The teacher cast a glance at Ye Tian. Do you really need a team to go to the restroom? Sun Wukong glanced back at Ye Tian. I am going to rescue Videl. What do you want to tag along for? Never mind. Perhaps you genuinely need to relieve yourself. With that, Sun Wukong hurriedly dashed outside. Wukong, are you running so fast because you soiled your pants? Ye Tian remarked leisurely from behind. Laughter erupted among the classmates. Sun Wukong's face flushed crimson at that moment. Ye Tian, you have gone too far, he retorted, reluctantly slowing his pace. Ye Tian quickly caught up. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. Upon exiting the classroom, he swiftly ascended the stairs. Wukong, the restroom is over there. Why are you heading to the rooftop? Ye Tian inquired. Why is this guy so meddlesome? I am off to save Videl, Sun Wukong replied. Why do you concern yourself with my intentions on the rooftop? That is indeed Ye Tian, classmate. You may go to the restroom. I shall ascend to the upper floor, Sun Wukong remarked. You wouldn't dare sneak into the ladies' restroom, would you? Ye Tian inquired. Sun Wukong chose to remain silent thereafter. Why do you assume I would go to the women's restroom? We're all men here. It's merely a matter of using the facilities. Why the separation? Ye Tian sighed. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Sun Wukong remarked, dismissing Ye Tian and hastening upstairs. Soon, Sun Wukong found himself on the rooftop. He glanced back, relieved that Ye Tian had not followed. The surroundings were deserted. Transform. Sun Wukong promptly pressed the red button on his watch, transforming into the Scion-masked hero. With a whoosh, he soared into the sky. However, after ascending for a brief moment, he abruptly halted midair. Where's Route 81? Sun Wukong scratched his head, realizing he had no choice but to sense Videl's aura. He concealed himself in a secluded spot and extended his senses, searching for Videl's presence. Meanwhile, Ye Tian dashed down the stairs, racing toward Route 81. His speed was remarkable, for he was well acquainted with the city, having grown up here. As he sprinted toward Route 81, he thought to himself, I must keep an eye on Videl. I've intercepted her. I cannot allow Sun Wukong to reclaim her. On Route 81, a hovering sports car sped along, pursued relentlessly by two police cars with sirens blaring. Inside the sports car were two robbers. One henchman had already aimed a rocket launcher. Boom. The rocket soared toward the police cars. With a resounding explosion, the two police vehicles flipped several times before crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha. Those two fools. The henchman cackled. In the midst of his laughter, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him vanish. The lead robber, equally bewildered, looked around, perplexed. Where's my car? Where has it gone? Boss, where's the vehicle? The henchman stood frozen, while the boss appeared equally dumbfounded. I heard a racing car just vanished last night, the henchman recounted. Enough with the chatter. We're about to hit the ground. The boss cried, panic evident in his voice. The pair, having flown a short distance, soon plummeted to the earth, tumbling and rolling upon impact. The two robbers spun on the ground, oblivious to how many times they had flipped. Videl had long since parked her helicopter at a distance, waiting for the robbers' arrival. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed the car of the two robbers suddenly disappear. It vanished again. Once again, something has vanished. This time, it disappeared right before my eyes. Two robbers were rolling on the ground, engaged in a swift struggle that lasted approximately 20 seconds. Ultimately, They came to a halt beside Videl, both of them rendered unconscious. Videl remarked, "It seems my efforts were in vain. Who could be responsible for this? Is it that enigmatic hero once more? But who could this mysterious figure truly be? It is quite perplexing." She proceeded to handcuff the two robbers. High above, the astonishment in Son Gohan's eyes was beyond verbal description. He too witnessed the inexplicable disappearance of the vehicle. It had occurred last night. And here it was again during the day. Just moments ago, Son Gohan finally sensed Videl's presence. Although she had not engaged in battle, there were subtle fluctuations in her aura that he managed to detect. Upon sensing her energy, he hastened to her side, witnessing the car's disappearance firsthand. It vanished once more, right under my nose, without any forewarning. Son Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Who could this be? What kind of creature is responsible? Where could the vanished vehicle have gone? This certainly does not bear the hallmark of the work of androids 17 or 18. I observed meticulously this time, and it was broad daylight. If indeed it had been 17 or 18, I should have been able to catch a glimpse of them. After a moment of hesitation, Son Gohan descended from the sky, landing beside Videl. She paused momentarily, astonished as she gazed at him, particularly at the green helmet adorning his head. "The color of your helmet is quite peculiar. Who are you?" Videl inquired. "I am the valiant warrior of justice who will never allow any evildoer to escape," Son Wukong proclaimed, striking various poses. Immediately thereafter, he placed his hands upon his forehead. "Scion Masked Hero," Son Wukong declared loudly. "How impressive. I practiced for 2 hours last night just to perfect this pose." Although that enigmatic figure known as the mysterious hero is indeed shrouded in mystery, it does not hinder me from introducing myself. Coincidentally, I could also inquire Videl if she knows anything about the mysterious hero. "What kind of pose is that?" Videl wiped the sweat from her brow. "Do you know about the mysterious hero?" Son Wukong asked. "No, do you?" Videl retorted. Chapter 22. Erasing the Scion Masked Hero's attire. "I do not know either." Son Wukong shook his head. "The mysterious disappearance of things is said to be the doing of this mysterious hero. I thought you might know," Videl remarked. "Since you are unaware, I shall take my leave," Son Wukong said, and at that moment, he soared into the sky, intending to depart. "What? He flew away?" Videl was utterly astonished. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed it. Last night, while at Ye Tian's home, she had seen Piccolo and Son Wukong floating in the air, but they had been quite distant, and she had not observed them clearly. Today, however, she had witnessed Son Wukong ascend into the sky with her own eyes, and the astonishment in her gaze was beyond words. "This isn't a trick," Videl murmured to herself. "Well then, Videl, farewell." Son Wukong waved to Videl below and prepared to take flight. "Wait a moment." Videl called out to him, her heart racing. Son Wukong paused, looking down at her. "Please come down. I have something to ask you," Videl said. After a brief hesitation, Son Wukong descended from the sky. "Is your identity truly a secret?" Videl inquired. "Ah, yes," Son Wukong nodded. Just then, as soon as his words were uttered, the attire of the Scion Masked Hero vanished without a trace. Videl's eyes widened in disbelief. "It truly is Wukong," she exclaimed. Huh. Son Wukong was taken aback. "Where is my helmet?" "Huh? The helmet is gone. Not only is my helmet missing, but my Scion Masked Hero attire has vanished as well. Did that mysterious hero take my clothes? This fellow has gone too far." Son Gohan immediately became vigilant, disregarding the potential exposure of his identity. "Videl, please refrain from speaking for now," he stated solemnly, soaring into the sky to survey his surroundings. However, Gohan beheld nothing unusual. Unbeknownst to him, hidden behind a rock, Ye Tian was secretly reveling in the situation. Gohan was unable to sense Ye Tian's presence, as he emitted no energy whatsoever. Frowning slightly, Gohan descended slowly, reappearing beside Videl. "Why, you are Gohan, aren't you?" Videl inquired. "Yes, that's correct," Gohan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Why are you dressed like this?" Videl asked, puzzled. "I merely wish to lead an ordinary life. If anyone were to discover my true abilities, life would become quite complicated," Gohan explained. "Aren't you the mysterious hero?" Videl pressed. "How could that possibly be me?" Gohan exclaimed, exasperated. "Would I make my own clothes vanish?" Videl fell silent, as her mind suddenly recalled the incident from the previous night when her own clothes had inexplicably disappeared. Moreover, the girl named Lotzi Li had faced a similar fate. And Ye Tian, he was left with nothing but his shorts. Fortunately, Gohan had merely lost the attire of the Scion Masked Hero today. Otherwise, it may have led to an awkward situation. And what about the Golden Warrior? Videl asked again. That is not me either. Gohan shook his head. Who could the mysterious hero possibly be? Videl pondered, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I will find a way to uncover his identity, Gohan declared, clenching his teeth. Under my very nose, my clothes were taken from me, and I shall not let it go unpunished. You speak as if you have a plan, Videl sighed. What should I do? How can I find this monster? After school today, I must consult Uncle Piccolo, Gohan mused. Wait, the dragon. Isn't there a dragon? The dragon knows everything. Indeed. I can surely discover who is responsible for the disappearance through the dragon. I am truly clever. There's no need to wait until after school. I shall skip class and seek out Aunt Bulma. Oh, I just remembered that I have something very important to attend to. Could you assist me in requesting a leave of absence, Videl? Gohan asked. What is it that you need to do? Videl inquired, taken aback. I must find a way to locate this mysterious hero. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. This scoundrel has now dared to bully me directly. Previously, it was acceptable when you caused the robbers and speeding vehicles to vanish. Now, however, you have made my clothes disappear. I cannot fathom what other outrageous deeds you might commit next. This matter requires prompt attention. I must devise a means to locate this individual and uncover the reason behind these occurrences. Is it of human origin, or is there some other explanation? Sun Wukong slowly ascended into the sky. Hey, can you teach me that flying technique? Videl asked. Flying technique? Sun Wukong paused, thinking that perhaps it was a topic for another time. Whoosh. After uttering this, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed from the scene. Videl was left astonished. This individual flies with astonishing speed. She gazed upward, lost in contemplation. The mysterious disappearance of objects is utterly perplexing. I wonder if Ye Tian is involved? However, Ye Tian was not present at the scene. The distance to the school is still considerable, at least over 10 kilometers. Could it be that Ye Tian, from such a distance, could cause vehicles and clothing to vanish? Never mind. I shall return to school first. Videl called the police, then boarded a helicopter, rapidly heading towards the school. At the moment Videl stepped onto the aircraft, Ye Tian was also hastily making his way back to the school. From a distance, Ye Tian observed that there was little interaction between Videl and Sun Wukong, so he decided to remain hidden. It seems that suddenly erasing Sun Wukong's clothing startled him as well. Moreover, where has Sun Wukong gone? Judging by his direction of flight, it doesn't appear that he is returning to school. Whatever the case, Ye Tian quickly returned to the classroom, stealthily slipping in through the back door to take his seat beside Alyssa. When did you return? Alyssa inquired. I've been back for quite some time. How did you not notice? Ye Tian smiled. Are you trying to fool me? I just noticed that I was alone beside me, Alyssa retorted. Your eyesight must be poor. Ye Tian chuckled. It is you who has poor eyesight, Alyssa replied angrily. You always manage to kill the conversation. Chapter 23, Vegeta. It was the work of a sorcerer. About 10 minutes passed, and Biddy finally returned to the classroom. She took a seat to the right of Alyssa. Biddy, are you all right? Alyssa asked with concern. Fortunately. That mysterious hero has appeared again, Biddy exclaimed. Did you see that mysterious hero? Alyssa asked in astonishment. What was he like? Was he handsome? The two robbers' vehicle mysteriously vanished without a trace. I hardly exerted any effort, yet I managed to apprehend those two robbers, said Videl with a wry smile. Ah, truly. The enigmatic hero is indeed quite mysterious, Alyssa chuckled. Videl nodded and glanced towards Gohan's seat. It seems Gohan had a rather unfortunate incident and rushed to the restroom shortly after you left. He still has tea returned, Alyssa remarked with a smile. Is that so? Videl feigned ignorance, as she was not one to indulge in gossip. Since Gohan wished to keep his identity concealed, Videl would certainly remain silent. By the way, did Ye Tian accompany Gohan to the restroom? Surely hasn't he fallen into the toilet? Alyssa turned to inquire of Ye Tian. Perhaps he went home to wash his pants. Ye Tian replied. Videl immediately turned to look at Ye Tian in astonishment. Ye Tian also went out. He left with Gohan. Could it be that the mysterious hero is Ye Tian? She whispered to Alyssa. Videl, I can't hear you. Ye Tian called from across the room. Why are you so curious about when I returned? Do you have a crush on me? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm merely suspicious of you, Videl retorted. Ye Tian returned about 10 minutes ago, Alyssa stated candidly. Videl, your concern for Ye Tian is rather telling. You don't truly fancy him, do you? Sharp interjected with a hearty laugh. It's a rare sight indeed. A steel tree blooming. Videl wiped her brow. Who are you calling a steel tree? Ye Tian, you should be cautious. If you end up with this girl, you might find yourself with no standing at home, provided you can even best her. Sharp joked. How could I bear to harm my own girlfriend? Ye Tian smiled faintly. Ah. The conversation has drifted further and further away, Videl sighed. How did you end up discussing romantic partners? Never mind. This is not the time to talk about the mysterious hero. We shall interrogate Ye Tian after school, at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Bulma looked at Son Gohan with surprise, exclaiming, So, the costume of the Scion masked superhero has vanished without a trace? Does this mean that the mysterious disappearance case at Apartment 8 is escalating? There are those who refer to this individual as a mysterious hero, yet thus far, we remain oblivious to whether it is the result of human intervention or some other cause. Son Gohan scratched his head in frustration. What could be the reason? Is it truly human-made? Bulma pondered. If it is indeed human-made, and even you, Gohan, do not know who is responsible, that is rather peculiar. I find it strange as well, Son Gohan nodded. Before coming here, I inquired with Uncle Piccolo, and he too has no idea who might be behind it. What about Dandy? Isn't he a deity of Earth? Does he not know either? Bulma questioned. Indeed, Dandy is also in the dark, Son Gohan replied, shaking his head. So, you've come to me seeking assistance in crafting another costume for the Scion masked superhero? Bulma inquired. I was considering summoning the Eternal Dragon through the Dragon Balls to see if he knows who is responsible, Son Gohan suggested. Ah, the Eternal Dragon, Bulma mused, nodding thoughtfully. If it is the Eternal Dragon, then surely the truth will be unveiled. Aunt Bulma, could you also help me make another outfit? Son Gohan added. Very well. I shall provide you with the Dragon Radar and create another costume for you, Bulma agreed. As they conversed, Vegeta passed by the door. Ah, Uncle Vegeta. I apologize for the disturbance, Son Gohan greeted awkwardly. Vegeta paid no heed to Son Gohan, not even casting a glance in his direction. Vegeta, Bulma called out to him, prompting him to halt his steps. Vegeta, strange occurrences have been happening in Satan City where Son Gohan attends school, with items inexplicably disappearing. Do you have any insight into the cause? Bulma inquired, knowing Vegeta had spent considerable time in the universe and might possess valuable knowledge. How do they disappear? Vegeta asked, turning his gaze to Son Gohan. Initially, Vegeta had no intention of engaging in this matter. However, since Bulma brought it up, he felt compelled to inquire further. It's as if they vanish in an instant, Son Gohan replied. Vanished in an instant? It must be some kind of super speed trickery, Vegeta scoffed. Not at all. Uncle Vegeta, Son Gohan shook his head. At first, I thought the same, but it is definitely not that simple. As he spoke, Sun Wukong detailed the peculiar circumstances surrounding the disappearance of his clothing. He even recounted how the two vehicles had vanished, sharing this information with Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent. Could it be? Vegeta, are you unaware of this? Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. I am a warrior, not a magician. Vegeta replied, his expression darkening. Such occurrences should be the work of a sorcerer, as if things had been telekinetically transported. A sorcerer? Sun Wukong pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, that must be it. Vegeta affirmed with a nod. A sorcerer? Is there truly such a being on Earth? Bulma inquired. I have no idea. This is the first time I've encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Sun Wukong scratched his head. You must remain vigilant in your surroundings, Vegeta advised. If a sorcerer intends to transfer your belongings, it should not be far from you. Pay close attention to your environment. There must be some trace of their presence. However, I flew up into the sky today and carefully surveyed the area, Sun Wukong replied solemnly. Aside from my classmate, Videl, who was nearby, there were 2 unconscious robbers. And within a kilometer radius, there should be no one else. Perhaps the sorcerer concealed their presence through magic, making it quite normal for you not to sense them. Vegeta responded. Is that so? Sun Wukong expressed skepticism. Chapter 24. Sun Wukong's Unfortunate Day. Knowing his identity, discovering this individual would not be overly complicated. One simply needed to investigate whether there were individuals in Satan City who had an affinity for the study of magic. Vegeta scoffed, questioning why such matters needed the intervention of the dragon. It was merely the disappearance of some items. I thought it was something of greater significance. Sun Wukong retorted, well, it seems the vanished items are not yours alone. Aside from my clothing, numerous others have also lost various belongings. Sun Wukong scratched his head. It's hardly a remarkable reason. It is simply that the sorcerer employed magic to transfer them, Vegeta stated nonchalantly. Can they even transfer bodily organs? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Only the organs of ordinary people can be transferred. For warriors like us, it should be impossible, Vegeta replied. That is a relief, Sun Wukong sighed, startled. I thought even our bodily organs could be subject to transfer. That is impossible, unless one is like your friend, Krillin, whose combat power is significantly low, Vegeta confidently asserted. Individuals with extraordinarily high combat power, like us, are absolutely safe. Sun Wukong remarked. Poor Uncle Krillin is caught in the crossfire. Your body has become sluggish due to your prolonged absence from training, Vegeta chuckled lightly. You may find yourself susceptible as well. Sun Wukong felt a pang in his heart. I could also fall victim to this. However, as long as you diligently cultivate your skills, I believe the issue is manageable, Vegeta added. It seems I must indeed devote myself to my training. Sun Wukong nodded gravely. Will you still seek the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired. No. I will first investigate the matter of the sorcerer at school. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied. Very well. I shall craft you a new outfit, Bulma declared. Though it will require another 2 hours. Come by and collect it after school, Aunt Bulma. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to return to his classes. Skipping school is not right. All right then, Bulma nodded. After all, your aspiration is to become a great scientist, Wukong. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Sun Wukong responded, and with that, he soared out of the window, disrupting your activities. After he departed, Bulma silently gazed at Vegeta. Vegeta, was it truly the work of a sorcerer? Bulma asked. Indeed. Who else could it be if not the sorcerer? Vegeta huffed. Are there sorcerers on Earth? Bulma asked with curiosity. Do not ask me such questions. How long have I lived on this planet? Vegeta grumbled. Bulma. Before returning to school, Sun Wukong made a visit to the temple. Wukong. Did you gain any insights from Bulma's home? Piccolo inquired. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong nodded. Uncle Vegeta mentioned that it could be the sorcerer's doing. That the sorcerer may have used magic to relocate the items. Where would they be relocated to? Piccolo asked. Ah, I did not inquire about that. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Vegeta does have a point. Piccolo pondered. Sorcerers can indeed transfer objects. Perhaps they have been moved to another city. Therefore, Uncle Vegeta's theory is quite plausible. Sun Wukong nodded. Dandy, accompany me in investigating where the missing items have gone. Piccolo turned to Dandy. All right, Uncle Piccolo, Dandy replied. As long as it is on Earth, we should be able to locate them, and those 2 sports cars have license plates. All license plates worldwide are registered. Piccolo contemplated. Yes, as long as we find the license plates, it should not be difficult to track down the 2 missing vehicles, Sun Wukong responded, suddenly struck with disappointment. Though if those 2 cars transformed into capsules, it would be quite challenging to locate them. Piccolo, you are absolutely correct. One can only pray that these 2 vehicles do not transform into capsules, Dandy remarked. Let us commence our prayers, sighed Piccolo. Dandy, Mr. Bobo, Gohan, Uncle Piccolo, your artistic style has deviated. Subsequently, Gohan bid farewell to Piccolo and Dandy and swiftly returned to school. Upon his arrival, he faced a severe reprimand from his teacher, who was utterly incensed over the missing textbooks. Yet, Gohan had the audacity to skip class. I have reiterated this countless times. Middle school is demanding. High school even more so, and by the time you reach university, it will ease up, the teacher admonished Gohan. Although you are merely in your first year of high school, you must comprehend the significance of education. I apologize, teacher, Gohan muttered, lowering his head. Very well. Off you go. The teacher, noticing Gohan's sincere attitude of contrition, decided to let him off the hook. Gohan returned to the classroom, feeling dejected. What a day of misfortune. He thought. Hey, Gohan, did you wet your pants? A classmate inquired with a chuckle. Gohan. The other students joined in laughter. Gohan, with a despondent expression, promptly returned to his seat. Come on, you didn't actually have an accident in your pants, did you? The bespectacled boy asked, pinching his nose. Gohan, what does it mean when you cover your nose? Suddenly, Sun Wukong recalled something and immediately turned to look at Videl behind him. Videl, did you not help me with my leave request? Sun Wukong inquired softly. I'm sorry, I forgot. Videl replied with a hint of regret. Sun Wukong fell silent, glancing exasperatedly at Ye Tian behind him. It's all your fault for saying I soiled my pants. By the way, Wukong, I need to talk to you after school. So don't rush home, Videl stated. Huh? About what? Sun Wukong was taken aback. You'll find out after school, Videl said with a slight smile. Ye Tian observed Videl and then looked at Sun Wukong. What could Videl possibly want from Sun Wukong? I should keep an eye on this. Otherwise, if Sun Wukong intercepts Videl, it could become quite troublesome. Ye Tian, you should come too. Videl turned to him again. Me? Ye Tian scratched his head. Yes, I have matters to discuss with you as well. Videl nodded. All right, then we'll talk after school. Ye Tian did not object. Chapter 25. I want to go home and catch a thief. After school. Videl led Ye Tian and Sun Wukong out of the campus. Ye Tian, could you wait over there for a moment? I need to go to your house to do my homework later, Videl said. Going to my house to do homework? Ye Tian was taken aback. Is that unwelcome? Videl winked at him. Well, I do welcome it, but it's best if we go a little later, Ye Tian mused, resting his chin on his hand. What do you mean by a little later? Videl's expression darkened. What do you mean? I want to go home and catch a thief, Ye Tian replied. A thief? Who has entered your house? Videl asked. Who indeed? The surveillance footage from my house captured everything quite clearly. Ye Tian nodded. The resolution of my home surveillance has reached 16K. Every detail is crystal clear. I apologize for the interruption, but may I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with me? I am rather eager to return home. At that moment, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and seized the opportunity to interject. Are you still chatting endlessly? Goku. I cordially invite you to partake in the World Martial Arts Tournament that will be held in a month, said Videl directly to Sun Wukong in the presence of Ye Tian. Huh, the World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Wukong exclaimed, narrowing his eyes at Videl in disbelief. Ye Tian is still right beside us. Please refrain from exposing my identity. Wu Fan, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Ye Tian is not the gossipy type, Videl replied. Wu Fan was at a loss for words. Is he really not the gossipy type? Can he truly say that I had an accident in my trousers? Is there anyone more gossipy than him? Well, Videl thought for a moment and turned to Ye Tian, saying, Ye Tian, could you please step aside? The reason for this request is that Wu Fan is the Scion masked superhero, right? Ye Tian chuckled. Wu Fan, Videl, you have gone too far, Videl. Did we not agree to keep this a secret? Wu Fan was on the verge of tears. My identity has been exposed. Even Ye Tian knows who I am now. Am I someone else? I am Videl's boyfriend, Ye Tian said with a smile. Come on, what are you saying? I have not even acknowledged being your girlfriend, Videl retorted shyly. No worries, I have already declared myself your boyfriend. Whether you admit it or not is inconsequential, Ye Tian asserted confidently. Videl was momentarily left speechless. You have completely bewildered me. Does it not matter if I do not acknowledge it? So, am I your girlfriend or not? No. You have truly left me confused. Regarding Wu Fan's identity, I did not reveal anything. I have never told you. Let me clarify that the information about your identity was not disclosed by mediation, Videl hurriedly stated. Even if he is my boyfriend, I am not that gossipy. Wu Fan, a brief silence ensued. Ye Tian, how did you come to know my identity? Wu Fan inquired curiously. Quite simply. You leapt gracefully to a height of 8 meters, and during class, under the pretense of using the restroom, you stealthily slipped out. If you are not the Scion masked superhero, then who is? Ye Tian smiled. Wu Fan. Is it really possible to deduce that I am the Scion masked superhero based on these two incidents? Ye Tian is rather clever. Wu Fan's mind stirred. Why not seize this opportunity to inquire about the existence of wizards from the two of them? So, do Ye Tian and Videl know if there are any wizards in Satan City? Wu Fan hurriedly asked. Let's not discuss wizards for now. Videl interrupted Wu Fan and continued from earlier regarding the martial arts tournament, saying, let us talk about the world's premier martial arts tournament. Wu Fan, we have already diverted the conversation miles away. Can you really take it back? Murmured Sun Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament. You must be aware that the championship event is about to be held once more. Videl smiled. My father was the champion of the last tournament. And the one before that was a mysterious man named Sun Wukong, whom I have never met. Moreover, it has been nearly 2 decades since the tournament. Upon hearing Videl mention her father's name, Sun Wukong felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The surname Sun is quite rare. Ye Tian interjected. He shares the same surname as Wukong. It is quite possible that this Sun Wukong is indeed Wukong's father. I share the same sentiment. Videl nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong, at a loss for words, thought to himself, how can these two be so astute? I have no secrets from them. What do you say, Wukong? Shall we participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament together? Videl extended the invitation. It would certainly be intriguing to see the children of 2 former champions compete. I don't wish to participate, Sun Wukong said, wiping away sweat. I have no interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament. If you choose not to participate, I shall inform all our classmates that Sun Wukong is the masked Scion superhero, Videl teased. I will even print flyers to distribute, proclaiming your identity, Ye Tian added. How can you do this? This is outrageous. Sun Wukong was on the verge of tears. If you enter as the masked Scion superhero, no one will recognize you. Videl smiled. Yet, Sun Wukong remained indecisive. Are you suggesting that I participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? No matter how I conceal my abilities, I can effortlessly defeat every adversary. Very well, you have invited me to join. Is it acceptable for me to participate? I understand now. I shall take part. Son Gohan nodded helplessly. Then it is settled. Videl exclaimed with excitement. The others are simply too weak. I truly hope for an opponent of equal caliber. Son Gohan scratched his head, a silence enveloping them. Now, can you enlighten me about the sorcerers? He inquired. What do you need a sorcerer for? Videl asked. I suspect that the enigmatic hero is a sorcerer, Son Gohan conjectured. Videl immediately turned her gaze towards Ye Tian. Is Ye Tian a sorcerer? Ye Tian replied. Has the little girl begun to doubt me? Am I that transparent? Why are you looking at me as if I possess magical powers? He shook his head. Chapter 26. I wish to learn flight. Son Gohan also regarded Ye Tian with a profound look. Of course, it cannot be Ye Tian. He does not resemble a sorcerer at all. I swear by the heavens, I am not a sorcerer. If I were, may all sorcerers vanish from existence. Ye Tian declared. Videl, you are not a sorcerer, nor is there any need for you to cast such a curse. Does that classmate Videl possess any knowledge of the existence of sorcerers? Sun Wukong inquired. I have only seen them on television, Videl replied with a wry smile. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. What does Wukong think about those vanished items? Videl questioned. I suspect that a sorcerer has utilized their magic to telekinetically transfer these objects. Sun Wukong articulated his perspective. To where might they be transferred? Videl pressed further. It is possible that they have been relocated to other cities, Sun Wukong responded. I can comprehend why that sorcerer would remove the vehicle. After all, it is utilitarian. Videl remarked. But tell me, why would he transport the textbooks and examination papers from our school? Is he intending to assist us in completing those papers? Ye Tian interjected. If I were indeed that sorcerer, I would be weeping. You think I erased your papers to aid you in answering them? Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. Furthermore, what might be the significance of him transferring the body parts of those criminals? Videl inquired. Surely he does not intend to consume them? Ye Tian added from the side. Ugh, Videl nearly retched. Sun Wukong also felt a wave of nausea. Ye Tian, could you refrain from making such jokes? Videl glared. Perhaps this sorcerer is merely punishing them. It does not necessarily imply that he intends to use those items for himself, Sun Wukong speculated. As using them would easily draw attention. Your reasoning appears to hold some merit. Videl nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I shall also keep an eye on matters concerning sorcerers. I appreciate your assistance, Videl. No need for thanks, Videl replied. By the way, I wish to learn to fly. You must teach me when you have the time. It is rather unfair for you to soar alone in the sky. We can discuss that later. Sun Wukong wiped his brow. Thus, a delightful agreement was reached. Videl smiled. Sun Wukong replied, I did not consent. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. As Sun Wukong spoke, he glanced around to ensure no one was present before swiftly ascending into the sky. In no time, he vanished from sight. Wukong flies quite swiftly, Videl remarked in awe. Indeed, Ye Tian admitted with a hint of envy. I can only erase. I still cannot fly. Not only can I not fly, but I also cannot emit waves. I must find a way to learn these skills. Emitting waves can be deferred. But lacking the ability to perform flight techniques is truly unsatisfactory. It seems I should seek someone to teach me the art of flight. How about Android 18? On the 18th, she will indeed take flight. However, after being injected with genetically modified serum to become an artificial human, she would likely be able to fly instantly. One wonders if she comprehends the principles of flight. Perhaps I should inquire. Ye Tian, shall we head to your home to complete our assignments? Suggested by Videl. In truth, aside from studying, we could engage in other activities. Ye Tian smiled and replied, Are you implying that we should capture that thief who visited your house together? Videl suddenly grasped his meaning. Ye Tian remarked, Videl, you seem a bit oblivious to the nuances. Is that truly what I meant? Do I require your assistance in apprehending the thief? I intend to capture her myself. I have a penchant for female thieves. Ye Tian, allow me to see your surveillance footage. I can assist the police in identifying her through facial recognition, Videl suggested. Are you certain you wish to see it? Ye Tian hesitated, as the footage was rather compromising. Compromising? Videl blinked in surprise. Very well, I shall show you, and to be honest, it is rather captivating. Ye Tian grinned as he retrieved his phone. Videl appeared puzzled. Captivating? Could it be that the intruder is a female thief? Driven by curiosity, Videl leaned closer to Ye Tian, peering at his phone screen. Ye Tian brought up the surveillance footage, and soon, Videl beheld a young woman, entirely unclad, wandering about in Ye Tian's home. The clarity of the surveillance footage was quite astonishing. Look, even enlarged, it remains crystal clear. Ye Tian remarked as he zoomed in on the image. There is no need to magnify it further. Videl's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Do you truly need to magnify it for a closer look? Is there such shamelessness in existence? Shouldn't such surveillance footage be promptly erased? Did you not save it deliberately? Huh? Is that not Miss Lazuli from downstairs? Even Biddy recognized number 18 at this moment. Yes, indeed. Ye Tian nodded. What on earth is she doing in your room during the day? Biddy expressed some confusion. The reason it is referred to as daytime is that the surveillance displays the time. At that moment, Ye Tian was in class. It seems rather bizarre that she is searching for my clothes to wear. Ye Tian switched the surveillance feed to the bedroom. Biddy then discovered that Lazuli was rummaging through Ye Tian's wardrobe, donning a set of men's clothing. Biddy remarked, a beautiful girl insists on wearing my clothes. To whom should I voice my grievances? Ye Tian sighed. Does she harbor some unspeakable secret? Biddy pondered, then countered, claiming that it is considered perverse for a boy to wear a girl's clothing, while a girl wearing a boy's attire does not count. What kind of logic is that? Are you preparing to advocate for women's rights? Ye Tian inquired. What women's rights? What do you mean? Biddy was perplexed. Never mind. It's no longer of significance. Ye Tian shook his head, indicating a lack of intent to explain. Let us go home first. How did she make her way to your house? Isn't there surveillance at your front door? Biddy asked. There is no time to dwell on such matters. Let us hurry home. Ye Tian replied. 20 minutes later, Ye Tian brought Biddy back to his residence. Upon returning home, Ye Tian noticed a considerable accumulation of dust. This should not be the case. The greenery in Satan City is relatively commendable. Even with the windows open all day, the amount of dust that enters the house is quite minimal. Yet now, there is quite a bit of dust settled, particularly in the living room. Ye Tian examined the living area. Why are there traces of transparent tape here? Biddy approached the spot where the floorboard had fallen and pointed at it. Ye Tian stepped forward and saw the floorboard adhered with transparent tape, leaving him utterly speechless. Did you cut a hole in our floor and then patch it up with transparent tape? You are truly remarkable. 18th. Hello, why not use some strong adhesive like 502? Is this material capable of forming a secure bond? Chapter 27. Being seated by Videl felt akin to having a hole cut into the floor. Videl stepped forward and gently pressed down. With a crack, the transparent adhesive loosened, and the floorboard plummeted downwards. Videl found herself with one leg suspended in midair, nearly falling alongside it. Ye Tian swiftly stepped forward and grasped Videl, preventing her from descending. You are indeed quite mischievous. You actually used your foot to stomp down. Bang! The fallen floorboard crashed heavily into the living room of House 18. Hey, is anyone there? Ye Tian called out loudly from the gap. Room 1002. House 18 had stepped out to buy some convenience food and had returned to lie on the bed watching television. It was not a good time for House 18 to shop for clothes. What if the newly purchased garments vanished again? Better to observe for a while. House 18 was munching on snacks while watching TV when suddenly, bang! A tremendous noise erupted from the living room as the floorboard fell from above. House 18 quickly got up and rushed to the living room. I forgot to buy strong adhesive to secure the floorboard. The transparent tape seems inadequate. Just as House 18 arrived in the living room, they noticed Ye Tian leaning over from upstairs, calling out if anyone was there. Am I not a person? House 18 huffed. You're home, Ye Tian greeted. Yes, House 18 nodded. Then I'll come down, Ye Tian said, leaping directly from the upper floor. With a thud, Ye Tian landed firmly on the ground. Wait, I'm coming down too, Videl exclaimed, also jumping from above. Thud. Videl miscalculated her landing and ended up straddling Ye Tian's neck, nearly sitting on his face. Ye Tian, Videl, House 18, the young girl is rather bold. Just yesterday, she maintained a certain distance from her classmate, and now their relationship has taken such an extraordinary turn? This position is truly unparalleled. Ahem, Videl. So you like this position, do you? Ye Tian chuckled. Quickly let me down. Videl's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Oh dear. I didn't find the right spot to land. How embarrassing. Ye Tian gently embraced Videl's slender waist, took a deep breath, and then set her down. Videl, what does it mean to take a deep breath? Her complexion was even more radiant than that of Dilly. Dilly felt utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, I recalled that I had urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for the day. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, Dilly turned and fled. Given the circumstances, It would be wise to make a hasty exit. Otherwise, all three of us would be engulfed in awkwardness. As Dilly opened the door, she prepared to depart immediately. Dilly, did you come to my house today merely to assert dominance over me? Ye Tian inquired. Silence, Dilly exclaimed before rushing out. I didn't say anything. Ye Tian scratched his head in confusion. I sensed double meanings in your words. I am equally bewildered. Dilly swiftly made her escape. Even at the moment of her departure, she caught Ye Tian's final remark. I didn't say anything. Dilly felt her entire being flush with warmth, as if she were a lobster nearing ripeness. What are you talking about? When I asked you to be silent, I did not mean it in the way you interpret it. Fortunately, I am not wearing a skirt today. Otherwise, it would have been quite something. Huh. Why was I even considering wearing a skirt? Videl, you are not thinking clearly. Videl vigorously tapped her own head and hurried downstairs, fleeing from this place. As for the matter of the mysterious hero, I shall investigate it thoroughly another day. After Videl departed, only Ye Tian and number 18 remained in the room. What is wrong with Videl? She seems rather shy, Ye Tian mused. Number 18 cast a dark look at Ye Tian. How could you possibly be unaware? Are you pretending to be naive in front of me as a middle school student? With arms crossed, the individual known as 18 stood aside, observing with a cold gaze. Without uttering a word, Miss Razily, are you not going to explain the incident regarding our floor? Ye Tian inquired, directing his attention towards 18. As you can see, the floor simply fell down. 18 replied with an air of calmness. Ye Tian responded, fell down on its own. Was it not you who cut it? This matter is better addressed to the developer. I too am a victim, 18 asserted confidently. It must have fallen while you were at school, crashing into my home and shattering our vase. I understand the reasoning, yet the floor appears as if it has been cut, Ye Tian pointed out, gesturing towards the floor. Cut. 18 chuckled. Do you suspect that I was responsible for the cutting? Who else could it be? Do you believe I possess the ability to cut the floor? And to do so precisely? 18 smiled faintly. I certainly do not have any tools at home. You, a mere middle school student, dare to challenge me? I could make you weep. Do you believe that? What you say holds a modicum of truth, Ye Tian acknowledged, seemingly convinced of his own folly. Now do you believe me? Number 18 inquired with a smile. Then what of the attire you wear? Ye Tian questioned. My attire? Is this not mine? Number 18 retorted. Though a hint of helplessness lingered in her heart, it was indeed a misstep. She had been preoccupied with purchasing snacks earlier. She ought to have procured herself a new outfit, at least one set. Alas, her finances had dwindled recently. How tragic it was. Earning money proved to be an arduous task. She was nearly devoid of funds for clothing. It was infuriating to think of the wretched individual who had deprived her of her garments. Should I ever catch you, I would ensure you were left utterly incapacitated. How detestable. Not even a bedsheet was spared. Those are my clothes, Ye Tian asserted. Now that they are upon me, they belong to me, number 18 countered. Very well, Ye Tian said, wiping away a tear. Number 18 was elated, her face beaming with pride. As a middle school student, you dare to engage in a debate with me. Have my words brought you to tears? Very well, the garments in my wardrobe remain unwashed. All have been worn closely against my skin. Ye Tian scratched his head, initially intending to offer you a fresh set, but since you insist that those are your clothes, I shall let it be. On the 18th, the expression on 18's face slightly altered. I mentioned that this outfit carries a particular odor. The masculine scent is rather pronounced. So, these are indeed unwashed garments. Do you really hang unwashed clothes in your wardrobe? 18 inquired, visibly irked. Chapter 28. 18 was incensed once more. Well, yes. I change my outfit daily and accumulate them for a week before tossing them all into the washing machine, Ye Tian replied. 18 chose to remain silent, even contemplating removing the attire he wore. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized he had donned this outfit for an entire day. What use would it be to remove it now? Moreover, what would he wear instead? Yet, returning to the matter at hand, what about your clothes? Ye Tian feigned ignorance. At that moment, 18 felt a twinge of pain. Surely, your clothes haven't all vanished? Ye Tian asked. Silence. 18 huffed. I haven't uttered a word, Ye Tian replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Your classmates are not present. 18 retorted angrily. Enough already. I originally came down to inform you that the resolution of our home surveillance cameras has reached 16K, Ye Tian remarked. Since you're not wearing clothes from our household, I shall say nothing more. 18 momentarily appeared stunned, her expression shifting dramatically. They have cameras? This is dreadful. How did I overlook such details? Are you implying that my attire, devoid of any clothing, has been captured by their surveillance? With a clarity of 16K? What does that even entail? Surely, one could discern even the finest hairs on my body. 18's expression darkened. Hand it over, she demanded, extending her hand. Rest assured, it has already been deleted. Ye Tian reassured her. I reviewed it several times to confirm it was indeed you. How many times have you watched it? Your face has turned crimson from holding back. Initially, I wasn't paying attention to faces and simply couldn't recognize you. Ye Tian Dao. The mindset of the 18th was utterly shattered at that moment. After watching several times, are you still focusing solely on appearances? Where exactly are your attentions directed? Are you certain that it has been deleted? The 18th is in disbelief. My girlfriend surpasses even what Dilly has discarded. Ye Tian sighed, lamenting the lost opportunity, reflecting that he should have made a backup. If you dare to create a backup, I shall not hold back. The 18th retorted angrily. I merely came to inform you. If your clothing is insufficient, I still have some available. Ye Tian offered. Humph. The 18th's chest heaved with frustration. This little brat truly infuriates me. Are you here to discuss matters concerning surveillance? Wait for it. Tomorrow, I shall utterly destroy all the surveillance cameras at your residence. That way, my unsightly image will vanish along with them. Want it? Even if you don't delete it. It serves no purpose. With a wave of his hand, Ye Tian glanced up at the hole in the ceiling. You don't intend to jump up there, do you? Inquired number 18. The floors of our apartment are not particularly high. It should be feasible to leap up. Ye Tian nodded. Then feel free, number 18 replied calmly. By the way, Ye Tian added as he prepared to depart, don't think about destroying the surveillance at my home when I go to school tomorrow. That would be futile. Akin to deleting a shortcut on a computer. You say what? I don't comprehend your meaning, number 18 responded, slightly taken aback. What shortcut? The storage for that surveillance is in the cloud, and only I possess the access rights. Even if you destroy the cameras, I can still retrieve the records from the cloud, Ye Tian asserted. Number 18 fell silent, contemplating the situation. This is quite troublesome. I must devise a plan to ascertain whether he has indeed deleted the surveillance footage. Perhaps I could disguise myself as a dark-clad figure to frighten him? Our home only has towels, though we lack black fabric or other garments. No. My masquerade as a dark figure should compel him to erase the footage? Indeed. I could easily impersonate a man and demand some appealing videos from him. That plan seems promising. If he dares present my videos, I shall break his legs. Perhaps I shall wait a couple of days. Acting today would be too conspicuous. With a gentle leap, Ye Tian effortlessly landed in his living room. Number 18 was momentarily stunned. This fellow has impressive jumping ability. He ascended with such ease. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Could he be a warrior acquainted with Sun Wukong and the others? Never mind, it matters not. As long as he is not a Scion or Piccolo, I can handle him. Upon returning home, Ye Tian pondered carefully and ultimately decided against removing number 18's clothing. That is my attire, after all. And it has yet to be washed. You must now bear my scent, right? Ha ha ha. Ye Tian's grin stretched from ear to ear. That night, in a fit of joy, Ye Tian ventured out again to eliminate numerous unnecessary items, thereby augmenting his experience points. At this rate, in approximately 9 days, I might ascend to the silver level of Erasure. Silver level Erasure. The physical strength has reached a staggering 1,000 times that of Frisia, signifying a combat power of 100 billion. The silver level Erasure capability now permits the annihilation of either an individual or an entire building. The term erasing a person likely refers to the totality of humanity. Regardless of one's might, a mere flick of the wrist could render one invisible, save for the divine. True deities, however, remain impervious to such obliteration. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence, as the awakening of that fellow Beerus is still a distant prospect. Even the Supreme Kai is of little concern. While I may not be able to erase you, I can certainly leave you battered and bruised, provided you dare provoke me. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma addressed Gohan. The transformation suit is not yet complete. Please bear with me a moment longer. I was delayed this afternoon. My apologies. Not a problem, Gohan replied with a smile, casually inquiring, how much longer until it's ready? Only the helmet remains, Bulma responded. Your mother mentioned that a green helmet wouldn't suit you, so I'm changing the color. That's all right. Maybe we can set the helmet aside for now? Gohan replied, a hint of concern in his voice. What is troubling you? Bulma asked. I might be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Gohan confessed. Really? You intend to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. Why? I have a classmate who is the daughter of Mr. Satan, Gohan explained. Mr. Satan? Isn't he the one who hindered us during our battle with Cell? Bulma pondered. I heard that Satan City was named after him, but I never imagined his daughter would be your classmate. Chapter 29. The voice from heaven. Actually, she is a kind-hearted girl, possessing a strong sense of justice. And she would never let a villain escape easily, Gohan continued. However, she has uncovered my identity because that mysterious hero transferred my clothing, and I inadvertently exposed myself in front of Videl. That is indeed quite unfortunate, Bulma remarked sympathetically, nodding. She stated that if I do not participate in the tournament with her, she would reveal my identity to my classmates, Gohan added, visibly distressed. Have you found the so-called mysterious hero? Bulma inquired. I'm still searching. Videl is also lending her assistance, Gohan replied. Videl is indeed Mr. Satan's daughter, correct? Bulma asked. Yes, Gohan confirmed with a nod. This mysterious sorcerer is truly a vexing issue, Bulma lamented. If all else fails, we may need to consult the Dragon Balls for guidance. I fear I lack the time to seek the Dragon Balls, especially with my recent coursework being rather demanding. Son Gohan remarked. It is evident that Vegeta would not engage in such a mundane endeavor. He has no intention of seeking the Dragon Balls. Bulma shook her head. It's all right. I will continue to keep an eye on the matters concerning the sorcerer. Son Gohan continued. Moreover, Aunt Bulma, you cannot wear a helmet or protective gear at the World Martial Arts Tournament, so your lack of a helmet actually simplifies things. Let us see if there is something that can serve as a substitute. With that, Bulma produced an orange headband and placed it upon Son Gohan's head. This should still be recognizable, right? Son Gohan glanced into the mirror. Now, put on these sunglasses, Bulma suggested. Son Gohan accepted the sunglasses and donned them. Now, it will be hard to recognize me. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, right? Bulma smiled. Go back and tell Chi-Chi that this time I Haven Tea prepared a green hat for you. Haha, Aunt Bulma, you jest. I don't have a girlfriend. So even if I wore a green hat, it wouldn't matter. Son Gohan chuckled, appearing quite unconcerned. But what if you do have one in the future? What if your girlfriend is taken away and Chi-Chi blames me for it? Bulma replied. That won't happen. Son Gohan shook his head just as he spotted Trunks passing by and waved to him. So, Trunks, how do you like my outfit? Don't I look cool? I'm not sure, Trunks replied expressionlessly. If you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, regardless of how you conceal your strength, you would easily defeat your opponents. It's rather dull. Bulma chuckled. Indeed, that is what I think as well, yet Videl insists that I participate. Son Gohan sighed. If there is no other choice, I will just pretend to lose to her. Since that is the case, if you enter the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will too. Vegeta approached from a distance. Wearing a confident smile, Son Gohan paused, adjusting his sunglasses to gaze deeply at Vegeta. In the past, there was a significant gap in our strength, but what about now? Vegeta smiled. While you enjoy peace, I have been tirelessly honing my skills. How can you say that when you don't even work? You spend your days training. Bulma interjected with a huff. Are all Saiyans like Goku, disinclined to work? Vegeta retorted. Your family is already the wealthiest in the world. Do you truly need me to work for money? Bulma responded defiantly. Even if our family is the wealthiest, there are still others striving to surpass us. If we were to lose our title as the world's richest, it would be quite embarrassing. Vegeta fell silent. As long as there is enough money to spend, why must one strive for first place? It's akin to your warrior race, always competing over who is superior. Bulma and Vegeta, your words seem to hold a semblance of truth. I shall refrain from countering you. How splendid. Father intends to engage in battle with brother Gohan. Trunks is equally exhilarated. I too wish to partake. At that moment, another voice unexpectedly resonated within the room. Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Vegeta exhibited a hint of surprise. Bulma looked up at the sky, her expression tinged with excitement. Trunks, however, wore a look of confusion. Who is speaking? Is it Father? Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears. It is indeed Father's voice. Kakarot? Vegeta suddenly grasped the situation. Father? Is that you? Gohan eagerly inquired. It is I. It has been a long time. Greetings to all. The voice of Goku echoed once more. Father, are you in good health? Gohan joyfully asked. Goku replied, Cough. I am but a spirit now. Gohan responded. I should not have asked that. Can you truly participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Gohan quickly shifted the topic. I requested Grandma Crystal to grant me a day, hence I chose that date, Goku explained. And aren't you and Vegeta participating as well? I too shall join. Splendid, truly splendid. Gohan excitedly raised his arms. Trunks appeared perplexed. Who is that person? Is he your father? I await your return, Kakarot. Vegeta smiled. You must be prepared. I am not as I once was. Likewise. Vegeta, Goku replied with a smile. Then let us meet at the World Martial Arts Tournament. With that, Goku ended the call. How wonderful, Gohan. Shouldn't you swiftly share this joyous news with Mother, Goten, and Krillin? Bulma suggested. Indeed. Gohan was filled with excitement and anticipation. This shall be quite the commotion. Vegeta scoffed. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, you should wear something special to avoid being recognized, Gohan proposed. I shall not wear anything. I fear not the exposure of my identity. Vegeta retorted. I shall take my leave now. Gohan waved. What of the matter regarding the magician? Vegeta inquired. It is difficult to locate. I shall remain vigilant, Gohan replied, and then soared out through the window. Farewell, brother Gohan. Trunks waved. Goodbye. Gohan nodded and descended into the sky. Chapter 30. Perhaps the magician will also participate in the tournament. Gohan first arrived at the island where Master Roshi resides. Krillin continues to live alongside Master Roshi. Goku is coming to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? How marvelous. Krillin was filled with excitement. Uncle Krillin, why have you grown your hair? Gohan was taken aback. What are you talking about, Gohan? Krillin rolled his eyes. I had hair before. I just shaved it all off. Why the sudden decision to grow it out? I still think you look better bald, Uncle Krillin, Gohan remarked, studying Krillin intently. What do you know? Krillin huffed. Letting out a sigh? I'm growing my hair to attract a girlfriend. I still don't have one. There's no need to rush, Uncle Krillin. I don't have a girlfriend either, Gohan comforted him. Is that how you comfort someone? Krillin retorted. How old are you? And how old am I? By the way, I recall that Uncle Krillin has a fondness for Android 18. Suddenly, Gohan thought of her. Previously, he had even speculated that the mysterious disappearance might be linked to Android 17 or 18. Now, he seizes the opportunity to inquire about 18's whereabouts, as this matter could very well be connected to the androids. Let bygones be bygones. Krillin replied with irritation. Does Uncle Krillin know where 18 resides? Gohan asked. I do not know, nor do I wish to find out. Krillin shook his head. My aspirations are modest. I simply seek a charming girlfriend. Gohan, isn't that a modest request? Remarked Krillin, as he too expressed his desire for a more attractive girlfriend. The old Master Roshi chimed in. Son Gohan fell silent. Master Roshi, given your age, what do you need a girlfriend for? Krillin retorted with irritation. Krillin, tomorrow you shall continue your milk delivery. Master Roshi huffed, his beard bristling. You've truly lost your way, young man. Krillin silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Pray tell, what have you been doing all these years? Master Roshi exclaimed in frustration. Do you even have a job? Have you been living off your parents all this time? Krillin, feeling ashamed, lowered his head under Master Roshi's reprimand. Never mind you for now, Master Roshi huffed. Speaking of which, it has been an eternity since I last saw Goku. I wish to participate in the martial arts tournament, but if Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta enter, I stand no chance of victory. Krillin lamented. You should participate. There are cash prizes for the top 5, suggested Son Gohan. How much are the prizes? Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with interest. The champion receives 10 million. The runner-up 5 million. Third place 3 million. Fourth place 2 million. And fifth place 1 million, Son Gohan elaborated. Krillin, do join. I shall participate as well. Master Roshi immediately encouraged him. Master Roshi, your time has passed. It would be best for you to refrain from joining the fray, Krillin replied. Have you forgotten who taught you your martial arts? Master Roshi retorted sharply. Well, that's a bit awkward, Krillin chuckled sheepishly. Are you truly considering entering, Master Roshi? Son Gohan inquired. I was merely speaking casually. This is a competition for the youth. I shan't partake, Master Roshi shook his head. Gohan, you mustn't tell Uncle Piccolo about this, or my chances of placing in the top 5 will diminish, Krillin warned. That cannot happen, Son Gohan shook his head. I won't tell anyone, but I must inform Uncle Piccolo. Speaking of which, why are you dressed so peculiarly? Krillin asked curiously. What do you mean, Uncle Krillin? Is my outfit not stylish? Son Gohan responded, hands on his hips. No wonder Uncle Krillin struggles to find a girlfriend. His taste has clearly deteriorated. Krillin felt a pang of hurt at that moment. What are you saying, young man? Do not use my lack of a girlfriend as your cautionary tale. I shall take my leave now. Son Gohan waved and swiftly departed from Master Roshi's island. Shortly thereafter, Son Gohan arrived at the Earth's sacred temple. Uncle Piccolo, have you found the missing car? Son Gohan inquired. Not yet. Piccolo shook his head. I will keep a close eye on this matter. If it truly was the work of a sorcerer. Very well, Son Gohan nodded. Did you come to see me just for this matter? Piccolo inquired once more. No, There is one more crucial matter, Gohan replied. Dad is coming back to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but he can only return for one day. Uncle Piccolo, will you also compete in the tournament? Oh, is that so? Old son is coming back. Piccolo's face brightened, and he nodded in agreement, saying, very well. I shall participate. Dandy, what about you? Will you join us? Gohan asked Dandy. I shall refrain from participating. I am not a combat-oriented Namekian. Dandy shook his head in response. Then, Uncle Piccolo, I shall head home now, Gohan said. If I am to compete in the tournament, I need to train diligently for a while. Otherwise, I might not have time to search for that magician. Perhaps that magician might also take part in the tournament. Piccolo casually remarked. If he enters the tournament, we will undoubtedly find him. Gohan nodded. However, as it stands, the so-called mysterious hero has yet to commit any malevolent acts. His actions seem primarily focused on upholding justice. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant, Piccolo pondered. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Is that so? We certainly need to exercise caution, Gohan replied gravely, nodding in agreement. Best return home early, Gohan. It's getting late, Piccolo remarked. All right, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan waved goodbye and departed from the Earth's sacred temple, soaring towards home. As he journeyed, Gohan fell into deep contemplation. I must take some time off. Otherwise, being eliminated in the first round would be quite embarrassing. After all, I was once the strongest in the world. No. It wouldn't be excessive to call myself the strongest in the universe. But will Mom agree? That evening, during dinner. What? Goku is returning to Earth to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi exclaimed, a mix of surprise and excitement flooding her. Why am I only hearing about such an important matter now? Gohan hurriedly continued eating. How wonderful, Goten, you will have a day to reunite with Dad, Chi-Chi said, affectionately ruffling Goten's hair. Goten looked utterly bewildered. How unfortunate. I am the only one growing old, Chi-Chi lamented. Goku won't age in heaven, will he? I should visit a beauty salon. It has been how many years since I last went? 7 years? Time truly flies. Chapter 31, Videli's Invitation Mom. I also wish to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. May I? Gohan cautiously inquired. The champion receives a prize of 10 million zeni. And the runner-up gets 5 million. 10 million zeni? Chi-Chi gasped, her eyes sparkling with dollar signs, and immediately agreed. Gohan, do hurry and enter. You and Goku could earn 15 million zeni. The outcome has yet to be decided, Gohan replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Absolutely not. You and your father must have one person who can achieve the championship, Chi-Chi asserted. However, this means I will have to temporarily suspend my studies for special training. Sun Wukong mumbled. It's all right. Focus on your training. You can catch up on your studies later, Chi-Chi replied. Sun Wukong felt a slight relief. Is it really that simple for my mother to agree? This is truly a blessing from above. Chi-Chi clasped her hands in prayer. My father left behind very little property, and I am worried about making ends meet. That evening, Sun Wutian, from tomorrow onwards, you should train alongside your brother, Sun Wukong suggested to Sun Wutian. All right. Sun Wutian readily agreed. The next day, Ye Tian intentionally waited at the corner for Videl, eager to accompany her to school. Before long, he spotted Videl approaching, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Videl, over here. Ye Tian waved at her. Videl initially intended to avoid him, but upon noticing his gesture, she felt it would be impolite to ignore him. Blushing, she walked over. The moment Videl laid eyes on Ye Tian, memories of the previous day's events at his home with Zeely flooded her mind. Moreover, she couldn't help but recall the deeply moving moment when she had been perched on Ye Tian's face, particularly how he had taken a deep breath just as he set her down. As you inhaled, a refreshing chill swept through me. Videl, blushing, stepped forward. Good morning. Ye Tian greeted. Ah, good morning, Ye Tian. Videl, too shy to raise her head, responded with a flushed face. Shall we walk to school together? Proposed Ye Tian. Videl replied. The two walked side by side. Did you sleep well last night? Ye Tian inquired. Not at all, Videl admitted. I had a night full of strange dreams, involving some indescribable activities with you. The recollection of last night's dream deepened the crimson hue on Videl's cheeks, while her heart raced. You won't believe it, but I dreamed of you last night, Ye Tian remarked. Videl gently lifted her head to gaze at him, playfully pointing at her own nose. Yes, I dreamed of you. Ye Tian confirmed. What did you dream about? Videl asked softly. The scene was rather peculiar, so please don't be upset, Ye Tian cautioned. You didn't dream of anything inappropriate, did you? Videl huffed. I assure you, This dream held no such implications. Ye Tian guaranteed. That's a relief. Go ahead. I want to be angry. Videl sighed in relief. As long as it's not that kind of dream, feel free to share. Well, I dreamed of you slaughtering pigs, Ye Tian stated. Why was your dream so strange? Do I seem like a girl who slaughters pigs? Videl glared at Ye Tian, exasperated. And then, she probed, noticing that Ye Tian had paused. The pig actually managed to escape, Ye Tian continued. The pig ran away? Videl was taken aback, pondering that perhaps the pig sensed its impending fate and desperately tried to flee. Indeed, Ye Tian affirmed, nodding vigorously. That pig ran incredibly fast, with you hot on its heels. So I really became a pig slayer? If it ran away, it means it was meant to live, Videl pouted. After all, it was just a dream. Given your family's status, losing a pig isn't a big deal, Ye Tian replied. Did I catch up to that pig? Videl inquired. You chased it for quite some time, eventually cornering it in a dead end, Ye Tian recounted. And then? Did I kill the pig? Videl asked eagerly. You were just about to strike when the pig suddenly knelt down, Ye Tian revealed. Kneeling in surrender? Videl laughed, finding the dream rather amusing. After kneeling, the pig even spoke, Ye Tian added. What did it say? Videl asked, her curiosity piqued. The pig recited a line of poetry, Ye Tian replied. What poetry? Curiosity enveloped Videl even more. We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm one another? Ye Tian spoke eloquently. You are the pig. You are the pig. Videl exclaimed in exasperation. You are truly adorable, Videl. Ye Tian replied with a smile, and your angry demeanor is quite charming. Humph. Videl huffed. Ye Tian and Videl exchanged laughter, gradually allowing yesterday's events to fade from her mind. Yet, for reasons unknown, each time Videl observed Ye Tian inhale, an odd sensation coursed through her. Am I enchanted? Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, a new day commenced. The bell rang to signal the start of class. Alicia lightly tapped the bespectacled boy seated in front of her. Where's Gohan? Has he gone to the restroom again? Alicia inquired playfully. The bespectacled boy replied, No. I just passed by the teacher's office and overheard the homeroom teacher mention that Gohan seems to have taken an extended leave. He's on leave? Alicia was taken aback. Videl, upon hearing this, glanced towards Gohan's seat. What could Gohan possibly be doing on leave? Could it be for the World Martial Arts Tournament? Should I also take a leave to train? If I were to lose to Gohan, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? She resolved to inquire with the teacher later. Ye Tian was aware of Gohan's whereabouts, but chose not to disclose them. After the first class concluded, Videl approached the teacher to inquire about Gohan. Indeed, Gohan had taken a long leave 1 month. Videl calculated the time and realized that precisely 1 month later would be the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is Gohan planning to train diligently at home? Subsequently, Videl sought out Ye Tian. Are you busy, Ye Tian? She asked. Me? Ye Tian was momentarily perplexed, unsure why Videl posed such a question. You were present yesterday when I mentioned the World Martial Arts Tournament to Gohan. He has taken a month off to prepare for it, Videl explained. Chapter 32. Steady, steady, how serious can it be? You make a valid point. I think similarly. Ye Tian nodded. You must have noticed that Gohan can fly, while I cannot, Videl sighed. So, you wish to learn to fly alongside Gohan? Ye Tian inquired. Indeed. Videl nodded, then looked up at Ye Tian and added, I would like you to accompany me. Very well, then, it is a delightful decision. I, too, wish to learn how to soar through the skies, Ye Tian responded. Are you truly so willing to agree? I thought you would refuse to accompany me. Shall we now go and request leave from the teacher? Suggested Videl. Indeed, let us ask for leave too. Engage in some private matters, Ye Tian nodded. Videl wiped the sweat from her brow. Could you refrain from making such jokes? Videl's expression darkened. It's nothing, nothing at all. It no longer matters. Ye Tian smiled reassuringly. Subsequently, Ye Tian and Videl arrived at the homeroom teacher's office. Teacher, Videl, and I would like to request leave to engage in private activities. Videl's face flushed instantly upon speaking. The teacher was taken aback, remaining speechless for an extended moment. When did Videl and Ye Tian become so close? Clearing her throat, the teacher continued. You are both already over 16. As a teacher, it is not my place to interfere in your personal matters. However, you are still quite young, and I urge you to take appropriate precautions. The consequences of an unplanned pregnancy can be quite severe, particularly for young women. The teacher earnestly advised. Videl was on the verge of tears, while Ye Tian secretly reveled in the amusement of the situation. How could you have led me into such a predicament? Videl exclaimed. Teacher, that's not what I meant. I intend to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament a month from now, and I am requesting leave to train diligently, she hurriedly clarified. No need to explain. I understand perfectly. I have been through similar experiences, the teacher replied with a knowing smile. Teacher, it's not as you think. Videl felt at a loss for words. Both of you are taking a month off? The teacher suddenly regained focus and inquired. Yes, that's about right. Videl nodded. This isn't merely a getaway. It seems more like a honeymoon, isn't it? The teacher remarked, momentarily speechless. Have you two actually tied the knot? Teacher, we are truly preparing for battle, Videl said. Nearly on the verge of tears. Preparing for battle? Indeed, it is a preparation for battle. The teacher nodded. Does Mr. Satan know of this? Please. Let us not inform my father about such matters, Videl said, both amused and exasperated. I see. The youth of today often prefer to secretly obtain their marriage licenses, hoping to surprise their parents. Am I correct? The teacher mused. It's quite acceptable. We live in a different era now, and such things are hardly scandalous. Videl covered her forehead, opting for silence. This only complicates matters further, she thought. The teacher graciously approved their request. However, soon after, the teacher contacted Mr. Satan and delicately conveyed the situation regarding Videl and Ye Tian. As an educator, it was her responsibility to inform the parents about such occurrences. Though you are now in high school, you have yet to fully step into the world beyond, she reflected. Once outside, Videl turned to Ye Tian and asked, Why don't you explain yourself? You remain utterly silent. Is my explanation of any consequence? Ye Tian shrugged, remarking, Haven't you already explained? The situation only grows murkier. Your assertion carries a semblance of reason. Videl pondered thoughtfully. Regardless, we are both innocent, are we not? Truly innocent? Ye Tian inquired with a smile directed at Videl. In that moment, Videl recalled the scenario of sitting atop Ye Tian's face, and curiously, Ye Tian inhaled deeply, a chill coursing through him. This sensation, oh, how it lingered, yet she hesitated to articulate it. What nonsense are you spouting? Videl huffed, follow me. With that, she took the lead, striding towards the rooftop. Are we really ready to depart? Ye Tian asked, taken aback. What else? I have a feeling our teacher will surely inform my father, and should he find out, he would undoubtedly storm into the school. And you would be the one in dire straits. Videl scoffed. Why am I the one in trouble? Why don't you think your father would be the one in peril? Ye Tian retorted firmly. Videl. What do you mean? Do I sense that you believe you could best my father? Enough with the banter. She ceased her chatter, gripping Ye Tian's hand as they hastened towards the rooftop. Upon arrival, Videl casually retrieved a multifunctional capsule helicopter and tossed it into the air. Bang! The capsule transformed into a jet helicopter. Hurry aboard, Videl urged, pulling Ye Tian onto the helicopter. Whoosh! The helicopter ascended into the sky, swiftly heading towards Bowsy Mountain. Just as Videl and Ye Tian departed, Mr. Satan rushed to the school. What? They've already left? Off to a hotel? Mr. Satan exclaimed, both astonished and furious, grinding his teeth. Which scoundrel dares to abscond with my daughter? I shall not let him go unpunished. During their flight, Videl piloted the helicopter while Ye Tian lounged in the co-pilot's seat. Ye Tian, what are your thoughts on the mysterious disappearance of those items? Videl smiled charmingly, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Ye Tian replied, Are you employing your charms now? Is it merely to uncover the mastermind behind it all? Haven't I already conveyed this to you? Why do you still make me repeat myself? It seems someone has erased those things, Ye Tian remarked with a smile. Classmate Wu Fan suggested that a sorcerer has transferred those items. Videl contemplated. His assertion appeared to hold some validity, as Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Let us refrain from discussing what has vanished. If it is gone, let it be, Videl suggested. Ye Tian scoffed. Let us converse about matters of greater significance instead. What could be deemed more significant? Videl inquired. For instance, when will you wear a dress? Ye Tian posed the question. Why would I wear a dress? Videl was taken aback. When you don a dress, you can leap from my house to Lazilis, Ye Tian responded. Ah, Videl exclaimed, as if someone had trodden on her tail. The helicopter hovered above, shifting directions back and forth. Steady now, it's not a big deal, Ye Tian remarked. Chapter 33, Videl. Do you enjoy playing basketball? Videl's face turned as red as an apple. Is this how you engage in conversation? Do you wish for me to don a dress and return once more? Perhaps you might as well say that I don't even wear a skirt, she mused. Oh, how did my thoughts stray again? What have you been contemplating lately, Videl? Videl was engulfed in profound self-reproach. I no longer wish to converse with you. She huffed. Well, it's quite all right. Typically, when a girl is silent, it signifies something, you understand, Ye Tian remarked. What do you mean? Videl was perplexed. Look down, Videl, there's a grove of banana trees. Do you wish to partake? Ye Tian pointed towards the thicket below. Videl, equally bewildered, glanced down but failed to spot any banana trees. Do you enjoy bananas? Ye Tian inquired. Yes, Videl nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Ye Tian replied, nodding vigorously. Videl, what do you truly mean? When I expressed my fondness for bananas, why did you nod so enthusiastically? After all, Videl is merely a naive young girl, unaware of such complexities. Recently, I overheard someone discussing a basketball program, which was quite amusing, Ye Tian remarked. Basketball? Videl was taken aback once more. The rapid shift in topics is rather astonishing. How many brain cores must I possess to keep pace with your rhythm? How does one play basketball? Videl inquired curiously. Since we have ample time on the journey, it would take several hours to fly from here to Baozi Mountain. One person remarked, some individuals enjoy kissing the hoop while playing basketball. I find this rather commendable. Provided that the hoop is exclusively mine and not one of those public courts where one might indiscriminately kiss the rim, Ye Tian explained. Videl appeared even more perplexed. Do all you boys enjoy kissing the hoop while playing basketball? She asked. Ye Tian nodded vigorously in affirmation. Why have I never witnessed this? Videl scratched her head in confusion. Such antics are typically reserved for private moments. One cannot perform them in front of outsiders, Ye Tian smiled. The hoop is so high. How does one even kiss it? Videl struggled to comprehend. There are ways, Ye Tian assured her. Videl fell into a thoughtful silence. Ye Tian, are you skilled at basketball? She queried. I am indeed quite proficient, Ye Tian replied with a serious nod. Videl scrutinized him. Why does your nod seem somewhat peculiar to me? Do you also enjoy kissing the hoop? She pressed further. I do, Ye Tian responded. Next time. Let me see you kiss the hoop, Videl smiled. All right. You should be able to see from this angle, Ye Tian replied. Angle? See? I don't understand what you were saying, Videl admitted. You will understand in due time, Ye Tian chuckled. What else did that person say? Videl inquired again. It's time for some knowledge. He mentioned that the hoop turns black due to the passage of time, and it is not related to the number of baskets made. Ye Tian explained. Can the hoop really turn black? Videl asked with curiosity. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. So, Ye Tian, can you dunk? Videl inquired. I thoroughly enjoy layups, but I adore dunks even more. The sensation is simply exhilarating, Ye Tian remarked. Videl pondered. Why does it seem to me that there is something amiss in your basketball narrative? Yet she could not quite articulate her thoughts. At Baozi Mountain, deep within the forest, Sun Wukong brought his brother Goten to this area. First, let us transform into Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong declared, as golden light radiated from him. His hair standing upright as he achieved the Super Saiyan form, smiling gently at Goten. Shall we begin? Absolutely, Goten raised his hand in agreement. Sun Wukong gathered a large handful of stones and piled them together. I haven't trained in quite some time. My body has grown somewhat stiff. I must first make my body agile again. As Son Gohan spoke, he drew a line on the ground with his foot and addressed his brother, Son Goten, saying, Goten, stand here and throw the stone at me. Understood. Son Goten stepped forward and picked up a stone. All right, let's do this. Son Gohan stood about 3 meters away from him. Huh? Brother, is it really okay from this distance? Son Goten asked, taken aback. Ha ha ha, we could actually get even closer. This distance is nearly perfect, Son Gohan confidently replied. Is that so? Won't you get hurt? Son Goten inquired. Not at all. Just throw it with all your might. Son Gohan smiled encouragingly. Then I'll throw it, Son Goten declared. Go ahead. Son Gohan prepared himself. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, Son Goten immediately hurled the stone. The stone hurtled towards Son Gohan's face at astonishing speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Son Gohan mustered all his strength to narrowly evade the stone's trajectory. Boom. The stone struck the mountain behind Son Gohan, causing rocks to tumble down, echoing with a resounding crash. Son Gohan was utterly astonished. Wow, that was impressive, brother. Son Goten grinned playfully. Son Gohan turned to look at his younger brother, utterly unprepared for the strength Goten had displayed. I'll throw again, Son Goten exclaimed, gathering a pile of stones, ready to continue. Wait, Goten, take a break. Son Gohan waved his hand and promptly drew another line on the ground with a stick. Son Goten paused, puzzled. Let's start throwing from here, Son Gohan suggested. Hee hee. Without hesitation, Son Goten began to hurl the stones towards Son Gohan once more. At this distance, evading the stones became significantly easier for Son Gohan, especially since he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Son Goten remained in his normal state. As time passed, Son Gohan's initially stiff body gradually relaxed. All right, I've gotten used to it. We can go a bit closer, he said, stepping nearer to Son Goten while dodging the incoming stone attacks. Brother, can I also look like you? Son Goten paused in his stone throwing, pointing to himself with curiosity. Oh, like me? Is that what you mean? Son Gohan responded, momentarily confused by his brother's question. I mean, the appearance of a Super Saiyan, Son Goten clarified. Haha. Of course you can, but it might be a bit challenging for you, Son Gohan replied. Son Gohan chuckled, recognizing that it requires arduous training to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. When Uncle Vegeta attained his Super Saiyan form, he exerted considerable effort. I too have labored diligently in the small confines of spirit and time alongside my father for an extended period. And it was only with great difficulty that I achieved the transformation. Chapter 34. Bardock. Who is it that speaks of me? With a resounding crack, a golden aura erupted from Son Goten, his hair standing on end as he seamlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan was left utterly speechless. When did you learn to transform into a Super Saiyan? He inquired, astonished. Oh, I seem to have forgotten when I learned it, Son Goten replied, scratching his head. How incredible, Son Gohan mused, reflecting on the arduous journey that both he and their deceased father undertook to attain the Super Saiyan state. Isn't that right, Uncle Vegeta? Son Goten, still scratching his head, asked. Is this transformation difficult? It feels like Trunks and I can easily achieve it. Would you like to spar with your brother? Son Gohan asked. Do you know what sparring is? Yes, Mom taught me while you were at school, Son Goten responded. Does Mom know you can transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan questioned. She does. But she said I look like a naughty child and doesn't want me to transform like that anymore, Son Goten explained. Haha, that's because Mom doesn't like Super Saiyans. Son Gohan laughed, though his expression soon turned serious. Come on, Goten, let's engage in a battle. All right, Son Goten nodded, rushing towards Son Gohan. With a flurry of blows, a fierce battle erupted in the mountainous terrain. Son Gohan primarily adopted a defensive stance. As the fight progressed, he noticed that his younger brother's attacks were intensifying, even beginning to sting upon impact. With a swift motion, Son Gohan launched himself into the sky. That's not fair, brother, Son Goten shouted from below. How can you fly? What's the matter? Can't you fly? You can transform into a Super Saiyan, can't you? Son Gohan remarked, bewildered. I still can't fly, Son Goten admitted. Son Gohan responded. You've become a Super Saiyan and yet cannot fly? What is going on? Just then, Son Gohan heard the distant sound of an aircraft overhead. Turning his gaze, he spotted Bulma's jet. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that besides Bulma, another figure occupied the aircraft. Was that not his classmate, Ye Tian? Ye Tian has also arrived, presumably accompanying Videl. I recall that Videl requested me to teach her the art of aerial movement. This is fortuitous, as it allows her to learn alongside Ye Tian, thus simplifying my task. Ye Tian, look, this is Baozi Mountain, Videl remarked to him. This is the farthest I've ever traveled, Ye Tian expressed with awe. Really? Have you never left Satan City? Videl inquired, taken aback. No. The farthest I've gone is about 1,000 kilometers from Satan City, Ye Tian replied. Hee hee, today I'll take you out to broaden your horizons, Videl laughed, adding. Just ahead is Gohan's home. You intend to learn flight techniques? Ye Tian pondered. Yes, but I wonder how long it will take me to master it. Videl responded. With your talent, it should not be a challenge, Ye Tian smiled. Is that so? You think my talent is exceptional, don't you? Videl asked softly. In truth, I would prefer to play basketball. Girls should learn the skills of basketball. Why must one resort to martial arts? Ye Tian lamented. Basketball, huh? I'll give it a try when the opportunity arises, Videl nodded. Shall we play some street basketball? Ye Tian suggested. Noting that the jungle below was deserted, making it quite suitable for the game, even a kiss with the hoop would go unnoticed. I sense there is more to your words, Videl remarked. I actually quite like blue hoops, although the color is a bit unusual, it's worth a try. Ye Tian mused. A blue hoop? Videl responded, slightly surprised. I've never seen a blue one. Most hoops are red, aren't they? Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. You possess a profound understanding of basketball. Is there something particularly special about the blue hoop? Videl curiously inquired. I'm uncertain of its uniqueness. But it does present a challenge. Perhaps scoring in the blue hoop is inherently more difficult, Ye Tian pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The image of Bardos flickering through his mind. Is it truly more challenging to score in the blue hoop? Is it due to its size? Videl asked. I cannot say whether it is small or not, but I believe that scoring in the blue hoop carries a certain risk. A single misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ye Tian replied. One can indeed create crises even while playing basketball. Videl shook his head. In the 6th universe, on planet Xiangpa Achu, Bardos sneezed again. Bardos, what has been troubling you lately? Why are you sneezing once more? Xiangpa inquired with curiosity. I cannot say, Bardos replied, shaking her head. I have an odd feeling that someone is speaking of me. Who could possess such audacity? We must find them, and once located, I shall ensure their destruction, Xiangpa declared, rolling up his sleeves in preparation. Meanwhile, Bardos, wielding her staff, meticulously searched for the individual who coveted her. Bardos felt an unsettling sensation. Initially, I believe this person merely wished to befriend me. Yet, why do I now sense their intentions have grown increasingly audacious? Who could it be? Such is the mystique of angels. Even across an entire universe, Bardos could sense someone coveting her, and their audacity seemed to escalate. After a thorough search, Bardos found nothing. Did you find them? Xiangpa inquired, disappointment evident on his face. No, Bardos replied, shaking her head. It may indeed be that I am overthinking this. It is not an impossible scenario, Xiangpa mused. Let it be, Bardos said, shaking her head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Perhaps I truly am overthinking it. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain, Sun Gohan descended from the sky, appearing before Sun Wu Tian. Wu Tian, my classmates will soon arrive. Do not let them witness your true prowess, Sun Gohan advised, particularly regarding your Super Saiyan form. That must remain concealed. Will they think I am a bad child? Sun Wu Tian earnestly asked. Indeed, Sun Gohan nodded. Let us return home first. Agreed, Sun Wu Tian responded. Whoosh, whoosh. The two swiftly navigated through the forest. Wu Tian's combat talent is remarkable. It astonished me, Sun Gohan reflected, never imagining Wu Tian would be so formidable. With diligent training, you two could participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 35, Learning the Art of Flight. Really? Sun Wu Tian's face lit up with anticipation, adding. Yet Trunks is even stronger than I. We often engage in combat games together. Do you also engage in such games? Sun Wukong momentarily appeared dazed. If this continues, I shall be surpassed by these youngsters. I must diligently train. At Sun Wukong's residence, a jet helicopter belonging to Videl descended outside. Both Videl and Ye Tian disembarked simultaneously. This must be Wukong's home. It is indeed quite remote, Videl remarked, yet the surroundings are rather pleasant. Indeed. Ye Tian nodded. You're not contemplating playing basketball here, are you? Videl inquired. How could one play basketball here? It is hardly suitable, Ye Tian quickly replied. Videl approached and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Chi-Chi emerged from within, greeting the visitors at the threshold. Who are you two? Chi-Chi asked. Hello, Auntie. We are classmates of Wukong. My name is Videl, and this is Ye Tian. We have come to see Wukong, Videl explained. Oh, you are here to see Wukong? Chi-Chi expressed no suspicion. He has gone to train in the mountains. Please, come inside. No need, Auntie. We can wait for him outside, Ye Tian replied. Would you like something to eat? Chi-Chi inquired politely. Auntie, there is no need to be so courteous, Videl added. As they conversed, Sun Wukong and Sun Wu Tian returned from outside, greeting them from afar. Hello, Ye Tian and Videl. I didn't expect you to find your way here, Sun Wukong waved. I heard you took a long leave from school this morning, Videl responded. Yes. The World Martial Arts Tournament is just a month away, Sun Wukong candidly said. I wish to make the most of this month to train. It would be embarrassing to lose in the first round. Hee, then you must do your best and cannot lose to me, Videl smiled. Ye Tian swiftly pulled Videl behind him. Videl, can we refrain from such confidence? Who granted you this assurance that you can defeat Sun Wukong? Even I, with my physical strength having reached 100 times that of Frisia, would not necessarily stand a chance against Sun Wukong in a genuine battle without employing my annihilation technique. Why are you pulling me? Videl whispered. Videl, you are the strongest. With me here, I will always support you, Ye Tian said, his expression grave. Indeed. Videl is my girlfriend. If I do not cherish her, who will? If, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Videl were to encounter and engage in combat with Son Gohan, I would not mind witnessing Gohan suffer a resounding defeat. Furthermore, I intend to play basketball with Videl. It is essential to cultivate an appreciation for the sport. What a fine young lady. Why would she need to practice martial arts? By the way, Gohan, you promised to teach me the art of flight, did you not? Videl interjected. Ah, of course, that is not an issue. Gohan nodded in agreement. Gohan, are the two of you also participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi inquired. I presume that Ye Tian will not be joining, correct? Gohan glanced towards Ye Tian. Participating is not out of the question, Ye Tian replied with a slight smile. Oh, you too, Ye Tian? Videl was taken aback. I shall ponder it further, Ye Tian chuckled. It had not reached a definitive decision. After all, the tournament would last only a brief while. Shortly thereafter, they would seek out the magician Bafidi, who is, in truth, a genuine sorcerer. Let the magician Bafidi take the blame for any mishaps. Allow me to contemplate. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament will be bustling with people. If I casually erase a few things, my experience will undoubtedly increase exponentially. Even if I cease practicing Erasure now, I believe that upon arriving at the tournament, I will achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Thus, I must attend the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Even if it is solely for Videl's sake, I shall go. Son Gohan, I never anticipated that even Ye Tian would take part in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Do you truly believe that just anyone can participate? Never mind. I shall refrain from meddling further. Speaking too much may yield adverse effects. Mother, I promised my classmate Biddy Lee that I would teach her the art of flight. But it was she who informed me about the prestigious martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong explained to his mother. Very well, then, do take your training seriously. And we shall dine at home at noon, Chi-Chi greeted amiably. Thank you, Auntie, Ye Tian responded with utmost politeness. Thank you, Biddy Lee echoed. Now, does Ye Tian wish to join in the learning of the art of flight as well? Sun Wukong inquired, referring to the technique you call flight. It would be beneficial to acquire a skill like that. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong remarked, it seems that the art of flight is something anyone can master. Ye Tian, I have long sensed that your aura is exceedingly weak, to the point where I cannot even detect the faintest trace of your presence. There exists a complete absence of energy within you. How could you possibly learn the art of flight? I shall refrain from disparaging you further. Such matters require a degree of self-awareness, I hope. Perhaps, when the time comes, I might gently suggest it to you, and you may choose to abandon the endeavor. Furthermore, you are merely here to accompany your classmate Videl. Let us proceed to that area. Coincidentally, my brother Goten is also eager to learn the art of flight. Gohan patted his brother's shoulder. Greetings, Ye Tian nodded at Goten. Hello, big brother. Goten returned the greeting politely. Subsequently, Gohan led Ye Tian and the others to a distant woodland, where he commenced the instruction of flight techniques. In essence, the art of flight can be succinctly described as the mastery of energy manipulation, a skill that is not particularly arduous to comprehend. Gohan elaborated, yet achieving high-speed flight presents a considerable challenge. Manipulating energy? What is energy? Videl inquired, perplexed. Energy is the latent force residing within the body, Gohan elucidated. Latent force? Videl's confusion deepened. Precisely. Goten extended his hand, aiming at a stone in the distance. Whoosh. A wave of energy erupted from Goten's hand. Boom. The energy wave struck the stone, shattering it into countless fragments. Yes, that is energy, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Really? Videl was astonished. Ye Tian remained silent, for he possessed no energy within him. This unique force eluded Ye Tian entirely. A tinge of envy stirred within him. This is a classic case of wanting what one cannot have, isn't it? I have already mastered the Erasure Technique. What more do I need? If I cannot do it, then so be it. Why would I need to shatter that stone? I could simply wave my hand and erase it. Would that not be more convenient? What do you call this energy? Gohan inquired. It seems like a mere trick, Videl replied with a wry smile. We have not performed any sleight of hand. This is not a magic trick, Gohan responded with a smile. Ye Tian, do you find Gohan to be credible? Surely he hasn't planted explosives to deceive us? Videl whispered to Ye Tian. Not at all. Just focus on learning, Ye Tian reassured her. Gohan cleared his throat. I heard that, he said, wiping his brow. Gohan, you wouldn't happen to be a magician, would you? Videl regarded him skeptically. If you truly possess that ability, you could easily obliterate a car with a single move. Couldn't you? That is different, Gohan said, wiping his brow again. We can only destroy the car, but we cannot guarantee the safety of those inside. This is neither a magic trick nor an act of sorcery. What do you call this? I have never witnessed such magical prowess before. It feels as though you unleash the very spells cast by sorcerers in video games, remarked Videl with a huff. Sun Wufan was rendered speechless. It seemed impossible to clarify matters now. Calm down, Videl, Ye Tian advised gently. This is precisely what we refer to as qi, as my classmate Wufan mentioned. All right then. Do enlighten me on how one can soar through the skies, Videl inquired. Her demeanor slightly softened as she glanced at Ye Tian. Sun Wufan exhaled in relief, grateful for Ye Tian's presence. Otherwise, he and Videl might have struggled to communicate. Her temper was rather fierce, and one could only ponder whom she might choose as a partner. I see now. She brought Ye Tian along. Could it be that they are already an item? Their relationship is progressing quite rapidly. My apologies, Wufan. Please, continue, Videl encouraged. It seems you are unaware of what she truly is. That poses a bit of a problem. Sun Wufan remarked, scratching his head. Is it true that without qi, one cannot fly? Videl pressed eagerly. Fear not. Everyone possesses qi. They simply lack the knowledge to harness it. Sun Wufan replied with a smile. It's akin to Ye Tian. I cannot perceive any qi emanating from him. He likely has never trained or engaged in physical activity. Ye Tian enjoys playing basketball. That certainly qualifies as a sport, Videl defended him. Ye Tian interjected. It would be best not to mention basketball in front of others. Is that so? Perhaps with a bit of practice, qi will manifest, Sun Wufan nodded. In truth, Videl, you possess a considerable amount of qi. You just do not know how to control it. Do I really have a significant amount of qi? Videl asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. Wufan, will you teach me the technique of flight in the future? Sun Wufan turned to his brother, Sun Wutian, saying, I shall first instruct Ye Tian and Videl on how to master and utilize qi. Of course, brother, Sun Wutian obediently nodded before scampering off to play. First, you both must calm yourselves in order to sense the presence of qi, Sun Wufan instructed. Videl and Ye Tian both silently endeavored to do so. Logically, I should possess qi as well. After all, my physical strength has reached 100 times that of Frisia. My battle power is a staggering 10 billion. But where is my qi? Wait a moment. Could it be that I lack qi? Since qi is an energy cultivated by humans, could what resides within me be divine power instead? Currently, both Son Gohan and Son Goku are unable to perceive the existence of divine power. Divine power. I wonder if I can sense this extraordinary force. I shall give it a try. Ye Tian followed Son Gohan's instructions, attempting to attune himself to the divine energy within. Whether it is divine power or qi, one must first learn to sense before proceeding. Yes, you must empty your mind to perceive the presence of qi, Son Gohan replied. Indeed. It seems that Ye Tian has completely emptied his mind. Even Videl should strive harder. Videl, who had initially kept her eyes tightly shut, slightly opened them and turned her gaze toward Ye Tian. At that moment, she felt an inexplicable sensation. Why does it seem as though Ye Tian has vanished? It was not only Videl who found this strange. Even Son Gohan was taken aback. What a joke. Even I cannot sense Ye Tian's presence? If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. From Son Gohan's perspective, if it weren't for the sight of others being present, he would be utterly unable to sense Ye Tian through mere intuition. Previously, while Son Gohan could not sense Ye Tian's qi, he was still aware of his presence. For Ye Tian needed to breathe, and there were always subtle movements, like the shifting of arms or the twitching of legs. A person exists. Yet now, Son Gohan felt as if Ye Tian had entirely disappeared. There was no sign of life from him. Even if Ye Tian were scratching his head, no sound would reach their ears. What on earth is happening? How peculiar. Ye Tian was there, with closed eyes, quietly attuning to the divine energy within. Remarkably, following Son Gohan's method, after emptying his mind, Ye Tian indeed sensed an extraordinarily unique energy arising within him. This peculiar energy must be divine power, right? Ye Tian could now perceive the existence of divine power, yet he was still uncertain how to control it. No need to rush. No need to rush. Let us take our time. Slowly, Ye Tian opened his eyes and exhaled. Only then did Son Gohan feel Ye Tian's presence. You are truly remarkable, Ye Tian, Son Gohan exclaimed. Just a moment ago, I could not sense your existence at all. What do you mean? Ye Tian inquired. It was as if you had vanished into thin air, Son Gohan pondered. I felt the same. There was no sound to your every movement. Videl nodded, also casting a curious glance at Ye Tian, though things seemed to have returned to normal now. Chapter 37. Comprehending Divine Power. I am the scholar of the divine. Just a moment ago, When my mind was emptied, I felt as if I had become one with nature. Ye Tian smiled and said, nature? To merge into one? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Simply put, I am the sky. I am the earth. Ye Tian explained, leaning closer to Biddy Li's ear. I am you. You are me. You exist within me, and I exist within you. Biddy Li replied, I understand that. But could you refrain from saying such things in front of others? It's rather embarrassing. You know? Biddy Li shyly lowered her head. You are the sky, you are the earth? Sun Wukong displayed a pensive expression. However, he quickly shook his head, suddenly realizing. This doesn't seem right. Wasn't I supposed to teach them the art of flight? How is it that Ye Tian has turned into the teacher? Haha. Ye Tian's thoughts are quite unique. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, then shifted the topic, asking, But Ye Tian, can you sense the existence of your own energy? I can sense it. Ye Tian nodded, but I am unsure if it is energy. It seems to be a very special force. Can you control it now? Sun Wukong was taken aback once more. Has Ye Tian sensed the energy so quickly? Biddy Li was equally astonished. I have yet to sense the energy myself. Is your talent surpassing mine? It is uncontrollable. Allow me to familiarize myself further, Ye Tian mused. Well, it is getting late. Shall we have lunch first and resume our training in the afternoon? Sun Wufan glanced at the time and suggested. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Wufan. Ye Tian nodded. It's no trouble at all, Sun Wufan replied with a friendly smile. Thank you. Videl also expressed her gratitude promptly. Wu Tian, we are heading home for a meal. Sun Wufan called out. All right, brother. Sun Wu Tian dashed over quickly. On their way back, Sun Wufan and Sun Wu Tian walked ahead, while Ye Tian and Videl followed closely behind. Ye Tian, have you truly sensed the unique energy within you? Videl inquired. Indeed, my talent is rather commendable, Ye Tian smiled. I had thought my talent was superior. I have yet to perceive the existence of Qi. Videl was genuinely happy for Ye Tian. Keep pushing forward. You can certainly achieve it. Ye Tian encouraged. In truth, I hope for Ye Tian to grow stronger swiftly, Videl whispered. Why is that? Would it make playing basketball more convenient? Ye Tian was taken aback. Videl, why did you bring up basketball again? I meant to say, let us just forget it and discuss it later. I'm not sure how to explain it to Videl. Ye Tian nodded. Sun Wukong and Sun Wu Tian were walking ahead. Are that big brother and big sister in love? Sun Wu Tian asked curiously. Wu Tian, how do you know everything? Sun Wukong turned to glance at Sun Wu Tian, a bit surprised. I saw it on television, Sun Wu Tian chuckled. Whether they are in love, I cannot say, but I feel that Videl seems to have a fondness for Ye Tian. Sun Wukong speculated. Does big brother not have a girl he likes? Sun Wu Tian inquired. Not yet. My brother is currently focused on his studies, Sun Wukong replied, blushing. After the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes, I need to return to my studies diligently. Before long, the group arrived at Sun Wukong's residence. His mother, Chi-Chi, had already prepared a meal and graciously invited Ye Tian and Videl to dine. During the meal, Chi-Chi smiled and said, You two left school together. It's not just to study with Wukong, right? Ye Tian was taken aback. What do you mean? Your relationship seems rather special, Chi-Chi smiled. As someone who has been through it, I can tell. Ye Tian nodded vigorously. Auntie is quite perceptive. I'm not what you think, Videl said. Feeling a bit shy? It's nothing. It's perfectly fine for young people to date, as long as it doesn't affect their studies, Chi-Chi replied. It won't affect us. Ye Tian assured. Ye Tian, how are your grades? Chi-Chi asked. Before I transferred, I was first in my grade, Ye Tian responded. What? First in your grade? Chi-Chi exclaimed. Turning to Sun Wukong and saying, Wukong, you should learn from Ye Tian, and if you encounter any difficult problems, don't hesitate to ask for help. Did you hear that? I heard it, and I will earnestly seek help from Ye Tian, Sun Wukong replied, then complimented. I didn't expect Ye Tian to be so remarkable, being first in the grade. By the way, Ye Tian, which school did you attend before? Didn't you always live in Satan City? Videl curiously asked. I was at National First High School, Ye Tian replied. National First High School? Videl was astounded. As the name suggests, it is the top school in the country. It is a gathering place for exceptional students, and the talents there are truly remarkable. I've also heard of First High School, Sun Wukong sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't get in. Neither did I, even if you have money. It's quite difficult to enter, Videl lamented, then asked, but why did you come to Orange Star High School? It's closer to home, Ye Tian replied. Ye Tian Dao and Sun Wufan, did you really leave the finest high school simply because it was closer to home? Ye Tian replied with a smile. Do you not understand why I chose to leave First High School for Orange Star High? It was for you, Videl. It is no wonder that the teachers regard you with such different eyes. I had assumed you were merely handsome. Videl reflected deeply, having found it peculiar. When I mistakenly told the teacher that I was leaving with Ye Tian for a hotel, he surprisingly did not blame him. So, he is indeed a transfer student from First High School. Truly, teachers hold high achievers in great esteem. Remarkable. Even my mother has heard of First High School. I did not expect you to be a top student there, she exclaimed in awe. It is nothing. Academics are merely a facet of life. Ye Tian smiled. I do not wish to burden myself excessively. I understand the notion that learning is an endless journey, yet perpetually being at the top seems to lack profound significance. Sun Wufan. Videl, could we perhaps refrain from such ostentation? You have consistently been at the forefront, leaving us little room for learning. In every examination, the highest attainable score is merely 120 points. Were there to be a 200-point question, I am confident I could achieve the full score. Ye Tian continued. Chapter 38. The Flight Trial of the Scholar. Sun Wukong and Videl found themselves at a loss for words. This truly is a bona fide academic prodigy. Sun Wukong felt a tinge of relief within. Fortunately, I excel far beyond Ye Tian in martial arts. This gives me a sense of equilibrium. As a scion, perhaps I am more suited for combat. Following lunch, the afternoon training commenced in earnest. Videl continued to sense her own ki. After about an hour had passed, she exclaimed, "Yes, that's it. This is ki." Sun Wukong nodded in admiration, noting that Videl, being a practiced martial artist, quickly grasped the technique. Really? That's wonderful. Does that mean I can fly? Videl asked excitedly. Not quite. You must learn to manipulate your ki with finesse first, Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile. What about Ye Tian? Did he not claim to have sensed a unique energy? Videl inquired. Is it similar to mine? I am unsure. I cannot sense Ye Tian's ki. This is the first time I have encountered such a peculiar phenomenon, Sun Wukong said, shaking his head in confusion. You cannot sense it? So, you can sense my ki? Videl asked. Yes, I can sense yours, Sun Wukong affirmed. However, I am unable to perceive Ye Tian's ki. Ye Tian, what is going on? Videl turned to him for answers. Perhaps my ki is of a higher caliber, Ye Tian chuckled. Sun Wukong remarked, does ki truly have distinctions of high and low? What are you thinking? Perhaps it does, Sun Wukong conceded, unable to refute the idea. If you claim your ki is superior, then let it be so. It is entirely plausible that the ki of a scholar is indeed unique. Now, I shall teach you to utilize your ki to achieve levitation, Sun Wukong declared. Very well. Ye Tian nodded. It is quite simple. One must control their ki to act upon their feet, and through this special energy, one can achieve suspension. Sun Wukong elaborated. I shall give it a try, Videl said, glancing uncertainly at Ye Tian, asking, Ye Tian, do you understand? I do. You may proceed with your attempt, Ye Tian replied. By the way, Ye Tian, you mentioned this morning that you were unable to control your ki. How is it now? Videl inquired. I can now essentially manage it. Ye Tian responded. Is that so? Then let us all strive together to fly soon. Videl encouraged Ye Tian. Let us do our best. Ye Tian smiled gently. Videl took a deep breath, beginning to harness her energy and directing it towards her feet. Gradually, she began to lift off the ground, hovering slowly a few centimeters above the surface. Success! I'm floating. I can rise a little higher. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Please be quiet. I cannot concentrate, Videl replied. Suddenly, she landed back on the ground with a sigh. You truly are remarkable, mastering the art of levitation in just one day, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Ye Tian, you must also strive to keep up. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded, saying little more. Come on, Ye Tian. As an academic prodigy, you cannot let me surpass you. Videl teased, winking playfully at him. All right, I'll give it a try, Ye Tian responded with a slight smile, channeling his energy into his feet. With a sudden thrust, his feet lifted off the ground, suspending him in midair. Videl and Sun Wukong were taken aback. When did he learn this? It seems so effortless for him. Truly a prodigy, they mused. Is it possible that his mastery in martial arts surpasses that of an ordinary person? Ye Tian gradually descended. Sun Wukong paused, sensing something amiss. This is strange. Ye Tian just flew, yet I cannot detect his energy. That shouldn't be possible. He must be using energy to levitate. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would still be oblivious to his presence. How curious. Success. Brother, look. At that moment, Sun Wutian zoomed through the air, excitedly calling out to Sun Wukong below. Videl felt a wave of unease wash over her. It's one thing to be surpassed by Ye Tian, and I am happy for him, as it might earn him my father's respect. But when did Wukong's brother learn to fly, and at such speed? Ye Tian has clearly mastered the control of energy. Son Wukong chuckled. What you both have achieved is already quite impressive. You're only a step away from flying as freely as he does. However, it's getting late. Perhaps we should reconvene tomorrow. Wait? Son Wukong's expression shifted slightly, a wry smile crossing his face. Haven't you both nearly mastered it? From now on, you should practice on your own. I wish to uncover the mysteries of energy. Are we not welcome? Videl smiled. However, Son Wukong displayed a look of distress. No need, Videl. Let's learn on our own from here on. We don't want to trouble Wukong any further, Ye Tian suggested. Are you serious? Videl was taken aback and quickly pulled Ye Tian aside, whispering, we should learn from him as much as possible. This way, we can master flying through the skies more swiftly. In truth, the remaining maneuvers were rather simple. By concentrating one's energy at the feet, akin to a jet engine propelling forward, flight could be achieved. Ye Tian chuckled. Isn't that the essence of it, Wukong? Indeed. One can also channel energy throughout the entire body, which would enable swifter flight. Son Wukong nodded in approval. Please refrain from seeking me out any further. I must devote myself to my training, as time is of the essence. Should I continue to squander my moments on your company, I may find myself unable to secure victory at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Ye Tian, are you truly intent on returning to your own practice? Whispered by Videl. Let us return to our own training. Gohan also has his own matters to attend to, and we cannot burden him indefinitely, Ye Tian proposed. Very well. Videl nodded. Then let us compete and see who can soar through the skies with greater swiftness. Indeed. And afterwards we shall engage in an exhilarating basketball match high above, Ye Tian agreed, lowering his voice in accord. Playing basketball in the sky? How clever of you to conceive such an idea, Videl mused, her thoughts drifting. To kiss the hoop amidst the clouds is indeed a most romantic affair. Ye Tian marveled. Chapter 39. Videl, by what merit do you believe your father could surpass me? What are you pondering? You seem to be drooling. Videl remarked, wiping her brow. Allow me to wipe my mouth, Ye Tian said, rubbing his saliva on Videl. I truly cannot fathom you. Do you not possess any garments? Videl exclaimed, exasperated. Your attire smells delightful, Ye Tian retorted with conviction. Gohan, would you two kindly refrain from displaying your affection here? I implore you. As the evening hour draws near, my companion Ye Tian and I shall take our leave. Videl remarked, directing her words towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong released a sigh of relief and subtly gave Ye Tian a thumbs up. You are indeed quite straightforward, Ye Tian. Had it not been for you, Videl would have troubled me for many more days. I still need to focus on my training. I aim to achieve remarkable results at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ye Tian and Videl boarded the jet helicopter together. My apologies for the inconvenience, Son Wukong. Farewell, Videl said as she slowly initiated the aircraft's departure. I appreciate your understanding. Ye Tian waved goodbye to Son Wukong. Goodbye, Son Wukong smiled in farewell. Goodbye, big brother and big sister. Son Wutian waved his hands enthusiastically. Whoosh. The jet helicopter ascended into the sky, swiftly heading towards Satan City as dusk began to envelop the world. Shall we visit my home tonight? Ye Tian proposed. Visit your home? Videl's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. What could we possibly do there so late? At my house, I can teach you how to play basketball. And we can practice flying, Ye Tian replied. That's not possible. My father insists that girls must return home before 9 p.m. Videl shook her head. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 6 p.m., and it would take over 3 hours to fly back. Very well, Ye Tian said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Tonight, I shall seek out Android 18. A basketball match with her sounds enticing. Android 18, here I come. Are you accustomed to wearing my clothes? Should you find it uncomfortable, I can provide you with another outfit. What thoughts occupy your mind? Your eyes are darting about, clearly indicating that you are not contemplating anything virtuous. I am reminded of that day when you were astride my face, sighed Ye Tian. Oh, do not dwell on such matters. Vegeta exclaimed with a gentle reprimand. Why do you not wear a skirt? Ye Tian inquired. Oh, must you utter such words? It's quite distracting. Vegeta gasped. The jet-powered helicopter in the sky nearly lost its balance, fluctuating in altitude as if it were on a roller coaster. Ye Tian and Vegeta arrived at Satan City around 9 p.m. Well then, I shall take my leave, Vegeta said as she escorted Ye Tian to the entrance of apartment 8. Allow me to accompany you, Ye Tian smiled. Perhaps it's best not to. If my father were to see you, he might very well take issue with you, Vegeta replied with a hint of concern. What makes you think your father could best me? Ye Tian retorted. What grounds do I have for such a belief? Simply that my father is a world champion in combat sports. Simply that he has saved the entire world, Vegeta replied. Why are you so arrogant, Ye Tian? You ought to train diligently, striving to surpass my father, she advised gently. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. I have long since surpassed him. Your father is simply not strong enough to contend with me. My father cares for me deeply. He once told me that any boy I date must be even stronger than he is. But where could such a boy be? After all, my father is a world champion. Therefore, Ye Tian, I hope that through your own efforts, you can aspire to one day surpass my father. Then, can I openly stay with you in a hotel? Ye Tian inquired. By Dilly, you have once again led me astray. Very well, there is no need for further contemplation. I shall gift you this without hesitation, and no one shall impede my resolve. Ye Tian declared with unwavering determination, even if it were the end of the world. I would ensure you reach your desired destination. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Bai Li felt a surge of emotion stir within her heart. Your words resonate with profound emotion. Ye Tian, your kindness towards me is truly moving. Bai Li murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. Let us proceed. Ye Tian gently took Bai Li's delicate hand. A thrill coursed through her, causing her to tremble slightly. For Bai Li, this was the first instance of such intimate contact with a boy. Hand in hand, Ye Tian guided her toward her home. Bai Li's hand was remarkably soft, aptly described as fragile and delicate. Although she had some martial skills, she retained the quintessential traits of a young woman, perhaps due to her nervousness. Her small hand was damp with a hint of fragrant perspiration. As she allowed Ye Tian to lead her forward, her face grew increasingly flushed, and her heart raced fervently. Surprisingly, Bai Li found herself enjoying this sensation. Beneath the night sky, Ye Tian and Bai Li cast two intertwined shadows. As they walked, Ye Tian suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. Was that number 18? Are you parading down the street clad in my attire? Do you think this is appropriate? Ye Tian resisted the impulse to remove the clothing of number 18. It would not do to discard her attire here. If it were to be removed, it would have to be in a secluded location. What if others saw? I wish to keep it for myself. The two encountered each other face to face. Oh, look, your little hand is already intertwined with his. The relationship is developing quite rapidly, remarked number 18 with a smile. Being rather innocent compared to Li, she quickly withdrew her hand from Ye Tian's grasp, lowering her head in silence upon hearing number 18's words. La Zili, return my clothing, Ye Tian insisted. Who claims it belongs to you? While it adorns my body, it is mine. Number 18 retorted with conviction. That is not what I meant. I merely suggested that my outfit is somewhat dirty, and you may come to my home to change into a new one, Ye Tian replied. Humph. Number 18 scoffed, ignoring Ye Tian and turning to leave. Wait a moment, Ye Tian called after her. Number 18 slowly halted her steps. Is there something you need? She inquired. In a month, the World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. Will you be participating? Ye Tian asked. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Number 18 paused in surprise. What is that? Chapter 40. Li, my father will beat you up. You don't know? Ye Tian was taken aback. However, he soon came to terms with it. It was understandable that number 18 was unaware of the tournament, given that she had not been with Krillin. Hence, she was oblivious to the event. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a contest among martial arts masters, Ye Tian explained. It is said that the first prize is a reward of 10 million. 10 million? Number 18's interest was piqued. The second prize is 5 million, Ye Tian added. Number 18's eyes sparkled with excitement. The third prize is supposedly 3 million, he continued. All right, I will participate, she readily agreed, recognizing it as a splendid opportunity to earn money. I have been quite troubled by my lack of funds lately. Thank you, handsome no. 18 expressed her gratitude. You have provided me with invaluable information. If I perform well in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I could offer you my clothing to wear. The clothing you have worn? Ye Tian inquired. Li, Ye Tian, do you think it is appropriate to speak such things in front of me while conversing with this blonde beauty? Number 18 remarked. Wearing it might be a bit peculiar, but I could consider keeping it, Ye Tian replied. Number 18 fell silent and turned to leave. Were it not for the fact that I wore your clothing, your previous remarks could easily propel you into the vastness of outer space with a single kick. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from holding it against you. Ye Tian, with a huff, glared at Ye Tian in a fit of indignation. What? Ye Tian feigned indifference. Do you have a fondness for Miss Latsili? Bai Di bit her lip and inquired. Indeed, I do have feelings for her, Ye Tian replied candidly with a nod. I shall ignore you, Videl exclaimed, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Do you harbor feelings for her, yet remain with me? I am utterly perplexed by your thoughts. Allow me to escort you home. Ye Tian exclaimed. No need, Videl retorted, hastening her pace ahead. Ye Tian, undeterred, followed closely behind. Matters concerning a girlfriend necessitate prior discussion with Videl. I would not wish for her to sulk if I were to invite Sister Angel home. Such a scenario would be quite discordant. Furthermore, given that the 18th resides beneath our very abode, our fates seem intertwined. How could I possibly overlook her? Is this not a splendid gift bestowed upon me by fate? To let her slip away would be a lamentable oversight. Nonetheless, Tian holds genuine affection for Videl. Although he may be a notorious flirt, it does not negate the sincerity of his feelings. Tian strives to treat each girl he admires with heartfelt earnestness. In no time, he arrived at Videl's doorstep. Tian, you are fond of Miss Lazuli, so why do you remain with me? Videl inquired, glancing back. Because I cherish you as well, Tian replied. Videl was rendered speechless. My greatest aspiration is to wed several wives and revel in a carefree existence with them, Tian declared. Videl covered her face, weeping. How can you speak so brazenly about such lewd matters? I am truly astonished by you. It leaves me at a loss for words. Videl, you ought to return home and contemplate this seriously. I am quite earnest. Ye Tian stated with sincerity that he would pursue several romantic interests, perhaps even diversifying his choices. But he assured that the number would not exceed 5. I promise it will never surpass 5. Videl wiped the sweat from her brow. 5. And you speak of it with such grandiosity? After all, weekends are meant for rest. If you play basketball every day, I wonder if your stamina can keep up. Ye Tian mused. Are you bringing us together because you intend to play basketball with us? Videl inquired. Yes, indeed, Ye Tian nodded vigorously. I now seem to grasp the meaning behind your reference to playing basketball. Videl's expression darkened. So this is what you meant by playing basketball. I have been utterly bamboozled by you. You truly are a prodigy. How is it that you possess such intricate knowledge in this domain? You have finally come to understand. Ye Tian sighed, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue. So what does the blue frame signify? Videl suddenly recalled something and asked hurriedly. Well, such matters can only be comprehended through personal insight, Ye Tian replied with a smile. I can't shake the feeling that what you're implying is not particularly favorable. Videl remarked, biting her lip. What do you liken to a hoop? And what of the azure frame? I increasingly sense that your words are awry. Throughout our journey, you have regaled me with tales of basketball. Furthermore, you wish to seek a secluded spot for a game of street ball and even to kiss the hoop in the sky. Such thoughts overwhelm me. I feel as though I have been led astray. Just then, a voice suddenly bellowed my name. Videl, run quickly. My father is coming. A slight pallor washed over my face as I turned to Ye Tian in haste. Why should I run if your father is coming? Ye Tian shook his head defiantly. You should be wary. My father might take issue with you. He will be furious that you took his precious daughter away. I huffed in response. The issue is, we haven't done anything. Ye Tian lamented. Indeed, that is regrettable. Tell me, have you ever had a girlfriend before me? I inquired, biting my lip. I swear absolutely not. Ye Tian declared passionately. He truly had never been in a relationship. Since traversing into this realm, he had been an earnest and law-abiding individual. Without a system, without cheats. And lacking noble lineage, as Ye Tian would put it, he was merely biding his time. He had evaded the scion invasion of Earth and the cell absorption of humanity. Life was indeed challenging. Ye Tian had little opportunity for frivolities, dedicating most of his time to study. As for pursuing a girlfriend, he had contemplated it, however. He felt perpetually too young. After all, he was merely 16, the same age as Videl and Sun Wukong. Moreover, he lacked financial means. What kind of girlfriend could one have without money? I understand now. You should leave quickly. My father is nearly here, I urged him. What do you think your father's expression would be if I were to ask him for an autograph? Ye Tian smiled. Chapter 41. Mr. Satan is terrified. Hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. I insisted urgently, pushing Ye Tian to depart. Yet, he seized the moment, pulling me into his embrace. Why should I leave? What is there to fear? This is an excellent opportunity to tease this Mr. Satan. Satan rushed forward. And upon seeing his daughter in the arms of a stranger, he erupted with fury, his body trembling with rage. You must be that scoundrel Ye Tian. Release my daughter. He bellowed darkly. You refused to leave when I told you to. Now what do we do? I whispered. Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Ye Tian smiled confidently. casting his gaze upon Mr. Satan, who stood beneath the night sky. Indeed, this fellow was remarkably tall, embodying a robust and imposing figure. One could only wonder whom he resembled in stature, particularly in comparison to Dealey. It is rare for Mr. Satan to have such an endearing daughter. As Mr. Satan stood there, Ye Tian perceived that his height must exceed 2 meters, exuding an inherent pressure. Naturally, this aura was directed towards others. As for Ye Tian, his own divine power rendered him unaffected. Ye Tian refrained from utilizing his divine abilities, a courtesy extended to Mr. Satan. Father, it is not as you imagine. Today, my classmate Ye Tian and I are not engaged in anything untoward. Videl interjected. Videl, return home at once. Mr. Satan commanded. I refuse to go back. Videl retorted, determination evident in her voice. Mr. Satan was taken aback. Videl, you were never like this before. Have you ceased to heed your father's words? He inquired, astonishment etched on his face. You must not bully him. Videl asserted, standing her ground. Videl, please return home. Allow me to converse with your uncle for a moment. Ye Tian smiled, attempting to diffuse the tension. Videl, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? This is hardly the time for jest, she thought to herself, grappling with her emotions. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? My father would not hesitate to take drastic measures against you. Rest assured, I shall remain unscathed. Ye Tian Dao. Well then. Seeing Ye Tian exude such confidence brings a warmth to my heart. It seems that my classmate Ye Tian harbors quite an affection for me, to the extent that he can boldly meet my father's gaze. After all, my father is a world champion. If you provoke my father, you genuinely risk being struck down with a single punch. Speak properly. My father does not appreciate jesting. Videl whispered to Ye Tian. Understood, Ye Tian nodded. Father, I have feelings for him. However, we are both innocent at present. Videl assured Satan it is absolutely not as you might suspect. Satan cast a penetrating glance at his daughter. As someone who has experienced life, he could discern that his daughter had likely not engaged in any inappropriate behavior with this young man. The tension in Satan's heart eased. It seems this boy is not as base as I had imagined. Videl soon departed, leaving only Ye Tian and Mr. Satan at the entrance. Young man, I must commend your courage, Satan remarked with a smile. You were once the top scholar of the National First High School, correct? Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. With your accomplishments, your future prospects appear promising. In an ordinary household, entrusting a daughter to a man of your caliber would pose no issue, Satan observed. Ye Tian refrained from responding, aware that Satan had more to convey. However, our family is different. We are a lineage of martial arts. I, Mr. Satan, began training at the age of 3, vanquished a tiger at 7, defeated all challengers by 10, annihilated Cell at 40, and became the world champion of combat at 43. Satan proclaimed with grandiosity. Ye Tian replied, I believe I am quite adept at boasting myself. Yet here stands my potential father-in-law, boasting without a hint of hesitation. You, a martial arts family? Does your father and grandfather also practice martial arts? Ye Tian did not wish to place Mr. Satan in an uncomfortable position. After all, he would be his future father-in-law. Moreover, Videl had been training in martial arts since childhood and was the champion of the youth category in the last World Martial Arts Championship. Satan continued. And Videl frequently assists the police in solving various significant cases, of which you are surely well aware. I am indeed aware of that, Ye Tian nodded. Therefore, our future son-in-law must possess formidable strength, rather than being a frail scholar like you, Satan remarked. I can understand that, Ye Tian nodded repeatedly. Satan, this young man. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. I have lost all understanding of what you have expressed. It seems you are quite amiable. However, this is to be expected. For Mr. Satan exudes an undeniable charisma. Pray tell, what sum would suffice for you to part ways with my daughter? Mr. Satan gazed at Ye Tian. Ye Tian, this is a whimsical, exhilarating novel, not a domineering CEO narrative. Ye Tian, momentarily taken aback, hastily rectified his statement. Mr. Satan displayed a visage of utter confusion. What are you talking about? Since Uncle mentioned you come from a family of martial artists, are you able to perform this technique? Ye Tian grinned and gently waved his hand at a stone lion positioned at the entrance. Whoosh! The stone lion vanished without a trace. Mr. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did the stone lion go? What kind of joke is this? He rubbed his eyes vigorously. It had truly disappeared. It seemed that this young man had caused the stone lion to vanish. Had he not seen it clearly? Ye Tian smiled and said, now pay close attention. He pointed to another stone lion. Mr. Satan focused intently on that lion. Erase. Ye Tian whispered softly, waving his hand at the stone lion. Whoosh. That stone lion disappeared right before Mr. Satan's eyes. Mr. Satan's face turned pale with fear, and his legs began to tremble. As the soul of the city, and a figure of immense renown worldwide, it would be unrealistic for Mr. Satan to be unaware of the recent mysterious disappearances, even if he wished to remain uninformed. Those around him would undoubtedly enlighten him. After all, the mysterious disappearances were exceptionally enigmatic. Moreover, the elusive hero had yet to reveal himself. Whispers circulated that a figure known as the mysterious hero was responsible for these deeds, all of which were benevolent in nature. However, the teachers at the school held contempt for this mysterious hero, as countless hours of hard work spent creating exams had been rendered futile by his interference. Not only have you misplaced the exam papers, but you have also lost the very computers we used to complete them, which seems rather excessive. This situation is akin to me lending you a USB drive, only for you to erase all my files from it. You must at least leave us the computer. Mr. Satan is not foolish. He quickly deduced the true identity of Ye Tian. You are that enigmatic hero? Satan stuttered in disbelief. I am not yet ready to reveal my identity, Ye Tian replied with a slight smile. Ah, yes. Satan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Chapter 42. The greatest deity in the universe? In addition to causing lions to vanish, I can also make the components of your body disappear. Ye Tian said with a smile. Uncle, would you like to give it a try? No, please. Absolutely not, Satan exclaimed in terror, hastily waving his hands. Then, what about my relationship with your daughter? Ye Tian inquired. When are you two getting married? Satan laughed heartily, adopting a different demeanor as he asked. Ye Tian, your change of demeanor is rather abrupt. Rest assured, I am not a man who abandons his commitments. I shall treat Deely with utmost care. Ye Tian assured, once my prowess reaches a certain level, I shall grant my uncle the freedom to act as he pleases on this planet, truly liberated in his actions. Satan was momentarily taken aback, then revealed an expression of eager anticipation. This young man's future achievements are undoubtedly immeasurable. With a mere wave of his hand, a stone lion vanished from sight. With another gesture, another stone lion disappeared as well. What kind of power could this be? Could you teach me that technique? Mr. Satan gazed at Ye Tian, filled with longing. Do not even entertain the thought. It is beyond your grasp, Ye Tian replied, shaking his head. This is a technique that only the greatest deity of the universe can comprehend. What? The greatest deity of the universe? Satan pondered, feeling that this starting point was rather lofty. You have reached the pinnacle of greatness, conversing with the most exalted deity in the universe. How could a mere mortal like myself engage in dialogue with you? Henceforth, my offspring will also be descendants of the divine, alongside the children of Videl. Ye Tian Dao. Satan fell silent. Please refrain from involving my daughter in every matter. Although you are indeed remarkable, I cannot shake the feeling that I have nurtured a prized cabbage only to have it uprooted by swine. Do come visit my home sometime. Satan promptly extended a courteous invitation. It is rather late today, Ye Tian replied, shaking his head. Perhaps I shall pay a visit another day. That sounds well, Satan responded. Should you possess any unnecessary items, feel free to present them beforehand, and I shall effortlessly erase them upon my next visit. Ye Tian smiled. Indeed. There are certain things that I would also gladly eliminate if they do not please my eye. Satan, it would be best if you refrained from coming. If you were to come, our household would surely face calamity. Wouldn't it mean that many belongings would inexplicably vanish? Having stated this, Ye Tian turned and departed. The hero, with a forced smile, bowed low and said, You may simply call me by my name. Without looking back, Ye Tian replied, Indeed. Satan quickly noted this. In no time, Ye Tian had vanished into the darkness. Satan, observing the direction from which Ye Tian had disappeared, gradually straightened his bent posture. With hands on his hips, Satan gazed resolutely ahead. That insolent brat. I sincerely hope I do not cross paths with you again, Satan declared defiantly. Shortly thereafter, he returned home, dejected. Father, you haven't harmed Ye Tian, have you? Biddy expressed her concern with a worried expression. Satan replied, That rascal Ye Tian has done nothing to me. That, in itself, is a stroke of luck. Are you still concerned about Ye Tian? Surely not. It seems that Videl remains unaware of Ye Tian's true identity. Videl, do you have any inkling as to who that young man is? Just as Satan prepared to reveal Ye Tian's genuine identity to Videl, a sudden flash of Ye Tian's words surfaced in his mind. I do not wish to unveil my identity just yet. Satan hesitated, unable to continue. Father, what did you just say? Videl asked, momentarily taken aback. Who is Ye Tian? Who could he possibly be? Ah. He is an exceptional student from the National First High School, reportedly ranking first in his class before transferring. Satan quickly corrected himself. Videl? Videl was utterly astonished. He is a scholarly genius, she remarked. Indeed, a scholarly genius. Quite impressive, Satan acknowledged, giving a thumbs up in approval. What my father means is that Videl has become perplexed by his intentions. Father approves of your relationship with him, stated Satan. Videl displayed a look of utter bewilderment once more. Father actually agreed? This is not like him at all. Videl, you are already 16 years old. You are no longer a child. Your father trusts your judgment, Satan replied. Just what did Ye Tian discuss with my father? Does my father truly consent to our relationship? I feel rather odd about this. However, do take precautions, especially as a young lady. You must safeguard your well-being. Though Satan concurs with his daughter's association with Videl, it does not mean he has nothing to say. Furthermore, once a young lady is easily won over by a young man, he may find it difficult to value her properly. Father, I assure you that my relationship with him is entirely innocent, Videl said, her cheeks flushing. Father understands. He has been through similar experiences. I merely wish to protect you from being taken advantage of, Satan remarked. Could he possibly bully me? He would stand a chance against me. Videl laughed playfully. Satan fell silent. With a mere wave of his hand, he could render one's very essence to oblivion. Such a terrifying power indeed. How do you plan to confront him? Ye Tian swiftly returned to apartment 8. At the entrance of a convenience store, he spotted number 18 indulging in instant noodles. He stepped inside and took a seat beside her. How did you end up eating instant noodles? Ye Tian inquired with a smile. Perhaps you could treat me to something delicious? Number 18 huffed. Certainly, just name your desire. Ye Tian readily agreed. I crave hot pot, she replied. All right. You choose the place, Ye Tian nodded. Such willingness? Are you after something? Number 18 was taken aback. Not at all. I merely wish to share a meal with you. Nothing more, Ye Tian smiled. That hot pot restaurant over there is said to be quite good. Number 18 pointed to a restaurant across the street. Let us go. Ye Tian did not disagree. He still had enough money for a hot pot meal, although his remaining funds were rather scant. He needed to devise a plan to earn some money. The question was, what could he do with his abilities to make a profit? Should he resort to robbing a bank? How absurd. I am destined to be the greatest deity in the universe. Robbing a bank would be utterly humiliating. Sadly, my erasure level is too low. If only I could achieve a golden level erasure, I would possess the ability to create wealth. I could simply conjure some money. However, that is not feasible at present. Even a hot pot meal feels somewhat daunting financially. Nevertheless, despite his limited resources, Ye Tian could still afford to treat number 18 to a hot pot. Perhaps he could consider doing some renovation work tomorrow, like breaking down walls. He would contemplate it later. Number 18 set aside her instant noodles and entered the hot pot restaurant with Ye Tian. Chapter 43. Number 18. I possess a long treasured collection of films. Hey, what about your little girlfriend? Number 18 asked. She went home, Ye Tian replied. You head out for a date with me right after she leaves? Aren't you worried she might find out? Number 18 teased. Not at all, Ye Tian chuckled. The hot pot arrived promptly. Ye Tian was also hungry and enjoyed a sumptuous meal alongside number 18. Lazily, do you know the quickest way to make money? Ye Tian asked. Are you really asking me that? Robbing a bank is certainly the fastest, number 18 replied without looking back, if it were legal, of course. Ye Tian remarked. I too am in need of money. It seems neither of us is particularly affluent. Number 18 laughed. Indeed, after this hot pot, the days ahead may be quite challenging for me, Ye Tian lamented. And you still let me order freely? Number 18 was surprised. When treating a beautiful lady to a meal, one cannot be stingy, even if it means I might have to live on nothing but dirt in the days to come. Ye Tian now let out a soft snort, his tone betraying a hint of emotion. After a brief silence, number 18 inquired, what will you do after dinner? How about you? Ye Tian replied. What are you talking about? I asked you what you plan to do after dinner, number 18 responded, slightly bewildered, as she hadn't considered that line of thought. Never mind, Ye Tian said. I can take you to earn some money, but it depends on your courage. No. 18 smiled alluringly. Earn money? How do we do that? In the underground boxing arena, Ye Tian explained. If you can secure the championship, the rewards are substantial. Although not quite on par with the World Martial Arts Tournament. You earn money through this. Ye Tian asked, suddenly enlightened. Otherwise, how would one survive? Number 18 chuckled. So, are you in? I suppose a visit wouldn't hurt, Ye Tian conceded. By the way, number 18 continued, I noticed your little girlfriend seems quite affluent. Why not ask her for some funds? Am I the type to rely on others? Ye Tian scoffed. Well, I didn't expect you to have such pride, no? 18 remarked with a smile. After their meal, number 18 led Ye Tian to purchase several outfits to disguise themselves. Subsequently, they entered the underground boxing arena. That evening, the sounds of anguish echoed within the arena. It was inconceivable that anyone could rival number 18. She exhibited commendable control over her strength, refraining from fatal blows. Nevertheless, many were left howling in pain. Ye Tian participated in a couple of rounds himself and found it exhilarating, realizing that bullying others could indeed be quite thrilling. Upon leaving the underground arena, Ye Tian and number 18 had amassed a considerable sum, ensuring their living expenses for at least the next 2 months were secure. Kid, you're not half bad. I didn't expect you to have such skills, number 18 remarked, casting a surprised glance at Ye Tian. Not too shabby, Ye Tian grinned. Do you know Sun Wufan and his friends? Number 18 asked, her demeanor calm, as she discerned from his fighting style that he was anything but ordinary. She had also witnessed the moment Ye Tian leaped from her home to his, which had made her realize he was more complex than he appeared. Yes, Sun Wufan is my classmate. Do you know him? Ye Tian replied, feigning nonchalance. Classmate? Number 18 paused, surprised. Are you saying Sun Wufan attends school here? Indeed. He is in my class, Ye Tian confirmed with a nod. Just a classmate? On the 18th, she inquired. Have you had much contact with him? Not really. I've only known Gohan for 3 days, Ye Tian replied. Only 3 days. Then from whom did you learn such remarkable skills? The 18th asked, perplexed. I possess innate strength. Do you believe it? Ye Tian chuckled. Are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament a month from now? The 18th continued. I'll consider it. But I haven't made a decision yet, Ye Tian stated. Is Gohan participating as well? The 18th's inquiry stemmed from a twinge of concern. If Gohan were to join the tournament, that rascal Vegeta might also enter. And then there's that fellow named Piccolo, whose strength is likely on par with that of 17. I might not stand a chance against Piccolo. Naturally, I'm no match for Gohan or Vegeta either. When I tally it up, it seems I might only secure 4th place. I'll participate, Ye Tian nodded, sharing his thoughts honestly. What is the prize for 4th place? The 18th asked. It's around 2 million, Ye Tian replied. The 18th immediately lost interest. I might as well engage in a few underground fights. The 4th place prize at the World Martial Arts Tournament is merely 2 million. We shall see, she pondered, contemplating whether to enter the tournament. Meanwhile, on his way home, Ye Tian busied himself with eliminating unnecessary distractions, though the 18th remained unaware. It was already midnight when Ye Tian glanced at the clock. The 18th had not responded. Shall we have a movie night? Ye Tian proposed. A movie night? For what purpose? The 18th asked, taken aback. To watch some films at my place. I have several that are quite captivating, Ye Tian replied, and my television is enormous. Have you not been to my home before? What kind of films do you have? She inquired. All action films. I'm certain you will enjoy them, Ye Tian assured her. That sounds good. I wouldn't mind watching since I can't sleep tonight. The 18th nodded in agreement. Afterward, Ye Tian escorted the 18th to his home. Shall we take a shower first? Ye Tian suggested. I don't mean anything by it. We've engaged in so many outdoor fights, we're bound to be dirty, right? Ye Tian explained. You have a point, the 18th acknowledged. But I have no clothes to change into. That mysterious hero better not cross my path. I forgot to buy clothes earlier, perhaps tomorrow. Just wear mine. You've worn them before, Ye Tian chuckled. I'll find something for you. The 18th replied as Ye Tian went to his bedroom to fetch a set of clothes. Is this another outfit you've worn? On the 18th, I took a glance. Chapter 44, bringing 18 home to watch a movie, is indeed a narrative I have traversed. Though it has been laundered, Ye Tian confessed, you are aware of my familial circumstances. There are no new garments in my home. 18 contemplated this and realized the truth. This fellow is not affluent. Clothes are meant to be worn. How could one possibly possess unworn attire lying about the house? For those of noble birth, it is quite normal to have new clothes that remain untouched. As long as they are washed, it suffices. Very well, I shall head home for a shower, 18 declared, advancing to lift the previously severed floorboard before leaping down. Ye Tian remarked, I had thought you would bathe at my place. What a pity. I shall forego my shower. With a swift motion, Ye Tian wiped his hands across his body, instantly rendering himself immaculate. Even his clothes were cleansed by a mere flick of his wrist. Goodness. Perhaps I should open a laundromat? It seems we have many endeavors, yet the returns are too slow. I ought to focus on gaining experience to swiftly elevate to the golden tier of erasure. Once I can generate wealth, I shall no longer fret over sustenance. It is surprising that I, the future greatest deity in the universe, find myself troubled by such mundane concerns. Ye Tian changed into a fresh set of garments. And soon 18 emerged, freshly cleaned. With a flourish, she leapt from her home and tossed her previously worn clothing to Ye Tian. Please wash these for me, she requested. Ye Tian took hold of 18's garments and brought them to his nose for a sniff. What are you doing? 18's expression darkened. It was indeed a misstep to have entrusted her clothing to him. What might he do with them? Alas, it is regrettable that they became soiled during our sparring. Ye Tian shook his head and cast the clothes aside, planning to casually erase the dirt later. Aren't you eager to watch a movie? Show me the films you have cherished for years, 18 said to Ye Tian. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded vigorously, turning on the television and locating a folder labeled A in the device's storage. A. 18 paused, surprised. It is filled with action films. Quite splendid, Ye Tian replied. Indeed. On the 18th, without much thought, Ye Tian selected an action film and pressed play. The film featured a female superhero who soared through the skies and swiftly detected the criminals on the ground. With remarkable speed, she subdued the wrongdoers and subsequently performed numerous noble deeds. After completing her heroic acts, she returned home. Not too bad, Ye Tian inquired. Just passable, 18 replied with a nod. Yet, there is something oddly unsettling about this film. Upon returning home, the superhero suddenly sensed an anomaly. It appeared that her extraordinary abilities were being restrained. Peering closely, she discovered a peculiar stone in her room. What purpose does that stone serve? It seems to be suppressing my powers, 18 mused. Ye Tian elucidated, that is a kryptonite, a mineral from their planet. Once it enters the vicinity of a superhero, their powers vanish, rendering them an ordinary person. Such an eccentric premise, 18 sighed, astonished by this unexpected vulnerability. Indeed, quite peculiar. Perhaps the author intended to deliberately weaken the heroine, Ye Tian remarked. Bang. In the next moment, the door to the superhero's home was forcefully kicked open. A masked brute appeared at the threshold, advancing to seize the superhero by the throat. Despite her desperate struggles, she was powerless. With a swift motion, the masked man tore away a piece of her clothing and forcefully pushed her onto the bed. At this point, 18 could hardly bear to watch. Is this truly the action film you spoke of? She said, her expression darkening. This plot feels awry, Ye Tian feigned nonchalance. It was never like this before, previously. The superhero kicked the stone away and dealt a significant blow to the masked intruder, not what you are witnessing now. Just then, the television echoed with the superhero's cries. The sound was utterly captivating, almost enchanting in the stillness of the night. Quick, turn it off, 18 urged, genuinely unable to continue watching. I'll watch a bit longer, Ye Tian replied. 18 was left utterly speechless. You still haven't finished? Humph. Number 18 chose to disregard Ye Tian and gracefully leaped back home from the previous pit. As she departed, she delivered a punch to the television, which shattered with a resounding crash. Ye Tian exclaimed, Come back. You owe me for the television. Humph, as if. Number 18 scoffed. Do you believe I will inform your girlfriend that you made me watch such a film? Even if you tell her. You still owe me for the television, Ye Tian retorted. Number 18 said nothing further and turned to return to her bedroom to sleep. If you won't accompany me, I will demand repayment from your body, Ye Tian shouted. As long as you can defeat me, I will submit to your whims. Number 18 laughed. You want me to repay you with my body? Do you think you can defeat me? Just because you can best those underground fighters. Do not presume you can triumph over me. I am quite formidable. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. What? Is that true? If I can defeat you, then. Ye Tian's mouth watered at the thought, drooling down onto the floor of House 18. I shall defeat you right now. Wait a moment. It is inappropriate to fight here. I feel as though the entire building might collapse. Let's wait a bit. Once I handle Videl, I shall return and engage you properly. There will be plenty of time ahead. Ye Tian casually wiped the television screen. It is already broken. There's no fixing this contraption. Best to get rid of it. Fortunately, he had earned a considerable sum from underground boxing that night, more than enough to purchase a new television. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Videl came to visit Ye Tian. Ye Tian, shall we practice flying together today? She proposed. Sure, that sounds good, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Huh, where's your television? Videl suddenly noticed the absence of the television in the living room. It exploded last night, Ye Tian replied. Exploded? Did it just go off unexpectedly? Videl asked. Concern etched on her face. Sort of, Ye Tian nodded. What did you do with the exploded television? She inquired further. I had it thrown away. What use is it to keep it? Ye Tian smiled, shifting the conversation away from the television to consider a more suitable place for their flying practice. As their home was too cramped, let us head to the nearby mountainous area, Videl suggested. That works, Ye Tian agreed without objection. The two quickly set off. Along the way, Videl asked curiously, Ye Tian, what did you discuss with my father last night? He doesn't seem to oppose our being together. I didn't say much. Perhaps your father believes I am a genius and will achieve great things in the future, which is why he consented, Ye Tian chuckled. It all feels more complex than it appears, Videl pondered. It's not important anymore, Ye Tian responded with a smile. Why isn't it important? Videl queried. Soon. They arrived in the mountainous region and began attempting to practice flying in the air. In truth, Ye Tian had already mastered flight. He was primarily there to accompany Videl in her practice. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group, in the gravity training room, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was fiercely punching and kicking the air. Trunks was also struggling to move in the room, sweat pouring down his body. Trunks, it's better not to push yourself. You should leave this place quickly. The gravity at 150 times is far too challenging for you, Vegeta advised. Last night, Goten called to inform me that he intends to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Trunks chimed in, declaring his intention to join as well. Humph. He spoke as if it were a grand festival. Vegeta chuckled softly. This is going to be quite arduous. Perhaps I should transform into a Super Saiyan, Trunks muttered. Maintaining a gravity level of 150 times normal is exceedingly difficult. What? Vegeta paused in surprise. Suddenly, Trunks radiated a brilliant golden light, his hair standing on end. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback. Trunks executed a graceful leap, soaring to a considerable height. Following that, he circled the gravity training room at an astonishing speed. This is exhilarating, Trunks exclaimed joyfully. Vegeta remained silent, yet he felt a twinge of pain. What a joke. When did this boy become a Super Saiyan? Is it truly that effortless to transform into one? I endured considerable hardship before I finally achieved the Super Saiyan form. Hey. Trunks was busy performing flips in delight. Trunks. Vegeta called out to him. Trunks turned to look at his father. Can Gohan's brother also transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired. Yes, Trunks nodded. Vegeta remarked. This indeed seems to be a proliferation of Super Saiyans. Is it now the case that anyone can become a Super Saiyan? Wait a moment. Is something amiss? Let me ponder this carefully. When I was with Bulma, I was already capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. I recall that was when I had just mastered the transformation. Shortly thereafter, I was with Bulma, and then this child was born. Kakarot also had Gohan's brother after becoming a Super Saiyan. So, the reason they can transform so effortlessly into Super Saiyans is because both Kakarot and I were Super Saiyans when we had children? That seems to be the case. With this realization, Vegeta felt considerably relieved. Come at me, he instructed Trunks. Huh? Trunks blinked, quickly responding, no matter what, I could never be a match for you, Dad. You are simply too powerful. Attack me. If you can strike my face, I will take you to the amusement park, Vegeta declared. Really? Dad? Trunks exclaimed with excitement. Then prepared to launch his attack. Give it your all, and come at me. Vegeta readied himself for the challenge. Hey! Trunks launched a swift assault. Vegeta was taken aback. This young lad's punching speed is astonishing. Moreover, his strength feels formidable. Vegeta barely managed to evade Trunks' fist. Hey. Trunks unleashed another rapid flurry of punches. Vegeta struggled to dodge. I strike. Trunks' fists fell upon Vegeta like a torrential downpour. Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, barely able to defend himself. Whose insufferable spawn is this? How infuriating. Bang! Trunks landed a punch that grazed Vegeta's face. In a fit of embarrassment and rage, Vegeta retaliated swiftly, delivering a powerful blow to Trunks' nose. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. How dare you strike me? With a resounding thud, Trunks' head met the ground, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Vegeta exclaimed, What the hell? That seems to be my dear son. I may have been a bit too harsh. Groaning in pain. Trunks grit his teeth as he rose from the ground, wincing. Father is quite cunning, retaliating like that. Do not underestimate me. I never claimed I would refrain from countering. Vegeta replied. How could this be? Trunks protested, feeling quite wronged. No tears allowed. I shall take you to the amusement park. Vegeta huffed, inquiring, so, who is stronger? Gohan's younger brother or you? I am slightly stronger. Goten is younger than I, and he cannot even fly, Trunks responded. A smile breaking through as he realized they would indeed visit the amusement park. Vegeta fell silent once more, pondering the remarkable strength of these two youngsters. Meanwhile, at Bowsy Mountain, Gohan and Goten were engaged in a spirited spar. Both had transformed into Super Saiyans, their battle intensifying as they soared into the sky, shifting forms with agility. After a while, Gohan declared, All right, Goten, let's call it a day. We've done enough for now. Okay, Goten replied. And they descended back to the ground, panting heavily from their exertion. The recent spar had significantly drained their energy. Brother, aren't that big brother and sister coming today? Goten inquired. It's better they don't. If they come, we won't have time to train. Gohan chuckled, noting that mastering rapid flight would take considerable time. I think that big brother named Ye Tian seems quite impressive, Goten remarked, scratching his head. Oh, why do you think so? Gohan asked, momentarily taken aback. I don't know. It just feels that way, Goten smiled. Perhaps you're overthinking it, Gohan laughed, acknowledging that Ye Tian indeed possessed a peculiar energy, one even he could not sense. Chapter 46. Biddy Lee's declaration to the other four ships, does that energy truly possess a higher level of sophistication? Goten queried. I cannot say for certain, perhaps it does. Gohan replied with a grin. But it matters not. You can transform into a Super Saiyan beyond a Super Saiyan, and you will surely excel in the World Martial Arts Tournament. But if I transform into a Super Saiyan during the tournament, won't my identity be exposed? Goten countered. You raise a valid point. Perhaps we should all refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans during the competition. Son Gohan pondered. Very well. I have no objections, brother. Son Goten obediently nodded and said, I'll inform Trunks as well. In the outskirts of Satan City, in an uninhabited mountainous area, Biddy took to the air, exclaiming, Ye Tian. Look, I can float at such a height now. At that moment, she was approximately 2 meters above the ground. You practiced again after returning home last night, didn't you? Ye Tian inquired with a smile. Indeed, Biddy nodded. Very impressive, Ye Tian praised repeatedly. What about you, Ye Tian? Biddy asked. Me? Ye Tian sighed with resignation. Why must you compare yourself to me? Then who should I compare myself to? Biddy replied playfully, winking. All right, let me show you. Ye Tian said as his divine power radiated, and he gradually lifted off the ground. Soon, he soared to a height of 10 meters. Biddy's mouth fell open in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Are you kidding me? Even the academic prodigy possesses such talent in martial arts? She marveled. Biddy, you looked quite lovely just now with your mouth agape, Ye Tian remarked as he descended to a height comparable to hers, smiling. Really? Biddy's cheeks flushed once more. I'll see if there are any bananas nearby, Ye Tian said. Biddy, why do you always want me to eat bananas? Whoosh. After Leaf Tian spoke, he immediately soared into the sky. He flew away? Videl exclaimed, her mouth agape, and quickly added, Wait a moment, Leaf Tian, can you really fly freely now? Indeed. Leaf Tian replied with a smile, then muttered, This area should have banana trees. The environment is suitable for their growth. Videl interjected. Aren't we supposed to be practicing flying? Why are you so intent on finding bananas? I'm not hungry. Leaf Tian had already taken to the skies. After circling around, he returned without having found any bananas. Did you find any bananas? Videl inquired. Alas, no, Leaf Tian said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I'm not hungry. I had breakfast this morning. Videl remarked. Leaf Tian, are you hungry? I'll buy you some bananas when we head back. Leaf Tian coughed lightly. I suddenly feel like having abalone. Abalone? Sure, I'll get you some tonight, Videl replied. Really? Leaf Tian smacked his lips. Isn't it just abalone? I can easily buy that. Videl shrugged. It's not that expensive anyway. Leaf Tian nodded vigorously. Actually, we don't even need to buy it. We can just have what's available. Have what's available? Videl scratched her head. Let's discuss it tonight. Leaf Tian felt a twinge of anticipation. Videl remarked. I feel like you're trying to trick me again. By the way, what was that basket you mentioned yesterday? I still haven't figured it out. Returning to the topic, Videl asked, By the way, Leaf Tian, did you practice flying at home last night? No, I stayed at home watching a movie with Lotzi Lee. Leaf Tian replied candidly. You mean you watched a movie with the girl downstairs? Videl asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Yes, the film was quite thrilling. The television exploded. Ye Tian responded. Ye Tian, what are you thinking? Videl huffed. Are you really trying to play both sides? Playing both sides? That is hardly sufficient. Ye Tian replied. Haven't I mentioned it before? At least 5 sides. You always express your mischievousness in such a grandiloquent manner. Should I consider leaving you? I, Videl, am tempted to turn my back and walk away. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I feel an inexplicable attachment to Ye Tian. What is it that draws me to him? Is it merely his handsome visage? That hardly seems sufficient, as there are countless attractive individuals. Unwittingly, I have been gradually captivated by you. Ye Tian, have you truly never engaged in a romantic relationship with any other girl? Videl inquired softly. No, I can assure you of that, Ye Tian affirmed with a nod. Swearing to the heavens. I do not care. Your first experience must be with me. This is my declaration regarding the other 4 contenders. Videl huffed, addressing Ye Tian with a playful indignation. Deal. Ye Tian responded eagerly, nodding vigorously. Is there truly such a splendid arrangement? It seems Videl is not entirely unreasonable after all. After much persuasion, we arrived at this understanding. Thus, over the course of more than 20 days, the date of the world's foremost martial arts tournament drew ever closer. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, Son Goten, Piccolo, and Krillin were diligently honing their skills, while Sun Wukong trained in another realm. Videl, too, was tirelessly refining her abilities. Yet, 2 individuals remained unengaged in training, Ye Tian and Mr. Satan. Ye Tian felt no need for training, for he had already mastered the control of his divine power. However, his divine strength had not increased, as it seemed to be linked to the level of his Erasure Technique. It was presumed that the higher the level of the Erasure Technique, the stronger the divine power. Merely relying on training would not suffice for enhancement. Ye Tian was in no rush. Certainly, during these days, he was diligently working to eliminate unnecessary elements, thereby augmenting his Erasure experience. After this period of relentless elimination, Ye Tian was but a step away from upgrading to the silver-level Erasure Technique. It was believed that by the time of the martial arts tournament, a mere touch of elimination would suffice for the upgrade. Meanwhile, the legend of the mysterious hero grew increasingly enigmatic, and relevant authorities continued their search for this elusive figure. It was remarkable that they could find him, especially when even the gods of Earth had failed, not to mention these mere mortals. Notably, after Ye Tian returned home from completing the flight trial with Videl, he discovered that Android 18 was absent. Since that day, Ye Tian had not laid eyes upon her. Chapter 47. The Kaioshin, Baphomet, descends upon Earth. Ye Tian felt puzzled. Where could Android 18 have gone? Is it possible that she has embarked on her own training? Do androids require training? Indeed, it is true that androids can enhance their strength through training. Did you not witness the remarkable performance of Android 17 at the Tournament of Power? By the time of Dragon Ball Super, 17's power had already surpassed that of Goku's Super Saiyan 3, even rivaling the might of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, it was 17 who stood victorious on the arena's platform at the tournament's conclusion. Ye Tian speculated that Android 18 must be seeking a place to train. For where else could she be? After all, the prize for 4th place holds little allure for her. Yet, one wonders how much her power can truly be augmented. It likely won't be by a significant margin. In a desolate suburb, in a village sparsely populated, a large spacecraft descended silently upon the area. The villagers were left in a state of shock, paralyzed by fear. Is this a spacecraft? Have extraterrestrials arrived in our midst? With a creak, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, revealing several aliens who swiftly annihilated all inhabitants of the village. Lord Babidi, we have eliminated everyone in the vicinity. One of the subordinates reported to the sorcerer Babidi. Well done, Babidi acknowledged with a nod of approval, turning to his companion Dubra. As I understand it, the Supreme Kai has been monitoring the seal of Majin-Bu, so we must quickly find a place to conceal the spacecraft. And then we can stealthily seek out the seal of Majin-Bu. That plan is feasible, Lord Babidi, Dubra remarked with a slight smile. However, where shall we hide such a large spacecraft, Lord Babidi? Inquired the subordinate Pui. Let us conceal it underground, Babidi replied with a smile. Truly, Lord Babidi. That is an excellent location, Pui responded. Consequently, the subordinates worked tirelessly through the night to excavate a pit, successfully burying the enormous spacecraft beneath the earth. Once the spacecraft was concealed, Babidi, following the notes in his father's diary, swiftly located the seal of Majin-Bu. Is this Majin-Bu? Babidi exclaimed in excitement. Dubra too. gazed at the seal of Majin-Buu with a smile. Let us take the seal back to the spacecraft. I wish to study how to break this seal. Babidi expressed with anticipation. Immediately, Dabra stepped forward, grasped the seal, and quietly ascended into the sky. Before long, Babidi and his entourage returned to the spacecraft with the seal of Majin-Buu. Once again consulting his father's diary, Babidi found a method to unlock the seal. We need to infuse it with pure energy? Babidi pondered, glancing at his subordinates. Yet, none of their energy is suitable. Where shall we procure pure energy? My lord Babidi, I have heard that shortly, a martial arts tournament known as the Supreme of the World will be held on this planet. Pui Dao, shall we attend this tournament and see if we can discover pure energy? Let us proceed with this plan. Babidi nodded, but before that, it would be prudent to bring me 2 individuals. I wish to gain a more detailed understanding of this Supreme of the World martial arts tournament. I shall go fetch them right away. Pui chuckled. The gravity on this planet is so light, it feels invigorating to fly. Pui, the gravity of your planet is 10 times that of this one, is it not? Babidi remarked with a smile. No wonder you say so. Indeed, my lord Babidi. I shall take immediate action. Pui replied. That very night, Pui returned with 2 individuals who had previously participated in the Supreme of the World tournament. Babidi ensnared them with magic. Until we have gathered sufficient pure energy, we must remain discreet. Babidi smiled. The Kaioshin might appear at any moment. Rest assured, my lord Babidi. The Kaioshin is of no concern in my presence, Depura expressed confidently. While that may be true, he is nonetheless the Kaioshin, the most powerful deity in this universe. Babidi sighed. It is better to err on the side of caution. Once my Majin-Buu emerges from his seal, the entire universe will bend to my will. In the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin's expression grew exceedingly grave, cold sweat trickling down his face. Kaioshin, what has transpired? Inquired his attendant, Jebet. The seal on Majin-Buu has suddenly vanished. The Kaioshin replied solemnly. What? The seal has disappeared? Who could have done this? Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. Jebet, there is no time to lose. We must head to Earth immediately, commanded the Kaioshin. Yes, my lord Kaioshin, Jebet responded. Kai. The Kaioshin executed instant transmission, swiftly appearing on Earth, landing at the site where Majin-Buu's seal had once been. Indeed, the seal is gone, Jebet remarked gravely. The traces at the scene suggest that it has been moved. There are footprints left behind. The Kaioshin pointed to the ground. The shape of these footprints does not resemble that of Earthlings, Jebet noted. They appear to belong to extraterrestrials, the Kaioshin said. Have aliens visited Earth? Jebet asked. It is highly likely that the sorcerer Babidi is involved. The Kaioshin gritted his teeth. He is the son of Babidi. Babidi had a son? Jebet furrowed his brow. There is no one else. He must be eager to awaken Majin-Buu. The Supreme Kai felt as though he bore the weight of 2 heads upon his shoulders. If that were indeed the case, the entire universe would be on the brink of catastrophe. Jebet also appeared pallid with fear. We must hasten to locate the sorcerer Babidi and thwart his resurrection of the demon Buu, the Supreme Kai declared through gritted teeth. The 2 commenced their search upon Earth. Several hours passed, and suddenly, the Supreme Kai paused, turning his gaze toward the direction of Satan City. Jebet, momentarily taken aback, inquired, What is it over there? Lord Supreme Kai? It is divine energy, the Supreme Kai affirmed with conviction. How could anyone on this planet possess divine energy? Jebet murmured in confusion. I am uncertain as well, the Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head. Perhaps it is a deity from this planet, as many celestial bodies harbor their own gods. The Supreme Kai's reasoning holds merit. Jebet nodded, though he curiously added, But, my lord, just now it felt as though that divine energy was exceptionally pure. Chapter 48, Supreme Kai, Discovery of Divine Energy. I share your sentiment, the Supreme Kai responded, but we lack the luxury of time to ponder this matter. We must continue our pursuit of Babidi. Indeed, you speak true, Lord Supreme Kai, Jebet concurred. The 2 ascended once more into the skies, diligently seeking Babidi's whereabouts. Their perseverance bore fruit. Through various clues, the Supreme Kai and Jebet learned that Babidi's 2 subordinates intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Jebet was taken aback. This presents a splendid opportunity, Jebet, the Supreme Kai smiled. Let us disguise ourselves as contestants and partake in this planet's tournament, thereby discreetly tracking those 2 energy-absorbing subordinates of Babidi. We should be able to ascertain Babidi's precise location. Very well, Lord Supreme Kai, Jebet replied, chuckling. Yet if we enter such a tournament, we shall undoubtedly secure the championship with ease. Jebet, our aim is not the championship. Our primary objective remains to swiftly locate Babidi and eliminate him to prevent the awakening of the demon Buu. the Supreme Kai said, his expression grave. Should you awaken, the entire universe would face annihilation. Satan City, Apartment 8. Just moments ago, Ye Tian was levitating at home, striving to master his divine power more effectively. Suddenly, he sensed that someone was observing him from a distance. Ye Tian immediately released his perception to discern the presence of the other party. Through this sensing, he detected two peculiar energies, both bearing a faint resemblance to his own. However, these energies felt rather murky to him. If Ye Tian's divine power purity reached a level of 100, one of these entities had a clarity level around 70, while the other was even lower, possibly only 60. Who could these two individuals be? Ye Tian pondered, could they possibly be the Supreme Kai and Jebit? It certainly was a possibility. The energy similarity between them was striking. This energy is referred to as divine power. My divine power belongs to the Omni-King level, thus achieving an unparalleled clarity. The Supreme Kai's divine power hovers around 70, while that of his attendant is at 60. Based on these figures, one might wonder, what is the divine power of a god of destruction? Is it 80 or 90? And what about an angel? Perhaps above 95? Yet, such calculations seem trivial. I perceive their divine power to be rather feeble. Upon reflection, this was only to be expected. After all, my strength has far surpassed that of the Supreme Kai. Just moments ago, I released a mere fraction of my divine power, and that fellow still managed to sense it. However, the Supreme Kai could never fathom that my divine power had long surpassed his own. Indeed, the Supreme Kai naively believed that Ye Tian's divine power was weak, as he had only unleashed a slight amount merely to hone his will. Little did the Supreme Kai know that Ye Tian's divine power had already exceeded his own. In the Supreme Kai's perception, he regarded himself as the greatest god in the entire universe. Moreover, the current Supreme Kai was unaware of the existence of other universes, had he known. He would not hold such beliefs. As the days passed, the date of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament approached. On that fateful morning, the sun finally rose, casting its warm glow. Videl had arrived early to seek out Ye Tian. Ye Tian, shall we fly to the venue today? Videl proposed. Certainly, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Flying to the venue is quite feasible. Perhaps we can engage in an intense basketball match in the sky as well. Ye Tian smiled, adding, I have yet to kiss the rim. What exactly do you mean by the blue frame? You leave me utterly perplexed. Our relationship has essentially been established. Why then do you speak so ambiguously? What precisely does that blue frame you mention mean? Videl inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Such matters can only be comprehended intuitively, not articulated. Once spoken, the allure dissipates, Ye Tian replied. The absence of mystery is disconcerting, Videl remarked, increasingly sensing that your blue frame is anything but simple. Enough of this, let us hasten our departure, Videl urged. Are you prepared? I am nearly ready. Ye Tian nodded, swiftly shedding his garments. Videl exclaimed, Hey, do you think it appropriate to undress in front of me? Wiping her brow, she added, Aren't we supposed to be leaving? Why are you removing your clothes instead? With a resigned sigh, Videl remarked, I intend to change into a different outfit. As Ye Tian spoke, clad only in his shorts, he opened the wardrobe and retrieved a new garment. You could at least inform me, Videl replied. I ought to be mindful, after all. Who are we to each other? Ye Tian chuckled. There's no need to be overly concerned. Videl chose silence, contemplating. While I may be considered your girlfriend, our relationship has yet to reach that level of intimacy, has it? Ye Tian quickly changed his attire. By the way, have you made your decision? Will you participate in the competition? Videl asked. If we are to participate, then let us do so. It is merely for enjoyment. Ye Tian mused, glancing at the clock. We still have time. Shall we engage in a more meaningful contest first? A more meaningful contest? Videl was taken aback. Where shall we play? What sort of competition? Naturally, there, Ye Tian indicated the nearby resting place. Videl responded, I knew you would have something mischievous in mind. But why do I feel inclined to lead you in that direction? Lie down. Let me help you relax, Ye Tian said softly. Ye Tian, do you see what time it is? It would take even a jet 2 hours to reach the island hosting the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. We must depart at once. Videl blushed as she spoke softly. Do not be concerned. Please, take a seat, Ye Tian said, pulling Videl's hand to sit beside him on the bed. Videl's heart raced. Ye Tian, what are you planning? She asked, her cheeks flushed. Ye Tian simply uttered one word. Videl, please, do continue. Why did you only say a single word? Ye Tian grasped Videl's hands gently, holding her wrists delicately. Today is a day worthy of commemoration. First, I shall attend to Videl. and then I will head to the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament to casually erase a few things. Thus, I shall ascend to the silver level of the Erasure Technique. Truly, it is a splendid day. Chapter 49. Intimate moments with Videl. Videl's cheeks flushed as she half-heartedly resisted. Wait, today marks the opening of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. What shall Ye Tian and I do? 20 seconds later. Who cares about the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Let's engage in something meaningful instead. Videl's thoughts shifted rapidly. During this period, she and Ye Tian had spent countless moments together. It was only natural that their relationship progressed to this stage. In truth, they merely lacked a catalyst. More precisely, they awaited Ye Tian to take the initiative. He had refrained from doing so, preoccupied with mastering the Erasure Technique. Until he reached the silver level, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Now that he was on the brink of attaining the silver level, he wished to remain with Videl. Just as Ye Tian was about to make his move, a faint sound suddenly echoed from within the room. Ye Tian paused. Who could it be visiting my home? He swiftly expanded his senses and soon detected the presence of an individual within his abode. It was number 18. The one who had vanished for nearly half a month had surprisingly returned. If you have returned, then so be it. What purpose do you have in coming to my home? Were you not aware that I was on the verge of engaging in something far more meaningful? Why not join me? Ye Tian, with a dismissive wave of his hand, effortlessly stripped away the garments of number 18. Over the past fortnight, number 18 had ventured to a wildlife sanctuary, residing there for a time while simultaneously honing her skills. She had also shared the news of the World Martial Arts Championship with number 17. I cannot leave. These animals are in need of human care. Number 17 remarked with a smile. You may go, for I trust that with your abilities, securing the championship should pose little challenge. Provided that Sun Wukong and his companions do not enter the fray. The second prize is still 5 million, number 18 replied. My current employment offers a generous salary. I am not in need of funds, number 17 retorted. Yet when I once asked to borrow money, you were as tight-fisted as ever, number 18 rolled her eyes. That was not borrowing, it was merely a payment. I lent you money previously. When did you ever repay me? Number 17 huffed. Even though we share a sibling bond, one cannot continuously disregard the financial contributions of a younger brother. Such stinginess, number 18 remarked icily. Though my salary is substantial, it does not imply that my funds are inexhaustible, number 17 sighed. Do you believe I am the wealthiest individual in the world? Forget it. Number 18 acknowledged the futility of relying on her brother. You should consider seeking employment, for one cannot live off past resources indefinitely, number 17 advised. Surely, you cannot rely solely on underground fighting. I enjoy it, number 18 said nonchalantly. After spending additional time at number 17's residence, number 18 found herself utterly bored. She mused that it would be more entertaining to return and tease that charming young man. That young man certainly had a certain charm. After bidding farewell to number 17, she soared back to her own home. Upon her return, however, she realized that her wardrobe was in dire need of renewal. Glancing down, she noticed she was still clad in Ye Tian's attire. It suddenly dawned on her that she had forgotten to purchase new clothing. There were no garments available for her to change into. That insufferable mysterious hero. Where have you taken my clothes? It seems I have no choice but to retrieve them from Ye Tian's house. At this hour, he should be attending school, should he not? Even if he isn't. There is no harm in fetching a piece of clothing from his home. Those youngsters have dragged me into watching such films. May I inquire if you have any objections to my request for a garment? On the 18th, I leapt directly from my home to Ye Tian's abode. Notably, since that day, Ye Tian has neglected to mend the gaping hole. In fact, he even carelessly wiped away the floorboards covering it. This is quite convenient. All that remains is to construct a staircase. If time permits, building a staircase would transform this residence into a duplex. On the 18th, I gently descended into the living room of Ye Tian's house. Without delay, I made my way toward his bedroom. However, just as I was nearing Ye Tian's chamber, a sudden chill enveloped me. Looking down, I realized my clothes were missing. Where have my garments gone? Is this the doing of that enigmatic hero once again? What left me speechless was yet to come. Upon entering the bedroom, I discovered Ye Tian in an intimate encounter with his female classmate, who reciprocated his affections with a gaze full of tenderness. I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Ye Tian, hold on a moment, I exclaimed, as I caught a glimpse of a figure in my peripheral vision. What could possibly be wrong? Ye Tian found me to be quite a nuisance. When will you return? You don't come back when I miss you, yet you appear when I no longer think of you. It feels as though someone has entered our abode. Biddy gently extricated herself from Ye Tian's embrace. Rising to her feet, she immediately caught sight of the figure entering through the door, number 18. The two women exchanged glances. "Why are you not dressed when you come to Ye Tian's house?" Biddy asked, hands on her hips. Number 18, preparing to adopt a similar stance, suddenly recalled her lack of attire and found herself at a loss for words. Without uttering a sound, number 18 walked past Biddy and deftly opened the wardrobe, retrieving a set of Ye Tian's clothes to don. "You may continue," number 18 remarked before turning to leave. "Come on, Zili," Ye Tian called out. Just as number 18 stepped outside, she nearly stumbled upon hearing Ye Tian's words. Can such matters truly be shared? She quickened her pace. In a moment, number 18 leaped back to her own home, inhaling deeply. That scene had been rather awkward. However, I managed to diffuse the tension with my composure. Wait, it is they who should feel awkward, not I. But then again, I feel quite embarrassed as well, for I am without my clothes. That enigmatic hero better not allow me to discover their identity. If I do, just see how I shall deal with you. Hold on, let me ponder this. Let me think it through. Could that mysterious hero be Ye Tian? Why do I find him rather suspicious? He is attending the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, is he not? Even if he does not attend, his little girlfriend certainly will. I shall observe him discreetly. Perhaps I will uncover some clues. Thus, I have made a delightful decision. In Ye Tian's bedroom, Biddy, do not hit the pause button. Continue, continue. Ye Tian urged. Biddy replied, do you think this is a movie? Can it really go on? That woman downstairs has ruined the lovely atmosphere. Did you not consider that you have shared with her that I, Ye Tian, was your first? Biddy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 50, Objective, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I am innocent. I truly did not engage with her. It must have been that mysterious hero who took her clothes, Ye Tian insisted. Mysterious hero? Do not blame everything on this enigmatic figure. Biddy huffed. It is rather amusing that even the police, when confronted with insurmountable challenges, attribute them to the mysterious hero, neglecting their duty to solve the case. It is a predicament we cannot avoid. After all, who can resist the allure of such mystery? To this day, no one knows their true identity. Ye Tian feigned nonchalance. Speaking of the enigmatic hero, a plethora of mysterious disappearances has recently occurred. Who could it possibly be? Videl softly inquired, always causing things to vanish. In due time, we shall uncover the truth, Ye Tian replied with a smile. It's akin to searching for something you deeply desire. No matter how hard you seek, it eludes you. Yet, on a day when you least expect it, it suddenly reappears. Many occurrences in life are indeed wondrous. You speak the truth, Videl nodded thoughtfully. So many things are truly remarkable, Ye Tian echoed. You have already articulated this, Videl remarked. Allow me to reiterate, Ye Tian said. Observing Videl from head to toe, it is as if, when I gaze upon you, I perceive a sumptuous feast, eager to savor every detail and unwilling to overlook a single aspect. Videl, this sentiment resonated deeply with her. Your words are rather blunt. Videl felt her entire body flush with heat. Could you not express yourself so directly? There is still time. We have only completed 1% of our task thus far. Ye Tian Dao 1%? Videl was taken aback. Glancing at the time, she swiftly regained her composure. At this rate, we shall accomplish nothing this morning. What purpose does attending the World Martial Arts Tournament serve? Is it truly worthwhile? Ye Tian Dao, moreover, as a woman, engaging in such violence is hardly appropriate. No, I am determined to go. Videl no longer harbored the sentiments she felt earlier. The physiological structures of women and men differ. It is about the essence of feeling. The subtle sensation Videl experienced was marred by the appearance of number 18. Thus, she now perceived the World Martial Arts Tournament as being of even greater significance. In truth, it was primarily the scene of number 18's arrival at Ye Tian's residence that stirred her feelings. To claim that Videl was unaffected would be an understatement. You have ventured into Ye Tian's abode without attire, which raises my suspicions regarding the nature of your relationship. The World Martial Arts Tournament occurs but once a year. Videl, do not wish to miss this opportunity. Let us take our leave then, for Ye Tian does not wish to impose. As I suggested, let us fly there. Videl proposed. Certainly, that is agreeable, Ye Tian nodded. Following this, Ye Tian and Videl soared from the window, ascending into the azure sky, gliding gracefully above. Android 18 discreetly trailed behind. Little did she anticipate that Ye Tian's girlfriend possessed the ability to fly as well. Indeed, since Ye Tian is a classmate of Son Gohan, it stands to reason that this girl, Videl, is also a peer of his. I am eager to witness your capabilities at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I shall have the opportunity to meet you both, while also discerning whether Ye Tian is indeed the enigmatic hero he is said to be. In another expanse of sky, a large jet helicopter glided serenely through the air. Within it sat numerous individuals. Had Ye Tian been present, he would have recognized each one instantly. These were familiar faces to him. Among the occupants were Vegeta, Son Gohan, and others. Almost all of the surviving Z warriors were present, save for Tien and Kairatsu. Piccolo chose not to accompany them, opting instead to fly directly to the venue of the tournament. Bulma personally piloted the aircraft towards the small island where the tournament was to take place. Will Goku truly come? Bulma inquired with a hint of anticipation. Father will definitely arrive, Son Gohan affirmed. I am so delighted. It has been such a long time since I last saw Goku, Master Roshi remarked with a smile. Leaping. Will you participate in the competition? Chi-Chi asked the boy seated beside her. No, I shall refrain. I do not wish to embarrass myself, Leaping replied, shaking his head. Haha. It has been ages since I have witnessed such a scene, the Ox King chuckled. Son Goten occupied a window seat, gazing at the scenery outside, with Trunks following suit. The family radiated warmth and joy. Uncle Krillin, father may not recognize you, Son Gohan jested. Ha ha ha, he certainly will not, Krillin laughed in return. Krillin, how are things with you? Leaping suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Krillin responded, taken aback. The matter of your girlfriend, Leaping stated. Krillin felt a pang in his heart at that moment. Could it be that you, Krillin, still do not have a girlfriend? Leaping asked in astonishment. Can we not have a proper conversation? Krillin wiped his brow. Whether or not I have a girlfriend is none of your concern. By the way, aren't you nearly 40 this year? Leaping lamented how swiftly time passes, recalling that when he first met you, you seemed merely 13 years of age. Krillin chose to remain silent. Uncle Leaping, what about you? Do you have a girlfriend? Son Wukong casually inquired. Perhaps it is best not to ask him. Bulma sighed from the side. Why do you say that, Aunt Bulma? Son Wukong asked curiously. Never mind. It is not suitable for children. You are still quite young and do not need to know everything, Bulma replied. Krillin, after the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will take you out. I know a fantastic place with many girls, Leaping whispered to Krillin. You mean a nightclub? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, you already knew? Leaping felt a bit embarrassed. You rascal, am I not your master? Master Roshi said in exasperation. Such a fun place, yet you do not take your master along? I promise to take Master Roshi next time. Leaping laughed heartily. Now that sounds more like it. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. Bulma covered her forehead in silence. You have all veered off the rhythm. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks, let us refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Shall we? Gohan proposed. Why? Vegeta inquired, taken aback. When you battled against Cell, your Super Saiyan forms were captured on film, Bulma elaborated. If you transform during the competition, they might recognize you. Chapter 51, The Return of Goku. Indeed, if that were the case, the television station could very well cause us trouble, Gohan nodded. Humph. I could easily dispatch those bothersome individuals with a single punch. Vegeta scoffed. That wouldn't be very appropriate. Gohan scratched his head. It's quite all right. If you all refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans, it will remain a fair competition, and my advantage shall remain unchanged, Vegeta remarked with a nonchalant smile. Trunks added. Goten and I have no objections either. Excellent. Thank you all. Let us not break the rules. Gohan expressed his gratitude. By the way, Gohan, what about that mysterious hero you mentioned? Have there been any new developments recently? Bulma asked. Mysterious hero? Gohan shook his head. I've taken a month off to train at home, and I haven't visited Satan City in quite some time, so I know very little about the mysterious hero. I see. Bulma nodded. Has that mysterious hero been involved in any enigmatic activities? Surely, there haven't been more mysterious disappearances in Satan City? Gohan inquired. I've been keeping an occasional eye on the news regarding this matter, Bulma replied. During this time, there have indeed been several mysterious disappearances in Satan City. Who could this mysterious hero be? Gohan pondered. What manner of person is he? Is he truly a magician? What mysterious hero? What has disappeared? Krillin asked curiously. Uncle Krillin, are you not aware? In my school in Satan City, things often vanish mysteriously. However, most of the items that disappear are things that should not exist. The citizens have concocted a tale of a mysterious hero, claiming that he is responsible for these vanishings. Gohan briefly explained the situation regarding the mysterious disappearances. Upon hearing this news, Krillin and the others were equally astonished. Uncle Vegeta suggested it might be the work of a magician who has used magic to relocate these items. Gohan clarified. Everything else aside, the question remains, why would he transfer the exam papers from your school? Krillin asked. Is he planning to complete all of them himself? Gohan found himself at a loss for words. Even more absurdly, many individuals who have recently lost items have placed the blame on the mysterious hero. Bulma chuckled. Is that so? Sun Wukong paused for a moment. Have you seen this news? A woman was caught in an affair by her husband, Bulma remarked with a smile. She claimed that her clothes and her lovers were mysteriously destroyed by a certain hero. Is it fair for a hero to take the blame for such matters? Krillin chuckled. The most ridiculous part is that her husband actually believed her. Bulma laughed heartily. So this mysterious hero can make things disappear? Lepin pondered, casting a contemplative glance at Krillin. Tell me, Krillin, could it be that your nose was made to vanish by this hero? Get lost. Krillin retorted angrily. On the island hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. After 2 hours of flight, Ye Tian and Videl appeared in the sky above. It's only a bit past 9 in the morning. Yet there are already so many people here, Videl remarked, gazing down in awe. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. My father has arrived as well. Videl looked down again and spotted her father's figure. Let us find a place to land, but let us avoid the crowded areas to prevent causing a stir. Agreed. Ye Tian replied, guiding Videl to a distant landing spot. Shortly after their arrival, Sun Wukong and the others also flew in. Upon reaching the island, Krillin and Lepin were astonished by the sheer number of attendees at the World Martial Arts Tournament. This is far more bustling than before. Suddenly, they heard cheers from a distance. Many people rushed towards the source of the commotion. It's Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan has arrived. Someone exclaimed, excitement evident in their voice. Haha. It's Mr. Satan, the great hero who saves the earth. Krillin laughed. He is quite popular, Bulma added with a smile. It's only natural, considering the city is named after him. At that moment, Satan emerged among the crowd, raising his fists triumphantly, a broad smile plastered across his face. To all my supporters around the world, thank you for your patience. He bellowed with glee. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan. The audience chanted fervently. A prearranged, beautiful reporter approached for an interview. Welcome, Mr. Satan. What do you think your chances of winning this time are? She asked, holding the microphone up to him. Ha ha. I am absolutely confident I have a 12 out of 10 chance of winning. Satan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. That guy hasn't changed a bit, Lepin chuckled. Look over there. It's Uncle Piccolo. Son Goten turned to Gohan and immediately spotted the green-skinned Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, have you seen my father? Gohan inquired as he stepped forward. Not yet, Piccolo replied, glancing at Gohan with a hint of concern. Gohan, you aren't seriously planning to make your entrance dressed like that, are you? Indeed, Gohan nodded. If only you could swap that headscarf for a green one, it would complement my skin tone quite well, Piccolo mumbled. What did you just say, Piccolo? Are you aware of the connotation of a green headscarf? Chi-Chi approached with a frown, casting a stern glare at Piccolo. Is there a special meaning? Piccolo inquired, seemingly unfamiliar with the implications. Of course, a green hat signifies that one's girlfriend has been stolen away. Chi-Chi scoffed. It seems your race doesn't differentiate between genders, does it? But does Gohan have a girlfriend? Piccolo asked. Although he does not currently, it does not preclude future possibilities. Chi-Chi stated. Understood. Piccolo wiped his brow. Where's Goku? Could he have already gone to the contestants' lounge? Chi-Chi scanned the surroundings, her face etched with anxiety. Just then, with a resounding thud, Son Goku descended from the sky, landing before the group. Hello, everyone. Goku greeted cheerfully. Old son. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, then turned excitedly to face the newly arrived Goku. Father, Gohan exclaimed eagerly. Ah, Krillin was too overwhelmed to articulate his excitement. Everyone has changed quite a bit. But you all seem very healthy, Goku remarked with a smile. Woo. Krillin stifled his tears. Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down his cheeks and moistening his sunglasses. Goku. Chi-Chi murmured, her eyes glistening with hopeful tears. Piccolo wore a smile, welcoming Goku back. Master Roshi's heart swelled with joy. Goku, along with Bulma, shed tears of happiness. Ox King, on the other hand, laughed heartily without a care. Leaping and Puar were equally ecstatic. Goku and Oolong were filled with anticipation. However, Son Goten displayed a perplexed expression. Who is this person? Is he my father? He looks quite similar to me. Vegeta observed from the sidelines, silently pondering to what heights Kakarot's strength could ascend. Trunks, too, did not recognize Son Goku. Father, As the first to charge forward, Gohan embraced his father. Following closely were Krillin, Oolong, and Chi-Chi, who also rushed to envelop Goku in their affection. Bulma, eager to partake in the embrace, took a couple of steps forward before suddenly realizing her circumstances. I am now married, and my child has grown so much. I ought not to display such intimacy with Goku. Otherwise, the one adorned with the green headband would surely be Vegeta. After this affectionate exchange, the atmosphere gradually calmed. Remember, we only have 24 hours, the Crystal Elder reminded Goku as she sat upon her crystal sphere. Thank you, Crystal Elder, Goku nodded in acknowledgement. I shall return for you in 24 hours, she declared before departing the scene on her crystal orb. The group exchanged a few more pleasantries. Ah, he resembles me so closely. He must be my child, Goku remarked, pointing at Goten. Goten, feeling timid, hid behind his mother, Chi-Chi, clutching her skirt tightly. Goten, this is your father, Chi-Chi said with a warm smile. We should hurry to register. The deadline is approaching, Piccolo suggested. Goku and the others stepped forward to register one by one. Scion Masked Hero? Goku was taken aback. What is going on? Gohan is concerned about his identity being revealed since he is entering school, so he is participating under this guise, Piccolo explained. Ah, I understand now, Goku replied. What? The youth division? Trunks exclaimed, turning to Goten. Goten, those under 15 cannot compete with adults. What? Goten expressed his disappointment. Is there still such a rule? Bulma shook her head. We won't participate in the youth division. We want to compete alongside the adults. Trunks insisted. That's against the rules of the competition. The staff member replied. But I'm already 18. I just happen to be short. Trunks protested. The staff member retorted. Who do you think you are fooling, little brat? Meanwhile, Krillin stifled a laugh, relieved that the two boys were entering the youth division. Otherwise, he would likely be eliminated in the first round. After completing their registration, the group continued onward. Upon reaching a crossroads, Goku and the others waved goodbye to their families. Everyone, give it your all, Bulma called out as she waved her hand. Ahead lay a long corridor, the end of which led to the venue for the martial arts tournament's preliminary rounds. Goku and his companion strode forward. Krillin, weren't you bald? Why do you have hair now? Goku inquired curiously. I used to shave my head. I've always had hair, Krillin replied. At the back of the group, Trunks and Goten whispered to each other. Your deceased father looks just like you, Trunks remarked. Indeed, Goten agreed. Ye Tian nodded. Is he truly formidable? Trunks inquired. Observing his appearance, which did not seem particularly strong, my father appears to be far more powerful. My brother once claimed that my father's strength is unrivaled in the universe. Ye Tian replied. Your brother is deceiving you, Trunks retorted, unconvinced. Ahead, a beautiful reporter and a photographer awaited to interview the competitors participating in the contest. Vegeta led the way, and the reporter approached him for an interview. May I ask where you are from? Are you together? She greeted with a warm smile. Vegeta, however, chose to ignore her completely, walking past without uttering a word. Piccolo followed closely behind. The reporter lamented, have I truly lost my charm? Even Mr. Satan finds me appealing. Yet these two seem oblivious to my presence. Suddenly, she thought, huh? They appear familiar from somewhere. She scrutinized them closely and whispered to the photographer, is it just me? Or do you recall something? The photographer nodded in agreement. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his companions approached. The reporter quickly stepped forward, thrusting the microphone towards Sun Wukong's mouth. May I ask where you are from? She inquired. Where am I from? I hail from another world. Sun Wukong pointed to the sky. The reporter displayed a look of confusion. He. You are quite humorous. Your headpiece is rather peculiar. She laughed heartily in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. Are you referring to this halo? It is not merely an ornament. It is a mark I bear after my demise, Sun Wukong responded candidly. The reporter continued. What nonsense are you uttering? I cannot comprehend anything you are saying. Vic glanced towards Sun Wukong. Old son, you are such a foolish teammate. What will your son do at school if you proceed this way? Perhaps I should destroy their equipment. Just as Bick was about to unleash his special abilities to obliterate the camera, in an instant, the device in the photographer's hand vanished without a trace. Bick's expression shifted rapidly. He immediately became vigilant, searching for the instigator behind this occurrence. Yet, where could he possibly look? Ye Tian was already 100 meters away, casually erasing some unnecessary items. His experience points were steadily increasing. Congratulations on completing the bronze-level Erasure Technique. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the silver-level Erasure Technique. Silver-level Erasure Technique. The physical strength is 1,000 times that of Frisia during the Namek saga, capable of erasing any human or divine being from a galaxy, excluding Kaioshin. Destroyers, angels, grand priests, and Xeno. This includes, but is not limited to, living organisms, entire buildings, demon clans, and other species. Chapter 53, Silver Level Erasure Technique. Erase 1. 000 individuals or 10,000 buildings to advance to the Gold Level Erasure Technique. Ye Tian was taken aback. After upgrading to the Silver Level Erasure Technique, he had not anticipated the system would also upgrade. This time, the system provided a more detailed prompt. Indeed, it was 1,000 times that of Frisia during the Namek saga. This equates to a battle power of approximately 120 billion, if calculated purely by strength. Ye Tian assessed his physical strength, feeling a somewhat excessive surge. After all, it had increased tenfold. He felt a bit unaccustomed to this newfound power. I dare not approach Videl now. I might accidentally cause her to deflate. Losing my girlfriend is not an option. Videl, for the next hour, please do not touch me. Ye Tian advised. Why do you say that? Videl asked, puzzled. No reason. I have been researching a rather unique technique, and inadvertently, I upgraded, Ye Tian lamented. My strength has increased by 10 times. What? 10 times? Videl exclaimed. Not important now, Ye Tian chuckled. He felt an urge to experiment. Having upgraded to the Silver Level Erasure Technique, should he not find someone to test it on? However, he couldn't allow anyone to recover. Who would be suitable? He wondered if there was a prison on this small island. Ye Tian was not the type to act recklessly. If he were truly that kind of person, erasing 1,000 individuals would have swiftly completed his upgrade. Yet for Ye Tian, such rapid advancement held little intrigue. After all, there remains a considerable amount of time before Beerus awakens. As long as I can complete the Platinum Level Erasure Technique prior to his awakening, everything will be fine. The Platinum Level Erasure Technique grants a physical strength tenfold that of Beerus, along with the ability to create. Thus, if I achieve the Platinum Level Erasure Technique, I could potentially overpower Beerus with ease, provided he provokes me. If he does not provoke me, then all is well. If you dare to provoke me, I shall erase from you that which should not exist. Moreover, the Platinum Level Erasure Technique is incapable of eliminating the God of Destruction. Nevertheless, this is not a matter of concern. Furthermore, there remains a considerable journey before one can attain the Platinum Level Erasure Technique. There is no need to rush. For now, I shall seek someone to experiment with. I will be away for a moment, Ye Tian said to Videl. Where are you going? Videl inquired. I shall return shortly. You may wait for me here, Ye Tian responded before swiftly taking flight. Videl remarked. How mysterious. What are you up to? Would you dare to clandestinely date another woman? After contemplating carefully, Dili did not pursue Ye Tian. Ye Tian swiftly soared to a remote location. Help! Someone is being robbed. Upon his arrival, he heard the desperate voice of a girl. Hastening forward, Ye Tian witnessed 2 burly men assaulting a seemingly attractive young woman. Not only did they snatch her bag, but they also attempted to strip her of her clothing. The girl's face was etched with despair as she cried out for help. Release that girl! Ye Tian bellowed at the 2 ruffians. Turning their attention to him, one of the brutes sneered. What do we have here? A mere boy? This is none of your business. Scram. He brandished a knife menacingly. This isn't a place for you to play the hero. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. The other man drew a dagger. Please, don't abandon me. Help. The girl's plea intensified, her hopelessness palpable. The boy who approached seemed unremarkable. With a swift motion, Ye Tian waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, one of the ruffian's arms vanished, along with the knife he wielded. The thug stood bewildered, sensing something was amiss, as if a part of him had been removed. The other thug, noticing the anomaly, glanced at his companion. Where is your arm? My arm? What do you mean? Your arm is gone, his partner exclaimed. Are you joking? The brute looked at his own arm, only to be met with sheer panic. Where's my arm? My right arm, the one I used to wield a weapon, it's gone. How will I have fun now? Ye Tian scratched his head. I must have mispronounced the incantation. Let me try again. This time, I'll erase you entirely. Prepare yourself. With a radiant smile, he waved his hand again, erasing the armless man from existence. The thrill was exhilarating. The remaining thug was left in stupefied terror. Are you the mysterious hero of Satan City? He stammered, regaining his composure. Apart from Mr. Satan, no one knows my identity, Ye Tian sighed. The thug's face drained of color. You should join him in oblivion, Ye Tian declared, preparing to strike once more. No, I'll fight you. The thug shouted, brandishing his dagger and lunging at Ye Tian. Ye Tian gently waved his hand, effortlessly erasing his opponent from existence. In this narrow alley, only Ye Tian and a rather attractive girl remained. The girl now felt a wave of fear wash over her. The mysterious hero had just stated that aside from Mr. Satan, no one knew his true identity. This implied that no one had ever laid eyes on him. Yet now, she had encountered him. Would he make her vanish as well? Please don't make me disappear. You can ask me to do anything else, she pleaded, her desperation palpable. Anything else, truly? Ye Tian inquired. The girl nodded fervently. Is your mouth tight? Ye Tian scrutinized her further. Tight, exceptionally tight. I would never reveal anything, she assured him. I have a preference for girls with tight lips, Ye Tian remarked with a mischievous grin. What do you mean? The girl recoiled in fear. I'm leaving, Ye Tian chuckled, soaring into the sky and departing swiftly. The girl remained dazed, struggling to comprehend the encounter. However, once she confirmed that Ye Tian had indeed left, her anxious heart finally found solace. Ye Tian continued to explore various secluded corners, erasing some nefarious individuals without hesitation. Naturally, those who displeased him were also swiftly dealt with. After meandering for a while, he found an unoccupied spot and descended slowly. Lazuli, you have been following me this entire time. What is your intention? Ye Tian addressed a particular spot in the sky. Chapter 54, Sun Wukong, the mysterious sorcerer? Android 18 was taken aback. How had he discovered her? She emitted no energy. Even Gohan and Vegeta should not have sensed her presence. Was he attempting to deceive her? Android 18 remained hidden. Still not coming out? Ye Tian laughed. You think I can't see you up there among the clouds? In the next moment, Android 18 swiftly descended from the sky. How did you find me? She questioned. Astonished. I sensed your presence, Ye Tian chuckled. Impossible. I have no energy signature. Android 18 retorted in disbelief. You carry the scent of my perfume. Ye Tian replied with a smile. Android 18 was momentarily speechless. I remember now, I am wearing his clothes. Are you a dog or something? She said, wiping her brow. Why are you following me? Aren't you participating in the tournament? Ye Tian inquired. Who said I was following you? I was merely wandering about in the sky, nothing more. Android 18 denied. What have you seen? Ye Tian asked with a playful smile. What do you mean? What have I seen? Number 18 was taken aback. I had thought you were aware of everything, said Ye Tian now. Humph. I have no idea what you were talking about, replied number 18 with a huff. If you didn't see it, then so be it. Ye Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Whether you saw it or not is inconsequential. It is not a matter of great significance. My strength has now reached a point where I can traverse this planet with ease. What I have to fear? I never intended to conceal my identity. It is merely that you failed to notice. Would you like to take a look? As Ye Tian spoke, he suddenly felt a slight itch in his trousers and absent-mindedly scratched. No looking, no looking, no looking. Number 18's expression darkened as she hastily responded. Ye Tian? If you choose not to look, then so be it. Why state it with such conviction? I merely wish to show you my Erasure Technique. What do you think I intend to reveal? How is your tone of speech so strikingly reminiscent of that Dragon Ball moment when Vegeta had his hands tucked into Bulma's pockets? In the corridor of the preliminary rounds, both the photographer and the beautiful reporter were left bewildered. Where's the camera? Why has it vanished? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor becoming alarmingly vigilant. What is happening? Piccolo. Goku also sensed that something was amiss. Uncle Piccolo is that enigmatic sorcerer. He has reappeared, Gohan declared solemnly. Indeed, it must be him. Piccolo nodded. What sorcerer? Goku was taken aback. Is he the mysterious hero from Satan City? The beautiful reporter suddenly regained her composure. I have heard of him. The photographer exclaimed in shock, hastily adding, but we haven't done anything wrong. We were merely conducting a simple interview. Why has our camera disappeared? We must leave this place. It is too eerie. The beautiful reporter's face turned pale with fear. The two quickly made their escape. Vegeta was also scanning the surroundings. Has that sorcerer truly appeared? I cannot sense his presence at all. What on earth are you talking about? Goku asked impatiently. Dad, to put it simply, in the city where I go to school, a sorcerer known as the mysterious hero has emerged. Gohan explained. In our city, things mysteriously vanish, like cars in motion, some unnecessary papers from our school, and even body parts of wrongdoers, along with various unsightly structures, all of it mysteriously disappears. Is it the sorcerer known as the mysterious hero responsible for this? Goku was somewhat astonished. Uncle Vegeta mentioned that this mysterious hero should indeed be a sorcerer. Gohan turned to Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, you see it too, don't you? I am not being overly dramatic. Just now, that camera vanished without a trace. Isn't it peculiar? Vegeta remained silent, primarily because he had yet to discern how the objects had vanished and was unable to locate the individual responsible. One must be vigilant. It surely must be the work of a sorcerer. Vegeta huffed, considering that the individual likely concealed their energy, thus it was entirely reasonable that we could not find them. What could it mean for him to have shifted the camera? Gohan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Perhaps he intends to declare war upon us. Vegeta smirked lightly. Yet the fact that this person dared not reveal himself suggested that his magic merely caused objects or components of ordinary people to disappear, posing no threat to us whatsoever. This reassured Gohan considerably. Does a sorcerer truly exist? Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. Goku, is everything all right? Krillin asked with concern, feeling an air of strangeness. Previously, he had only heard Gohan mention this incident, yet witnessing it firsthand was utterly astonishing. Goku scratched his head, equally bewildered. Should I inquire with King Kai? Perhaps he possesses knowledge about this matter. Goten, did you see anything? Trunks inquired. I did not look in that direction. I didn't see anything. Goten shook his head. I did not see anything either, Trunks replied. Father and the others mentioned that something had mysteriously vanished, seemingly the work of that enigmatic sorcerer. A sorcerer? How intriguing. Goten smiled widely, expressing a desire to learn magic. Oh, Goten is just a child. Do you not comprehend the gravity of this situation? Trunks sighed, sounding like a little adult. Goten shook his head. Never mind, let us proceed. Piccolo spoke in a low voice. As it stands, there seems to be no one in the vicinity. I trust he will eventually reveal himself. He probably does not dare to show himself. He must be aware of our strength. Vegeta asserted confidently. So, does that mean there is no issue? Krillin still felt a twinge of worry. There should be no problem. Krillin, I will find time to consult King Kai. Goku contemplated. After all, King Kai is the greatest deity in this universe, is he not? That is indeed true. There is nothing that Lord Kai does not know, Piccolo affirmed with a nod. Why not contact him now? Krillin inquired. I just attempted to reach out. But King Kai said he was preoccupied, Goku replied. Piccolo responded, Krillin added. Then let us ask him later. Chapter 55. The preliminaries officially commenced. The group continued their advance. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious sorcerers. How could there possibly be any? Aside from those few individuals, there exists no one else in the vicinity. Even if there were, there would merely be ordinary staff members. In fact, Bick was intently scrutinizing one of the employees, attempting to ascertain whether he appeared suspicious. The poor staff member was nearly brought to tears under Bick's relentless gaze. What expression is that? Why does your face turn green upon seeing me? Am I truly so unattractive? Contestants requiring a change of attire, please proceed to the dressing room. Time is of the essence, so I urge everyone to hasten. The staff called out to Sun Wukong and his companions. Those needing a change of clothes included Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, all of whom entered the room together. With our participation, I truly feel pity for the other contestants, Krillin lamented, as our rivals consist solely of our group. Uncle Krillin, do not forget about the magician. That camera vanished right before our eyes, and this magician feels rather extraordinary, Trunks interjected. Krillin was at a loss for words. I had finally managed to selectively forget about that matter. Why must you bring it up now, you little brat? I hope to compete in a group with the adults. Trunks remarked. Haha, you will gradually grow up, Krillin chuckled. When I grow up, I will find several girlfriends and send one to you, Uncle Krillin. How about that? Trunks said. Krillin felt a pang of heartache at that moment. After changing clothes, Sun Wukong and his companions entered the venue for the preliminary rounds. The venue was quite spacious, seemingly capable of accommodating several thousand spectators. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man displayed an expression of great excitement. It is truly you, the middle-aged man exclaimed enthusiastically. Krillin was taken aback, instantly recognizing the man as well. Hello. Sun Wukong waved in greeting. This middle-aged man was none other than the referee for the World Martial Arts Tournament. He had officiated during Sun Wukong's first participation in the tournament and had served as the referee and commentator for several consecutive editions. He had witnessed Sun Wukong's growth, from being a runner-up in 2 consecutive tournaments to ultimately becoming the champion. This little fellow has now grown into an adult. Even the adornments on his head have changed. And he sports a halo. Truly, he is becoming more accomplished, the middle-aged man chuckled. Today is indeed a momentous occasion. He continued, smiling. I can hardly believe it. I never anticipated being able to meet you all again. I have been eagerly awaiting your return. With that, The middle-aged man excitedly stepped forward to shake hands with Sun Wukong. The one who defeated Cell was not Mr. Satan, but rather you all, wasn't it? I had known that all along, he whispered with a smile. Sun Wukong grinned widely in acknowledgement, while Krillin merely chuckled in agreement. Frankly speaking, the World Martial Arts Tournament has become exceedingly dull without your participation. The level of competition has diminished significantly. The middle-aged man sighed and inquired, "You all came together, I presume?" "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied with a nod. "Your prospects are truly boundless," the middle-aged man remarked, turning to Piccolo with a cautionary tone. "Please refrain from wreaking havoc on the competition venue as you did last time. Spare me your chatter." Piccolo grunted. "It seems the tale of the Demon King Piccolo has faded from the people's minds," Krillin whispered to Piccolo. "Cut the nonsense." Piccolo's expression darkened. "I've long noticed that halo atop your head. What a curious ornament. You seem almost angelic." The middle-aged man gazed upward at the golden halo above Sun Wukong. "Oh, in truth, I perished while battling Cell. I have returned today from another realm as an exception to partake in the competition," Sun Wukong confessed candidly. The middle-aged man was taken aback, hastily retreating a couple of steps to distance himself from Sun Wukong. "Are you a ghost? Perhaps I should keep my distance from you. It's a bit unbelievable, but anything is possible with you." The middle-aged man chuckled, unperturbed by the thought of death. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared to life. "Attention, all competitors. The preliminary rounds of the world's greatest martial arts tournament are about to commence. Excluding the youth division, a total of 194 participants are registered for this event, among which only 16 will advance to the preliminaries. However, the reigning world champion, Mr. Satan, has been granted a special exemption from the preliminaries and will appear as a seed competitor. Therefore, we must select the remaining 15 contestants. Haha. I am confident that you will all qualify for the finals. We shall meet on the arena shortly." The referee waved goodbye to Sun Wukong and the others. "To ensure fairness, the tournament has decided to employ a power testing machine for the preliminaries," the staff explained. "The 15 competitors with the highest power readings will proceed to the next round." "A power testing machine? What is that?" Krillin inquired curiously. "We are honored to have the world champion, Mr. Satan, demonstrate for us," the announcer continued. "He will strike the power testing machine with his fist, and we shall see his power reading. Let us warmly welcome Mr. Satan to the stage." As the words echoed, Satan burst forth from the room, raising his fist high. "Who in this world can defeat me?" he proclaimed with boundless confidence. The assembled competitors applauded enthusiastically. "There are far too many who could defeat you here," Krillin sighed. Numerous reporters immediately turned their cameras towards Satan, capturing the moment. Quietly, Piccolo enveloped the electronic devices with his energy, rendering them silent. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, all the electronic equipment on site exploded. Satan was taken aback. "What just happened?" "Uncle Piccolo." Son Gohan also paused, immediately noticing Piccolo. "I have disabled the phones and cameras brought by the audience. So even if your clothes happen to fall off, it won't be captured. You can compete without worry," Piccolo assured. "You startled me, Uncle Piccolo. I thought that mysterious sorcerer had returned." Son Gohan laughed heartily. "But really, thank you, Uncle Piccolo." He expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly remembered something. "I should check if Biddy is here at the venue." Chapter 56. The King Kai is the greatest god. Son Gohan waved to Sun Wukong and hurried off to find Biddy. Easily, Son Gohan spotted Ye Tian and Biddy in the crowd. "Ye Tian, you're participating in the tournament too?" Son Gohan remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Indeed, I thought I might as well join in for some fun." Ye Tian nodded. Initially, he had no intention of participating in the competition. However, after careful consideration, he deemed it more suitable to join. After all, participating would allow him to be alongside Biddy Lee. If he chose not to enter, he would have to wait in the audience. Although Ye Tian could bend the rules to remain, there was no necessity for that. It was merely for enjoyment. Thus, after bidding farewell to number 18, Ye Tian sought out Biddy Lee, and together they entered the preliminary venue. "Good day, Sun Wukong," Biddy Lee greeted with a smile. "Do you feel confident in defeating me?" Sun Wukong cleared his throat. "Biddy Lee, please do not be so impudent." Ye Tian interjected. "Sun Wukong is indeed formidable." "Is he? I fail to see it." Biddy Lee replied, momentarily taken aback. "But rest assured, with my presence, I believe you two shall not end up facing each other in the competition." Ye Tian laughed. Biddy Lee exclaimed, "Wait, are you saying that with you here, we won't be competing against each other? Is that true? What can you do?" Son Gohan inquired with genuine concern. My classmate Ye Tian and I flew here from Satan City, Videl replied with a smile. You flew here? That is truly impressive. Son Gohan praised wholeheartedly, considering the considerable distance of several thousand kilometers separating them from Satan City. Indeed, Videl smiled confidently. In the distance, Mr. Satan inhaled deeply, clenching his fists tightly. Hey! Mr. Satan struck the power testing machine with a punch. The machine quivered slightly. Beep beep. In the next moment, a number appeared on the display. 137. The announcer declared loudly. The score has been revealed. 137 points. Yes, 137 points. The contestants at the venue were left in astonishment, applauding Mr. Satan. Goodbye, everyone. Keep up the good work. Mr. Satan waved his fist, eagerly anticipating the competitors who would challenge him seriously. After his statement, he exited the venue. All participants, please line up in front of the power testing machine after receiving your number tags. The announcer proclaimed through the loudspeaker. Numerous contestants formed a long line, taking turns to strike the power testing machine for their assessments. The youth contestants, please gather over here. A staff member shouted with a megaphone. Son Goten and Trunks approached sullenly. Come on, little guys. Krillin encouraged with a smile. Did Tien and Kaiatsu not come? Goku casually asked while glancing back. Oh no. They said they moved far away, and we rarely keep in touch, Krillin replied. Goku nodded. Goku, has King Kai finished his business? Krillin inquired. I almost forgot to ask, Goku scratched his head. I'll contact King Kai now to see if he knows about the mysterious sorcerer. With that, Goku used telepathy to reach out to King Kai. You little rascal. What on earth do you want? Are you ever going to stop bothering me? King Kai's voice came through gruffly. Why are you so irritable, King Kai? Goku was taken aback. I was in the restroom earlier. What about now? You fool. I'm trying to take a nap now. You've interrupted my rest. King Kai shouted. All right. Then, I'll talk to you later, Goku replied. Enough already. Hurry up and tell me what you want. You seem quite anxious, King Kai responded angrily. You only have 24 hours in that world. Why do you keep contacting me when you have nothing to discuss? I finally get some peace. And all you do is trouble me. Goku chuckled heartily. Hurry up and tell me what it is. The king of the universe stifled a yawn and inquired. Sun Wukong recounted the entire matter regarding the mysterious sorcerer to the king. The king, wearing a contemplative expression, replied, I am unsure. I believe you, my lord. Must have some knowledge of this affair. After all, aren't you the greatest deity in this universe? Sun Wukong chuckled. Are you daft? Do not dare to speak such nonsense. I am certainly not the greatest deity in this universe. The king exclaimed, startled. There are many powerful gods above me. For instance, the Grand King, who holds a higher position than I do. Moreover, there is the King Kai above that, so do not make wild assertions. King Kai? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Let us not dwell on that. You wouldn't comprehend it, the king replied. As for the sorcerer capable of teleporting objects, as Vegeta mentioned, indeed such figures exist in the cosmos. In any case, exercise caution. That will suffice. I have faith that with your abilities, you shall surely avert the crisis. Besides, that individual is not targeting you specifically, so there is little to fear. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I am going to sleep now. Do not disturb me again, or I shall become irate. With that, the king promptly ended the call. Sun Wukong, what did the king say? Krillin asked, his face alight with anticipation. It is quite perplexing. The king did not say much, merely some trivial comments. Sun Wukong shook his head. Surely not. Is he not the greatest deity in the entire universe? He cannot possibly be unaware. Krillin lamented. Piccolo remained silent beside them. Krillin, you must not say such things. The king stated he is not the greatest deity in the universe. There are indeed higher beings, such as the Grand King and a certain King Kai, Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head as he spoke to Krillin. What? King Kai? I have indeed heard of him. He is said to be even greater than the Grand King. Piccolo exclaimed. Astonished. Piccolo? You are aware of this? Sun Wukong was taken aback. I have heard of him. I initially thought it was merely a legend. I did not realize that King Kai truly exists, Piccolo stated. Then it follows that King Kai is the greatest deity in the universe, correct? Krillin grasped the implication. That appears to be the case, Piccolo nodded. Chapter 57. The power testing machine. What shall we do about the mysterious sorcerer? Should we simply ignore it? Krillin expressed a hint of concern, primarily because he felt the weakest among them. He was devoid of any sense of security. What if I lose an arm or a leg? How will I ever find a girlfriend? It is already difficult for me to find one without a nose. If I lose any more parts. Krillin shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Krillin, Are you all right? With genuine concern, Sun Wukong inquired. It's nothing. Krillin chuckled lightly. Humph. There is no need to frighten yourself, Vegeta scoffed. If that mysterious sorcerer were truly powerful, he would have revealed himself by now. Perhaps his strength is comparable to that of your bald head, or even inferior. As long as he is weaker than me, that is sufficient. Krillin scratched his head. Contestant number 6, 97 points. Contestant number 75, 61 points. Remarkable, what astonishing scores. Contestant number 76, 112 points. Contestant 77 also performed admirably, scoring 92 points. The announcer was reporting the scores. How tedious. Vegeta grumbled in frustration. Had I known this martial arts tournament would be so lackluster, I would have abstained from participating. Next up, contestant number 84. Ah, what a delightful maiden. I would love to spar with her. It would be quite the enjoyable experience. Such a charming girl donning male attire. Is she engaging in roleplay? Two contestants leered at number 18. She stepped forward and delivered a gentle punch. Beep. The power testing machine displayed a number. 688. What? 688 points. The announcer was instantly taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. The two lecherous contestants turned pale with shock. I apologize, there must be a malfunction with the machine. Please bear with us for a moment. The announcer hastily proclaimed. 688 points. Who could be so formidable? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, straining to see into the distance. It's Android 18. Piccolo had already identified her. Androids? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Are they still alive? There was a wish that revived those whom Cell had killed, which is how number 17 returned. Number 18 was never deceased, Piccolo elucidated. I see. They haven't committed any heinous acts, have they? Sun Wukong smiled. They are entirely different from the androids of Future Trunks' timeline. Indeed, since their inception, apart from terminating Dr. Gero, they have not harmed a single innocent soul, Piccolo nodded. I've heard that number 17 is working in a wildlife sanctuary, a rather respectable profession. As for number 18, she lacks a steady job and often participates in underground fights to earn some money. They are good people, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Previously, I suspected that either number 17 or 18 had utilized their speed to relocate the items, Piccolo contemplated. Now it seems they are not responsible. Absolutely not, Sun Wukong mused. The camera vanished before our eyes. Had someone used high speed to move it, we should have witnessed it. It felt as if it simply disappeared into thin air, rather than being relocated. Disappeared into thin air? Piccolo was taken aback. I can't quite articulate it either. It feels like a transition of matter from existence to oblivion. Though I am uncertain if my interpretation is accurate, he mused. Sun Wukong replied, I have no idea. Piccolo was utterly perplexed. Yet the conversation had indeed sparked a fresh line of thought. However, Krillin was oblivious to it all, as his gaze was entirely fixated on Android 18. He had not anticipated that she would look so striking even in male attire. Could you spare me a glance? How can you know I like you if you don't even look at me? Remarked number 18, who had also come to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament alongside Piccolo, while number 17 was absent. Humph, it doesn't matter if he came. Vegeta scoffed. However, Vegeta, if you do not transform into a Super Saiyan, I fear victory will be quite elusive in this competition, Piccolo chuckled. Humph, I care not for such rules. Vegeta retorted dismissively. Why can't we transform into Super Saiyans? Goku inquired. It's for Gohan's sake. He still has school to attend. During the Cell games. Your Super Saiyan forms were captured on camera, Piccolo elucidated. Ah, I see. Goku nodded in comprehension. The power testing machine has been restored to normal. Please give it another try, the announcer chuckled, addressing number 18. I was a bit too forceful earlier, she replied. I'll be gentler this time. With a light punch, she struck the machine. 203 points. The announcer's eyes widened in astonishment. Would you like to try again? Number 18 smiled. No, next. The announcer shook his head. Soon, others stepped forward to test their strength. It quickly came to Goku and his companions. Number 105, 210 points. Number 106, 198 points. Number 107, 208 points. The announcer was utterly speechless, realizing the machine seemed irreparably damaged and immediately ordered a new one. Yes, the staff responded, unable to contain himself any longer. Vegeta delivered a light punch. Bang. The power testing machine was utterly demolished. The onlookers gasped, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets as their expressions shifted in shock. The machine was sent flying far away, reduced to a heap of rubble. Most spectators were left in sheer disbelief. Who is this guy? Meanwhile, in the distance, Ye Tian and Videl were queuing. Videl stood at the front, Ye Tian in the middle, and Gohan at the back. Upon witnessing Vegeta obliterate the power testing machine, Gohan could only feel a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Videl was even more astonished. What sort of person possesses such immense power? A fellow contestant behind Gohan, terrified by the display of strength, quickly turned to flee. By the way, Ye Tian, Videl, you flew here from Satan City. That must have taken quite a while. Gohan hurriedly attempted to make conversation. Ye Tian, that guy earlier was incredible. Videl disregarded Sun Wukong and turned to Ye Tian, expressing her astonishment at how he had shattered the power testing machine with a single blow. Indeed, quite formidable. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. It was truly unbelievable. Those few individuals had scored around 200. Initially, my father had achieved a score of 139, which was already a record. Videl was astounded, especially since Lazili had also surpassed 200 points. Moreover, the earliest score recorded was 688. When had Lazili become so powerful? Perhaps she has always possessed such strength, Ye Tian remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong interjected. Feeling somewhat awkward, I suddenly find myself at a loss for words. This is rather embarrassing. By the way, who is Lazili? Who else has scored above 200? Hold on. I believe I just saw Android 18. Is the Lazili you speak of Android 18? What a joke. Is Miss Lazili truly that formidable? Videl felt a pang of insecurity. For quite some time, Videl had perceived herself as slightly inferior to Lazili in terms of looks and physique. While they might be comparable in beauty, albeit different in style, she considered herself attractive as well. However, when it came to physique, she humbly acknowledged that Lazili had the upper hand. After all, she was only 16 and had yet to fully mature. Her only advantage lay in her strength, which she believed was the reason Ye Tian favored her. Did Ye Tian prefer girls who were stronger? Yet, upon realizing Lazili's power, Videl sensed that she might not stand a chance. I might not even be able to defeat her. Fortunately, Ye Tian was oblivious to Videl's thoughts. Who said Ye Tian preferred stronger girls? He was drawn to a multitude of beautiful women, irrespective of their strength. Often, women tend to project their own thoughts onto men. Ye Tian, did you know all along? Videl inquired. Sort of, Ye Tian nodded. I once participated in an underground fighting ring with her. We earned some money there. An underground fighting ring? Such a place exists? Videl asked, taken aback. Indeed, it is rather clandestine. Lazili introduced me to it, Ye Tian replied. What is underground fighting? Sun Wukong inquired, somewhat unfamiliar with the concept. Simply put, it is a small martial arts tournament aimed at making money, where the rules are far more brutal than here. Killing is not considered a violation. Ye Tian smiled. It's a quick way to earn cash. Such places really exist? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Ye Tian, if you're ever short on cash, just let me know. My family isn't lacking in funds. I can help you. Videl offered. What's that about? Do I look like someone who relies on others? Ye Tian retorted. Ye Tian rolled his eyes and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, I can't keep relying on your family for financial support. Even though they are quite affluent, I must earn my own money for you to spend. Understood, Videl replied obediently, nodding her head. Ye Tian, my fellow student, have you considered where you will go after graduation? Perhaps I could recommend you to the Universal Capsule Corporation? With your remarkable academic performance, I am certain you would excel in that environment, Sun Wukong kindly suggested. No, thank you. I aspire to travel the cosmos. Ye Tian responded with a smile. Sun Wukong, your aspirations are indeed remarkably ambitious. You actually intend to traverse the cosmos. The farthest place I have ventured to is indeed Namek. What will you use to traverse the cosmos? Never mind, I shall refrain from discouraging him. Videl, let us embark on a journey through the universe together. Ye Tian gently urged, clasping Videl's hand. Videl nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Contestants who have yet to participate in the preliminary rounds, please hold on a moment. The announcer broadcasted. We are promptly preparing a new power testing machine. Hey, Vegeta, our Child S competition in the junior category is about to commence. Shall we go and watch? Goku suggested. Watching might be preferable to remaining in this dreary place, Vegeta acknowledged with a nod. Goku and his companions made their way outside. While the contestants present gazed intently at the four figures, Goku and his companions, they were undeniably formidable, and the earlier blonde beauty also exuded an intimidating presence. However, it appeared they were not part of the same group. They're coming, Videl exclaimed. Who on earth are they? Are these two your friends? Gohan inquired as Goku approached him. Ah, yes, Gohan quickly affirmed. This girl must be your girlfriend. She is quite lovely. Krillin remarked, grinning with a mischievous expression. Uncle Krillin, no? Don't say such things. She is Ye Tian's girlfriend. Gohan hurriedly clarified. Ha ha ha, it's all right, Gohan. Before marriage, one may still have a chance, Krillin chuckled. Uncle Krillin, that's rather inappropriate. Gohan protested, while Ye Tian's expression darkened, suppressing the urge to retaliate against Krillin. I shall spare you this time. I have already taken both of your wives. I shall be magnanimous and not make things difficult for you. You may indulge in mere verbal whims. But let this be the end of it. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, I assure you I shall not be so courteous. Fortunately, Krillin refrained from continuing the conversation. He could not have fathomed that he was on the brink of losing a kidney. The match for the youth division between Trunks and Goten is about to commence. Let us go and observe. You should hasten through the preliminaries as well. Goku said to Gohan. Very well, Gohan nodded in agreement. After Goku departed, Videl widened her eyes, gazing at the receding figures of Goku and the others. Her expression one of astonishment. Why has the preliminary round not yet begun? Gohan scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. Gohan, do you know them? Videl inquired. Oh, yes. Gohan found it difficult to deny any longer and reluctantly nodded that one in the golden attire is my father. Is that so? However, the halo above your father's head is quite peculiar, Videl remarked. That is no mere ornament. My father has passed away, which is why he bears a golden halo. Gohan stated candidly. What? He is dead? Videl exclaimed. Is he a ghost? Gohan, you have left me utterly perplexed. How can one be called a ghost in such a manner? Never mind, it is of little consequence. Videl shook her head. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in a fleeting silence. Videl, you are increasingly resembling Ye Tian, Sun Wukong remarked, particularly in your manner of speech. Is that so? Videl replied with a playful grin. It is perhaps due to the frequent companionship between couples and the fusion of their essences that they exhibit numerous similarities. There is nothing astonishing about it, Ye Tian interjected. Videl smiled, while Sun Wukong scratched his head, managing a dry chuckle. You need not display your affection here. It seems I must hasten to find a girlfriend myself. Chapter 59. The commencement of the youth competition, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, is about to begin, announced the middle-aged referee, microphone in hand, his voice resonating through the arena. Esteemed audience, the long-awaited Grand Martial Arts Tournament is upon us. First, the championship for the youth category, comprising contestants aged 15 and below, will unfold. The referee declared that the champion of the youth category will receive a prize of 10 million. The runner-up will also be awarded 5 million. Moreover, there will be an exhilarating interlude. The champion will engage in a martial arts exhibition with a special guest. This esteemed guest is none other than our hero, Mr. Satan. The crowd erupted in fervor, chanting Mr. Satan's name. Mr. Satan promptly emerged from the contestants' chamber, striding confidently and raising his arms high in a victorious pose. Without delay, he began to run towards the stage. The distance to the platform was merely 3 steps. With a light leap, Mr. Satan ascended the stage. However, he lost his footing and fell onto the ground, the back of his head making an intimate connection with the surface of the arena. Dazed and disoriented, he nearly cried out in pain. The audience displayed expressions of concern. Mr. Satan, are you all right? The referee inquired with genuine worry. Suddenly, Mr. Satan realized something was amiss. Swiftly rising and straightening his posture. Ha ha ha, just a little joke. He chuckled, laughter erupting as the prominent bump on the back of his head became evident. The audience roared once more in excitement. In the youth contestants' lounge, Goten inquired, what do you plan to buy with your prize money? I want to purchase snacks and toys. Goten replied with a smile. And you, Trunks? What should I get? Trunks pondered, feeling overwhelmed. You are already the richest person in the world. Is there anything you desire? Goten responded with a grin. Meanwhile, the two brothers continued their banter. What kind of person is your first opponent? The younger brother asked, fortuitously. It is that little shorty over there, the older brother replied, his golden locks shining as he smiled. How coincidental. My opponent is the child beside him. The younger brother laughed heartily. Let us go tease them, the older brother suggested. Indeed, they shall surely be frightened to tears. The younger brother exclaimed as they approached Trunks and Goten. Have you packed your diapers, you little brat? The elder brother gazed at Trunks with a smile. Get lost. You fool, your hairstyle is utterly atrocious. Trunks chuckled softly. What did you say? The brother, momentarily enraged, soon regained his composure. You're merely being obstinate. Soon, I shall beat you to a pulp. Is that so? Trunks replied with a grin. Then I wish you good luck. On the arena outside. The referee was also interviewing Mr. Satan, an event orchestrated by the organizing committee. Mr. Satan, how do you feel about your condition today? The referee inquired, holding the microphone up to Satan's lips. For the other competitors, this is unfortunate news. I am brimming with energy today, Satan declared with a smile. The tournament has arranged for you to face the champion of the youth category. What are your thoughts? The referee continued. I'm terrified. Truly, I hope he shows mercy. Satan laughed heartily, prompting the audience to join in his amusement. Mr. Satan is quite the comedian, the referee remarked. Let us once more express our gratitude to the world champion, Mr. Satan. Now, the competition for the youth category of the World Martial Arts Tournament officially commences. In the stands, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin stood at a higher vantage point, gazing downwards. The martial arts tournament has become quite lavish, Goku mused. The arena is even more spacious than before, Krillin added. Humph, they have arranged some tedious and dreary segments, Piccolo scoffed. Vegeta remained silent, for he had never participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament before. To Vegeta, such an event seemed utterly foolish. Was Kakarot truly raised in such an environment? However, as he contemplated Kakarot's superiority over him, he felt a pang of hurt. That rascal Kakarot, raised in such a place, has become stronger than I am. I have battled across the universe since childhood. I must admit, his talent is indeed remarkable. A scion born with a power level of merely 2 has evolved to this extent. Yet, I should now be stronger than him, shouldn't I? It's hard to say. We shall see when the time comes. And what of that mysterious sorcerer? Though I claim he is insignificant, an ominous premonition lingers. As everyone knows, there are no preliminary rounds for the youth category. A total of 35 self-assured youths are participating in this tournament. The referee explained. The rules for the youth category mirror those of the adult category: surrender, forfeit, or being knocked out of the ring. As well as being down for over 10 seconds on the arena, all constitute failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to commence. With the inaugural match featuring the youth category, showcasing 12-year-olds. Ye Tian and Videl are currently waiting in line for the power testing machine. Next up is the 9th match, pitting 8-year-old Trunks against 15-year-old Idesa. Upon observing the significant age disparity between the competitors, the referee couldn't help but chuckle. This difference is indeed quite pronounced. What does an 8-year-old facing a 15-year-old imply? An 8-year-old is merely in the 3rd grade and still developing, whereas a 15-year-old is on the verge of graduating from middle school. In a real confrontation, a 15-year-old could easily hold their own against an adult, if not outmatch them entirely. It is akin to a high school student bullying a primary schooler. Idesa and Trunks stride towards the arena. You must be regretting your decision now, you little brat, Idesa taunts with a smile. You certainly do talk a lot, Trunks replies with a slight grin. You have a knack for irritating me. I shall teach you a lesson that will make you think twice about provoking me. Idesa chuckles. Quit the chatter. Can you not keep your mouth shut? Trunks snorts. Idesa, your mother is here. A plump middle-aged woman shouts from the audience. It is truly unfortunate that Idesa cannot showcase his strength against such a diminutive opponent. The middle-aged woman pulls out her camera, muttering under her breath, despite this. I must capture him. Why is my camera malfunctioning? Even my phone is unresponsive. What on earth is going on? It seems she will be unable to immortalize Idesa's prowess. Bulma and her companions are situated beside the overweight woman. Bulma feels a wave of nausea. Trunks, quickly defeat that foolish fellow. She shouts to Trunks. How tedious. The plump woman huffs. You're the one who's tedious. Bulma sticks out her tongue. Let the match begin. The referee announces. Hey, come here, you little rascal. Watch me deal with you. Idesa beams with a mischievous grin. You insufferable brat, I will leave you speechless. Trunks retorts with a snort. Whoosh. Trunks executes a magnificent sweeping kick, knocking Idesa to the ground. Bam. Trunks delivers a powerful kick, sending Idesa soaring into the air. Trunks then turns and walks away. You have not brought about my demise. I consider myself merciful. With a resounding thud, Idesa plummeted from the sky, his head striking the ground, rendering him lifeless. The corpulent woman stood frozen in shock. Humph, how childish of me to be vexed over such trivial matters, Trunks scoffed. With Idesa's collapse, the referee jubilantly declared Trunks the victor. Alas, there remains a brief interlude before Goten and Trunks engage in battle, Krillin's side. The competition among the youth continued unabated. Goten effortlessly eliminated Idesa's sibling, provoking an uncontrollable fury in the middle-aged woman, causing her to tremble with rage. Ironically, at that moment, Bulma was making faces from the sidelines. The woman, unable to contain herself any longer, lunged at Bulma with a menacing display. With a swift punch, Kiki rendered her opponent unconscious, resulting in a newfound tranquility. Kiki shook her fist triumphantly, while Bulma smiled approvingly. Gohan, your brother is quite remarkable, Videl remarked, astonished that he had defeated a 14-year-old adversary. Indeed, Gohan nodded in agreement. You appear remarkably composed, Videl observed, gazing at Gohan. I am not as calm as I seem, Gohan replied, scratching his head. Ah, it matters not, Videl responded. Shaking her head. What are your plans after the match, son Gohan? Please continue with your inquiries. Why did you stop halfway? Suggested Ye Tian. How about getting married and having a few children? Asked Videl. Are you two planning to marry right after the competition? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't it a bit too early for marriage? Videl shook her head, bemused. A few more years of schooling wouldn't hurt, Ye Tian mused. However, I have a premonition that after the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes, a global catastrophe may be upon us. A global catastrophe? What could that possibly entail? Videl asked. Taken aback. Just wait and see, Ye Tian replied enigmatically. Videl fell silent. Could you possibly provide a hint? Must I guess? The new power testing machine had finally been brought in, and the contestants continued to step forward for their tests. However, due to Vegeta's formidable strength and the high scores achieved by Son Goku and others, many contestants hesitated to compete. Why not withdraw now rather than risk becoming a mere meatball? Consequently, the number of participants dwindled. After several contestants had tested their strength, it was finally Videl and Ye Tian's turn. Videl, you can do it. Son Gohan encouraged her. Ye Tian remained silent, relieved he was participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Otherwise, he felt Son Gohan might vie for his girlfriend. Having already intercepted Videl, he was determined to prevent her from being taken back. Videl shook her fists, stepped forward, focused intently, and delivered a punch to the power testing machine. Bang! The machine trembled slightly, displaying a score of 186. The staff adjusted their glasses, astonished. Miss Videl has truly surpassed Mr. Satan? Videl stared at the score in disbelief. How did it suddenly become so high? Have I really surpassed my father? Perhaps he has been concealing his true strength. How could I possibly exceed him? With a giggle, Videl mused, haha, indeed. The staff, realizing the implication, exclaimed, of course. Mr. Satan must have hidden his abilities. Otherwise, if he were to achieve a score of 400 or 500, or shatter the machine with a single blow, who would dare to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? This event has certainly been profitable for our committee, all thanks to the resources provided by Mr. Satan. Thank you, Miss Videl. The staff expressed their gratitude promptly. Ye Tian remained silent nearby. How profoundly you admire your father, Videl. To rationalize it this way, Son Gohan commented, wiping sweat from his brow without further elaboration. Next contestant, the staff announced. Yes, yes, came the reply. Ye Tian stepped forward and delivered a gentle punch. Bang! The power testing machine flickered, and the screen displayed a score of 186, identical to that of Videl. The staff adjusted their glasses and glanced at the screen. Has this device malfunctioned again? Why isn't the score changed? The staff murmured. My score is the same as Videl's, hence it remains unchanged, Ye Tian explained. What? How is that possible? Are you suggesting that your strength equals Videl's? The staff could hardly believe such a notion. You may understand it that way, Ye Tian replied. Please try again, the staff insisted. Ye Tian retorted, what nonsense. Who would try again with you? With a gentle wave of his hand, Ye Tian effortlessly erased the power testing machine from existence. I was quite merciful not to eliminate you entirely. Try again, the staff urged. Just then, the staff turned and found the power testing machine had vanished. Huh? Where did the machine go? The staff stood in astonishment. It appears to have mysteriously disappeared. A colleague pointed out. What do you mean? Mysteriously disappeared? What has transpired? The staff was left dumbfounded upon witnessing the machine's inexplicable disappearance. Sun Wufan's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly scanned the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Good luck finding them. The true instigator is right beside you. Indeed, a mysterious hero. Videl exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. A mysterious hero? The one from Satan's city? The staff suddenly snapped back to reality. It must be, Videl nodded. By the way, my classmate Ye Tian just scored the same as I did, so it should count. Make sure to note that down and prepare a new power testing machine promptly. Chapter 61. Sun Wufan, the mysterious magician appears again. The staff nodded in agreement. So, this is your classmate? Well, if you wish to cheat and let him pass. So be it. Regardless, once he steps into the arena, it's not my concern if he gets defeated. The staff recorded Ye Tian's impressive score of 186. So, Wufan, we shall meet again at the venue. Videl waved at Sun Wufan. Ah, okay, Sun Wufan nodded. Let us go, Ye Tian, Videl suggested. With some time left before the match, let us find a room to rest for a while, Ye Tian said softly. Videl replied, oh, please don't be so direct. All right? Blushing, Videl added. Let us go play basketball, Ye Tian proposed. Videl exclaimed, too subtle. Videl found herself at a loss for words. If she were too indirect, you would not accept it. If she were too straightforward, you would still resist. What exactly do you desire? Ye Tian replied with irritation. Are you perhaps yearning to watch the youth competition? It was not an impossibility, and Videl chuckled. All right, if you wish to watch, then I shall accompany you. Ye Tian did not oppose her. There would be ample time to engage in basketball with Videl later. Moreover, considering her status as minor, it would be inappropriate to play basketball with an underage girl. Young girls are susceptible to injuries that can be quite challenging to heal. Thus, Ye Tian was merely enjoying a verbal advantage. If he truly wished to play basketball, why not seek out someone like number 18? Indeed, Videl nodded. Leading Ye Tian to the audience seats, the youth competition was still underway. Sun Wutian and Trunks, showcasing their formidable prowess, had eliminated their opponents. The two had finally reached the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the youth category is about to commence. Who shall emerge victorious, Trunks or Sun Wutian? The referee, microphone in hand, announced loudly as he approached the ring. Both competitors, Sun Wutian and Trunks, have decisively triumphed over their adversaries, securing their place in the finals. It is said that they are also very close friends. As the referee spoke, Videl had also pulled Ye Tian to the audience seats. How splendid. Gohan's younger brother has made it to the finals, Videl remarked with admiration. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. That little fellow is remarkable, with diligent training. I believe it would not be too much to ask for my father to take him as a disciple. Videl murmured. Ye Tian replied, Videl, let us not be overly confident, shall we? If I did not possess an advantage, I would not believe I could defeat the Sun family. Their abilities are exceedingly formidable. Engaging in a contest with them would undoubtedly result in defeat. You actually wish for your father to accept Sun Wukong as his disciple. You have encountered me, haven't you? Otherwise, would Gohan truly be enamored with your foolishness? I recall your intellect is rather commendable. Ye Tian pondered thoughtfully. In truth, Videl is not foolish, rather. She simply lacks the awareness that an individual's strength can obliterate the very fabric of existence, annihilating entire planets, or even the solar system itself. It is akin to how Son Gohan and his companions remain oblivious to the fact that a mere wave of a hand can erase a celestial body. Without having witnessed or experienced such power, they challenge it with their ignorance. Meanwhile, Son Gohan lingered at the preliminary venue, awaiting the arrival of the new power testing device. He felt utterly perplexed. Just as it was about to be his turn, the power testing device vanished. That enigmatic sorcerer reappeared. I must hasten to inform Uncle Piccolo about this matter. Son Gohan immediately attempted to communicate with Piccolo through telepathy. Gohan? What has transpired? Piccolo inquired. Has that mysterious sorcerer resurfaced? Uncle Piccolo, you were already aware? Son Gohan replied, taken aback. It was merely a guess, Piccolo stated. Indeed, he has appeared. The new power testing device was finally brought over, yet it was whisked away by the mysterious sorcerer before many had the chance to use it. Vanishing right beneath my nose. Son Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, particularly as it was soon to be his turn. You need not panic. Observe your surroundings carefully and see if there are any suspicious individuals, Piccolo advised. Understood, Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan nodded. Suspicious individuals, indeed. Who might be the most suspect? Son Gohan scrutinized each contestant, feeling that every one of them appeared rather dubious. Piccolo, has that mysterious sorcerer shown himself again? Sun Wukong queried. Indeed. He appeared near Gohan and made the new power testing device disappear, Piccolo replied, wiping sweat from his brow. What a peculiar fellow. What could his intentions be? Sun Wukong pondered. He merely seeks to test us with a challenge, Vegeta scoffed. That coward has yet to reveal himself and can only make things disappear around us. There is nothing to be feared. Vegeta speaks the truth, Piccolo nodded. Let us proceed cautiously. Sun Wukong responded, harboring an unsettling premonition. Wukong, you sense an ominous foreboding? Krillin expressed his trepidation. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs. I still lack a girlfriend. Ye Tian, look over there. Videl suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Ye Tian glanced in that direction. Isn't that Gohan's father? Videl remarked. Indeed, Ye Tian affirmed. They appear to be quite formidable, Videl mused. Indeed. Ye Tian concurred. Ye Tian responded, stating that they could indeed be considered among the top 10 figures in the universe at present. Videl looked perplexed. Ye Tian, why have you suddenly concocted a cosmic ranking? You've utterly bewildered me. The top 10 in the universe? Videl inquired. Indeed, it should be so, among humanity. Ye Tian replied. Do you have any idea how vast a universe is? Videl asked. Videl, please refrain from posing such questions to me, Ye Tian chuckled. Have you forgotten that I am a prodigy? I have achieved the highest scores across all subjects. I recall that when Gohan enrolled, he also received perfect scores in every subject, but his was on standard examinations, whereas mine were on premium assessments. Videl chose to remain silent. You almost slipped my mind as a prodigy. Never mind, let us watch the match. With a sigh, Videl observed the arena. On the stage, Son Goten and Trunks stood facing each other, both bowing in a gesture of respect. This was a customary formality in combat. In the early days, when Son Goku trained under Master Roshi, such systematic etiquette had not been established during contests. It was only later, upon encountering his deceased grandfather, that Goku learned the significance of this gesture before engaging in battle. Since that moment, Goku has made it a point to bow before any competition he participates in. Chapter 62, Trunks' Ki Blast disappears. The World Martial Arts Tournament, Junior Division, is now commencing. The referee announced. Son Goten and Trunks immediately prepared for battle. Goten, I will not hold back, Trunks declared with a smile. Neither will I, Goten nodded in agreement. In the VIP box, Mr. Satan lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs, smoking a cigarette and sipping on a drink. What is this? Two exceptionally formidable young fighters? Mr. Satan inquired of a nearby staff member. Would you like to take a look, sir? This could prove to be quite an entertaining match, the staff suggested. It's better than remaining in this dull place. Satan sighed. Didn't I ask you to bring a girl for me last time? Where is she? The staff member wiped his brow. I didn't receive any details about that. You committee members truly lack efficiency. I absolutely refuse to participate in the next tournament. Satan fumed. You can't even find me a girl. I will demand a complete overhaul of the committee-ass management. With that, Satan strode out, glancing toward the arena. Are those the two? He asked. Yes, indeed, the staff member confirmed. Satan scrutinized Son Goten once more. Strange, that fellow looks somewhat familiar. As if I've seen him somewhere before. Meanwhile, on the stage, Goten and Trunks engaged in a fierce exchange. In an instant, their arms collided, each contesting for dominance with unwavering resolve. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, both launched into a flurry of intense attacks, their speed escalating. After several rounds of combat, Goten and Trunks leaped back momentarily. With a swift push against the ground, they charged at each other once more. Ascending into the sky, they unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Bang! Trunks delivered a powerful punch to Goten's face. Unyielding, Goten retaliated with a swift counterpunch. He continued to pursue Trunks with a flurry of strikes. However, in an instant, Trunks vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared behind Goten, launching a fierce elbow strike. In a flash, Goten too disappeared, re-emerging at Trunks' side, delivering a swift kick. Trunks quickly raised his arm to block Goten's leg. The two young warriors engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. The audience was left in stunned silence, captivated by the rhythmic sounds of their combat echoing through the arena. After a series of exchanges, Goten and Trunks descended gracefully onto the arena floor, both wearing triumphant smiles. The blood of the warrior scion surged and boiled within them. Mr. Satan, taken aback, was left speechless. Who are these children? Something feels amiss. Videl, equally astonished, widened her eyes in disbelief. What a joke. How could these two youngsters possess such incredible speed? I can't shake the feeling that I might have overlooked something. A profound silence lingered for 10 seconds before the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The audience was electrified, cheering fervently. Incredible. Truly astonishing. It's almost beyond imagination. It seemed as if they had paused in midair. How did they achieve that? Surely, this cannot be mere trickery. The spectators buzzed with speculation. What did you say? All the cameras and phones vanished. What a pity. Some wondered if it was the work of that mysterious sorcerer from Satan City. That fellow is utterly shameless. Why would he make all the cameras and phones disappear? They didn't vanish, they malfunctioned, came the reply. It matters not. What is crucial is that we can no longer capture such a spectacular display of combat. This is simply unjust. The man gazed skyward and let out a long howl. A passing bird above him unexpectedly relieved itself, and the droppings fell into his mouth. The referee, at that moment, was exceedingly excited. That little fellow should be the offspring of Sun Wukong. They remain as formidable as they were in the past. This is the competition I long to witness. I have eagerly anticipated their appearance. The World Martial Arts Tournament is due for a fresh infusion of talent. The previous contests have been dreadfully monotonous. Ye Tian did not speak much, simply choosing to enjoy the spectacle. Wu Tian, you possess quite the skill. Achieving such remarkable progress in such a brief period is truly impressive, Trunks remarked with a smile. Hee, my brother has taught me numerous techniques, Sun Wukong chuckled. Allow me to demonstrate this move. Let us see if you can replicate it, Trunks declared, gently sweeping his hands back, conjuring 2 orbs of golden light. Is Trunks intending to unleash a Kamehameha from that position? Krillin gasped, realizing it might strike the audience. Fear not, I sense no significant issue. Sun Wukong reassured him with a smile. Huh, Krillin was taken aback. Do not underestimate them, Sun Wukong chuckled. Hey, Trunks thrust his hands forward, merging the 2 golden orbs and launching them ahead. Sun Wukong lightly leaped to evade the impending Kamehameha. The energy wave soared toward the audience like a rocket, sending the spectators into a state of pale fear. Just as the wave seemed poised to strike, Ye Tian, feeling a tingle in his fingers, waved his hand gently. In an instant, Trunks' energy wave vanished before everyone's eyes. Where has my Kamehameha gone? Trunks exclaimed, equally bewildered as the referee. Sun Wukong scratched his head, astonished as he looked at Trunks. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin grew alert once more. This is far from over, is it? That mysterious sorcerer is causing trouble right in front of us. Vegeta, especially, seethed with anger, trembling with rage. What had been a subtle act before now felt like an overt provocation. To challenge us in front of a national audience and make Trunks' Kamehameha vanish. Vegeta scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the enigmatic sorcerer. Sun Wukong was also observing. It would be astonishing to find him, given that Ye Tian emitted no energy. That fiend. Piccolo gritted his teeth, realizing that even Trunks' Kamehameha could be redirected. Chapter 63. King Kai. Could it be that Babidi has come to the scene? I hope I do not encounter him. Vegeta snorted. He remained hidden, reluctant to reveal himself. Can Piccolo and Dandy see him? Goku turned to Piccolo. No, they cannot. Piccolo shook his head. If they could, we would already know his identity. Indeed, Goku sighed, perplexed. Is he truly a sorcerer? On the arena, Trunks was left speechless. My energy wave just vanished mysteriously. Suddenly, Goten descended from the sky, landing beside Trunks. Trunks, how did you execute that move? I cannot replicate it. Goten scratched his head. I cannot make an energy wave simply disappear. What are you talking about, Goten? Trunks exclaimed. It wasn't me who made the energy wave disappear. It was that enigmatic sorcerer. Another mysterious sorcerer? How astonishing. Can he really make our energy waves vanish? Goten asked, astonished. Who knows? Trunks replied, shaking his head. The audience was equally bewildered, unaware that the mysterious sorcerer was responsible for the disappearance of the energy wave. They believed that the golden flame had simply vanished on its own. Mr. Satan was utterly dumbfounded. I feel like I've seen this before. This is bad news. Where's Videl? Satan hurriedly inquired of his staff. She should be here, the staff member replied. Find her for me. I have something of great importance to discuss. Certainly. I will arrange for someone to search for her immediately, the staff member nodded. Videl should be with her boyfriend, Ye Tian. Bring him along too. Hurry. We must find them before the youth tournament concludes. I will do my best, the staff member said before getting to work. Meanwhile, in the stands, Videl asked, Ye Tian, did you see that strange phenomenon just now? It seemed similar to what Goten unleashed at Gohan's house, but then it suddenly disappeared. Usually, when something mysterious vanishes, people would say it was Ye Tian who smiled but left his thought unspoken. Are you suggesting it was the work of a mysterious hero? Videl asked, taken aback. That's what everyone seems to believe, Ye Tian smiled. A mysterious hero at the World Martial Arts Tournament site? Videl pondered. Perhaps, Ye Tian nodded. So, could it be that one of the contestants is involved? Videl inquired. That is not entirely out of the question, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Videl scrutinized Ye Tian from head to toe. Why are you looking at me like that? Ye Tian chuckled. It seems inappropriate for us to be playing basketball here, does it not? On another section of the viewing platform, the Supreme Kai and Jebet both noticed the recent occurrence. Did you see that, Lord Supreme Kai? Jebet inquired. Indeed. I witnessed the sudden disappearance of the energy wave released by Vegeta's son, the Supreme Kai pondered. Yes, it vanished mysteriously, Jebet nodded. Could it be that the sorcerer Babidi has come to the venue? Only he possesses the capability to perform such feats. The Supreme Kai shook his head. It does not seem like his doing. If not him, then who else could it be? Surely he must have used magic to redirect the energy wave, Jebet speculated. Redirected by magic, you say? The Supreme Kai muttered, then quietly added, logically, that should not be the case. Why would he do such a thing? Do you think he might have transferred the energy wave released by that little fellow into the seal of Majin Buu? Jebet conjectured, suggesting that this might facilitate Majin Buu's swift awakening. Upon hearing Jebet's words, the Supreme Kai's expression grew somewhat grim. If that is indeed the case, it would be disastrous. Jebet's assertion seemed reasonable. This implies that Babidi must be present at the venue. The Supreme Kai declared solemnly. Shall we search separately? Jebet proposed. Let us not alert the snake in the grass. Once you locate him, inform me immediately. The Supreme Kai instructed. That fellow's magic is more formidable than we anticipate, possibly surpassing that of his father Babidi. Understood. I will exercise caution, Jebet replied, nodding. The Supreme Kai and Jebet scoured the venue for Babidi's presence, naively believing that the recent disappearance of the energy wave was due to his influence. Meanwhile, Son Goten and Trunks exchanged glances. Should we continue the competition? Goten, refrain from releasing any more energy waves. Trunks urged. I sense that mysterious sorcerer is targeting our energy blasts. You are right, Trunks. Son Goten nodded obediently. Since we cannot employ ranged techniques, let us engage in hand-to-hand combat. As Trunks spoke, he swiftly seized Son Goten's clothing and hurled him into the air. Son Goten found himself suspended above, scanning for Trunks' figure. Huh, where did he go? Son Goten murmured. Haha, I'm right here. Trunks suddenly appeared behind Son Goten, wrapping his arms around his shoulders. Startled, Son Goten struggled desperately in midair. How about it, Goten? Surrender quickly, Trunks urged. However, Son Goten showed no intention of capitulating. Surrender quickly. Even if you resist, it is futile. You cannot escape my grasp. Trunks seems poised for victory, a smile gracing Vegeta's face. Goku inquires, Vegeta, is this the moment to discuss the match? Piccolo responds with a scoff. What do you wish to say? About that enigmatic sorcerer? Can you even locate him? Vegeta retorts. And are you not the deity of this planet, possessing vast knowledge? If you are unaware, how can we hope to find him? Piccolo falls silent, feeling the sting of Vegeta's words. Moreover, that individual lurks in the shadows, reveling in our anxiety. Vegeta snorts in agreement. His reasoning appears sound. We must remain composed. Krillin nods seriously. Above the arena, a crack. Goten, cornered, radiates a golden glow, transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a swift motion of his arm, he breaks free from Trunks' grasp. Trunks exclaims, Chapter 64, Satan's Plea. Whoosh. Goten descends rapidly from the sky, Trunks in hot pursuit. You are too cunning, Goten. Did we not agree to refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans? Trunks scolds. Goten snaps back to reality, hastily reverting to his normal state. My apologies, I transformed inadvertently, he says sheepishly. Videl's eyes widen as she gazes at Goten in the arena. Did he just transform into golden hair? Could he be a golden warrior? Is Gohan's brother a golden warrior too? Or does Gohan possess this ability as well? Can Goten truly become a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaims in astonishment. Indeed, Piccolo affirms. Kakarot. How could you feign ignorance? Vegeta exclaims. No one mentioned it to me. Goku scratches his head in confusion. Mr. Satan, pale with fear, mutters, it appears I was correct. This lad must be that person's son. I suspected something was amiss. Has Ye Tian arrived yet? Hurry and rescue me. Have you located Videl's boyfriend? Mr. Satan urgently queries a nearby staff member. Mr. Satan is in search of Miss Videl's boyfriend. The staff member realizes. Less chatter, move quickly. Mr. Satan commands. We are already searching, the staff member responds. After a while, Videl arrives with Ye Tian. Dad, did you call for me? Videl inquired, initially reluctant to bring Ye Tian along. However, the staff repeatedly emphasized that Mr. Satan was specifically seeking Ye Tian. Videl felt a twinge of concern, fearing her father might pose difficulties for Ye Tian. Yet, Ye Tian appeared unfazed, expressing his desire to accompany her and observe the situation. Left with no alternative, Videl acquiesced and brought Ye Tian along. Ye Tian, my dear son-in-law. At last, you have arrived. Mr. Satan exclaimed with palpable excitement, swiftly grasping Ye Tian's arms. What is it? Ye Tian asked. Let us speak inside, Mr. Satan replied, casting a glance at the arena. This matter requires urgency. Otherwise, I fear my fate will be dire. Very well, Ye Tian agreed without objection. Videl, please wait outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Ye Tian, Mr. Satan said, pulling Ye Tian away. Videl remained in a daze for quite some time, pondering the peculiar sensation that her father seemed to be seeking Ye Tian's assistance. Inside the room, Mr. Satan suddenly weakened at the knees, preparing to kneel before Ye Tian. That won't do. Please rise, Ye Tian urged, hastening to support him. Thud. Mr. Satan still knelt. My apologies, I miscalculated a step. Please, get up, Ye Tian insisted. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am destined to be the greatest deity in the universe. Your kneeling holds little significance, Mr. Satan remarked. However, in the future, there's no need for such formalities, given that you are to be my father-in-law, Ye Tian replied. Ye Tian, you must have noticed how formidable those two youngsters on the arena are, Mr. Satan said hurriedly. Please, devise a strategy for me. As the champion of the youth group is set to spar with me shortly. Is that why you sought me out? Ye Tian grasped the situation. Indeed, I must confess, Mr. Satan said with a wry smile. The truth is, the ones who defeated Cell back in the day were actually part of their group, not me. I regret having inadvertently disclosed that, leading to our current predicament. As my future father-in-law, I can certainly assist you in becoming a hero on this planet. Ye Tian said with a smile. Really? Is that true? Mr. Satan responded, both astonished and elated. Concerning your match with the youth group champion. Simply participate as you see fit. I shall handle the rest. Ye Tian chuckled. You may present yourself however you wish. Ha ha ha. Mr. Satan straightened his posture, bursting into jubilant laughter. However, after a moment, he suddenly became pensive. Can you truly defeat them? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. And what do you think? Ye Tian replied with a smile. I believe it is absolutely feasible. Mr. Satan declared confidently. Then what is there to worry about? Ye Tian said, gently patting Mr. Satan's shoulder. I understand. Satan nodded with excitement. After leaving the room, all his worries had vanished. What on earth were Dad and Ye Tian discussing in there? How peculiar. In the arena, the match between Goten and Trunks continued. Goten, I've made my decision. I will let you use my left hand. I can defeat you using only my right. Trunks declared with a smile. You're lying. You cannot possibly best me with just one hand. Goten retorted skeptically. I assure you, I will triumph. Trunks exclaimed, confidence radiating from his expression. Come at me. Goten prepared himself for battle, certain that it was impossible for Trunks to win with one hand. Then I shall commence my attack. Trunks proclaimed as he launched into the fray. Bang, bang, bang. The two young warriors engaged in a fierce exchange once more. After a few moments of combat, Goten delivered a powerful kick that struck Trunks squarely in the face, eliciting a pained cry. Bang. Goten quickened his assault, landing another punch on the opposite side of Trunks' face. Trunks found himself struggling to keep up, particularly as fighting with one hand proved to be quite challenging. He stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. In a swift motion, Trunks leaped into the air, unleashing a wave of energy. Watch out for that energy wave, Trunks. The mysterious sorcerer might intervene, Goten warned. Upon uttering those words, Goten soared into the sky, hovering above. Trunks had initially intended to retaliate from a distance, but upon hearing Goten's caution, he quickly abandoned the thought. Goten looked down at Trunks from his elevated position. Trunks gazed skyward, perplexed by Goten's intended attack. Skyward assault. Goten shouted as he dove rapidly from above. Trunks swiftly readied his defense. As Goten drew near, Trunks started to the side, muttering, let the ground take the hit. Ah, Goten yelled, forcefully sweeping his arms downward as he made contact with the ground, then swiftly pursued Trunks again. Chapter 65, The Disappearance of Trunks Super Saiyan. Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. In this critical moment, he hastily transformed into a Super Saiyan. With remarkable agility, Trunks ascended, launching an energy blast towards Goten. Sun Wutian was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, a ki blast struck him squarely on the back. Unfortunately, he inadvertently stepped onto the stairs of the audience area. Alarmed, Sun Wutian's expression shifted dramatically. However, even more astonished was Trunks, who suddenly realized that his Super Saiyan transformation had vanished. What was happening? Where had my Super Saiyan state gone? I have not reverted. It felt as though, in an instant, my Super Saiyan form had dissipated. In the distance, Ye Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, forming a delicate arc. Just moments prior, he had attempted to erase Trunks' Super Saiyan state, and to his surprise, It had succeeded. With a mere flick of his hand, Ye Tian could obliterate Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation. This was an avenue he had never explored before, primarily due to a lack of opportunity. A sense of joy bubbled within him. This Erasure technique is remarkable. It can even eliminate a Super Saiyan transformation. Could I potentially erase the energy they possess? I must find someone to test this theory. Outside the ring, the announcement boomed. Trunks is the victor. The referee declared loudly, proclaiming Trunks the champion of the youth division. Trunks clenched his teeth, and once again, golden light radiated from him. With a snap, Trunks transformed back into a Super Saiyan. He was taken aback, thinking he would never be able to transform again. With a thud, Sun Wutian descended from afar, appearing at the edge of the arena, pouting as he gazed at Trunks. "Trunks, you are so despicable," he exclaimed. "You just transformed into a Super Saiyan, reverted to your normal state, and now you transform again. Are you trying to show off before me?" Trunks replied, "That's not my intention. I immediately reverted to my normal state. Not only that, but you also used your left hand. You cheated. You cheated." Sun Wutian huffed. "I apologize, but I genuinely do not know what happened. My Super Saiyan state suddenly disappeared." Trunks responded quickly. "It was not my doing. I was taken aback and thought I would never be able to transform into a Super Saiyan again." "You are lying. How could a Super Saiyan state simply vanish?" Sun Wutian retorted, unconvinced. "Do you truly regard me as a mere child? Is it possible for a Super Saiyan to simply vanish? Let us discuss this matter at a later time," Trunks remarked, adding that his left hand had not directly struck you. "If you are indeed a little man, cease your weeping." "Humph." Goten displayed a sulky expression. "How about this? You may select a few items from my toys as compensation," Trunks suggested with a smile. "Really? You must keep your word," Goten exclaimed, his tears giving way to a smile. In the stands, Goku marveled at Trunks' ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Ha ha ha, what a pity, Kakarot. It seems my son's lineage is superior," Vegeta remarked, patting Goku on the shoulder. Goku turned to glance at Vegeta. "Vegeta, you should have Trunks compete against Gohan," Piccolo interjected. "Trunks is already 8 years old, right?" Gohan had achieved the transformation of a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan at the age of 9. "I wonder if in a year, young Trunks will reach Gohan's level." "Get lost. Unimikian, do not meddle in Saiyan affairs." Vegeta felt a pang of annoyance and rolled his eyes. "Damn it. I had almost forgotten that Kakarot has 2 sons. Trunks indeed pales in comparison to Gohan. That fellow is a true genius." "Goku, did you notice anything peculiar?" Piccolo asked in a grave tone. "Piccolo, you noticed as well?" Goku nodded. "Trunks' Super Saiyan state mysteriously vanished. It does not appear to be a voluntary recovery." Piccolo responded. "Are you suggesting that mysterious sorcerer is responsible?" Vegeta, having observed the situation, furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Are you implying that this mysterious sorcerer can even negate a Super Saiyan transformation?" Krillin felt a wave of dread wash over him. If that is indeed the case, it is utterly terrifying. Goku's expression grew increasingly solemn, an ominous premonition intensifying. Piccolo sighed. "Humph, he can only resort to petty tricks." Vegeta scoffed. "If he truly possessed such abilities, he would confront us in a one-on-one battle." "Is that blue-haired lad, Ye Tian, also part of Gohan's circle?" Videl inquired. "Yes." Ye Tian nodded. "I just saw him transform into golden hair," Videl commented. "I noticed that earlier," Ye Tian replied. "So, is the Golden Warrior Gohan?" Videl whispered. "Precisely. It must be him." Ye Tian nodded. "I have long sensed something amiss. After all, Gohan possesses the identity of the Golden Warrior," remarked Videl, then mumbled. "Was he not present during the battle against Cell?" "He should have been," replied Ye Tian. "And what of the mysterious hero? Could it also be him?" Videl inquired again. "That sensation does not seem to align with him." Ye Tian smiled. "Is the mysterious hero you?" Videl looked at Ye Tian, her expression grave. "Why would you think it is me?" Ye Tian chuckled. "I was merely taking a wild guess," Videl pondered. "I claim it is indeed me. Do you believe it?" Ye Tian laughed lightly. "You lack an air of mystery, which does not seem characteristic of you." Videl shook her head. "Ye Tian, I have already stated that it is I. Do you really claim that I lack an air of mystery? The most enigmatic aspects of me have yet to be unveiled to you, which likely leads to your current perception. Ladies and gentlemen, following an intense competition, an extraordinarily entertaining program is about to commence," the referee announced with a smile. Satan's gaze was fixated intently on the side, where Ye Tian stood. "My survival hinges upon you," he confided. Ye Tian responded with a subtle smile. Satan inhaled deeply, realizing he had no choice but to gamble on this moment. He hoped that Ye Tian would conjure a miracle in the arena. Chapter 66. Erasing Trunks' Energy. Satan. 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 The audience fervently called out his name, and the atmosphere surged with excitement. Ha ha ha. Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, he remains merely a child, a staff member chuckled. Surely, Mr. Satan does not intend to take him seriously? I indeed must adopt a serious demeanor, Satan replied candidly. You possess a rather humorous disposition, the staff member remarked, glancing at Ye Tian, who stood beside Videl. Is this young man truly Videl's boyfriend? How rare it is that Mr. Satan has approved of this relationship. Do you require a moment to rest? The referee inquired of Trunks in the arena. No, I do not. Trunks shook his head. Then, Mr. Satan, please take the stage. The referee announced. Satan took a deep breath and confidently stepped onto the platform, standing with poise. Which young challenger dares to confront the world champion, Mr. Satan? He inquired playfully, gesturing towards Trunks. Is it you, young one? Prepare yourself mentally. Despite his light-hearted words, anxiety gnawed at Satan's heart. He wondered if his future son-in-law would be of assistance. Could he indeed nullify this young one's powers? The thought of failure loomed ominously. Trunks observed quietly. Is this gentleman truly the world champion? It's hardly discernible. Could he possibly be more powerful than my father? Go for it, Trunks. Sun Wukong cheered from below the ring. Satan cast a sharp glare at Sun Wukong. What are you cheering for, you little rascal? My hopes now rest solely on my son-in-law. Oh, son-in-law, I trust you will help me through this ordeal. In the stands, the new power testing machine finally arrived. Son Gohan rushed over. You finally made it, Piccolo smiled. Your timing is rather unfortunate, Gohan. The youth competition has already concluded, Krillin chuckled. Son Gohan scratched his head. Let us head back, Krillin suggested. Indeed. Sun Wukong did not voice any objections. There was little of interest to follow. I trust that Trunks will soon eliminate Mr. Satan. Vegeta, arms crossed, turned and walked away. On the arena, Mr. Satan dramatically removed his cape and tossed it behind him with flair. Following this, he carefully unfastened his championship belt and handed it to the referee standing nearby. Subsequently, Mr. Satan wrapped a ribbon around his waist, securing it tightly. He took a deep breath. Wow. Mr. Satan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the air. After this display, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lately, he had been yearning for female companionship, feeling somewhat drained. Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan! The audience fervently chanted his name. Mr. Satan raised both hands high, striking a pose of victory. Trunks paused momentarily. What had just transpired? He seemed rather unimpressive. Was he feigning weakness during his moves? This man was a world champion, after all. Well, Trunks quickly regained his composure and performed some stretches. Mr. Satan was taken aback. However, upon recalling that his son-in-law would assist him, he gritted his teeth and endured. May a miracle unfold. Come on. Mr. Satan readied himself for battle. Both contenders were prepared, and the match was about to commence, as announced by the referee. Bring it on, little brat. Mr. Satan waved his hand at Trunks, feeling a surge of anxiety within. I shall not hold back. Trunks unleashed a burst of energy, charging towards Mr. Satan. Whoosh. Ye Tian waved his hand lightly at Trunks, erasing the energy radiating from him. Huh? As Trunks neared Mr. Satan, he felt as though his energy had vanished. Wow. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Satan threw a punch, striking Trunks squarely in the face. Arg. Trunks let out a cry, flying backward and tumbling out of the ring, thus eliminated. What? Mr. Satan was astonished at the unexpected turn of events. Did I truly just knock that little brat out? Ouch. Trunks sat down abruptly, feeling utterly disheartened. Where did my energy go? His expression shifted rapidly as he hastily summoned his energy. Boom. A formidable aura surged from Trunks once more. My energy is still here. What just happened? How could it vanish so suddenly? Truly perplexing. Outside the ring. Outside the ring. Indeed, Mr. Satan is remarkable. Indeed, our champion, Mr. Satan, has effortlessly eliminated the youth division champion, Trunks, with a single move. The referee exclaimed loudly into the microphone. Taking a deep breath, Satan immediately turned his gaze towards Ye Tian, who responded with a radiant smile. Satan's heart swelled with joy. Could it be that my son-in-law is exceptionally strong? He has enabled me to achieve victory in this competition. Ha ha ha, the young lad is truly remarkable. I must admit, I underestimated your prowess. I apologize if my approach was a bit too forceful. With a hearty laugh, Satan quickly expressed his apologies to Trunks, who stood utterly dumbfounded. Nearby, Sun Wutian's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Satan. In the stands, Goku and the others, who were about to leave, were equally astonished by this bizarre scene. Did you notice that Trunks' energy vanished in an instant? Piccolo exclaimed. Could it be the work of that mysterious magician? Gohan responded solemnly. Gohan, you missed it earlier. That enigmatic magician even nullified Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation, Piccolo remarked. He could cancel the Super Saiyan transformation as well? Gohan was taken aback. This mysterious magician is far more powerful than we had imagined. We have underestimated his presence. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. That despicable magician. Why target only Trunks? Vegeta seethed with rage, contemplating transforming into a Super Saiyan to obliterate the area. How infuriating. It seems he only knows how to bully Trunks. He even dares to pick on my son. You had better not let me find you. Where on earth is this person? Vegeta gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Could it be that Satan? Krillin inquired. Chapter 67. King Kai, are you son Goku? It seems unlikely. Piccolo shook his head. If that individual named Satan truly possessed such abilities, he would not have performed so poorly during the Cell Games. Piccolo's assertion held merit. It likely was not Satan. Goku nodded, pondering. Perhaps this Mr. Satan is also unaware of where the mysterious sorcerer resides. He may have inadvertently defeated Trunks. Trunks wasn't harmed. Was he? Krillin asked anxiously. He is unharmed, Piccolo replied. Although Trunks' energy vanished in that instant, it was merely his explosive energy that dissipated. He still possesses energy within him. Furthermore, Satan's attack was too feeble to inflict any damage on Trunks. Do you think this mysterious sorcerer could deplete the energy within us? Krillin asked, a hint of fear in his voice. If our energy were to fully erupt, it would be sufficient to annihilate the entire solar system. If he had such power, he would have already been striding across Earth without resorting to petty tricks, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta was correct. Goku nodded, however. Let us remain vigilant and devise a plan to uncover this mysterious sorcerer. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. At that moment, Goten appeared beside Trunks. Trunks, is this uncle truly that formidable? Goten asked, astonished. I'm not sure how formidable he is, but my energy suddenly vanished just now. Trunks replied, shaking his head in disbelief. What do you mean your energy vanished? Goten asked, puzzled. It simply disappeared. Trunks replied solemnly. Do you recall when I transformed into a Super Saiyan? My Super Saiyan state vanished unexpectedly. How could that be? Was it truly the doing of that mysterious sorcerer? Goten scratched his head. I have no idea, Trunks said, a look of confusion on his face. Satan stood at the center of the arena, raising his right hand high. Wow, my son-in-law is indeed remarkable. The audience erupted in cheers, calling out Satan's name. Amidst the crowd's adulation, Satan stepped down from the arena, eager to embrace Ye Tian upon seeing him. You are truly my savior. How could I possibly survive without you? Mister. Satan's gaze towards Ye Tian took on an ambiguous quality. Ye Tian, when will you marry Biddy? Satan could not help but ask. Previously, such a question from Satan was born out of fright. This time, however, Satan was earnest. Biddy, what are you talking about, Dad? Biddy was utterly bewildered. How do you pose such a question? Uncle, we are still attending school, Ye Tian smiled. What school? You won't need to attend school anymore. Hurry and drop out to get married and have a child. Satan laughed heartily. I am eagerly waiting to hold my grandchild. Biddy was utterly speechless. Are you my biological father? Why do you think that way? We are merely 16. Marrying now is inappropriate, as we have not yet reached the legal age. Ye Tian remarked. Satan scratched his head, seemingly in agreement. Indeed, it appears we are underage. Well, you all should hurry and grow up, he said, patting Ye Tian on the shoulder before humming a tune and departing. Ye Tian, what kind of enchantment have you cast on my father? Biddy asked, tilting her head inquisitively. What do you mean by that? Ye Tian replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The only enchantment I could possibly cast is on you. What would be the point of enchanting your father? I have no interest in him whatsoever. Could we refrain from being so blunt? Biddy suggested. Before the commencement of the adult group competition at the world's premier martial arts tournament, let us first take a 30-minute respite. The referee announced loudly through the microphone on the stage. The eagerly awaited adult competition would officially begin at 1:40 p.m. Since it's intermission. Let's go grab something to eat, Ye Tian, Biddy proposed. All right, Ye Tian nodded. What do you want to eat? Biddy inquired. Ye Tian, she said. Biddy noted. Sun Wukong and the others are also heading outside. Is this a break? Sun Wukong asked. Let us go have lunch first, Krillin suggested. Let us set aside the matter of that magician. Perhaps he has gone to eat as well. Sounds good, Sun Wukong agreed, and the group walked towards the restaurant. Apologies, but only competitors who have advanced past the preliminaries are allowed entry here. A staff member blocked Sun Wukong and the others. The results of the preliminaries have already been announced, haven't they? Krillin inquired. I believe we all made it through. Please wait a moment while you provide your names. The staff member retrieved the list of competitors. Sun Wukong and the others stated their names one by one. The staff member appeared slightly astonished. All 5 of you have indeed advanced past the preliminaries. Please proceed. The draw ceremony will take place at 1:30 p.m., the staff member directed, gesturing ahead. Continuing onward. Sun Wukong and his companions soon arrived at the restaurant and indulged in a hearty feast. Piccolo abstained from eating, as Namekians only required water. Is it all right for you to gorge yourselves like this? Krillin remarked. Can the dead even feel hunger? In the afterlife, it matters not whether one eats. But the food here is simply too delectable, Sun Wukong exclaimed as he feasted heartily. Vegeta too was gnawing on a pig's leg, while Gohan savored his meal with delight. The food here is truly exquisite, Sun Wukong mused. What is it about Saiyan stomachs that makes them so insatiable? Krillin pondered. After finishing their meal, Sun Wukong and his companions stepped outside. How wonderful, we are finally full, Sun Wukong remarked. Sun Wukong patted his belly, glancing at the time. As the drawing of lots was about to commence, Krillin, in that moment, stood momentarily stunned alongside his companions, as 2 unfamiliar figures emerged before them. One was tall and the other short, both possessing white hair. The shorter individual floated approximately 20 centimeters above the ground, showcasing a light blue complexion, while the taller appeared somewhat aged, with red skin. Both bore expressions tinged with indifference. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, and Piccolo seemed equally perplexed. Vegeta furrowed his brow, pondering whether these 2 were indeed sorcerers. Krillin dared not utter a word. Greetings, everyone, said the Supreme Kai with a genial smile, addressing Sun Wukong. Are you, by chance? Sun Wukong? Why do you know me? Sun Wukong responded, taken aback. I have heard tales of your exploits and have longed to engage in a spar with you. The Supreme Kai replied with a smile. I, too, have successfully passed the preliminary rounds. It would be splendid if we could form a team. Naturally, I do not harbor the confidence to defeat you, yet I am eager to discover the extent of your formidable strength. Let us shake hands first. With that, the Supreme Kai extended his hand. Chapter 68. Are they sorcerers? Sun Wukong hesitated briefly before clasping the Supreme Kai's hand. In that moment, he distinctly sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from the Supreme Kai. It felt incredibly pure. Why was his energy so potent? The Supreme Kai, however, maintained his smile, clearly embodying an impressive aura. Oh? Sun Wukong blinked in surprise. Farewell, the Supreme Kai said, withdrawing his hand and turning to depart. Sun Wukong was left utterly bewildered. Who was that? He wondered aloud. Piccolo, observing the retreating figure of the Supreme Kai, inquired, Do you think he might be the mysterious sorcerer we spoke of? I cannot say for certain, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. His energy feels distinctly unique. What makes it unique? Piccolo pressed. It is remarkably pure, Sun Wukong explained. Remarkably pure? Piccolo echoed, taken aback. Whether he is a sorcerer will be revealed during the competition. Vegeta scoffed, finally unable to suppress his curiosity, and poked his head forward. Vegeta, your words seem rather peculiar, Krillin remarked. Is one of them truly a sorcerer? He pondered aloud. Perhaps, Piccolo nodded, conceding to Vegeta's assertion. Unable to contain his intrigue any longer. Piccolo, do refrain from such remarks. It feels as though you were joking, Krillin interjected. What do you mean joking? I do not joke, Piccolo retorted. Piccolo responded, pondering that the Namekians likely could not drive. Krillin nodded, bewildered by the nonsensical ramblings. Piccolo felt confused and swiftly redirected the conversation, though it was evident that they were not Earthlings. Indeed, Sun Wukong agreed. Why would extraterrestrials appear here? Moreover, neither Dandy nor I sense their presence. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's brow, for if a spacecraft had descended upon Earth, both he and Dandy should have been able to perceive it. You and Dandy cannot possibly monitor Earth at all times, Sun Wukong remarked, urging Piccolo not to chastise himself. Let us not dwell on it any longer. We must hurry, as the drawing is about to commence, Krillin suggested, expressing a desire for the magician to reveal himself rather than lurking mysteriously in the shadows, which was quite unsettling. Little Bald had struck the nail on the head this time. Vegeta chuckled, reassured by the knowledge of their precise location, feeling no fear. Was one of them truly that enigmatic magician? Piccolo furrowed his brow, still harboring doubts. Regardless of the truth, the answer would soon be unveiled. Vegeta scoffed. Convinced they were undoubtedly connected to the magician. Let us hasten our departure, Krillin urged. I hope to be grouped with that magician. I wish to personally make him question his existence, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists. At that moment, he cast aside any thoughts of competing with Sun Wukong. That insidious, mysterious magician was utterly shameless, preying on Trunks, a mere child. Trunks is my son. You may deceive him once, and that should suffice. You have ensnared me twice. Can I, Vegeta, endure this? Son Goku and his companions have arrived at the preliminary competition venue. Prior to their arrival, Ye Tian and Bai Di Li had already made their way here. The judges have prepared the drawing box, awaiting the presence of Son Goku and his team. Attention, everyone. All competitors have gathered, and we shall soon commence the drawing to determine the matchups. The judge announced. Those whose names are called, please step forward to draw lots. Divine Being, I beseech you, grant me favor and spare me from facing my own comrades in the first round. Krillin whispered fervently. And may I not be paired with that enigmatic sorcerer. Are you referring to Dandy, the Divine One? Piccolo remarked, gazing at Krillin. Piccolo, you are utterly shameless, Krillin retorted. Could you not allow me a moment to pray in peace? Sun Wukong surveyed the multitude of contestants present. He turned his gaze towards the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. Perceiving that, apart from these two, the other competitors appeared rather ordinary. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet were also scanning their surroundings, searching for Babidi. Supreme Kai, Babidi has once again utilized magic to nullify Trunks' Super Saiyan form and has drained him of his energy. I trust you have observed this? Jebbet inquired. Indeed. I have witnessed it. I never anticipated he could wield such formidable magic, the Supreme Kai replied, clenching his fists tightly, feeling an increasing sense of unease. If that energy were to seep into Majin Buu's seal, it would spell great trouble. Yes, it is indeed quite troublesome, Jebbet nodded. So, those two individuals adorned with letters on their foreheads, are they agents of Babidi sent to deceive us? That is a possibility, the Supreme Kai affirmed. The two individuals they referenced were, in fact, Yamcha and Spopovich, who had succumbed to Babidi's control. Both now sported shaven heads and bulging muscles, their expressions resembling that of ferocious demons. A McDonald's symbol was emblazoned upon their foreheads. Now, let us proceed with the names in order, the referee announced. Contestant Ye Tian. Here I come, Ye Tian responded, stepping forward to retrieve a number from the box. Contestant Ye Tian is number 14, the referee declared. As a staff member diligently recorded Ye Tian's name on a large board. Next, contestant Jebbet, the referee continued. Jebbet advanced, drawing number 7. Krillin drew number 1. Son Gohan entered the arena as the masked Saiyan superhero, drawing number 8, which placed him in direct opposition to Jebbet. Gohan, do not underestimate him. He is not to be trifled with, Sun Wukong cautioned. Understood, Gohan nodded. If he truly is that mysterious sorcerer, I shall deal with him appropriately. Sun Wukong refrained from saying anything further. Contestant number 18, is this your name? The referee inquired of number 18. The name is inconsequential, number 18 replied nonchalantly. You are called number 18? What a strange name. Ye Tian remarked, leaning closer and whispering. Humph, number 18 huffed, disinterested in engaging with Ye Tian. Will anything noteworthy occur today? Ye Tian asked curiously. I simply prefer not to disclose my true name, especially since Sun Wukong and his companions have come to participate. Number 18 stated. Are you here visiting relatives today? Ye Tian whispered. Could you possibly be quiet? Number 18's expression darkened. Is it always this precise every month? Ye Tian questioned. You dare to say that? On the 18th, a furious expression emerged. Just speaking casually, no need to get worked up, Ye Tian chuckled. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I shall not hold back, retorted the 18th with a cold huff. I am the least intimidated by threats, Ye Tian declared. Dare you to threaten me once more? You have provoked my ire, and I would publicly strip you of all your garments. Yet, I must admit, I find it difficult to relinquish such a beautiful girl, one who is meant for my eyes alone. Should others gaze upon you, it would be unfortunate. This is precisely what you declared. Number 18 huffed softly. Indeed, I spoke those words, Ye Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Are you certain you do not regret this? Number 18 inquired. What regret could I possibly harbor? Do not presume my inability to contend with you. It is merely that I wish to avoid conflict. As Ye Tian continued his discourse, he was abruptly silenced as number 18 grasped his chin and sealed his lips with her own. The words he intended to utter were lost. So, It appears your notion of being impolite to me carries this implication. Why didn't you say it earlier? I would prefer your straightforwardness. It wouldn't matter if such delightful occurrences happened more frequently. Ye Tian quietly savored the moment, even extending his tongue slightly. The 18th was taken aback and hurriedly withdrew her mouth. How shameless, to even stick out one's tongue. By the way, what about that little girl named Videl? Where are you? Did you not witness the interaction between my boyfriend and me? Number 18 paused momentarily. Is he searching for my little girlfriend, Videl? Ye Tian inquired with a smile. Where is she? She was just here, Number 18 asked. She went to the restroom, Ye Tian replied. Thus, she did not see the two of us just now, Number 18 lamented. It was intentional on my part. Consequently, this fellow's girlfriend is absent. Hasn't he taken advantage of the situation? Should we wait for her return for a do-over? Ye Tian suggested. In the distance, Klin seethed with rage. Gohan, this fellow is your classmate, correct? When did he become involved with Number 18? Klin demanded. I am unaware of that. Gohan shook his head. If he were merely seeing Number 18, that would be one matter, but isn't he also on good terms with your other classmates? He appears to be attempting to play both sides. Klin exclaimed vehemently. Uncle Klin, perhaps we should refrain from meddling. Gohan scratched his head. Klin fell silent. Why is it that Number 18, whom I admire, is flirting with this little brat? At that moment, the referee continued calling names. The King of Worlds stepped forward, drawing a number 3. Xian? I have never heard that name, Goku pondered, turning to Piccolo. Have you, Piccolo? I have not, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Goku then glanced at Vegeta. The universe is vast, with countless names. Who can say who he is? Vegeta scoffed. The next participant, Sabichi, the referee announced. Goten and Trunks, disguised as masked participants, swiftly approached. Trunks had already extended his hand towards the number box, preparing to draw a number. You must be the masked participant, right? A staff member was taken aback. Huh? Trunks was at a loss for words. Fool. It is I. I'm Sabichi. Sabichi stepped forward, his expression dark. Trunks and Goten hastily retreated. How embarrassing. I knew this would be a blunder, Trunks remarked. Yes, that person Trunks mentioned is indeed us, Goten affirmed. How infuriating. That perverse individual should have emerged sooner to respond. Trunks gritted his teeth. The next contestant, Goai Air. The referee continued. Contestant Goai Air was quite the handsome fellow. In terms of attractiveness, if Goai Air scored a 90, then Ye Tian would undoubtedly receive a perfect 100. Goai Air drew a number 16. Contestant Sun Wukong, the referee announced. Sun Wukong stepped forward and drew an 11. The next contestant, Miss Biddy Lee, the referee stated. My girlfriend had to step away for a moment. I shall draw on her behalf. Ye Tian stepped forward and said, all right. The referee nodded. Ye Tian assisted by D. Lee in drawing a number 5. Klin felt increasingly disgruntled. Indeed, that girl was his girlfriend. Klin gritted his teeth and remarked. While my girlfriend is away, Uncle Klin is still entangled in this matter. Sun Wufan chuckled. What do you think? Klin scoffed. Wufan, aren't those two your classmates? You should inform your female classmate about your male classmate's reprehensible conduct. That wouldn't be wise. I prefer not to meddle. Sun Wufan scratched his head. Klin was reluctant to engage further. Panda, contestant number 2. The referee announced. Upon hearing this news, Klin immediately brightened. He turned his head to look at contestant number 2, who was a hefty individual, towering over Klin by a significant margin. So, you are Klin? Panda boasted arrogantly, standing before him. Indeed, that is I. Klin felt his previous discontent dissipating. Even a waste like you shall not be spared my wrath, Panda declared, pointing at Klin. I shall teach you a proper lesson. Is that so? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Klin sighed. I am eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. What did you say? Panda was taken aback. You might just meet your demise. Perhaps you should prepare your last words. Vegeta. The referee continued. Vegeta stepped forward and drew a number 12. Sun Wukong was taken aback. I am to face Vegeta in the first round? Huh. Wukong and Vegeta are meeting in the preliminaries? Klin exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wufan was equally astonished. Vegeta scoffed. It seems what one wishes to avoid comes to pass. I had hoped to team up with that mysterious sorcerer, yet I drew Kakarot instead. Very well. I shall finally have the chance to measure my strength against Kakarot. I have been awaiting this day. Majin Buu. The referee called out to Bick. Bick drew a number 4. Upon examining the match list, he found himself up against the individual suspected to be the mysterious sorcerer. It's him. Could he truly be that enigmatic sorcerer? Sun Wukong warned. Bick, You must exercise caution. That fellow is not to be trifled with. I understand. I will find a way to uncover his identity, Bick responded. Very well, Sun Yukong nodded. Next was Mr. Satan, who, due to pressing matters, could not be present. So I shall draw for him, the referee stated, pulling out a number card, which was 10. Chapter 70, The Tragic Clin. Number 18 glanced at the number card, astonished to discover that she was to face the world champion, Mr. Satan. Previously, I had always perceived this Mr. Satan to be a mere figure of mockery. However, upon encountering him today, I discovered that he is far more formidable than I had imagined. To my astonishment, he managed to send Trunks flying with a single punch. At that moment, Videl appeared. How are you, Ye Tian? She inquired. I drew number 5 for the third match, Ye Tian replied. Videl nodded, glancing at the match schedule. It seems my opponent is named Spubich. He was eliminated in the preliminaries during the last tournament. Do your best, Ye Tian encouraged. I shall give it my all, Videl responded. Just then, number 18 approached with a smile and asked, Did you go to the restroom, Videl? Yes, I did, Videl nodded. Number 18, however, wore a cheerful expression, gazing at Ye Tian with a twinkle in his eye. Were you not quite audacious just now? Do you believe I will reveal what transpired moments ago? Videl inquired. Can you guess? Number 18 chuckled softly and swiftly departed. Videl exhibited a look of utter bewilderment. Subsequently, she glanced at Ye Tian and then back at number 18's retreating figure. Are you two concealing something from me? Videl questioned. It's nothing of great significance. She just stole a quick kiss while you were away, Ye Tian replied nonchalantly. Number 18 had taken only a few steps forward when, upon hearing Ye Tian's words, she nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Are you serious? You would actually express such a thing. You are truly beyond compare. I understand now, Videl nodded. I have endured this. The least favorable aspect is that Ye Tian has begun to openly confess these matters. If one day he refrains from even mentioning them, it would indicate that I hold no significance in his heart. Ye Tian indeed keeps his word. He promised to seek several girlfriends, and he has fulfilled that promise. In terms of shamelessness, he is quite serious. Videl now refrains from displaying too much anger, as Ye Tian had previously made such remarks. The girl on the 18th was taken aback. She said she understood, yet there was no further reaction. What has become of the youth of today? Very well. The order of the matches has been decided. The judge announced, the competition is about to commence, and I will first escort everyone to the lounge for a brief respite. I trust you are all well aware of the competition rules. Due to the constraints of time, each match will last for 30 minutes. Should there be no victor after this duration, the judge will render a decision. There is indeed a time limit, Clin mused. Haha. It will take me merely 10 seconds to resolve you. Panda laughed heartily, pointing at Clin. Understood, Clin sighed. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the arena. The judge stepped to the edge of the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, the judge announced with a microphone. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin, and the 16 contestants who have emerged from the preliminaries will compete in the following order. A staff member held up a large sign for the audience to see. Those in the distance may not be able to see it. Allow me to read it out loud, the judge stated. The first match features contestant Clin against contestant Panda, followed by contestant Xian facing off against the judge continued to announce. Wukong is unexpectedly matched against Vegeta, Lu Ping lamented. Indeed, the turtle sage nodded. That concludes the list of matches, the judge proclaimed. Which contestant will rise to the top? Let us commence the first match, featuring contestant Panda against contestant Clin. Clin and Panda made their way from the preliminaries to the arena. You are truly unfortunate to face me, Panda taunted Clin, grinning wickedly. But fear not. With proper treatment, you may merely end up in a vegetative state. Clin remained silent. In his youth, Clin had achieved remarkable success in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The judge introduced him, returning after many years to participate in this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. His opponent, Panda, is notorious for his brutality. He suffered a defeat in the semi-finals of the previous tournament, having fallen out of the ring, and today he returns to vie for the championship. As the judge's words echoed, Clin and Panda stepped onto the arena together. Clin's physique is markedly different from that of his opponent, the referee remarked. I wonder if the contestant Clin can turn the tide. The hefty figure added, Little one. Let me make it clear that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is by no means a game. This arena is ill-suited for you. Clin sighed in resignation, acknowledging the presence of such ignorance in the world. Dealing with individuals like him requires little exertion on my part. Competitors, please prepare for the match. We shall commence shortly, the referee announced. Hee. Following the declaration, the hefty figure executed several backflips. With a light leap, he landed opposite Clint. You see, despite my imposing stature, I am as agile as a swallow, he proclaimed with a grin. My intent in demonstrating this is to convey that you cannot escape. Understood. I shall not flee. Clint replied with another sigh. Hee. Why not experience my resilience firsthand? Strike me with your utmost force. The hefty figure urged cheerfully. Very well, I shall not hold back. Clint responded, swiftly delivering a punch to the figure's abdomen. However, to Clint's dismay, he soon discovered that the minuscule amount of energy he had just released had mysteriously vanished. His expression shifted dramatically. Where is my energy? Why has it disappeared? Could it be that the enigmatic sorcerer has resumed his targeting of me? The minuscule amount of energy Clint had unleashed had already been completely eradicated by Ye Tian. The bald youth had just moments ago displayed his frustration before Sun Wukong. Feeling aggrieved. Is it such a crime to have merely shared a fleeting moment with Android 18? What is the meaning of your grin directed at me? Do you believe I cannot handle you? It is already a demonstration of my mercy that I have not eliminated a particular part of you on the spot. Although Krillin lacks energy enhancement, his physical prowess is not without merit, having been honed through arduous training for an extended period. Gritting his teeth, Krillin retaliated. Whoosh. With a mere wave of his hand, Ye Tian erased the power behind Krillin's attack. When Krillin threw a punch, devoid of energy augmentation, his strength was likewise nullified, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Is this truly your attack, little fellow? Panda chuckled at the scene. Chapter 71. King Kai. I, too, seek the sorcerer. Krillin was left dumbfounded, hastily retreating. As he withdrew, energy once more surged forth from him. Ye Tian had shown considerable leniency, only erasing the energy he had released and the force of his strike, yet leaving his overall energy intact. Had Ye Tian chosen to obliterate all of Krillin's energy, he would revert to an ordinary individual, compelled to undergo training anew. Well, perhaps slightly stronger than an average person, for Krillin's body had been tempered through countless trials. Now, it remained to be seen how Krillin would perform moving forward. If this fellow dares to bare his teeth at me again, I shall erase all his energy. I have stated it before, I am as light as a feather, and you shall not escape. Panda laughed heartily, swiftly pursuing him. As Krillin prepared to leap into the air, whoosh, Ye Tian waved his hand once more, directly nullifying the energy enveloping him. What? Krillin's face fell in shock. At that moment, Panda had caught up and firmly grasped Krillin's arm. This is bad. Krillin's countenance darkened, feeling as though his energy was utterly suppressed. No. Even if he managed to release it, it swiftly vanished into thin air. Something is amiss with Krillin, Sun Wukong remarked gravely. It is the work of that mysterious sorcerer. Vic gritted his teeth in frustration. The aura emanating from Krillin had instantly dissipated. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly serious. The force of the attack had vanished. This sorcerer is truly formidable, Vic thought, feeling a swell of indignation. Meanwhile, King Kai and Jebet had also noticed the situation. This fellow named Bafidi is exceedingly arrogant. Daring to unleash magic before us, Jebet scoffed. King Kai scanned the surroundings, searching for Bafidi's presence. Yet, where could he be? Bafidi was conspicuously absent from the scene. I sense that Bafidi is not here. King Kai spoke solemnly. What? He has already mastered the ability to cast spells from a distance? Jebet exclaimed. It is not out of the realm of possibility, King Kai acknowledged. If that is indeed the case, then his magic is extraordinarily potent. He was vastly more powerful than his father. This was troublesome. Cold sweat trickled down Jibet's face. As they spoke, they noticed Sun Wukong striding toward them. His expression rather grim as he scrutinized both the Kaioshin and Jibet. Is something amiss? The Kaioshin inquired. Magician. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. His anger stemmed from the fact that Krillin was currently being pummeled into the ground by that rotund figure. Krillin was utterly defenseless, for even a slight release of energy would result in his complete annihilation. The power he attempted to unleash was entirely erased. Krillin felt utterly despondent. Sun Wukong's countenance darkened. You are aware? The Kaioshin was taken aback. You truly are a magician. Sun Wukong was equally astonished and immediately heightened his vigilance. What? I am not a magician. Why would you think I am one? The Kaioshin shook his head, bemused. You are not a magician? Sun Wukong frowned, gesturing toward Krillin on the arena. Then how did Krillin's energy vanish? It was indeed the work of a magician. However, it was not us. The Kaioshin replied. You also recognize it was a magician's doing? Sun Wukong was incredulous. We have come precisely because of the magician. Jibet interjected. Rest assured, we are not the magicians you suspect. Believe it or not. All right, I also feel you are not like them. Sun Wukong nodded. But who exactly are you? Can you enlighten me? We shall discuss our identities later. Since you are also in search of the magician, let us collaborate to expedite our quest, the Kaioshin stated to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong pondered. They are also searching for the magician? How peculiar. This situation grows increasingly strange. Bang. After a brief skirmish, Panda delivered a kick that sent Krillin sprawling out of the ring. Krillin was eliminated. Fallen out of the arena, contestant Krillin is defeated. Contestant Panda emerges victorious. The referee announced loudly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong rushed to Krillin's side without pausing to inquire further with the Kaioshin and Jibit. The referee wore a perplexed expression. I recall contestant Krillin was formidable in his youth. How has he become so inept as an adult? Defeated so easily? Are you all right, Krillin? Sun Wukong hastily assisted him to his feet. I'm fine, you scoundrel. Krillin replied, rising from the ground with gritted teeth. You can still stand? More resilient than I imagined. Panda remarked, slightly surprised. Krillin dismissed Panda's comments. If it weren't for the mysterious magician causing my energy to dissipate, do you think I would be unable to defeat you? Krillin, are you injured? Sun Wukong inquired with concern. I'm fine, Wukong, Krillin replied, shaking his head. My energy and power have simply dissipated, but my physical strength remains intact. Such a degree of attack will not harm me. That's good to hear, Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Humph, the toughest guy? Panda sneered as he strode down from the arena. Sun Wukong then escorted Krillin back to the contestants' lounge. How's it going, old son? Piccolo asked. What did that person say? They said they are not magicians and are also searching for magicians, Sun Wukong responded. What? They are also searching for magicians? Piccolo was taken aback. Humph. Do you actually believe them, Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed. I sense they don't seem to be lying, Sun Wukong nodded. Let us proceed to the second match. Featuring contestant Sin against contestant Magenia, the referee announced loudly. It's my turn. I will seize this opportunity to uncover his true identity. Piccolo mused. Whether he is a magician will soon be revealed. Piccolo, be extremely cautious. Krillin's energy has completely vanished. The battle unfolded as though he were an ordinary person. Sun Wukong cautioned. He is perhaps sturdier than an average individual, but beyond that, he possesses no other abilities. Indeed, I can't even unleash a Kamehameha. Krillin nodded. I understand. I will be careful, Piccolo replied solemnly. Vegeta also glanced at the Kaioshin in the distance. I must observe this match closely. Is this individual truly the magician? He even denied it. Is he also here in search of the magician? Chapter 72. Kaioshin. How do you know about the magician? Kaioshin and Piccolo walked towards the arena. Contestant Sin is participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament for the first time, while his opponent, contestant Magenia, previously achieved an impressive second place in the tournament, leaving a lasting impression. The referee nearly referred to Magenia as the Demon King Piccolo. However, the referee refrained from being so nosy. Please do not destroy the arena like last time, the referee reminded Piccolo. Destroy the arena? I have no inclination to do that at the moment, Piccolo retorted. Hey, have you noticed? He was one of those who caused trouble for Mr. Satan during the Cell Games. An audience member recognized Piccolo. Yes, I've seen him on television before. Another audience member nodded. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and the others were all intently focused on the Kaioshin in the arena. The second match is about to commence. The referee declared. Piccolo and Kaioshin stood facing each other. I just sought you out, and you claimed you were not a magician. Beast turned to the Supreme Kai. Indeed. I have no reason to deceive you. The Supreme Kai nodded. I have just informed Goku that Jebit and I are also in search of the sorcerer. However, I shall elaborate on this matter later. Could you reveal your true identity? Beast inquired. The god of Earth, at this juncture, do you still not know my true identity? The Supreme Kai chuckled. A sudden epiphany struck Beast's mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. I concede, Beast declared decisively. Upon hearing Beast's voice, Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Beast is forfeited? After uttering this statement, Beast turned and descended from the stage. Forfeit? Do you wish to abandon this match? The referee was equally astonished. Indeed, Beast affirmed with a nod. The Supreme Kai smiled, finally grasping the situation. Well, if he wishes to know my identity, so be it. I could use their assistance. Yet, how did Goku and the others become aware of the sorcerer Babidi? Have they sensed his energy? Why have I not detected his whereabouts? The contestant Magenia has forfeited. Therefore, contestant Shin wins by default. The referee announced. The audience was left speechless. What is the point of not fighting? What happened, Piccolo? Goku inquired. wondering if he truly was that enigmatic sorcerer. No, absolutely not. They are definitely not the mysterious magician, Piccolo asserted. Really? How can you be so certain? Goku scratched his head. Let's not dwell on that for now. I will verify his identity shortly, Piccolo replied. So, let us proceed to the next match, the referee announced. In the third match, we have contestant Videl facing off against contestant Spobich. Videl, Videl, Videl. The audience fervently chanted Videl's name. What just happened? Videl whispered to Ye Tian. That green-faced individual actually forfeited. It no longer matters. It's your turn now, so give it your all, Ye Tian encouraged, giving Videl a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Videl nodded gently and stepped towards the arena. As everyone knows, contestant Videl is the daughter of Mr. Satan, who has frequently assisted the police in apprehending criminals. She is a young girl brimming with a strong sense of justice. 7 years ago, as a little girl, she had already won the championship in the youth category at the World Martial Arts Tournament. An impressive achievement. The referee introduced the two competitors, noting that Spobich had been defeated in the first round of the previous tournament, but had returned this time with a revamped image to challenge again. Spobich emerged from the preliminaries and walked towards the arena alongside Videl. The Supreme Kai approached. He immediately recognized Spobich. The symbol on his forehead was too conspicuous. There are only 2 such individuals in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It is no surprise. They are here to divert our attention. A clever ruse. While we remain focused on the tournament, Babidi is secretly siphoning energy. I shall find you, Babidi. The Supreme Kai disregarded Spobich and strode purposefully downward. At this moment, Videl and Spobich had already appeared on the arena. In the audience, go, Videl. Eliza cheered sweetly. Videl will surely defeat that guy with ease, Shappa smiled. Indeed, the bespectacled man nodded. Unbeknownst to Gohan, their classmates had also come to witness the tournament. The match began. The referee announced loudly. Videl was prepared for battle. Ye Tian glanced towards the arena. If left unchecked, Videl would sustain serious injuries in this match. However, remedying the situation was straightforward. All it took was to return Spobich to his normal self. I shall see if I can dispel the magic that Babidi has cast upon him. Whoosh. Ye Tian gently waved his hand towards Spubich. In the preliminary room, the Kaioshin had returned from outside, passing directly by Son Goku and Vegeta, who remained silent. The Kaioshin continued his journey inward, while Piccolo stood at the innermost position, having waited there for a considerable time. Perhaps I was mistaken. Could you be Piccolo? The Kaioshin smiled. Are you the great Kaioshin? Piccolo asked nervously. Having once been the deity of Earth, Piccolo understood that should this individual truly be the great Kaioshin, his divine status would far exceed Piccolo's own. This was the reason behind Piccolo's reluctance to engage in conflict. Though he believed he could hold his own in a battle, he felt it would be rather impolite to confront a deity of such elevated rank. No, not at all. The Kaioshin replied with a slight smile. Then may I ask who you are? Piccolo was taken aback. The realization struck him. This figure was not the great Kaioshin. Who could he possibly be? This is Lord Kaioshin, Jebbit interjected, floating over nonchalantly. Piccolo's pupils dilated, his expression shifting through shades of shock. Lord Kaioshin? I had always presumed him to be the great Kaioshin. I never anticipated he would be the Kaioshin, whose rank surpasses even that of the great Kaioshin. It is said that the Kaioshin is the most exalted deity in this universe. How remarkable. I ask you, how did you come to know of the sorcerer? The Kaioshin inquired with a smile. Chapter 73, Bafidi. Has that individual lost control? This matter should be traced back to a month ago, Piccolo responded, gesturing towards Gohan. Son Goku's son. I have heard of him. He is a young man of considerable strength. The Kaioshin nodded. Was it he who discovered the sorcerer? After speaking, the Kaioshin exchanged a glance with Jebbit. A month ago, you say? Does this imply that Bafidi had already arrived on Earth a month prior? Their expressions grew increasingly grave. Piccolo then recounted the mysterious disappearance of certain items to the Kaioshin. Initially, I suspected that someone had swiftly relocated the items, Piccolo explained. Since Gohan rarely trained after defeating Cell and spent most of his time on academic pursuits, it would not be surprising if someone had moved the items before his eyes without him noticing. It must have been the sorcerer's doing, utilizing magic to transfer those items. The Kaioshin pondered, then turned to Jebbit. What is your opinion? I too believe it was the sorcerer, Jebbit affirmed. Jebbit nodded thoughtfully. Is there more? The Kaioshin inquired of Piccolo. Just as Piccolo was about to elaborate, Son Goku approached from a distance. Piccolo, are you all here? Goku asked. What has transpired, old friend? Piccolo responded, a touch bewildered. You should go see for yourselves. It appears that the sorcerer has resurfaced, Goku replied. Strangely, the one known as Spubich seems to have undergone a complete transformation. Without hesitation, the Kaioshin and Jebit rushed forward. The Kaioshin gazed at the arena where Spubich stood. His muscular physique seemingly vanished. What puzzled the Kaioshin further was the absence of the M symbol upon his forehead. Spubich, looking utterly perplexed, surveyed his surroundings. He then turned his gaze towards the opposing Videl. Isn't this the World Martial Arts Tournament? How did I end up here? Spubich scratched his head. I recognize you. You are Mr. Satan's daughter, Videl. Enough with the pleasantries. Are we going to compete or not? Let us get started. Videl urged. Compete? Spubich echoed, momentarily taken aback. I indeed intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, it seems I have just awoken from an extended dream filled with several extraterrestrial beings. I believe I was under their control, compelled to join this so-called tournament. How peculiar. As Spubich scanned the area once more, he suddenly spotted Yamcha leaning against the wall. Memories of moments shared with Yamcha flooded his mind. This guy. I know him. He appears to be my accomplice. What mission did the aliens assign us here? Spubich, now overwhelmed, had lost all desire to continue the competition. I forfeit, he declared hastily, leaping from the arena. The referee stood momentarily dazed. Videl, too, widened her eyes in confusion. Why did he forfeit? Outside the ring, Spubich has voluntarily forfeited, granting Videl victory in the third match, the referee announced with a sigh. Yet another competitor has withdrawn. How can we continue like this? Is this how the World Martial Arts Tournament is meant to unfold? Such an odd fellow. Videl chose not to linger on the matter, turning back to the waiting area. Congratulations on your victory. Let us celebrate with a warm embrace, Ye Tian exclaimed, approaching her for an enthusiastic hug. But I didn't even fight. There is nothing to celebrate, Videl replied. Son Gohan chuckled softly from the side, remaining silent otherwise. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin and Jebit stood in a state of stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. What on earth is happening? The Supreme Kai and Jebit discerned that the contestant named Spubich seemed to have regained his former self, liberated from the control of the sorcerer Babidi. It appeared, in the Supreme Kai's estimation, that Babidi had relinquished his hold over him. Yet, the question lingered, why had Babidi chosen to abandon his control? The Supreme Kai could not shake the feeling that Babidi was playing a most intricate game. Indeed, Jebit replied with a wry smile. We remain oblivious to his true intentions. Regardless of what he is currently engaged in, his primary objective is undoubtedly to unseal the demon Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai pondered. Recognizing that all of Babidi's seemingly superfluous actions were merely precursors to the unsealing of Majin Buu. You are correct, my lord, Jebit acknowledged with a nod. You heard what Piccolo mentioned earlier, did you not? The Supreme Kai's expression darkened as he continued. Babidi arrived on Earth a month ago, laying his plans then. It is no wonder we have been trailing in his wake. Has he truly taken this long to awaken Majin Buu? That is hardly surprising, Jebit murmured. It would take time to locate the seal of Majin Buu, as well as to find Gohan and Vegeta. The Supreme Kai speculated. Understanding that Gohan and Vegeta typically concealed their energy when not in battle, making it exceedingly difficult to sense their presence through energy fluctuations. But why, my lord? Did Babidi eliminate his control over Spubich? Jebit queried, perplexed. I do not know, the Supreme Kai admitted, equally baffled. In a distant mountainous region, deep within the earth, a spaceship harbored the sorcerer Babidi in a casual conversation with the demon King Dabura. How are Yamcha and Spubich faring? The World Martial Arts Tournament must be commencing now. I wonder how much energy those two will manage to gather? Babidi mused with a smile. With the capabilities of this planet, collecting even a fraction of energy would be quite remarkable, Dabura chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Babidi nodded. How vexing. It seems I must seek energy from other planets. Earth is simply too primitive. If Lord Babidi finds this planet unsatisfactory, he could just destroy it upon departure, Dabura suggested with a grin. That seems feasible. Babidi replied with a smirk as he approached the crystal ball, incanting a spell. Suddenly, an invisible magic enveloped the crystal, which promptly revealed the figure of Yamcha. However, Spubich was nowhere to be seen. No, there he was beside Yamcha, appearing somewhat peculiar. Babidi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 74, Supreme Kai. Focus on the essentials. Strange, muttered Barfidi. What is it, Lord Barfidi? Dapper inquired. Come and take a look. Subich seems rather off. Barfidi gestured towards the crystal ball, displaying Subich. Dapper leaned in for a closer inspection. His forehead symbol has vanished. Dapper exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. This means he appears to have broken free from my control, Barfidi pondered. It's the first time I have encountered such an anomaly. How could someone I control escape? He then glanced at Dapra, the king of the demon realm. He has remained under my influence. Yet a mere earthling has managed to slip away? Moreover, I openly declared my control over him in your presence. And there was no consequence. Let us attempt to control him once more, Dapper suggested. Very well. This time I shall observe him closely, Barfidi agreed, nodding. At the martial arts tournament site, after Subich descended, he looked up at Yamu, who was perched atop the wall. Come down. Aren't you afraid of falling from such a height? Subich called out. Yamu glanced down at Subich and, after a brief silence, leaped down from the wall. What is it? Yamu asked. Are we being controlled by aliens? Are they here for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? I recall something about a mission. After which that alien promised I would become the mayor of West City, Subich articulated. Indeed, Yamu nodded, scrutinizing Subich from head to toe, contemplating. Why do you seem so peculiar? I'm not quite sure what is wrong with me. It feels as though I have just awakened from a lengthy dream. Subich scratched his head. As they conversed, Subich suddenly emitted a series of strange cries. What is wrong with you? Yamu asked. In the next instant, the M symbol reappeared on Subich's forehead. Once again, Subich fell under Barfidi's control. After regaining control, Subich looked around, perplexed. What happened? I was supposed to compete against Videl. When did I fall? Do you remember nothing at all? Yamu shook his head. This is strange, Subich remarked, his face a mask of confusion. The Supreme Kai, Jebit, also noticed Subich's transformation. He has been controlled again. The Supreme Kai nodded. Could it be that this individual, Subich, managed to extricate himself from Barfidi's grasp? How could this be? He should be an ordinary person, Jebit pondered, bewildered. Can an ordinary person truly escape Barfidi's control so effortlessly? Perhaps there is a conflict within his bloodline or thoughts that interferes with Barfidi's influence. The Kaioshin speculated that perhaps his thoughts had become pure at that moment. This can only be the explanation. Jebit nodded thoughtfully. Regardless, the primary task of Babidi is to gather energy to release Majin Bu from his seal. The Kaioshin said. Let us not concern ourselves with his devious schemes. As long as we focus on the main point, we shall be safe. However, what is the main point of our visit here? Jebit chuckled in exasperation. I still have not grasped the main point. We were supposed to locate the sorcerer Babidi through those two individuals. Yet, we have searched for quite some time without success. Moreover, there is a significant chance that Babidi is right here, casting his spells under our very noses, and we remain oblivious to him. This fellow is incredibly formidable. The next match is between you and Son Gohan, the Kaioshin declared. Indeed, Jebit replied with a nod. You should have him transform into a Super Saiyan, the Kaioshin suggested. This time, I will be vigilant and attentive to the surroundings. I will also leave a mysterious mark on Son Gohan. If Babidi attempts to transfer Son Gohan's energy again through his magic, I will sense the direction of that energy immediately. That is an excellent plan, Jebit responded excitedly. This will surely lead us to Babidi's precise location. Indeed, the Kaioshin smiled. But should we not inform Goku and the others first? We must prevent them from acting recklessly. Jebit proposed. You are right. I will go and give them a heads up while you focus on your match, the Kaioshin nodded. At that moment, the audience began to express their dissatisfaction. 2 consecutive matches had ended in forfeits. We purchased tickets to witness the action, yet there has been no fighting. They complained. Thus, the referee, with little choice, announced, let us proceed with the 4th match. May the 4th match encounter no issues, the referee declared. The 4th match features competitor Jebit against the Saiyan masked hero. Son Gohan and Jebit stepped onto the stage together, while the Kaioshin quietly bestowed a divine power upon Son Gohan. Go for it, Gohan. Ye Tian smiled gently. You can do it, Gohan. Videl waved her hand encouragingly. All right. Son Gohan replied, turning back. In the audience, the Saiyan masked hero, Eliza was taken aback. The righteous warrior who appeared in Satan City, Sharp pondered. The bespectacled man raised his binoculars towards Son Gohan on the stage. It is worth noting that Son Gohan still had his headband wrapped around his head, making it difficult for the bespectacled man to recognize him immediately. He felt as though he had seen this person somewhere before. The bespectacled man muttered to himself. Although he had concealed his eyes and hair, his nose and mouth appeared somewhat familiar. Let me take a look, Sharp said, taking the binoculars to gaze in the direction of Son Gohan. He chuckled. It's quite remarkable that one could recognize him, given how thoroughly he is bundled up. Let me see as well, Eliza interjected. Sharp handed the binoculars to her. He resembles Gohan a bit, Eliza remarked after scrutinizing the figure. What? Gohan? The bespectacled man was taken aback. Don't jest. How could it possibly be that fellow? Char shook his head. You boys lack keen observation. Think carefully about his physique. Along with his nose, mouth, and chin. Don't they bear a striking resemblance to Gohan? Eliza insisted. The more I look, the more I feel he is indeed Gohan. But why would he disguise himself as a Scion masked hero to participate in the competition? The bespectacled man queried, perplexed. Perhaps he is merely borrowing the name of the Scion masked hero, Eliza speculated. Does he really need to conceal his identity? Sharp asked, confused. Because he is shy. Eliza replied with a smile. But can he manage it? Sharp was skeptical about Gohan's capabilities. Regardless, let us cheer for him, Eliza proposed. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. If he is not Gohan, it would be rather awkward, the bespectacled man suggested. That works, Eliza agreed. Originally, the trio intended to cheer for Gohan, but they decided it was prudent to wait. After all, there are likely others with similar noses, mouths, and chins. At that moment, Son Gohan and Jebet had stepped onto the arena. All right, the fourth match is about to commence, the referee announced. Son Gohan immediately readied himself for battle, while Jebet stood resolutely across from him, his expression unyielding. This opponent seems formidable, Gohan thought. Uncle Piccolo mentioned they are not magicians, yet they appear to know about them. Do you also know about magicians? Gohan inquired. Yes, Jebet nodded. We have come to Earth specifically regarding the magicians. Is that so? Many things have inexplicably vanished. You are here to investigate, aren't you? Gohan questioned. Indeed, Jebet replied calmly. We require your assistance regarding the magicians. Me? Gohan was taken aback. You must transform into a Super Saiyan immediately. Jebet urged. If your Super Saiyan state suddenly dissipates, we will certainly trace the energy to its whereabouts. You actually know about Super Saiyans? Son Gohan furrowed his brow. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan and allowing that sorcerer to siphon your Super Saiyan energy can we discover his whereabouts, explained Jebet in detail. Can that sorcerer truly negate even my Super Saiyan form? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. During the match between your brother and Trunks, that sorcerer managed to nullify Trunks' Super Saiyan state, Jebet remarked. You were not present at the time, hence you were unaware. I later heard about it. Son Gohan nodded gravely. In the distance, Ye Tian was secretly amused. Son Gohan hasn't provoked me. Why would I eliminate his Super Saiyan state? Am I so idle? Moreover, must I truly let that fellow Buffetti take the blame for me? If so, so be it. It is indeed a privilege for you to take the blame for me. However, should Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan, I fear he might be pierced by Spubich's energy absorption rod. What are they discussing? Krillin inquired. It seems they wish to have Gohan become a Super Saiyan, Goku pondered. Gohan. Piccolo called out to him, giving a gentle nod. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan was taken aback. Piccolo. What is happening? Goku turned to Piccolo, inquiring. To put it simply, we aim to locate the sorcerer with precision through this method, Piccolo explained. Can we truly do that? Goku shook his head. My apologies, everyone, but we must ensure Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan. The Supreme Kai approached, his expression grave, stating, I believe none of you here possess the sorcerer's presence, so I shall speak plainly. I have left a divine energy signature on Gohan, which can trace the whereabouts of his Super Saiyan form. If that sorcerer has indeed transferred his Super Saiyan energy, I will undoubtedly pinpoint his exact location. Ye Tian listened intently from the sidelines. I shall remain here in silence, observing. Please commence your performance. Ye Tian and the others are also in search of the mysterious hero. Videl remarked. Ye Tian nodded. Videl gazed deeply at Ye Tian but refrained from further comment. Why should I heed the words of a stranger? Even if we are to search for that sorcerer, we shall do so on our own, without your guidance. Vegeta huffed. Yet if you reveal your true identity, I might consider cooperating. This is the Supreme Kai. Piccolo turned to Vegeta, declaring. Vegeta was instantly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. I have heard from the Supreme Kai that you are indeed the Supreme Kai. Goku exclaimed, bewildered. Cold sweat broke out on Krillin's brow. Even the Supreme Kai has descended to Earth. It is said that the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe. What could he possibly want on Earth? Since my identity has been revealed, I hope you will cooperate fully to expedite the search for the sorcerer, the Supreme Kai said solemnly. Goku and the others immediately steeled themselves. On the arena, Gohan and Jebet stood facing each other, yet neither had made a move. The audience was growing restless. With 2 matches already ending without a fight, why has the 4th match not yet commenced? Well, I too wish to find that sorcerer sooner rather than later. Son Gohan nodded solemnly, for many things had mysteriously vanished, albeit most of these disappearances were of little consequence. Jebbet remained silent. Did you just suggest that I transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan inquired. Indeed, Jebbet affirmed with a nod. I shall put it to the test. If I become a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, will he still possess the ability to nullify my transformation? A gentle smile graced Son Gohan's lips. What do you mean? A Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan? Jebbet was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Son Gohan's entire being radiated with golden light, his hair standing on end. The headband atop his head was instantly dislodged. Crackling blue lightning swiftly coiled around him. This was the Super Saiyan form 2. However, during this period, it could not yet be designated as Super Saiyan 2, as Super Saiyan 3 had yet to manifest. Thus, it was merely referred to as the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Son Gohan's transformation, Jebbet was utterly astonished. What an overwhelming surge of energy. How could an ordinary human possess such formidable power? His energy intensity far surpasses even that of Lord Kaioshin. In the distance, Yamu and Spopovich were similarly stunned. The audience was left speechless. Indeed, Gohan was the Golden Warrior. Videl remarked to Ye Tian, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 76, Son Gohan, do not move. Are they attempting to locate the mysterious hero through this method? Videl inquired. Yes, Ye Tian nodded once more. But the deeds of the mysterious hero are all benevolent. Videl noted. If they truly find the mysterious hero, they wouldn't do anything excessive, would they? Well, we shall see. Is there any gossip to indulge in? Watching the drama unfold while enjoying the spectacle is what makes it truly entertaining, Ye Tian chuckled. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yama quickly retrieved an energy detector. Look, such astonishing energy, Yama exclaimed to Spopovich. This is fantastic. Spopovich nodded excitedly. All right, let us seize that energy together. Yama produced an energy absorber. Spopovich, hold him securely. Understood. Spopovich replied. That is the Golden Warrior. Eliza gasped. Isn't that Gohan? His headband has fallen. Sharp was utterly shocked. I never would have imagined. Gohan is actually the Golden Warrior. The bespectacled man wiped his brow. The audience was left in a state of disbelief. Similar figures had also appeared during Mr. Satan's battle with Cell. Indeed, there is a striking resemblance, with a radiant golden light emanating from their bodies. Who are they truly? The audience buzzed with speculation. It is an unimaginable superpower. One wonders if Babidi can transfer this energy. The Kais pondered aloud. Babidi? Is that the name of the sorcerer? Son Goku inquired. Indeed. The Kais nodded. Please, refrain from speaking. I must concentrate on sensing the energy that has been displaced. If it can indeed be transferred. Humph. That young lad's strength surpasses even what he demonstrated when he defeated Cell. Vegeta scoffed. The era of peace has dulled his instincts. Could you please maintain silence? I am struggling to focus. The Kais turned to Vegeta. Vegeta fell silent. At that moment, Yamcha and Spopovich stealthily approached Gohan's direction. Look, those two are on the move. Krillin exclaimed. I said to be quiet. Those two are merely here as distractions. They are also servants of the sorcerer Babidi. The Kais gritted his teeth. Ignore them. Goku nodded, saying nothing further. I must concentrate and discern how Babidi is transferring this energy and to where it has been redirected, the Kais declared solemnly. The Kais speaks more than any of us, Goku muttered. Kais, ahem, could you refrain from chatting during this crucial moment? Ye Tian remarked. Goku and the others immediately turned their attention to Ye Tian, subsequently ignoring him. On the arena, Yamcha and Spopovich had quietly positioned themselves behind Gohan. Sensing something amiss, Gohan executed a graceful turn and confronted the two behind him. What do you intend to do? Gohan demanded. Do not move. Jebbet communicated telepathically. They are merely sorcerers here to provide cover. Do not alarm the enemy. Gohan hesitated for a moment. You wish for me to remain still. Thus, I shall comply. I shall observe how these two individuals intend to manipulate my fate. Gohan did not budge. In truth, he sought to avoid alarming anyone. His desire was to swiftly locate the enigmatic sorcerer. This mysterious figure was once rather amiable, yet has increasingly descended into chaos. It would be prudent to find him soon. For perhaps he could be guided back onto the righteous path and transformed into a virtuous being. As Gohan contemplated this, he assumed a defensive stance. Though he made no move. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Spopovich lunged forward, enveloping Gohan in an embrace. Spopovich secured Gohan in place. A sense of foreboding washed over Gohan, prompting an instinctive urge to break free. Were he to choose to move at that moment, he could easily extricate himself from Spubich's grasp. Do not move. Let us observe their intentions, Jebet communicated telepathically to Gohan. After a moment of hesitation, Gohan resolved to remain vigilant. However, this decision proved ill-fated. With a sudden thrust, AMU plunged a device designed to absorb energy into Gohan's side. Gohan cried out in agony as his energy rapidly dissipated. What do they intend to do? Piccolo inquired with a grave tone. Do not engage. Let us observe first, the Kaioshin advised, furrowing his brow. Gohan's vitality is waning swiftly, Piccolo noted. Fear not. Jebet will heal him, and he shall recover, the Kaioshin reassured. I shall seek Kuririn to ascertain if any Senzu beans remain, Goku declared, immediately activating his instant transmission to vanish from sight. In an instant, Goku materialized at Kuririn Tower. Kuririn, it has been a while, Goku greeted, waving. Yachirobe. You are here as well? Where else would I be? Yachirobe replied with a grunt. Kuririn, you are aware of the happenings below regarding the mysterious sorcerer? Goku inquired. I have heard whispers, yet I know not who he is, Kuririn responded, nodding. This individual is indeed shrouded in mystery. Even the Kaioshin is at a loss. It seems we have encountered a formidable adversary, Goku remarked with a smile. Here, you have only 3 Senzu beans remaining. I have not planted many of late, Kuririn stated, handing the beans to Goku. Thank you, Goku replied. I shall return now. With a swift motion, he activated instant transmission and soon reappeared at the arena. Excellent. The energy has been fully absorbed, AMU exclaimed joyfully. Spubich released Son Gohan, who lay despondently on the ground, the golden aura that once surrounded him having long since faded. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Spubich chuckled. We should leave at once, Yamcha suggested. With a whoosh, the two soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing from sight. Do you think Gohan will be all right? Videl asked, a hint of fear in her voice. It's fine. He can be saved. Ye Tian reassured her. And what about Gohan's father? He vanished and then suddenly reappeared, Videl inquired, astonished. That's called instant transmission. It allows one to travel to any desired location in an instant, Ye Tian explained. Instant transmission? Can I learn it? Videl asked eagerly. As long as you wish to learn, it should not pose a problem, Ye Tian mused, noting that it was a fundamental skill of the Yardrats. Fundamental skill? Yardrat? What is that? An alien? Videl pondered. You could say that, Ye Tian nodded. You know so much. Videl exclaimed, filled with admiration. It's nothing, Ye Tian smiled. Meanwhile, Son Gohan lay on the arena floor, utterly defeated, his energy completely drained, and a wound on his side. Fortunately, as a scion, his physical resilience prevented him from perishing on the spot. I'll give Gohan a Senzu bean, Son Goku said. No need, Jebet will restore Gohan immediately. The Supreme Kai interjected, shaking his head. What should we do now? Son Goku asked, perplexed. Didn't we say we were going to transfer Gohan's Super Saiyan energy? What did those two do to him? This was indeed a most peculiar situation, one that exceeded the Supreme Kai's comprehension. Clearly, the two had absorbed Gohan's energy via their devices, intending to deliver it to the sorcerer Babidi. What does that sorcerer Babidi intend to do with this energy? Krillin inquired. I will explain in detail shortly, the Supreme Kai replied solemnly. Let me first sort through this. The matter is becoming increasingly bizarre. In the next moment, the Supreme Kai appeared swiftly beside Jebet. Jebet, what is your take on this? He asked. Supreme Kai, I believe you are correct. These details are of little consequence. Babidi's primary aim is to awaken the Majin Buu, Jebet speculated. I suspect that everything he has done thus far has merely served as a fade, such as making Trunks lose his Super Saiyan state and removing Krillin's energy, was all to absorb Gohan's true power. So, it seems we have indeed been deceived. The demeanor of the Kaioshin shifted dramatically. He could scarcely fathom that the sorcerer Babidi could orchestrate such a cunning ruse. It turned out that everything was merely an illusion. The ultimate outcome was that these two individuals administered a needle to Gohan, siphoning off a substantial amount of his energy. It appears that all prior assumptions were but figments of our imagination. The notion of energy transfer was merely conjecture. Babidi's true objective was to absorb Gohan's energy through this method. Therefore, if we follow those two, we shall surely uncover Babidi's precise location, would we not? The Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with realization. I share your thoughts, Jebet nodded in agreement. However, isn't it peculiar that he would expose himself so overtly? The Kaioshin found himself perplexed. I too am puzzled, Jebet admitted, equally bewildered. I surmise he must have gathered a formidable entourage, believing he could confront us directly, the Kaioshin speculated. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, Jebet concurred with a nod. Meanwhile, Gohan lay on the ground, in a daze, passively listening to the conversation between the Kaioshin and Jebet. Please come and rescue me. I feel that I still have a chance for recovery. Where is my father? Did you not acquire a magical bean from the Elder Kai? I feel as though I am nearing my end. I possess no strength whatsoever. I lack even the energy to speak. I shall immediately pursue them. The Supreme Kai gritted his teeth and added, have Goku and the others accompany me as well. Yes, my Lord Supreme Kai, Jebet nodded. Once I've healed Gohan, I shall see if he wishes to join us. You have my gratitude, the Supreme Kai remarked as he swiftly returned to Goku's side. I must follow those two to locate the sorcerer Babidi. If possible, please accompany me. Your assistance would be invaluable. Whoosh. Upon concluding his words, the Supreme Kai soared into the skies, heading off into the distance. What should we do, Goku? Krillin was at a loss. I must go. I want to see what the true sorcerer is like. Goku nodded in agreement. Then I shall join as well, though I am not particularly eager. Krillin added. What nonsense. Kakarot. What about our battle? Vegeta scoffed, casting a glance at Goku. This is not the time for fighting, Goku replied. Vegeta. Have you forgotten that the sorcerer has nullified Trunks' energy on 2 occasions? Vegeta huffed. You have successfully persuaded me. I might consider eliminating that sorcerer first before we settle our score. Upon further reflection, Vegeta conceded. That detestable sorcerer has targeted Trunks time and again. I shall make him pay. Let us depart, Piccolo declared, taking to the skies. Goku swiftly appeared beside Jebet and Gohan. Gohan, you should consume a magical bean, Goku suggested. Preparing to offer Gohan one. There is no need for such a thing. I can heal him immediately, Jebet interjected. Whom do you look down upon? My therapeutic methods are indeed exceptionally remarkable. When will he regain his strength after consuming these beans? Well, I trust you. Sun Wukong nodded. Rest assured. As soon as Gohan recovers, I will immediately follow suit. I believe Gohan will come along as well, Jebet remarked. Sun Wukong gently nodded, choosing not to say more, and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly pursuing the direction of the King Kai. Son Gohan, Father, I wish to eat, yet I lack the energy to speak. Why not simply allow me to consume the mystical beans? Vegeta swiftly pursued. That sorcerer had better not cross my path. I shall make them pay dearly. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Why has everyone left? Videl inquired with a hint of confusion. They must be seeking the sorcerer, replied Ye Tian. Seeking the sorcerer? Videl gazed intently at Ye Tian. Why do you look at me like that? Ye Tian smiled. Ye Tian, are you truly not that enigmatic sorcerer? Videl asked in a hushed tone. I am no mere sorcerer. I am a deity, the supreme god of the entire universe, Ye Tian said with a slight smile. You are not a magician, so why the pretense? It startled me. I almost believed that the enigmatic sorcerer was you. Videl exhaled a sigh of relief. I must reiterate, I am truly not a magician, Ye Tian chuckled. I understand, Videl nodded. What shall we do next? Shall we remain here to continue the competition? Or shall we venture to see what this magician is truly like? Chapter 78. Why does the magician wish to erase the school's papers? Let us go see the magician, suggested Ye Tian. I shall follow your lead, Videl agreed without objection. On the arena, Jebet had placed his hand on Sun Wukong's back. Hey! Jebet's healing energy swiftly enveloped Sun Wukong. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt his body rapidly rejuvenating. Jebet, too, sensed the immense energy within Sun Wukong. This boy possesses an astonishing reservoir of power, and his potential is boundless. Who would have thought a human could harbor such formidable energy? If we could fully harness it, it would be nothing short of miraculous, Jebet mused, overwhelmed with astonishment. In the distance, atop a high wall, Sun Wutian and Trunks, disguised as masked figures, stood in contemplation. Wutian, your brother seems to be in a precarious situation, Trunks remarked. And our father and the others have flown off, their whereabouts unknown. I have no idea. Sun Wutian shook his head. I hope my brother is all right. That peculiar red-faced fellow is administering treatment to him, Trunks replied. Everything is fine now, Sun Wukong, Jebet assured. Sun Wukong immediately rose from the ground, assessing his body, and indeed, he felt perfectly well. His energy had been fully restored. At that moment, Ye Tian approached with Videl. Are you all right, Wukong? Ye Tian inquired. I'm fine now. Thank you, Sun Wukong responded gratefully. Come with me. I shall divulge everything regarding the magician, Jebet said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong replied. Cough. Did you ask me to remain still just so those two could stab me? He chuckled wryly. Jebbet was momentarily at a loss for words. I did not intend for that. Honestly, I had no idea they would behave in such a manner. Jebbet expressed with a hint of regret. Are you all planning to seek out that magician? Sun Wukong asked. Their father has already set off, correct? Indeed, Jebbet nodded. I shall depart now. You should follow quickly. Very well, I shall go too, Sun Wukong replied. Whoosh. Jebbet spoke no further. He had already ascended into the skies. Sun Wukong was just about to embark on his journey. I suggested to Biddy Li that we accompany him. Ye Tian remarked on this. Sun Wukong, at a loss for words, fell momentarily silent. Perhaps you two should reconsider. That sorcerer is even more formidable than I had envisioned. The gravity of Sun Wukong's expression deepened. Fear not. We shall remain unscathed, Ye Tian reassured with a smile. But do exercise caution. Should danger arise, retreat immediately, Sun Wukong advised. You are my classmates, and I wish for your safety. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Let us set forth. Sun Wukong offered a slight smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ye Tian, Biddy Li, and Sun Wukong soared into the heavens. Soon, they caught up with Jebbet. Hello, may we now discuss the sorcerer? How did you come to know of him? Sun Wukong inquired of Jebbet. This tale is rather lengthy. Jebbet sighed in resignation. The sorcerer's magical prowess has far surpassed the estimations of both myself and Lord Kaishin. Indeed, he possesses the ability to cause certain things to mysteriously vanish. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Ye Tian listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, while Biddy Li silently absorbed the information. I hope it is not Ye Tian, she mused. Ye Tian stated he is not a sorcerer. I believe he would not deceive me. The sorcerer is merely a secondary concern. Jebbet continued. While his magic is formidable, I believe he can be dealt with once we locate him. The sorcerer is secondary. What does that imply? Sun Wukong was taken aback. In ancient times, when humanity first learned to walk, a malevolent sorcerer named Bibidi emerged from the far reaches of the cosmos. Jebbet spoke gravely. One day, this wicked sorcerer conjured a dreadful creature known as Majin Buu. Sun Wukong interjected. Majin Buu is devoid of emotion and reason, only capable of destruction and slaughter. Jebbet continued. This creature was born to spread terror, and within a mere few years, countless planets transformed into orbs of death. Such power! Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe. At that time, there were 5 Kaishins, each possessing immense combat strength, capable of effortlessly vanquishing cosmic tyrants like Frisia. Jebbet sighed, yet 4 of the Kaishins fell to the hands of Majin Buu. What? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. Majin Buu is truly that formidable? The might of Majin Buu rendered the sorcerer Bibidi powerless, prompting him to seal Buu away temporarily within an egg while he rested. Jebbet continued, explaining that Bibidi had transported the sealed Majin Buu to the next target, which is the earth you inhabit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Grand Kaishin eliminated Bibidi before the seal on Majin Buu could be broken. Sun Gohan's expression grew increasingly serious, while Videl appeared somewhat distressed, inching closer to Ye Tian. Ye Tian extended his hand toward Videl, who grasped it. Feeling a sense of relief, the seal on Majin Buu remained unchanged. Jebbet elucidated that the Grand Kaishin believed it essential to prevent any disturbance to the seal. Significant agitation could potentially release Majin Buu. However, we have recently discovered another terrifying matter. I understand now, the sorcerer named Bibidi has been resurrected? Sun Gohan grasped the situation. Jebbet clarified, coughing slightly, that it was not a resurrection, but rather that Bibidi has a son. Gritting his teeth, Jebbet revealed that he is a sorcerer named Babidi, possessing an evil heart akin to his father's. Videl, perplexed, inquired about the meaning behind his erasing our school papers. Jebbet found himself at a loss for words. I cannot say for certain. It could be for practicing magic, he speculated. Could the items that have recently gone missing be tools for his magical training? Sun Gohan realized suddenly, pondering whether his continually advancing magical abilities could now erase Super Saiyan forms. It is indeed a possibility, Jebbet nodded in agreement. Ye Tian, your analytical skills are truly commendable. However, it seems that he cannot eliminate the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. Can he? Sun Gohan pondered. Chapter 79. With a gentle wave of his hand, the unwanted ceases to exist. Perhaps so. Hence, those 2 individuals absorbed your energy, Jebbet remarked, agreeing with Sun Gohan. And added, to awaken Majin Buu from his seal, immense pure energy is essential. We are currently tracking those 2 in order to locate the wizard Babidi, aren't we? Sun Gohan speculated. Indeed, that is precisely the intention, Jebet responded. The Supreme Kai and I suddenly discovered that the seal on Majin had vanished, which alerted us to the dilemma. We hope to find the wizard Babidi soon. Yet, why did this wizard Babidi engage in numerous good deeds while in Satan City? Son Gohan expressed his confusion. He indeed performed many benevolent acts. For instance, causing speeding vehicles to suddenly vanish, leaving only the driver behind. Moreover, he assisted the police in apprehending bank robbers. Perhaps his initial motive was to cloak his true intentions. Have you all been deceived by his fade, believing him to be a good person, hence neglecting a thorough investigation? Jebet chuckled. Indeed, that is quite accurate. Son Gohan nodded, initially intending to locate the wizard through Shenron, but later abandoned the idea due to the martial arts tournament. Shenron? Jebet was taken aback. Ye Tian silently regarded Son Gohan. This fellow intends to find me through Shenron. Had you gathered the Dragon Balls sooner, you would have swiftly uncovered my identity. However, I never intended to conceal my identity. It is you who insist on associating me with the wizard. Ahem, have you considered this? Ye Tian could no longer hold back, offering a reminder that the mysterious hero, who causes things to mysteriously disappear, is not the same individual as the wizard Babidi. Son Gohan turned to look towards Ye Tian. Jebet also considered Ye Tian thoughtfully. Ye Tian, are you implying they are not the same person? Son Gohan inquired. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded. The likelihood is slim, Jebet shook his head, in this universe. Aside from Babidi and Majin, there should be no others possessing such magical abilities. Is it possible that someone possesses the ability to erase? Ye Tian suggested. The ability to erase? Jebet was startled. For instance, with a mere wave of the hand, the unwanted vanishes. Ye Tian stated. I have provided you with such a significant hint. If you are still unaware, do not blame me for not informing you. With a mere wave of the hand, could unwanted things simply vanish? Sun Wukong paused in astonishment. Jebet too was left in a state of contemplation for quite some time. Subsequently, both Sun Wukong and Jebet shook their heads in unison. Such a thing is impossible, Jebet asserted with certainty. I too believe the likelihood is quite low. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. I find myself pondering, could there exist a supreme deity within this universe? A being capable of effortlessly erasing the entirety of existence with a single gesture. Ye Tian interjected once more. Sun Wukong silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Jebet remained silent. Your imagination is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that during this period, neither Jebet nor the Supreme Kai was aware of the existence of the Omni-King. In fact, they were oblivious not only to the Omni-King, but even to the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus. The primary reason for this ignorance lies in the early demise of the Grand Supreme Kai. Ye Tian understood that the Grand Supreme Kai had expended a considerable amount of divine energy during his battle with Moro, which allowed him to seal Moro away with great difficulty. Moro remained sealed for an astonishing 10 million years. Following that, the Grand Supreme Kai's divine power never fully recovered to its zenith. By the time Majin emerged, the Grand Supreme Kai was far too weakened to engage in combat. In that fateful encounter, the Grand Supreme Kai was consumed by Majin, who consequently transformed into a somewhat more obedient figure. The disappearance of the Grand Supreme Kai led to a significant gap in the lineage of the Supreme Kai. He had not even had the opportunity to inform the Supreme Kai about the gods of destruction and angels, let alone the Omni-King and the Grand Minister. Thus, the revelations Ye Tian shared were nothing short of absurd to Jebet. Does such a deity truly exist? The Supreme Kai is regarded as the paramount deity of this universe, the one with the highest divine status. The North Supreme Kai, who accompanies Son Goku, is indeed aware of Beerus, primarily because his planet had been reduced to a mere fraction of its former self by Beerus' actions. However, the North Supreme Kai would not casually divulge information about Beerus to Son Goku, especially since Beerus was currently in slumber. What purpose would such discussions serve? Furthermore, the North Supreme Kai harbors a profound fear of Beerus. Sharing fears with others without reason holds no significance. Moreover, he is acutely aware that if Son Goku were to learn of Beerus' existence, he might be compelled to challenge him, which would result in a fierce reprimand from Lord Beerus. The North Supreme Kai chose silence. Additionally, there was little interaction between the North Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai, rendering the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 somewhat isolated and uninformed. Naturally, neither the Supreme Kai nor Jebet were cognizant of other universes, as the Supreme Kai's primary focus was the sealing of Majin. The battle between several Supreme Kais and Majin had left an indelible scar on the young psyche of the Supreme Kai. That creature was terrifying. Even the most exalted gods stood no chance against him. The Supreme Kai often feared that Majin-Bu might one day break free from his seal. Little did the Supreme Kai anticipate that the sorcerer Bibidi had a son. To be candid, the Grand Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe. The most exalted of all. Jebbet affirmed, "My father says the same." Sun Wukong nodded. Ye Tian remarked, "I have laid everything bare. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do." He pondered the possibility that there might be deities even more exalted than the Kaioshin. Ye Tian resolved to provide a further insight regarding Jebbet. "That is impossible." Jebbet wiped the sweat from his brow, asserting, "I can unequivocally assure you that the Kaioshin is the most illustrious deity in this universe." Jebbet emphasized his point. "Very well, consider my words unspoken. You may proceed." Ye Tian chuckled lightly. "By the way, if Majin-Bu is indeed so formidable, why did he not eliminate Bibidi's father when he had the chance?" Sun Wukong redirected the conversation. "That was a situation born of necessity," Jebbet responded gravely, "for if Majin-Bu's seal were to be disturbed, it could potentially unravel on its own. At that time, we were quite at ease, as the location of Majin-Bu's seal was exceedingly difficult for a newly walking human to access." Chapter 80. The inability to sense Ye Tian's divine power. Ye Tian fell silent, realizing that despite his clear articulation, they still managed to deflect the conversation. "You are truly amusing. We cannot match their speed. Let us enhance our velocity," Jebbet proposed. "I can no longer accelerate. My eyes are too heavy to keep open," Videl lamented. Ye Tian and Videl, "It would be prudent for you to return. The situation is far more perilous than anticipated," Sun Wukong stated. Having previously believed it to be merely a prank by that sorcerer, only to discover the emergence of another Majin-Bu. "Ye Tian, what is your perspective?" Videl sought Ye Tian's counsel. "I shall carry you while you simply close your eyes," Ye Tian replied. "Are you certain you wish to accompany us, Ye Tian?" "It is indeed quite dangerous over there," Sun Wukong said with a wry smile. "No worries, I fear no danger," Ye Tian responded with a smile. "Let us agree on this. Should we encounter peril, you two must depart at once," Sun Wukong instructed. "Furthermore, we shall increase our speed. As long as you can keep pace, feel free to follow us," Jebbet said with a gentle smile. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are about to accelerate. Can you keep pace with our speed? Gohan is indeed the Golden Warrior. Your identity has been concealed quite thoroughly," Bulma remarked. "I apologize, Gohan," he quickly interjected. "I have been keeping this from you, but for now, we must first address the matter of Majin-Bu. You were present during the Cell Games 7 years ago, right?" Bulma inquired once more. "That child back then was indeed Gohan, correct?" "Yes," Gohan affirmed with a nod. "However, this is not the time for such discussions. We must hasten our efforts," Jebbet urged. "Indeed," Gohan responded. "You might want to reconsider what I just mentioned," Yaishin sighed. "Gohan, Jebbet, what is there to contemplate? The greatest deity in this universe is none other than Lord Kaioshin. What are you prompting me to consider? The one who should be contemplated is you. Let us proceed." Jebbet had no desire to engage with Ye Tian any longer. "Ye Tian, Videl, I sincerely apologize, but I must take my leave. We must hasten to catch up with my father." Sun Wukong waved goodbye to Ye Tian and Videl. "Go on. Best of luck," Ye Tian responded. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, though his expression gradually turned serious. "However, I shall catch up shortly," Ye Tian added. Whoosh. Jebbet, weary of Ye Tian's incessant chatter, transformed into a streak of light and swiftly soared ahead. "Isn't the greatest deity in the universe Lord Kaioshin? I truly admire your imagination," Sun Wukong chuckled, waving at Ye Tian before promptly pursuing Jebbet. The two soon vanished before Ye Tian, becoming mere golden specks. "What incredible speed!" Videl exclaimed, her face pale with astonishment. "Indeed. Quite fast," Ye Tian nodded. "We may not be able to catch up," Videl remarked. "Here, allow me to carry you," Ye Tian offered. Videl, blushing, did not object and gently nodded. She then climbed onto Ye Tian's back. However, as this action unfolded, an image of herself perched on Ye Tian's face surfaced in her mind. At that moment, Ye Tian inhaled deeply. The sensation lingered in her thoughts even now, causing her cheeks to flush deeper. Fortunately, Ye Tian could not see her from behind. "I shall accelerate now. Be sure to hold on tight," Ye Tian instructed. "Okay," Videl obediently replied. Whoosh. Ye Tian gradually increased his speed. Without any luminous aura, he flew rapidly into the distance. Videl found it impossible to open her eyes, burying her chin tightly against Ye Tian's neck. Ahead, Sun Wukong and Jebit were swiftly tracking down Goku and the others. Sun Wukong. Was that fellow named Ye Tian your classmate? Jebit inquired curiously. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Quite peculiar, Jebit mused. That Ye Tian does seem a bit odd. He appears to operate outside the bounds of normalcy. Sun Wukong chuckled. That's not what I meant. Jebit shook his head. Not that. Then what do you imply? Sun Wukong, slightly confused, seemed to ponder something before asking, is it that you find his remarks about deities rather strange? Please do not hold it against him. He may have just been speaking casually. What I mean is, do you not notice that he possesses no fluctuations in energy? Jebit furrowed his brow. Oh, it truly seems so. Sun Wufan suddenly realized and came back to his senses. Previously, he had been engrossed in discussing the sorcerer and the Majin Bu, completely overlooking this detail. Ye Tian had mentioned earlier that the energy he possessed was rather unique. Sun Wufan replied, indeed. Jebit fell silent. Previously, both the Kaioshin and I sensed an extraordinarily peculiar divine power. It should be remarkably pure divine energy. However, why has that divine energy completely vanished now? It is noteworthy that after Ye Tian advanced to the silver-level Erasure Technique, his divine power surged correspondingly. Now, even the Kaioshin could no longer perceive the divine energy emanating from Ye Tian, as it had undergone a process of automatic refinement. It could even be said that Ye Tian's divine energy had nearly reached a level comparable to that of an angel. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that the Kaioshin could not sense Ye Tian's divine energy, and naturally, Jebit could not either. Never mind, we shall discuss this later, Jebit thought, as he was not inclined to concern himself with Ye Tian's matters at present. Moreover, this individual named Ye Tian was a classmate of Sun Wufan, and he did not appear to be malevolent, albeit somewhat peculiar. You don't suspect that classmate Ye Tian is a sorcerer, do you? Sun Wufan inquired with a smile. Jebit responded, why would I suspect that? Ha ha ha, I did entertain that thought once, but dismissed it as unlikely. Sun Wufan chuckled heartily. I can assure you, that is absolutely impossible. Jebit shook his head. You were quite certain of that. Sun Wufan grinned. All right, this is not the time for idle chatter. We are about to catch up with the Kaioshin, Jebit remarked. As the two were conversing, whoosh, Ye Tian swiftly caught up with Sun Wufan and Jebit. Oh, isn't that classmate Wufan and the red-faced creature? Ye Tian waved at Sun Wufan and Jebit. Sun Wufan was taken aback. Jebit exclaimed, who are you calling a red-faced creature? Chapter 81, Kaioshin, have you heard of Moro? Jebit displayed a look of astonishment. Your classmate Wufan is quite fast. Both Sun Wufan and Jebit were genuinely surprised. We are not slow, yet he managed to catch up? Sun Wufan inquired. Classmate Ye Tian, your flying speed is impressive. Ye Tian smiled, it's all right. Truly remarkable. Sun Wufan exclaimed. I believe if you diligently cultivate, you could become an outstanding warrior. Ye Tian replied. I have no desire to be a warrior. My greatest aspiration is to marry several wives and spend my days playfully with them. Ye Tian Dao. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Ye Tian, have you forgotten that Biddy Li is still with you? Sun Wukong winked at Ye Tian, implying that Biddy Li was still by his side. Even if you are fickle in love, you should not express it so openly in front of your girlfriend. It's all right. Even Biddy is aware of it, Ye Tian said with a smile. Sun Wukong was left speechless. Biddy opened her small mouth and bit down hard on Ye Tian's neck. Ye Tian endured it. Such a minor injury is nothing to fret over. Do you dare to bite my neck? If we find an uninhabited place, I shall return the favor. In front of us are my father and the Kaioshin. We have finally caught up. Sun Gohan hastily shifted the topic, gesturing towards Sun Wukong and the others ahead. Jebit refrained from further comment, sensing that Sun Gohan's classmate exceeded even his expectations. Their speed of flight was quite impressive, albeit merely a testament to their swiftness in the air. Moreover, their energy was of a peculiar nature, so unique that I could not even sense it. Sun Wukong and the others also detected Sun Gohan's presence, turning back to wave at him. However, Sun Wukong soon noticed Ye Tian, realizing that there was no aura emanating from him. It is worth mentioning that although the Kaioshin is a deity, Sun Wukong could still sense his energy. After all, the Kaioshin's divine power is not the epitome of true divine strength, especially since Sun Wukong had previously visited the Kaioshin realm via instant transmission. At that time, only the Kaioshin, the Great Kaioshin, and Jebit inhabited that realm. That was an event from the GT world, but it is of little consequence now. The GT world is merely a derivative of the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, it can be concluded that the Kaioshin possesses a blend of divine power and energy. In contrast, the god of destruction and angels wield a purer form of divine power, akin to authentic divine strength, which Sun Wukong and the others cannot perceive. Sun Wukong was merely curious about Ye Tian's lack of aura, not dwelling too much on it. After all, the primary concern was to swiftly devise a plan to locate the sorcerer Babidi and prevent him from awakening Majin Buu. The Kaioshin was even less inclined to regard Ye Tian, as his focus was entirely on Majin Buu. They began their descent, and the Kaioshin's expression grew serious. In the next moment, under the Kaioshin's guidance, they landed on a mountaintop, gazing distantly ahead. "We have investigated this area before," Jebet spoke solemnly. "Be cautious, do not expose yourselves," Piccolo warned, casting a deep look at Ye Tian before swiftly appearing beside Son Gohan. "Gohan, aren't those two your classmates? Why have they come along?" Piccolo inquired quietly. "They insisted on following me. No matter what I said, they wouldn't listen." Son Gohan scratched his head. "Let them be, then," Piccolo replied. In the distance, Babidi's minion Pui emerged from a peculiar chamber to greet Yamcha and Spopovich. "Is that the sorcerer Babidi?" Sun Wukong asked. "No, it is not him." The Kaioshin shook his head. "If the sorcerer were here, would he not be able to eliminate Trunks' Super Saiyan state from such a distance?" Sun Wukong inquired once more, still uncertain of Babidi's presence. The King of Worlds pondered, however. "I believe he must be here. It is unlikely he would venture elsewhere. As for remotely manipulating Trunks' Super Saiyan state, it may indeed be achievable if the magic is sufficiently potent." The ground nearby appeared peculiar, as though it had been excavated. Piccolo remarked, "I understand now. They must have concealed the spaceship underground." Jebet gritted his teeth. "No wonder we couldn't locate it." The King of Worlds spoke gravely. "Babidi is undoubtedly aware of our arrival on Earth alongside Jebet. Otherwise, he would not have hidden the spaceship. Did he not come here a month ago?" Son Gohan queried. "And caused many things to mysteriously vanish." He acts thusly to augment his own magic." Vegeta interjected from the side. Both Ye Tian and Videl remained silent. "Before they awaken Majin Buu using Gohan's energy, we should launch an offensive at once," suggested Piccolo. "Agreed," nodded the King of Worlds. "I suspect Babidi will awaken Majin Buu outside. After all, awakening him within the spaceship could inflict damage upon it. Let us observe the situation before we proceed with our attack." "Someone is emerging," Piccolo exclaimed. In the distance, within a chamber resembling an elevator, Babidi and Beerus stepped forth. Upon seeing Beerus, the King of Worlds' expression turned grim. "It is Beerus." His voice trembled slightly. Who could have anticipated Beerus' allegiance to Babidi? Jebet gasped in astonishment. Indeed, his magic has surpassed that of his father by several magnitudes. Even such a formidable being has become his subordinate. The King of Worlds spoke solemnly. "Beerus? Which one is he? The tall fellow?" Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. "Yes, that is him," the King of Worlds affirmed. "Is he truly formidable?" Sun Wukong pressed. "Indeed. He is the king of the dark demon realm," the King of Worlds replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, his tone grave. "In the realm of humanity, one of you might hold the title of the strongest, but in the demon realm, Beerus undoubtedly reigns supreme." "The king of the demon realm?" Krillin expressed trepidation. "Does such a realm truly exist? He appears to be a most terrifying adversary. Isn't Majin Buu part of the demon realm?" Ye Tian could no longer contain his curiosity. The King of Worlds was at a loss for words. One might say that aside from Majin Buu, Beerus is indeed the most powerful being in the demon realm. He said, casting a glance at Ye Tian. "Your inquiry is rather intricate. And what of Moro? Is he not also from the demon realm?" Ye Tian inquired further. The Grand Priest replied. Chapter 82. I have heard that the most magnificent deity in the universe is the Omni-King. Who is Moro? I have no knowledge of him. The Grand Priest shook his head. Very well then. Ye Tian chose not to pursue the matter any further. The Grand Priest remarked, "You leave your thoughts half expressed. If you wish to abandon the topic, so be it. I have no time for idle chit-chat with you." Ye Tian, I implore you to refrain from continuing. That esteemed individual is the Grand Priest, the most illustrious deity in this universe, Son Gohan whispered. But I have heard that the greatest deity in the universe is the Omni-King. Ye Tian scratched his head in confusion. From whom did you hear such a thing? Son Gohan asked, bemused. I came across it in a comic book, Ye Tian responded candidly. Indeed, I did see it in a comic book. All the characters here are from the realm of comics, and I assert this with utmost certainty. Sun Wukong has grown taciturn. Ye Tian, This is not the moment to delve into discussions about manga. Ye Tian, please refrain from speaking further. Even Videl feels that your comments are somewhat inappropriate for this occasion. Any inquiries can be addressed later. Haven't you noticed that the sorcerer has already emerged? Humph, so ignorant. Jebbet could no longer contain himself and shot a fierce glare at Ye Tian. This is not the time for such discussions, the Supreme Kai sighed in resignation. So, that diminutive figure must be the sorcerer Babidi? Sun Wukong hastily shifted the topic. Indeed, it is he, the Supreme Kai nodded. Is he truly the one responsible for the inexplicable disappearance of those things? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Vegeta had already extended his hand, aiming at the distant sorcerer Babidi. Witness my energy blast as it obliterates him. Vegeta snorted. That little creature dares to bully Trunks? Does he truly think my son is an easy target? Humph. In Dragon Ball, that year, I was still the protagonist in that book. Vegeta, what are you doing? Piccolo quickly stepped forward to halt Vegeta, urging him not to alert the enemy but rather to observe their actions first. Vegeta, calm yourself. Should there be a seal on Majin Buu in that location, your attack could inadvertently release him, the Supreme Kai hastily advised. TCH. Vegeta slowly retracted his raised hand. What is there to see? Why not simply eliminate him? So, all those things that vanished over the past month are indeed due to him? Piccolo spoke in a grave tone. In truth, his strength is negligible. Yet his mastery of terrifying magic renders him a formidable adversary, the Supreme Kai remarked. I never anticipated that Dabra would become one of his minions. His magic not only allows for the teleportation of objects, but may also enable control over others, Piccolo stated solemnly. If that is indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Sun Wukong was taken aback. No, it is likely that he manipulates others through their own malice and desires, Jebbet analyzed. Precisely for this reason, Dabra is the most suitable choice. Jebbet's assertion is correct. This exemplifies Babidi's terrifying magic. The Supreme Kai nodded, noting that Yamu, Spopovich, and others had fallen under this magic's influence. Thus, only those of us who harbor no wicked intentions can stand against him. As for the teleportation of objects, I suspect it is merely a facet of his magical training. Jebbet speculated. Those devoid of malevolent thoughts cannot be controlled by him? Ye Tian interjected. Indeed. Jebbet nodded thoughtfully. I harbor wicked thoughts. Do you believe he could exert control over me? Ye Tian inquired. Ye Tian, what wicked thoughts occupy your mind? Sun Wukong asked, leaning in with curiosity. Videl also regarded Ye Tian with intrigue. I wish to take several wives. Is that not a wicked thought? Ye Tian mused contemplatively. Jebbet, uninterested, chose to disregard Ye Tian's musings. Is that what you call a wicked thought? That does not count. It does not count at all. Sun Wukong vigorously shook his head. What sort of sinister thought is this? Well, that S.A. relief. You startled me. Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief and suddenly pondered. If I were truly under his control, would he assist me in fulfilling this wish? Sun Wukong covered his face, unwilling to engage in conversation any longer. The King of Worlds and Jebbet also showed no inclination to pay him any heed. Meanwhile, Videl hurriedly pulled Ye Tian aside. Ye Tian, can we please refrain from behaving so embarrassingly? Must you announce to the entire world your intention to take multiple wives? Is one sufficient not enough for you? I am truly in awe of you. I never expected Dabra to be present. No wonder he exhibits such audacity. The Supreme Kai sighed, previously believing that he would transfer energy back through magic. Yet now he brazenly transports it himself, all due to Dabra's presence. Do you believe our defeat is inevitable? Vegeta scoffed. The Supreme Kai remained silent. Humph, if Majin Buu awakens, will this universe be doomed? Vegeta smirked slightly. You shall not prevail. I refuse to be bested by such a foe. Krillin, you should return. The situation is even more perilous than anticipated, Goku advised him. Can I truly go back? Ha ha. Splendid. It seems my strength is of little assistance. Krillin sighed with relief. You two should also return. This place is quite dangerous. Goku said to Ye Tian and Videl. We shall not retreat. We will not be a hindrance. You continue with your tasks. We shall observe from the sidelines. Ye Tian replied. Ye Tian and Videl, this place is genuinely perilous. It would be wise to return, Gohan added. It's all right. It's all right, Ye Tian smiled. Then do take care. If a battle ensues, I may lack the energy to look after you, Gohan warned solemnly, should the adversary prove formidable. Very well. We will exercise caution, Ye Tian nodded. Krillin shook his head and sighed. This lad is truly fearless, untroubled by danger. I, considered the strongest on earth, am trembling in fear. Yet you wish to deliberately remain here to meet your demise. You may have chosen to remain, but you even brought your girlfriend along. This fellow is not only fickle but also incredibly arrogant. It is indeed a miracle that he has survived thus far. In the distance, Barfidi received the energy device absorbed by Yamu and Subich. Immediately, Barfidi smiled as he gazed at Subich before him. Subich swallowed hard, fear flickering in his eyes. Subich, I must inquire, how did you escape my control? Barfidi asked. Me? Escape? Subich was taken aback, puzzled by Barfidi's implication. Are you suggesting that during that so-called world's greatest martial arts tournament, you suddenly broke free from my grasp without even realizing it? Barfidi chuckled. Chapter 83. Vegeta strikes Barfidi. I recall now. I too am unsure of how it transpired. It felt as though my mind was suddenly clouded, akin to having experienced a dream. Subich scratched his head, offering a rueful explanation. Did someone do something to you? Barfidi inquired again. Subich shook his head in confusion. Since you cannot provide any information, you hold no value to me, Barfidi sneered. Subich stood momentarily dazed, while Yamu's expression shifted slightly in concern. Now, I shall see how you intend to extricate yourself from my control, Barfidi declared, suddenly narrowing his eyes at Subich. A formidable magic swiftly enveloped Subich. His body began to expand rapidly, resembling a balloon, growing larger by the moment. Subich emitted a series of anguished cries as his form distorted grotesquely. What? Even in this state, you have not freed yourself from my control? Barfidi chuckled lightly. Or is it that my control was interrupted by you? With a resounding thud, Subich erupted into a cloud of blood mist, exploding before their eyes. Yamu turned pale, terror-stricken. It appears I was overly cautious, Barfidi remarked with a smile. He cannot escape my grasp. The sound of that explosion is rather pleasing. Depura chuckled softly in agreement. Indeed. Barfidi's smile widened as he turned to Yamu, who trembled uncontrollably. And you? Do you know how he managed to evade my control? Barfidi asked with a grin. Yamu shook his head vigorously. I do not know. Then your existence is likewise unnecessary, Barfidi replied with a cold smirk. Yamu was paralyzed with fear, leaping into the air and frantically fleeing into the distance. Pui, eliminate that individual, Barfidi commanded his subordinate Pui. Understood. Pui responded, extending his hand to aim at the fleeing Yamu. Whoosh. A ki blast was swiftly unleashed. Boom. The chi gong struck the rapidly fleeing Yam, reducing him to a mist of blood. Indeed, splendidly executed. Barfidi chuckled softly. Klin, who was about to depart, displayed a face of sheer terror upon witnessing such a scene. These individuals are capable of slaying their own comrades. Sun Wukong stated solemnly. Ye Tian, must we truly remain here? Videl inquired, her voice tinged with fear. If you are afraid, I shall escort you back, Ye Tian replied. I wish to stay. I am eager to witness the sorcerer's magic firsthand, Videl insisted, her fist clenched tightly. Depura. Barfidi called out to Depura. Yes, just as I anticipated. Yam and his companions have attracted an array of exceptionally powerful beings, including the Supreme Kai who killed my father long ago, Barfidi remarked with a grin. It appears they intend to conceal themselves. Depura's smile emerged, revealing a total of 9 entities. Aside from the Supreme Kai and Jebet, 3 possess immensely vast energy. Indeed. Acquiring the energy from those 3 will suffice, Barfidi nodded. With their energy, I believe Mage and Bu can be awakened expeditiously. Therefore, you shall lure those 3 into the spaceship to absorb their energy. This is the most prudent course of action. The Supreme Kai may not permit us to succeed. He will likely warn them against entering the spacecraft, Depura pondered. Eliminate the trash aside from those 3, then return to the spaceship immediately. I am certain they will be infuriated and pursue us swiftly, Barfidi suggested with a smile. An excellent plan, Depura nodded in agreement. By the way, do not eliminate the Supreme Kai just yet. Allow me to deal with him at my leisure. A chilling glint flickered in Barfidi's eyes. Certainly, Master Barfidi. I shall leave the Supreme Kai for your enjoyment, Depura scoffed. In the distance, look. It appears Barfidi is about to enter. Piccolo frowned and remarked. Humph. Does he think he can escape? I shall not allow him to flee. Vegeta exclaimed with a cold snort. You continuously make Trunks consume tortoises. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Vegeta proclaimed, preparing to launch an immediate assault. Vegeta, please hold on a moment, the Supreme Kai urgently urged. Humph. I have little patience for waiting. Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Babidi was ready to enter the elevator room, that is, the spaceship. What about me, Lord Babidi? Pui inquired. One Dabra is sufficient here. You shall guard the first level, Babidi responded with a smile. Yes, Pui exclaimed with excitement. Now, let us commence. Dabra grinned widely. Whoosh. The next moment, Dabra surged towards the direction where Goku and the others were located. Dabra and Vegeta soon crossed paths. Dabra and Vegeta exchanged a brief glance. However, both were advancing in opposite directions, momentarily lost in thought without any intention to engage. In a heartbeat, Vegeta appeared beside Babidi. Bang! With a magnificent flying kick, Vegeta struck Babidi forcefully. Accompanied by a dull thud, Babidi was sent tumbling across the ground several times. Once he came to a halt, he felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Babidi cried out in pain. Outrageous! Pui exclaimed, astonished and furious. That scoundrel dares to humiliate Lord Babidi before my very eyes. I shall not let this go unpunished. In a flash, Pui charged towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the back of Vegeta's head. Crack! Vegeta casually raised his hand, effortlessly catching Pui's fist. Bang! Vegeta then delivered a swift kick, striking Pui in the groin. Wailing, Pui soared into the sky like a soccer ball, becoming a mere speck. Vegeta brought his index and middle fingers together, pointing at Pui in midair. Boom! Pui exploded into a cloud of crimson mist, utterly vanquished. Immediately afterward, Vegeta swiftly appeared by Babidi's side, yanking him up from the ground and delivering 2 resounding slaps. Aren't you skilled in magic? Transfer my magic away, would you? Or perhaps shift my slaps onto someone else's face, Vegeta scoffed. Babidi was left utterly bewildered. Who on earth is this person? Have I provoked him in any way? Chapter 84. A kick to Beerus' face. Everything transpired at an astonishing pace. Just as Vegeta was executing a series of maneuvers, Beerus also initiated his assault. He swiftly materialized directly across from Gebit, extending his massive hand towards the latter's head. Gebit's eyes widened in terror, his face a mask of fear. A sinister smile crept across Beerus' face. Boom! The energy unleashed from Beerus' hand obliterated Gebit's head along with his body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. This deafening sound coincided almost perfectly with the detonation of Pui. Beerus, momentarily stunned, quickly turned to glance behind him. Upon doing so, he discovered that Vegeta had seized hold of Babidi and was delivering resounding slaps to his face. Foolish mistake, Beerus thought. How could he dare to attack Lord Babidi? Gebit! Exclaimed the Supreme Kai, aghast. Damn it! Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to retaliate. Babidi's face turned pale with fright. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe this reality. This man has utterly annihilated the red-faced Gebit. It is truly terrifying. Fear not, for I am here, Ye Tian reassured. Tui. From his elevated position, Beerus spat in the direction of Ye Tian, Videl, Krillin, and Piccolo. Let me dispose of these insignificant pests first. I have yet to devise a plan to rescue Lord Babidi. Be cautious. Do not let his saliva touch you, warned the Supreme Kai. Slap. Slap. Unfortunately, Krillin and Piccolo fell victim to the assault. Yet Ye Tian, with a mere flick of his hand, effortlessly erased the spittle hurled by Beerus. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. You are truly repulsive. You dare to disgust me. With a sudden burst of frustration, Ye Tian delivered a fierce kick that landed squarely on Beerus' face, leaving behind the unmistakable imprint of his shoe. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. In an instant, Krillin and Piccolo were transformed into stone statues. Alarmed, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Sun Wukong and his companions barely had time to marvel at Ye Tian's audacious act before they were struck by the shocking sight of Krillin and Piccolo's petrification. Sun Wukong rushed towards Krillin, exclaiming, Krillin, Piccolo, what has happened to you? Do not touch them. The Supreme Kai warned vehemently. They have already been turned to stone. If their bodies are damaged, they cannot be restored to their former selves. That despicable fiend. Son Gohan seethed with anger. Gohan, continue, Ye Tian urged, delivering another powerful kick that sent Beerus plummeting from the air. Son Gohan was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this fellow the Demon Realm King? Wasn't he supposed to be formidable? Why was he being so thoroughly dominated by my classmate? With a swift kick, Son Gohan joined the fray, sending Beerus crashing to the ground. Beerus tumbled for a moment before launching himself skyward once more. You brat! I will remember you. Beerus glared at Ye Tian with a fierce intensity, then swiftly darted towards Vegeta and Babidi. He had no time to deal with Ye Tian. The pressing matter was to rescue Babidi, for he feared that the latter might be killed by that accursed individual. Once destroyed, they cannot be restored? Sun Wukong pondered. Still troubled by the fates of Krillin and Piccolo, he turned to the Supreme Kai and inquired, so, there is still a chance for their revival? The only solution is to eliminate Depura, the Supreme Kai replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. What? Is that truly the solution? How simple? Sun Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief, a confident smile gracing his face. Yet, the Supreme Kai cast a deep glance towards the distant Ye Tian, recognizing his remarkable prowess. To have struck Depura so effortlessly, was he truly that easy to hit? Wait, there was another crucial matter. Hadn't Depura spat at Ye Tian and his girlfriend? Had they managed to evade it? They were surprisingly quick. Even the gods of Earth had failed to dodge such an attack. Moreover, Jebet had also fallen victim to Depura. Let me piece this together. What exactly is going on? Your classmate is quite remarkable, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile directed at Son Gohan. I have also noticed that his talents are rather extraordinary. It seems he has only been training for about a month. Son Gohan scratched his head in contemplation. Only a month of training? How impressive. Sun Wukong praised enthusiastically. Ye Tian, is it true that you have merely trained for a month? Son Gohan inquired with curiosity. Approximately. Yes, Ye Tian replied with a smile. In the distance, Vegeta continued to strike Babidi across the face. A magician, is it? Quite impressive indeed, Vegeta said with a stern expression as he slapped Babidi. I do not mind you siphoning away others' energy, but to drain my son's energy and eliminate his Super Saiyan state? That truly irks me. Babidi looked utterly bewildered. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Did those two who just perished have a connection to your son? Babidi inquired. His face bruised and battered. What? Are you cursing my son? Vegeta retorted, his fury evident as he struck Babidi once more. Several of Babidi's teeth were lost in the exchange. Release Lord Babidi. Dubra shouted angrily, having rushed to the scene. Here, Vegeta exclaimed, flinging the grasping Babidi towards Dubra. Simultaneously, Vegeta aligned his index and middle fingers, aiming at Babidi's form, intent on obliterating him. Boom. An invisible force swiftly enveloped Babidi. However, Dubra's speed surpassed that of the energy assault. Snap. Dubra appeared beside Babidi in an instant, positioning himself to shield his master from Vegeta's attack. In the next moment, the energy unleashed by Vegeta collided with Dubra, causing his body to tremble slightly. Yet, he appeared unfazed, even offering a disdainful smile to Vegeta. Is this truly your attack? I am utterly disappointed, Dubra scoffed, before hastily departing with Babidi towards the spacecraft. Do not let them escape. Vegeta pursued with urgency. Spit. Dubra turned back and spat towards Vegeta. Be careful, do not let his saliva touch you. You will be petrified. The Supreme Kai warned loudly. Swiftly, Vegeta dodged, narrowly avoiding the hazardous spit, yet he hesitated to pursue further. Chapter 85, Babidi's Frantic Escape Snap. At this moment, Dubra had successfully transported Babidi into the spacecraft. Let us pursue, father, Gohan urged, determined to awaken Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo. Indeed, let us go. Goku nodded in agreement. Wait, do not fall into the enemy's trap. The Supreme Kai cautioned urgently. If you enter the spacecraft, you will be ensnared. With Dubra's strength, he could easily confront us outside. Why would he retreat inside the ship? Do you suffer from poor vision? Vegeta scoffed. My eyesight is exceptionally keen. I can see great distances, the Supreme Kai replied, momentarily taken aback. What I meant was, do you have eyes merely to relieve yourself? Vegeta retorted coldly. Vegeta, how dare you speak in such a manner? The Supreme Kai exclaimed. What do you mean? Why did they flee? If they hadn't, that wizard would have been vanquished by me, Vegeta scoffed. I had thought that wizard was formidable, but he has proven to be a profound disappointment. His magic was utterly ineffective against me. Nevertheless, we should exercise caution, the Supreme Kai cautioned. Dabura is certainly not as simple as you imagine. Humph, do not jest. Even this earthling managed to land a kick on Dabura's face. Revealing that the Demon King is merely a figurehead, Vegeta retorted, gesturing toward Ye Tian. Ye Tian, that kick you delivered was truly impressive. Indeed, it was, Bideli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I never realized Ye Tian was so formidable. That kick at such a critical moment was truly spectacular. That is precisely the issue. The Supreme Kai intoned gravely. Dabura's display of power was intentionally lackluster. It was merely a ploy to entice you onto his spacecraft. Enough of this chatter, regardless. We must rescue Piccolo and Krillin. After declaring this, Sun Wukong immediately soared into the air, heading toward the spacecraft. Sun Wukong, the Supreme Kai exclaimed in alarm. I too have no inclination to wait idly, Vegeta replied with a slight smirk, ascending to follow Sun Wukong. Ye Tian, what are your plans now? Son Gohan inquired. Naturally. We will follow to witness the spectacle, Ye Tian replied with a grin. That kick was exhilarating. A brief silence ensued. I too believe the Supreme Kai's assessment is accurate. Beerus feigned weakness earlier to lure you into striking, Son Gohan murmured. His intention was to draw us onto the spacecraft. Let us proceed then. What could he possibly do? Ye Tian responded nonchalantly. Ahem, what I mean is, perhaps Ye Tian and Videl should return, Son Gohan suggested. The ensuing battle may not be as straightforward as we envision. Do not mind me. You focus on your tasks as if I were not present, Ye Tian chuckled. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Do exercise caution, Son Gohan replied, swiftly darting toward the spacecraft. Ye Tian, do we really intend to pursue? Videl asked. Do you wish to see for yourself? Ye Tian smiled. I want to, but I feel a bit apprehensive, Videl admitted, wavering. Fear not, with me by your side. You have nothing to dread. I shall ensure your safety, Ye Tian assured her with a smile. Yes, Videl felt warmth in her heart. Moreover, after this matter concludes, I look forward to a proper basketball match with you. Could you refrain from discussing such matters in these perilous times? Videl remarked. Videl wiped away her sweat. It is said that the basketball hoop darkens with the passage of time, so before it loses its luster, one should seize the opportunity to play thousands of games. Ye Tian pondered thoughtfully. What exactly do you mean by basketball hoop? I can't shake the feeling that something is off with you. Videl huffed. Some things can only be understood through intuition, not spoken. Ye Tian replied with a smile. Videl fell silent. I was genuinely touched at first, but after your remark, I feel a bit flushed. The King of Worlds quietly observed Ye Tian and Videl. These two earthlings certainly possess a remarkable courage. You have unexpectedly come here to engage in romance. Are you unaware of this place's significance? I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. I cannot shake the feeling that Sun Wukong and his companions might encounter some troubles. I must hasten to follow them. Whoosh. The King of Worlds swiftly soared towards the spaceship. Let us proceed as well, Ye Tian suggested to Videl. Very well, Videl responded, her previous fears seemingly alleviated. Perhaps due to Ye Tian's jest that dispelled much of her anxiety. Ye Tian, accompanied by Videl, rapidly pursued and entered the spaceship. Inside the spaceship, on the lowest level, Beerus cried out in agony. His subordinate hurriedly approached to tend to his wounds. Curse that spiky-haired fellow. I shall not let him escape unscathed. Beerus gritted his teeth and declared with fury. Lord Beerus, they have already entered the spaceship. Beerus exclaimed. I shall not forgive that earthling. He dared to strike me when I was unprepared, Beerus lamented, rubbing his sore face. To his dismay, upon gazing into a mirror, Beerus discovered a shoe print adorning his visage. What manner of being is this? Beerus clenched his fists in frustration. What of Pui? Beerus inquired. Was he not assigned to guard the first level? It seems he has been vanquished by that spiky-haired individual, Beerus replied. Those rascals, I shall make them pay dearly. Beerus seethed with rage. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan had already entered the first level of the spaceship. Shortly thereafter, Ye Tian, Videl, and the King of Worlds descended from above. The King of Worlds and Gohan's classmates have arrived. Son Wukong greeted. You are all being utterly reckless. The King of Worlds admonished, shaking his head. Once we enter this spaceship, escaping will prove challenging unless we defeat Beerus and Beerus. Son Wukong glanced upward, noticing the gate above it closed. If all else fails, we could destroy this spaceship. Would we not then find a way out? Vegeta suggested with a slight smirk. No, that must not occur. The King of Worlds asserted solemnly. Excessive provocation could awaken Majin Buu instantly. Although he has not gathered sufficient energy, his strength is capable of annihilating us in an instant and obliterating this planet. Is that so? Vegeta replied, a look of disdain upon his face. Do not forget, once the planet is destroyed, can all of you survive in the vastness of space? The King of Worlds queried. Vegeta's expression shifted, and Son Wukong's demeanor grew serious. Son Gohan remained silent. Destroying Earth? Do they possess the power to annihilate the planet? Videl quietly inquired with Ye Tian. Yes, Ye Tian nodded. He was also contemplating the matter at hand. If the Earth were to be destroyed, could I survive in the vastness of space? It should not be an insurmountable issue. After all, I possess the eradication ability inherited from the Omni-King. I ought to find an opportunity to venture beyond Earth. However, there is no need to rush at this moment. I would certainly not allow him to annihilate the Earth, If that were to occur, it would indeed present a significant dilemma. Sun Wukong spoke in a grave tone. In the past, Majin Buu would never confront you directly. He would effortlessly obliterate planets. The Kaishin explained, yet the current Majin Buu has improved somewhat. Is there a distinction between the original Majin Buu and the present one? Sun Wukong inquired, momentarily taken aback. Let us discuss this matter later, the Kaishin replied, wishing to avoid further elaboration. Meanwhile, on Baffity's side, he declared that Fool Pui is dead. Let the beast Goku guard the first layer. Are you really going to have him defend the first layer from the outset? Dobra asked, looking at Baffity in surprise. Of course. I want them to pay a heavy price. Baffity gritted his teeth. Perhaps he clenched his jaw too fiercely, as he inadvertently aggravated an injury, letting out a pained yelp. I will not spare them, especially that spiky-haired fellow. Baffity harbored a deep-seated hatred for Vegeta. You lack a sense of honor. Why did you strike me first? When have I ever targeted your son? If Ye Tian were to guard the first layer, he would swiftly defeat those adversaries, leaving me with no chance to play. Depura felt a twinge of disappointment. I had intended to properly deal with the one who kicked me. Just leave him to you, Bafity suggested. Thank you, Lord Bafity, Depura replied with a nod of delight, instructing his subordinates. Quickly, let Ye Tian guard the first layer. Yes. The subordinates went and make arrangements. First, let us channel the energy absorbed by Yamo and his companions into Majin Buu. Bafity, holding the energy absorber, approached the location where Majin Buu is sealed. With a swift motion, Bafity inserted the energy absorber into the seal of Majin Buu, infusing it with energy. In an instant, the energy gauge nearly reached the 6-point mark. Bafity's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Has so much energy been collected with just one attempt? Bafity exclaimed, having amassed almost half of the energy. However, as soon as he finished his exclamation, his mouth twitched painfully. The agony surged, causing Bafity to grimace. That shout has reopened my wound, subjecting me to unbearable suffering. Curse it. I must find a healer at once to mend my injuries. Bafity clenched his fists and then recalled, I remember now. Majin Buu is a healer. He will surely expedite my recovery. Have we truly gathered this much energy? Depura marveled. Did Yamu and Spubik absorb energy from hundreds of individuals? Bafity inquired. I am unaware. I have not heard anything of the sort, Depura replied, shaking his head. Humph. To have amassed such vast energy in such a short span, had I known, I would not have slaughtered them. Bafity felt a pang of regret. It is of no consequence. Ye Tian has made his entrance, has he not? As long as we gather the energy from those 3 individuals, it should suffice. Depura remarked with a smile. If all goes well, Majin Buu will soon awaken. Perhaps Ye Tian has already dealt with them. Bafity laughed heartily. Let us ascend and investigate. The two soared to the upper layer. Bafity gazed at the crystal ball. What? They have yet to engage in battle? Upon witnessing the scene within the crystal ball, Bafity was left utterly speechless, just as Bafity grimaced in pain. From the first layer of the spaceship emerged the creature Ye Tian. Ye Tian possessed long, scythe-like arms, resembling a mantis. A monster has appeared. Sun Wukong lamented. That fellow looks utterly repulsive. He whispered to Deely. Gage emitted a strange cry and addressed Ye Tian and the others. Lord Bafity is currently on the lowest level. You must defeat me to descend further. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta. What are you doing? Vegeta grunted in response. You previously eliminated one of Baffity's men. That one should be mine and Gohan's, right? Sun Wukong suggested. Humph. Do as you wish, Vegeta replied dismissively. Gohan, should you go first, or shall I? Sun Wukong inquired. Father, you may go first, Gohan responded. Very well, then I shall take him on, Sun Wukong said, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Do you intend to fight alone? The Supreme Kai asked with concern. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. Do not underestimate him. Bafity has summoned a formidable group of warriors as his subordinates, the Supreme Kai warned. No worries, Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile, turning to Gage. Come on, I shall be your opponent. Fine, I shall consume you. Gage grunted. Let me inform you. Should you sustain any injuries, your energy will transfer to this room and subsequently to the seal of Majin Buu. Therefore, as long as you remain unscathed, your energy will not be absorbed, correct? Sun Wukong asked. Precisely, that is the case, Gage confirmed. So, Bafity, the sorcerer, has been relocating certain things. Is he practicing magic? Gohan inquired from the side. Just then, Bafity overheard Gohan's words and displayed a look of utter bewilderment. What do you mean? Why can't I comprehend? What has been taken away? What have I transferred? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us eliminate them directly. Bafity issued the command. I seem to recall that this individual resembles the beast, Yego. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Goku turned to glance at the Supreme Kai. Hey, the beast, Yego, swiftly launched an attack, striking towards Goku with a powerful punch. Goku reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly leaping into the air. Whoosh! The beast's colossal hand, akin to a scythe, swung downward, narrowly missing Goku's chest. Goku felt a chill at his chest, his face reflecting astonishment. Chapter 87. Where has my magic gone? Goku glanced down at the torn fabric on his chest. That was a close call. Oh, though that creature is quite large, its speed is impressive, Goten remarked. Shall we attack together? Suggested the Supreme Kai. No, it's fine. My father can undoubtedly defeat him alone, Goten smiled. The Supreme Kai fell silent. How can you be so confident? Whispered Videl. Ye Tian, Wufan's father, is truly impressive. His reflexes are remarkably swift. Ye Tian smiled indeed. His accomplishments in this universe are quite formidable, and his future achievements will be beyond measure. Do you hold his father in such high regard? Videl asked, slightly taken aback. I have heard of him before, she continued. Ye Tian chuckled. It was he who defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Have you all forgotten about that? You mentioned the Demon King Piccolo before, but I don't recall any of it, Videl replied, looking somewhat perplexed. It no longer matters, Ye Tian said with a smile. Hee hee hee. The beast Yego let out a sinister laugh, extending claws resembling scythes. Sun Wukong remarked, he is terrified. Let us deepen his fear and eliminate him with a single effort. Babidi muttered to himself before commanding Yego. Well done, Yego. Aside from the Supreme Kai, eliminate the other 5. Absorb the energy of those 3, and do not allow the 2 useless ones to interfere. I must hasten the awakening of Majin Buu. Ye Tian. He referred to us as useless. Videl wiped her brow. Indeed, he meant us. Ye Tian's expression turned cold. Are you still not finished? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. I shall make you question your very existence. To swiftly conclude this battle, I will transform this room into your most cherished place, the Dark Star. Barfidi cackled with glee. Haha, even without battling on the Dark Star, I can effortlessly secure victory. Dapla chuckled in agreement. That may hold some truth, yet in the confines of the ship, if a violent tremor occurs, Majin Buu may awaken with only half his power. I would much prefer him to awaken at his peak, Barfidi elaborated. I understand, Dapla nodded. Come on, Barbara, Barfidi proclaimed, preparing to unleash his magic. Swish. Ye Tian waved his hand lightly, effortlessly erasing the spell that Barfidi had cast. Barfidi was taken aback. What is happening? Has my magic failed? He murmured, scratching his head. What's wrong, Lord Barfidi? Dapla too sensed that something was amiss. I don't know what is happening. It seems my magic has malfunctioned, Barfidi frowned. How can this be? Dapla queried, perplexed. Let us try again. Barfidi gritted his teeth and recited the incantation once more. Swish. Ye Tian again nullified the magic that Barfidi attempted to release. What on earth is going on? Barfidi examined his hands, a look of terror crossing his face. Why is this happening? Why has my magic failed? Inside the spaceship, Yego had just heard Barfidi mention sending him to the Dark Star. He patiently waited within the vessel. However, after a considerable amount of time, Yego realized he was still aboard the spaceship, not transported to the Dark Star. A puzzled expression adorned his face. Lord Barfidi, why are you taking so long? Let us commence battle, Sun Wukong called out to the beast Yego. Whatever. Yego was already prepared for combat. Once more, Barfidi gritted his teeth and recited the spell again. Swish. This time, Ye Tian did not erase Barfidi's magic. Only by making his magic intermittently effective could he truly experience the tragedy of existence. In an instant, everyone present was transported to an utterly pitch-black planet. Bidili gasped in shock, hurriedly seeking refuge in Ye Tian's embrace. It worked. I finally succeeded. Barfidi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. I thought I would lose my ability to cast spells. I never expected to succeed. However, why did my magic fail earlier? Such a mystery. Everything is shrouded in darkness. Bidili said nervously. Do not rely on your eyes. Instead, attune your heart to sense the movements around you. Ye Tian explained, akin to the present moment. Although I perceive nothing, I am acutely aware of each individual's precise location. How is that possible? Videl inquired, momentarily taken aback. It is through perception. If you truly focus, you can sense their presence, Ye Tian elucidated. Videl attempted to close her eyes and attune herself to her surroundings. It would be remarkable if she could sense anything. I shall teach you later, Ye Tian said, embracing Videl tightly. Meanwhile, Ye Ge displayed a countenance filled with murderous intent, directing his gaze towards the foremost figure, Sun Wukong. First, we must eliminate this troublesome fellow. With a swift motion, Ye Ge brandished his long scythe, aimed at Sun Wukong. In a deft maneuver, Sun Wukong slightly shifted his body, evading the scythe's deadly arc. With a resounding thud, he delivered a swift kick to Ye Ge's nose. Stunned, Ye Ge felt a sharp pang in his nose, tears streaming down his face. You have underestimated us. Even in this utter darkness, we have a complete grasp of your movements. Sun Wukong smiled. Your actions create ripples in the air. Ye Ge was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? He pondered. Moreover, I possess a method to see you. As Sun Wukong spoke, a radiant golden light enveloped him, transforming him into a super scion. The brilliance illuminated the surrounding darkness. Ye Ge was utterly astonished. This was no mere luminescence. I can see you now. This is wonderful, Videl exclaimed joyfully. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, Bafity and Depura also widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this fellow planning? Bafity gasped in disbelief. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. It was not merely a glow. Depura chuckled coldly. Quickly, fetch me an energy detector. I require one with maximum calibration. Bafity commanded one of his subordinates. The subordinate swiftly procured the energy detector. Bafity assessed Sun Wukong's energy readings. What? 3,000 degrees. Bafity trembled, exclaiming, Is it possible for a human from Earth to possess 3,000 degrees of energy? 3,000 degrees? Such a human should not exist. Depura was equally flabbergasted. Has the detector malfunctioned? If there truly is 3,000 degrees, Ye Ge could never defeat him. Bafity hastily examined the detector, finding no faults, his expression darkening considerably. Ye Ge's energy peaked at only 800 degrees. Chapter 88. Sun Wukong versus the Beast Ye Ge. Well, do you now comprehend? Darkness is of no consequence to us. Sun Wukong remarked with a smile directed at Ye Ge. Hee. I understand now. Ye Ge grinned widely. Wait, you are not afraid at all. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Suddenly, Ye Ge opened his mouth wide. Whoosh. A powerful suction force rapidly acted upon Sun Wukong. Snap. The golden radiance enveloping Sun Wukong instantly vanished. Whoosh. The golden glow transformed into a luminous orb, which in an instant entered Ye Ge's mouth. Gulp. Ye Ge consumed the golden orb and let out a satisfied burp. Sun Wukong was stunned, gazing at his restored normal state, momentarily at a loss for words. Darkness enveloped the surroundings once more, rendering everything invisible. Videl was utterly astonished. It was Kakarot's Super Saiyan reverting to his ordinary form. Vegeta remarked from the side. Oh, it suddenly dawned on me. The beast Ye Ge can devour light energy. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's energy became the finest delicacy for him. The king of the worlds realized. Humph. Why is it that such things are always realized in hindsight? Vegeta huffed, casting a disdainful glance at the king of the worlds. This foolish king of the worlds. Ye Tian observed silently, opting not to comment. These minions would be a trivial matter for Ye Tian to handle. However, it was unnecessary. Ye Tian also sensed that leveling up required either 1,000 individuals or 10,000 buildings. Yet, during his bronze level, hadn't he erased enough? Ye Tian suddenly felt that his erasure upgrade seemed to be linked to time, as if it would automatically upgrade upon reaching a certain point. Never mind that for now. At least for the moment, Ye Tian felt his level was entirely sufficient. Indeed, that flavor was exceedingly rich. It was my first time savoring such delectable light energy. Ye Ge patted his belly. Eating energy? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Father, don't transform into a Super Saiyan anymore. This fellow seems capable of consuming light energy. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, reminded loudly. Hee. Ye Ge chuckled mischievously, saying, You're not wrong. If possible, I would love to feast once more. I must say, your light energy is truly exquisite cuisine. Very well, I shall allow you to indulge. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. What did you just say? Are you an idiot? Ye Ge felt an unexpected wave of happiness. What does Kakarot intend to do? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Father, let me join the battle as well. The two of us can defeat him without transforming, Sun Gohan proposed. No need. I will handle him alone. You need not intervene, Sun Wukong stated, once again radiating golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His body shone with golden brilliance once more. Videl murmured, This is called the Super Saiyan transformation. Ye Tian explained, What does that mean? Videl raised her gaze towards Ye Tian. To put it simply, Gohan's father is not of earthly origin, but rather an extraterrestrial scion. Ye Tian replied. Oh, does that mean Gohan is not an earthling either? Videl inquired in astonishment. No, Gohan is indeed an earthling, but also not. Ye Tian spoke slowly. Videl, what do you mean? I can't comprehend what you're saying. Gohan's father is an alien, yet his mother is from Earth. Haven't we met his mother? Ye Tian clarified. Oh, so Gohan is a hybrid then? Videl grasped the concept, realizing why you referred to him as both an alien and not. Ye Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. How do you know all this so well? Videl asked, looking at Ye Tian curiously. Through extensive reading, within books lies the wealth of knowledge, and within books exists the basketball court. Ye Tian replied with a smile. Videl, you can relate everything to basketball, can't you? Hee, your ignorance truly brings me joy. I could indulge in another meal. Edge suddenly opened his mouth wide. Was he really that foolish? Why insist on fighting alone? The Supreme Kai was utterly dismayed. This was no game. Silence. Let him handle it himself. He has his own plans. Vegeta reprimanded from the side, asserting that he was no fool. Supreme Kai, you show no respect for the divine. I am, after all, the greatest deity of this universe. Hey, Yego unleashed a tremendous suction once again, rapidly absorbing the golden radiance emanating from Sun Wukong. In an instant, the golden glow surrounding Sun Wukong began to fade once more. What an imbecile Yego is. Consuming such an abundance of energy is utterly wasteful. Bafity ground his teeth in frustration. If that fellow named Sun Wukong was not injured, his energy could not be absorbed by Majin Buu. Suddenly, the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. Boom. A more potent energy erupted from Sun Wukong's being. Yego's expression shifted rapidly, and he immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, by the time Yego registered the situation, it was already too late. Crash. Yego's body exploded in a cataclysmic burst, transforming into a mist of blood, irrevocably dead. Vegeta fell silent. So this is how it is. Kakarot has surpassed the Super Saiyan level, reaching the realm attained by Gohan in the past. Ah, the gate has opened. We can proceed to the next level. Sun Wukong shouted. The Kaioshin was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Sun Wukong would grow to such formidable strength. Father is incredible. The energy he displayed while defeating that monster was overwhelming, Gohan marveled. As he spoke, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta descended from the entrance of the gate. The Kaioshin followed closely behind. Let us descend as well, Ye Tian urged, holding Videli's hand. Videl nodded gently. Soon, Ye Tian and the others arrived at the second level of the spaceship. Bafity stood dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. What just transpired? Yego exploded. Why did he explode? Bafity was utterly perplexed. Yego was too foolish. He likely fell into the enemy's trap. Depura analyzed that the light energy he absorbed had exceeded his limits. No, something was strange. Bafity shook his head. Yego had swollen unexpectedly at the last moment, revealing that they were indeed formidable adversaries. I understand now. Allow me to alleviate Lord Bafity's unease, Depura mused. I shall personally guard the second level. In an instant, I will incapacitate them and seize their energy to awaken Majin Buu. Of course, I shall also teach that little brat who kicked me a lesson. Chapter 89. Depura takes the field. Depura, you must give it your all. If you lose as well, everything will be over. Bafity expressed his concern. Are you confident? Confident? I am the king of the demon realm. There is not a single human in this universe capable of compelling me to exert my full strength. Dapla exuded boundless confidence. Gohan, it's your turn to battle, Son Goku said to Son Gohan. Have you been diligently training over the years? Gohan sheepishly rubbed his nose, as the peaceful days had caused him to forget about his training. Our current strength far surpasses his, Vegeta scoffed. Hige, Gohan chuckled while scratching his head. However, given his potential, if he were to train earnestly, the outcome remained uncertain, Vegeta analyzed. The Kaioshin was utterly dumbfounded. Were these three not exerting their full strength? In a moment of crisis, would they unleash an unimaginable power like Son Goku had just done? It was truly hard to believe that a Kaioshin like me would be so flustered by humans. Suddenly, the hatch at the elevator of the spaceship opened, and Dapla emerged. Dapla, the Kaioshin exclaimed. Son Gohan's expression also turned grave. You all are quite impressive, Dapla said with a smile. To defeat a beast and summon me to face you personally is indeed miraculous. I must commend you for that. However, that is where it ends. For I shall become your opponent. Humph, the Demon King is merely a name without substance, Vegeta sneered. I clearly saw you get kicked by that earthling. That was an accident. Dapla retorted loudly. Humph, it matters not. You must be the strongest subordinate of that sorcerer. It seems he is growing restless, Vegeta coldly remarked. Humph. Enough chatter. Let me take you all down, Dapla declared, casting a resentful glance at Ye Tian. That kid's kick had been quite fierce. No. I demand a one-on-one battle with you, Son Gohan proclaimed loudly. What did you say? Dapla's face contorted with anger. A mere child dares to challenge me to a duel? Has the name of Dapla lost all significance in the human realm? You have truly underestimated me. The World Martial Arts Tournament has left the audience utterly astounded. What is happening? Why have those contestants vanished into thin air? As everyone can see, several competitors have inexplicably departed, leaving the referees in a state of bewilderment. Such occurrences are indeed unprecedented. Currently, the staff is deliberating on the next course of action for the competition. We kindly ask the audience to remain patient for a moment longer. It has been over an hour. It is time to disqualify these participants. However, only 4 contestants remain. A few staff members huddled together, whispering, Humph. Those who have disappeared must be terrified of me, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan remarked with a hint of pride. In other words, your presence here is quite courageous. Mr. Satan glanced at the 3 contestants present. One was a masked fighter, another was Ju-air, and the last was a beautiful girl. Mr. Satan was well aware of the capabilities of both the masked fighter and Ju-air. The beautiful girl's skills should also be quite mediocre. It seems my son-in-law has taken away all the formidable opponents. That certainly brings me a sense of relief. What a fine son-in-law he is. Are you suggesting that I am to be afforded an easier path to victory in this competition? Ah, how delightful. Mr. Satan secretly relishes this thought. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Satan. Ju-air offered a slight smile. Trunks, standing nearby, felt a twinge of caution. This individual is not to be underestimated. After all, I was once knocked out of the ring by a single blow from him. Moreover, when the energy within me was unleashed, it vanished inexplicably. Ah, wait. Mr. Satan suddenly recalled something and began to stride toward the organizing committee. The audience erupted in cheers upon witnessing Mr. Satan's entrance, calling out his name in unison. I have an excellent proposal for you. Perhaps you might consider it, Mr. Satan said with a smile. The committee staff immediately regarded him with respect. Let us engage in a mixed battle, Mr. Satan suggested, advocating for the disqualification of the other competitors, allowing the remaining 4 of us, including myself, to participate in the contest. Holding a knockout round with only 4 participants would be rather monotonous. A mixed battle would be far more exhilarating and engaging. However, the staff appeared momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond. What? Do you not support my proposal? Mr. Satan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Very well. I shall take my leave then. No. This is a splendid idea. The staff quickly replied. Let it be announced. Mr. Satan commanded the referee. The referee, without objection, ascended the ring and conveyed Mr. Satan's suggestion to the audience present. Upon learning of this proposal, the crowd erupted in applause for Mr. Satan. Truly, Mr. Satan, to propose a mixed battle is commendable. I deeply admire your courage, remarked the staff member who had previously hesitated. Mr. Satan was momentarily taken aback. During the mixed battle, the champion, Mr. Satan, would undoubtedly face the onslaught of the other 3 participants. The staff member chuckled softly. Mr. Satan felt a sense of foreboding. Ha. There is nothing to fear. I am indeed the true world champion, he thought, although internally he was quite anxious, not allowing it to show on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the 4 contestants who will soon engage in the mixed battle, the referee announced loudly, and of course. First is the champion we all know, Mr. Satan. With a downcast expression, Mr. Satan stepped onto the ring. The moment he ascended, he felt a surge of passion, raising his fists high. Next is the only female contestant of this tournament, the oddly named contestant number 18, the referee continued. Following her is the masked competitor who was defeated in the first round last time. And finally, the last participant, who is quite popular among women and was defeated by Mr. Satan in the previous finals, Ju-air. Ju-air blew a kiss to the female spectators, igniting a fervor among them. A group of enthusiastic women shouted Ju-air's name loudly. Hello, beautiful. I truly cannot bring myself to harm you. How about we dine together after the match? Ju-air leaned towards the woman in number 18, extending his invitation. Get lost, you eyesore, she retorted without turning her head. Ju-air was momentarily taken aback. How dare this woman reject me? With my striking looks, she still turns me down? Chapter 90. Satan. Son-in-law, I seek your assistance. This mixed four-person battle has no time limit. The match is about to commence. The referee announced. Satan immediately readied himself for combat. Come on, the three of you. I believe that even without my son-in-law, I can defeat you all. Let the competition begin. The referee, microphone in hand, raised his arm with a flourish. Suddenly, Jouer charged fiercely towards number 18. Bang! Number 18 delivered a swift kick, instantly eliminating Jouer from the contest. Oh no, Jouer, the women lamented. Has our handsome warrior truly been ousted? Trunks and Goten stood in stunned silence. It is noteworthy that Goten and Trunks were unfamiliar with number 18, as Krillin had never married her. Following the Cell Games, number 17 and number 18 parted ways with Goku and the others, embarking on their own lives. And no one took the time to inform the two children about them. Although Krillin harbored feelings for number 18, he would never divulge such matters to young ones. Goten. How can that woman be so formidable? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. I noticed that as well, Goten replied. Moreover, she exudes no energy. Indeed, no energy. Trunks nodded in agreement. Satan, observing from the sidelines, wore a look of surprise. This girl had actually eliminated a formidable opponent like Jouer. Number 18 maintained a composed demeanor, yet internally, she felt a twinge of excitement. It seemed the championship title was within her grasp, along with the accompanying prize money. Wait a moment, that fellow is the world champion. Should I extort some money from him? I could let him win the championship and simply ask for more in return. That seems like a splendid plan. First, I will eliminate that disproportionately built contender. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has barely commenced, and contestant Jouer has already been eliminated. The referee announced. Now only 3 contestants remain. The masked man, number 18, and the world champion, Mr. Satan. Among these 3, who will emerge victorious to claim the championship? Mr. Satan was secretly reveling in his good fortune. Wonderful. The championship is mine. First, I shall defeat the masked man with my exaggerated special move. That beauty will surely be flustered by my prowess, and I shall gallantly escort her from the arena. Both she and the audience will be completely captivated by me. With this thought, Mr. Satan raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers in a gesture of victory. Mr. Satan declares his victory. The referee proclaimed. Goten. Do not underestimate that world champion, Trunks cautioned. Wasn't it the magician's interference that caused the energy to vanish during your previous battle with him? Goten inquired. Do you think that Mr. Satan is the magician? Trunks asked. The city where your brother studies is named Satan City, after him, isn't it? Your assertion possesses a semblance of validity. Sun Wukong nodded. Let us first engage that woman in a contest, Trunks proposed. Very well, let us proceed. Sun Wukong offered no dissent. Here I come. With a swift roll, Mr. Satan darted across the arena, hurtling towards Trunks. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong leapt from his position, charging towards the direction of Android 18. Mr. Satan unleashed a powerful punch. After a series of flips, he aimed to strike at Trunks and Sun Wukong. However, Mr. Satan's fist met only air. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, Sun Wukong and Trunks clashed with Android 18. The combat intensified, their speed escalating rapidly. Mr. Satan stood aside, utterly bewildered. What is happening? As the battle raged on, Sun Wukong and Trunks soared into the air. This woman is formidable, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh. Android 18 promptly ascended as well. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce confrontation resumed. How vexing, I cannot maneuver effectively. Trunks found himself struggling to defend. Primarily, Sun Wukong controlled the area below the waist. Whoosh. Android 18 ascended, positioning herself directly above Trunks and Sun Wukong. Bang. With a sudden and forceful strike, she sent both Sun Wukong and Trunks plummeting from the sky. Boom. They created a massive crater upon impact with the ground. The audience gasped in shock, fearing that the competitors had been incapacitated. Crack. Sun Wukong and Trunks erupted from the crater. Wukong, you can utilize your kicks. Trunks expressed his frustration. Yet, I cannot see clearly. Sun Wukong lamented further. Mr. Satan was utterly flabbergasted. Where is my son-in-law? I now seek my son-in-law's assistance, lest I be vanquished by them. Who are these individuals? Whoosh. Without the slightest hesitation, Android 18 unleashed an energy blast from her hand. The projectile hurtled towards the position of Sun Wukong and Trunks. Fly quickly. Wukong. Trunks shouted in alarm. Whoosh. Sun Wukong soared into the sky without delay. How infuriating. I cannot possibly defeat her like this. Trunks gritted his teeth. If all else fails, let us transform into Super Saiyans, Trunks, Sun Wukong suggested. Indeed, in these garments, we should remain inconspicuous. Trunks found this method quite agreeable. Android 18 furrowed her brow, gazing at the peculiar figures of Goten and Trunks before her, feeling somewhat perplexed. The boy appeared exceedingly strange, his limbs seemed disproportionately small. Yet he possessed remarkable strength. Who could he possibly be? Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from Goten and Trunks, transforming them into Super Saiyans. Android 18 paused, momentarily taken aback. This attire was not conducive to executing ordinary techniques. It seemed she would have to resort to the Kamehameha wave. Is that all right? Goten inquired anxiously, concerned about the implications of lethal force, especially since she had committed no wrongdoing. Fear not, she is exceptionally powerful. There will be no issues, Trunks replied with a grin. At that moment, Android 18 experienced an epiphany. So they were Super Saiyans. Now, I finally comprehend your identities. Although Goten and Trunks were unfamiliar with her, she possessed a modicum of knowledge about them. After all, she had occasionally taken note of Gohan and Vegeta's activities. Android 18 was aware that Gohan had a younger brother and that Vegeta had a son. Thus, judging by the physical proportions of these boys, it could only mean they were the offspring of those two. Kamehameha wave. Trunks unleashed the energy blast from his hands, sending it hurtling towards Android 18 at an astonishing speed. Surprised, she quickly dodged, narrowly evading the onslaught of the Kamehameha. Boom! The energy wave struck the distant ocean, sending water soaring to heights exceeding 100 meters. Mr. Satan, witnessing such a shocking spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Are you human? Chapter 91. Is your son-in-law renowned? Having missed, let us continue the assault. Trunks murmured. Android 18's expression shifted dramatically. Are these two young individuals truly so formidable? This is exceedingly perilous. I must swiftly determine the victor. I shall triumph over you. Vegeta's son, Gohan's brother. Android 18 proclaimed with fervor. What? Goten and Trunks were momentarily taken aback. How did she ascertain our identities? This is troublesome. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Android 18 unleashed a ki blast directed at Goten and Trunks. In their panic, Goten and Trunks hastily evaded in opposite directions. Zing! The ki blast was between them. Upon glancing back at Goten and Trunks, they had separated, becoming two distinct entities. Oh, the masked contestant has been split in two, the referee exclaimed. However, the referee quickly realized the error. No, they are two individuals. The referee declared, according to the tournament rules, two individuals are not permitted to compete together. Therefore, their eligibility is revoked. Goten and Trunks exchanged mortified glances, feeling utterly humiliated. They promptly made their escape. Android 18 displayed a triumphant smile as she descended gracefully from the air, positioning herself opposite Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan was utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of terror. I am going to be annihilated by her. Where is my son-in-law? Son-in-law, what are you doing at this critical moment? Hurry and erase her energy, or I shall truly meet my demise, Mr. Satan lamented, tears streaming down his face. Whoosh! Android 18 immediately assumed an aggressive stance. Mr. Satan was paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control. Whoosh! In an instant, Android 18 appeared beside Mr. Satan, ensnaring his neck and leaning in close to his ear. Oh! Mr. Satan cried out in despair, pleading for his life, promising to comply with her every demand. Do not scream. If you do not silence yourself, I shall end you. Android 18 replied coldly. Oh, Mr. Satan is now under the control of contestant 18. The referee announced. Do you understand? Speak softly. Android 18 smiled and inquired. Do you wish to claim the championship? Do you know my son-in-law? Mr. Satan gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. Android 18 paused. I merely wish to extort some money from you. Why bring up your son-in-law? Who is your son-in-law? What use is that to me? I don't know. Is he renowned? Number 18 chuckled at the moment. Although not widely recognized, he possesses extraordinary abilities. He is the greatest deity of this universe. Satan clenched his fists tightly, warning, if you dare to harm me, my son-in-law will not let you go. Number 18 remarked. The greatest deity of this universe? That title certainly carries weight. Is your son-in-law merely boasting? Would the greatest deity truly appear on Earth? Enough. I have no time for idle chatter. I ask you if you wish to become the champion. Answer my question. If you refuse to respond, even if your son-in-law and daughter claim to be the greatest deities, I could easily end your life. Number 18's expression turned cold as she issued her threat. At that moment, Satan trembled in fear. Why do you refuse to heed advice? My son-in-law is truly remarkable. Can you not ponder any longer? How could I possibly win the championship? Satan shook his head vigorously. I can assure you the title, number 18 replied with a smile. Oh? Satan paused in surprise. If you provide me with 20 million, I shall deliberately concede to you, number 18 whispered, presenting the proposition as a fair exchange. This way, you can preserve your reputation while I seek only financial gain. Mr. Satan remained unyielding. What could possibly be transpiring? Had the formidable Mr. Satan encountered a formidable adversary? The referee, microphone in hand, addressed the audience. 20 million, you say? Satan hesitated. So that is the case? I thought you intended something more. The champion receives a prize of 10 million. You merely need to part with an additional 10 million, number 18 retorted, adding a veiled threat, if you refuse. Regardless of your son-in-law's identity, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. I agree. Of course I agree. Satan readily nodded. I was under the impression you were asking something more demanding. Is it not just a matter of providing you with an additional 10 million? Am I someone who lacks funds? If only you had mentioned it earlier, I could have spared myself this fear, which has left me utterly terrified. Very well. Let us settle this matter. On the 18th, a satisfied smile graced my lips. With this newfound wealth, I shall indulge in merriment once more. First, I shall refresh my wardrobe at home. As for that enigmatic sorcerer, our affair is far from over. You have caused me to lose all my clothing. Every single piece from my wardrobe. On the 18th, I let out a wretched cry and was sent flying. Ah, Mr. Satan has sent contestant 18 sprawling. Truly, he lives up to his name. The referee was taken aback. The audience erupted in cheers for Mr. Satan, chanting his name in admiration. How infuriating. Contestant 18 seethed from a distance. Mr. Satan appeared momentarily dazed. However, he quickly straightened his posture, showcasing a visage filled with confidence and pride. He exclaimed with glee. Ha ha ha. I have seen through all your moves. Though you may seem formidable, you are no match for me. Mr. Satan boldly declared, your skills are commendable. But they pale in comparison to mine. You have certainly put in great effort, yet I shall be the ultimate champion. The audience erupted once more, some in disbelief, voicing their astonishment. Hurry up and attack, you fool, commanded contestant 18. Yes, yes. Mr. Satan eagerly nodded. In the next moment, Mr. Satan unleashed a fierce roar and charged toward contestant 18 with wild abandon. Satan's miraculous, super invincible iron fist. Bam! He struck contestant 18 squarely on the forehead. Oh, a direct hit. The audience exclaimed. Is this your ultimate technique? Contestant 18 questioned, a look of disappointment etched on his face. Mr. Satan's expression turned to one of embarrassment. Oh dear. Contestant 18 gasped, immediately being sent flying from the ring, eliminated. The audience was left in stunned silence. Ladies and gentlemen, this punch may appear unremarkable, but it will unleash astonishing power in mere seconds. Mr. Satan hastily explained, forgetting the name of his own technique in the process. The championship belongs to Mr. Satan. The referee announced without delay. Mr. Satan raised his fist in triumph, celebrating his victory. The audience joined in, honoring him as the guardian of our planet. Chapter 92. Son Gohan vs. Dubra. I will come to your house tomorrow to collect the money. If you refuse to pay, I will kill you. Contestant 18 coldly stated before turning to leave. Mr. Satan nodded. Tomorrow, then, I shall invite my son-in-law over. If you dare to ask me for money, I shall have my son-in-law extinguish you. This method seemed quite effective. Mr. Satan secretly reveled in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Son Gohan was already prepared to engage in battle with Beerus. Your conflict is bound to be fierce, so to prevent the spaceship from suffering catastrophic collisions, I have decided to relocate you to another planet. The voice of Babidi resonated through the spaceship's loudspeakers, and he promptly began to cast a spell. Babidi, however, Babidi suddenly realized with dismay that his magic had failed him once again. What is happening? Babidi was genuinely perplexed. What is wrong with my magic? Why has it failed again? After numerous attempts, Babidi finally succeeded. In an instant, Ye Tian and the others were transported to an unfamiliar planet. Come forth, Beerus. Son Gohan radiated with a golden aura, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. He launched a ferocious assault against Beerus. After a series of exchanges, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Beerus hurtling backward. Beerus swiftly regained his composure midair, landing firmly on the ground. Taking a deep breath before unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth, the flames surged towards Son Gohan, who hurriedly dodged out of the way. This time, Ye Tian refrained from intervening in their battle. After all, in Ye Tian's perception, the two were evenly matched in strength. Moreover, he lacked combat experience and hoped to learn from the confrontation between Son Gohan and Beerus. Whoosh. Son Gohan charged towards Beerus. Whoosh. Beerus flickered, leaving behind an afterimage. Son Gohan missed his target. I am right here, you fool. Beerus' voice echoed from behind Son Gohan. Boom. In the next moment, Beerus waved his hand, sending a fiery energy towards Son Gohan's position. Bang! The fiery energy struck Son Gohan, propelling him backward into the lake. Moments later, Son Gohan soared out of the water. Though he was uninjured, his green attire had been torn away. He ripped apart the remnants of his green jacket, casting a furious glare at Beerus. Was that magic? Can he wield magic as well? Son Goku was taken aback. Indeed, those from the demon realm are likely to possess magical abilities, the Supreme Kai nodded. Then tell me, is the mysterious disappearance of certain entities related to them? Vegeta let out a snort. What does that mean? The Supreme Kai turned to glance at Vegeta, and of course, it referred to them. Who else could it possibly be? Vegeta pondered for a moment, feeling increasingly unsettled. If that sorcerer could erase the energy from our bodies, then why did he not target Gohan's energy? Moreover, when Kakarot fought that monster earlier, Kakarot's energy remained intact. Could it be that the mysterious sorcerer in Satan City is not Babidi? Or is it possible that Babidi can only eliminate energies beneath the level of Super Saiyan's? Now that Gohan is battling with energy surpassing that of Super Saiyan's, is he powerless against him? Vegeta found himself lost in thought. However, upon witnessing Gohan struggle without any discernible progress, Vegeta's annoyance began to surface. Humph, Beerus is merely mediocre. I expected him to be far more formidable. Vegeta scoffed and pointed at Ye Tian. Although he had feigned weakness prior, allowing that Earthling to deliver a solid kick, the actual performance was far below my expectations. The Supreme Kai was left speechless. Ye Tian chuckled, choosing not to respond. Let Vegeta speak his mind. I shall simply observe and watch you all put on a show. Gohan is lacking in training, Goku lamented. Humph, it truly is exasperating. Vegeta snorted again. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor, Beerus cast a surprised glance in their direction. Gohan charged toward Beerus' position. Spit. Beerus spat at Gohan. Danger. Beware of being petrified. The Supreme Kai exclaimed. Gohan, taken aback, quickly raised his hand to shield himself from the incoming spittle. The glove in Gohan's hand instantly turned to stone. Reacting swiftly, Gohan quickly removed the glove. Crack. The stone glove shattered into pieces upon impact. Suddenly, Beerus appeared near Gohan in an instant. Then, with a gentle lift of his hand, a cleaver materialized in his grasp. Beerus swung the cleaver toward Gohan. Gohan, horrified, hastily clasped his hands together to block the attack. Gohan screamed, twisting with all his might, and managed to snap Beerus' cleaver in half. Gohan gasped for breath, glancing warily at Beerus. This opponent is no easy feat, Gohan. Allow me to take over. Ye Tian suddenly declared. Gohan replied, coughing slightly, cough, cough. Ye Tian, I think I should continue fighting for a while longer. In a moment of uncertainty, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words, resorting to a simple statement. Such words would not cause any discomfort to his classmate Ye Tian, especially since the outcome between them had yet to be determined. With a smile, Sun Wukong remarked. Dabra turned to glance at Ye Tian. Whoosh. In an instant, Dabra surged toward Ye Tian's direction. However, Sun Wukong was quicker. He swiftly caught up to Dabra and delivered a powerful kick to his side. Boom. Dabra plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground and leaving a sizable crater in his wake. Whoosh. Dabra immediately sprang from the crater, a faint smile gracing his face. Damn it. I can no longer wait. Let me bring this battle to an end. Vegeta exclaimed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Vegeta. Allow Gohan to continue. The victor has yet to be decided, Goku urged him earnestly. This game is utterly tiresome. Vegeta shouted back. I wish to conclude this farce quickly and face you. It was for this very purpose that he had participated in the tedious World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 93. Is there a higher level of God? Weren't you here to seek the wizard? Goku scratched his head in confusion. The wizard has already been found, and I have avenged my grievances. Now it is time for us to face each other. Vegeta retorted with a huff, pointing an accusatory finger at Goku. Dabra, however, keenly noticed this detail. He promptly established a telepathic connection with Babidi. Really? All right, I shall summon you back immediately. Babidi chanted a spell. Whoosh. In an instant, Ye Tian and Goku were transported back to their spaceship. Dabra swiftly made his way toward the ship's exit. Just before departing, he gave Ye Tian the middle finger, his eyes glinting with mischief. Whoosh. Ye Tian, unyielding, casually wiped away the gesture. I spared you from annihilation out of mercy. Hey, do you wish to escape? Sun Wukong inquired, taken aback. Escape? Have you misunderstood? Dabra chuckled lightly. I need not act personally, for I have discovered a more suitable candidate. What do you mean? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat perplexed. Dabra quickly approached Babbidi's side. Dabra, what did you just say? Have you truly made a new discovery? Babbidi inquired eagerly. Yes. I have identified a malevolent individual among that group. Dabra declared, waving his finger. We can exploit that individual and recruit him into our ranks. Where's my middle finger? Babbidi was taken aback for a moment and immediately turned his gaze to Depura's finger. To his astonishment, Depura's middle finger had mysteriously vanished. Depura began to search frantically for his missing digit. Where's my finger? When did it fall off? How peculiar. Why is there no blood? Babbidi pondered. Depura, are you suggesting we incite them to slaughter one another? This way, we could amass sufficient energy, correct? Babbidi grasped the implication. Please hold on a moment, Lord Babbidi. I must locate my middle finger, Depura responded hastily. Fear not. If Majin Buu awakens, he can heal you, and your finger will be restored, Babbidi proposed. That is a commendable plan. Let us proceed thusly, Depura nodded, feeling discomfort from the absence of a finger, though not experiencing pain. The individual you refer to must be him. Upon catching sight of Vegeta, Babbidi clenched his teeth in anger. Indeed, it is he, Depura confirmed with a nod. This fellow previously dealt me a severe beating, and I have yet to fully recover from my injuries. Babbidi gritted his teeth, longing to confront Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, he indeed appeared extraordinary. He exuded an aura of malevolence, clearly not motivated by justice. This is splendid. If I could exert control over him, I would have him strike himself. Depura smiled faintly. Who could argue with that? Babbidi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Subsequently, Babbidi directed both hands towards the crystal ball containing Vegeta. Chanting incantations. I command you to obey my will. Babbidi commenced his magical incantation. Swish. Ye Tian had long since utilized a special ability akin to divine perception to scrutinize the spacecraft thoroughly. After all, he could sense everything within a radius of 1,000 meters with this ability. Since upgrading to the silver tier Erasure Technique, Fang Yun's reflexes had correspondingly improved. 1,000 meters, previously. It was merely 100 meters, a tenfold enhancement. What does a radius of 1,000 meters signify? Drawing a circle centered on Ye Tian, he could detect the presence of anyone within that radius, whether above or below ground. Thus, even if Babbidi and his companions were underground, it posed no challenge. How strange. Babbidi noted as the magic inexplicably faltered once more, causing him to lose his composure. Lord Babbidi, has the magic failed again? Depura inquired, seemingly unfazed. I cannot fathom why. It has been failing frequently of late, Babbidi mused, speculating. Could it be related to the Earth's magnetic field? This planet's magnetic field seems rather peculiar. Depura replied. Can one truly correlate that to the magnetic field? I do not perceive it as the cause. I cannot shake the feeling that an invisible hand is orchestrating everything. Thought Depura, furrowing his brow. An invisible hand? Babbidi was taken aback. I cannot quite articulate it. Depura shook his head. Lord Babbidi, do you suppose there exists a deity mightier than the Supreme Kai? Is the Supreme Kai the greatest god in the universe? If not the Supreme Kai, then what other deity could there be? Babbidi rolled his eyes. While that may hold some truth, what then accounts for the disappearance of my middle finger? Depura felt a wave of unease wash over him. Regardless of what deity it may be, before Majin Buu, they are merely ornaments. Babbidi huffed. I shall make another attempt. With that, Babbidi once again cast a spell upon Vegeta. This time, Babbidi was thrilled to discover it seemed to have succeeded. Vegeta too was momentarily stunned, quickly clutching his head and letting out a series of cries. Indeed, the expression on the Supreme Kai's face shifted dramatically. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Ye Tian tightly embraced Videl, fearing for her safety. Of course, the likelihood of Videl being harmed was negligible. The energies that surged toward them were effortlessly dismissed by Ye Tian. Vegeta emitted further cries as his body trembled violently. Vegeta, Babbidi has uncovered your malevolent heart. Focus your mind and do not let your thoughts wander. The Supreme Kai hastily advised. Silence. Do not prattle endlessly before me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, reprimanding him with fury. Well done. Bifidi laughed heartily. You are now one of us. I shall unleash your full potential and transcend your limits. With that, Bifidi cast another spell. Boom. An even greater energy erupted from Vegeta. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta, do not let those scoundrels manipulate you. Sun Gohan exclaimed with concern. As Vegeta's energy began to stabilize, he slowly lifted his head, a McDonald's symbol appearing on his forehead. His expression was a grotesque blend of ferocity and an endless smile. This is dire. The Supreme Kai's face transformed with worry. Chapter 94, The Controlled Vegeta. Ye Tian, it seems he has been controlled. Videl's face paled in horror. Indeed, he has been subdued. Ye Tian nodded. Excellent. You are now under my control. To express your prior misdeeds against me, strike yourself with a punch. Bifidi issued his first command. Vegeta remained still. Odd. Why is the magic failing at such a critical moment? Bifidi was momentarily stunned. Did you hear that? Immediately give yourself 2 resounding slaps. Babidi commanded once again. Yet Vegeta remained unmoved. How peculiar, this magic. Babidi felt a pang of frustration. Never mind vengeance. The priority now was to resurrect Majin Buu. Should we relocate them for the battle? Dabra suggested. You are correct. Let us hope this spell proves effective. Babidi gritted his teeth and unleashed his magic once more. In an instant, Ye Tian and the others found themselves at the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Satan was joyfully celebrating his championship victory. Upon seeing Ye Tian and his companions, Satan was immediately taken aback. The audience was left in stunned silence. Goku, you arrived just after the match concluded. The referee explained to Goku. Excellent. Vegeta, you must harm them immediately and absorb their energy. Babidi commanded, eager for a swift battle, even if it meant killing them. Enough with the chatter. Vegeta scoffed. I have no interest in anyone else. Kakarot is my only opponent. Goku was momentarily taken aback. This was strange. He found himself unable to fully control Vegeta. Babidi was surprised. Was this due to the erratic nature of his magic? Kiki. Vegeta grinned wickedly, raising his hand to unleash a burst of energy towards Goku. Stop! Goku exclaimed in shock, hastily crossing his arms to shield his head. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's energy struck Goku, sending him sprawling. The energy continued hurtling toward the distant audience. Goku's heart sank. It was too late to save them. Ye Tian remained still, choosing not to erase Vegeta's energy this time. This was Vegeta's own transgression, and he would face the consequences of his actions. Only then would Vegeta swiftly catch up to Goku. Furthermore, Ye Tian was no saint. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted from the northern section of the audience, claiming many lives. Goku's face turned pale with horror. Vegeta, he seethed with rage. Vegeta, on the other hand, wore a chilling smile. The audience descended into chaos, fleeing in panic. Vegeta, what has happened? Bulma shouted from another section of the stands. Well, over 200 people have been killed. Babidi laughed heartily. Mr. Satan was utterly paralyzed with fear, rushing to Ye Tian's side. What has he done? Videl was taken aback. Do not worry. With me here, you shall be safe. Ye Tian reassured. Father, are you all right? Videl inquired with great concern. I'm fine, really, the demon replied with a bitter smile. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Let us settle this once and for all, Kakarot. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Should you wish to prevent further loss of life? You may decline. Vegeta, you cannot be so foolish as to have intentionally fallen under Babidi's spell. Sun Wukong pondered aloud, suddenly regaining his focus. Humph. Vegeta scoffed coldly, once more gathering an energy sphere in his hand. With a swift gesture, he hurled the energy blast towards another section of the audience. The ground shook violently, and numerous spectators perished instantly. Sun Wukong's face was etched with despair. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly triumphant, with a brilliant golden aura enveloping him. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. No, Sun Wukong. King Kai gasped. If you engage here, you will fall into Babidi's trap. Your energy will be absorbed by Majin Buu, leading to his resurrection. Vegeta, you have intentionally succumbed to Babidi's magic, forsaking your rationality to provoke me into a serious battle. Sun Wukong stated solemnly. Father, Son Gohan exclaimed, astonished. Uncle Vegeta has truly resorted to such measures. Only this way can I compel you to fight me. Vegeta replied with a grin. You may linger in this world for but a day, yet at this moment, someone dares to interfere. I care not for any sorcerer. I desire nothing more than a proper battle. Is this why you would annihilate so many innocent lives? King Kai cried out. Look at the madness you have wrought. Madness? You dare label this as madness? Vegeta retorted angrily. This is my everything. Whether Majin Buu lives or dies is of no consequence to me. King Kai was left speechless. This individual's power has long surpassed my own. We are both Scions, yet he stands above me. Vegeta pointed at Sun Wukong, his voice booming with long-held grievances. I am still the prince of all Scions. Once, I was filled with confidence in my strength. Yet time and again, I have been left trailing far behind him. I am the strongest Scion. I shall not permit any other Scion to surpass me. Sun Wukong remained silent, realizing the immense unintentional harm he had inflicted upon Vegeta. King Kai's eyes widened in shock. Babidi, transport us to an uninhabited location at once. I have resolved to engage Vegeta in earnest. Sun Wukong shouted. Sun Wukong, wait. King Kai exclaimed, startled. If you are to strike, you must first defeat me. Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the body of the Supreme Kai from a distance. Vegeta, the Supreme Kai, was taken aback, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Father. Son Gohan was also at a loss for words on how to persuade him. I understand now. Do as you wish. The Supreme Kai lowered his head. I apologize. Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong expressed regret. The Supreme Kai replied, is an apology of any use now? Very well, I shall grant your wish and change the venue for you. Babidi laughed heartily, swiftly casting a spell that transported Sun Wukong and the others to a desolate mountain wilderness, devoid of any presence. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanished without a trace. Huh? Ye Tian, why didn't we go with them? Videl surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. Chapter 95, with me here. Nothing will go awry. I don't want to go. Let them have their fun. Ye Tian smiled. Huh? You mean you can simply prevent us from going by saying so? Videl was astonished. Now do you see how formidable I am? Ye Tian chuckled. Who exactly are you? Videl was taken aback. You shall find out in due time. Ye Tian smiled. And if all goes as expected, the likelihood of Majin Buu's awakening would be approximately 999. Videl, perhaps it's better to simply state 100. Is there truly any distinction from 100? There exists a difference, Ye Tian remarked with a smile. There remains a 0.001 probability that Majin Buu may awaken. Mathematics demands precision, and all possibilities must be considered. Should Majin Buu awaken, would this world not be doomed? A hint of fear gripped Videl. As long as I am here, nothing will go awry, Ye Tian reassured her with a gentle smile. Videl, heed Ye Tian's words. Dajan urged from the side. Videl fell silent. In a fleeting moment, Son Goku and his companions materialized atop the desolate mountains. Engage in battle at your leisure. Gohan and I shall dismantle this entrance and confront Babidi and Beerus in a decisive battle, the Kaioshin proclaimed, striding towards the spacecraft's entrance. Even if this action could lead to Majin Buu's resurrection, it was a necessary course of action. After all, the energy expended during your final confrontation would be sufficient to awaken Majin Buu. With a stroke of fortune, perhaps it could be averted. As he spoke, the Kaioshin prepared to strike the spacecraft's entrance with a mighty blow. What did you say? Do you think I shall allow you to have your way? Babidi laughed heartily. Vegeta, quickly, thwart them. Eliminate all obstacles. Upon receiving the command, Vegeta let out anguished cries. I refuse. The fate of the Kaioshin and the others is of no concern to me. Vegeta scoffed. Babidi was taken aback, and Beerus was equally astonished. I shall repeat myself. Deal with the Kaioshin. Babidi commanded. Vegeta grit his teeth and pressed forward. I have made it clear. I only wish to battle Kakarot. Vegeta coldly declared. I am the proud prince of the Scions. How could I possibly bear to be your subordinate? Even if my body and mind are under your control, my pride shall never be manipulated by you. Babidi remarked, it seems it is not a failure of the spell. This fellow simply refuses to comply, Beerus assessed. How vexing. I have never encountered such a situation before, Babidi admitted, somewhat surprised. But as long as it isn't a failure of magic, it is acceptable, after all. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. I did not anticipate his pride to be so formidable. Do not worry, my lord Babidi. That fellow's role is merely to siphon energy. Beerus chuckled. As long as I am present, even if the Kaioshin himself were to arrive, it would make no difference. Furthermore, my lord Babidi, have you not longed to witness the Kaioshin perish before your very eyes? Wait a moment, have you noticed we are missing 2 individuals? Babidi suddenly observed something amiss. The young man who kicked me earlier has vanished, and that woman has not arrived either. Beerus noted the situation as well. What is happening? Did Vegeta's attack earlier obliterate them both? Babidi speculated, if that is indeed the case, their demise is far too swift. I had hoped to savor the torment of that brat. Dabra gritted his teeth. Forget it. They are merely two nameless pawns, unworthy of our concern. Babidi replied with a shake of his head. Why not open the gate and allow them entry? Dabra suggested, cautioning that if they forcefully breached the gate, it could jeopardize the spaceship, awakening Majin prematurely and rendering everything pointless. You speak wisely. Babidi nodded in agreement. Just as the Supreme Kai prepared to destroy the entrance, a sudden crack echoed as the gate swung open. The gate has opened automatically, Gohan exclaimed. They too do not wish for the spaceship to be damaged. The Supreme Kai acknowledged. Then, Father, let us proceed. Gohan turned to Goku. Do your best, Gohan. Goku encouraged, then paused. Wait a moment, Gohan. I have 3 senzu beans here. Quickly, consume one. You've already expended considerable energy. All right, Gohan responded, swiftly ingesting a senzu bean. Channel your fury, Gohan. Goku urged. Recall your battle with Cell. Unleash your latent power, and you shall not be defeated by anyone. I understand, Father. Gohan nodded, feeling frustrated that after so long, his father had returned only to find this chaos. Goku smiled reassuringly. Wait a moment. Where are Ye Tian and Videl? Gohan suddenly realized, his expression shifting slightly. The Supreme Kai glanced around, failing to spot Ye Tian and Videl. Could they have been inadvertently slain by Vegeta? The Supreme Kai speculated. Vegeta remained silent, thinking. I recall not having killed them, but it is of no consequence to share that. Right now, they are not our priority, the Supreme Kai insisted. Let us descend swiftly. Very well, Gohan replied, feeling a tinge of sadness, as they were his classmates. With a clap, Gohan and the Supreme Kai leapt from the spaceship, continuing their descent to the next level. The gates on the lower 2 levels also opened. Let us proceed directly to the bottom, Gohan suggested. The Supreme Kai nodded, and the two continued their descent. At the bottom of the spaceship, Gohan and the Supreme Kai beheld Babidi and Dabra, along with the sinister egg behind them. Is that the seal of Majin Buu? Gohan inquired. Indeed, the Supreme Kai affirmed. You have arrived just in time, Supreme Kai. My father's murderer. Babidi smirked, his eyes glinting with malice. Babidi, I shall never permit you to resurrect Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai's expression was grave. You should abandon your dreams. Babidi scoffed. With the Demon King Dabra at my side, do you truly believe you can defeat him? Dabra let out a series of disdainful chuckles. Gohan, you shall confront Dabra while I deal with Babidi, proposed the Supreme Kai. Understood. Gohan nodded, casting a cold glance at Babidi. Tell me, Babidi, you caused certain mysterious disappearances in Satan City to practice your sorcery, didn't you? Chapter 96. Gohan, you are that enigmatic sorcerer, aren't you? What nonsense are you spouting? Babidi was taken aback. What is Satan City? Spare me your pretense. Who else could it be but you? Gohan retorted. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Babidi huffed. Gohan, act quickly. Otherwise, the energy from Goku and Vegeta's battle will inevitably transfer into Majin Buu's seal, urged the Supreme Kai, recognizing Bafidi's words as mere delays. I understand, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Hey, I genuinely do not know anything about those mysterious disappearances. Babidi hurriedly protested. What does it have to do with me? Others have claimed similar things before. Is there another sorcerer apart from me? Babidi, uninterested in further debate, noted that Majin Buu might soon emerge from his seal. He preferred to avoid having their spaceship destroyed. Let us descend to the ground. That is unnecessary. I will certainly stop you. The Supreme Kai responded defiantly. Babra. Babidi cast another spell. With a flash, Gohan and the seal of Majin Buu appeared outside. Dabra, do you have confidence in defeating that Earthling? Babidi inquired. Of course. I have already crossed swords with him. He's nothing but a waste, Dabra replied with a grin. However, it is unfortunate that the one who kicked me has vanished. I seek vengeance upon him. Gohan's expression grew increasingly serious. I must defeat this fellow. If I can unleash my rage to its fullest, I believe I can overcome him. Supreme Kai, while my father and I may not be able to defeat you, my magical prowess undoubtedly surpasses his. Even Dabra has become my subordinate. Babidi chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Meanwhile, in another direction, Goku and Vegeta stood facing each other, both poised for battle. I do not wish for the energy from our injuries to transfer to Majin Buu. I will exert all my effort to conclude this swiftly, Goku remarked to Vegeta. How delightful. Let me witness the fruits of your training in another realm. Vegeta replied with a broad smile, even displaying a glimmer of anticipation. Boom. Suddenly, A more formidable energy erupted from Sun Wukong, with bolts of lightning entwining his entire being. Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, Kakarot. Your strength has surpassed that of Gohan from back then, Vegeta remarked. Immediately, Vegeta unleashed his own energy, lightning enveloping him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as well. Sun Wukong was taken aback. It seems that it will be challenging to determine the victor swiftly, he said solemnly. Should I transform into Super Saiyan 3 and swiftly defeat Vegeta? After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong ultimately decided against the transformation. He believed that if he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at that moment, it would shorten his time in this world. It would be best to reserve that transformation for a time of absolute necessity. Furthermore, Vegeta had already heightened the atmosphere to such an extent. If I were to transform into 3, would it not drive Vegeta to the brink of fury? Such a conundrum. I shall continue to battle as I am. Come on. Kakarot. Vegeta's face was etched with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Bang. Vegeta initiated the assault. Sun Wukong hastily raised his arm to block Vegeta's attack. The two quickly engaged in a fierce exchange. After several rounds of combat, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta deep into the earth. Vegeta soared into the air, emerging from the pit with a broad smile. Bang, bang, bang. The two resumed their intense exchanges, their fists landing solidly upon each other's bodies and faces. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta bore numerous injuries, their immense energy radiating wildly in all directions. In the distance, Son Goten and Trunks sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the clash. Goten, what on earth is happening? I never anticipated such an astonishing energy, Trunks inquired. Is it our fathers? I don't know. Goten shook his head. Do you think they are battling that mysterious sorcerer? Trunks speculated. That sorcerer diminished our energy significantly. Surely, our fathers have gone to confront him. That seems plausible, Goten nodded. Let us hurry and check it out, Trunks suggested. The two transformed into Super Saiyans and swiftly flew toward the site of the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The battle continued unabated as Sun Wukong and Vegeta momentarily separated, gazing at each other while gasping for breath. That recent exchange had drained a considerable amount of their energy. It is almost unbelievable. I have trained diligently in another world, yet I am only evenly matched with you. You have exerted yourself even more in your training. Sun Wukong sighed. You're mistaken. I had intended to engage in more rigorous training, yet I am acutely aware that you surpass me. Vegeta scoffed. When you battled the minions of Babidi, I was indeed astonished by your strength. Thus, I resolved to understand that you were deliberately under Babidi's control. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Indeed, you were correct. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Those two minions who appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament, according to those who know them, have become even more formidable than before. Upon reflection, if I could be controlled by Babidi, perhaps I could bridge the gap between us. Such is the reality. Though I am not particularly fond of this method. To augment your power, would you willingly submit to that fellow's domination? Sun Wukong inquired. Vegeta retorted, What do you understand? Back on Namek, Gohan and Krillin, that bald-headed fool, were guided by the Grand Elder to unlock their latent energy. You too, I presume? Vegeta inquired with a scoff. I haven't. Sun Wukong shook his head, and I have never encountered the Grand Elder of Namek. Vegeta bared his teeth. However, it seems I have consumed the ultra-divine water, which awakened my latent energy, Sun Wukong added, scratching his head. Thus, I must also unlock my latent potential. Otherwise, I shall forever remain in your shadow. Vegeta gritted his teeth, trembling all over, and I merely wish to return to my former self. I care not for anything else. I just want to engage in a thrilling battle with you. Sun Wukong replied. Unbeknownst to me, I have been influenced by you all, rendering me calm and docile. Vegeta clenched his jaw, feeling a twinge of reluctance. After establishing a family, I have not felt discomfort. In fact, I have begun to appreciate this comfortable earth. Yet, I know this is not my true nature, so I must allow Babidi to control me and transform into a villain. Thanks to him, I now feel extraordinarily liberated. Chapter 97. Ye Tian soars into cosmic space. Is it truly so? Sun Wukong inquired softly. Less chatter, Kakarot. Let us continue our battle. Vegeta charged once more at Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in another fierce clash. At the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, Ye Tian. What shall we do next? Videl, I asked. What is happening? Satan inquired. What is wrong with those fellows? They are terrifying. You should return home. Leave the rest to me. I assure you, you will be safe, Ye Tian pondered. Huh? What do you intend to do? Videl was taken aback. If all goes well, Mr. Satan may acquire a most excellent friend, Ye Tian replied with a slight smile. A most excellent friend? Videl was somewhat perplexed. Satan pointed to his own nose. When the time comes, listen to my arrangements and return home first, Ye Tian instructed. All right, but do take care of yourself, Videl replied with some concern. Rest assured. I will be fine, Ye Tian reassured her. Videl and Mr. Satan exchanged no further words and promptly boarded the helicopter back to Satan City as per Ye Tian's orders. Ye Tian, on the other hand, soared into the sky, ascending to greater heights. He wished to ascertain whether he could survive in the vastness of outer space. Should he find himself unable to endure such conditions, it would indeed be a misfortune. If survival in outer space proved impossible, it would become Ye Tian's Achilles heel. With a swift rush, Ye Tian soon pierced through the atmosphere, ascending higher still. Before long, he found himself in the exosphere of Earth. Taking a deep breath, Ye Tian summoned his courage and stepped into the cosmic realm, enveloping himself in a layer of divine power. Once he entered the expanse of space, he discovered that his body exhibited no abnormalities. Gradually, he dissipated the divine energy surrounding him. Still no issues. Indeed, I possess the power of the Omni-King. Now I can rest easy. Ye Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that as long as he could survive in outer space, he had no vulnerabilities. His only weakness, it seemed, was that he was simply too powerful. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate anything unwanted, especially when he upgraded to the pinnacle of Erasure techniques. Was there anything he could not eliminate? In the next moment, Ye Tian gazed in the direction of Earth. He sensed the presence of Majin Buu emanating from that location. It appeared that Majin Buu had indeed been released. At the sight of Majin Buu's seal, Son Gohan was just preparing to engage in a second round of battle with Dabra. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the device sealing Majin Buu behind Babidi. Babidi froze momentarily. What is that sound? He turned to look behind him, only to discover that the energy indicator had reached its limit. It's full, Babidi exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise and anticipation. Son Gohan was taken aback. The Supreme Kai was in a state of distress, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The energy is full. Majin Buu's energy is finally at its peak. Babidi shouted excitedly. How could this be? The Supreme Kai felt overwhelmed. They had merely conversed for a minute. I understand, Son Gohan spoke gravely. Dad and Vegeta are fighting using transformations that surpass Super Saiyan. Their immense power undoubtedly causes considerable damage. Why is this happening? The Supreme Kai clutched his head, feeling as though the heavens were about to collapse. What a disastrous miscalculation. Suddenly, a plume of pink gas erupted from the seal of Majin Buu. The gas swiftly coalesced high above. He is emerging. Majin Buu is about to break free. Babidi exclaimed joyfully. Dabra also felt a sense of elation for Babidi. This is dire. We must flee immediately, Gohan. The Supreme Kai urged. We cannot simply run away. My lord, Gohan protested, unwilling to retreat. Do you comprehend the reality? No matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly contend with Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai insisted. There is no one in this universe capable of defeating him. Remaining here will surely result in your demise. However, my lord, Gohan hesitated. Depart at once. The Supreme Kai admonished. Regardless, he has already amassed sufficient energy. Thus, I must fight with all my might. Gohan resolved, energy surging wildly within him. What are you planning to do? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. I shall make a final stand. I will obliterate this fiend, Gohan bellowed, unleashing an immense surge of energy directed at the location of Majin Buu's seal. This reckless fool, Dabra gasped, hastily shielding Babidi from the oncoming energy. Boom. Gohan's colossal energy struck directly against Majin Buu's egg. Gohan elevated his energy to its peak. You fool, this is merely a futile effort. Babidi mocked. Ah! Gohan continued to release energy. Bang! The magical egg was suddenly propelled away. It soared into the air, gaining altitude, only to come crashing down and rolling several times on the ground. Snap! In the next moment, the egg split in two, cracking open at its center. The Supreme Kai nearly lost his composure. He has emerged. Majin Buu is free. Babidi cheered. Clatter! The egg divided into two halves, yet there was nothing inside. Babidi was left dumbfounded. Dabra's eyes widened in disbelief. It is an empty shell, Dabra stated solemnly. No, this cannot be happening. Babidi felt utterly despondent. It cannot be like this. Why is this so? Gohan and the Supreme Kai exchanged glances. Come forth, Majin Buu. Babidi shouted fervently. However, the egg remained unresponsive. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought we would be so fortunate? The Supreme Kai laughed heartily, pointing at Babidi with glee. Babidi, what a pity. It seems that Majin Buu may have been vanquished by your earlier assault. It is likely due to his prolonged slumber that he has withered away. No matter how much energy is infused, it is impossible for him to regain his former glory. Woe is me, Babidi weeps sorrowfully. Do not fret, Lord Babidi. For even in the absence of Majin Buu, I remain here, Dabra consoled. Moreover, that fellow named Vegeta is still under our command. Chapter 98. The Awakening of Majin Buu. Babidi clenched his teeth, filled with unwillingness. Goku and Vegeta will likely be evenly matched, won't they? The Supreme Kai contemplated. I shall confront Babidi while you defeat Dabra. In doing so, peace will be restored to the universe. Son Gohan felt an unsettling sensation. Come now, Gohan. This is the moment. Ignite your little universe. No, unleash your fury. Reveal your true power. The Supreme Kai laughed heartily. Gohan, peace is within reach. No, something feels off. Son Gohan shook his head, his expression shifting slightly. What? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. What a remarkable energy. Son Gohan declared solemnly. As an astonishing energy began to rise, he immediately looked up toward the heavens. Above, pink clouds had gathered unbeknownst to them. Is that pink smoke emanating from the magic egg? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. What are you saying? The Supreme Kai's expression changed dramatically. What is that? Babidi also stared blankly at the sky. It's clouds. Dabra speculated. No, it's the smoke that just emerged from the magic egg. It's coalescing. The pink mist in the sky rapidly took shape. Crack. The rotund form of Majin Buu emerged. Thud. Majin Buu descended from the sky, a smile adorning his face. Son Gohan was stunned. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted once more. Dabra looked on in astonishment at the plump figure. Babidi displayed a look of incredulity. Is this creature truly Majin Buu? He looks rather ridiculous. What was my father thinking in creating such a being? Majin Buu glanced around, opened his mouth, and let out a hearty laugh, revealing an endearing grin. Is that fellow really Majin Buu? Dabra wiped the sweat from his brow. I do not know. Only the Supreme Kai has seen Majin Buu. Babidi followed suit in wiping his brow. This fellow is quite distinctive, Babidi remarked, turning to observe the Supreme Kai, who was trembling in fear. Is that creature truly Majin Buu? Son Gohan asked hesitantly. Indeed, I shall never forget his terrifying visage. The Supreme Kai nodded affirmatively. It seems he is indeed Majin Buu. Babidi was filled with excitement. How could that fellow look like this? Dabra was rendered speechless. At that moment, Majin Buu was engaged in stretching exercises, bending his body back and forth. We cannot escape, the Supreme Kai stated solemnly. Is that so? Although his energy is indeed astonishing. Gohan frowned. I believe we might be able to deal with him if we give it our all. Really? Gohan? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta stood face to face, with Vegeta preparing to launch another attack. Wait a moment, Vegeta. Hold on. Goku urgently waved his hand, sensing an immensely powerful energy. Majin Buu had finally awakened. Vegeta slightly relaxed his senses and indeed detected an enormous presence. However, he soon burst into laughter. Is this fellow really Majin Buu? I expected him to be a formidable opponent, yet his energy is merely this trivial. Vegeta scoffed. I anticipated this. Kakarot, do you realize? We are far too strong now, capable of looking down upon the entire universe. Goku remained silent. You once thought the Supreme Kai was an exceptionally powerful deity, yet the reality is quite the opposite. He displayed nothing but panic. Vegeta chuckled derisively. In the eyes of the Supreme Kai, Majin Buu was indeed a terrifying entity, but to us, he poses no threat whatsoever. No, that's not right. You're mistaken. You should truly sense it. That energy is far from simple. Goku shook his head. And what about your son Gohan's mysterious sorcerer? What became of him? Was he not captured and thoroughly beaten by me? Vegeta smirked, his demeanor growing increasingly arrogant. Isn't he capable of transferring energy? Isn't he supposed to make one's energy mysteriously vanish? What happened in the end? You were controlled by him. Goku replied. Kakarot, you scoundrel. Vegeta fumed. Vegeta, you truly need to sense Majin Buu's energy. It is extraordinary. Goku frowned. Enough chatter. Until we determine the victor, you cannot flee. Vegeta shouted. Hey, Majin Buu. I am Babidi. It was my father Babidi who created you. Babidi boldly addressed Majin Buu. You have been sealed within that egg, which is why we have never met. But now I have finally awakened you. Humph. Majin Buu grunted, rolling his eyes. From this day forth, I am your master. Babidi laughed heartily. Humph. Bu turned his head away, uninterested in this fellow. Hey, why don't you greet me? Babidi urged. I am your master, your master. Majin Bu. Hey. Majin Bu suddenly executed a magnificent turn, his head swelling several times in size as he extended a blue tongue. Babidi, overwhelmed with fright, promptly collapsed to the ground. Ha ha. Majin Bu erupted into hearty laughter. Humph, merely a fool. Dabura, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, let out a disdainful snort, remarking that he was unaware of how it had come to this. But it seemed they had failed. This creature was rather ordinary and appeared to be a dim-witted simpleton. Bu immediately turned his gaze towards Dabura. He. Bu clenched his fists and gestured at Dabura. What? Do you wish to engage me in combat? Dabura smirked condescendingly, declaring him an arrogant fool, truly just a simpleton. Lord Kaioshin, it appears that Majin Bu may be just as we suspected, Gohan inquired. Could it truly be so? He is Majin Bu, after all. The expression on Kaioshin's face shifted dramatically, his eyes growing increasingly grave. Buzz. White gas erupted from Majin Bu's energy vents, emanating a formidable aura. An evil grin spread across Majin Bu's face, his slanted eyes narrowing. Upon sensing such overwhelming energy, Gohan was left utterly astonished. Puff. Bu swiftly struck, piercing Dabura's eyes with 2 fingers. Dabura let out a wretched scream. Chapter 99. The Despairing Kaioshin Bang. Bu delivered a powerful kick, sending Dabura hurtling into a distant rocky mountain. Dabura was soon engulfed by the collapsing debris, remaining motionless thereafter. Gohan was thoroughly stunned. Kaioshin had anticipated this outcome, and a profound fear resurfaced upon his countenance. Babidi, too, was rendered speechless. Bu clapped his hands, laughing heartily, reveling in his splendid performance. Truly magnificent. Majin Bu is indeed powerful. He defeated Dabura with such ease. Babidi was overjoyed. The sheer strength of Majin Bu's aura is overwhelming. Gohan trembled in fear. At this moment, Vegeta also sensed the formidable energy emanating from Majin Bu, his expression shifting in alarm. Vegeta, that creature's power is escalating. Majin Bu is no ordinary adversary. We should not have acted recklessly at this juncture. We inadvertently released that scoundrel, Goku sighed. Vegeta remained silent, enveloped in brief contemplation. Humph, it matters not. This has no bearing on our contest. Vegeta scoffed. Let us first join forces to vanquish him, and then we can settle our rivalry, can we not? Goku proposed. Silence. In my quest to restore my true nature, I have already sold my soul to Babidi. Whatever I become henceforth is of no concern to me. Vegeta shouted vehemently. You lie. You have not sold all your souls to him. Goku shook his head. Anger coursed through Vegeta, causing his entire body to tremble. A heavy silence ensued. I understand. Let us set aside our rivalry for now. You have been ensnared by Majin Bu's aura, thus rendering you incapable of earnest combat, Vegeta conceded. A look of relief washed over Goku's face. Do you not have 2 Senzu beans left? Both our energies are nearly depleted. Let us consume the beans, Vegeta suggested. Very well, Goku nodded, not pondering further, retrieving the Senzu beans from his belt. Suddenly, Vegeta struck Goku's head with a heavy blow. Goku collapsed immediately, his golden aura dissipating, returning him to his normal state. It is your momentary carelessness that led to this, Vegeta remarked as he consumed a Senzu bean. With a thunderous surge, a formidable energy radiated from Vegeta once more. I unleashed Majin Bu. Thus, I shall eradicate him, he declared to the unconscious Goku. Then I shall engage with you properly. A brief silence followed. If I am still alive, Vegeta added. Hey, Majin Bu, you will listen to me now, do you hear? I am your new master, Babidi commanded. Majin Bu, however, responded by sticking out his tongue and making faces at Babidi. I can revert everything back to how it was. Babidi scoffed. I learned of you through my father's notes, including the incantation to seal you. Majin Bu's expression shifted in shock, his countenance paling. Do you wish to be sealed again? Babidi grinned wickedly. In an instant, Majin Bu's demeanor changed, and he hurriedly nodded and bowed to Babidi. Ha ha ha. Now that is correct. Babidi chuckled heartily. Lord Kaioshin, Majin Bu appears childlike. With proper guidance, he may yet become a good being, Gohan suggested. Though the premise hinged upon eliminating Babidi first. No, absolutely not. We cannot kill Babidi. The Kaioshin vehemently shook his head, his expression grave. If Babidi dies, there will be no one to seal Majin Bu. Furthermore, your belief that Majin Bu's nature is innocent is merely a misperception. He is exceedingly malevolent. Gohan fell silent. It is infuriating that as the greatest deity in this universe, I find myself powerless. The Kaioshin clenched his fists tightly, filled with resentment. If only we could escape this place. Perhaps we could devise a means to defeat him. Is there a way? Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. However, it was already too late. We were utterly unable to escape the grasp of Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai shook his head, lamenting that we would not survive this ordeal. What are you saying, Supreme Kai? If you wish to flee, it should be quite simple. Son Gohan thought the Supreme Kai was being excessively alarmist. Majin Buu, upon receiving the command from Babidi, was ordered to eliminate the two of them. Instantly, Majin Buu began to stride towards Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Gohan seized the Supreme Kai's arm and propelled them into the sky. Whoosh. Son Gohan maximized his speed, confident in his abilities. I am certain of my velocity, he smiled. In the blink of an eye, he and the Supreme Kai vanished without a trace. What are you dawdling for, Majin Buu? Babidi exclaimed in frustration. They have already escaped. Majin Buu smiled, stretching his limbs. Whoosh. Majin Buu transformed into a streak of light, swiftly pursuing the direction of the Supreme Kai and Son Gohan. In a matter of seconds, he had surpassed them, appearing directly in their path, blocking their escape. How is this possible? Son Gohan executed an abrupt stop midair, his expression shifting dramatically. Still alive? Buu grinned. Boom. Buu launched a rapid attack, striking Son Gohan down from the sky. The ground shook as he crashed, sending debris flying. The Supreme Kai was horrified, raising his hand to aim at Majin Buu's head. Yet, Majin Buu merely opened his arms. Hey! The Supreme Kai unleashed his divine energy, which struck Buu's face. Buu's head tilted back, but there was no further consequence. In an instant, a chilling smile spread across Majin Buu's face. Smack! The next moment, Majin Buu forcefully clapped his hands together. Instantly, the Supreme Kai's head was grotesquely deformed. Thud! Buu delivered another punch, sending the Supreme Kai crashing to the ground, leaving behind a deep crater. At that moment, Son Gohan emerged from the pit. Well done, my Majin Buu. Eliminate him. Finish him off. Babidi cheered. Majin Buu hummed a little tune as he approached the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai suddenly glared at Majin Buu. A surge of formidable divine power instantly enveloped Majin Buu. Buu leaned back and chuckled nonchalantly. In Chapter 100, Compass. Is someone sensing us? Hey! You mimicked the Supreme Kai's glare. Boom. The Supreme Kai was sent flying, skidding across the ground. Buu dove down and plopped himself onto the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai felt as though his waist might snap, emitting a horrific scream, his face paling dramatically. High above, Ye Tian, upon witnessing such a tragic scene, could hardly bear to watch any longer. Though he knew the eventual outcome, he understood that the Supreme Kai would not perish. Yet, to see one who claimed to be the greatest deity in the universe being bullied in such a manner was disheartening. Ye Tian shook his head, preparing to teach Majin Buu a lesson. Suddenly, he sensed two peculiar auras emanating from the distant depths of the universe. No, to be precise, two strange divine powers. The divine energies of these two individuals were unique, distinctly different from those of the Supreme Kai or Jebet. They possessed an extraordinarily pure divine essence, particularly one whose purity was exceedingly high. The other's divine essence was also commendable, comparable to his own. Who could these two be? Should I go investigate? Ye Tian gazed into the seemingly endless expanse of the universe, feeling that flying there would be quite exhausting. With his current physical strength, reaching those two would undoubtedly take an extensive amount of time. It would likely take several days and nights, given that his speed was still far from adequate. In the distant starry sky, within the cosmic realm, two figures hovered above a colossal, shimmering golden planet. These two were Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and the angel Bardos. The enormous golden planet beneath them was the Super Dragon Ball. Found it. Kampa gazed contentedly at the Super Dragon Ball below. It is the 4-star ball. Bardos smiled. With this, we will have collected 4 Super Dragon Balls. Kampa chuckled. Just 3 more to go. Indeed, Bardos nodded. Let us transport this Super Dragon Ball back to our Universe 6 while Beerus is still asleep. Kampa was overjoyed. Very well, Bardos replied. Just as Kampa was about to embark with the Super Dragon Balls, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned his gaze to the side. Ah! Even Lord Kampa has sensed it, Bardos remarked with a smile. Someone is perceiving us. Kampa grunted, indicating a distant planet. Bardos remained silent, promptly using her staff to ascertain the location of that planet. With a snap, she quickly pinpointed the exact position of Ye Tian. It is a blue planet known as Earth, The one who sensed us moments ago is him, Bardos stated, projecting Ye Tian's image. Who is this lad? Kappa was taken aback, completely unfamiliar with him. Judging from the divine energy emanating from him, it seems he is a deity. With a divine power that has reached the level of a destroyer god, Bardos analyzed immediately. What? He has reached the level of a destroyer god? Kappa was startled. As if a realization dawned upon him, he nodded thoughtfully. Could this fellow be a disciple of Beerus? When did that scoundrel take on a disciple behind my back? How shameless. I have never heard of Lord Beerus taking on any disciples. Bardos gently shook her head. Does that rascal Beerus need to inform us when he takes on a disciple? Kappa huffed. There is a point to what Lord Kappa says. Bardos smiled, retracting the projection. So, Lord Kappa, shall we bring back the Super Dragon Balls now? I have suddenly changed my mind, Kappa grinned. What does Lord Kappa intend to do? Bardos was taken aback. How dare Beerus's disciple brazenly perceive us? A mere glance is one thing, but to continuously sense our whereabouts is quite another. Kappa's expression darkened. Does he not realize that such behavior is impolite? I shall give this lad a proper lesson on behalf of Beerus. Bardos did not respond. Bardos. We must immediately head to that planet. If we do not teach this lad a lesson, I would feel remiss towards my brother Beerus. Kappa chuckled. I am quite generous. Teaching his disciple a lesson, Beerus should indeed be grateful to me. Kappa's desire to discipline Lord Beerus's disciple seems to have little to do with matters of etiquette. Bardos sighed softly. Enough of the chatter, let us depart, Kappa commanded. Understood, Bardos nodded. And let us bring the Super Dragon Balls along. That location is conveniently a bit closer to the 6th universe, Kappa suggested. Understood, Bardos pointed her staff at the Super Dragon Balls. Whoosh. Two figures transformed into streaks of vibrant light, one a brilliant hue and the other a deep shade, swiftly approached the direction of Earth. Behind them loomed an immensely massive golden planet, also hurtling through space with astonishing speed. Ye Tian had just retracted his sensing abilities when he suddenly detected that the divine powers of these two beings were racing toward him at an incredible velocity. A pace so astonishing it defied comprehension. He marveled at their swiftness. If they maintained this speed, they would reach Earth in less than 5 minutes. Remarkable. If it were me, I would need 5 days to traverse such a distance. But wait, who are these individuals? Logically, Beerus should be in slumber during this period. Could it be that another god of destruction, an angel from a different universe, is approaching? It seems plausible. Is it possible that the much-anticipated Bardos is on her way? The blue frame began to shift. Ye Tian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, preparing to observe closely. Soon, he discerned a radiant golden glow emerging in the distant cosmos. Upon further scrutiny, he noted 2 distinct streaks of light preceding this golden brilliance, one a deep crimson and the other sparkling like the stars. As he focused intently, a smile spread across his face. Wasn't that Kappa and Bardos? Indeed, it was these two. They must have sensed my presence, prompting their journey to Earth. However, at this moment, I am merely at the silver level of annihilation techniques. It seems I cannot eradicate beings of the Supreme Kai's caliber or those even beyond. My physical prowess is only 1,000 times that of Frisia, which is utterly insufficient to contend with someone like Kappa. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be quite the predicament. But this is not a matter of great concern. If you provoke me, I shall indiscriminately erase 1,000 individuals and promptly ascend to a higher level. Although the upgrade may be linked to time, Ye Tian has yet to ascertain whether this is indeed the case. Let us first discern the intentions of our visitors. Chapter 101. Kappa and Bardos descend upon Earth. Whoosh. Although it was said to take 5 minutes, Kappa and Bardos materialized before Ye Tian in less than 3 minutes. The Super Dragon Balls were placed beyond the confines of the solar system. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ye Tian gazed calmly at the 2 figures before him. I am destined to be the greatest deity in the universe. I cannot show trepidation. The one who should exhibit fear is the god of destruction. As for the enchanting angel, it would be a grave misfortune not to have her as my wife. Ye Tian cast a glance at Bardos. If there truly exists such a phenomenon as love at first sight, Ye Tian believed he had been captivated by her beauty and form from the very moment he laid eyes on her. Truly, she is a celestial maiden. No, she ought to be referred to as a divine goddess. Her physique and visage are utterly perfect in every regard. And her height, Ye Tian assessed Bardos' stature. It complements my own remarkably well. When I play alongside Bardos, I feel the proportionality of our heights is simply ideal. Furthermore, Ye Tian found her azure skin quite acceptable. With such striking beauty, a change to a blue hue occasionally is undeniably appealing. Overwhelmed with admiration, Ye Tian entirely disregarded Kampa, fixating his gaze upon Bardos, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Where are you looking? Do you regard me as a work of art to be admired? Hey, young man, have you had your fill of gazing? Xiangpa's expression darkened as he noticed Ye Tian's scrutiny of Bardos. Do not speak. Allow me to observe a while longer. Ye Tian replied. Xiangpa retorted, Bardos, have you not informed this young man that it is impolite to stare at a woman? Did your master neglect to teach you such basic manners? My master? Ye Tian was taken aback. When did I ever have a master? What nonsense is this Xiangpa talking about? That would be Beerus. You are indeed Beerus's apprentice, are you not? Xiangpa scoffed. Ye Tian's expression momentarily stiffened. How could you possibly think that I am a disciple of Beerus? Ye Tian found himself at a loss for words. It seems my conjecture was indeed correct, remarked Xiangpa with a smile. Ye Tian was once again rendered speechless. What are you trying to say? Oh dear, it seems that something is amiss. Is that not Lord Supreme Kai? Badass suddenly noticed something and turned his gaze towards Earth, his expression growing increasingly grave. What? Xiangpa was taken aback and turned to look at Badass. Oh dear, Lord Supreme Kai is being severely beaten and is on the verge of death, sighed Badass. Supreme Kai? About to be killed? Xiangpa appeared bewildered. If Lord Supreme Kai were to perish, Lord Beerus would likely vanish as well, lamented Badass. What do you mean? Xiangpa felt a wave of unease wash over him, his face shifting through a spectrum of emotions. Slap. Without further ado, Badass raised her staff, and an image was immediately projected from the crystal orb. The image depicted Lord Supreme Kai being mercilessly battered by Majin Bu. Majin Bu sat atop Supreme Kai's back, delivering punch after punch to his head. Supreme Kai cried out in agony, appearing to be on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, look at this. What kind of Supreme Kai are you? Babidi laughed heartily from the side, mocking, with your cowardly demeanor, you dare to claim to be the greatest deity in this universe? How utterly disgraceful. After a relentless assault on Supreme Kai, Bu finally descended from his back. Ha ha ha, you deserve this. Prepare for your demise. For I wish to witness your death firsthand. Babidi cackled uncontrollably. Xiangpa's eyes widened in fury. Humph, a mere human dares to act insolently before a god. Xiangpa declared coldly. Extending his hand towards Earth, I shall obliterate this planet and all its inhabitants. If Xiangpa were to act in such a manner, Lord Supreme Kai would also vanish. Sighed Badass. You are right. I should go down and deal with him. Xiangpa scratched his head sheepishly. Just a moment, Lord Xiangpa. Badass interjected, slightly taken aback. What? Xiangpa exclaimed, if we wait any longer, Supreme Kai will be killed by that pink fatso. If Beerus disappears as well, who will I bully afterward? Bang. Just as Xiangpa finished speaking, someone suddenly appeared in the image and delivered a kick to Majin Bu's pudgy face. Bu rolled on the ground before regaining his footing. Immediately, the dented face of Bu restored itself. Babidi was startled and hurriedly fled into the distance. The one who kicked Majin Bu was none other than Gohan. That kick was quite impressive. Xiangpa chuckled lightly. Don't cause trouble, you rascal. Bu's expression grew increasingly cold as he gazed at Gohan across from him. Gohan clenched his teeth and swung his fist, launching an attack against Majin Bu. Boom. Bu thrust his hands forward, and an energy blast shot out, striking Gohan directly. He let out a piercing scream, propelled swiftly away by the force of the blast, vanishing from sight in an instant. So weak. Kampa shook his head in disappointment, having expected that boy to make a difference, sparing him the need to intervene. Ha, he's gone. Soon, he will be flying out of Earth. Beerus danced with glee. The Supreme Kai, having mustered his strength, rose from the ground and glared at the departing energy blast. Boom. The energy blast exploded in midair. Gohan plummeted from the sky, landing in the forest below, already unconscious. That foolish Supreme Kai, even at such a moment, still thinks of others. Kampa shook his head, instead of standing there dazed. Why don't you use instant transmission to escape? All right, Majin Bu, the Supreme Kai is now your responsibility, Beerus commanded. I understand, kid. I realize why you intentionally let your senses go to observe us both, Kampa remarked, glancing at Ye Tian. Huh. Ye Tian was taken aback. I did let my senses loose, but it was not intentional. Your divine power is so unique that I merely wanted to examine it closely. So you knew I was sensing you, which is why you approached? You wanted me to come and assist, didn't you? Kampa smiled, for with your strength, dealing with that pink fat one might be somewhat troublesome, wouldn't it? Ye Tian, your imagination is truly remarkable. Dealing with that rotund individual should pose no challenge. Chapter 102. Beerus owes me a favor. However, returning to the matter at hand, Lord Kampa, Bardos stifled a giggle. Does it not occur to you that your physique bears a striking resemblance to that rather portly gentleman in pink? Bardos, you. Kampa glared fiercely. How rude, Bardos chuckled. I am famished. I could consume him. You patted his belly. Enough with the jesting. There is no time for frivolity. If the Supreme Kai were to be devoured, it would indeed be a predicament. I shall intervene and rescue this universe's Supreme Kai. Kampa sighed. It seems that Beerus ought to owe me a significant favor. Just then, a spear suddenly pierced through Majin Buu's chest, emerging from the front. Kampa halted immediately. For him, it was preferable to refrain from intervening whenever possible. Especially in the 7th universe. It would be rather inappropriate to interfere in matters here. If the Supreme Kai remains unharmed, then all is well. Dabura, what are you planning? Babidi shouted angrily. Gasping for breath, Dabura allowed the blood from his eyes to flow freely. Is this the Demon King of the 7th universe? Kampa was taken aback. Indeed. Bardos nodded. It appears this planet is undergoing a calamity, Kampa remarked with a smirk. I am unconcerned with others. I merely need to rescue that Supreme Kai shortly. More individuals are approaching, Bardos stated as she conjured 2 beams of light from her staff's crystal orb. These 2 golden beams manifested as Goten and Trunks. 2 little brats have arrived. Kampa scoffed. Ye Tian remained silent. It seems this fellow Kampa is not here to trouble me. Since you are not here to cause me any inconvenience, I shall refrain from bothering you. What business do these 2 youngsters have? Kampa huffed. Goten, they are over there. Trunks pointed to a location below. Goten quickly spotted Majin Buu and Dabura below. We need to revert to our normal forms. Transforming into Super Saions makes us easily detectable. Trunks urged. The 2 rapidly descended from the sky, landing atop a distant hill to revert to their normal states. These little ones can transform as well, Kampa chuckled. They are Saions, Bardos explained. Saions. Our 6th universe also has Saions, but I have not heard of them possessing the ability to transform, Kampa remarked, shaking his head. He then turned to Ye Tian and asked, What is your name, young man? Ye Tian. An unusual name. Xiangpa let out a hum, and Ye Tian smiled softly. If you were to join forces with them, defeating that rotund fellow shouldn't pose much of a challenge, would it? Xiangpa inquired, narrowing his eyes. Moreover, how long have you been training alongside that fellow Beerus? Has Whis imparted any knowledge to you? The question, however, was rather intricate. Ye Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Since it's complicated, there is no need to delve into it. I am not one to invite trouble. Xiangpa chuckled. Ye Tian continued. I was just about to inform you that I am not a disciple of Beerus, yet you interrupted me before I could finish. You refrained from speaking. So I shall too. Think as you wish. Kampa glanced once more at the projection of Beerus, noticing that the Supreme Kai was currently safe, rendering any rescue unnecessary for the time being. The rotund pink creature seemed primarily occupied with the Dabura. Hey? Who are those unfamiliar individuals? Trunks remarked. Isn't that peculiar figure lying over there the one who appeared at the martial arts tournament? Goten pointed towards the Supreme Kai sprawled on the ground. Trunks. Do you think he is that enigmatic sorcerer? Not sure, Trunks replied, shaking his head gently. That brownish little fellow seems more like a magician, he added, indicating the distant Babidi. Upon your mention, that does seem plausible. Trunks nodded in agreement. Wait, what is that? Goten suddenly noticed something in another direction. Trunks, look over there. Following Goten's gesture, Trunks spotted a statue of Piccolo standing in the distance. The 2 young boys hurried towards the statue. Why is there a statue of Uncle Piccolo here? Trunks approached, gently caressing the stone figure. That one down there is Uncle Krillin's, Goten pointed out, indicating a lower position. With a light touch from Trunks, Piccolo's statue lost its balance and toppled to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Startled, Trunks and Goten quickly sought refuge, fearing the noise might attract attention. They didn't hear us, Trunks sighed in relief. That scared me to death, Goten patted his chest. TCH, what are these 2 brats up to? They should be assisting the Supreme Kai, Kampa huffed. Ah, those statues were once individuals, transformed by Dabura's saliva. Beerus promptly analyzed. Mere trifles, Kampa dismissed. If Lord Kampa were to be affected by that saliva, would he too become stone? Yachting inquired curiously. What nonsense. Such things are ineffective against true gods. Don't be ridiculous. Hasn't Beerus informed you of the might of the destroyers? Kampa rolled his eyes. Understood, Yachting nodded. Kampa, this lad's demeanor is rather agreeable. Babidi, Majin Buu will never become your loyal subordinate. Dabura gritted his teeth, declaring that one day he would bring calamity upon Babidi, leaving him utterly helpless. If we do not deal with him now, the The consequences will be unthinkable. Silence. You shall not speak of my Majin Buu in such a manner, Babidi shouted vehemently. With a deliberate slowness, Buu extracted a long spear from his own body. The hole in Buu's chest promptly healed itself, startling Dabra, whose complexion turned pale. I shall devour you, Buu proclaimed with a chilling smile. Dabra immediately readied himself for battle. I will eat you, eat you, eat you. Buu bounced energetically. His antennae aimed at Dabra. Dabra let out a shriek and struck a powerful punch at Majin Buu. With a swift motion, the antennae on Buu's head emitted a burst of purplish-white lightning, which rapidly enveloped Dabra. In an instant, Dabra transformed into a chocolate cookie standing a full meter tall. Chapter 103, Bardos, you say you have fallen for me? Buu caught the chocolate cookie and opened his mouth wide, devouring it in one bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Buu crushed the cookie and swallowed it whole. You are truly remarkable, Majin Buu, Babidi praised enthusiastically. Son Goten and Trunks were taken aback. In that moment, as Dabra was consumed, Krillin instantly reverted from his statue form to his original state. Uncle Krillin? Son Goten turned to look at him. Huh? Trunks suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It's you. How did you come here? Krillin exclaimed, having recognized Son Goten and Trunks. Just a moment ago. You were a stone man, Trunks remarked. Indeed. I was turned to stone by a horned fellow named Dabra, after he spat on me, along with Piccolo, Krillin explained. It must be that very individual who was just consumed, Son Goten inquired, turning to Trunks. Exactly, it should be him, Trunks nodded. Only after his demise did Uncle Krillin revert. At this moment, Trunks suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically. He immediately took to the skies, glancing towards Piccolo's direction. What has transpired? Krillin questioned. I accidentally knocked over Uncle Piccolo's statue, Son Goten clarified. What did you say? Krillin was both amused and exasperated. Trunks flew closer to the fallen statue of Piccolo, discovering some of Piccolo's severed limbs, and his face turned ashen. This is bad. Trunks, what is the situation? Son Goten inquired. It's best if you don't look. Can you keep this a secret for me? Trunks pleaded, distressed. What secret? Piccolo's voice echoed from another direction. Uncle Piccolo? Trunks was taken aback, turning to look in Piccolo's direction. This fellow is an Omni-King? Zampa exclaimed upon seeing Piccolo, immediately identifying his race. Indeed, Bardos nodded. It seemed that the Supreme Kai was still in peril. What were these individuals doing hiding here? Shouldn't they rush forth to battle and rescue the Supreme Kai? Kampa shouted impatiently. However, at the altitude where Ye Tian and the others were situated, it was quite challenging for the sound to carry downwards unless conveyed through special means. What was that? Such an ominous energy? Piccolo quickly crouched down, gazing into the distance. Could that being be Majin Buu? Uncle Piccolo, how did you recover? Trunks inquired. As long as my head remains unharmed, I can regenerate, Piccolo explained, hastily questioning. What is happening? Where are Goku and Vegeta? I don't know. We just arrived here. Goten replied. Who is that peculiar figure? Krillin mused aloud. Could it be Majin Buu? Perhaps, Piccolo responded, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You must be jesting. This is utterly shocking. That being's aura is terrifying. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Weren't we supposed to be searching for a sorcerer? Why has Majin Buu appeared? Trunks asked. Piccolo succinctly recounted the tale of Majin Buu to Trunks and Goten. Buu, devour this Supreme Kai as well. Babidi commanded Buu. Buu vigorously nodded in agreement. Is that the Supreme Kai? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. He instantly stood up, utterly aghast. Hey, Piccolo, what are you planning? Get down quickly, Krillin urgently advised. You must endure. I comprehend your feelings, but please do not act impulsively. To be frank, even 10 of you would not stand a chance against him. Absolutely not. That being could withstand a spear piercing his body without a care. He would consume you as if you were a mere snack, Goten added from the side. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo complied and crouched down once more. Hee, what shall I turn you into for a feast? Chocolate or jelly? Buu loomed over the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai was engulfed in despair, his visage reflecting boundless hopelessness. These cowardly fools. It seems there will be no miracle for the Supreme Kai this time. Kampa scoffed. I shall descend to rescue him. I shall retrieve him swiftly. Buu's antennae were already aimed at the Supreme Kai's body. Whoosh. Without a hint of hesitation, Kampa darted downwards. Boom. Just as Kampa appeared less than 1,000 meters above the ground, an earth-shattering sound erupted. Kampa paused momentarily, then with a gentle wave of his hand, he enveloped the Supreme Kai in an invisible shield. That should suffice. I believe he won't perish just yet, Kampa murmured thoughtfully. Supreme Kai? What is happening? I feel as though someone is watching over me. Xiangpa appears unhurried to depart, intending to linger a while longer. Suspended at an altitude of approximately 1,000 meters above the ground, Xiangpa gazes downwards into the vastness of the cosmos. At this moment, only Ye Tian and Bardos remain. Ye Tian scrutinizes Bardos once more, marveling at her beauty. Truly, she is a goddess, and the more he observes her, the more enchanting she becomes. Her physique embodies the principles of the golden ratio, and her image and allure are nothing short of perfection. Previously, when Ye Tian had encountered Bardos in animated series or comic books, he perceived her merely as a two-dimensional blue beauty. However, witnessing her in reality evokes a profoundly different sensation. The transformation from a two-dimensional figure to a three-dimensional super-goddess is indeed significant. In truth, Ye Tian suddenly finds that superficial attributes, such as skin color, hold little importance. Bardos, Mr. Ye Tian, is there something on my face or body? Bardos suddenly inquires. Not really. I just suddenly realized that your skin is blue. Although we are not of the same kind, I find you intriguing, Ye Tian reflects. Bardos is taken aback. Why are you curious? One would think that being of different species should render me indifferent towards you, Ye Tian replies. Bardos covers her face, unsure of how to respond. However, today I have come to understand that my previous notions were profoundly misguided, Ye Tian expresses, astonished that love could spark between different species. Ahem. Are you implying that you have already fallen for me? Bardos wipes her brow. Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. I desired to claim you as my own, Ye Tian smiles. Bardos, could you refrain from being so blunt in your declarations? Is this love? Bardos no longer wishes to engage with Ye Tian. Were it not for the generally amiable disposition of angels, Ye Tian might have found himself on the receiving end of a sound thrashing. After all, the current Ye Tian is far from being a match for the angel. I hope you don't mind if I take another look at you, Ye Tian remarked as he inched closer to Bardos, scrutinizing her with renewed attention. Bardos responded with a swift motion, her staff emanating an ethereal angelic power that enveloped her form in an instant. In a flash, Bardos vanished from sight. Now you see. How curious it is that you can see me, exclaimed Ye Tian. Where did you go? The angel's prowess was remarkable. She could vanish at will. Ye Tian slightly relaxed his awareness, attempting to sense the divine power of Bardos, yet he could not perceive her at all. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air. Was she truly gone, or merely cloaked? Taking a deep breath, Ye Tian released his specialized sensing ability, akin to a divine consciousness. To his delight, a wondrous scene unfolded before him. Bardos was indeed nearby, having merely concealed her presence. Ye Tian, feeling no need for decorum, employed his divine perception to explore Bardos's form, studying the texture of her skin through her garments. He then turned his attention to her expressions, curious whether his sensing ability could be detected by her. Observing her demeanor, he discerned that she seemed unaware of his scrutiny. If you cannot sense me, then it is no fault of mine. My utmost desire is to admire the exquisite blue basket and behold its true nature. With his divine awareness, Ye Tian scrutinized Bardos inch by inch. The hue of the blue frame was distinct, transitioning from deep azure to a lighter shade. Ahem, what are you pondering? Bardos remarked. Genuinely bemused by Ye Tian's captivated state, he quickly wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth. Your structure is quite similar to ours, Ye Tian mused. Oh, but our anatomies are indeed different, Bardos chuckled. Yes, certainly different. What you possess, I lack, and vice versa, Ye Tian acknowledged with a nod. If we were to blend our essences, we might both possess what the other has, wouldn't you agree? Bardos proposed. Ye Tian grinned him. Can you see me? Bardos suddenly realized something, casting a surprised glance at him. In the vastness of space, where sound travels through energy, discerning one's location through auditory cues seemed impractical. Yet, as Bardos spoke, Ye Tian had directly gazed at her cloaked form. She concluded that he must be able to see her, or else why would he be looking in her direction? But you are invisible. How could you possibly see me? Ye Tian shook his head. Your gaze clearly indicates that you can perceive me, Bardos remarked, puzzled. Well, that is of little consequence, Ye Tian replied with a chuckle. Bardos wiped her brow. How can that be unimportant? This is quite significant. In this state of invisibility, it is likely that even Lord Xiangpa would find it challenging to detect my whereabouts. This is rather peculiar. I shall take the time to observe him more closely later. Bardos, cease your concealment and promptly reveal the projection below, otherwise I shall be unable to see it, Ye Tian called out. With a snap, Bardos showed no intention of appearing, merely projecting the image. Shall I remain outside while you peruse it in all directions? Where do your eyes gaze? Ye Tian uttered no further words. It matters not. After all, through the perception of the divine consciousness, what is seen is far more vivid than what the eyes can behold. Are you truly invulnerable to my efforts? In the midst of a projection, a thunderous roar erupted as Baffity's spacecraft was engulfed in a catastrophic explosion. Baffity was taken aback. And even Majin-Bu momentarily paused in surprise. What transpired? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, joined by Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks, who were equally transfixed by the unfolding scene. That was my spacecraft. Baffity suddenly regained his composure, noting the abyssal crater where his vessel once resided. Cursed be this circumstance. How could my spacecraft have detonated? Baffity seethed with frustration. With a soft thud, Vegeta descended gracefully from the sky, positioning himself opposite Majin-Bu and Baffity. Folding his arms across his chest, he glanced downward. There seems to be quite a gathering here. And another golden figure has appeared. It appears this one possesses considerable energy, potentially rivaling that of the rotund pink creature. It's my father, Trunks exclaimed with delight. Vegeta, what are your intentions? Baffity retorted with a cold scoff. I did not command you to destroy my spacecraft. Is that grotesque fool Majin-Bu? Is he the one who killed Gohan? Vegeta remarked with disdain. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, a profound sorrow etched across his features. Has Gohan truly been slain? What does grotesque mean? Bu turned to Baffity for clarification. It means you are exceedingly unattractive. Baffity responded sharply. Bu erupted in laughter, quickly followed by a surge of fury. With a resounding explosion, a formidable aura emanated from Bu, erupting from every pore. I shall obliterate you. Bu bellowed with rage. Very well, do so. Baffity nodded. That individual is of no further use to me, especially after he previously inflicted harm upon me. However, I must avenge myself. Bu, ensure you deliver a thorough beating. Humph. It remains uncertain who will fall first, Vegeta scoffed. With a deafening roar, Vegeta unleashed an even greater surge of power, golden light radiating outward in an explosive display. Aya! Vegeta shouted as he charged at Majin-Bu with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a torrent of blows upon Majin-Bu, leaving the creature seemingly unable to retaliate. Bu, what has happened to you? Baffity gasped in astonishment. Vegeta is incredibly formidable. Krillin marveled. Ha ha. Goten cheered, reveling in the display of Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Dad, you're amazing. Trunks exclaimed with excitement as he realized that Vegeta had surpassed the Super Saiyan form. Piccolo marveled at this achievement, noting that Vegeta was even more powerful than during the battle with Cell alongside Gohan. However, after expressing his admiration, Piccolo fell silent once more. If Gohan were truly slain by Majin-Bu, then surely Vegeta would not emerge victorious either. Chapter 105. Kappa takes action to save the Supreme Kai Bang. Vegeta delivered a powerful blow, sending Majin-Bu crashing to the ground. Majin-Bu, however, swiftly regained his footing, executing a remarkable recovery. The damage inflicted upon his body from the strikes was instantly mended, returning him to his original state. Yet, barely had Majin-Bu restored himself when Vegeta focused his energy and extended his hand, aiming at Majin-Bu from a distance. Bu widened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Boom. A tremendously potent energy wave surged forth, piercing through Majin-Bu's form, leaving him chilled to the core. Bu tumbled through the air before collapsing to the ground, wisps of smoke rising from his body. Oh, this spiky-haired fellow is rather formidable, Kappa remarked with a slight smile, muttering to himself. Perhaps I have underestimated the situation. Surely that pink, rotund creature is finished now? Yet, after uttering these words, Kappa had a sudden realization. No, he was unharmed. That pink creature possessed remarkable resilience. Kappa shook his head. What? Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, fear coursing through him. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. We've won. Trunks cheered jubilantly. In an instant, Majin-Bu rose once more, causing Vegeta's smile to freeze. Despite bearing a colossal hole in his body, one could see the blue sky behind him. Hey, Majin-Bu exerted himself, and the gaping wound instantly healed. That stung a bit, he said, veins bulging on his forehead, a murderous intent flashing across his face. Are you truly immortal? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Ha ha, excellent, Majin-Bu. Quickly, eliminate him. Beerus exclaimed, dancing with delight. You scoundrel. I will kill you. You declared, once again surging with immense energy. Almost immediately, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from Beerus, wreaking havoc in all directions. Witnessing this, Kampa beckoned to the Supreme Kai, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, the Supreme Kai found himself uncontrollably beside Kampa, appearing dazed as he scanned his surroundings, ultimately locking eyes with the god of destruction, Kampa. Boom! The energy of Majin finally erupted in a tremendous explosion. "Everyone, run!" Piccolo exclaimed. "Up the shield!" Babidi hurriedly conjured a protective barrier around himself. Vegeta, taken aback, crossed his arms to shield his head. With a deafening roar, immense energy surged outward from the epicenter of Majin Buu. Vegeta was swept away by the force, and Piccolo along with his companions were tossed about chaotically. Once tranquility returned, a colossal crater marked the spot where Buu had been, suspended in the center of the pit. Majin Buu wore a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, Babidi, thanks to his protective barrier, had narrowly escaped the calamity. That was close. Babidi sighed with relief. "Is everyone all right?" Piccolo anxiously checked on Goten and the others present. Fortunately, they were all unscathed, primarily due to their distance from the epicenter. Piccolo quickly scanned the surroundings and was alarmed to discover that the Supreme Kai had mysteriously vanished. "Oh, Supreme Kai!" Piccolo gasped. In the upper atmosphere, the Supreme Kai stared wide-eyed at the figure of Kampa who had appeared beside him. "Supreme Kai, I saved your life. How do you intend to express your gratitude?" Kampa smiled gently. "Who are you?" The Supreme Kai asked warily. "What? You don't even recognize me? Didn't Beerus mention me?" Kampa scoffed. "Beerus? Who is that?" The Supreme Kai inquired further. Cough, cough. "You can't possibly not know Beerus," Kampa realized. "Is it so unusual that I don't know Beerus?" The Supreme Kai replied, momentarily taken aback with a puzzled expression. "Of course it is. You are the Supreme Kai, and he is the god of destruction. Is it normal for you not to know the god of destruction?" Kampa shouted in exasperation. The Supreme Kai looked even more confused. After a moment of silence, he replied, "May I ask, what exactly is a god of destruction?" With a wry smile, Kampa was at a loss for words and even contemplated striking the Supreme Kai in frustration. "Are you an imbecile?" Kampa said darkly. The Supreme Kai remained speechless. "Why are you resorting to insults? I merely inquired about the nature of the destroyer. What have I done to provoke you?" "Never mind. I shall refrain from further discussion. You appear to be in dire straits. Come with me, and I shall summon Beerus for your healing." With that, Kampa beckoned to the god of destruction and soared into the sky. The god of destruction was left in a state of bewilderment. Who is to heal me? Should I follow? It seemed that this rotund feline had indeed come to my rescue. I might as well follow to see what unfolds. Gritting his teeth, the god of destruction ascended, albeit unsteadily due to his grievous injuries. Kampa glanced down and noted how sluggishly he was flying. "Very well, I shall lend you a hand." Kampa descended promptly, grasping the god of destruction's arm and propelling them both beyond the atmosphere into the vastness of space. Upon reaching the cosmic expanse, Kampa discovered that Beerus had vanished without a trace, leaving only Ye Tian behind. Well, aside from Ye Tian, there was also a projection emitted by Beerus, depicting the events transpiring below. Ye Tian, the god of destruction, blinked in surprise, regarding Ye Tian with suspicion. "Isn't that Ye Tian, Gohan's classmate? What brings him here? Can Earthlings even survive in the void of space? How peculiar. Strange occurrences seem to abound, and today they are particularly odd. Isn't that the god of destruction? You appear quite disheveled," Ye Tian greeted with a smile. "Where is Beerus?" Kampa inquired of Ye Tian. "Right here, Lord Kampa." Beerus swiftly revealed himself. "What is the purpose of your invisibility?" Kampa huffed. Beerus chose not to respond. "I simply wish to avoid being scrutinized by this human named Ye Tian," was the sentiment he refrained from voicing. Kampa did not pursue the matter further and instructed Beerus. "Heal this fellow." "Certainly, Lord Kampa." Beerus nodded and pointed his staff at the god of destruction. An unseen angelic force swiftly enveloped the god of destruction. In an instant, his injuries were completely healed. Chapter 106. God of Destruction. Are you truly unfamiliar with Beerus? The god of destruction was taken aback, feeling his body and energy restored to their peak. "Thank you. I'm immensely grateful," he exclaimed, then inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" Beerus was about to introduce himself when Kampa interrupted. "Beerus, this god of destruction is a fool. He does not even recognize you." Kampa chuckled heartily. "Goodness, is that truly the case?" Bardos was taken aback. "Hey, Supreme Kai, let me ask you, do you not know Beerus?" Kampa inquired with a smile. The Supreme Kai nodded in confusion. "Is it so strange that I do not know Beerus?" Why do you insist on making a fuss about this? See, I was right. Wasn't I? Xiangpa's smile radiated even brighter as he mused quietly. It is no wonder this fellow chose to partake in such a battle. What does it mean? What are you truly trying to convey? The god of destruction gritted his teeth and inquired. Are you not aware of your own purpose as the god of destruction? Xiangpa gently reminded him. Naturally, it is to uphold peace in the universe, came the god of destruction's self-assured reply. You fool. Xiangpa's nose crinkled in irritation. The god of destruction is a creator, tasked primarily with forging planets and instilling life. Please do not confuse the matter. It sounds as if you consider yourself a god of destruction too, the deity muttered under his breath, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction. Although you saved me. Your constant insults of me being a fool do not sit well with me. Indeed, Lord Xiangpa is correct. You are the god of destruction, so refrain from unnecessary risks. Urged Ye Tian, unable to bear witness any longer. The god of destruction fell silent, feeling humiliated by being lectured by a mere human. Look. He is even aware of it. Xiangpa glanced at Ye Tian. Are these two individuals your friends? The god of destruction leaned in to whisper to Ye Tian. No. I have just met them. Ye Tian shook his head. Such peculiar beings, the god of destruction mused, perplexed by their oddity. Ye Tian was left speechless. Is it not strange how you perceive things? Lord Xiangpa, shall we continue watching? Bardos sought Xiangpa's counsel. Let us observe a little longer and decide afterward, Xiangpa nodded. With a snap, Bardos projected once more. The god of destruction stood dazed for quite some time, utterly bewildered by the means of this projection. At that moment, Vegeta gripped his injured arm, gritting his teeth in pain. This fellow is quite formidable. Truly unbelievable. Vegeta muttered to himself, though a faint smile adorned his face. Ah? You're still alive, and if you had not betrayed me, you would have made a fine subordinate, Babidi remarked, somewhat surprised as he cast a glance at Vegeta. In the distance, Piccolo and the others rose to their feet, gazing towards Vegeta from afar. A foreboding feeling settled in Piccolo's heart. Vegeta cannot defeat Majin Buu. Gohan is dead, and the greatest deity in the universe has vanished. This universe is doomed. Father will never succumb to that Majin Buu. Trunks suddenly declared. Piccolo's expression turned uncertain. Trunks fell silent. With a sudden clap, Majin Buu appeared directly in front of Vegeta. You are finished, he cackled. Buu let out a disdainful snort, while despair etched itself across Vegeta's face. How can I possibly defeat this creature? Majin Buu, unfazed, casually plucked a piece of flesh from his own abdomen. Vegeta was taken aback in shock. Do you not feel pain? Majin Buu swiftly tore off a piece of his flesh, kneading it into a ball and elongating it into a meat stick. He waved the meat stick in his hand. What a terrifying creature. What does he intend to do? Vegeta murmured. With a sudden burst, Buu unleashed a stream of energy that hurtled towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta, taken aback, acted without a moment's hesitation and ascended into the air. Whoosh! Buu flicked his wrist, sending the meat stick soaring towards the airborne Vegeta. In an instant, the meat stick ensnared Vegeta, twisting him into a pretzel-like shape. Clang! Vegeta plummeted from the sky, utterly devoid of freedom. Hee. Buu hummed merrily as he approached Vegeta. Despite Vegeta's desperate struggles, it was all in vain. Bang! Buu delivered a powerful kick, sending Vegeta flying. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth, and he felt utterly incapacitated. Buu clapped his hands in exhilaration. Thud! Buu executed a magnificent leap, landing squarely atop Vegeta. Without delay, he unleashed a barrage of ferocious strikes upon Vegeta, who was too weakened to retaliate, emitting cries of agony. This is bad. He might be killed, Piccolo remarked gravely. What about Goku and Gohan? Where are they? They can't be dead, can they? Krillin exclaimed. Brother will definitely not die. Goten shouted back defiantly. Wah. Trunks trembled all over. Trunks, hold on. You would only be throwing your life away, causing more trouble for Vegeta. Piccolo urged. No. Trunks exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring into the sky. Hey. Piccolo gasped in shock. Trunks. I'm going too. Goten cried, his own form radiating golden light as he immediately pursued after Trunks. Krillin was taken aback. Goten. Piccolo shouted. However, the two had already flown far away. Those two fools. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Whoosh. Whoosh. Trunks and Goten zipped past Babidi. Babidi was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Who are they? He exclaimed, bewildered. Ah. Trunks let out a piercing cry and delivered a powerful kick to the formidable Majin Buu. In that instant, Majin Buu shot backward like a meteor, crashing through boulders, disappearing from sight. Goten swiftly descended beside Vegeta, firmly stepping on him while using his other hands to grasp the limp body, liberating Vegeta from his confines. Coughing violently, Vegeta spat out blood, gravely injured. "Uncle, are you all right?" Goten inquired anxiously. "Father, you must hold on." Trunks stepped forward to support Vegeta. "Who are these two little ones? Are they his friends?" Babidi pondered. Momentarily taken aback, yet he shrugged off the thought, declaring that it mattered not how many there were, for his Majin Buu was the supreme being of the universe. He could effortlessly obliterate them all. Ha. As Babidi laughed heartily, he spoke the truth. Indeed, Majin Buu was the unrivaled entity of the cosmos, the Supreme Kai. Hovering high above, clenched his fists tightly, his entire being trembling with intensity. Chapter 107. Is it not the god of destruction who reigns as the true supreme of the universe? Zampa cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Kai. "You uncultured fool, are you truly an imbecile?" exclaimed Pa. "The Supreme Kai. You, this plump feline, have gone too far. Why do you berate me once more? Have I provoked or offended you in any way? What do you mean by constantly berating me? Am I not speaking the truth?" The King of the Worlds argued vehemently, asserting that the god of destruction is indeed the supreme existence in this universe. Ye Tian smiled gently and interjected, "Humph, you are even less knowledgeable than a mere human. I truly find it difficult to articulate my thoughts about you, King of the Worlds." Xiangpa shook his head in disappointment, then grinned. "However, it does not concern me. This is not our universe." "What do you mean by not your universe?" The King of the Worlds scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Humph." Xiangpa scoffed, choosing to disregard the King of the Worlds. He then beckoned to Ye Tian. "What is it?" Ye Tian leisurely floated over. "Surely this King of the Worlds from your universe is not entirely ignorant of other universes?" Xiangpa inquired softly. "That is indeed a possibility." Ye Tian nodded. "Did you not inform him?" Xiangpa pressed further. "Even if I did, do you believe he would accept it?" Ye Tian countered. "You make a valid point." "I too doubt he would believe it," Xiangpa conceded, agreeing with Ye Tian's perspective. "Hey, what on earth are you discussing?" The King of the Worlds interjected, feeling increasingly agitated. "You claim the god of destruction is the strongest in this universe, so hurry down and save them." "Humph. You expect me to have the god of destruction descend to rescue others?" "Think again," Xiangpa replied with a cold snort. "You cannot possibly contend with Majin Buu." "Can you?" The King of the Worlds rolled his eyes in disbelief. "You've boasted too much, now you hesitate to act, do you?" Xiangpa retorted. "Provocation will not sway me. Do you think I will descend to rescue them merely because you say so?" "Humph. If other gods of destruction were to discover that I saved them, it would be utterly humiliating." The King of the Worlds fell silent, fixating his gaze on Ye Tian without blinking. "What are you staring at?" Ye Tian chuckled. "Ye Tian, I can sense your strength as well. Let us descend and fight alongside Vegeta. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope to defeat Majin Buu," proposed the King of the Worlds. "Would it not be more prudent to spend this time training Gohan?" Ye Tian suggested. At that moment, the King of the World's eyes lit up as he vigorously slapped his forehead. "Had you not mentioned Gohan, I might have nearly forgotten him. Indeed, there still exists Gohan. Does there not? He should possess the capability to wield that divine sword. I understand now. I shall take my leave." Upon concluding his words, the Supreme Kai immediately employed instant transmission, rendering his form indistinct. "You foolish Supreme Kai," exclaimed Zampa when Majin Buu assaulted you earlier. "You ought to have utilized instant transmission to escape rather than remaining there to endure the blows." Supreme Kai replied, "Indeed, you are absolutely right. At that crucial moment, I completely forgot to utilize the instant transmission. How unfortunate. I suppose it is better for me to feign ignorance." The Supreme Kai swiftly vanished from sight, seeking Gohan. "Kid, you seem relatively sane, unlike the Supreme Kai," said Zhangya, gently patting Yashin's shoulder. "Thank you for the compliment," Yashin replied with a faint smile, then continued to gaze toward the projection. At that moment, Piccolo had already appeared behind Babidi. "Though Majin Buu is unforgivable, you, Babidi, are even less deserving of mercy." Piccolo's voice suddenly rang out from behind Babidi. Babidi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face Piccolo. "While I lack the power to eliminate Majin Buu, annihilating you would be effortless." A murderous intent flickered across Piccolo's face. "Humph, you fool. If you kill me, no one will be able to seal Majin Buu again." Babidi sneered, though internally he was filled with dread, realizing that such an act would lead to the destruction of the entire universe. "Which scenario do you find more favorable? Your survival changes nothing, does it?" Piccolo's expression remained impassive. Babidi mused. This green-faced fellow is rather clever. He is far more astute than that Supreme Kai. A month ago, you were up to mischief in Satan City, secretly transferring items to practice magic. Did you think I was unaware? Piccolo glanced into the distance, noting that Majin Buu was still flying backward, allowing him to speak a bit longer. Babidi's face contorted in confusion. What is Satan City? A month ago, I was aboard a spaceship. I do not comprehend your accusations. Babidi retorted, gritting his teeth. There is no need to feign innocence. I am well aware of your deeds. Piccolo replied coldly. Hey, you must be mistaken. That person you speak of is not me. Babidi shouted in a frenzy. Why should I be blamed for the actions of another sorcerer? Is that no longer significant? Prepare to meet your end. Piccolo sneered, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Buu. Majin Buu, what are you doing? Come quickly and help me eliminate him. Babidi shouted desperately at Majin Buu. Die. Piccolo bellowed, delivering a fierce strike that cleaved Babidi's body in two. Babidi plummeted from the sky, his eyes filled with profound resentment. I, who should not have become the ruler of the universe, did not anticipate such a fate. With a resounding thud, Babidi fell into a deep pit, teetering on the brink of demise. Bah! This worthless trash. Piccolo spat contemptuously in Babidi's direction, then furrowed his brow slightly. Babidi claimed that the individual responsible for the transfers was not him? Is it possible that there exist other sorcerers besides him? Upon further reflection, I too feel that something is amiss. If he truly possesses the ability to nullify the Super Saiyan transformation, then logically, he should also be capable of eradicating the energy within me. Yet, when I confronted him, he appeared utterly powerless, reduced to mere defense. Could it be that, aside from Majin Buu, an even more formidable adversary lurks on Earth? Piccolo's expression shifted rapidly. Vegeta glanced towards Piccolo, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. Trunks, take care of your mother, Vegeta suddenly declared. Huh? Trunks responded, his face a mask of confusion. What do you mean, father? Why should I look after her? You must leave this place immediately. I shall confront Majin Buu alone, Vegeta intoned gravely. Chapter 108. Farewell, proud warrior. No, we must join the battle. Father cannot face him alone. Together, the three of us can surely defeat him. Trunks exclaimed loudly. No, it is futile, no matter how many of you there are. Conventional tactics will not suffice. Vegeta shook his head. That cannot be true. We are powerful. Trunks insisted. Indeed, Goten nodded in agreement. Trunks, when you were but an infant, I never held you. Vegeta abruptly changed the subject. Trunks was once again perplexed. Why is father speaking of such things at this moment? Now let me hold you. Vegeta smiled warmly. What is the occasion, father? What are you trying to do? Trunks questioned as Vegeta stepped forward to embrace him. Trunks was left utterly speechless. Perhaps it's best to refrain from this. It feels rather awkward, he admitted shyly. Take care, Trunks, Vegeta said with a slight smile. Huh. Trunks looked up, bewildered. At Vegeta. Bang. Vegeta struck Trunks on the back of the neck with a swift motion. Trunks collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Goten remained stunned for a considerable time, unable to comprehend the situation. Uncle, why did you knock Trunks out? Goten inquired, puzzled. Bang. Vegeta swiftly attacked, landing a punch on Goten's chest. Goten immediately reverted to his normal state and fell unconscious. Krillin stood by, equally astonished. Piccolo descended from the sky, landing beside Vegeta. What is this spiky-haired fellow attempting? It seems he is on the verge of self-destruction, Yamcha mused, stroking his chin. Oh dear, should such self-sacrificing behavior be commended? Bardos let out a sigh nearby. Humming a tune, Majin Buu stepped forth from the ruins. Who was it that ambushed me just now? Was it that green-faced fellow? Buu inquired. Piccolo, please take them away from here as swiftly as possible. I beg of you, Vegeta implored. Piccolo stepped forward and lifted Goten and Trunks into his arms. As they were about to depart, Piccolo asked, Do you wish to bring about your own demise? Vegeta fell silent. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he asked, Tell me something, if I were to perish, would I still be able to meet Kakarot in another world? At that moment, offering comforting words seemed futile, so Piccolo spoke candidly. I fear that may not be possible. You have taken the lives of too many innocents. If you were to die, your body would vanish, and your soul would be sent to a realm different from that of Son Goku. Is that so? How unfortunate, Vegeta replied with a nonchalant smile. By the way, when I killed Babidi earlier, he mentioned that the wizard responsible for the mysterious disappearances in Satan City was likely not him. Piccolo furrowed his brow. I too find it peculiar. Ultimately, it matters not who it is. That individual at least poses no threat to Earth, Vegeta smiled. You were correct, thus far. He has not committed any heinous acts, Piccolo nodded. Forget it. There is no time to ponder that. You must leave quickly, Vegeta urged. The fat one is about to arrive. Ah, understood, Piccolo nodded, then without further hesitation, transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly departed the scene. You green-faced fool who kicked me, do not think you can escape. Bu extended his hand, targeting the fleeing Piccolo. Stop right there, Majin Bu, Vegeta shouted. Defeat me first before you lay a hand on him. Do you hear me, you balloon-headed imbecile? Once again resorting to insults. This time, I shall not let you off lightly. A white gas erupted from Bu's head, and veins bulged on his forehead. Hurry, Krillin, leave this place. Piccolo called out to Krillin below. Okay. Krillin quickly took to the skies and departed with Piccolo. I will annihilate you. Bu was prepared to eradicate Vegeta. High above. It seems that this spiky-haired fellow is destined for death. Will it be by murder or suicide? Kampa remarked curiously. Bardos remained silent. I suspect there is a considerable chance it might be self-destruction, nodding sighed. What you say is not without merit, Kampa nodded slightly. As for descending to rescue him? As the god of destruction, Kampa certainly would not intervene to save an ordinary person. Not only Kampa, but even Beerus, who maintains a relatively amiable relationship with Goku in the future, chose to remain passive during the Moro incident. It was only when Moro threatened to annihilate Earth, fearing the loss of delicious food, that Beerus contemplated intervening to eliminate him. Gods of destruction, aside from their role in destruction, generally do not take the initiative to save lives. Ye Tian also had no intention of rescuing Vegeta. What connection does he have with me? Moreover, in the future, Majin Bu will be considered the subordinate of my father-in-law. What would it mean if I were to save Vegeta now? Additionally, Vegeta had previously harmed many innocent beings. His choice to self-destruct this time was an act of atonement. Some events are simply meant to transpire, and Ye Tian did not wish to interfere excessively. If I were to resolve every issue, what purpose would Goku and Vegeta serve? I finally understand how to deal with you, Vegeta said with a faint smile. Bu paused slightly, staring at Vegeta across from him. Boom. A powerful aura surged wildly from Vegeta, arcs of electricity crackling around his body. Hey, what does Vegeta intend to do? He could get killed, Krillin said solemnly to Piccolo. This guy is fighting for someone other than himself for the first time. Even willing to sacrifice his life, Piccolo gritted his teeth. This time, I will reduce you to nothingness, ensuring you can never be reborn, Vegeta declared. A smile plastered on his face as he shouted at Bu. Bu's eyes widened, a trace of shock appearing on his plump face. Vegeta wore an expression of boundless joy. Farewell, Bulma. Farewell, Trunks. Farewell, Kakarot. Vegeta screamed, unleashing a torrent of energy that rapidly spread outward. Majin Bu was instantly engulfed in the chaos. With a thunderous roar, the energy released by Vegeta turned the sky a shade of gray. Dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning descended from above. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta had transformed entirely, his form now devoid of moisture. Chapter 109. The Grand Priest called Vegeta had completely lost consciousness, plummeting swiftly to the ground. Smack! Vegeta crashed to the earth, disintegrating into dust, scattering with the wind. In the distance, Piccolo and Krillin could no longer bear to watch. This guy truly dares to act, Kampa remarked, shaking his head. He deserves a thumbs up from me. Ye Tian also expressed a sense of admiration. This must be one of the most poignant moments of Vegeta's life. Let us go. Kampa called to Beerus. Understood, Lord Kampa. Bardos nodded gently. Is it time to depart? Ye Tian inquired. What? I am leaving. Do you have an objection? Xiangpa scoffed. Not you. I was addressing Bardos, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Xiangpa exclaimed, Oh dear, indeed, I am off. Perhaps we shall meet again. Bardos waved her hand with a smile. Bardos, what are you conversing with this lad about? Xiangpa was taken aback. I shall miss you, Bardos. Ye Tian gestured with a wave. Bardos remained silent. Young man, do you realize whom you are addressing? Xiangpa huffed angrily, exclaiming. Don't presume that just because you are a disciple of Beerus, I won't dare to strike you. Do you think you can best me? Ye Tian merely smiled. What did you say? I must have misheard. Xiangpa was momentarily stunned. Is this lad attempting to provoke me? Who granted you the audacity? Was it Beerus? Just as he spoke, Bardos' staff flickered suddenly. Oh dear, it appears the Grand Minister is calling, Bardos murmured in surprise. What? The Grand Minister? Xiangpa's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that our endeavor to collect the Super Dragon Balls has come to the Grand Minister's attention? I'm uncertain. Allow me to take this call. Bardos gently shook her head and shushed Xiangpa. Subsequently, she stepped aside to answer the call. After establishing contact with the Grand Minister, Bardos cast a glance in Ye Tian's direction. Ye Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. What are you looking at? In the next moment, Bardos suddenly enveloped herself in a shroud of divine energy, obscuring the content of the conversation. Approximately 30 seconds passed. Bardos concluded the call and soared gracefully towards Kampa, appearing by his side. What has transpired, Bardos? Kampa inquired. Let us depart, Lord Kampa. It is best not to stir trouble in the 7th universe, Bardos replied, her demeanor unusually grave. What is amiss? Kampa swallowed hard, an ominous sense creeping over him. Could it be that our endeavors to gather the Super Dragon Balls have indeed come to the attention of the Grand Priest? The Super Dragon Balls are a trivial matter. There are far more significant issues at hand, Bardos stated, beads of perspiration glistening on her brow. Kampa was taken aback. Why does Bardos appear so troubled? What is truly happening? Let us discuss this on our way back, Bardos suggested, casting a subtle glance at Ye Tian. Hey, are you reluctant to part from me? Ye Tian greeted with a smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Kampa glared at Ye Tian with irritation. Lord Kampa, it would be wise to refrain from unnecessary distractions. We should leave swiftly, Bardos urged once more. Very well, let us go, Kampa huffed. With a swift motion, the two transformed into streaks of colored light, rapidly departing the scene, vanishing in an instant. Ye Tian gazed curiously at the fading silhouette of Bardos. What was that about? It seems Bardos's gaze held a peculiar weight. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Although I possess a certain charm, I find it hard to believe such a possibility. Angels are beings of considerable age and wisdom. It would indeed be remarkable for them to take a liking to someone like me so readily. It felt as though the Grand Minister cast a glance in my direction during his call. Perhaps he mentioned me? Could it be that my existence has captured the Grand Minister's attention? In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Kampa and Beerus are traversing this starlit sky at great speed. Humph, that disciple of Beerus is exceedingly rude. When next we meet, I shall certainly give him a proper reprimand. Kampa presently regrets not having confronted him immediately. I ought to return and teach him a lesson. Beerus remains silent, hastening ahead. Beerus, do say something. Kampa calls out as he catches up. Oh dear. This is quite serious, Beerus sighs. What is it? Is it related to what the Grand Minister mentioned to you? Kampa asks, momentarily taken aback. Have you ever heard of the King of All's father? Beerus inquires. Kampa stands there, stunned. Beerus, you're changing topics rather abruptly. How did we go from this discussion to the King of All's father? Are you implying that the King of All's father is still alive? After a brief moment of shock, Kampa questions further. Wasn't it said that the King of All's father has been missing for quite some time? Perhaps he has been drawn into another dimension and cannot return. That is indeed a possibility, Beerus nods. But do you know why the King of All's father, the great King of All, chose to depart? I cannot say. Kampa shakes his head, then asks. Did you bring this up because the great King of All has been located? The thought sends a shiver down Kampa's spine. No. The great King of All has not been found, but the Grand Minister has uncovered something else. Beerus sighs softly. What is it? Kampa asks, puzzled. The master of the great King of All. Beerus whispers. What did you say? The master of the great King of All. Kampa exclaims, bewildered. Who is that? I have never heard of such a figure in connection with the great King of All. Just because you have not heard of him does not mean he does not exist, Beerus reflects. It is truly astonishing. He may very well have returned after a disappearance of 100 million years. Kampa remains silent, as he knows little about the master of the great King of All. No one in the divine realm has ever mentioned this matter, and it seems other deities of destruction are also unaware. Please elaborate on the master of the great King of All, Kampa requests. The erasure of the King of All was a lesson learned from his father. The great King of All. Bardos elucidated that the erasure technique of Lord Zeno was learned from his master. Kampa was utterly astonished, his expression shifting dramatically. Does this imply that his master possesses an erasure ability that surpasses that of Lord Zeno? Kampa stammered in disbelief. Chapter 110, Lord Zeno's Master. Indeed, Bardos nodded, succinctly stating that while Lord Zeno lacks the ability to erase angels, his ancestor possesses such capabilities and could potentially erase even the Grand Priest, should he so desire. Kampa was left completely dumbfounded. He is none other than Lord Tainai. Bardos sighed. Lord Tainai? Kampa shivered once more. Yet, after his initial tremor, he suddenly felt that the name sounded rather familiar. Where had he encountered it before? Kampa pondered, rubbing his chin, until his eyes brightened with realization. Bardos remained silent. Tainai? If one were to invert that name, would it not be that young fellow Ye Tian? Kappa smacked his forehead, then vigorously shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. Ha ha ha, what was I thinking? That young man is merely a disciple of Beerus. Bardos covered her forehead, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. What expression is that, Bardos? Kappa asked, sensing an ominous premonition. Your analysis just now was remarkably astute, Bardos remarked with a tone of reflection. What did you say? Kappa gasped. Could it be that I was right? Bardos lightly tapped her forehead. Are you jesting? This is no laughing matter. Kappa felt tears welling up. Yet Bardos's demeanor grew increasingly grave. You truly are not joking? Kappa trembled violently, his face paling. I speak with utmost seriousness, Bardos affirmed with a nod. Isn't he a disciple of Beerus? How could he be connected to Lord Tian? Kappa felt his mind go blank, exclaiming in despair. Lord Kappa, consider this. Has Lord Tian ever acknowledged himself as a disciple of Lord Beerus? Bardos countered. Kappa, upon reflection, it seems he has never made such an admission. This is dire. Am I not doomed? Should I perhaps return and light incense in celebration of not being erased on the spot? Tears streamed down Kappa's face, his heart racing with profound fear. Lord Tian likely embodies a nature of rebirth, his erasure powers not yet fully restored, Bardos speculated. Rebirth? Did he accidentally die and reincarnate? Kappa's lips twitched, finding it hard to believe. Do not jest. He is the master of Lord Zeno, the ancestor of Lord Zeno. Who could possibly kill him? Lord Tian must have willingly chosen to reincarnate out of boredom. Bardos replied. Xiangpa fell silent. Bored and aimless, was he contemplating a reincarnation? This fellow truly possesses remarkable talent. Therefore, while his erasure abilities have yet to be fully restored, should we take some action? A thought struck Xiangpa. Surely. Master Xiangpa does not intend to confront Master Tian, does he? Bardos turned to Xiangpa. Bardos, such jests are ill-advised. Xiangpa admonished sternly. How could I ever stoop to such a thing? I wish to live a little longer. What I mean is, while no one else is aware of Master Tian's true identity, should I perhaps go and curry favor? Bardos sighed. Master Xiangpa, it would be wise to reflect on how you previously provoked him. Upon recalling past events, Xiangpa cradled his head in despair, feeling utterly disheartened. This cannot stand. If Master Tian truly holds a grudge, my fate will be dire. What shall I do? It is worth noting that Master Tian's memories seem not to be fully restored. He likely remains unaware of his identity, Bardos mused. Does the Omni-King have two attendants by his side? Xiangpa inquired, his mind racing. Why not simply ask if Master Tian requires attendants? Bardos replied with a smile. Indeed, that is precisely my intent. Xiangpa grinned, clutching his head once more, overwhelmed, and gritted his teeth. Curse it. You should have mentioned this sooner. Had I known, I would not have disrespected Master Tian. I urged you to leave sooner, yet you refused to listen, Bardos remarked with a slight smile. This won't do. I must devise a way to atone for my past transgressions before his memories return completely, Xiangpa declared solemnly. Do you wish to become an attendant to Master Tian? Bardos grasped Xiangpa's intention. That could work. Xiangpa chuckled. It is quite fitting to serve as an attendant now, if I wait too long. My strength may not impress Master Tian. Bardos laughed lightly. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall return and seek to curry favor with Master Tian. Xiangpa abruptly halted. Allow me to offer a word of advice, Bardos said, noting Xiangpa's determination to leave. Rather than simply ingratiating yourself, it would be wiser to forge a friendship. After all, bonds of camaraderie are far more steadfast than those of master and servant. I believe it would be prudent for you not to appear overly eager. Revealing Master Tian's identity prematurely could hinder his future growth. Such actions would surely incur the wrath of the High Priest and the Omni-King. Xiangpa shuddered violently. I understand what must be done, he said, wiping his brow. I shall return now. I will refrain from interfering. After Bardos finished speaking, she gently waved her hand, transforming into a brilliant stream of light akin to the stars. Swiftly departing, Zhangya clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, and hastily flew towards Earth. Krylon, take these two little ones back. I will check the outcome, instructed Piccolo to Krylon. Krylon nodded. Remaining silent may not be prudent. Concealing the truth is equally wrong, Piccolo pondered. You should reveal the reality of this matter to their family. Krylon responded. Shall I tell Bulma that Vegeta is dead? Why don't you say it? Whoosh. After Piccolo finished speaking, he flew off into the distance. At the very moment Piccolo departed, Ye Tian descended from the heavens, landing beside Krylon. You are Gohan's classmate. Ye Tian? Krylin asked, somewhat startled. Indeed, it is I. Ye Tian nodded. You are still alive? You are quite remarkable. Krylin welcomed him with a smile. Chapter 111. Ye Tian, you are truly kind. It was nothing, merely a trifling matter, Ye Tian replied with a slight smile. I recall that Dabora spat at you. How did you evade it? Krylin inquired. There was no need to evade. A simple wave of my hand made it disappear, Ye Tian succinctly answered. A wave of your hand made it vanish? What does that mean? Krylin was perplexed. You asked too many questions. Perhaps you should refrain from asking. Ye Tian rolled his eyes. I will also go to see if Majin Buu is still alive. Are you going to? Krylin was taken aback. It would be better not to. Piccolo has already gone, and we will soon know the outcome. I estimate the likelihood of Majin Buu being obliterated is merely 1%. Prepare yourself mentally. Ye Tian patted Krylin's shoulder and swiftly flew towards the site of Vegeta's explosion. Krylin stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Is there truly only a 1% chance that Majin Buu is annihilated? If that is the case, does it mean Majin Buu is still alive? Wait. On what basis do you speak with such certainty? Crash. Piccolo descended from the sky, landing in the area of Vegeta's explosion. He observed numerous chunks of Majin Buu scattered across the ground. Crash. At that moment, Ye Tian caught up from behind, appearing beside Piccolo. You are Ye Tian? Piccolo was initially startled, but upon realizing it was Ye Tian, he breathed a sigh of relief. It is I, Ye Tian affirmed with a nod. Have you been nearby all along? Piccolo inquired. You could say that, Ye Tian replied. Ye Tian offered a faint smile. Piccolo chose not to elaborate further, scanning the surroundings instead. A brief silence enveloped them. He reflected that while a mere injury to Majin Buu's body would allow for regeneration, the current obliteration into mere fragments had surely stripped Buu of that ability. Piccolo mused aloud, as if addressing Ye Tian, for they were the only two present. Vegeta's sacrifice of his own life was truly remarkable. Piccolo felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, startling Piccolo slightly as he turned to discern its source. It was Babidi. To his astonishment, he quickly recognized Babidi's presence. Damn it, Babidi. I never imagined you would still be alive. Your vitality is quite tenacious. Piccolo scoffed, striding towards Babidi. At that moment, Ye Tian stepped forward and stomped onto Babidi's severed body. Babidi howled in agony, emitting a series of pitiful cries. Piccolo remarked, this fellow is rather amusing. I find your approach to tasks quite admirable. Step aside, Ye Tian. I shall slay him, Piccolo declared. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a piece of Majin Buu's flesh on the ground twitching unexpectedly. What is this? Piccolo was taken aback. What astonished him even more followed shortly after. He beheld the pieces of Majin Buu writhing rapidly. Almost all the fragments began to dance. Soon after, these pieces began to coalesce and transform, morphing into numerous miniature versions of Majin Buu. These diminutive Majin Buus resembled a multitude of rag dolls, numbering in the thousands. This left Piccolo utterly terrified, his face turning an even deeper shade of green. His complexion was already green, but now it was even more pronounced. All the tiny Majin Buus swiftly soared into the sky, converging together. The form of Majin Buu began to materialize. Ah! Piccolo's visage contorted in horror, his body trembling more violently. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo ascended into the air, fleeing the scene. Aren't you leaving? What are you still doing here? Depart at once. Piccolo shouted at Ye Tian. You go on ahead. Don't worry about me. Ye Tian gestured with a wave. Piccolo, you possess remarkable audacity. Have you not noticed that Majin Buu is on the verge of revival? Why do you still linger there? What is truly happening? I never anticipated that Majin Buu was still alive. This is disastrous. With a loud crash, Majin Buu swiftly reverted to his original form and then descended from the sky, landing on the ground. Upon touching down, Majin Buu performed a brief stretching exercise. Waha! Buu laughed heartily. That fool has blown himself to bits. Suddenly, Buu heard distant cries of agony. He paused, turning his head to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered a figure desperately stomping on the ground. Intrigued, Buu approached. Ah! It was Babidi, still emitting painful groans. In the next moment, Babidi caught sight of the approaching Majin Buu. Majin Buu, please save me, Babidi exclaimed. As if clutching at a lifeline, his voice urgent and pleading. What are you playing at? Buu inquired, glancing at Ye Tian. I intend to crush him, Ye Tian grinned. Doesn't it sound amusing to hear him scream? Indeed. Buu nodded vigorously. Majin Buu, you must save me, or I shall be trampled to death. Babidi implored once more. Bu stuck out his tongue in response. Do you require my assistance to save you? Shall we engage in play? Ye Tian extended an invitation. It seemed rather intriguing, and I too decided to partake. Bu nodded and placed his foot upon the wound of Bafidi. A howl of anguish escaped Bafidi, more desperate than before. What do you intend to do, Majin Bu? Do you wish to be sealed away once more? Bafidi cried out in a frenzied tone, his anger palpable. Bu was startled, his expression shifting rapidly. Hurry, eliminate him, or I shall seal you away. Bafidi threatened. Bu glanced at Ye Tian, feeling cornered, and was just about to act against him. Hold on. Observe me, Ye Tian replied, gently waving his hand towards Bafidi, smiling as he explained. Now, he can only scream and has lost his ability to speak. Bu? Thus, you need not worry about him sealing you, Ye Tian chuckled. Is that true? Bu regarded Ye Tian with skepticism, casting a cautious glance at Bafidi. Hey, try speaking, Ye Tian commanded, pressing down firmly on Bafidi once more. Aya! Bafidi writhed in agony, his mouth moving incessantly. Yet no words emerged. See, he cannot speak now, Ye Tian remarked with a light laugh. Bu felt an unexpected wave of joy. I am finally free from his control. You are truly wonderful, Bu exclaimed, overjoyed. Chapter 112. Bu. Who is this fat cat? Bafidi, your existence has proven to be quite significant, Ye Tian smiled. It is rare for you to bear the blame for such an extended period. Bafidi displayed a countenance of confusion. However, he quickly regained his composure. Could it be that the other sorcerer is this young man? Have I been bearing the blame for him all along? You have finally grasped it, Ye Tian smiled. A myriad of resentment welled up in Bafidi's eyes. Well, you have outlived your usefulness, so let me allow Bu to dispose of you, Ye Tian stated, beckoning to Bu. You may crush him now. Bu, brimming with excitement, pointed to himself. I can crush him? That sounds rather amusing. Hee, I shall not hold back. Bu's face twisted into a wicked grin as he stomped down with great force. Bafidi cried out repeatedly, yet no words escaped his lips. Approximately 30 seconds later, Bafidi was brutally trampled to his demise by Bu. With a burst of energy, Bu obliterated Bafidi into mere fragments. In the distance, Piccolo swiftly appeared beside Krillin. Hey, Piccolo. Did you just see Gohan's classmate, Ye Tian? That fellow is still alive. He truly has a remarkable tenacity, Krillin marveled. Let us not discuss that for now. Majin Bu is still alive. Piccolo forced a bitter smile. What did you say? Krillin exclaimed, is Majin Bu not dead? Vegeta sacrificed himself in vain. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. Ye Tian stated that the probability of Majin Bu's demise is merely 1%. He was right. Krillin's expression darkened considerably. Not only Ye Tian, but he is still tormenting Babidi. Piccolo lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Tormenting Babidi? Didn't you eliminate him? Krillin was taken aback. Babidi is still alive. His vitality is quite resilient. Piccolo replied solemnly. There is no time to waste waiting for Ye Tian. Majin Bu may have fully recovered by now. The ground is perilous. We must swiftly take these two to the temple. They're our last flicker of hope, albeit a faint one. Let us hasten, if we delay any longer. It may be too late, Krillin insisted, nodding vigorously. The two transformed into streaks of light and swiftly flew toward the temple. You are quite intriguing. How about becoming my servant in the future? Bu glanced at Ye Tian. At that moment, Kappa was suspended high in the air, looking down below. Then, Kappa heard the words spoken by Majin Bu and felt his nose twitch in anger. You insufferable glutton. I demand to be the servant and guard of Lord Yi on that very day. Yet you wish to make Lord Tianai your servant? Do you wish to perish? I shall descend upon you with great haste. With no hesitation, Kampa plummeted from the heavens. Is that not Lord Kampa? Have you not returned to the 6th universe? Ye Tian inquired with a smile. The rotund figure suddenly became irksome to me, thus I returned, Kampa grinned. Ye Tian's expression was one of utter perplexity. What is it that you wish to accomplish? This is not characteristic of your demeanor, Ye Tian observed with a skeptical gaze directed at Kampa. I have resolved to diligently repair this home before returning, Kampa remarked with a snort. Surely, one cannot visit the 7th universe and leave without having done anything. Having journeyed such a distance, it feels imperative not to return empty-handed. Who are you? Bu inquired, eyeing Kampa across from him. Bang! Kampa delivered a powerful punch to Majin Bu's face, causing it to cave in dramatically. Smack! Kampa then seized Bu's arm, mercilessly throwing him about with great force. Bu stood no chance against Kampa, quickly rendered incapable of retaliation. Thud, thud, thud. Kampa unleashed a brutal assault upon Majin Bu before carelessly tossing him aside, as if he were refuse. Majin collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded. You were fortunate to escape death, Kampa remarked with a huff. Damn it, I will turn you into chocolate. Majin lamented, overwhelmed by the abruptness of his misfortune. Just moments ago, he had been the most formidable entity in this universe, and now he found himself bested by this rotund cat. The stark contrast of his circumstances inflicted upon him an immense sense of despair. Does this constitute a dimensionality reduction strike? With a crack, a bolt of purple-white lightning surged toward the direction of Xiangpa. In an instant, Xiangpa casually raised his hand and seized the oncoming lightning. The next moment, he held the purple-white lightning firmly in his grasp, exerting control over it. Wu was left utterly astounded. My magic is ineffective against him? How can this be? I need to relieve myself, Xiangpa declared, turning to relieve himself. With a crack, he hurled the purple-white lightning onto the puddle. In a heartbeat, that puddle transformed into an irregularly shaped piece of chocolate. You wanted chocolate, didn't you? Here you go, Xiangpa proclaimed, shoving the chocolate into Bu's mouth. Bu, feeling utterly repulsed, thought to himself, this is the first time I've ever tasted chocolate made from urine. It's truly awful. With a thud, Xiangpa launched a kick directly at Bu. Bu's body arced through the air, and upon landing, he was left completely dazed. Fortunately, Xiangpa had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, Bu would have ceased to exist long ago. Well, that was quite satisfying. Xiangpa gleefully clapped his hands, casting a sycophantic glance at Ye Tian. Ye Tian, your gaze seems rather peculiar. You are Ye Tian, correct? Xiangpa swiftly retracted his obsequious stare. He recalled that Bardos had advised against meddling in the affairs of Lord Tianyi, as revealing his true identity prematurely could hinder his cultivation. Should that occur, the great high priest would undoubtedly be the first to not spare him. It was imperative that he maintained a demeanor akin to his previous attitude, albeit slightly improved. Gradually, he would ingratiate himself with Lord Tianyi, aspiring to become his closest confidant. Such an alliance could irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. Perhaps Lord Tianyi would even bestow upon him a divine title akin to the Great Destroyer. How astute I am. Is something amiss? Ye Tian inquired, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Xiangpa. I am famished. Procure me something to eat, Xiangpa huffed, opting to adhere to his customary manner. To his dismay, just as Ye Tian prepared to decline, an idea struck him, prompting a change of heart. There is nothing to eat? On such a vast planet, is there truly no food available? Xiangpa scoffed. Chapter 113. Xiangpa, Lord Tianyi will personally prepare food for me actually. I do have a delectable dish I recently devised, 9-turn sausage. Would you care to sample it? Ye Tian grinned. 9-turn sausage? The name sounds rather appetizing. Can you prepare it? Xiangpa eagerly inquired. Indeed, Ye Tian affirmed with a nod. Quickly, prepare it for me, Xiangpa said, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Lord Tianyi would personally cook for him. He felt as if he were on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of destruction. Who else could bask in such privilege? Ha ha ha. Xiangpa secretly reveled in his fortune. Follow me, Ye Tian commanded as he soared into the sky, with Xiangpa closely trailing behind. They sped towards Satan City, with Xiangpa quietly observing Ye Tian from behind. Was this fellow truly the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi? Observing his current flying speed, it appeared rather unimpressive. Perhaps his strength had yet to fully recover? Indeed, if his memories were not completely restored, his power could hardly be expected to be at its peak. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin had executed instant transmission to appear beside Son Gohan. Subsequently, he transported Son Gohan back to the Kaioshin realm, tending to him with rudimentary bandaging to prevent immediate demise. Son Gohan stirred slightly, yet was unable to awaken due to the severity of his injuries. If only Jebet were here, the Kaioshin sighed. That woman wielding a staff could surely provide healing for Gohan. I am the Kaioshin. I cannot heal him. Now, the Kaioshin could do nothing but patiently wait for Son Gohan to regain consciousness. Additionally, he pondered the origins of that large, rotund cat. He claimed to be a god of destruction. Why have I never heard of the existence of a god of destruction? What is the purpose of such a being? The Kaioshin is utterly perplexed, as his understanding of the god of destruction is a blank slate. It is indeed strange that he cannot fathom it. In another location, Sun Wukong has finally regained consciousness, scratching his head where Vegeta had struck him, glancing at the pouch of Senza beans on the ground. There remains one bean within the pouch. Initially, he received 3 beans from Master Karen. He gave one to Gohan and another to Vegeta, leaving just one. That rascal Vegeta consumed a Senza bean and knocked me unconscious, rushing off to confront Majin Buu alone. Wukong shook his head in disbelief. Crunch. He promptly consumed the remaining Sinza bean, revitalizing his strength. Almost immediately, he extended his senses. Oddly enough, the energy of Majin Buu had vanished. And Vegeta's presence was also absent. Had they both perished together? Wukong furrowed his brow, realizing that he could not sense Gohan's energy either. What on earth had transpired? He redirected his senses towards another direction and detected the auras of Krillin and Piccolo. They were still alive, having returned from their stone forms. Wukong muttered to himself, believing they would shed light on the situation. With a swift motion, he executed instant transmission, appearing atop the Earth's temple. At that moment, Krillin had already taken Goten and Trunks to the temple's chamber for rest. How long until they awaken? Krillin inquired. Perhaps another hour, Piccolo replied. Krillin was astonished to think that both Gohan and Vegeta had perished. It felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. The worst part was not knowing Wukong's fate. How peculiar. Piccolo paused momentarily. What is it, Piccolo? Krillin asked. Have you noticed that Majin Buu's energy seems to have suddenly vanished? Piccolo furrowed his brow in contemplation. It truly is the case. How could this be? Has he concealed his energy? Krillin scratched his head in confusion. I'm not sure. Piccolo gently shook his head. Given that Vegeta sacrificed his life and still failed to obliterate him, the likelihood of his demise is exceedingly low. Can you see him from here? Krillin inquired. Dandy. Let us search together, Piccolo suggested. Indeed. Dandy nodded. The two made their way to the edge of the temple, gazing downward. Before long, Piccolo spotted Majin Buu lying motionless in the massive crater created by Vegeta's explosion. Uncle Piccolo, he is over there, Dandy exclaimed, having also located Majin Buu's position. What is he doing lying there? Piccolo wondered aloud, sensing that he appeared to be unconscious. Dandy speculated. No, he must be asleep. Piccolo shook his head. He appears somewhat dirty. Could he have been knocked unconscious? Dandy ventured another guess. Impossible. Who possesses the capability to render him unconscious? Piccolo shook his head once more. Could it possibly be Goku? Dandy inquired. The likelihood seems slim. I suspect he merely fell asleep in an awkward position and rolled around on the ground, thus soiling himself. Piccolo furrowed his brow. There is a possibility of that. Dandy nodded. We should take advantage of his slumber to devise a plan. Piccolo pondered, uncertain if the Demon Seal Wave could effectively contain him. The Demon Seal Wave? Dandy had never heard of it. It is an ancient sealing technique. Piccolo hesitated. Sealing him while he sleeps might be the best course of action. However, if the sealing fails, the consequences could be dire. Just then, as Piccolo wavered in indecision, Son Goku utilized instant transmission to arrive at the temple. Piccolo immediately sensed Goku's energy. Goku. Is that not Goku? How wonderful. Goku, you are alive. Krillin exclaimed with immense excitement. What are you saying, Krillin? I was already dead. Goku chuckled. I came to inquire about the situation. What has transpired? Subsequently, Krillin and Piccolo recounted everything they knew to Goku. What? Gohan and the Supreme Kai, along with Vegeta? Goku was filled with grief. The power of Majin Buu is as formidable as the Supreme Kai feared, unfathomably strong. Piccolo spoke in a grave tone. If this continues, not only the Earth, but the entire universe will fall victim to his wrath. Nevertheless, Goku's survival is a stroke of fortune. Only you possess the strength to defeat Majin Buu. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Goku, you can only remain in this world for one day, correct? How much time is left? To be honest, I fear I may not have the means to defeat him. Goku shook his head. Krillin was momentarily stunned. My strength is not much different from Vegeta's. He sacrificed his life and was still defeated. I too may find victory elusive, Goku sighed. Chapter 114. I cooked 9 turns of intestine for Kampa. Is that so? Such a pity, Krillin lamented, suddenly recalling something and asking, Piccolo. Did you not mention that Gohan's classmate, Ye Tian, is still out there? How is he? I have not seen him. Piccolo shook his head. He may have been turned into chocolate and consumed. Krillin sighed helplessly. Piccolo remained silent. There is indeed a possibility of that. I urged you to flee at that time. Yet you did not. Why do you insist on tormenting Babidi? That fellow's existence has become inconsequential. A brief silence ensued. By the way, I just noticed that Majin Buu is sleeping at the site of Vegeta's explosion. Do you think the spirit bomb could seal him away? Piccolo inquired. I haven't tried that. Perhaps we should consult Master Roshi, suggested Goku, momentarily taken aback. The spirit bomb was taught to him by his master, correct? Indeed, Piccolo nodded. However, I am concerned that if the sealing fails, it may provoke him beyond measure. which is why I have refrained from taking action. You are right, Piccolo, Goku affirmed, nodding. Besides, even if we manage to seal him away, he will eventually re-emerge, much like you did in the past. We must find a way to defeat him. Let's not dwell on past events, Piccolo retorted with a frown. Goku's assertion holds truth. We must devise a strategy to vanquish him. Hasn't that fellow been sealed away for quite some time? Upon his return, his strength remains undiminished, Krillin lamented. It is unfortunate that if either Vegeta or Gohan were alive, the situation would be much simpler, Goku suddenly remarked. No, even with more people, it would be futile. That being is far too powerful, Piccolo shook his head. No, I meant the fusion technique, Goku clarified. What purpose does that serve? Krillin asked. The fusion technique? Is it not the specialty of the Metamorans? Dandy interjected, momentarily taken aback. Dandy, you know about it. Indeed, it is a skill taught to me by the Metamorans from another realm, Goku affirmed, nodding. It requires two individuals whose strength and physical size are relatively similar, allowing them to merge into a singular, exceptionally powerful warrior. This warrior possesses tremendous strength. Remarkably, the two Metamorans were quite weak individually, yet upon fusion, they transformed into formidable fighters. You are correct. As long as either Vegeta or Gohan is alive, we can utilize the fusion technique. Piccolo considered this approach as quite viable. However, I have never attempted it since learning, Goku sighed. In that world, I have not yet encountered someone of comparable strength, and mastering the fusion technique requires time. Ultimately, it remains unfeasible. If Goku were to return to that world, he could fuse with the deceased Gohan or Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. That is not possible. Once Goku returns, he cannot return to this world. Piccolo shook his head. Furthermore, Vegeta and Goku would not meet in that realm. Vegeta would be sent to the afterlife. The two little ones, Goten and Trunks, who are lying there, possess similar power and physique. Can they utilize the fusion technique? Mr. Popo suggested. The group paused momentarily, then quickly regained their focus. Excellent idea, Mr. Popo. This plan is brilliant. Sun Wukong was filled with delight, and then turned to Piccolo, saying, Piccolo, time is of the essence. After I depart, I entrust you with the responsibility of teaching the two children the fusion technique. Wonderful. There is a glimmer of hope. Perhaps those two children will succeed. Krillin sighed with slight relief. During the period when Trunks and Goten were learning the fusion technique, one could only speculate how many lives would be lost at the hands of Majin Buu, Piccolo lamented. He could only hope that Buu would remain in slumber for a while longer, wishing fervently that he would not awaken too soon, no matter how many lives are lost. As long as the Dragon Balls exist, they will be revived, and everything can return to its former state, Sun Wukong spoke softly. Krillin, please gather the family members, Piccolo suggested. Of course, Krillin nodded in agreement. At Satan City, in Mr. Satan's home, hey, Ye Tian, is this fellow really Majin Buu? So this is what he looks like. Videl whispered to Ye Tian as she pulled him aside. Also, how did you bring him to our house? Rest assured, he is not Majin Buu, Ye Tian replied with a smile. He is the most powerful deity from another universe. The most powerful deity? From another universe? The Kaioshin? Videl inquired with curiosity. Not the Kaioshin, but the god of destruction. Ye Tian clarified. The god of destruction? What is that? Videl was utterly perplexed. Just know that he is extremely powerful, Ye Tian chuckled. Why did you bring him here? Videl lowered her voice to ask, and what about Majin Buu? Majin Buu has awakened, Ye Tian answered. What? Does that mean Earth is in peril? Videl gasped in shock. Humph. That fellow is utterly feeble. I have already knocked him unconscious. Kampa had been eavesdropping intently. Thank goodness. Lord Ye Tian does not despise me. In fact, he even claims I am the most powerful deity from another universe. It seems I have nearly completed the first step in establishing a good rapport with Lord Ye Tian. Next, no matter what he serves me to eat, even if it tastes terrible, I shall proclaim it delicious. That way, I can draw closer to Lord Ye Tian. Ye Tian, the pig intestines are here. Mr. Satan hurriedly approached, holding the pig intestines. Thank you for your trouble. Ye Tian expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Just a small task. Satan chuckled, lowering his voice to whisper to Ye Tian. I specifically followed your instructions. The pig intestines are fresh and have not yet been blanched. Excellent, excellent, Ye Tian nodded. Now, I shall prepare the 9-turn intestines for Lord Kampa. Xiang Pa was enveloped in a wave of excitement and anticipation. The esteemed Lord Tianai was preparing a meal for him, and he felt profoundly honored. What merit had he accrued in his past life to be graced with the culinary offerings crafted by Lord Tian's own hands? As Ye Tian submerged the unwashed pig intestines into the boiling water for a brief moment, a pungent odor immediately permeated the air. Videl promptly covered her nose. While Mr. Satan contemplated doing the same but refrained, believing it might be impolite. Thus, he held his breath. Remembering that Ye Tian had mentioned he was hosting a most distinguished guest, since Ye Tian had declared this individual to be of great importance, it would be inappropriate for him to shield his nose. As the foul scent wafted towards Xiangpa, his eyes began to glisten with tears. Lord Tian, you wouldn't truly make me consume excrement, would you? Chapter 115. The nine-turn intestine, Xiangpa in tears. Xiangpa felt utterly despondent. What should he do? He did not wish to partake in such a dish. Yet, how could he refuse a meal prepared by Lord Tian himself? After placing the pig intestines into the pot, Ye Tian commenced preparing the marinade. He then poured the water used to blanch the intestines into the marinade, allowing it to simmer vigorously. Before long, a delicately crafted dish of nine-turn intestine was presented before Xiangpa. As the pig intestines underwent this transformation, the foul stench gradually dissipated, replaced by a unique and enticing aroma. Xiangpa's mood fluctuated in tandem with the evolving scent of the dish. It appeared that Lord Tian was genuinely invested in his cooking. You truly put a great deal of care into your culinary endeavors, he mused, uncertain of the dish's taste. Yet it seemed visually appetizing. Please, Xiangpa, indulge, Ye Tian urged, placing the dish on Xiangpa's table. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa resolved to take a taste. Before you sample this dish, allow me to briefly explain its characteristics, Ye Tian began. Very well, please proceed, Xiangpa nodded in agreement. Do you know what pig intestines are? Ye Tian inquired. Acknowledging that Xiangpa was the god of destruction, he at least recognized the anatomical origin of the dish. Xiangpa nearly voiced his disbelief about the edibility of such an item, but held his tongue, fearing it would irreparably offend Lord Tian. Previously, he had contemplated confronting Ye Tian, unaware of his true identity. Now that he was enlightened, he was determined to cultivate a favorable relationship. Failing to do so might lead to dire consequences once Ye Tian's memories and abilities were fully restored. He resolved to become Ye Tian's closest ally before that time came. Perhaps he could even secure a formidable ally in the god of destruction, even if he could not ascend to such heights. Having such a powerful patron would surely deter Lord Quan from causing him any trouble. Ah, how astute I am, he thought to himself, reveling in his cleverness. I truly did not anticipate that such an item could be transformed into a delicacy by you. At the very least, I find the aroma quite enticing, exclaimed Xiangpa. Generally speaking, when it comes to pork intestines, many individuals ensure they are meticulously cleansed of any impurities during the cooking process, remarked Ye Tian with a sense of wonder. Xiangpa vigorously nodded in agreement, yet a look of confusion crossed his face as he scratched his head. I did not observe you washing them thoroughly. I only saw you briefly swish them in boiling water, and the water was clouded with numerous pale yellow particles. Are you certain that you have washed it? However, I do not know how to wash. Suddenly, Ye Tian made a surprising turn. Xiangpa, if you choose not to wash, then so be it. There is no need for such a detailed explanation. What shall you suggest for my meal? For I wish to preserve the authentic essence of the pig intestines. With a chuckle, Ye Tian remarked that only in this manner could the dish truly flourish in flavor. I find your words to be quite astute. Tears welled in Xiangpa's eyes once more. There is no need to overthink it. After all, it is merely a matter of consuming excrement, is it not? Who am I to fear? In order to cultivate a favorable rapport with the esteemed Ye Tian, I shall accept this indignity. Please, Lord Xiangpa, do partake. Ye Tian extended his chopsticks towards Xiangpa, while deftly slicing the pig intestines into several pieces. As they were cut open, a golden liquid oozed forth, stifling his disgust. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, picked up a piece, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. For the sake of my future prospects, what is a little excrement? How does it taste? Ye Tian inquired with palpable excitement. Not bad at all. Xiangpa managed to suppress the urge to retch. Beside them, Videl was utterly revolted. Ye Tian, must we truly be so cruel to the cat? The pig intestines you prepared are quite repulsive, to say the least. Is this chubby cat truly a fool? How could it dare to consume such a dish? Moreover, it appears utterly unfazed by it. Merely observing it makes me feel nauseous. How much does this fat cat owe to Kampa? It seems you swallowed it without even tasting it, didn't you? Kampa, taken aback, gazed at Xiangpa with confusion. Oh, it was simply too delicious. I devoured it without a moment's hesitation, Xiangpa exclaimed, bursting into laughter. As he chuckled, tears streamed down his face. Why are you crying, Lord Xiangpa? Asked Ye Tian. It's simply because it was so exquisite. I haven't savored such refined cuisine in ages. Xiangpa replied, his eyes brimming with tears. Is that truly the case? Ye Tian pondered, observing Xiangpa thoughtfully. It is indeed delectable. No one should dare to compete with me over it. Anyone who tries will face my wrath. Just look at that mage in Bu. He serves as the perfect example, Xiangpa declared, promptly claiming the entire plate of pig intestines while adopting a protective stance. Is it genuinely that delicious? Has my culinary skill improved significantly? Can my preparation of pig intestines evoke such delight in Xiangpa? Ye Tian mused, not delving too deeply into his thoughts. After all, both Xiangpa and Beerus would be thrilled even by a simple packet of instant noodles. With a delicacy like 9-turn intestines, wouldn't they be even more ecstatic? Furthermore, Ye Tian remained oblivious to his true identity. This simply won't do. You must take the time to savor it properly, Ye Tian sighed. Very well. I shall indulge in it thoroughly this time, Xiangpa nodded solemnly. As he spoke, he picked up another piece of pig intestine with his chopsticks and began to relish it. As Xiangpa continued to eat, he was suddenly struck by the pleasantness of the flavor. Initially, it bore a hint of unpleasantness, but upon closer inspection, that foul scent transformed into a delightful aroma. How peculiar! How could something so revolting taste so fragrant? At first, Xiangpa had forced himself to eat the pig intestines despite his disgust, but as he continued, the taste grew more enjoyable. Could it be that pig excrement is indeed fragrant? This thought crossed his mind. In no time, the plate of pig intestines was cleared entirely by Xiangpa. Is there any more? Bring me another plate, he urged, letting out a satisfied burp that released a grainy substance. Ye Tian quickly dodged aside, while Biddy Li and Mr. Satan stood at a distance, unable to bear the sight any longer. Are you still addicted to eating? Is my cooking so delightful? Quickly, one plate is insufficient. Bring me another, Xiangpa exclaimed. Let us keep it at this for today, for indulging too much in this delicacy can lead to weariness, Ye Tian remarked, scratching his head. You have a point. Xiangpa nodded in agreement, a joyful grin spreading across his face as he gave Ye Tian a thumbs up. Ye Tian, you are remarkable. Your culinary skills are among the finest in the entire 7th universe. You're too kind, Ye Tian replied, feeling somewhat bashful. I believe it would be a shame for you to remain in the 7th universe. Would you consider joining me in the 6th universe for further development? Xiangpa seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Chapter 116. Xiangpa, do you wish to marry the 3 daughters of the Grand Priest? Not going. Ye Tian resolutely declined. After all, you are a disciple of Beerus. It seems somewhat inappropriate for you to venture into my 6th universe, Xiangpa pretended to ponder. However, going to the 6th universe is not out of the question. Ye Tian mused thoughtfully before addressing Xiangpa again. What would you have me do? Xiangpa sensed his chance had arrived. If you arrange for Bardos to marry me, then I shall accompany you to the 6th universe, Ye Tian responded. Xiangpa, indeed. You have taken a liking to Bardos. If you were to venture into the 6th universe, would you be able to prepare pig intestines for me every day? Xiangpa inquired nonchalantly. Certainly, it would pose no challenge. As long as you provide the raw materials, there will be no scarcity of pig intestines, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. You wish to wed Bardos? Xiangpa mused, resting his chin in contemplation. That is a challenging condition to fulfill. How might I persuade Bardos to marry Lord Ye Tian? What means could I employ to achieve such a union? I do not merely wish to marry Bardos. I also desire to take Kusu and Makalita as my brides. Ye Tian added in a hushed tone to Xiangpa. At that moment, Xiangpa felt utterly disheartened. You are to wed the 3 daughters of the esteemed Grand Priest. I believe if I managed to charm one of them, perhaps I could succeed. If I were to win over all 3, would the Grand Priest be inclined to take my life? Ahem, such a desire seems rather challenging, yet I must weigh the pros and cons swiftly. Should Lord Tianai offer me protection, I believe the Grand Priest would not strike me down. Rather, I might find myself elevated in status. If not, then so be it. Ye Tian shook his head, expressing his fondness for this planet, content to live a good life here. Perhaps we could approach this one step at a time? Xiangpa suggested, starting with Bardos and breaking through one by one. That is not entirely unfeasible. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. All right, I understand your intentions now. Xiangpa replied with a gentle nod. However, I shall need to carefully consider this matter. You make a valid point. Ye Tian smiled. Now let me ask you. Aside from the exquisite 9-turn intestine, do you possess knowledge of other culinary delights? Xiangpa inquired further. I know a few others, Ye Tian chuckled. I shall prepare another dish for you to take back for Bardos to savor. Do you wish for your future wife to consume excrement? You are truly courageous. Will you be able to speak afterwards? Videl, please bring me my instant noodles. Ye Tian called out to Videl in the distance. Videl, somewhat bewildered, nodded and swiftly fetched a packet of instant noodles. Ye Tian tore open the packaging, prepared the seasoning, and added boiling water. Xiangpa looked on with a face full of questions. What is this peculiar item? However, it seemed relatively normal at the moment, and it felt like it wouldn't require consuming anything distasteful. After 3 minutes of steeping, Ye Tian lifted the lid. It is ready to eat, he announced. Xiangpa leaned in to sniff, intrigued by the unique aroma. He was uncertain how it would taste. Grabbing the chopsticks, he was about to savor it, when suddenly, bang! The sky turned dark. Huh, what is happening? Xiangpa paused, gazing upwards, wondering if the sun on this planet could vanish unexpectedly for a while. How peculiar that the sky has darkened. It is still midday, isn't it? Mr. Satan also looked up, puzzled. Is it going to rain? It was just sunny a moment ago. Videl appeared somewhat confused. The dragon is about to emerge, Ye Tian remarked. The dragon? Xiangpa stared blankly for a moment. Are you familiar with the dragon of the gods? Has your memory nearly recovered? Could it be that Lord Tian Yi is aware of the Super Dragon Balls? No. Who has gathered the Super Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon? This shouldn't be possible. Isn't Beerus supposed to be sleeping? Have other destroyers come to Universe 7? I must investigate. As Kampa spoke, he transformed into a crimson streak of light, vanishing in an instant. He flew with such astonishing speed that a stunned Dalai could only watch his disappearance in awe. This velocity is unparalleled. In the temple above, why has the sky suddenly darkened? Is the Eternal Dragon appearing? Goku gazed into the pitch-black heavens, pondering why the Eternal Dragon would manifest at this moment. Perhaps it is the Dragon Balls that Bulma has been collecting? She likely remains unaware of the situation, Krillin conjectured. Indeed. Vegeta has slain numerous individuals at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I suspect Bulma has wished for their resurrection, exclaimed Goku in alarm. Oh no. If the wish is granted this time, we will have to wait a whole year to make another wish. Dandy panicked. I will go check immediately. Goku placed his index and middle fingers to his forehead. Whoosh. Goku executed instant transmission, instantly disappearing from sight. At the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, a colossal azure dragon coiled majestically in the night sky. The nearby residents were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. Speak your wish, and I shall grant you any 3 desires. The voice of the Eternal Dragon resonated through the air. Last time, Gohan expressed a desire to gather the Dragon Balls and use the Eternal Dragon to locate that mysterious hero. I never anticipated that my efforts would bear fruit so soon. Bulma mused. What wish should I make? How should I phrase it? It's quite troublesome. I suppose reviving those who perished today and eliminating the villains would suffice. Lepin suggested, immediately voicing his wish. Thank you. Bulma expressed her gratitude, contemplating the validity of this wish. Very well, your wish has been granted. Please state your remaining 2 desires. The Eternal Dragon's voice echoed once more. High above, Kampa swiftly materialized in the night sky, observing the Eternal Dragon from above. This is not the Dragon of the Gods. The Dragon of the Gods should not be so diminutive. I never expected there to be an Eternal Dragon on Earth. Kampa muttered. Never mind that. As long as it is not the Dragon of the Gods, everything is negotiable. Just then, Goku also utilized instant transmission to arrive at the scene. Oh no, it's too late. Goku exclaimed. Goku? Bulma was taken aback. The others present immediately turned their attention to Goku. Dandy, can you hear me? One wish has already been granted. Goku quickly established communication with Dandy. Is that so? Then let the remaining 2 wishes go. Dandy responded, having fulfilled but a single wish, mentioning that in 4 months, the Dragon Balls would be available for use once more. Understood, Goku nodded. By the way, since everyone is here, please inform Krillin that he need not come. I will take everyone there myself. Chapter 117. Shenron, Lord of Destruction? Very well, Dandy acquiesced. Shenron, that is all for this wish. Thank you. Goku waved at Shenron, expressing his intent to seek his assistance again in the future. However, Shenron remained silent, his gaze transfixed in terror upon the figure of Kampa appearing in the sky. Hey, Shenron, I'm speaking to you. What are you looking at? Goku inquired. Perplexed. Why yes, Lord of Destruction. Shenron stammered, trembling in fear. Humph. Kampa snorted, showing no inclination to engage further with Shenron, and in an instant transformed into a streak of violet light, vanishing from sight. Shinran wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What could the Lord of Destruction possibly want here? Why do you remain silent? It is indeed quite perplexing. Dragon, have you heard? Sun Wukong is still bewildered, pondering what is meant by the so-called God of Destruction. What are you talking about? Ah, never mind. Suddenly, the dragon snapped back to reality, glancing down at Sun Wukong and asking, "Do you have no wishes left? Then farewell." With a clap, the dragon transformed into 7 streaks of light and swiftly vanished without a trace. The sky returned to its brilliance. "Wukong, what has transpired?" Leping inquired. "Follow me. We shall discuss this in the temple. It is perilous here," Sun Wukong called out. In the area devastated by the explosion, Jebet was resurrected by the dragon. "How strange. Was I not slain by Depura? How am I alive again?" Jebet expressed his confusion. Soon after, he noticed Majin Buu lying nearby. "Is that Majin Buu?" Jebet's expression shifted dramatically. What was he doing? Sleeping? Jebet trembled in fear. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, he fled. This is terrifying. That creature has finally awakened. After running a distance, Jebet realized Majin Buu was not in pursuit and let out a sigh of relief. "I wonder where the Supreme Kai has gone. Could he have been killed by Majin Buu? I shall return to the Supreme Kai's realm to check." With a swift motion, Jebet utilized instant transmission to return to the Supreme Kai's realm. "Jebet, did you not perish? You have been resurrected?" The Supreme Kai stared at Jebet in disbelief for quite some time. "I too find this quite astonishing," Jebet said, shaking his head in confusion. "Strange occurrences abound every year, but today seems particularly rife with them," the Supreme Kai mused. "Do you know, Jebet? Today I encountered a rather plump cat, claiming to be a god of destruction. There was a woman beside him whose healing abilities were extraordinary. She completely mended my wounds and restored my energy in an instant, surpassing even your capabilities. Such a thing exists?" Jebet was taken aback. "To my knowledge, my healing skills have reached an unparalleled level. Few in this universe can compare, let alone a deity. Besides, isn't the Supreme Kai incapable of healing?" "Indeed, I am the Supreme Kai and do not possess healing abilities," he nodded. "That woman you mentioned must be quite remarkable," Jebet remarked once more. "And that plump cat seems quite impressive as well," the Supreme Kai added. He appeared so confident, as if he could defeat Majin Buu. "Weren't Vegeta and the others also very confident? What became of that?" Jebet questioned. "I have yet to check. I have not been following the happenings on Earth." The King of Worlds shook his head. "However, how did the King of Worlds bring this human, Sun Wukong, here?" Jebet inquired curiously, glancing at the unconscious Sun Wukong on the ground. "Right, Jebet, hasten to provide treatment for Wukong," urged the King of Worlds. "I nearly forgot about that." Jebet scratched his head. "At that time, you had perished. You did not witness the formidable strength of those 3 scions, so it is difficult to fathom, isn't it?" The King of Worlds rekindled hope, pondering that perhaps Wukong possessed the power to vanquish Majin Buu. "Really? I find that hard to believe," Jebet responded, shaking his head. With a swift motion, Jebet enveloped Sun Wukong in a healing energy. In an instant, Wukong opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. "Huh? Where am I?" He scanned his surroundings. "You are in my realm, the King of Worlds." The King of Worlds smiled, introducing the place. The King of Worlds' realm? So, does that mean I have died?" Wukong was taken aback. "No, you nearly died, but fortunately you were saved in time," the King of Worlds chuckled. "Originally, the realm of the King of Worlds is a divine domain that even the gods of planets, galaxies, and kings cannot enter," Jebet added. "Is that so?" Wukong was momentarily stunned. "Wait, weren't you already deceased? Have you been resurrected? Could you refrain from being so blunt?" Jebet replied, his expression one of bewilderment. "Why was I brought here?" Wukong asked, puzzled. "I was just about to inquire that as well. I wonder why the King of Worlds would bring a human into the realm." Jebet turned to the King of Worlds. "I wish for Wukong to wield the divine sword to defeat Majin Buu," declared the King of Worlds, clenching his fists, convinced that Wukong could indeed wield that sword. "The divine sword?" Jebet exclaimed in disbelief. Wukong, however, was momentarily taken aback. "King of Worlds, you cannot be jesting. It is impossible for a human to wield the divine sword," Jebet exclaimed, recalling how countless previous kings of worlds had been unable to draw that legendary sword. "Jebet, you are unaware. Wukong's strength is truly astonishing," the King of Worlds smiled gently. "Not to mention Wukong's classmate, that human named Ye Tian. I sense he is formidable as well." "Ye Tian?" Jebet was momentarily stunned. A vision of the youth with a woman flashed in his mind. "How is my classmate Ye Tian?" Wukong inquired, a hint of concern crossing his face. "When I departed, he was unharmed, The King of Worlds chuckled. Perhaps he is fortunate and will encounter no troubles. King of Worlds, perhaps we should first observe Majin Buu before making any further decisions, Jebet suggested. Your point holds merit. The King of Worlds acknowledged. The Supreme Kai gently nodded and gazed towards the direction of Earth. His eyes searched the planet for any sign of the formidable Majin Buu. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the location where they had previously battled. Soon, he spotted Majin Buu sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. The Supreme Kai spoke in a solemn tone. Chapter 118, The Awakening of Majin Buu Asleep? Has he not been sealed for so many years? Is he not yet sated with slumber? Jebet silently wiped the sweat from his brow. You have been sealed away for a considerable length of time, have you not? You do not slumber within the seal, yet awaken only to sleep again? At that moment, Majin Buu abruptly lifted his head, instantly roused from slumber, vigorously rubbing his eyes while stifling a yawn. With a thud, Majin Buu rose from the ground, and a terrifying image of Kampa suddenly materialized in his mind, prompting him to vigilantly survey his surroundings. This dreadful, rotund feline. It managed to reduce me to this state in mere moments. I cannot contend with him. Moreover, this fiend renders my magic utterly ineffective against him. Who on earth is he? And to think that this large, corpulent cat transformed his urine into chocolate for me to consume. How revolting. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Majin Buu spat vehemently upon the ground. Gurgle. In the next instant, Buu's stomach emitted a growl. I am famished. I must seek something to eat. Buu patted his belly and soared into the sky. Not long after, Buu discovered a city and promptly transformed all its inhabitants into cookies. He devoured these cookies with immense delight. This scoundrel. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists tightly, unable to bear the sight any longer. On Earth, at Satan's abode, Kampa swiftly returned upon realizing it was not the dragon of God. It was no significant matter. Merely a blue dragon had emerged. Kampa offered a brief explanation before settling into his seat, picking up chopsticks to indulge in instant noodles. Just as Kampa was about to savor his noodles, the encroaching darkness of the sky interrupted him. Now, Kampa was eager to ascertain whether the noodles were indeed delectable. Finally, there was something somewhat proper to eat. At least it was not excrement. Although Lord Tainai managed to make even excrement taste exquisite, Kampa smacked his lips. Still yearning for more, he subsequently took a bite of the noodles. Upon that first mouthful, Kampa experienced an overwhelming surge of pleasure. This dish was as delicious as excrement. Ugh, it bore a resemblance in taste to pig intestines, albeit slightly inferior. If pig intestines were rated a perfect 10, the noodles might only receive a 9. The problem is that pig intestines are far too off-putting. Kampa felt fortunate to indulge in a culinary delight that could earn a 9. No wonder Lord Tainai chose to bestow such a delectable dish upon Beerus. Delicious, delicious. I never expected you to create such exquisite cuisine. Kampa sang praises. As for Beerus, this rotund cat undoubtedly possesses some cognitive deficiencies. Is this dish truly crafted by Tainai? It seems more akin to something produced in a factory. Have you never even tasted instant noodles? Suddenly, the rotund figure in pink seemed to awaken, wreaking havoc upon the city. Xiang Pa took another couple of bites of the noodles and remarked, "Let him be." Ye Tian smiled faintly. "In light of the delectable cuisine you have shared with me, I shall assist you in vanquishing him." Xiang Pa chuckled in response. "There is no need for that," Ye Tian replied with a grin. "Very well. I must take my leave now. Be cautious, for apart from me, no one else can contend with that fellow." Xiang Pa huffed. Ye Tian, not wishing to quarrel with Xiang Pa, handed a package of instant noodles to him. "Take this back for Bardos." Xiang Pa nodded, carefully stowing the noodles away. "You won't pilfer any on your way, will you?" Ye Tian inquired with a smile. "Am I that kind of person?" Xiang Pa retorted indignantly. "I would never stoop to such behavior. Besides, when you next encounter Bardos, you can certainly ask her if she has ever eaten instant noodles." "You make a valid point. I trust you," Ye Tian acknowledged with a nod. "Farewell." Xiang Pa waved his hand. "If I manage to persuade Bardos, could you accompany me to develop opportunities in the 6th universe? The other two can take their time," he added. Of course, Ye Tian did not object. "If you can persuade Bardos to marry me, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to the 6th universe." "Very well, let us agree on this delightful arrangement." With a grin, Xiang Pa transformed into a crimson flash of light, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse, leaving no trace behind. Xiang Pa departed, carrying with him his aspirations and thoughts. He felt that this time on Earth had significantly bridged the gap between himself and Lord Tanya. The animosity he once harbored towards me, stemming from that incident with the 9-spin intestines, should have dissipated by now. However, I must admit, That dish was quite delectable, possessing a truly unique flavor. It would have tasted even better had it been prepared with more care. On Earth, within the temple, a city was disappearing. Dandy exclaimed, "What? Is it the work of Majin Buu?" Krillin speculated. Dandy and Piccolo immediately glanced below. Indeed, it was he. He had awakened. Piccolo stated gravely, "The worst has come to pass." Krillin lamented, clutching his head in distress. After devouring those cookies, Buu had completely ravaged the city. He laughed heartily. As joyful as a child. Did he truly kill Vegeta and Gohan? Bulma inquired. Witnessing the innocent sacrifice of so many, I could no longer bear it. Piccolo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Do not speak foolishly. If you perish, who will teach Goten and Trunks the fusion technique? Goku urged, emphasizing that without the fusion technique, they could not defeat Majin Buu. Fear not, those who have died can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. And the destroyed buildings can also be restored to their former glory. Piccolo fell silent. After a brief moment, Goten and Trunks finally awakened. Upon hearing the news of Vegeta and Gohan's plight, both little ones burst into tears. No crying. There is no time for tears, Goku admonished, insisting that if they wished for vengeance, they must learn new skills, understood? The two gradually ceased their weeping. We cannot predict when Majin Buu might discover our location. So rigorous training is imperative, Goku encouraged. Should we utilize the Room of Spirit and Time? Piccolo suggested. No. That room can only be used for 2 days in a lifetime. We may need it later, Goku explained, and besides, it is said that only 2 individuals can enter at once. If all 4 of us go in, it may lead to complications. Not to worry. Dandy has upgraded the room, allowing 4 or 5 people to enter without issue. Piccolo smiled slightly. Oh, the Room of Spirit and Time can be upgraded? In the tale of Sun Wukong, a slight mishap unfolds. Chapter 119. What is the God of Destruction? Indeed, Dandy nodded in agreement, stating that he had also stumbled upon a method for advancement. You are truly remarkable, Dandy, praised Sun Wukong. It is of no consequence. I remain powerless against Majin Buu. Dandy replied, lowering his head. Let us postpone that. Instead, let us cultivate the fusion technique here. Sun Wukong contemplated, ultimately deciding against utilizing the Room of Spirit and Time. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Gohan, time is of the essence. You must accompany me immediately to draw forth the Divine Sword. The Kaioshin declared decisively. The Divine Sword? What is that? Gohan inquired, having never heard of it before. Follow me. The Kaioshin ascended into the sky, with Jebet closely trailing behind. Gohan hesitated for a moment, but then soared upward as well. Upon beholding the breathtaking scenery of the Kaioshin realm, Gohan could not help but exclaim, what a splendid place. It bears a striking resemblance to my home. Your attire does not quite complement the Kaioshin realm, Jebet remarked, casting a radiant light that swiftly enveloped Gohan. With a snap, Gohan's clothing transformed entirely, becoming the distinctive garb of the Kaioshin realm. Ha ha ha, now your attire is befitting of this place, Gohan. The Kaioshin laughed heartily. Is that so? It feels somewhat like a couple's outfit, Gohan mused, glancing down at his attire. Before long, the Kaioshin led Gohan to a high precipice where the Divine Sword rested. Behold the Divine Sword, Gohan. The Kaioshin gestured towards the sword embedded in the ground. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. No one has yet succeeded in drawing forth this sword. The Kaioshin instructed. Draw it forth? Just like in ancient legends? Gohan's curiosity piqued as he inquired, what would happen if I succeeded? You would gain immense power. Capable of contending with Majin Buu, Jebet elucidated. Is that true? Then this sword must be extraordinarily sharp. Gohan firmly grasped the hilt. Do not indulge in fantasies. It is utterly impossible for you to draw this sword, Jebet chuckled softly. Jebet, be silent and observe, commanded the Kaioshin. Very well, I shall give it a try, Gohan declared as he exerted his strength to pull the Divine Sword. Gohan summoned every ounce of his strength, yet the sword remained immovable. Ah, this is futile. It shows no sign of budging, Gohan sighed, rubbing his hands before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Transforming into a Super Saiyan will not alter the outcome. The result remains the same, Jebet dismissed, lacking faith in Gohan's efforts. Ah, Gohan exclaimed, straining once more to draw the sword. You might as well give up. Jebet chuckled lightly, noting that many Kaioshins had failed to draw it, let alone a mere mortal. At that moment, the Divine Sword suddenly loosened. Jebet's smile gradually froze. Hey, Sun Wukong ascended to the heavens with the Divine Realm. Success. The King Kai was filled with excitement. What? How is this possible? Jebet was astonished. Sun Wukong gently descended to the ground, holding the divine sword. Wukong, please tell me, what is the legendary sword like? The King Kai asked eagerly. Oh, aside from its weight, it is incredibly heavy, Sun Wukong replied, struggling to swing the sword, as it was the heaviest he had ever encountered. Really? The King Kai displayed a hint of confusion. Why is it so heavy? Does it not enhance one's power? He inquired further. No, Sun Wukong shook his head, pondering if the method of wielding it was incorrect. The King Kai pressed on. Can this sword truly defeat Majin Buu? Sun Wukong began to doubt the sword's utility. What are you saying? This is the mightiest sword in the King Kai's realm. Of course, it can defeat Majin Buu. Jebit interjected, albeit rather irately. However, if you cannot wield it with finesse, victory will be impossible. You make it sound easy. Why don't you try it? It's genuinely heavy. Sun Wukong handed the sword to Jebit. Taken aback, Jebit instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment Jebit's hands made contact with the divine sword, he immediately felt his body sink. Thud! The sword crashed heavily to the ground, embedding itself deeply into the earth. Startled, Jebit quickly grasped the hilt, attempting to lift the sword. Yet, despite Jebit's efforts, the divine sword remained immovable. Jebit felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Following that, he executed a dramatic turn, facing away from Sun Wukong. The weight is manageable. Jebit coughed lightly, then turned back to point at Sun Wukong, proclaiming loudly, in any case, if you cannot wield this sword with ease, it will be utterly futile. Do you understand? I understand. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow. On Earth, at Mr. Satan's residence, Ye Tian, what was that fat cat you mentioned that is a god of destruction? Videl inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a god of destruction, Ye Tian nodded. You also said it was not from our universe? Videl asked again, is it possible that besides our universe, there are others? To my knowledge, there are a total of 12 universes, Ye Tian replied. Each universe has its own god of destruction. What? There are that many universes? Videl exclaimed. Mr. Satan also perked up his ears. How do you know all this? Videl asked, puzzled. There is nothing I do not know. Ye Tian smiled broadly. Videl, judging by your expression, I sense your confidence. It seems you speak with sincerity. But what exactly is the Kaioshin? Videl inquired further. Isn't the Kaioshin proclaimed to be the most magnificent deity of this universe? Ye Tian replied with a smile, the term great may not be entirely misunderstood. The Kaioshin is indeed a god of creation, primarily responsible for the genesis of the universe and the emergence of life. Are we humans, then, creations of the Kaioshin? Videl wiped the sweat from her brow. Sometimes, the Kaioshin transfers certain life forms from one realm to another, thus birthing new life on different planets, Ye Tian elucidated. So rest assured, you are not created by the Kaioshin. You are the product of your father and mother. Videl responded. Could you refrain from being so blunt? Meanwhile, Satan bashfully scratched his head. I heard that Majin Buu has awakened. What are your plans, Ye Tian? Why not allow that god of destruction to eliminate him directly? Videl queried. Chapter 120. Satan, here comes your little brother Satan. Your mission has arrived. Ye Tian immediately turned to him. Satan wore a puzzled expression. What mission could I possibly have? When the time is ripe, Mr. Satan, you shall befriend Majin Buu, Ye Tian said with a slight smile. Become friends? You want my father to befriend that creature? Videl exclaimed, alarmed. He would be killed. Do not worry. With me around, nothing will go awry, Ye Tian reassured her. If successful, Mr. Satan will gain a remarkably exceptional little brother. A little brother? You wish for my father to take Majin Buu as his little brother? Videl was taken aback. Precisely, Ye Tian affirmed with a nod. Videl fell silent. Mr. Satan? Who, may I ask? Is the enigmatic Majin Buu that you speak of? I have never encountered such a name before. Might you offer me some hints? In the temple, Goku has commenced the formal instruction of Goten and Trunks in the art of fusion. Once the fusion technique is successfully executed, it can only be sustained for 30 minutes. Goku explains that after this duration, they will separate and be unable to fuse again for a short period. 30 minutes? That is indeed a pressing timeline, Piccolo remarks. If the two of them can successfully employ the fusion technique, defeating Majin Buu within that time frame should pose no challenge. Goku smiles slightly. Alright, you two. Transform into Super Saiyans first. Upon hearing this, Goku notices the two young ones wearing expressions of discontent. What troubles you both? He inquires, taken aback. Uncle, what were you doing when Dad and Brother Gohan were slain? Trunks questions, his tone accusatory. I fainted, Goku replies candidly. Fainted? At that precise moment? Trunks retorts skeptically. Uncle was merely too cowardly to show himself. A person like that could hardly strengthen us, even if he were to teach us. Goten shares his brother's sentiments. Believing their father to be excessively timid, Goku finds himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. You two little rascals, at that time. Goku was only following Piccolo's stern admonition, compelled to reveal the truth. Forget it, Piccolo, I indeed am a coward, unable to even defeat Majin Buu. Goku admits with a smile. Yet, I shall teach you the fusion technique. If you genuinely wish to avenge Vegeta and Gohan, this is the sole method. Trunks and Goten, being mere children, exchange glances, momentarily hesitant. Goku, Majin Buu has discovered another large city. Dandy rushes in, his countenance shifting dramatically. Do not worry, we have the Dragon Balls, which can restore everything. Goku sighs. That vile creature has transformed everyone into chocolate and consumed them, Dandy states somberly. Goku grits his teeth, at a loss for words. What? He turned everyone into chocolate. Goten and Trunks exclaim in unison. They then exchange determined glances. Goten, let us practice the fusion technique now. We must defeat that fiend. Trunks asserts, nodding at Goten. Goten, with a serious expression, responds affirmatively. All right, you two, transform into Super Saiyans immediately. Goku commands. The two young ones are soon enveloped in a golden aura, having become Super Saiyans. Excellent. Maximize your energy. Goku instructs once more. Hee, Goten. Shall we not let out a battle cry? Trunks beams with youthful exuberance. Absolutely. Sun Wukong nodded. With fervent cries. Sun Wutian and Trunks elevated their energy to its utmost limit. Upon sensing the formidable auras of the two young warriors, Piccolo was enveloped in profound astonishment. Excellent. You have reached your limits, Sun Wukong remarked. Sun Wutian was taken aback, and Trunks shared his confusion. Why is this uncle not surprised at all? Trunks slightly increased his energy. It was imperative that their energies harmonized perfectly for the fusion technique. Sun Wukong corrected him. Trunks, moderate your energy to match Wutian's. Match? Trunks pondered as he adjusted his energy several times. At last, their energies aligned. Stop. That's it. Maintain this level of energy. Sun Wukong instructed. Now, revert to your normal states and circulate your energy, for the imminent fusion into Super Saiyans will be quite challenging. As he spoke, Dandy approached once more. Wukong. It appears that Buu is heading towards West City. Dandy stated gravely. What? How infuriating. My grandparents are at home. Trunks exclaimed anxiously. Wukong. You are aware of what Dandy has said, right? Bulma interjected, her face etched with concern. My parents could be killed. Do not worry. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them, Sun Wukong reassured. West City will also be destroyed, Bulma continued. We can wish for its restoration with the second wish. Sun Wukong explained. The Dragon Radar is still in the lab. It contains special components that are difficult to find, Bulma replied somberly. Without the radar, we cannot locate the Dragon Balls, can we? What? Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow. A brief silence ensued. This is quite troublesome. Trunks. Return immediately to retrieve the radar. Sun Wukong swiftly devised a plan. I will hold off Majin Buu for a while. Wait? Uncle, can you really handle it? Won't you be killed instantly? Trunks asked, puzzled. I believe I can manage for a short while. You must hurry, or Majin Buu will reach West City in no time. Sun Wukong replied, bringing his index and middle fingers together to perform instant transmission, vanishing in an instant. Can he truly manage? Trunks thought as he dashed outside, transforming into a Super Saiyan and racing towards West City. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared directly in front of Majin Buu, blocking his path. Who are you? Buu inquired. Gazing at Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong, and I have come to confront you. With a smile, Sun Wukong remarked. Buu gently nodded. A brief silence ensued. Hey, do you know that fat cat? Buu inquired. What fat cat? I do not comprehend what you are saying, Sun Wukong replied, taken aback. If you don't know. That's good, Buu sighed in relief. As long as this fellow was oblivious to that fat cat, everything would be manageable. First, I will give this guy a good beating to vent my frustrations, and then I will devise a way to deal with that fat cat. Chapter 121. Super Saiyan 3. Alright, I shall end your life. Buu chuckled malevolently, immediately preparing for battle. With a crackle, Sun Wukong radiated a golden aura, lightning swirling around him. Super Saiyan 2. Upon sensing the intensity of Sun Wukong's transformation, Sun Goten was astonished, feeling a surge of pride for his father's might. Trunks was also somewhat taken aback, realizing that his uncle was as formidable as his father. Oh? Buu displayed a contemptuous expression. That spiky-haired fellow couldn't he even defeat me when he self-destructed. It seems you are quite similar to him. The two were just about to engage in battle when suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed that Trunks' energy had ceased. This is impossible. My father is the mightiest. Trunks muttered to himself in disbelief. Hey, what are you dawdling about? Hurry and bring back the radar. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Trunks quickly regained his focus. Majin Buu, perplexed, glanced towards the direction of Sun Wukong's words, but saw nothing. What are you talking about? Buu inquired. I said nothing. You need not concern yourself, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Are you deceiving a fool? I clearly heard you speaking just now. Buo's expression darkened. Do you take me for a fool? With a swift motion, Sun Wukong instantly reverted to his original state. I must buy some time. Otherwise, Trunks may not have the opportunity to retrieve the radar. Why have you returned to your previous form? Have you succumbed to despair? Bu inquired with a grin. Not at all. I merely wish to impart some knowledge regarding the Super Saiyan's, Sun Wukong replied with a subtle smile. Go ahead, I am listening, Bu nodded with curiosity. You see. My current form is my base state, Sun Wukong stated, and immediately, golden light erupted from his being as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the standard variant. Bu nodded again, indicating his comprehension. With a crack, lightning surged around Sun Wukong, intensifying his transformation as his hair rose even higher. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, also known as Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong explained with a smile. There is more lightning, Bu replied thoughtfully. You are quite astute. You have grasped it, Sun Wukong beamed. Bu vigorously nodded in agreement. What is Goku doing? Can he transform again? Krillin murmured, sensing the intensity of Sun Wukong's energy. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a series of piercing screams. The energy emanating from him surged wildly, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, a powerful golden aura radiated outward from Sun Wukong, casting the sky in a golden hue. Incredible! The energy is continuously expanding, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. As he observed, Sun Wukong's hair grew long, cascading down past his waist. The sheer force of his energy caused the entire earth to tremble. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Mr. Satan quivered in fear, recalling the recent tremor that accompanied Buu's destruction of a city. Now, Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was causing the earth to shake violently. Videl, can you sense it? Ye Tian turned to Videl. I can feel such immense energy. I never imagined anyone could possess such power, Videl replied, utterly astonished. You have made great strides, Videl. You are now capable of sensing others' energy, Ye Tian smiled. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Gohan and the others also felt Sun Wukong's overwhelming presence. Is that really Dad's energy? This cannot be. Gohan was flabbergasted. Indeed, it is Sun Wukong. Such formidable energy. Kaishin exclaimed in disbelief. His energy has even reached the Kaishin realm. It is simply astonishing. Jebbet gasped. What on earth has happened to Dad? Son Gohan displayed a countenance filled with concern. At this moment, Son Goku had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This is Super Saiyan 3. I apologize for taking a bit longer to master this transformation, as I am still not fully proficient. Son Goku smiled as he gazed at Majin Buu, contorting his face into a fearsome expression. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Majin Buu scoffed, claiming that the only entity he feared was that fat cat. Son Goku was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by what Majin Buu was referring to. Regardless, there was no time for distractions. It was time to commence the battle. Son Goku immediately readied himself for combat. In an instant, he appeared directly above Majin Buu, who had yet to react. With a swift motion, Son Goku seized the antenna on Majin Buu's head. With a powerful punch, he struck Majin Buu squarely on his pudgy face. Majin Buu's body was sent hurtling backward. Yet Son Goku yanked him back by the antenna. One after another, Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches upon Majin Buu, who seemed utterly incapable of mounting a defense. With a series of rapid spins, Son Goku grasped Majin Buu's antenna. The next moment, he released his grip, sending Majin Buu crashing downwards. The impact sent him plummeting into the ocean, creating a towering wave that soared hundreds of meters high. Majin Buu quickly emerged from the water, launching energy blasts from his hands. As the projectiles sped toward him, Son Goku remained unperturbed, effortlessly swatting them aside with a single palm, sending them scattering in all directions. At that moment, Buu suddenly appeared directly in front of Son Goku. With a swift motion, Buu's arms stretched like rubber, delivering a punch to Son Goku's face. Son Goku turned with a smile, his visage unmarred by even a scratch. Bu gazed at him in surprise. In response, Son Goku launched a powerful counterattack, landing a fierce blow to Majin Buu's face. Bu retaliated with an uppercut. Son Goku performed a somersault in midair, quickly gathering energy in his hands. With a mighty roar, a formidable Kamehameha wave erupted from Son Goku's palms, piercing through Majin Buu's body. Bu allowed a gaping hole to form in his torso, yet with a sinister grin. He exerted a bit of effort and restored himself to his original state. Following suit, Bu attempted to emulate Son Goku, gathering his own Kamehameha wave. Chapter 122. Where is the god of destruction of our universe? Son Goku was taken aback. Has this fellow been learning from me all along? In the midst of battle, one learns. How remarkable. Suddenly, Bu unleashed an energy blast that hurtled towards Goku. With a thunderous clap, Goku deflected the energy orb back. Taken aback, Bu retaliated with a swift strike, directing the incoming blast towards the ground below. Goku's eyes widened in horror. Boom. The earth erupted in a colossal mushroom cloud, resulting in a massive explosion. What on earth? Goku exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Bu let out a series of cold chuckles. I must admit, I am quite surprised. Though you appear somewhat foolish, it seems you are a combat genius. Goku marveled at Bu's ability to master and effectively utilize skills in such a brief span of time. Hehe. Bu proudly sniffed. Goku then slightly relaxed his senses and realized that Trunks' energy had departed from West City, indicating that Trunks had acquired the Dragon Ball radar. With a swift motion, Goku dissipated his golden aura, reverting to his normal state. Hey, how did you change back? Bu asked, surprised. Fighting you is quite entertaining. Let us continue. Of course. But I currently lack the time to play, Goku replied, shaking his head. You are far more interesting than that fat cat, who merely bullies me. I can never defeat him. Bu candidly expressed. It is only thrilling to battle someone of equal caliber. Being tormented by someone far superior is exceedingly dull. Bu felt that the fat cat was undoubtedly cheating. I hardly provoked him. I merely inquired who he was, and he struck me. It's utterly unfair. But this long-haired fellow is quite intriguing. Engaging him in battle is truly exhilarating. Who is this fat cat you speak of? Goku inquired, slightly taken aback. With a playful gesture, Majin Bu rubbed his face, instantly transforming it to resemble Kampa's visage. Although Bu's color remained pink and his antennae intact, his face now bore a striking resemblance to Kampa's. This is how I look, Bu pointed to his face. Is that so? Is he truly formidable? To the point that even you cannot defeat him? Goku asked, astonished. I am no match for him. Bu nodded, adding, nonetheless, battling you is far more enjoyable. Let us continue. Regrettably, I truly do not have time to play, Goku interjected, a thought crossing his mind. How about this? If you genuinely wish to engage in combat, a worthy opponent of similar strength will appear in 2 days. He will entertain you thoroughly. So, please refrain from harming innocent people and patiently await his arrival. Is he similar to you? Bu inquired. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. I would have liked to play with you, but time does not permit, Goku lamented, placing his index and middle fingers together on his forehead. When you eventually descend to the underworld, remember to have someone assist you with your weight. With that, Goku executed a technique of instantaneous movement and vanished in an instant. Bu scanned his surroundings, searching for Goku's whereabouts. After a prolonged search, Bu failed to locate him and ultimately appeared above West City, unleashing a frenzy of destruction upon the city. With a thunderous roar, Bu unleashed a tremendous attack, leveling West City to the ground. Is this an earthquake? Has the end of the world arrived? Dubra trembled in fear. Father, it's Majin Bu, Videl stated. Majin Bu? Is he the little brother that Ye Tian just mentioned? Dubra responded with a wry smile. Don't joke with me. You want me to recruit him as a subordinate? He would undoubtedly kill me. Fear not. With me around, you shall be safe, Ye Tian replied with a slight smile. Dubra felt utterly despondent. Ye Tian, do you truly want my father to recruit him as a subordinate? Videl exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. But he is Majin Bu. Even the greatest god in this universe cannot handle him. Moreover, the most powerful god from another universe has departed. By the way, does our universe not have a god of destruction? What is he doing? Why has he not come to resolve the issue with Majin Bu? Videl inquired. The god of destruction does not concern himself with such matters. His primary role is to annihilate planets. The fact that he hasn't come to destroy Earth means you should count your blessings, Ye Tian chuckled. Videl fell silent. Additionally, our universe's god of destruction has been sleeping for decades, Ye Tian added. Sleeping for so many years? Videl wiped the sweat from her brow. In the temple, upon witnessing Majin Bu wreaking havoc, Goku felt a sense of helplessness. That fellow possesses enough strength to obliterate the earth in an instant, Piccolo stated solemnly. No need to worry. Judging by his demeanor, he does not currently wish to destroy the earth. He merely seeks amusement. Perhaps the presence of someone has instilled a sense of caution in him, Goku reasoned. Whose presence has made him cautious? Piccolo asked, taken aback. He mentioned a large fat cat, Goku replied. A large fat cat? What purpose does it serve? I have never heard of it, Piccolo remarked, puzzled. I too am aware of who that large fat cat is. According to Majin Buu himself, he can easily defeat Buu. Goku mused, his face revealing surprise. I never anticipated that there existed someone even more formidable than Majin Buu. What? The plump cat could easily defeat Majin Buu? Does such a being truly exist? Piccolo was astounded. Let us momentarily set aside the matter of the fat cat. The most prudent course of action is to swiftly teach Goten and Trunks the fusion technique. Son Goku spoke solemnly. I have little time remaining, only 1 hour. What? How is that possible? There is still a long day ahead, Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. The recent Super Saiyan 3 transformation, if utilized in another realm, would deplete an enormous amount of energy, Son Goku explained, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. Allow Dandy to heal you. Restore your stamina, Piccolo suggested. That won't help. I'll be fine once I return, Son Goku replied, shaking his head. Just then, the Crystal Elder approached on her crystal ball. Goku, prepare yourself. Only 30 minutes remain, she announced. What? 30 minutes? Is there truly so little time left? Son Goku said with a wry smile. Indeed, it is regrettable, the Crystal Elder nodded. Chapter 123. Son Goku returns to the underworld. Oh no, where's Trunks? Why has Te returned yet? Son Goku expressed with a mix of amusement and concern. Goku, may I ask you something? Piccolo inquired. What is it? Son Goku responded. Taken aback. The recent Super Saiyan 3 form should be able to defeat Majin Buu, correct? Piccolo pondered aloud. I am not mistaken, am I? I cannot say. Son Goku gently shook his head. Majin Buu's strength is unfathomable. I sense that victory is unlikely. Unlikely? Why not fight until the very end? Is it due to energy constraints? Piccolo pressed further. No. I have already passed on. Such matters should not fall upon me. Son Goku asserted. Let the youth take on this challenge. Perhaps even more remarkable figures may emerge. This could indeed be a daring gamble. Yet witnessing those two prodigious youths ignites a flicker of hope within me. Piccolo reflected. Have you wagered the fate of the earth? By the way, Goku. It is worth mentioning that the mysterious hero Gohan spoke of, the enigmatic sorcerer, is not Babidi, Piccolo suddenly interjected. Not Babidi? Goku was taken aback. At least that is what Babidi claimed. He was nearly defeated by me at the time, so it stands to reason he would not lie, Piccolo pondered. Then who could it be? Goku scratched his head. A brief silence ensued. Do you think it might be the large, rotund cat that Majin Buu mentioned? Piccolo speculated. You may have a point. I never expected that the mysterious hero would possess such formidable power. Goku exclaimed, reflecting on the notion that if he is indeed a hero, he must be a good person. Who knows? Piccolo shook his head. Whether he is a good person remains to be seen. However, he has not committed any heinous acts thus far, only harming a few truly wicked individuals, and then there is the matter of erasing some students' assignments, which I find rather perplexing. Goku remarked, he will eventually make his appearance, right? Goku smiled faintly. Perhaps, Piccolo replied, gazing up at the sky. There may be even more powerful beings in this universe. Indeed, we do seem rather insignificant. Ha ha ha, Goku chuckled. It is a pity that Gohan has ventured into that realm. Please convey my regards to him. Piccolo sighed. All right, I understand. Goku nodded. Trunks has returned. Piccolo turned to look in Trunks' direction. Trunks promptly flew over, holding the dragon radar. This is the dragon radar. Trunks reverently handed it to Goku. Excellent. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. Goten and Trunks immediately stood at attention, gazing up at Goku with admiration. Time is of the essence. You both must exert yourselves doubly hard. Is that understood? Goku inquired. Yes, teacher. Goten and Trunks responded in unison. You've become quite serious, Goku remarked, somewhat surprised. It appears that Super Saiyan 3 is having an effect here. Piccolo smiled slightly. All right, next I will teach you the fusion technique, Goku declared. Goten and Trunks nodded solemnly. Just as Goku was instructing the two youngsters in the fusion technique, Majin Buu was wandering about on Earth. As he floated along, Majin Buu yawned, suddenly feeling sleepy. He thought, I would like to take a nap. Buu descended from the sky, landing in a small town. The townsfolk stared in astonishment at Majin Buu. Previously, someone had recorded a live broadcast of Majin Buu wreaking havoc in the city. Upon seeing Buu, the residents were terrified and fled in all directions. It's too noisy. Quiet them down. Buu emitted a low hum, raising his hand skyward, causing all living beings to levitate. Instantly, every creature in the town floated into the air. Even the cats and dogs soaring into the sky. Transform into clay, Buu proclaimed as the antennae on his head flickered with a violet-white lightning. In a mere instant, these beings were all transmuted into clay, swiftly collected by the Majin Buu. With a thud, the clay fell from the air. Majin Buu promptly fashioned a peculiar abode for himself, complete with a bedroom, dining area, and bathroom. He reclined on his little bed, indulging in a brief slumber. Oh, I've awakened. Now it's time for me to go out and slay. Buu stretched languidly, soaring back into the heavens. In the sanctuary, Goku, it's time. Prepare to return to the other world. Summoned the Crystal Elder. Is that so? Understood. Goku nodded solemnly, then turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, the ensuing matters rest upon you. Given the current situation, we should master the fusion technique by tomorrow. Very well, Piccolo affirmed. Goku, take care of yourself, though it sounds somewhat absurd, Leaping remarked, sighing. After finally returning, I must depart once more, Bulma lamented. Until we meet again, Goku, Master Roshi declared. Chi-Chi, do not be sorrowful. You still have Goten, Goku consoled. But what if he is made to cry by Majin Buu? Chi-Chi worried. Rest assured, if he learns that technique I demonstrated earlier, he will not succumb to Majin Buu. Goku managed a forced smile. When you meet Gohan in the other world, send my regards, Trunks said. Goku nodded. All right, Goku, let us depart, the Crystal Elder beckoned. Goten, however, was at a loss for words. What's wrong, Goten? Goku inquired, momentarily taken aback. Goten remained silent. I see. You wish for a hug from Daddy. Don't you? Chi-Chi asked, tears streaming down her face. Goten did not respond. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Goku stepped forward, lifting Goten high into the air. Goten wept like a child. Goten, you shall take care of your mother. Goku ruffled Goten's hair affectionately. Goten obediently replied. Subsequently, Goku ascended into the sky, waving farewell to everyone. Farewell, everyone. We shall meet again after you have passed on, Goku smiled. Thud. In the next moment, Sun Wukong vanished into thin air. At such an ominous time, this fellow still uttered such ill-fated words, and Krillin, with tears in his eyes, managed to smile. In but an instant, Sun Wukong returned to the underworld. Wukong, will you be able to return on your own? Asked the Crystal Granny. Of course, thank you, Granny. Sun Wukong nodded appreciatively. Chapter 124. Son Gohan, Ye Tian and the Fat Cat know each other? With a swift motion, Sun Wukong arrived in the Grand Hall of King Yen, where he encountered the ruler of the underworld. King Yen, I wish to inquire about something, Sun Wukong began. Raising his head, you have returned quite swiftly, King Yen replied, momentarily taken aback. What on earth has transpired? So many have perished. I haven't been this busy in ages. A great deal has occurred. It is possible that all the Earthlings may soon arrive here. Sun Wukong sighed softly. What did you say? King Yen exclaimed in astonishment. Before a large number of Earthlings arrive, has Son Gohan been here? He is my son, Sun Wukong inquired. King Yen quickly perused the book of life and death, searching for Son Gohan's name. No, he has not come here. If he were your son, I would surely recognize him instantly, King Yen mused. He hasn't perished. Has he? Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, a fearsome individual did visit recently. He is the Demon Realm King Depura? King Yen chuckled. He would certainly prefer hell. Yet I sent him to heaven instead. Is that so? Thank you, farewell. Sun Wukong waved as he took to the skies once more. Gohan is still alive. What splendid news. But where could he be? Just then, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Gohan's energy. This is Gohan's aura, indeed. Without a doubt. Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings. Where is he? I shall go see. In a flash, Sun Wukong executed his instant transmission and appeared in the realm of the Kaioshin. Hey. Gohan was practicing his swordplay and immediately spotted his father beside him. Both the Kaioshin and Jebit were equally astonished. They had never anticipated Sun Wukong's arrival in this place. Dad, Gohan exclaimed in surprise. What are you wearing? Sun Wukong, somewhat speechless, turned to the Kaioshin and Jebit. Ah, is that not Lord Kaioshin and the once-deceased Uncle Jebit? How is this possible? Can anyone come and go freely in the realm of the Kaioshin? Jebit was utterly bewildered. Dad, how did you get here? Gohan inquired. Of course. I used instant transmission, Sun Wukong smiled. No, I mean, how did you arrive in less than 24 hours? Sun Wukong shook his head. Well, let me share with you what has transpired on Earth, he said to Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai. It was astonishing to witness the devastation caused by Majin Buu. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly. Let me try wielding that sword, he requested. Sun Wukong extended his hand, and Son Gohan passed the sword to his father. Sun Wukong grasped the sword and swung it vigorously a few times. This sword is remarkably heavy. Can it truly bestow upon me tremendous energy? Sun Wukong pondered deeply. Jebet remarked, Gohan's father is quite impressive, effortlessly wielding the sword. Supreme Kai, may I remain here before Gohan confronts Majin Buu? Sun Wukong inquired. Certainly. The Supreme Kai readily agreed. And might I request some food? Sun Wukong grinned widely, confident that the Supreme Kai would treat him to a delightful feast. You truly do not regard yourself as an outsider. Very well, let Gohan take a brief respite. The King of Worlds nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he prepared a modest meal for Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong dined, he engaged in casual conversation with the King of Worlds. By the way, esteemed King of Worlds, have you ever heard of a great fat cat? Sun Wukong inquired. A fat cat? The image of a creature resembling a large feline suddenly materialized in the King of Worlds' mind. Indeed, it looks something like this, Sun Wukong remarked, pressing his nose and elongating his ears. The King of Worlds, upon your remark, I find myself uncertain whether you are referring to the Destroyer. Surely, you do not mean the Destroyer by the name of Kampa, do you? The Supreme Kai elucidated, the Destroyer? What deity might that be? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. I cannot say for certain. According to his own claims, he styles himself as the mightiest god in the universe, asserting that he possesses the power to vanquish Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai offered a wry smile. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that he is merely boasting. If he truly had the capability to defeat Majin Buu, why would he not take action? Uncertain if they were speaking of the same individual, Sun Wukong gently shook his head and continued. Majin Buu himself admitted that he could not best that large, rotund cat. What? Majin Buu confessed to being unable to overcome the large cat? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. Indeed, he did say so. Sun Wukong nodded. It seems to me that Majin Buu was soundly defeated by the large cat. For a hint of fear flickered in his eyes as he mentioned it. Is that large cat truly so formidable? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. It appears that there are even more powerful beings in this universe, of which we are yet unaware. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Father, could it be that there are deities of an even higher caliber? Gohan speculated from the side. Do not jest. Jebet scoffed. The greatest deity in this universe is none other than Lord Supreme Kai. There exists no being of greater stature. Is that so? Gohan scratched his head in contemplation. By the way, my classmate, Ye Tian, seems to have some acquaintance with that large cat. The Supreme Kai added suddenly. Wait, does Ye Tian know the large cat that father mentioned? Gohan expressed his surprise. It is worth noting that a blue-skinned woman accompanying the large cat possesses formidable healing abilities. She effortlessly healed my injured body, the Supreme Kai reflected. Moreover, at that moment, my life hung in the balance, and it was the large cat who saved me. I should indeed express my gratitude. Having healing abilities does not seem extraordinary, Gohan mused. Dandy's healing prowess is also remarkable, capable of restoring one's body in an instant. Dandy? The deity of Earth? The Supreme Kai appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Sun Wukong interjected, he is an Omni-King, known for his exceptional healing capabilities. That cannot be right. In my recollection, Omni-Kings possess healing abilities, yet they do not achieve complete recovery. Jebet felt a pang of disbelief and quickly retorted. Perhaps Dandy is somewhat of an exception. Sun Wukong chuckled, showing no inclination to argue with Jebet. Father, may I witness your Super Saiyan 3 transformation shortly? Gohan proposed. Certainly, that is no problem. Sun Wukong nodded readily. By the way, is my classmate Ye Tian all right? Sun Gohan inquired. He was fine when I left, the King Kai replied, then fell into a contemplative silence. By the way, Gohan, your classmate Ye Tian is not from Earth, is he? Huh? Why do you say that? Sun Gohan was taken aback. I observed him surviving in the vastness of space. The King Kai answered. Can my classmate Ye Tian really survive in outer space? He is truly remarkable. Sun Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Sun Wukong. Father, it seems we cannot survive in outer space, can we? Yes, the moment we enter the cosmic expanse, we would perish, Sun Wukong nodded. Could it be that Ye Tian is also an extraterrestrial? Son Gohan scratched his head, for he had never heard him mention such a thing. Thus, another day passed. During this time, Majin Buu had already obliterated approximately 2/3 of the cities on Earth. Many lives had been ruthlessly taken by the merciless Majin Buu. Next, Majin Buu soared into the sky, traveling for a while until he suddenly spotted an individual below. Swiftly, Majin Buu descended and obstructed the person's path. It was a young boy, a boy who was blind. Haha. Majin Buu laughed heartily, intending to strike the boy down with a punch. Hello, who are you? The boy asked. I am the fearsome Majin Buu. Majin Buu declared with pride. Are you famous? I don't know you at all. Are you really that terrifying? The boy was taken aback. Hurry and open your eyes. Pretending to be blind before me is futile. Majin Buu scoffed. Even if I open my eyes, I would still be blind. I have been this way since birth, the boy replied. Is that so? No wonder you are not afraid of me. Majin Buu felt his bravado had faltered. He then placed his hands over the boy's eyes and used magic to restore his sight. What are you doing? The boy exclaimed in shock. You fool, quickly open your eyes and see. Buu chuckled mischievously. Huh. The boy could now sense light entering his eyes and slowly opened them. Immediately, he rejoiced, exclaiming, Wonderful! I can see. The boy was overjoyed, dancing with glee. Quick, look at me. Buu pointed to his own face. I am about to kill you. Thank you. Thank you, uncle. The boy expressed his gratitude, approaching and giving Majin Buu a tight embrace. Majin Buu, are you not the least bit afraid of me? The boy inquired with curiosity. Uncle, are you an alien? Hey, do I look handsome? Buu retorted without answering. I suppose I'm not that handsome, but you did use magic to heal my eyes, the boy replied honestly. Hee hee, I'm pretty amazing, aren't I? Buu said, a hint of pride evident in his voice. As a token of gratitude, the boy offered him some coins. I was going to use this to buy milk, but the shops are all closed. Buu bit into the coins, only to find them utterly unpalatable. Suddenly, with a whoosh, he soared into the sky, transformed a person into a bottle of milk, and returned. Coins taste terrible, but milk is delightful, he said as he handed it to the boy before ascending once more. Disappearing from sight. Not long after, Buu stumbled upon a city. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a ki blast, obliterating the city into rubble. In Satan City, home of Mr. Satan, a general personally came to visit, beseeching Mr. Satan to defeat the terrifying Buu. Over the past day, news of Buu had been broadcast across various platforms, rendering him no longer a secret. Mr. Satan, we hope you can save our world. Just as you did 7 years ago from Cell. The general bowed respectfully. Leave this to me. I certainly won't let that fellow escape, Mr. Satan declared confidently, patting his chest. Is that so? That's wonderful. The general sighed in relief and added, then I'll make arrangements immediately. Mr. Satan, prepare yourself. We shall challenge Buu. There's no rush. I'm currently gathering my ultimate move. Once it's ready, I'll take action, Mr. Satan replied with a smile. We await your good news. The general nodded in agreement. After the general departed, Mr. Satan eagerly approached Ye Tian. Ye Tian, can I really do this? He wondered anxiously. Can I take that guy as my subordinate? What if he turns me into chocolate? Don't worry. If you're scared, I'll accompany you, Ye Tian reassured him with a smile. You will come with me? Then I feel at ease, Mr. Satan said, relieved. In the Kaishin realm, Gohan was practicing with a sword. He had mastered the divine sword with remarkable finesse. Incredible! Truly remarkable! To achieve this level in just one day, Goku exclaimed, applauding. Well done. The King of Worlds sensed that Sun Wukong indeed possessed remarkable talent. Jebet remained silent beside him. This sword appears to be quite sharp. Let us find a stone and test its edge. As Sun Wukong spoke, he seized a hefty boulder, preparing to hurl it. It will surely slice through the stone with the ease of cutting tofu. Son Gohan readied himself. The King of Worlds, do you wield a divine sword to cleave through stone? Isn't this a waste? You are insulting the divine sword. Wait. Let us try something more formidable. The King of Worlds proclaimed, raising his hand. Suddenly, a black cube materialized in his palm. He tossed the black cube towards Sun Wukong, who caught it with both hands and gave it a few taps. This is the hardest metal in the universe, known as Thunder Steel. The King of Worlds smiled slightly, suggesting we give this a try. Haha, this is excellent. Are you ready, Gohan? Sun Wukong called out. Ready, Gohan nodded. Go. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong hurled the black cube to Gohan. Gohan let out a fierce shout and swung his sword downwards. Crack. The moment the divine sword made contact with the thunder steel, a sharp sound resonated, and it shattered in half. Gohan was taken aback. Do I need to compensate for that? The King of Worlds widened his eyes in disbelief. Jebet was utterly stunned. Sun Wukong remarked, "Did it break this easily?" Chapter 126. The most powerful deity should be the angel. This is impossible. This is the divine sword. The King of Worlds gasped, nearly dropping his jaw. This is the mightiest of all divine swords. Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. It was the King of Worlds who insisted on testing with such a hard material. Sun Wukong quickly distanced himself from the matter. Don't make me accountable for this. I cannot afford the cost. This is the universe's premier divine sword. The King of Worlds was both amused and exasperated. Jebet remained completely dumbfounded. It seems the capabilities of the divine sword have been exaggerated. Gohan casually tossed the divine sword to the ground. But it's fine. My arm strength has increased because of it. Perhaps I now possess the power to defeat Majin-Buu. Indeed, if your base form can reach this level, once you transform into a Super Saiyan, your power will see even greater enhancement. You might truly be able to overcome Majin-Buu. The King of Worlds nodded gently. Can a day of sword practice really enable one to defeat Majin-Buu? Sun Wukong expressed his skepticism. Suddenly, a voice floated from behind the King of Worlds and Jebet. I have finally emerged. It was the old King of Worlds, who had been sealed away for many years. Upon hearing the voice, the King of Worlds and Jebet were startled. How did another person appear in the King of Worlds realm? Who was this elder? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. I am also a King of Worlds, the 15th generation King of Worlds. The old King of Worlds replied. What? The 15th generation King of Worlds? The King of Worlds was momentarily stunned. Another King of Worlds? Jebite exclaimed. Indeed, many eons ago, a formidable being, in pursuit of peaceful slumber, imprisoned me within a divine sword. No, that is incorrect. He sealed me away out of fear of my immense power. The old Kaioshin spoke with an air of absurdity. Both the Kaioshin and Jebite displayed expressions of utter bewilderment, failing to comprehend his words. He hardly appears formidable, remarked Sun Wukong, turning to his son, Sun Gohan. Indeed. Sun Gohan nodded in agreement. Allow me to test him, suggested Sun Wukong. Is that truly appropriate? Sun Gohan hesitated. It's nothing to worry about, Sun Wukong reassured, launching an energy blast towards the old Kaioshin's face. Bang! The energy blast struck the old Kaioshin squarely, causing him to collapse instantly. Oh, revered ancestor, are you unharmed? Both the Kaioshin and Jebite gasped, rushing forward in concern. You imbecile! The old Kaioshin bellowed in fury. What are you doing? You nearly scared the life out of me. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I had expected something grand, but it appears you were merely a braggart. You insolent brat! Dare you show such disrespect to the Kaioshin? The old Kaioshin shouted. Sun Wukong retorted. What terrifies my foes is not my strength, but my fearsome super abilities. The old Kaioshin scoffed, indignantly addressing Sun Wukong. Super abilities? Sun Wukong was taken aback. I shan't impart them to you, given your lack of respect. The old Kaioshin stuck out his tongue. The Kaioshin and Jebite exchanged looks of exasperation. How about this? I can show you a book with colorful illustrations. Sun Wukong proposed. Wukong, what are you suggesting? The Kaioshin chuckled helplessly. We are deities, after all. Do you think it is appropriate for us to show you such books? Humph. I have no need to look at such books. My eyes can perceive everything. The old Supreme Kai chuckled. The Supreme Kai and Jebet collapsed to the ground. Dear ancestor, shall we refrain from disrespecting our elders? I can still allow you to grasp what you desire, Sun Wukong whispered. The old Supreme Kai's ears perked up at once, revealing an expression of eager anticipation. Is that true? Deceiving is for little dogs. The old Supreme Kai appeared somewhat exhilarated. Indeed, deceiving is for little dogs. Sun Wukong nodded. But she is a bit older, isn't she? As long as she is beautiful, it suffices. The old Supreme Kai shrugged indifferently. Then it is settled. Sun Wukong agreed. The superpower I possess is extraordinary. I can unleash your latent energy beyond its limits. The Supreme Kai smirked. What do you think? Have you ever heard of such a superpower? Sun Wukong replied. Gohan. It doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Fool. It is latent energy exceeding boundaries. No one can accomplish this. The old Supreme Kai huffed, pointing at Gohan. You were the one who drew the divine sword, weren't you? Come here. Gohan hesitantly stepped towards the old Supreme Kai, pointing at himself. Anyone capable of wielding the divine sword with ease, under my guidance, can undoubtedly become the strongest in the universe. The old Supreme Kai regarded Gohan thoughtfully. Speaking of the strongest in the universe, who does the old Supreme Kai consider to be the first? Sun Wukong interjected. The strongest human in the universe? The old Supreme Kai glanced at Sun Wukong. Indeed. Sun Wukong paused, nodding. You fool. Such a foolish question should not be posed to me. The old Supreme Kai admonished Sun Wukong. Why do you scold me? Why is this question considered foolish? There is truly no need to pursue such inquiries. The elder Kai sighed, for this universe perpetually births formidable beings, and ever more powerful individuals will inevitably emerge. Is that so? Son Goku chuckled. Great ancestor, will there be individuals even mightier than Majin-Buu? The Kaioshin interjected. Certainly. The elder Kai nodded affirmatively. Is the individual you speak of a god of destruction? The Kaioshin inquired further. Are you an imbecile? The elder Kai reprimanded loudly. The Kaioshin sheepishly scratched his head. It seems that this fellow was referring to the strongest human in the universe, not a deity, the elder Kai clarified. Ah, I see. The Kaioshin appeared to grasp the concept and asked, what about including the gods? Is the god of destruction the most powerful deity in our universe? That should not be the case, the elder Kai replied, stroking his chin and shaking his head. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I thought the god of destruction was the mightiest deity, the Kaioshin chuckled. I never believed so, Jebet shook his head. Then, which deity holds that title? Son Goku inquired curiously. The most powerful god in our universe must be an angel, the elder Kai responded thoughtfully. Chapter 127. The god of destruction is the unattainable pinnacle for humanity. The Kaioshin displayed a perplexed expression. Jebet was equally bewildered. Son Goku and Gohan had naturally never heard of angels. Angels? Are they the beings with wings on their backs? Son Goku asked. Fool. The beings you refer to are a type of deity from Earth, entirely different from the angels I speak of. The elder Kai admonished. What are the angels mentioned by the great ancestor? Son Goku queried, equally intrigued. The elder Kai felt a wave of impatience wash over him as he tilted his head towards the Kaioshin. After a brief silence, he asked, Where is your master? Did he never share any of this with you? My master, the Grand Kaioshin, was absorbed by Majin-Buu during their battle, the Kaioshin replied with a bittersweet smile. So, he communicated nothing to you? The elder Kai probed again. What else could he have said? The Kaioshin scratched his head. How much do you know about the realm of the gods? The elder Kai inquired. Me? I only know that our Kaioshin is the greatest god in this universe. Beyond that, it seems I know nothing, the Kaioshin answered. The elder Kai chose to remain silent, pondering for a full 10 seconds. Has your master never discussed the god of destruction and the angels with you? The old Kaioshin, with a furrowed brow, inquired. I haven't mentioned it yet. But this marks my second encounter with the term destroyer god. Just a few days ago, I overheard a rather plump cat proclaiming itself as a destroyer god. The plump cat? The old Kaioshin was taken aback. Could it be Kampa? Indeed, his name is Kampa, replied the Kaioshin, nodding. Does the ancestral lord also know of this plump cat? It appears there truly exists a destroyer god. Fool. We, the Kaioshins, are also referred to as creator gods. Where there is creation, destruction inevitably follows. Is this not a natural phenomenon? Why do you harbor doubts? The old Kaioshin was on the verge of delivering a slap to the insolent youth. This useless junior. You truly vex me. Is the position of the destroyer god beneath that of the Kaioshins? The Kaioshin queried once more. Fool. We and the destroyer gods exist on equal footing. The old Kaioshin spat in the Kaioshin's face, his frustration palpable. Equal footing? The Kaioshin scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps you should read more. Did your master not teach you? Surely it is written in the texts. The old Kaioshin's nostrils flared in exasperation. Which book? The Kaioshin sighed in resignation. Never mind. I shall enlighten you, for I have truly reached my limit with you. The old Kaioshin, grumbling, continued, to put it plainly. The destroyer god is the most powerful deity in our universe, second only to the angels. If he is so powerful, why does he not eliminate Majin-Buu? The Kaioshin was bewildered. He is the destroyer god of Universe 6. Why would he concern himself with Majin-Buu? The old Kaioshin took a deep breath, nearly choking on his frustration. Universe 6? What does that mean? The Kaioshin scratched his head again. Where did this Universe 6 come from? I can hardly comprehend. Can we discuss this step by step? Are we to imply that there are several universes? Son Goku interjected. Of course. There are a total of 12 universes. The old Kaioshin explained. We reside in Universe 7, while Lord Kampa's Universe 6 and ours are mirror universes. Mirror universes? Does that mean like a reflection? Son Goku asked inquisitively. The old Kaioshin was at a loss for words. Is there not a single rational person among us? Ancestral Lord, since you assert that the Destroyer God and we Kaioshins hold equal status, why then do you address him as Lord Destroyer God? The Kaioshin inquired curiously. Fool. That is an honorific. Do you understand what an honorific signifies? It is the most fundamental form of respect. The old Kaioshin bellowed. It seems I understand now. The Kaioshin nodded. I do not wish to dwell on this any longer. I shall elaborate further at a later time. For now, I must enhance that young one's latent potential. The old Kai, with a disdainful hum, realized that the more he explained, the more he felt a pang in his heart. None of these individuals could be relied upon. It would be far better to guide this young man to unlock his potential than to delve into these trivial matters. You there, stand still. The old Kai extended his hands, directing his focus towards Gohan. Great ancestor, you have yet to mention the god of destruction of our universe. Where is he? Why isn't he annihilating Majin-Buu? The Supreme Kai interjected. Why do you have so many questions? The old Kai retorted with a voice laced with anger. Because I do not understand, which is precisely why I must inquire, the Supreme Kai responded, his two fingers touching in a somewhat aggrieved manner. The old Kai, your assertion bears a semblance of truth. The deity of destruction in our universe is known as Beerus. If my speculation holds any merit, that individual is likely still in slumber. The old Kai sighed in resignation, remarking that this entity's most notable traits are gluttony and laziness. Apart from eating, he is prone to sleeping. Does this imply we cannot rely on him? The Supreme Kai responded with a bitter smile. It would be futile to place our hopes in him. The old Kai shook his head. Even if he were to awaken, it is uncertain whether he would take action against Majin-Buu. Why is that? The Supreme Kai inquired, taken aback. Do not forget, he is the god of destruction, tasked with annihilating planets. The old Kai elucidated that Majin-Buu's existence could facilitate the destruction of numerous planets, thereby relieving him of his duties. The Supreme Kai was rendered speechless. Is there truly such a perspective? Indeed. Allow me to share a secret with you. The old Kai said with a mysterious smile, lowering his voice suddenly. What secret might that be, esteemed ancestor? The Supreme Kai asked. Our lives as Supreme Kais are intrinsically linked with that of the god of destruction. The old Kai replied, indicating that if both Supreme Kais were to perish, the god of destruction of our universe would likewise cease to exist. Is there truly such a stipulation? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment, a sudden realization flashing in his mind. Now I understand why that fellow Zampa saved me. He must have been concerned about the potential demise of our god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Should you perish, Beerus would not vanish, unless I were to die as well. The old Kai sighed. Thus, to prevent him from disappearing during his slumber, I was sealed within this divine sword. The Supreme Kai's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, while Jebbet displayed a similar expression of shock. Goku and Gohan nodded in contemplation. So, this is the underlying reason. How formidable is the god of destruction, one might ponder. Goku felt an overwhelming curiosity. Let me put it this way. The strength of the god of destruction represents an insurmountable pinnacle that humanity will never surpass. The old Kai cast a sidelong glance at Goku. Chapter 128. The old Kai narrates the tale of Tian. Is he truly that powerful? Remarkable. Goku expressed his awe. Enough of this. Do you have any further inquiries? The old Kai, now unconcerned with Gohan's energy enhancement, inquired with his hands clasped behind his back. Then, esteemed ancestor, apart from the angels, are there any gods within this universe who surpass them in strength? The Supreme Kai asked once more. Certainly. The chief steward of all gods is the Grand Minister. The old Kai responded, adding that aside from the Grand Minister, there exists another extraordinarily formidable deity, known as the Omni-King. The Omni-King? The Supreme Kai had never heard of such an entity. It is said that the Omni-King does not engage in combat, yet possesses terrifying abilities, the old Kai explained. What kind of terrifying abilities? The Supreme Kai inquired eagerly. The Omni-King can effortlessly erase an entire universe with a mere wave of his hand. The old Kaioshin responded, what? With a mere wave of his hand. He obliterated an entire universe? His eyes widened in disbelief. We currently have 12 universes, he continued, but long ago, there were a total of 18. Lord Zeno erased 6 of those universes, leaving us with the 12 we possess now. The Kaioshin's jaw nearly dropped once more. Goku and Gohan exchanged astonished glances, while Jebbet stood utterly dumbfounded. He casually erased 6 universes? But what are the inhabitants of those universes? The Kaioshin inquired. Of course, they vanished along with them. The old Kaioshin replied nonchalantly. The Kaioshin felt a wave of despair wash over him. And what of the Kaioshins and gods of destruction from those 6 universes? And the angels? What happened to them? He pressed. The Kaioshins and gods of destruction ceased to exist with the erasure of their universes, the old Kaioshin sighed. As for the angels, I cannot say. It is rumored they remain unharmed. Why would the angels be safe? The Kaioshin asked, momentarily taken aback. How would I know such things? The old Kaioshin retorted with irritation. The Kaioshin fell silent. It is said that Lord Zeno's erasure ability was inherited from his father, who had a remarkably powerful master known as Lord Tanya. The old Kaioshin contemplated. Lord Tanya is the true originator of the erasure ability. Lord Tanya? The Kaioshin scratched his head, murmuring, that name sounds oddly familiar. It is rumored that Lord Tanya, in his boredom, engaged in a reincarnation game and subsequently vanished without a trace. The old Kaioshin remarked casually. A reincarnation game? The Kaioshin exclaimed in surprise. To put it simply, Lord Tanya felt that no worthy opponents remained in this universe. He had become the most powerful being, yearning only for a challenge, the old Kaioshin explained. Thus, he chose to reincarnate, seeking to rediscover the thrill of battle through a new life. That sounds wonderful. I too relish the experience of combat. Goku vigorously nodded in agreement. Finding common ground with the old Kaioshin sentiments, the old Kaioshin rolled his eyes, dismissing Goku's enthusiasm with indifference. Why are you merely following the crowd? As a mere human, do you really think you are worthy to compare yourself with Lord Tenny? Upon hearing the words of the old Kai, the Supreme Kai was rendered utterly speechless. Such a trivial deity exists in this realm. Is it possible to reincarnate simply because one feels excessively powerful? Do you not fear being reincarnated as a pig? Of course, this is merely a thought that resides in the mind of the old Kaioshin, unspoken aloud. Upon witnessing his master's reincarnation, the father of the Omni-King attempted to emulate him and ventured into reincarnation himself. The old Kaioshin sighed and shook his head at this recollection. What happened to the father of the Omni-King? The Kaioshin inquired with curiosity. It seems that during the reincarnation process, there was a malfunction with the apparatus. The father of the Omni-King inadvertently became ensnared in the cosmic void upon his rebirth and has yet to be retrieved. The old Kaioshin lamented. The Kaioshin, Jebet, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan were equally at a loss for words. But wait, the venerable Kaioshin found this perplexing. We, as Kaioshins, are thoroughly familiar with the procedures of the underworld. How could the Omni-King and his master be unaware of such matters? It is inconceivable that during reincarnation, one could be swept away into the cosmos. Ah, this is where your understanding falters, the old Kaioshin responded. In the nascent days of the divine realm, the concept of the underworld did not exist. It was only later that Lord Tanya proposed the establishment of the underworld, instituting the cycles of reincarnation, heaven, and hell. At that time, Lord Tanya felt there was no one worthy of combat against him and sought to test the newly devised reincarnation apparatus. Thus, was it merely a coincidence that the apparatus malfunctioned at the time of the Omni-King's father's reincarnation? The Kaioshin grasped the situation. Indeed. You may interpret it that way, the old Kaioshin nodded. Did Lord Tanya succeed in his reincarnation? The Kaioshin inquired once more. Not during my era, at least. I never witnessed the reincarnated Lord Tanya, the old Kaioshin replied with a disappointed shake of his head, followed by a resigned sigh. I can assure you, Lord Tanya is the founding father of our divine realm and the architect of the entire universe. The concepts of the Destroyer and the Kaioshin were introduced by Lord Tanya. Without him, our existence as Kaioshins today, and the progression of the universe, would not have been possible. Ah, so, you were saying that Lord Tanya is the progenitor of our divine realm? The Kaioshin suddenly realized. Precisely, the old Kaioshin slightly inclined his head in affirmation. Gohan, what occupies your thoughts? Sun Wukong noticed his son lost in contemplation and could not help but inquire. Father, a matter has suddenly come to mind. Gohan scratched his head in response. What is it? Sun Wukong asked. Father, previously in Satan City, certain items mysteriously vanished. Uncle Vegeta suspects they were transferred by a sorcerer. Now that I reflect on what the old Kaioshin mentioned about erasure, could it be that they were obliterated? Gohan voiced his doubts. We have long suspected Baffity's involvement, but the evidence does not align, and Baffity himself shows no inclination to confess. I feel that he has no reason to conceal such matters. Young one, what are you suggesting? The old Kai was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired about Gohan. Gohan recounted in detail all the events that transpired in Satan City. The old Kai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could you elaborate? How did those things simply vanish? Did they disappear all at once? He asked, his excitement palpable. Chapter 129. Gohan, my classmate is a creator god? Indeed, they vanished right before my eyes, Gohan affirmed, nodding vigorously. It's akin to a car that suddenly disappears. Yet the two individuals within it continue to move forward due to inertia. Perhaps they glide instead. The old Kai pressed further for specifics regarding the vanished items. Gohan shared everything he knew. Are you suggesting that Lord Tian has been reborn? The old Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Is it truly Lord Tian? Gohan was taken aback. The creator god of the entire universe has been reborn on Earth? Goku scratched his head in astonishment. There is a strong possibility. The old Kai nodded gravely. If that is the case, our seventh universe is destined for greatness. However, Majin Buu still resides on Earth. The Kai was troubled, pondering whether the recently reborn Lord Tian could contend with Majin Buu. Of course, even if Lord Tian has been reborn, he remains a supreme deity. And a mere Majin Buu is inconsequential in comparison, the old Kai replied hastily. So what should we do now? Should we seek out Lord Tian? The Kai inquired. Seek? That kid named Gohan has searched for so long and has yet to find him. Where shall we look? The old Kai huffed in frustration. Yet, Gohan suddenly raised his right hand, eager to contribute his thoughts. Go on, young man, the old Kai encouraged. I have a sudden thought. One of my classmates seems rather suspicious. Gohan said, scratching his head. Help me analyze this and see if my reasoning holds. Your classmate? The old Kai was momentarily surprised. Yes, it's Ye Tian, Gohan reflected. First of all, the name Ye Tian is quite peculiar. The surname Yi is exceedingly rare, just like our surname Sunday. Furthermore, don't you find it curious that when you reverse Ye Tian's name, it becomes Tian, the very creator god you mentioned? The old Kai was momentarily stunned. The Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Setting aside the name issue, upon closer examination, it seems that all the vanished items were in proximity to Ye Tian, Gohan continued, sharing his perspective. For instance, regarding the items that disappeared in Satan City, Ye Tian resides there. Additionally, the energy that vanished during the World Martial Arts Tournament was also present where Ye Tian was. And the saliva, Dubra's saliva. The Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled with intrigue as Beerus spat towards Ye Tian and your female classmate, only for the saliva to mysteriously vanish. I was puzzled at the time, but with Gohan's revelation, it appears there was indeed a peculiar circumstance. Furthermore, did not the Supreme Kai state that Ye Tian could survive in the vastness of space? Gohan nodded in affirmation. Gohan, who would have thought your classmate is the divine creator of the universe? Sun Wukong exclaimed with a sense of wonder. If what you say is true, I believe he must be the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi. The old Supreme Kai nodded affirmatively, then gently raised his right hand. Revealing a crystal ball, he placed the orb on a nearby branch. Ye Tian, is it? Let me see if I can catch a glimpse of him. The old Supreme Kai chanted incantations towards the crystal ball. Incredible, can that object truly reveal him? Sun Wukong inquired, leaning closer. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of your classmate Ye Tian? The old Supreme Kai turned to Gohan. I'm not entirely sure. He should be with Videl. Gohan replied hesitantly. Videl? Very well, let me first search for your classmate Videl. The old Supreme Kai murmured incantations, and an unseen divine power swiftly enveloped the crystal ball. Suddenly, Videl's figure materialized within the orb. Is this the young lady in question? Although the old Supreme Kai was somewhat lecherous, upon seeing Videl, he dared not entertain any disrespectful thoughts. Should she indeed be Lord Tian's woman? Any impure intentions would lead to dire consequences. Indeed, that is Videl, Gohan confirmed with a nod. Remarkable, it can display her image from such a distance. Sun Wukong praised. But Ye Tian is not with Videl, Gohan observed, noticing Ye Tian's absence beside her. However, the old Supreme Kai trembled, his expression morphing into a vivid array of emotions. What is the matter? Your expression could be immortalized in an emoji, the Supreme Kai inquired curiously. Look closely at what surrounds this girl, the old Supreme Kai spoke with a tremor in his voice. What? There is nothing there. The Supreme Kai leaned in for a closer inspection. Wait, is that a shadowy figure? Indeed. Sun Wukong followed suit, nodding. It appears to be a vague, translucent silhouette, reminiscent of a semi-transparent interface. One might not notice it at first glance, Gohan pondered. That must be him. The old Supreme Kai declared with immense excitement. Is it truly so? Gohan said, caught between laughter and disbelief. My classmate is, after all, the divine creator of the universe? This has escalated significantly. Initially, I believed myself to be a half-scion, a notable presence within my school. Little did I anticipate that among my classmates existed a founding deity. What should we do now? Inquired the Supreme Kai. I must promptly report this matter to the Grand Minister. The elder Supreme Kai decisively stated, then shook his head. No, I shall first consult Whis, allowing him to assist in confirming this. If he deems it valid, then it is indeed a matter of certainty. Whis? Who is that? Son Goku inquired with curiosity. Whis is the angel of our universe, replied the Elder Supreme Kai. This is truly remarkable. Please wait here for a moment. I shall contact Whis immediately. With that, the Elder Supreme Kai grasped the crystal ball and hurried aside to establish communication with Whis. Soon enough, the Elder Supreme Kai connected with Whis on Beerus planet through the crystal ball. Ah, is that not the Elder Supreme Kai? Have you emerged from your seal? Whis greeted with a smile. Well, it was quite unexpected, the Elder Supreme Kai chuckled. Do you require my assistance, Elder Supreme Kai? Whis inquired. Indeed. There is a matter of great importance that I would appreciate your help in confirming, the Elder Supreme Kai replied. Please, go ahead, Elder Supreme Kai, Whis nodded. I believe I have discovered the reincarnation of Lord Tian, the Elder Supreme Kai said, somewhat excitedly. Lord Tian? Is that true? Whis was taken aback. Oh dear. If that is indeed the case, Elder Supreme Kai, you have accomplished something monumental. I will now provide you with Lord Tian's address for your analysis. The Elder Supreme Kai stated, sharing the location of Ye Tian with Whis. Whis, in turn, immediately utilized the crystal ball of his staff to manifest a surge of angelic power. Employing this angelic force, Whis examined Ye Tian on Earth. After a thorough investigation, Whis' expression grew remarkably grave. It appears the Elder Supreme Kai's assertion may hold true. There is a 99 probability that he is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Whis contemplated. Elder Supreme Kai, 99. One might as well say 100. Truly, how could Lord Tian have reincarnated on Earth? The old Kaishin was filled with emotion, especially considering the lengthy duration of the reincarnation process. It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps this era has given rise to individuals of interest to Lord Tian. Whis speculated. It is also possible that the reincarnation apparatus of Ur was not sufficiently advanced, resulting in certain malfunctions that prolonged the process for billions of years. Should we report this matter to the Grand Minister? The old Kaishin proposed. Indeed, it is imperative to inform the Grand Minister. Whis nodded. I shall reach out to him immediately. Very well, the old Kaishin seemed hesitant to speak further. Rest assured, esteemed old Kaishin, Whis smiled. I will convey that it was you who discovered Lord Tian. Ha ha ha, I am deeply grateful, the old Kaishin beamed with delight. After concluding the call, Whis promptly contacted the Grand Minister. Grand Minister, it has been a while, Whis greeted respectfully. It is Whis, what brings you to me? The Grand Minister inquired. Ah, Grand Minister, I am here to report on matters concerning Lord Tian. According to credible information, I have discovered the reincarnated Lord Tian, Whis said with a smile. Revealing the truth. Is it the Earthling named Ye Tian? A smile appeared on the Grand Minister's face. You are aware of this already? Whis was taken aback. I only learned of it in recent days, the Grand Minister chuckled, but your discovery is indeed remarkable. Actually, it was not I who discovered it. It was an esteemed old Kaishin from our universe, Whis clarified with a grin. Regarding Lord Tian, inform them to refrain from any rash actions and to suppress any inclination to seek favor. The Grand Minister's demeanor turned serious. Lord Tian has only recently been reborn and is likely in a state of instability. Any disturbances could inflict irreparable harm on his body or even threaten the entire universe. I see. Then we shall treat it as if nothing has transpired, correct? Whis questioned. Precisely. That is my intention. No one must reveal his true identity. They must feign ignorance, the Grand Minister explained. Understood, Grand Minister. I will ensure they are properly cautioned, Whis replied. I appreciate your diligence in this matter. It is of considerable importance, the Grand Minister reiterated earnestly. Whis took meticulous notes. After the call concluded, Whis immediately contacted the old Kaishin. Ah, esteemed old Kaishin. The Grand Minister has long been aware of matters concerning Lord Tian. Whis smiled. The old Kai paused for a brief moment, initially eager to take credit, only to find that it was in vain. Ha ha ha. Truly, the great priest is unparalleled. There is naught he does not know. The old Kai chuckled awkwardly. I must emphasize. Regarding Lord Tian, you are to consider that nothing has transpired. It is imperative that Lord Tian remains oblivious to his own identity. Whis spoke with particular gravity, his expression unusually serious. I will certainly inform them. The old Kai nodded vigorously. Let it be so, Whis concluded, preparing to end the call. What if, by chance, Lord Tian were to discover his own identity? The old Kai inquired. If Lord Tian were to learn of his identity prematurely, without having attained a certain level of power, It could lead to a conflict with his current mindset, resulting in bodily issues. Weiss explained, should Lord Tianai experience such issues, he might uncontrollably unleash the Erasure Technique. And at that point, what would vanish is uncertain. What if all universes were to be erased in an instant by Lord Tianai? Even if it were not immediate, surely. With a mere gesture, it could be accomplished. The old Kai turned pale with fear. It does seem to follow that reasoning. The old Kai insisted that this matter must be conveyed to them. It is no trifling matter. Weiss reiterated, I understand. I will certainly relay the message. The old Kai affirmed solemnly. After concluding the call, the old Kai lowered his head and joined Goku and the others. Ancestor, what did he say? Did we achieve something? The Kai asked, somewhat excited. The great priest has long been aware of Lord Tianai's situation, the old Kai replied, shaking his head in disappointment. He knew all along? The Kai lamented, what a pity. I thought we would receive commendation. Ancestor, you appear rather unwell. Has something grave occurred? Jebet inquired. Indeed. This matter is quite serious, and I must now solemnly inform you. The old Kai nodded gravely, addressing Goku and Gohan, particularly the two of you. You must keep your lips sealed and refrain from spreading word of Lord Tianai. It is crucial that Ye Tian does not discover he is the reincarnation of Lord Tianai. Why not? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. If classmate Ye Tian were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. What do you understand? If I were to tell you that you were once a subordinate of the creator god of this universe, how would you feel? The old Kai rolled his eyes and looked at Gohan. How would I feel? Gohan scratched his head. What can I think? Unless something happens to oneself, one can only ever perceive matters from another's perspective. The old Kaioshin sighed. But once such a significant life change occurs in your own life, the nature of it becomes entirely different. When faced with such a monumental shift, and while one's memories are not fully restored, being subjected to external manipulation may lead to discrepancies in memory, resulting in various unforeseen bodily incidents. Chapter 131. Your classmate is the creator god of the entire universe. Will the body still face accidents? Will it fall ill? Son Goku inquired. Illness is unlikely, but should Lord Tianai experience any bodily issues, he might casually erase some undesired elements, which I believe is quite probable. The old Kaioshin lamented, his complexion growing increasingly pale. What? Son Gohan was taken aback. If that is indeed the case, then this Lord Tianai is even more terrifying than Majin Buu. Son Goku exclaimed in shock. Bang! The old Kaioshin delivered a punch to the back of Son Goku's head. Why did you hit me? Son Goku rubbed his sore head. You fool! The old Kaioshin scolded angrily. Do not compare someone like Majin Buu with Lord Tianai. Such behavior is disrespectful. Do you wish for our universe to vanish? That's true. Son Goku nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he chuckled awkwardly. Then are we to act as if nothing has happened? The Kaioshin inquired. No. It is not that nothing has occurred. Some things have indeed transpired. At the very least, we now understand Lord Tianai's true identity. We should do what we can. The old Kaioshin gently shook his head. The problem is, how do we proceed? The Kaioshin asked, somewhat distressed. We cannot reveal his identity. And the existence of Majin Buu remains a ticking time bomb. If he were to obliterate the Earth, would Lord Tianai's body become disordered, leading him to randomly erase certain elements? The old Kaioshin coughed. You make a valid point. Therefore, we must save the Earth at all costs. At an appropriate time, bringing Lord Tianai to the Kaioshin realm would also be a wise choice. The old Kaioshin pondered thoughtfully. That plan is indeed commendable, the Kaioshin agreed, nodding. Thus, the most urgent matter is to enhance that young man's strength. The old Kaioshin immediately turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan, looking somewhat bewildered, pointed to himself. Yes, you. I am going to elevate your latent energy right now. Stand still and do not move. The old Kaioshin commanded. Once your power surpasses that of Majin Buu, you shall serve as Lord Tianai's attendant. You are his classmate. Your relationship should facilitate smoother interactions. Son Gohan replied, I never considered being anyone's attendant. Fool. Your classmate is the creator god of the entire universe. To become his attendant is a privilege. You must learn to cherish it. The old Kaioshin admonished loudly. Your point seems to hold some validity. Gohan's emotions became rather complex as he inadvertently found himself in the role of a subordinate to his classmate. The predicament lies in the fact that this classmate is none other than the reincarnated god of creation, the supreme deity of the entire universe. It is said that this classmate was the architect of the divine realm, as well as the underworld. Truly remarkable. Within just a few days of high school, I have encountered such an extraordinary peer. The odds of this occurrence are rather astounding. I propose that, to avoid any inadvertent slips of the tongue in the future, we should commence calling him by his current name from this moment onward. The Kaishin suggested. You are correct. Let us simply refer to him as Ye Tian. Without the honorific Lord appended. The old Kaishin wholeheartedly agreed. If you routinely refer to him as Lord Tianai, it would be rather troublesome if you inadvertently slipped up upon encountering him. It would be more fitting to address him as Ye Tian. Very well, let us settle on this, though it may seem somewhat impolite. It is ultimately for Lord Tianai's benefit. The old Kai remarked, considering that his memories have yet to be fully restored. Receiving assistance from outsiders is less effective than recovering them independently. Now, allow me to delve into the latent potential of this young man. Stand at attention and refrain from wandering about. The old Kai admonished Son Gohan. After all, I am a peer of Ye Tian. Do you deem it appropriate to admonish me in such a manner? Son Gohan grinned. The old Kai, are you now flaunting your identity? Son Wukong chuckled, playfully jesting. Son Gohan, with a smile, promptly stood at attention. I have arrived. Unleash your latent potential. The elder Kai shouted exuberantly, immediately commencing to circle around Son Gohan. As he spun, the elder Kai hummed an array of peculiar melodies, leaving Son Gohan somewhat bewildered. Silence. This is a crucial ritual. The elder Kai commanded with authority. Hum. Ha. Hey. Hum. Ha. Hey. He continued to whirl. May I inquire how long this will take? Son Wukong observed that the elder Kai had already completed several laps and showed no signs of halting. The important ritual will last 5 hours, enhancing your abilities for 20. The elder Kai replied. Wait, what? Son Gohan exclaimed, taken aback. Is it too late for me to change my mind? For the sake of your classmates. If you wish to retract your decision, feel free, the elder Kai retorted, but I will inform your classmate, Ye Tian, that once he regains his memories, you will be the first to be forgotten. Son Gohan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Is this really how it's going to be? He lamented. I think I shall take a nap. Good luck, Gohan. Son Wukong hastily made his exit. Son Gohan was left speechless. Is it really inappropriate for us to remain here? The Kai said with a bittersweet smile, turning to Jebet. Perhaps, Jebet replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. But on another note, Jebet, you truly possess remarkable composure. The elder Kai remarked with a sigh. What do you mean, Lord Kai? Jebet asked, taken aback. What have I done to warrant such a comment? Have you forgotten your previous disdain towards Lord Ye Tian? The elder Kai sighed. What do you mean? Jebet gasped, his face paling instantaneously. I recall you often belittling him as merely human. The elder Kai shook his head. Do not jest, Lord Kai. I never said that. Jebet felt his confidence wane. I hope Ye Tian has tea taken it to heart. The elder Kai exhaled deeply. Jebet's composure nearly faltered. Did I truly say that? Now I'm doubting myself because of Lord Kai. Chapter 132. Who is watching me? On Earth, within Satan's home, Ye Tian suddenly sensed that someone was observing him. Approximately 10 minutes later, he felt another presence scrutinizing him. Who could it be? Ye Tian pondered the timing. The elder Kai should have emerged from the sacred sword by now. Could it be that he was peering through the crystal ball? The first time someone gazed upon me, I perceived it with remarkable clarity. However, during the second encounter, the sensation became notably arduous. If the initial observer was the old Kaishin, who could the second be? Yet, what purpose would the old Kaishin have in watching me? Was it Son Gohan who prompted the old Kaishin's scrutiny? It seems inconceivable. Moreover, at this juncture, the old Kaishin should have produced the crystal ball, shouldn't he? Never mind that for now. I shall ponder it later. Fortunately, their observations of me were fleeting. If they were to observe me clandestinely for an extended period, I would advise against erasing your presence. Although I currently lack the ability to obliterate you, upon my next ascension, I shall possess the power to do so. Ye Tian continues to reside in Satan's abode, while also ensuring that Satan prepares adequately for the quest to find Majin Buu. In the temple, Trunks and Goten are diligently honing their fusion technique. The two youngsters are practicing with remarkable fervor. Excellent. They are progressing exceptionally well, nearing perfection. Piccolo nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us attempt the true fusion technique. You two must synchronize your energies. Goten and Trunks nodded in unison, their expressions growing increasingly serious. All right, commence, Piccolo declared. The two immediately moved towards one another, their palms facing, fingers interlocking. As their figures gradually overlapped, they emanated a blinding radiance. Once the brilliance subsided, a plump youth emerged. Piccolo and the others were left speechless, clearly witnessing a failed endeavor. At the moment of cessation, Trunks should have formed a fist, Piccolo elucidated. 30 minutes later, The duo re-attempted the fusion. This time, Goten and Trunks merged into a slender figure. Once again, it was a failure. Ultimately, through their relentless determination, they successfully completed the fusion technique. What an overwhelming aura. Splendid. We have finally succeeded. Master Roshi exclaimed in awe. Is it truly that formidable? I cannot discern it at all, Bulma remarked, shaking her head. It does indeed appear quite powerful. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Excellent. This time it was exceptionally good. Piccolo praised. In 30 minutes. I want you both to attempt transforming into Super Saiyans. It should not pose a significant challenge. Hee hee. Do not underestimate me. I am fully capable of defeating Majin Buu right now. Gotenks proclaimed, waving his finger with a confident expression. You fool, do not be so reckless. You have no comprehension of Majin Buu's terror. Piccolo cautioned loudly. Regardless of your strength, with your current abilities, you stand no chance against Majin Buu. Do not frighten me. I shall now demonstrate my true power. With a resolute declaration, Gotenks ascended into the air. Whoosh. He sped towards the direction of Majin Buu. What a fool. Piccolo exclaimed in anger. If he were to be killed, all their efforts would be in vain. Perhaps his confidence suggests he might actually prevail, Krillin remarked. Indeed. His demeanor exudes an extraordinary self-assurance, replied Lu Ping, nodding in agreement. After 5 or 6 minutes, Gotenks returned, somewhat unsteadily. He had endured a fierce beating at the hands of Majin Buu. You will duel Majin Buu again tomorrow. For now, you must train diligently. Piccolo admonished sternly. You both need to grow stronger. The fusion will be far more effective. Do you understand, you two brats? In just a day, under the relentless onslaught of Majin Buu, 80% of Earth's cities and inhabitants had been obliterated. Majin Buu, akin to a petulant child, ruthlessly slaughtered those who resisted or attempted to flee, transforming them into snacks or chocolate whenever hunger struck. After persistent urging from the general, Mr. Satan, accompanied by Ye Tian, finally set forth with great determination. Although he claimed to have a stomach ache just before departure, causing a notable delay. They boarded a newly provided aircraft and descended near Majin Buu's residence under the general's escort. Leave this matter to me. You all return and await my good news, Mr. Satan proclaimed with a grand gesture to the general and the pilot. Good luck, Mr. Satan. The general saluted, bowing respectfully to both Mr. Satan and Ye Tian. You too. Mr. Satan's son-in-law. Now, you may leave, Ye Tian smiled. The general promptly departed in the aircraft, leaving only Ye Tian and Mr. Satan behind. Mr. Satan quickly hid behind Ye Tian, trembling with fear. Ye Tian, are you sure you won't get hurt? He asked anxiously. Rest assured, with me here. What is there to fear? Ye Tian replied with a smile. Do you not desire a remarkably powerful ally? Mr. Satan responded. Do I have any other choice? I simply wish to survive. I do not seek any allies. Let us proceed, Ye Tian urged, moving forward. Mr. Satan's heart raced. He initially considered fleeing but found that inappropriate and thus steeled himself to follow behind. Soon, Ye Tian brought Mr. Satan to the doorstep of Majin Buu's abode. Buu, are you there? Ye Tian called out loudly. Whoosh. At that moment, Majin Buu returned from a distance, landing atop the roof and waving at Ye Tian and Mr. Satan. Huh. You must be Ye Tian, Majin Buu said, looking down at him from his elevated position. Indeed, it is I, Ye Tian replied. Ye Tian nodded. You are quite intriguing. Majin Buu smiled faintly and immediately descended from the rooftop, appearing before Ye Tian. I distinctly recall you trampling on that fellow Babidi several times. I joined in as well, and it was immensely satisfying. You even sealed his speech, preventing him from binding me. Therefore, you ought to express your gratitude to me. Wouldn't you? Ye Tian replied with a smile. Indeed, you are rather fascinating. Consider yourself my servant. Majin Buu nodded. I have never intended to be anyone's servant. Ye Tian smiled subtly, however. I have brought you a new servant. As he spoke, Ye Tian gestured towards Mr. Satan behind him. Mr. Satan exclaimed. Wasn't it said that Majin Buu would become my subordinate? How could you make me his servant? Buu curiously examined Mr. Satan. During their first meeting, Mr. Satan, feeling somewhat awkward, presented a box of chocolates, saying, This is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you accept it. Chapter 133, The Return of Pampa to the Sixth Universe. Chocolates? Buu's eyes sparkled, and he immediately took a piece, exclaiming, Delicious. Far better than the chocolates made by humans. Haha, it's not bad, Mr. Satan replied, feeling a bit relieved. You are indeed quite amusing. To repay you, allow me to share some of the candies I made. With that, Buu pulled several pieces of candy from his pants and handed them to Mr. Satan. Ye Tian, you should try some too, Beerus urged. Offering the candy to Ye Tian. I do not consume candies made by humans. Ye Tian shook his head. Is that so? Strange fellow. If you do not wish to eat, then so be it, Beerus replied, not pressing the matter further. Just as Mr. Satan was about to indulge, he paused upon hearing Ye Tian's words. I have no desire to eat either, Mr. Satan retorted, suppressing his nausea. However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed the ominous expression on Majin Buu's face. Haha, I adore this type of candy. Mr. Satan quickly stuffed the candy into his mouth, which finally satisfied Majin Buu, who nodded approvingly. Look, a spaceship. Mr. Satan suddenly pointed at the sky. Majin Buu immediately turned to gaze at the heavens. Tui. Mr. Satan hurriedly spat out the candy. What? Buu was taken aback. It's nothing. Nothing to worry about. Ye Tian smiled gently. Now, you two strike a pose. Let me take a picture of you. As he spoke, Ye Tian took out his phone. Buu, lie down on the ground, he instructed. Mr. Satan, you stand over there. Mr. Satan promptly positioned himself next to Majin Buu, striking a victorious pose. Click. Ye Tian captured several photos and casually tossed the phone to Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan caught it and glanced through the images. As expected from Ye Tian, these photos are quite memorable. You truly are interesting. Just as Ye Tian suggested, become my servant. Majin Buu said, pleased with Mr. Satan's demeanor. Subsequently, Mr. Satan personally prepared a lavish meal for Majin Buu, who relished every bite. Though Mr. Satan's cooking was neither exceptional nor terrible, Ye Tian, lacking appetite, abstained from eating. After the meal, Mr. Satan offered Majin Buu a massage. Majin Buu was as joyful as a child. The servant you introduced me to is wonderful. Majin Buu beamed at Ye Tian. You two should get along splendidly. Ye Tian smiled and said, Satan, wasn't it agreed that Majin Buu would be my little brother? How did he become a servant instead? Deceiving like this is not commendable. Ye Tian, Majin Buu, come forth. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from afar. Majin Buu immediately sprang out of the house, searching for the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Gotenks, transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, just after Gotenks spoke, the fusion technique reached its limit, and he split back into Goten and Trunks. The two little ones stared at each other wide-eyed before promptly making their escape. Who was just speaking? Buu asked, looking utterly bewildered. It's not important. Let's just go back, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Yes, not important, Buu nodded, turning to Satan. What shall we play next? How about I tell you a story? Satan suggested. I love listening to stories. Buu clapped his hands joyfully and went back inside, eagerly awaiting the tale. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave, Ye Tian said as he soared into the air. Hey, Ye Tian, don't leave me here alone, Satan exclaimed, almost in tears. Fear not, all will be well. As you can see, Majin Buu is essentially a child, Ye Tian reassured him. With proper guidance, you might even help him turn over a new leaf, making you a true hero. You make a valid point, Satan nodded thoughtfully. Do your best. Ye Tian patted Mr. Satan on the shoulder before turning to depart. Have you truly left me here alone? Buu exclaimed, urging Satan to share a tale. Reluctantly, Satan picked up a storybook and recounted a profoundly moving narrative that even brought tears to his eyes. In contrast, Buu burst into laughter. Satan, astonished, remarked, how can you find humor in such a touching story? I feel compelled to commit an act of violence. Upon finishing the story, Buu called out to Satan, Oh? Where's Ye Tian? Satan hurriedly explained he had other matters to attend to and returned home. That no longer matters, Buu chuckled. Would you join me in my quest for vengeance? No, I shall remain here, preparing a meal for your return, Satan replied, waving his hand dismissively. With a farewell wave, Buu ascended into the sky. In the 6th universe, the realm of destruction, oh dear, Lord Kampa has returned. Bardos greeted him. Indeed, Kampa nodded. How was your time with Lord Ye Tian? Bardos inquired with a smile. I trust it was pleasant? Quite so, Kampa responded. Lord Ye Tian has been exceptionally kind, and we have forged a profound friendship. Marvelous. I must congratulate you, Lord Kampa. Bardos beamed. By the way, Bardos, there's something I wish to inquire about, Kampa said thoughtfully. What is it? Bardos asked, momentarily taken aback. Bardos, do you have someone you hold dear? Kampa inquired. Someone dear? Bardos was momentarily perplexed. That special bond between a man and a woman, Kampa clarified. None, my Lord Kampa. Why do you ask? Bardos questioned, intrigued. What are your thoughts on Lord Ye Tian? Kampa chuckled. I plan to introduce you to Lord Ye Tian. Bardos exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Do not jest, Kampa replied, wiping his brow. I speak in earnest. I am not joking, Kampa stated, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Bardos fell silent, contemplating the implications of his words. Bardos, consider this. Lord Ye Tian is the creator god. Wouldn't it be advantageous to accompany him? Kampa suggested with a smile. Does that truly matter? Bardos replied, wiping her brow once again. Please do not meddle in matters of the heart. I am not meddling, Kampa insisted. Allow me to be forthright. Lord Ye Tian has taken an interest in you. Bardos, momentarily stunned, took time to process the revelation. Lord Ye Tian is interested in me? No wonder he was scrutinizing me so intently. Chapter 134. Bardos, do you agree to pursue a relationship with Lord Ye Tian? Indeed. This is the gift he has bestowed upon you as a token of our meeting, Xiangpa remarked, producing a packet of instant noodles and presenting it to Bardos. What is this? Bardos inquired, having never encountered instant noodles before. Just give it a try. It's truly delectable, Xiangpa enthused, elaborating on the preparation method and pouring boiling water over the noodles. Upon savoring the delightful taste, Bardos' eyebrows danced with joy. How is it? Tasty, isn't it? Xiangpa chuckled. It is indeed exquisite. This is a culinary delight I have never experienced before, Bardos acknowledged with a nod. So, do you agree to pursue a relationship with Lord Tianai? Xiangpa inquired with hopeful anticipation. Are you suggesting that such a delicacy would persuade me to sell my body? Bardos questioned. What would transpire if I were to engage with Lord Tianai? She continued, her curiosity piqued. He would consider developing in our sixth universe. Xiangpa replied proudly. Am I not clever? If Lord Tianai were to come to our sixth universe, it would indeed be a tremendous honor for us, Xiangpa mused. Isn't your thinking a tad simplistic, Xiangpa? Bardos sighed in resignation. Why do you say that? Xiangpa asked, taken aback. What is Lord Tianai's most renowned skill? Bardos probed. Erasure. Perhaps? Xiangpa answered. Thus, if Lord Tianai wishes to regain his memories, what must he hone? Bardos queried further. Erasure? Xiangpa was momentarily puzzled. How does one practice erasure? Bardos pressed on. How does one practice? Does it involve continually erasing things? Xiangpa speculated. Perhaps you could investigate whether anything is missing from Earth, Bardos suggested with a smile. Are you implying that if Lord Tianai were to develop in our sixth universe, he would erase many things from it? Xiangpa shuddered at the thought. Initially, it might concern minor items, but eventually it could escalate to planets or entire star systems, and ultimately, it could threaten the very universe itself, Bardos elaborated. Xiangpa felt a wave of despair wash over him. Can I retract my agreement? He lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Oh dear, Xiangpa. It would be wise for you to concoct a suitable excuse to downplay my engagement with Lord Tianai, Bardos sighed. How am I to articulate that? Should I claim your disapproval? Xiangpa wiped his tears. You could simply say I am away, exploring the universe, Bardos proposed. That is a splendid idea. I shall report this to Lord Tianai immediately. Xiangpa's eyes sparkled with hope, thinking perhaps if he delayed for a few years, the matter would be forgotten. Are you certain it's wise to report this now? Might it come across as too deliberate? Bardos shook her head and softly sighed. You are right, she said. Xiangpa scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. After a moment of silence, he inquired, but, Bardos, you do not harbor feelings for Lord Tianyi, do you? It is not a matter of liking or disliking. Emotions do not simply work that way, Bardos replied with a gentle sigh. Indeed. It seems that no one from your angelic clan has yet married. Xiangpa nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, Bardos affirmed. On Earth, in the domain of Majin Buu. He descended from the heavens cradling a small dog. What is the matter with this dog? Satan asked in bewilderment. It does not fear me, nor does it flee. And it appears to be oblivious to my speech. Buu pointed at the dog and asked Satan, Can you understand it? No, I cannot comprehend its words either. Satan replied after scrutinizing the creature. It seems its leg is injured, which is why it hasn't run away. Oh, I see, Buu exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Let me heal you. With a swift motion, Majin Buu unleashed healing energy from his hands, which enveloped the dog's leg. Instantly, the injury was mended. And Buu gently set the dog down. Hurry and escape. I am ready to eliminate you. Buu prepared to eradicate the dog. However, the dog did not flee. Instead, it rubbed its head and body against Buu's feet, displaying a look of sheer enjoyment. What is the matter with this creature? Buu pondered, perplexed. Your injury has been healed. You should run away. Haha, It is exceedingly joyful because you saved it, Mr. Satan explained with a smile. Mr. Bu, it adores you. Bu was taken aback as the dog joyfully chased after him. Soon, it caught up, raising its front paws and wagging its tail enthusiastically. At that moment, Bu felt a wave of warmth. Does it truly like me? He asked, turning to Satan. Yes, it does indeed. Satan nodded. The wagging of its tail signifies its happiness. Well, just like you. It is fond of me, Bu replied cheerfully. Why must you compare me to a dog? Satan retorted with a chuckle. Amused, Bu produced a piece of chocolate and offered it to the dog. It does not eat chocolate. It requires dog food, Satan suggested. What is that? I do not understand. Bu replied, shaking his head. I shall procure some, Satan declared, summoning a hovering motorcycle. Please wait here for a moment. Whoosh. Satan swiftly departed on his motorcycle. Before long, he returned with dog food, which the puppy devoured with great pleasure. However, Mr. Bu took a couple of bites and found it rather unpalatable. I have a question I've been meaning to ask you, Satan inquired with a tentative smile. What is it? Bu responded. Why do you kill and destroy buildings and cities? Satan asked. Because it brings me joy, Bu chuckled. Is that the only reason? Satan was taken aback. I'm merely playing a game. Buffetti and Babidi instructed me to do so, Bu explained. Who are they? Satan probed. They claim to be the creators of my adversaries. Bu scratched his head, though he felt he was not a product of their design. You mustn't heed the words of those scoundrels. Satan urged hastily. Killing is wrong. And destroying cities is even more so. Bu squinted his eyes, casting a cold glare at Satan. Oh, it's fine as long as you're happy. Do whatever you like, Satan quickly amended with a laugh. Do you think this is wrong? Bu asked. Ah, yes, Satan gritted his teeth and nodded. Then I shall cease. Bu readily agreed. Satan bore a perplexed expression. Are you truly certain you will no longer kill anyone? He asked, unease creeping into his voice. Bu nodded. And you won't destroy any places or cities? Satan pressed again. Bu nodded once more. At that moment, Satan felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over him. Yeet didn't deceive me. He said I would become the savior of the new world, and it appears to be true. Subsequently, Satan accompanied the mage and Bu as they played with the puppy. Bu tossed a ball, and the puppy joyfully raced after it, just about to retrieve it. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the puppy let out a pained yelp and collapsed to the ground. Bu was taken aback. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fury etched across his face. Who shot my puppy? Which scoundrel did this? A young man with long hair cackled maniacally, clutching a sniper rifle, smoke curling from its muzzle. Isn't that Satan, the one with Mage and Bu? A servant inquired nearby, bewildered by the sight. How should I know? The long-haired youth scoffed. Eliminate both of them. I shall become the hero of the new world. It was those two rascals. Satan immediately spotted the pair atop the hill. To hell with you. The long-haired youth prepared the missile and swiftly launched it towards Satan and Bu. Terrified, Satan took flight in a panic. Boom. The missile detonated with a tremendous explosion at Bu's location. The long-haired youth, craving more destruction, unleashed several more missiles. Boom. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed endlessly, stirring up a vast cloud of dust. When the chaos subsided, Bu's dwelling lay utterly obliterated. Ha ha ha, you deserved it. I vanquished you both. The long-haired youth exclaimed joyously, dancing in triumph. As the smoke gradually cleared, the unscathed figure of Bu emerged, his expression brimming with unfathomable rage. Pink gas flowed from the vents atop Bu's head. Master, that fellow is still alive. He is unharmed. The servant exclaimed hurriedly. What nonsense is this? You must be mistaken. The long-haired youth replied incredulously. You two scoundrels. Satan charged in from afar, delivering a powerful kick that sent the servant tumbling down the mountainside. I will not spare you. Satan roared, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the long-haired youth. The youth stood no chance against Satan's might and was soon left battered and bruised. You fool. What have you done? Satan shouted, launching another kick that sent the long-haired youth plummeting from the mountaintop. Witnessing this, Bu's seething fury began to subside. Bah, you worthless trash. Satan spat at the long-haired youth before striding towards the small dog. Just then, the dog stirred slightly. Mr. Bu, the dog is still alive. Satan exclaimed urgently. A glimmer of joy crossed Bu's face as he rushed over. Can it be saved? Satan inquired. As long as it is not dead, it can be revived, Bu replied, swiftly employing healing magic to mend the dog's injuries. In no time, the dog was revived. Hand in hand, Satan and Bu began to dance joyfully. This is wonderful. Satan sighed in relief. Just then, the long-haired youth brandished a handgun, shooting Satan in the back. Satan fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding death. Bu, momentarily stunned, turned to look at Satan. Ha ha ha, do not think I will relent. I shall return. The long-haired youth laughed maniacally, fleeing swiftly into the distance. Bu's face contorted with fury, his expression dark. Soon after, he suppressed his anger and tended to Satan's wounds. Instantly, Satan's injuries were healed. I can hardly believe it. I have been saved. Thank you so much. Satan exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he soon detected an unsettling change in Majin Bu. What is wrong? Are you all right? He inquired hastily. You must flee with the puppy, run far away, or you will all perish, Bu urged. His visage growing increasingly grotesque as more pink gas emanated from his head. Why would we die? What is happening? Satan questioned in confusion. Hurry, Bu shouted, startling Satan into immediate action as he swiftly fled with the puppy. Boom. Once again, streams of pink gas erupted from Bu's pores, rapidly coalescing in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the pink gas morphed. Snap. The pink substance transformed into a slender figure. Skinny Bu was born. Whoosh. The slender entity appeared before the long-haired youth at an astonishing speed, instilling terror in him as he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Skinny Bu extended his hand towards the young man's body, causing him to tremble in fear. With a thunderous roar, the long-haired youth was obliterated in an instant. Bang! Skinny Bu then darted towards Majin Bu, taunting him with a challenging gaze. Gritting his teeth, Majin Bu swung a punch. Bam! Skinny Bu delivered a swift kick that sent Majin Bu sprawling to the ground, following up with a flurry of punches. Majin Bu was utterly outmatched. Unable to retaliate as he collapsed, weakened. I shall transform you into chocolate, Bu declared, as a purple-white lightning flickered from his antennae. Uft! Skinny Bu blew a breath towards the incoming lightning, sending it hurtling back to Majin Bu. Crack! Majin Bu was transformed into a humanoid chocolate figure, plummeting to the ground. Skinny Bu picked up the chocolate and devoured it. Boom! A tremendous transformation overtook Skinny Bu. As calm returned, the truly malevolent Bu was born. Roar! Bu ceaselessly pounded his chest, emitting eerie cries. An overwhelming energy radiated from him, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. On the temple, Piccolo and Dend exchanged terrified glances. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, and others in the Supreme Kai realm sensed the shift in Majin Bu's energy. Chapter 136, Number 18. Oh no, Ye Tian is in trouble. What has caused Majin Bu's energy to change so drastically? Goku wondered, sensing the ominous turn of events. The Supreme Kai's expression was exceptionally grave. Please, hasten to amplify my energy, urged Son Gohan. He was acutely aware that if Earth were to perish, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Lord Tien and instigate grave issues for Ye Tian. The old Supreme Kai's countenance shifted tumultuously. After all, he was far more formidable than Majin Bu. Indeed, vastly so. The old Supreme Kai deems Ye Tian comparable to Majin Bu? Son Gohan interjected. That was a slip of the tongue. The old Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly, trying to alleviate the tension. Enough with the jesting, let's proceed. I've noticed your lack of urgency, Son Gohan remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Moreover, you seem to find time to indulge in novels. Well, returning to the topic, this novel is rather captivating. The old Supreme Kai replied with a grin. The title is Dragon Ball. That year, Vegeta with his hands in his pockets, also known as Dragon Ball, the beginning of engagement with Bardock. The protagonist is a fellow named Vegeta, who has taken several wives. Uncle Vegeta has become the subject of a novel? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. What? Vegeta has been fictionalized? Son Goku chimed in with curiosity. When you have a moment, you should take a look, the old Supreme Kai suggested with a smile. Nonetheless, please expedite the guidance of the latent energy, Son Gohan replied, utterly speechless. This is all part of the necessary process. Do you think I am not eager? The old Supreme Kai retorted with an eye roll. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bu turned his gaze towards the trembling servant. The servant, terrified beyond measure, hastily scrambled up the mountain and immediately seized an assault rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The servant unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Majin Bu, who allowed the bullets to pierce his form, then fixed the servant with a cold, murderous glare. The servant stood frozen in abject terror, mouth agape in sheer horror. Whoosh! Bu transformed his body into a long, slender line, darting directly into the servant's mouth and into his very being. The servant, racked with pain, could hardly utter a sound, his form contorting grotesquely. Boom! The servant's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. Yet, the dismembered pieces of Majin Buu rapidly coalesced, reshaping into his original form. Buu promptly turned his attention toward the distant Satan. Whoosh! He sped towards Satan with alarming swiftness. Satan, stricken with fear, clutched his small dog tightly and pressed himself against the ground. Perhaps you should just put an end to me, Ye Tian lamented. For I no longer wish to continue this existence. I had hoped that this individual would become my subordinate, yet the outcome has been nothing short of disastrous. It is all due to those two shameless beings. Had it not been for them, Majin Buu would have surely transformed into a benevolent entity. Suddenly he pondered, oh, am I still alive? Satan cautiously lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. Majin Buu appeared to have vanished. He must have been frightened away. Ha ha ha. I am indeed quite formidable, Satan declared, his laughter echoing through the air. However, as he chuckled, he looked up to find Majin Buu reappearing above him. The mirth on Satan's face gradually faded, his expression turning to one of frozen dread. Satan, Buu spoke coldly. Satan found himself at a loss for words. Do you know the fat cat? Buu inquired. Satan vigorously shook his head. Who is the fat cat? He pondered before suddenly recalling something. He nodded emphatically. Where is he? Buu demanded with a stern countenance. Satan shook his head frantically. Tell him I will seek vengeance, Buu declared ominously before vanishing in a flash of light. Satan collapsed onto the ground, utterly terrified. Whoosh! Buu sped toward the temple. This is bad. Majin Buu can now sense our energy, Piccolo exclaimed in alarm. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Buu appeared atop the temple, startling Piccolo and the others, who had not anticipated such an outcome. Come out, Buu bellowed, his voice causing the entire temple to tremble. What are you saying? Speak clearly, Piccolo urged, striving to maintain his composure. The one who promised to duel with me should emerge. Buu huffed. Did we not agree upon this? I wish to engage him in combat forthwith. He is indeed here. But he is currently asleep, Piccolo gritted his teeth in response. Awaken him. I demand a battle, Buu insisted icily. Please, just wait a moment, Piccolo gestured dismissively. He was not yet at his peak strength and hoped to recover before confronting Buu. Surely, you do not wish to fight a weakened warrior. I refuse to accept that. I detest waiting, Buu retorted, shaking his head in disapproval. Just a little longer. Did you not profess your intention to eradicate all Earthlings? Piccolo urged, his teeth clenched. There are still many survivors. Why not eliminate them first before engaging in battle? A grin spread across Buu's face as he circled the temple. Boom! With a sweeping motion, Buu unleashed beams of energy resembling lasers, which swiftly descended upon the earth. These rays penetrated the bodies of humans with alarming speed. In a wildlife sanctuary, individuals 17 and 18 narrowly evaded the onslaught of energy, their bodies drenched in cold sweat from the shock. What is happening? 17 exclaimed, bewildered. I have no idea, 18 replied, shaking his head. However, a sudden realization struck 18, causing his face to pale. This is bad. Ye Tian is likely in danger, he exclaimed, soaring into the sky. Who is Ye Tian? 17 asked in astonishment. Without responding, 18 hastily departed the scene, racing towards Satan City. In no time, he arrived above Satan City and entered apartment 8. Inside, all inhabitants had perished, some slain in the corridors, others in their homes. No matter where one hid, that terrifying beam of death would relentlessly pursue and eliminate them. Even those who sought refuge in the underground parking lot were not spared from its lethal assault. 18's expression shifted dramatically as he disregarded the horrific scenes, urgently flying to Ye Tian's residence. He searched, but found no trace of Ye Tian. A wave of unease washing over him. Where could Ye Tian be? Is he with his classmate, Videl? Chapter 137. King Kai. I hope Lord Tian Yi is safe. With a rush, 18 sped towards Satan's home and soon spotted Ye Tian and Videl below, enjoying a barbecue. 18 was rendered speechless at the sight. How is it that both of you remain unscathed? The vast majority of people in the world have perished, yet you two have survived. Moreover, everyone in your family is still alive. Was that deadly beam somehow selective in its devastation? Hey, Lazuli, come down and join us for some barbecue, Ye Tian called, waving at Android 18 in the sky. Huh? Lazuli? Videl echoed, momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, Android 18 descended gracefully and landed beside Ye Tian. Are you both all right? She inquired. Is there any cause for concern? Ye Tian replied with a warm smile. What transpired? Videl asked, puzzled. Did you not witness the pink energy beam? Android 18 pressed. I did. but it vanished above our home, Videl responded, bemused. Who would be setting off fireworks at a time like this? Android 18's eyes widened in disbelief. It mysteriously vanished? Was it the work of that enigmatic hero once more? Lazuli, you seem quite concerned about me, Ye Tian remarked playfully. Humph, not at all, Android 18 retorted with a scoff. Come, let us eat something. Were you frightened just now? Ye Tian beckoned. Did you already know? Android 18's complexion shifted slightly, her curiosity piqued. If my deductions are correct, the number of surviving humans on Earth has dwindled to a mere handful, Ye Tian lamented. Perhaps this ordeal serves as a trial for these individuals. Android 18 fell silent. What? There are so few humans left on Earth? Videl gasped in disbelief. Everything will be fine. Those who have died will be resurrected. After all, we have the Dragon Balls, Ye Tian reassured her. Dragon Balls? What are those? Videl asked, perplexed. They can grant any wish. Remember during the Cell Saga when everyone who died was brought back to life? Ye Tian explained. Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall. I believe Eliza was killed by Cell, and I cried so much over it. Then, for some reason, she suddenly returned to life. Videl nodded, her memory rekindled. It was the Dragon Balls that revived the deceased, Ye Tian clarified. How extraordinary. I had no idea such a miraculous thing existed, Videl exclaimed, astonished. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her face paled. What about my father? How is he? She asked urgently. He is safe. Your father will be fine, Ye Tian assured her. Meanwhile, atop the temple, Beerus proclaimed, I have eradicated all humans on Earth. Prepare for battle. He chuckled with a sense of triumph. I understand. But at least grant us some time to prepare, Piccolo responded. 2 hours, no, just 1 hour will suffice. 1 hour? How long is that? You inquired, Smash. As Piccolo raised his hand, a sand glass materialized before them. When all the sand within has fallen, an hour shall have passed, Piccolo stated, observing the slowly descending grains. Boo's expression darkened. Just wait for an hour. I implore you. Piccolo pleaded. Very well, I shall wait for you for an hour. Once that hour has elapsed, I will annihilate you all. Bu scoffed, crouching down to wait patiently. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai suddenly sensed the immense upheaval occurring on Earth. What is happening? He inquired. It appears that nearly all of Earth's inhabitants have been slain, save for a scant few, the Supreme Kai responded, his countenance shifting dramatically. Oh dear ancestors, a grave situation has arisen. Has the Earth been destroyed? Goku gasped, while Chi-Chi and Goten looked on in alarm. The Earth has sustained little serious harm. I am uncertain how he managed this, the Supreme Kai spoke solemnly. What shall we do, ancestor? In the unlikely event that it comes to that, nothing shall transpire. All is within my control. The old Supreme Kai inhaled deeply, casting a calm glance towards the Supreme Kai. Ancestor, your composure is truly remarkable, the Supreme Kai remarked, rendered speechless. Upon careful reflection, even if the Earth were to be destroyed, Lord Tanya will remain unharmed, the old Supreme Kai asserted. Do not underestimate Lord Tanya's true power. No one can inflict harm upon him. Are you certain there is no cause for concern? The Supreme Kai pressed. How many times must I reiterate? If I say there is no issue, then there is none, the old Supreme Kai sighed. Meanwhile, his hands continued to guide Gohan, channeling potential energy. Gohan remained silent. On Earth, within the Divine Palace, the fiendish Bu sat beside the sand glass, exuding impatience as he awaited the passage of time. Goten and Trunks gazed from a distance at the seated demon. Is that truly Bu? Trunks mused, taken aback. Indeed, his appearance has undergone a significant transformation, Goten murmured. Not only has his visage altered, but his power has also markedly increased, Piccolo observed. You two must immediately enter the hyperbolic time chamber and engage in rigorous training. Understood. Goten and Trunks did not hesitate, swiftly entering the chamber to commence a new round of training. Approximately 20 minutes later, Bu erupted. I can no longer endure this waiting. He struck the sand glass, shattering it into countless fragments. Wait a moment. You've only been waiting for less than 30 minutes. Be patient. Piccolo exclaimed urgently, raising his voice in protest. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Majin Bu waved his massive hand forward, unleashing a surge of energy that struck the ground beneath Piccolo's feet. The force penetrated the temple, leaving a gaping hole in the earth. Time was of the essence. I must act swiftly, Bu shouted, urging him to emerge forth. Piccolo's expression shifted from fear to determination. After a moment of silence, he resolved, I understand. You shall follow me. With this, Bu's countenance transformed into a smile. Piccolo led the way, guiding him upstairs. After navigating a lengthy path, they finally arrived at the entrance of the room of spirit and time. Observing Piccolo ushering Majin Buu into that peculiar chamber, Krillin and the others outside breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 138. Gotenks vs. Majin Buu. However, scarcely a minute had passed when, suddenly, an explosion erupted from a room above the temple. Krillin and his companions were startled, swiftly turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. What on earth was that? Krillin exclaimed. It appears to be the room of spirit and time. Yamcha replied. Why did it explode out of the blue? Master Roshi inquired. I heard Piccolo mention that if even Gotenks cannot defeat Majin Buu, he would destroy the exit, trapping them inside forever. Krillin explained, but it's all right. We can use the Dragon Balls to bring Piccolo and the others back. Does this mean those two youngsters have indeed fallen to Majin Buu? Master Roshi sighed in resignation. It seems so, Krillin nodded. Are they truly unable to return? Yamcha expressed his lingering concern. They cannot return. I've heard that the room of spirit and time exists in a realm separate from ours. Thus Majin Buu cannot escape regardless. Krillin reassured. Just as he spoke, a resounding crash echoed from a direction within the temple. Krillin's smile faded into a look of apprehension. In the next moment, he and his companions dashed toward the source of the noise. They beheld a new aperture emerging in the distance, resembling a mirror, its interior revealing the wide expanse of the room of spirit and time. Krillin stared in disbelief. Suddenly, Majin Buu elongated and swiftly darted through the peculiar opening. The expressions of Krillin and his friends shifted dramatically. Lord Kai, for the sake of the Dragon Balls, you must not encounter any peril. Mr. Bobo made a swift decision, delivering a forceful kick that sent the divine Dandy tumbling from the temple. At the very moment Dandy descended from the shrine, the creature, Majin Buu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The gathering of so many individuals was truly delightful. Just when I felt a pang of hunger, he exclaimed, transform into chocolate. The antennae atop Majin Buu's head shimmered with a violet-white light, swiftly enveloping Krillin and the others. With a snap, in an instant, Krillin, Master Roshi, and everyone present were transformed into chocolate. Majin Buu was utterly thrilled. I adore when you all congregate. It allows the chocolate to bond together. He quickly devoured the chocolate he had created. Just as Buu had consumed nearly half of Krillin and the others, a loud voice echoed. Hey, 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 Majin Buu. We're here too, you big fool. It was Gotenks, calling out with exuberance. Majin Buu hastily stuffed the remaining chocolate into his mouth and licked his lips. You arrived just in time. I almost finished it without saving any for you. Buu grinned widely, turning to Gotenks with a hint of surprise. What happened to your appearance? You idiot. Not only have I changed, but I have also grown significantly stronger. Gotenks replied, a look of pride plastered on his face. At that moment, Gotenks had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his hair nearly trailing to the ground, surrounded by crackling bolts of lightning. In the Kaishin realm, Goku and the others immediately sensed the fluctuating energies of Majin Buu and Gotenks. What on earth is happening? Goku exclaimed anxiously. Why do I feel Majin Buu's energy vanish and then suddenly re-emerge? Would you like to see? There is a crystal ball over there. You can check for yourself. The old Kaishin pointed toward a crystal ball perched on a tree branch. Really? That thing can show us what is happening on Earth. Goku exclaimed in delight as he rushed over. In the next moment, Goku peered into the crystal ball and beheld the scene at the temple on Earth. However, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. Goku watched in horror as Majin Buu transformed his family and friends into chocolate and consumed them. Helpless, Goku could only resort to the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Moreover, upon witnessing Gotenks' transformation into Super Saiyan 3, he felt a wave of relief. Incredible! Is this the fusion technique? The Kaishin marveled in astonishment. This is Super Saiyan 3. Truly unbelievable. These two youngsters are remarkable. I struggled to attain Super Saiyan 3. Yet they grasped it effortlessly. Goku chuckled heartily. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. But where are the others? What have you done to the people here? Piccolo inquired in a low voice. Hee, I devoured them all and turned them into chocolate. They were quite delicious. Majin Buu patted his own belly. What did you say? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. You ate them? Gotenks erupted in fury. This time, I am genuinely angry. Whoosh. Gotenks surged toward Majin Buu's position. Bang. Gotenks collided headfirst into Majin Buu. Majin Buu was sent flying backward. Immediately after, Gotenks pursued and delivered a punch. Bang. 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 The two engaged in a fierce aerial skirmish. Majin Buu calculated the disparity in strength between himself and this little fellow. I sense that my power is comparable to his. If I can absorb him, I should be able to defeat the fat cat. However, it feels somewhat perilous. If I could absorb someone even more formidable than him, defeating the fat cat would pose no challenge. By the way, I wonder how strong that person named Ye Tian is. Also, this little guy, who can fuse into one, seems to have a time limit. This state can only last a few minutes. Therefore, after absorbing them, I must promptly locate the fat cat. Ye Tian should know where the fat cat is. At that point, I will seek out Ye Tian. Moreover, I might as well absorb that fellow named Piccolo. He appears quite astute. With this thought, Majin began to procrastinate. After several intense exchanges, it became evident that Majin Buu's predictions were accurate. The golden glow enveloping Gotenks dissipated, returning him to his normal state. Majin Buu surmised that he might revert to his two forms. I shall wait for him to fuse again, and then I will absorb him before seeking out Ye Tian. He chuckled wickedly. Gotenks awkwardly laughed. What a splendid day it is today, ha ha ha. Not good. This is disastrous. Piccolo's expression changed once more. Old Kaioshin, please hurry. The children's fusion technique is about to time out. Son Goku urged anxiously. Chapter 139. The invitation of the Kaioshin, you may leave. It has been completed. The old Kaioshin nodded at Son Gohan. Huh, it's completed already? Son Gohan was taken aback. Completed? Son Goku was equally astonished. When did you finish? Son Gohan asked in disbelief. Approximately 5 minutes ago, the old Kaioshin replied. Why did you not inform me sooner? Son Gohan felt utterly disheartened. You fool. It is far more dramatic to reveal it during a crisis, the old Kaioshin answered nonchalantly. This is excessive. Are you not concerned about Ye Tian's safety? Son Gohan shouted loudly. I have already stated that, even if you are all in danger, he will not be at risk. The old Kai chuckled heartily. Although the great Lord Tainai may initially be an ordinary person after his reincarnation, he is not so easily perishable. Moreover, he may have already acquired some strength. For did you not mention that he can soar through the skies and survive in the vastness of space? Son Gohan scratched his head, pondering. It seems that it was I who taught Ye Tian how to fly. I wonder if he truly learned it from me, or if he was merely feigning it all along. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. I must hasten to rescue Goten, Trunks, and Uncle Piccolo. Please tell me how I can unleash all that energy. Son Gohan inquired eagerly. Simply transform into a Super Saiyan, the old Kai replied. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Son Gohan's being. A vast aura radiated outward from him, causing the old Kai, standing nearby, to be swept away by the ferocious gale. Son Gohan felt a mix of surprise and exhilaration as he sensed his burgeoning power. Father, this is incredible, Son Gohan exclaimed. Turning to his father, it's truly astonishing. Son Wukong marveled, overwhelmed with disbelief. Even a Super Saiyan has never reached this level. Transformation is a dark path. And Super Saiyan is the darkest of them all, the old Kai remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire. Gohan, hurry to Earth, he urged. If Earth were to truly explode, posing danger to Ye Tian and potentially erasing some things at random, it would be nothing short of catastrophic. I shall send you there at once. Lord Kai, allow me to accompany Gohan, Jebet requested. What are you saying, Jebet? Let me be the one to send him. The Kai answered. Enough of this bickering. It matters not who delivers him. The old Kai interjected with a huff, permitting Jebet to take him. Yes, ancestor, Jebet nodded. I'm sorry, Gohan. I wish I could go, but I cannot. Son Wukong lamented, longing to see his son's south-towering form up close. Father-son Gohan lowered his head. I may never see you again before you come to this world. Son Wukong smiled gently, do your utmost to utterly eradicate Majin Buu, restore peace to the world, and help your classmates regain their memories. Yes, Son Gohan responded resolutely. The two embraced tightly. Swish. In the next moment, Jebet swiftly returned to Earth with Son Gohan. Gohan requested a set of his father's attire. Without hesitation, he soared towards the direction of Majin Buu. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kai reproached the Supreme Kai, Fool. What are you dawdling for? What? Why do you say I am daydreaming, esteemed ancestor? I am clearly focused on the events transpiring on Earth. The Supreme Kai scratched his head in confusion. Seize this opportunity and bring Lord Yashin to the Kaioshin realm, the old Kai commanded. Ah? You wish to summon Yashin? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Also, esteemed ancestor, it would be best to refer to him as Yashin. We wouldn't want to mistakenly address him otherwise. What are the odds of that? Even if others err, do you think I would? I have consumed more salt than you have drunk water, the old Kai retorted emphatically. But, esteemed ancestor, Did you not say that even if a crisis were to arise on the planet, Ye Tian would be safe? The Supreme Kai inquired. Fool. Does he not have a girlfriend? The old Kai rolled his eyes. He will surely be fine. If his girlfriend encounters danger, his heartbreak alone could erase some things, which would be enough for our universe to endure. The Supreme Kai pondered this logic and found it somewhat valid. Esteemed old Kai, do you imply that Gohan lacks a solid chance of victory? Son Goku scratched his head, questioning. Logically, he should be able to triumph. Yet I cannot shake a foreboding feeling, the old Kai stated solemnly, delivering a slap to the back of the Supreme Kai's head. Esteemed ancestor, why do you strike me again? The Supreme Kai protested. Stop dawdling and hasten to Earth. The old Kai bellowed. Ah yes, understood. The Supreme Kai nodded, promptly employing instant transmission to head to Earth. Wait a moment, do you know what to say? The old Kai asked. What else is there to say? Just inform them that Earth is in peril and bring them here to avoid the impending danger, the Supreme Kai replied, adding that they were the last surviving Earthlings. In order to prevent the species from suffering a catastrophic blow, do not waste words. Do you not understand that excessive speech can lead to misfortune? The old Kai admonished loudly. The Supreme Kai, gravely nodding, vanished in an instant. In but a fleeting moment, the Supreme Kai appeared in the courtyard of the Satan household, encountering Ye Tian, Videl, and Android 18 among others. Upon seeing Ye Tian, the Supreme Kai felt his heart race in trepidation. This is the Creator God. My emotions are so complex. No, I must not let it show. If I do, it could lead to complications. Isn't that the Supreme Kai? Videl exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. What brings the Supreme Kai here? Ah, Videl, I have come to escort you, for the Earth is in peril. It would be wise to seek refuge in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai quickly responded with utmost respect. However, he soon realized that his demeanor seemed overly formal and straightened his posture slightly. Oh, is this sufficient reason for us humans to enter the realm of the Supreme Kai? Ye Tian observed the Supreme Kai with some surprise. This was not in keeping with the Supreme Kai's usual demeanor. Well, you see, it was actually Gohan who requested this of me. He mentioned that you two are the last remaining students, so I was sent to ensure your safety. The Supreme Kai chuckled, scratching his head. Chapter 140. Everyone goes to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Is that truly the case? Ye Tian still regarded the Supreme Kai with skepticism. Why would you think it is false? The Supreme Kai replied with a bitter smile. Ye Tian, deep in thought, scrutinized the Supreme Kai, sensing something amiss in his attitude. Why did it feel as though he was excessively deferential? Did he know about my ability to erase? Even if he did, he would be unaware of the existence of the Omni-King. Was it the old Supreme Kai who informed him? Accompanying him to the realm of the Supreme Kai was not out of the question. Given the current situation, Earth could very well be obliterated. Would I need to constantly erase the energy of Majin Buu? Perhaps visiting the Supreme Kai's realm would provide clarity. Moreover, I could only erase entities within 1,000 kilometers. If Majin Buu unleashed a powerful attack from a distance, the Earth would be destroyed. I would undoubtedly be safe. But Videl and Android 18 would likely perish. The Supreme Kai took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. If you are reluctant to go, that is your choice. I shall merely inform Gohan. The Supreme Kai employed a tactic of reverse psychology. Very well, I can take both of them with me without issue, Ye Tian proposed. Of course, that is not a problem. The Supreme Kai nodded affirmatively. Wait, what exactly has transpired? Why is everyone on Earth dead? Android 18 inquired urgently. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, we must head to the realm of the Supreme Kai, where it is safer, the Supreme Kai urged. I need to fetch my brother. May I bring him along? Android 18 bit her lip and addressed the Supreme Kai. Where is your brother? Contact him immediately, or I can go to retrieve him. The Supreme Kai replied, somewhat anxious. The Supreme Kai speculated that Gohan was currently engaged in battle with Majin Buu. Just as the Supreme Kai had conjectured, Son Gohan was indeed clashing with Majin Buu. After several exchanges, it became evident to Majin Buu that he was no match for Son Gohan. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This is splendid. As long as I absorb Son Gohan and subsequently fuse with those two little ones, I have little doubt that I can defeat that large, rotund cat. I shall self-destruct first, granting ample time for the fusion of those two youngsters. With a thunderous explosion, Majin Buu detonated himself. Son Gohan and the others were momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by Majin Buu's intentions. Soon after, Son Gohan and his companions set out to locate Dandy. As for Ye Tian's predicament, Son Gohan chose not to disclose it to Piccolo and the others. The more who knew, the less favorable the situation would be. During their search for Dandy, they encountered Satan and his dog. "Let us bring him along," suggested Piccolo. Though he can be bothersome, his heart is inherently good. He still wishes to save the Earth. Son Gohan concurred. "Indeed, we must take him with us. He is the father of Videl, who happens to be Ye Tian's girlfriend. Given this connection, we cannot leave Mr. Satan behind." Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Piccolo glanced at Son Gohan, slightly surprised, acknowledging that Piccolo's words held truth. After all, Mr. Satan was fundamentally good-natured. Son Gohan hastily clarified his stance. Subsequently, Piccolo and the others retrieved Satan. After a while, Son Gohan and his group successfully found Dandy. Boo Boo exclaimed that I absolutely cannot die, then kicked me down, Dandy explained. Indeed, if you were to perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. Mr. Boo Boo's kick was truly fortuitous, Piccolo acknowledged. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, following the location indicated by Android 18, immediately utilized instant transmission to bring Ye Tian and his companions to the wildlife sanctuary where Android 17 resided. Android 18? Android 17 paused, observing the Supreme Kai and Ye Tian's group, and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the Supreme Kai," he responded. "The Earth is in grave danger. You must come with me to the Supreme Kai's realm for refuge. Of course, you may choose not to come if you wish." "The Earth is in danger?" Android 17 was momentarily stunned. "All right, 17, let us hurry," urged Android 18. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Android 17 nodded, not opposing the suggestion. "And my father?" Videl addressed the Supreme Kai. "Certainly," the Supreme Kai readily agreed. The Supreme Kai then searched the Earth for Mr. Satan's whereabouts. Upon finding him, Gohan and the others coincidentally encountered Mr. Satan and brought him along. The Supreme Kai smiled slightly. "I shall take you all now." In an instant, he used instant transmission to swiftly appear beside Son Gohan and the others. "Oh, Ye Tian, Videl, and Androids 17 and 18? Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback upon the appearance of King Kai and his companions. "Honorable King Kai," Piccolo promptly bowed in deference. "Greetings, Honorable King Kai." Dandy immediately knelt in respect. "Are you both all right, Ye Tian and Videl?" Son Gohan inquired. "I'm fine," Ye Tian replied with a smile. "That is good to hear." Son Gohan nodded. "I have come to escort Mr. Satan. I shall first return them to the realm of King Kai," suggested King Kai. Upon seeing her father, Videl embraced him warmly. The father and daughter were on the verge of tears. "All right," Son Gohan did not object. "Who could it be? Is that not Son Gohan?" And Piccolo. Number 17 chuckled. "How have you fared all these years, Number 17? Piccolo greeted him with a smile. "Not too bad," Number 17 nodded. "What has transpired? Has that fiend Cell returned?" "It is not Cell. It is an even more formidable adversary known as Majin Buu," Piccolo succinctly explained. "Now is not the time for explanations. Follow me, and I shall lead you to the realm of King Kai. The ancestral spirit has an ominous premonition, which is why I am to bring you all there." "Let Dandy accompany us as well," Piccolo suggested. "Me? I shall stand with Earth in its hour of need," Dandy declared resolutely. "There is no need for such stubbornness. If you perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish entirely, and how will the deceased be revived then?" Piccolo shook his head. "You should go to the realm of King Kai. We can rest easier that way." "Very well, I understand," Dandy nodded. "Uncle Piccolo, you should also go. I can face Majin Buu alone," Son Gohan proposed. "I wish to remain and witness your valiant deeds," Piccolo smiled. "Let Goten and Trunks accompany you as well." Chapter 141. Goten and Trunks are absorbed. "We too shall remain to fight. We have yet to be defeated," Trunks asserted. "Indeed, we will fight alongside our brother." Son Goten nodded in agreement. "Very well, I have thought it through and shall not object. Are you all planning to allow Majin Buu to absorb you?" "Never mind. If he wishes to absorb, let him do so. I am curious to see if, after Majin Buu becomes extraordinarily powerful, I can effortlessly erase him. To eliminate him outright seems somewhat excessive. Instead, I shall see if I can erase his limbs and observe whether the severed parts can regenerate. Those heading to the Kaioshin realm, please join hands and form a circle. I shall transport you to the Kaioshin realm." The old Kaioshin beckons. Ye Tian grasped Videl's hand with his left and Android 18's with his right. The others also linked together. In a flash, the old Kaioshin executed instant transmission, bringing Ye Tian and the others to the Kaioshin realm. Only Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo remained behind. Shortly after Ye Tian and the others entered the Kaioshin realm, The formidable presence of Majin Buu began to approach from a distance. Son Gohan and the others immediately sensed Majin Buu's overwhelming aura. The old Kaioshin expressed his foreboding, urging that this battle must be resolved swiftly, cautioning them to remain vigilant. Son Gohan's expression grew serious. Suddenly, Majin Buu descended from the sky, landing near Son Gohan and the others. Son Gohan frowned as he regarded Majin Buu, pondering what this being intended, noting that he seemed unchanged. Is he merely toying with us? Perhaps he intends to flee at any moment, Trunks speculated. Hey, let's fight together. I want to eliminate all of you. Majin Buu shouted towards Son Goten and Trunks from a distance. Do not mistake this. Your opponent is me. Son Gohan pointed to himself. No, I shall first eliminate those two little ones, and then I will deal with you, Buu retorted with a scoff. There is no need for that. I will annihilate you immediately, Son Gohan declared, preparing to attack Majin Buu. Come closer and try. I will obliterate the earth instantly. And none of you will survive in the void of space, Buu threatened, targeting the ground from afar. Son Gohan was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, the old Kaioshin's concerns were well-founded. This shameless creature, Majin Buu, actually intends to destroy the earth. I merely wish to settle the score with those two little ones. We have yet to determine a victor, Buu said to Son Gohan. Once we have concluded our battle, I shall contend with you. Son Gohan remained silent, contemplating how he might launch a surprise attack to prevent this fiend from annihilating the planet. Rest assured, I will not destroy the earth while battling them, Buu assured. Calling out to Son Goten and Trunks, are you too scared? Do you dare to face me in combat? Our previous skirmish was quite entertaining. What nonsense are you spouting? You claim we are fearful. Had it not been for the constraints of time, you would have long been vanquished, Trunks scoffed. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Goten nodded in agreement. Is that so? Are you then inclined to engage in battle with me? Buu smiled. Without a doubt, this time we shall eradicate you. I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Trunks lightly tapped his forehead towards Goten. The two young lads immediately prepared for fusion. Wait a moment. I can't shake off this odd feeling. Why is he so intent on challenging both of you? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Uncle Piccolo, you are overthinking it. Do you truly believe he possesses the intellect to devise an effective strategy? Trunks reassured him. Goten, let us fuse at once. Right. Goten replied. The two swiftly drew closer together. With a clap, Goten and Trunks fused into Gotenks, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Ha ha ha. The embodiment of justice, Gotenks, makes his grand return. Gotenks laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Ye Tian and the others gathered near the crystal ball, silently observing the unfolding scene on Earth. However, Ye Tian suddenly noticed that Goku, the old Kaioshin, the Supreme Kai, and Jebet were all fixated on him. What are you gazing at me for? Pray. Gaze into the crystal ball, urged Ye Tian, swiftly turning his attention to the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai, startled, hastily masked his surprise by whistling nonchalantly. Oh, what splendid weather we have today, he chuckled heartily. You must be the old Supreme Kai referred to by the Supreme Kai, correct? Ye Tian inquired with a gentle smile. The old geezer? You must be Ye Tian, Sun Wukong's peer, the old Supreme Kai responded, maintaining an air of composure as he clasped his hands behind his back. The Supreme Kai and Jebet looked on with profound admiration, marveling at the old Supreme Kai's poise in the presence of the universe's creator. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded, then asked, May I inquire why the four of you were observing me? Sun Wukong, equally unfazed, pointed questioningly at his own nose. Ah, the matter is this, Ye Tian. There is something unsightly on your attire that clashes rather poorly, the Supreme Kai cleverly remarked, gesturing towards Ye Tian's clothing. Turning to glance at his back, Ye Tian discovered an oddity indeed. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai shifted his gaze towards Videl, wearing a contemplative expression. Videl, clearly aware of the situation, flushed crimson. This is, Videl began to explain hurriedly. Videl, there is no need for explanations, Ye Tian interjected, shaking his head. What is there to clarify in such matters? The more you explain, the more problems arise. Alas, those two merged beings have been wrapped like rice dumplings. Ye Tian suddenly declared, redirecting everyone's gaze towards the crystal ball. All present immediately turned their attention to the image within the crystal sphere. Indeed, Gotenks had been transformed into red meat, encased like a zongzi. The same fate befell Piccolo. Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Earth, you scoundrel, what are you plotting? Son Gohan exclaimed in shock. They are all mine now. Buu cackled, gesturing towards the two meat dumplings. Whoosh. Gotenks and Piccolo swiftly flew to Majin Buu, merging with him. This is bad. Son Goku's expression fluctuated, nearly devouring the crystal ball in his anxiety. Soon, Majin Buu completed the fusion. Chapter 142. I will confront Majin Buu's son Gohan. It seems my scheme has succeeded, Buu said with a smile. The most powerful Majin Buu has finally been born. With a swift descent, Buu landed directly opposite Son Gohan. You are despicable for absorbing both of them. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. You are simply too formidable. I had no choice, Buu replied with a smile. You might as well absorb me too. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Son Gohan scoffed. Oh, there's no rush. Let me first observe how the strength of those two little ones has changed after being absorbed, Buu said, grinning. Then let us see. Son Gohan immediately prepared for battle. Bang! Son Gohan launched a powerful kick. Majin Buu effortlessly raised a hand and grasped Son Gohan's ankle. Son Gohan retaliated with a fierce kick from his other leg. Buu seized that ankle as well. Reacting swiftly, Son Gohan unleashed an energy blast. Buu leaned back to evade the oncoming energy and used his long tentacle to ensnare Son Gohan's neck. Bang! Buu delivered a punch that landed squarely on Son Gohan's face. The pain caused Son Gohan's expression to change repeatedly. Boom! Subsequently, Buu released an energy sphere, which detonated explosively near Son Gohan. He hurriedly fled, seeking refuge from the overwhelming force. Whoosh! However, Buu appeared near Son Gohan's position, grinning at him. How do you feel, Son Gohan? You must realize you are no match for me, Buu remarked with a slight smile. Whoa! Son Gohan charged forward, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Majin Buu. Yet, Majin Buu effortlessly countered. This is dire. Gohan might be killed. Sun Wukong was filled with impatience. I had a foreboding feeling, and alas, I fell victim to it. The old Supreme Kai sighed in resignation. Indeed, bringing them from Earth was the right choice. What shall we do next? Sun Wukong inquired anxiously. Shall I give it a try? Ye Tian stepped forward. Ye Tian, are you planning to battle Majin Buu? Sun Wukong was taken aback and quickly asked. I have never fought anyone aside from Dubra. It wouldn't hurt to give it a shot, Ye Tian smiled. How about this, Wukong? You should accompany Ye Tian. The old Supreme Kai suggested. Huh, me? Sun Wukong was startled. I am already deceased. I cannot return to that world. I am aware of that. The old Supreme Kai replied. By sacrificing my life for yours, you could be resurrected. What? To exchange Lord Supreme Kai's life for mine? Sun Wukong was astonished. That seems inappropriate. No, this is not right. Lord Supreme Kai's life is incredibly precious. Jebet exclaimed. What nonsense. The old Supreme Kai rolled his eyes. Before that fellow Beerus awakens, there is no one who can match Majin Buu, and it is only a matter of time before he finds this place. Let it be my life that is exchanged. The Supreme Kai proposed, unwilling to be of no use. You are still young, with many things to accomplish. I have lived a long life, the old Supreme Kai said with a smile. Let us use Jebet's life instead. Ye Tian suddenly interjected. Jebet, why should my life be the one exchanged? It seems I am the least useful here. Ye Tian suggested. Jebet was nearly in tears. My Lord Tian Ye. I haven't wronged you, have I? Ye Tian has a point. The old Supreme Kai nodded thoughtfully. Very well, in order to save this universe, I have decided to sacrifice my own life. Jebet dared not utter a word of dissent. After all, it is Lord Tian Ye. I cannot provoke him. Whatever he says goes. It is merely the offering of a life. Furthermore, I have already been revived once. Everyone, farewell. Jebet declared, tilting his head. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's halo gradually faded away. Jebet, may you rest in peace, Sun Wukong lamented. Clap. Jebet immediately sprang up from the ground, now adorned with a golden halo. Sun Wukong. Ye Tian, are you certain you wish to go? Sun Wukong inquired of Ye Tian. Just to take a look. Ye Tian nodded. I want to witness the birth of Vegeta. Of course, should Majin Buu dare to confront me, I shall make him feel the terror of the human realm. Very well, then come with me. Sun Wukong nodded, yet he cautioned, that fellow is quite formidable. So you must exercise caution. No problem, Ye Tian replied with a faint smile. Sun Wukong extended his hand toward Ye Tian, who, however, had no intention of shaking hands but rather placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. What significance does shaking hands with a man hold? Wait a moment. You two should not rush off just yet, the old Kai suddenly interjected. Are you truly planning to confront him without any preparation? Do you possess the confidence to defeat Majin Buu? Ah, you are right. Sun Wukong immediately snapped back to attention, smacking his forehead. That's right, I confuse with Gohan. As long as we merge, we will undoubtedly be able to vanquish Majin-Bu. Do you believe Majin-Bu will grant you the time necessary for your fusion? The old Kai shook his head. And what about you, Ye Tian? How confident are you in defeating him? Sun Wukong inquired of Ye Tian. Me? I am uncertain. Ye Tian replied, shaking his head. I am still unsure of my own capabilities. Is it not possible to erase? Sun Wukong nearly voiced his thoughts. However, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Since it was not permitted, he decided against it. What if he did speak, and Ye Tian became even more formidable than the Fiend Bu? With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate the earth. According to the Elder Kaioshin, anything erased by Ye Tian could not be restored. Not even by the Dragon Balls. At least the destruction wrought by Bu could be remedied through the Dragon Balls. If Ye Tian were to erase something, it would truly be gone forever. Does the Elder Kaioshin have any sound strategies? Sun Wukong inquired. Allow me to bestow upon you these 2 Patera earrings. The Elder Kaioshin replied, removing the earrings from his own ears and offering them to Sun Wukong. What are these? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. First, place one on your left ear, the Elder Kaioshin instructed. Sun Wukong promptly complied. The other one should be worn by Gohan. The Elder Kaioshin continued. This way, the 2 of you shall be able to fuse. Really? What will be the result? Sun Wukong inquired eagerly. The outcome will undoubtedly be remarkable. These are treasures unique to the Kaioshin. The Elder Kaioshin smiled. Chapter 143, Patera Earrings. This is the first time I have learned of earrings being utilized in such a manner, the Kaioshin remarked, wiping away sweat. You ought to read more. It's no wonder you are so inept. The Elder Kaioshin sighed in exasperation. Why don't you try fusing with your own earrings and demonstrate it for Wukong and Ye Tian? How did you almost let it slip? Did you not claim that you would never let anything slip? Ye Tian, however, did not indulge in conjectures regarding Tian Yi. The crux of the matter is that, even if the old Kaioshin uttered the name Tian Yi, Ye Tian would remain entirely oblivious. Who is Tian Yi? Ye Tian had never heard of such a person. Thus, it could be said that the old Kaioshin and his companions were merely overthinking. Upon realizing that Ye Tian harbored no suspicions, the Kaioshin felt a sense of relief and promptly gifted one of his earrings to Jebet. Both adorned their respective ears with the earrings. In an instant, the bodies of the Kaioshin and Jebet swiftly merged into one. With a resounding clap, they transformed into a singular entity. Wow, I have discovered an immense surge of power within me, the Kaioshin exclaimed, raising his fists in exhilaration. However, he soon glanced upwards, noticing a golden halo, which made him feel quite unwell. Does this mean I have perished upon merging? This is quite unfortunate. Goku, I shall fight alongside you. Let us join forces. The Kaioshin clenched his fists, brimming with determination. You cannot. Although you have grown significantly stronger, it is still insufficient to contend with Majin-Bu. The old Kaioshin replied, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. You might even be absorbed by him. Well, I suppose, the Kaioshin lowered his head. Old Kaioshin. You are indeed formidable. Sun Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically, quickly inquiring, but how long does the fusion last? There are no time constraints. Once fused, one can never separate. The old Kaioshin chuckled. This is dire. If I fuse with Gohan, I will have to accompany him to school, and I have no desire to attend. Sun Wukong lamented, feeling overwhelmed. I have heard that only the Kaioshins can remain permanently fused through the earrings. Humans cannot sustain it for long, Ye Tian interjected. Huh? How do you know that? The Kaioshin was taken aback. The old Kaioshin's eyes widened in astonishment, fixed on Ye Tian. Could it be that Lord Tian Yi has regained a portion of his memory? How else could he possess such knowledge? There is nothing I am unaware of. Ye Tian smiled. All right, let us hasten. Gohan is on the verge of being defeated by Majin-Bu. Let us go, Ye Tian. Sun Wukong urged, swiftly extending his hand. Ye Tian placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Ye Tian, you can do it. Biddy raised her fist in encouragement towards Ye Tian. Android 18 glanced at Ye Tian, offering no words, yet her gaze conveyed encouragement and resolve. It seemed as if Android 18 was silently cheering for him. Is he really Ye Tian? Have you taken a liking to him? Android 17 whispered to Android 18. Humph, do not meddle. On the 18th, a disdainful snort escaped. However, why do I feel that he shares a rather close bond with that young lady? The 17th sighed. What business is that of yours? I simply wish to be the third party involved. Do you have any objections? The 18th coldly huffed. Suddenly, Son Goku, accompanied by Ye Tian, executed an instantaneous movement, materializing on Earth in the blink of an eye, hovering directly above Majin-Bu. At that very moment, Majin Buu had already amassed a colossal energy sphere, intending to hurl it down upon Son Gohan below. Whoosh! Son Goku promptly unleashed a Keyblade, cleaving Majin Buu in two. Father? Ye Tian? Son Gohan was taken aback. Have you resurrected? Indeed, Son Goku nodded. Jebet granted me his life, thus I returned. It's you. Buu turned to face Son Goku. You peculiar shapeshifter. Are you here to lend a hand? I am no longer the Majin Buu of old. Hee hee. Son Goku chuckled. And Ye Tian is here as well? Buu glanced at Ye Tian. You arrived just in time. Tell me, where is that hefty cat? You seek the hefty cat? Ye Tian replied with a smile. It would be wise to abandon that pursuit. You are no match for him. Is that so? Buu scoffed. I am aware that I may not be able to defeat him now, but I shall continually grow stronger. Hey, Buu, I am prepared. I too possess methods to enhance my power, Son Goku declared loudly. Slap. Majin Buu swiftly reformed his body, reverting to his original state. However, the antennae on his head had not fully restored, leaving a small segment protruding. You claim to have a means to augment your strength? How utterly amusing. Regardless, you will never be my match. Buu chuckled lightly. Then why the urgency to restore your body? Is it out of fear? Son Goku smiled. Hee hee. Do you think I fear you? Buu huffed. Ye Tian, shall I go first? Son Goku inquired. Go ahead. I plan to strike last. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Gohan. Your turn. Son Goku exclaimed, tossing an earring to Son Gohan, who was momentarily lost in thought. Son Gohan had been quietly observing Ye Tian, astonished that his classmate was such a magnificent reincarnation of a deity. It was completely unnoticeable before. Now I understand why I could not sense his energy. Is it because his aura emanates divine energy? Can humans not perceive divine energy? However, I can sense a trace of energy from the Supreme Kai. Just as Gohan was lost in thought, the Patera earrings dropped by Goku struck the ground, rebounding several times before rolling into a pile of stones. Quickly retrieve it. Goku urged. All right, Gohan responded, snapping back to attention. What is that, father? Those are fusion earrings. If you wear one on your right ear, we can fuse together. Goku explained hastily. I see, Gohan said, enlightened, as he began to search among the stones for the fallen earrings. Do you wish to fuse? I will not allow you to succeed. Buu sneered. Please, just pause for a moment, Goku pleaded. Die. Buu declared, preparing to attack Goku. Chapter 144. Yation's ultimate freedom. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Yation remained still, fully aware that Buu would soon revert to a state without Gotenks. In that form, Majin Buu would not stand a chance against Gohan. Subsequently, Majin Buu would absorb Gohan, becoming the most formidable Buu Gohan. Father, I found it, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Ah. Buu screeched, his body trembling violently as he indeed began to resemble Piccolo. Huh? Gohan was taken aback. Haha. The time for the children's fusion has arrived. You have taken on Piccolo's appearance. Goku laughed heartily. What a pity, your power has significantly diminished. In that case, Gohan can handle you alone, Buu retorted. Goku quickly reverted to his normal state, as Super Saiyan 3 consumed too much energy. Fortunately, I was prepared, Buu grinned. Do you know why this severed antenna has not regenerated? What do you mean? Goku asked, bewildered. Suddenly, Buu's antenna transformed into a fleshy appendage, swiftly wrapping Gohan like a dumpling. The Patera earring slipped from Gohan's grasp. This is bad. Goku's expression shifted to one of dread. Ha! Gohan is mine. Majin Buu cackled maniacally. With a swift motion, Buu absorbed Gohan. Without hesitation, Goku dashed to retrieve the Patera earring. Gohan is in serious trouble. Goku felt a wave of despair wash over him. Looking again, he saw that Majin Buu had completed the absorption of Gohan, donning his attire. What to do? Sun Wukong was filled with distress and quickly turned to Ye Tian. Ye Tian, I have no other choice but to merge with you. I refuse. Ye Tian shook his head. What a fool. Such an unreliable individual. You've ruined everything. The old Kai trembled with anger, and he still wished to merge with Ye Tian. Was he out of his mind? Why can't we merge with Ye Tian? Videl, curious, asked. The old Kai casually provided a reason. Well, merging across different races may not yield optimal results. Ye Tian declined the merger. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong. He refuses to merge with you. Buu laughed heartily. So? You have no one left to merge with, right? Sun Wukong replied, fine, let me test your strength. Ye Tian took a deep breath and slowly appeared directly in front of Majin Buu. Oh, Ye Tian, are you challenging me? Buu was taken aback. Let's see, after all. I also wish to gauge my true power. Ye Tian nodded. Sun Wukong remained silent, quietly observing Ye Tian. He wondered if this reincarnated deity could defeat Majin Buu. Humph. Seeking death, Buu exclaimed, swiftly rushing towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian now possessed the silver-level Erasure Technique, with body strength 1,000 times that of Frisia during the Namek Saga, and a combat power estimated at around 100 billion. This level of power should be comparable to the current Majin Buu, or so it seemed. Who could tell? One would not know without a fight. Essentially, Buu was considered the strongest singular being of the Z era. However, that assessment was somewhat skewed, as Buu had reached this level by absorbing Son Gohan. Let me challenge Buu. Buu's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he stood directly before Ye Tian. With a swift punch, Buu struck. Whoosh. Ye Tian deftly sidestepped the punch. Bang. Immediately after, Ye Tian kicked Buu squarely in the face. Yet, Buu remained unfazed, allowing Ye Tian's foot to connect with his face as if nothing had happened. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "This won't do. Ye Tian's damage output is insufficient. He will likely struggle against Buu. Are you not going to erase it? Hurry and do so," Sun Wukong exclaimed, feeling anxious for Ye Tian. However, Ye Tian was not in a hurry to execute the Erasure Technique. He merely wished to engage in a simple contest of strength with Buu. He believed that employing the Erasure at a critical moment would enhance the dramatic effect. Was that something the old Supreme Kai would say? "You are not so impressive either, Ye Tian," Buu scoffed, lunging towards Ye Tian's ankle. Ye Tian reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly retracting his foot. "You are quite quick." Buu chuckled, intensifying his assault. At the moment Buu struck, Ye Tian suddenly felt as if every muscle and cell in his body had developed eyes, keenly sensing the opponent's attacks. Whoosh. Ye Tian effortlessly dodged Buu's punches and kicks once more. Despite Buu's relentless attacks, he failed to land a single blow on Ye Tian, even finding himself on the receiving end of several kicks. Yet, Ye Tian's strikes still failed to inflict any damage on the formidable Majin Buu. That is the ultimate instinct. The old Supreme Kai marveled at Ye Tian's movements with astonishment. "What do you mean, ancestor?" The Supreme Kai inquired curiously. "Ye Tian is utilizing the ultimate instinct." The old Supreme Kai lamented. "I never imagined that Lord Ye Tian had already regained the ability of ultimate instinct." "What is ultimate instinct?" The Supreme Kai displayed a perplexed expression. "I will explain that to you later. Stop asking so many questions," the old Supreme Kai scolded, casting a disapproving glare at the Supreme Kai. "Have you not noticed the multitude of people present? What am I to explain to you here? Moreover, Lord Tian's girlfriend is also among us." However, it appears that Ye Tian's attacks are ineffective against the demon Majin Buu, as the Supreme Kai sighs. "There is little to be done. Ye Tian's power is insufficient." The old Supreme Kai nods in agreement. On Beerus planet, Whis observes the movements on Earth through the crystal sphere atop his staff. The Oracle Fish watches alongside him. Whis and the Oracle Fish witness Ye Tian battling Majin Buu. "Oh dear, this situation seems rather troublesome," Whis muses. "Is he truly Lord Tianai in his reincarnation?" The Oracle Fish stares in astonishment. "Indeed," Whis affirms. "I had not anticipated that Lord Tianai had already regained the ability of Ultra Instinct." "I have heard that Ultra Instinct was imparted to the Grand Minister by Lord Tianai?" inquires the Oracle Fish. "Precisely. Subsequently, the Grand Minister passed on the knowledge of Ultra Instinct to all of us angels," Whis responds, lightly tapping his forehead. "After billions of years of cultivation, our angelic race has attained a deeper understanding of Ultra Instinct. Essentially, the newly born angels now possess the fundamental ability of Ultra Instinct." Chapter 145. The Awakening of Beerus. It seems that Lord Tianai, relying solely on his strength, is not a match for Majin Buu. The Oracle Fish observes this as well. Why does he not employ Erasure? Perhaps Lord Tianai wishes to refine his mastery of Ultra Instinct, Whis speculates. If he were to use Erasure now, his opponent would vanish swiftly, rendering the effort meaningless. "You are correct," the Oracle Fish nods, then glances toward the castle, sighing, "Should we not rouse Lord Beerus? At such a critical moment, he remains asleep?" Whis also gazes in the direction of the castle. A brief silence ensues. "I shall go awaken Lord Beerus," Whis nods. Without delay, Whis swiftly retracts his staff and appears in the castle where Beerus resides. The Oracle Fish refrains from entering, fully aware that upon awakening, Beerus is likely to engage in rather excessive antics. Should he lose control, it could spell disaster. Lord Beerus, awaken, Whis approaches and taps Beerus' head with his staff. With that, Beerus immediately expels a burst of destructive energy toward Whis. Whis extends his finger, directing it at the incoming energy, which swiftly transforms into a crimson sphere, spinning rapidly at his fingertip. With a flick, Whis tosses the crimson sphere aside. The shattered sphere transformed into a myriad of twinkling stars. And then, there was no further development. Lord Beerus, a grave situation has arisen. Please awaken swiftly. Whis once again rapped Beerus's forehead with his staff. Instantly, a sizable bump appeared on Beerus's brow. Rubbing his sore head, Beerus opened his bleary eyes. At last, Lord Beerus, you have awakened, Whis sighed. However, scarcely had Whis finished speaking when Beerus's head tilted, and he once more collapsed onto his pillow. Whis whispered urgently in Beerus's ear, Lord Beerus, the Omni-King has arrived. Beerus's ears perked up immediately, and he sprang from his bed. He quickly rubbed his hazy eyes and scanned his surroundings with a wary gaze, trembling in trepidation. Where is the Omni-King, Whis? Beerus inquired. Outside, Whis indicated towards the castle's exterior. Whoosh! Beerus soared from the castle window into the open air, searching the vicinity for the Omni-King's presence. Yet, where was the shadow of the Omni-King? Beerus's expression darkened as he turned to Whis, who was flying towards him. Whis, where is the Omni-King? Beerus pressed further. Oh dear, if I hadn't said that, would Lord Beerus have awakened? Whis chuckled. Whis, why do you deceive me? Beerus bared his teeth, exclaiming, is it easy for me to catch some sleep? After much effort, I finally doze off, and you wake me. Lord Beerus has been asleep for nearly 40 years, Whis lamented. Humph, has it truly been that long? Beerus shook his head, promptly rushing to the riverbank to wash his face. Whis followed closely behind him. Why disturb my slumber for no reason? Beerus frowned, licking his claws. Indeed, there is a matter of utmost importance, something even more terrifying than the Omni-King, Whis explained. Humph, are you trying to frighten me again? Beerus scoffed. Do you think I would be afraid? Whis smiled, choosing not to respond. Do tell, what is this terrifying matter? Is there anything that could frighten me? Beerus inquired with a gentle smile. Unless it pertains to the Omni-King, but he wouldn't come to my planet, would he? I must be overthinking. I was just half asleep a moment ago. Lord Beerus, have you heard of the great Omni-King? Whis asked. Of course. Isn't he the father of the Omni-King? Beerus replied nonchalantly. It is said that he vanished during reincarnation and has yet to be found. I heard last time he might have been reborn into the universe. I wonder if that is true. Whis remained silent. What? Are you implying that the great Omni-King has been located? Beerus inquired again. No, it is not the great king who has been located, but rather the master of the great king, Whis remarked with a sigh. What did you just say? The master of the great king? Beerus paused, momentarily dazed. Is it that esteemed Lord Tian? Indeed, Whis nodded. Wait a moment. I recall that Lord Tian has also been reincarnated, but it seems that it has been over 1 billion years without any news. How was he found? Beerus asked. It is said that he has only recently succeeded in his reincarnation, Whis explained. Ah, I see. It appears that the earlier reincarnation apparatus still has its flaws. And there are quite a few issues, Beerus chuckled in response. Isn't it a good thing that he has been found? You awakened me for this matter, did you not? Are we to convene in the divine realm? Lord Tian has been reborn in our 7th universe, Whis casually remarked. What did you just say? Beerus's smile gradually faded, his expression solidifying. His countenance shifted repeatedly. What did you just say? He exclaimed, his face transforming again and again. Lord Beerus, you did not mishear. Lord Tian is on Earth in our universe, Whis clarified. Are you joking? How could Lord Tian be reborn in our universe? A wave of fear washed over Beerus. Why does Lord Beerus not see that Lord Tian's rebirth in our universe could greatly benefit us? Whis asked with a smile. Humph, who knows what may transpire? What if our universe is obliterated by him? Beerus's face turned pale with fright. Such an event is unlikely to occur at this moment. Whis shook his head. The recently reborn Lord Tian does not seem to possess the capability to erase entire universes yet. Beerus paused for a moment, then felt a sense of relief wash over him. Whis, you rascal, why reveal such crucial information only now? Beerus exhaled, feeling considerably better. However, there will come a day when Lord Tian's powers are fully restored, Whis added. Beerus, Chapter 146, Beerus, let us proceed to Earth at once. Could you refrain from panting so heavily while speaking? It makes my heart race and sync with your rhythm. Beerus huffed before inquiring, by the way. On which planet has he been reborn? Shall we visit him now? And is the Grand Minister aware of his situation? The Grand Minister is already aware, Whis responded. Moreover, he has specifically instructed that we should not disclose Lord Tian's true identity for the time being, as revealing it may adversely affect his rebirth. The worst-case scenario would be that his body becomes chaotic, leading to the potential erasure of some universes. Beerus was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes brimming with unfathomable fear. This truly posed a dilemma. Would it have been better to let me sleep a while longer? Beerus thought to himself, feeling on the verge of tears. Why did you awaken me only to deliver such terrifying news? No, this is merely the prelude. There is something of greater significance to convey to Lord Beerus, Whis elucidated. Could you not articulate your thoughts in one go? Beerus lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Please, Lord Beerus, observe, Whis said as he projected an image with his staff. The video displayed Ye Tian engaged in combat with Majin Buu. Isn't that Majin Buu? Why does he appear different? Beerus murmured, glancing at the screen. And who is that other individual? It seems he is utilizing Ultra Instinct. How long have I been asleep for someone to master it? Beerus was indeed taken aback. I surmise this individual is not merely a trainee angel, is he? Has a new angel been born in our universe? Beerus speculated. No, he is not an angel. Whis shook his head. Could it be that he is the reincarnated Lord Tianyi? Beerus suddenly realized, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, Whis confirmed. Currently, Lord Tianyi's power is relatively low, which allows me to observe him with my staff. However, once his strength increases further, it may become impossible to monitor him. As they conversed, a sudden impact was heard. Bam! Buu landed a punch in Ye Tian's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Beerus's expression shifted again. Alas, this is not good. Whis lamented, for the disparity in strength was considerable, and the evasion capabilities of Ultra Instinct had reached their limit. Why not simply erase that fellow? Beerus proposed. I am uncertain of the circumstances, Whis replied, shaking his head. Beerus fell into contemplative silence. What planet did you mention? Beerus swallowed hard, urgently inquiring. A blue planet known as Earth, Whis stated, projecting the coordinates and star system of Earth with his staff. Let us depart immediately. We must go to Earth, Beerus urged. What business do you have on Earth, Lord Beerus? Whis asked. What else could it be? Of course, to lend assistance to Lord Tianyi. We cannot allow a human to bully him, Beerus responded. Shall we set off now? Whis inquired. The sooner, the better, Beerus nodded, swiftly placing his hand upon Whis's back. I shall not accompany you, the prophetic fish interjected from the side. What use would a mere fish be in this situation? Beerus rolled his eyes. Whoosh. Whis. Accompanied by Beerus, transformed into a luminous streak resembling a brilliant star, hurtling towards Earth. Just moments ago, Majin Buu had finally managed to strike Ye Tian. It was not that Ye Tian was careless, nor was it that something had gone awry with his mastery of the ultimate state. Rather, Ye Tian simply sought to ascertain the extent of his opponent's strength and the nature of the injuries he might sustain. Additionally, he wished to test whether he could erase any injuries sustained in battle, pondering if such an act would restore him to full health. Buu's fist collided with Ye Tian's abdomen, sending his body hurtling backward. This won't do, Goku exclaimed in frustration. Feeling powerless and even contemplating transforming into Super Saiyan 3 to confront Buu. However, Goku was acutely aware that even in this form, he would be no match for the formidable Majin Buu. Ye Tian swiftly regained his composure in midair, assessing his abdomen and discovering that he seemed unscathed. It appears my defenses remain formidable, he mused. What? You're unharmed? Buu's eyes widened in disbelief, his fury boiling over. After so long in combat, he had finally landed a blow on this enigmatic Ye Tian, only for the latter to appear unperturbed. Who on earth are you? Buu shouted, his frustration palpable. It seems neither of us can inflict harm upon the other for the time being, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Shall we continue this dance? Humph. I find your body quite intriguing, Buu grinned maliciously. During our skirmish, I lost 2 chunks of flesh from my legs, and they are now hurtling towards your location. As he spoke, the 2 pieces of flesh that had fallen from Buu's legs coalesced into a singular mass, barreling toward Ye Tian. Your body will be mine. Buu laughed maniacally. Ye Tian, be careful, Goku shouted urgently. With a mere flick of his wrist, Ye Tian made the mass vanish into thin air. Buu's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? Where did my flesh go? Why do I suddenly feel disconnected from it? What is occurring? Goku, equally astounded, gazed in disbelief. Is this the Erasure Technique that the Grand Kai mentioned? Truly remarkable. With just a wave, it disappears. This marks the first occasion upon which Ye Tian publicly demonstrated the art of erasure. Primarily, he harbored no intention of concealing his identity, despite the chorus of voices suggesting that he was deliberately shrouding it. Ye Tian perceived no reason to obscure who he was. He merely sought to develop his abilities quietly. As for the flesh of Majin Buu, Ye Tian had long sensed its presence, regardless of whether he could eliminate it. His comprehension of the ultimate state of ease would allow him to evade it entirely. Presently, Ye Tian pondered the peculiar notion of having eyes distributed across his entire skin. Would such an anatomical anomaly afford him a clearer view of the basketball hoop structure when playing? His thoughts momentarily spiraled, disregarding the ominous gaze of Majin Buu. Sun Wukong, filled with admiration, mused on the greatness of the god of creation. Just then, he detected a powerful aura rising in the distance, causing a surge of astonishment and joy within him. It was the energy of Vegeta. Wonderful news indeed. Chapter 147. Vegeta, why is Ye Tian being mentioned all of a sudden? Ye Tian, I must step away for a moment but will return promptly, Sun Wukong declared before executing a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. Is Vegeta arriving? Ye Tian inquired. If you were to fuse with him, I sense you would become extraordinarily formidable. What did you say? Fuse? Majin Buu exclaimed in disbelief. They must not be allowed to fuse. What if I cannot defeat them? This Ye Tian has proven elusive. Even when struck, he remains unscathed. Yet, he finds it equally challenging to inflict harm upon me. I shall set him aside for now and return to confront him later. He cannot escape. First, I must pursue Sun Wukong. An ominous feeling grips me. With that, you swiftly darted in the direction of Sun Wukong. In a blink, Sun Wukong materialized beside Vegeta. Vegeta, what splendid news, it truly is you, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Kakarot? Vegeta responded, momentarily taken aback. Wukong, how have you returned? What transpired? The Crystal Grandma inquired from the sidelines. Let us discuss this later. You must leave this place immediately. Majin Buu is approaching rapidly, Sun Wukong urged her. Ah. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. The Crystal Grandma hastily departed. It was King Yama who sent you back to Earth, wasn't it? Sun Wukong smiled, pleased with this notion. Vegeta remained silent. There is no time to waste, Vegeta. Quickly, put on this earring on your right ear, Sun Wukong instructed, extending a Patera earring towards him. Why? Vegeta inquired calmly. If you don this, we shall fuse and become an incredibly powerful warrior. Goku elucidated. Fusion? Do not jest. Why would I ever fuse with you? Vegeta scoffed. I anticipated you would respond thus, Goku admitted, feeling overwhelmed. However, in order to vanquish Majin Buu, there seemed to be no alternative. I would sooner allow Buu to end my life than fuse with you, Vegeta declared resolutely. If you perish once more, you will completely vanish. Neither this world nor the next will bear your presence, Goku retorted. Vegeta ignored him, sulking in silence. Vegeta, Majin Buu is rapidly approaching. Please, I implore you to wear this. Otherwise, we are both doomed. Goku urged once more. I refuse, Vegeta replied decisively. When we battled, you clearly possessed greater energy. Yet you chose to conceal it. Do you seek to owe me a favor? Vegeta shouted angrily. I am aware of everything in that realm. Super Saiyan 3 is an immense mockery to me. I will never fuse with a scoundrel like you. Goku's head drooped in response. No need for further explanation. You have not fought me with your full strength. You underestimate me, Vegeta admonished darkly. Are you aware of all this? Goku exclaimed. Everyone has been transformed into chocolate by Majin Buu. Bulma as well. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks have all been absorbed. His formidable strength stems from this. Vegeta, taken aback, revealed a hint of confusion. Why did you insist on including that individual named Ye Tian? Is it not reasonable that he is not a match for his opponent? Vegeta. Goku called out again with fervor. Vegeta was finally swayed. In truth, he had been persuaded from the very beginning. He merely sought an outlet for his frustrations. Vegeta did not wish for his demise. Now, sensing the approach of Majin Buu's energy growing ever closer, he realized he could no longer pretend. It was best to comply. Bring it forth quickly. Vegeta extended his hand. Goku promptly handed him the Patera earring. Is it for the right ear? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Goku nodded. Vegeta swiftly adorned his ear with the earring. Thank you, Vegeta. Goku smiled faintly. Whoosh. As the words fell, their bodies rapidly converged. Ha ha ha. You are doomed. I will never allow you to fuse. Buu appeared not far off, gathering an energy orb in his hand. Bam. The next instant, Goku and Vegeta swiftly fused into Vegeta. Huh. A golden radiance enveloped Vegeta, arcs of lightning entwining as he assumed the form of Super Saiyan 2. What difference does your fusion make? Buu scoffed. That fellow named Ye Tian is still unable to contend with me, is he? With that, Buu hurled the energy orb towards Vegeta. Observing the rapidly approaching orb, Vegeta retaliated with a swift slap, sending the energy blast hurtling back. Majin was taken aback, hastily retracting his head into his body to evade the onslaught of the energy blast. Buu's expression shifted, not expecting this fused entity to possess such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was swiftly pursuing. Damn it. I feel the urgent need to level up quickly. Otherwise, I will be left behind in their wake. Presently, there are no living souls left on Earth. Ye Tian could effortlessly erase numerous structures. But why does he not eliminate those on the verge of being slain by Majin Buu? Because once he does so, those lives would be irrevocably lost. Those erased cannot be resurrected by the dragon. Once erased, they vanish entirely. As for whether the dragon can resurrect them, that remains uncertain. Ye Tian has never set the precedent of erasing humanity. He is acutely aware that once this line is crossed, the need for future upgrades may lead to the erasure of innocent lives. Ye Tian envisions himself as the greatest deity in the universe, not a malevolent being. Why? Possessing divine capabilities, would I choose to be a demon? However, Ye Tian is now capable of erasing 10,000 edifices for the purpose of enhancement. Chapter 148, Upgrade. Platinum Level Erasure Technique. With a swift motion, Ye Tian, while soaring through the air, continuously gestures with his hands, erasing the structures of the city below. The quantity of 10,000 buildings is indeed considerable. Typically, a standard residential community comprises merely a couple of dozen buildings, which is already quite impressive. Thus, 10,000 buildings equate to a substantial portion of a city. Previously, Ye Tian had refrained from obliterating large expanses of structures. You have eradicated all the edifices. What difference is there from committing murder? Ye Tian does not wish to embody any malevolent entity. However, the present circumstances are far from ordinary. Humanity has been extinguished. What? Why does Ye Tian not endeavor to save humankind? He does not aspire to be a demon, nor does he wish to be a paragon of virtue. Ye Tian bears no obligation to rescue humanity. With a swift motion, numerous structures vanished under Ye Tian's influence. Congratulations on completing the silver level erasure technique. Congratulations on advancing to the gold level erasure technique. The gold level erasure technique boasts a physical strength 1,000-fold that of Frisia during the Namek saga. Capable of obliterating any human or deity, excluding the destroyers, angels, grand priests, and the Omni-King. This encompasses, but is not limited to, living beings, entire edifices, demonic entities, and other species. It allows for mass erasure, enabling one to eliminate multiple humans or an expansive city with a mere wave of the hand. Upon fulfilling designated tasks, one may acquire restoration techniques to revive what has been erased. In 3 months, it will automatically upgrade to platinum level erasure technique. A stream of information materialized on Ye Tian's system panel. He quickly assessed his physical strength. Indeed, it was significantly enhanced. 1,000-fold of Frisia's prowess. Akin to a mere 10-fold increase previously. Ye Tian mused, this upgrade feels somewhat modest. However, the criteria for ascending to platinum no longer hinge on the act of erasure, but rather on the passage of time. 3 months until automatic elevation is acceptable. The most profound transformation from this upgrade is the ability to erase the Kais. Listen to my gratitude, the Kai said. Yet, Ye Tian would never idly erase the Kai without cause. Nevertheless, should any destroyer dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to obliterate their Kai. With a 10-fold increase in strength, he pondered whether he could contend with Majin Buu. Let us find out. Moreover, regarding the restoration technique, Ye Tian had not received any tasks to facilitate its completion. It appeared that only upon undertaking missions could one gain the ability to restore. Presently, he had nothing in need of restoration. Thus, there was no urgency. In the distance, the battle between Majin Buu and Vegeta commenced in earnest. Majin Buu stood no chance against Vegeta, who swiftly left him battered and bruised. With a flick of his hand, Vegeta unleashed a strike that impaled Buu, lifting him from the ground. Say something, won't you? Have you lost your voice? Vegeta chuckled. How pathetic, Buu, crying out in pain. Perhaps you have exerted yourself to the utmost, yet it is a pity that your abilities are so meager. You have truly disappointed me. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Buu clenched his teeth, evading the assault of the karate chop, and immediately transformed to restore his normal state. Subsequently, a stream of white gas erupted from Buu's forehead and pores, quickly enveloping the space in a thick haze. Haha, how about that? You can't see me now, can you? Come and strike me. Buu laughed heartily. Then I shall grant your wish. Vegeta swiftly charged forward, delivering a barrage of blows upon the demon Buu. This is the first time I've heard such a delightful wish. Let me come over and hit you, Vegeta remarked, exhilarated. If possible, allow me to do it once more. Buu's expression shifted repeatedly. You see, your silence implies consent, so I must strike you again, Vegeta declared, rushing in once more to rain down punches and kicks upon the demon Bu. Crack. Vegeta effortlessly tore off Buu's antenna and nonchalantly tossed it aside. Boom. With a swift motion, Vegeta obliterated Buu's antenna into smithereens. I will take my time dealing with you, just as I did with that antenna. As long as I eradicate the cells above with my energy, even if you can regenerate, you will never recover, will you? Vegeta huffed. Buu's expression shifted once again. You beast. Beast. You shouted vehemently, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. What is impossible? Vegeta scoffed. You needn't worry too much. I relish making you dance in circles. You scoundrel. I won't spare you. Bu roared in fury, exhaling 6 phantoms. Is this the special technique you acquired after absorbing 2 children? Vegeta paused, then smirked disdainfully. Charge at me. Bu commanded, gesturing forward. You have no idea of their power. The moment you touch them, a massive explosion will occur. Swish. The 6 phantoms swiftly flew toward Vegeta's position. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing elsewhere, unleashing a series of energy blasts toward the 6 phantoms. Boom. The 6 phantoms erupted in a tremendous explosion. Bu felt utterly disheartened. You easily countered that move? I used to think it was terrifying. Ah, you dare to use fusion against me, you shameless wretch. Bu screamed, charging at Vegeta with a flurry of punches and kicks. Vegeta crossed his arms, countering with his feet. You, who have absorbed one person after another, dare to accuse me? Vegeta taunted coldly. How about that? Is it sufficient to handle a creature like you with just my feet? Bang. As he spoke, Vegeta soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick directly to Buu's face. Buu's visage turned crimson, blood seeping from the wounds. Just then, Ye Tian came rushing in from afar. With a resounding impact, Ye Tian landed a kick squarely on Buu's face. Ye Tian, you've arrived? Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. A glance at Bu revealed a new shoe print adorning his face. Damn it, I will not spare you. Bu seethed with rage, suddenly struck by a thought. Do you like jelly beans? What? Vegeta was slightly startled. Transform into jelly beans. With that, Buu's antennae unleashed a surge of purple-white lightning, enveloping Vegeta's form. In an instant, Vegeta was transformed into a jelly bean. Chapter 149. Vegeta is absorbed. Bu approached and gleefully seized the jelly bean, erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, you fool. Who told you to be so careless? Bu chuckled uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Allow me to show you, Ye Tian retorted with a light chuckle. Do you think victory is yours? Bu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Tian. You are nothing remarkable. Once your energy is depleted. Do you really think you can still contend with me? Buu's voice dripped with cold disdain. Bang. Ye Tian, without a hint of courtesy, struck Buu's face once more. Ew. Bu howled in pain, his expression shifting dramatically. What? This is impossible. Just moments ago, your strike didn't hurt me. Bu stared at Ye Tian. Disbelief etched across his features. What happened then is in the past. Now is the present. My power has carelessly surged tenfold. Can you believe it? Ye Tian smiled. Bu exclaimed. What do you mean? How could you suddenly enhance your strength so much? Let us continue our previous battle. Ye Tian gazed at Bu with a playful smile. This is impossible. Bu screamed in desperation, lunging at Ye Tian with wild fury. Bang, bang, bang. Bu was met with a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving him battered and bruised. Bu was utterly dumbfounded. It was one thing not to defeat that fused being, but now I cannot even best Ye Tian? Bu clenched his fists tightly, teeth gritted. Bang. Just then, Bu felt as though his fist was no longer under his control, striking himself squarely in the face. Bu howled in agony. What a pity, Bu. Vegeta, now a jelly bean, chimed in. You can't eat me? I simply couldn't resist. Is it a bit excessive for both of us to bully you? Buu's expression shifted with alarm. Hey, Ye Tian, let me take over. Vegeta addressed Ye Tian. Very well. You may proceed. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. I greatly appreciate your assistance. Vegeta's voice echoed. Bu, the situation has become dire. I have diminished in size. How do you intend to strike me? With a sudden burst, Vegeta launched forth, transforming into a candy bean that collided forcefully with Majin Buu's abdomen. A second strike followed, landing squarely on Buu's chin. Majin Bu hastily attempted to swat the diminutive candy bean, but it was simply too small to catch. Vegeta escalated the tempo of his assault, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Bu, leaving the latter unable to retaliate. You scoundrel! Bu roared in fury. In a swift maneuver, Vegeta's form pierced through Majin Buu's mouth, emerging from the back of his head and severing one of his antennae. What a pity. You can't even consume me, Vegeta lamented. Regenerate. Bu gritted his teeth. And as the antenna reformed, a flash of purple-white lightning enveloped Vegeta. With a crack, Vegeta transformed back to his original form. Oh? Back to your former self. Ah. Do you no longer wish to play? Vegeta chuckled. Bu glanced between Vegeta and Ye Tian, feeling waves of despair wash over him. What should I do? Let us conclude this battle swiftly, Vegeta suggested with a smile. I shall count to 10. If you have not devised a method to defeat me by then, I shall have no choice but to obliterate you. Turning to Ye Tian, Vegeta inquired, Ye Tian, I trust you have no objections to me handling this fellow? Go ahead. Do as you wish, Ye Tian replied without dissent. Vegeta expressed his gratitude and began his countdown. Buu's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically pondered how to combat Vegeta. Aside from Vegeta, there was also this individual named Ye Tian. Yes, and that large, fat cat. If I cannot overcome them, how could I possibly defeat the fat cat? Then it struck him. The earlier confrontation had resulted in the loss of his antenna. Bu swiftly re-established a connection with the severed antenna. It writhed momentarily before coalescing into a small mass of flesh, stealthily making its way towards Vegeta. Bu had devised a plan. Rather than absorbing Ye Tian, he would first consume the fused Vegeta. When I attempted to absorb Ye Tian earlier, that piece of meat vanished inexplicably. I must absorb Vegeta first, and then I shall be the true ruler of the universe. With that, he surged forward. A slice of pink meat swiftly enveloped Vegeta, binding him like a zongzi. In a moment of urgency, Vegeta conjured a protective shield around himself. Crack! The meat slice, along with Vegeta, rapidly merged with the body of Majin Buu. Ahahaha! It worked! It finally worked! Majin Buu exclaimed, bursting into gleeful laughter, his excitement manifesting in wild gestures. This is wonderful, that fool. I am now invincible, and everything will come to an end. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Majin Buu turned his gaze toward Ye Tian. Next is you. Shall I absorb you or eliminate you? He coldly inquired. Bang! Ye Tian retaliated with a swift kick, striking Majin Buu squarely in the abdomen. Splutter! Majin Buu coughed up a mouthful of acid, feeling utterly unwell. What nonsense is this? I have absorbed Vegeta. Why has my power not increased? I am still no match for you. Bu was taken aback. I thought absorbing him would grant you immense power, but alas, it seems you are but a disappointment. Ye Tian remarked, shaking his head. Bu felt a pang of hurt at those words. Suddenly, Bu regained his composure, realizing that his body had not undergone any changes. Strange. Why hasn't my body changed? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Think it over, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Could it be that I did not absorb them? Bu seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting slightly as he looked at Ye Tian with a hint of fear. Please, wait a moment, no. Ye Tian responded, delivering another kick. Boom. Bu plummeted swiftly from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground below, leaving a massive crater in his wake. He lay there, unhurried to rise. Following this, Bu quickly delved into his own body to examine his internal condition. Inside Buu's body, Vegeta had successfully infiltrated, letting out a slight sigh of relief as he surveyed his surroundings. I must find Gohan and the others quickly, Vegeta murmured to himself. With no hesitation, he began to search throughout Buu's interior. Chapter 150, Ye Tian's grand play. The small figure of Majin Buu also observed Vegeta flying within his body. Indeed, I did not absorb him. That fellow had cast a protective shield around himself. No wonder I was unable to absorb him. Yet now, you are trapped within my body. This is a reckless pursuit. Are you presenting yourself to me for absorption? Without the slightest hesitation, Majin Buu expelled streams of viscous liquid from within, ensnaring Vegeta. What is this? Vegeta swiftly waved his arms, striving to break free from the sticky substance. However, an ever-increasing amount of goo descended upon him. Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, vaporizing the viscous restraints completely. In the next moment, fibers emerged from Buu's body, entangling themselves around Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly sense that these peculiar ropes seemed to siphon his energy. This is bad. Vegeta urgently attempted to extricate himself, yet more and more fibers wrapped around him. His energy dwindled rapidly. With a pop, Bu revealed his form directly opposite Vegeta. What? Bu? How can there be another you inside your body? Vegeta was taken aback. Heh, let your imaginations run wild. Bu laughed heartily. Do you really think that merely conjuring a shield would allow you to evade my absorption? This is my domain. My body is teeming with cells. Just a slight entanglement is all it takes to drain your energy. Vegeta redoubled his efforts to break free. It's futile. Cease your struggles. The energy you expend in your attempts to escape only feeds my body, you cackled. Soon, you shall be absorbed and become part of me. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta suddenly felt a tremendous surge of energy within him. Boom. The overwhelming force shattered the fibers enveloping him. Boo's smile began to freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta made a swift escape. Heh, think you can flee? Bu scoffed, immediately giving chase. You must have expended a considerable amount of energy to shatter those bindings. And now that energy is coursing through my body, I am growing stronger while you weaken. With a swift acceleration, Bu soon caught up to Vegeta. Bang! Bu executed a backflip kick, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Vegeta's body was forcefully embedded within Majin Bu, struggling desperately. Yet, his strength waned. After nearly a minute, Vegeta finally succumbed, his energy depleted, allowing Bu's form to envelop him entirely. Ha ha ha, this fool. Now we have a conclusion. Majin Bu erupted into raucous laughter. Outside, his form began to transform, taking on a resemblance akin to that of Vegeta. Majin Bu had successfully absorbed Vegeta. Ha ha ha. At last, I have succeeded. Bu cackled, soaring into the sky from the deep pit, appearing before Ye Tian. You seem to be celebrating prematurely, Ye Tian remarked with a faint smile. Having absorbed Vegeta, just glance at my attire to gauge the magnitude of my power. Bu gestured towards his own nose. Indeed, you are formidable, Ye Tian sighed. To commemorate this significant day, I have decided to eliminate you first. Bu extended his hand, targeting Ye Tian from a distance. Ye Tian remained calmly suspended in the air. In the Kaishin realm, both Biddy Lee and Android 18 were engulfed in anxiety. What now? Ye Tian is in peril. We must devise a plan to save him. Biddy Lee exclaimed urgently. I truly regret to inform you that even Goku and Vegeta have been absorbed. We are powerless to assist, the Kaishin lamented, bowing his head in despair. Now, we can only hope for a miracle. The elder Kaishin shook his head. Biddy Lee fell silent. Android 18 appeared composed on the surface, yet internally, she was somewhat unsettled. Run quickly. Why are you still confronting Bu? There is no shame in fleeing. Why remain there to face certain death? The elder Kaishin gritted his teeth in frustration. Vegeta is a fool. He squandered a splendid opportunity. It was evident that defeating Majin Bu effortlessly and then resurrecting Gohan and the others with the Dragon Balls was feasible. The Kaishin sighed, yet they chose to be absorbed by Majin Bu. Such was Goku's style. Android 17 shook his head, realizing that in light of the current situation, I can no longer remain idle. If necessary, allow me to confront him. Neither the Kaishin nor the elder Kaishin acknowledged him. Even Goku and Vegeta were no match for Majin Bu. Why are you following the commotion? Moreover, standing opposite Majin Bu is none other than the creator god of the entire universe. If even he cannot contend with him, it is undoubtedly an impossible feat. Before your demise, there is a question I wish to pose to you. Majin Bu addressed Ye Tian, inquiring about that large, rotund feline. What? Are you searching for him? Ye Tian smiled, affirming, I distinctly recall the moment I was struck by him. I seek vengeance. Bu scoffed in response. Ah, he seems to be in the 6th universe. Ye Tian replied candidly. The 6th universe? What is that? Bu was taken aback. You see, you are unaware of the 6th universe. Yet how do you intend to seek retribution upon the large feline? Ye Tian chuckled softly. In that moment, Bu felt a pang of sorrow. Cease your nonsensical prattle. Bu, enraged, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy towards Ye Tian. Whoosh. With a mere flick of his hand, Ye Tian made the energy dissipate in an instant. What? What kind of sorcery is this? Bu's eyes widened in disbelief. Amusing, isn't it? Ye Tian grinned, for the true amusement lay ahead. Whoosh. With another wave of his hand, Ye Tian obliterated Bu's limbs. Suddenly, Bu sensed that his arms and legs had vanished. Turning his gaze, his expression shifted dramatically. Where are my arms and legs? Bu was left dumbfounded. Bu hastily regenerated his body. Gasping, he regarded Ye Tian with terror. What manner of being is this? How can he cause my limbs to vanish? Whoosh. Once more, Ye Tian waved his hand, and in an instant, Bu's limbs disappeared yet again. Chapter 151, Beerus descends upon Earth. Why you, Bu's pupils reflected boundless fear. Oh dear, they vanished again, Ye Tian chuckled. The Kaishin realm. What kind of magic is that? Number 17 was momentarily stunned. Number 18? Something mysteriously vanished? Videl was similarly astonished for a moment. Number 18 suddenly realized something. Could it be that the disappearance of my clothes at home and those I am wearing now is due to Ye Tian? Upon reflection, it indeed seems plausible. At last, I have identified the culprit. Ye Tian, you are utterly shameless. You have completely mislaid all the garments from my home. Where have you hidden the clothes? The old Kaioshin exclaimed. Is this truly the Erasure Technique? The Kaioshin's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, regardless of your strength, it is merely a matter of a single gesture. The old Kaioshin murmured. Majin Buu absorbed Vegeta, yet it was still insufficient. The Kaioshin expressed his profound shock. Now you comprehend the terrifying nature of Lord Zeno. Do you not? The old Kaioshin lowered his voice. Even a single skill learned from Lord Tainai has made him the greatest deity in the entire universe. The Kaioshin fell silent. It was undeniably terrifying. Before Lord Tainai, Majin Buu appeared as nothing more than a mere puppet. In the skies above Earth, Whis and Beerus finally arrived. They gazed down from their lofty position. Then, Beerus witnessed Tainai erasing Buu's limbs. A shiver ran through Beerus's entire being. Is this truly the reincarnation of Lord Tainai? Beerus could now confirm Tini's true identity. Indeed, Whis nodded. Why doesn't Lord Tainai simply erase that Majin Buu? Beerus inquired with curiosity. Perhaps Lord Tainai wishes to play with the act of erasure, Whis speculated. Beerus remarked, playing with erasure? It is a pity for that Majin Buu. What must be the extent of your psychological burden? You will be utterly defeated. By the way, Lord Beerus, if you happen to encounter Lord Tainai later, have you remembered the things I mentioned earlier? Whis reiterated. Understood. I will simply call his name. It is imperative that his true identity remains undisclosed, as revealing it could have monumental repercussions for our universe. Beerus nodded, indicating his comprehension of the matter without further reminders. It is sufficient that Lord Beerus understands. Whis remarked with a smile. Shall we descend? Beerus suggested. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis concurred. On the ground, Majin Buu erupted into laughter. Ye Tian, aren't you able to use magic to make my limbs disappear? I can regenerate them, Buu proclaimed, once again causing his erased limbs to sprout forth. Once more, Ye Tian chuckled, waving his hand once again, obliterating Buu's limbs anew. How many times must I say it? Your magic is utterly ineffective against me. Buu scoffed, confident in his regenerative abilities. You can only erase my limbs, but... Suddenly, Buu felt an unsettling change. Why do I perceive Ye Tian growing taller? He inquired, perplexed. No. You are the one diminishing, Ye Tian replied with a smile. What did you say? Buu quickly examined his body and was astonished to discover that he had indeed shrunk. Nearly by 20 centimeters. What? How did I become shorter? Buu stammered, bewildered. I understand now. That fellow made my limbs vanish, and upon regenerating, I did not restore what was lost. Thus, my body has shrunk. If this continues, I fear I shall become a mere doll. Buu exclaimed, I shall contest you. He declared, charging swiftly towards Ye Tian. At that moment, Beerus descended from the heavens, effortlessly stomping Majin Buu into the ground. Did I just tread upon something? Beerus mused, stroking his chin with a smirk. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. Has this fellow already awakened? Are you not supposed to awaken in a year or two? Well, it is what it is. If you are awake, then so be it. With a swift motion, Whis descended beside Beerus. Oh dear. I did not anticipate such a significant upheaval on Earth, Whis remarked with a friendly smile towards Ye Tian. Are you the brother of Bardos? Ye Tian inquired, glancing at Whis. You know my sister? Whis appeared momentarily taken aback. When did my sister arrive in our universe? Indeed, I am well acquainted with her. Ye Tian replied with a nod. Beerus turned cautiously to observe Ye Tian. This gentleman is none other than the reincarnated deity, Lord Tianyi. Is there any way to gain his favor? I just overheard that pink fellow referring to some fat cat. Has Majin Buu been here? With a huff, Beerus stomped his foot, causing Majin Buu to emerge from the ground beneath him. Buu widened his eyes in surprise, gazing at Beerus. Soon thereafter, he appeared perplexed. When did this big fat cat shed so much weight? You've slimmed down quite rapidly, Buu commented, looking at Beerus. Beerus grunted. You arrived just in time. I was about to seek vengeance against you. As he spoke, Buu launched a powerful punch at Beerus. With a swift motion, Beerus raised his hand and effortlessly caught Buu's fist. Destruction! Beerus exclaimed with a cold snort, energy of destruction shimmering in his grasp. Wait a moment, Ye Tian interjected suddenly. Beerus hastily retracted his destructive energy, refraining from obliterating Majin Buu immediately. Is there something you wish to discuss? Beerus inquired. Despite his icy demeanor, he was inwardly anxious. Will Lord Tian seek retribution against me later? Do not destroy him just yet. I made a promise to Mr. Satan to find him a subordinate. Ye Tian smiled. I believe this character fits the bill perfectly. Do you concur with this assessment? Beerus asked Bu. Humph. You expect me to be someone's subordinate? Don't be ridiculous. Bu shouted vehemently. With no hesitation, Beerus grasped Majin Bu by the arm and began to toss him around mercilessly. Before long, Bu was left gasping for breath. In the Supreme Kai's realm, the Supreme Kai was left dumbfounded upon witnessing such a spectacle. Is this truly Lord Beerus? He managed to utter with a bitter smile. I never expected him to awaken today. The old Supreme Kai nodded. He is indeed formidable. The Supreme Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling that this was the Majin Bu who had absorbed Vegeta and Gohan. It is futile. The old Kai shook his head, stating that the god of destruction represents an insurmountable ceiling for humanity. The Kai remained silent. The others, witnessing such a spectacle, were equally astonished. What is the origin of that cat? How can it be so powerful? Number 17 exclaimed in disbelief. It effortlessly defeated Majin Bu. Sweat trickled down number 18's face. Haha, I know. He is a god of destruction, Mr. Satan proudly proclaimed. Videl remained silent, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing that Ye Tian was largely unharmed. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus continued to mercilessly strike Majin Bu, who was now utterly incapable of resistance. Hey, it seems he doesn't wish to be your subordinate. Let me simply destroy him, Beerus called out to Ye Tian. Please hold on a moment, Ye Tian replied with a smile, gazing at Beerus. Beerus quickly turned his head, unable to meet Ye Tian's gaze. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. As you gaze upon me, I find myself becoming quite anxious. Whis. When did you and Beerus arrive? Ye Tian inquired of Whis, who replied, We have not been here for long. Did you observe anything? Ye Tian pressed further. Observe what? Was feigned ignorance, claiming he had seen nothing. Very well, it is of little consequence. Ye Tian decided not to pursue the matter further. If you say you saw nothing, then so be it. I am currently only at the golden level of Erasure Technique and cannot contend with a god of destruction. I shall remain modest for now. In 3 months, upon advancing to the platinum level, my physical prowess will reach tenfold that of Beerus. At that juncture, I shall no longer fear him. Establishing a cordial relationship with Beerus in the meantime may not be unwise. However, should you deliberately target me, I would not hesitate to erase your Supreme Kai. Although I cannot eliminate you, I can certainly obliterate the Supreme Kai. Majin Bu, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Release all those you have absorbed, and I shall refrain from intervening. Ye Tian smiled. And what of this cat? Bu paused, then turned to Beerus with another question. Oh? It seems you have absorbed quite a number of beings, Beerus remarked with a slight smirk. Killing you would be a trivial task for me. Release those you have absorbed, and I may consider sparing you. This was your assertion, and whoever goes back on their word shall be deemed a little dog. Bu huffed, still daring to be defiant. Beerus exclaimed, placing his foot upon Majin Bu's face, flattening it instantly. Simply say whether you agree or not. You possess no choice. Beerus stated coldly. I agree. Bu replied without a hint of hesitation, promptly ejecting Vegeta from his mouth. With a pop, upon emerging from Bu's body, Vegeta split into Goku and Vegeta. Ugh. Following that, Bu expelled Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo, reverting to his original form as Fat Bu. You have absorbed quite a number of beings, Beerus remarked with a scoff, then asked. Are there any more? No, no more. I absorbed a few Supreme Kais, but time has caused them to merge completely with my being, Bu responded. What? You absorbed Supreme Kais? Beerus exclaimed in shock. You wretch, do you believe I won't obliterate you right here and now? Bu trembled in fear. You are being unreasonable. You are but a little puppy. You had promised not to lay a hand on me. Nevertheless, my existence signifies that the Supreme Kai remains unharmed. Beerus retracted his hand. And fortunately, I had sealed that old relic away. Otherwise, should he have vanished abruptly in slumber, it would have been truly unfortunate. The old Supreme Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Lord Beerus, you are exceedingly shameless. Your immense power should have awakened you sooner to the threat posed by Majin Bu, which nearly led to the annihilation of our esteemed Kaiashins. Ancestor, did you not assert that even should Lord Beerus awaken, he would not engage with Majin Bu? The Kaiashin inquired quietly beside the old Kaiashin. Are you a fool? The old Kaiashin retorted, irate. Ancestor, why do you chastise me again? What have I said wrong this time? Those words were clearly yours, the Kaiashin replied with a bitter smile. Clearly, Lord Beerus has come here for Ye Tian. The old Kaiashin exclaimed through gritted teeth, clearly agitated. Do you truly believe he would take action against Majin Bu otherwise? Have you lost your basic analytical skills? The Kaioshin fell silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. Such personal attacks are unwarranted. Their conversation was hushed. Thus the surrounding individuals were oblivious to the nuances of their exchange. Ah, ah, ah. Majin Buu emitted a series of piercing cries. In an instant, his form underwent a swift transformation, reverting to that of Kid Buu. Under the formidable presence of Beerus and Ye Tian, Buu resolved to unleash his true nature. Returning to his original state, the Kaioshins he had previously absorbed were cast aside, yet their bodies remained assimilated within Majin Buu's cells, rendering them incapable of restoration. Oh, another transformation? Beerus remarked with a subtle smile. Gasping for breath, Majin Buu looked at Beerus and Ye Tian with a mix of fear and astonishment. You are rather dull. You can no longer stir up any significant chaos, Beerus sneered condescendingly. Buu, will you consider being my subordinate, or would you prefer to find someone to contest with? Ye Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Beerus's expression shifted slightly. Does Lord Ye Tian seek a subordinate? Am I suitable? How delightful it would be for me to be your underling. Why must you seek out such a useless individual? Majin Buu's eyes flickered as he pointed towards Goku and Vegeta, then directed his finger towards the patera earrings adorning their ears. What does this mean? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Oh, his intention is to challenge these two, Whis elucidated, but they are forbidden from utilizing the patera earrings. Chapter 153. Lord Beerus's actions will raise Lord Tian's suspicions. Are those the patera earrings? Beerus paused, instantly recognizing the earrings worn by Goku and Vegeta. The Supreme Kai, that fool, has permitted such a significant artifact to be used by humans. Naturally, Beerus also silently cursed Majin Buu's foolishness. Lord Tian wishes to take you as his subordinate. Yet you refuse. No one could be more foolish than you. Given your stupidity, I can hardly be bothered to destroy you. With a flick of his finger, Beerus summoned the two patera earrings into his grasp. He tucked the earrings away. Whis, heal them both and grant this fool an opportunity to settle matters through combat. Beerus commanded. Very well, Lord Beerus was nodded in agreement. By the way, young man, I am yet to learn your name, Beerus inquired of Tian. I am Tian. He replied. Your temperament aligns well with my own. You do not oppose what I previously stated, do you? Beerus flattered. All right, I too wish to witness their battle. Tian would naturally not disagree. If Tian truly intended to confront Majin Buu, it would merely take a wave of his hand to resolve him. Since he did not wish to become my subordinate, I certainly would not insist. Who better than you to be my subordinate? Selecting you would be a mark of respect. With a wave, Whis' staff emitted two beams of angelic energy, enveloping Goku and Vegeta. Their bodies began to heal rapidly. The two opened their eyes and rose from the ground, displaying expressions of bewilderment. Huh? Goku scratched his head. Have I separated from Vegeta? Soon after, Goku noticed Goten and Gohan lying on the ground. Goten, Gohan, are you alright? Goku hurriedly approached, concerned. Vegeta also spotted Trunks, initially wishing to rush over and embrace him. He hesitated, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Whis, taking the opportunity, rendered assistance to Gohan and his companions. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo gradually regained consciousness. Majin Buu eyed Gohan with a hint of wariness. Among those present, aside from Gohan, whom he deemed unbeatable, he felt capable of overcoming the others. Buu hastily pointed at Gohan, shaking his finger. Can you speak? Use human language. Beerus scoffed. His implication was clear. He wished for Mr. Gohan to refrain from participating in the battle. Whis smiled gently. Hey, you two, did you hear me? Beerus beckoned to Goku and Vegeta. Goku turned his gaze toward Beerus, while Vegeta appeared perplexed, a fleeting memory flashing through his mind. Yes, Lord Beerus, Vegeta exclaimed, startled, his expression shifting rapidly. Oh, you remember now? Beerus chuckled. I recall you as Vegeta 4. When last we met, you were but this tall. As he spoke, Beerus gestured to indicate Vegeta's height. Vegeta fell silent, gazing at Beerus with a blend of awe and trepidation. He had never anticipated that Beerus would grace Earth with his presence. This gentleman, who absorbed Majin Buu, has released him. If you wish to express gratitude, it is he you should thank, Beerus stated with a slight smile. Ye? Ye wore a perplexed expression. This did not seem characteristic of Beerus. Why do I feel as though you are intentionally trying to curry favor with me? Lord Beerus, your actions appear rather deliberate. Lord Ye may become suspicious, Whis remarked quietly, observing the interaction. Is that so? Beerus was taken aback, momentarily dazed. Of course. You ought to express your gratitude to me as well, though I prefer not to receive thanks. He quickly added a clarification. You mean you prefer others to harbor resentment towards you? Ye deduced. Beerus replied, that is roughly the sentiment. Hatred is acceptable. I do not mind destroying it. A grin spread across Beerus's face. Ye regarded Beerus thoughtfully, while Beerus felt a wave of anxiety, concealing his unease beneath a facade of composure. At that moment, Goku and the others approached to express their thanks. Only then did Ye gradually withdraw his gaze. Ye, it was you who saved me. I am truly grateful. Gohan said earnestly. There's no need for formality. We are classmates, Ye responded with a smile. There was one thought Ye refrained from voicing, that he had taken Gohan's girlfriend. I had to save you at least once. A few more times would be just fine, he mused, laughter echoing in the air. Indeed, indeed. With a chuckle, Son Gohan gently nodded. So, Vegeta and this fellow will challenge Majin Buu, and no one else is allowed to intervene. If anyone dares to meddle, I shall obliterate them. Do I make myself clear? Beerus declared with a cold snort. Me and Vegeta? Son Goku blinked, pointing to his own nose in bewilderment. This was proposed by Majin Buu himself, Beerus replied. What, do you disagree? Not at all. I welcome it. I have been eager for a one-on-one bout with him. He must be weaker than before, right? Son Goku's face radiated excitement and anticipation. Humph, that suits me just fine, Vegeta nodded. We can commence. Beerus beckoned Buu. By the way, where did the Patera earrings go? They seem to be missing. Son Goku suddenly recalled, touching his ear. I took them. They belong to the Kaioshin. And I shall return them, Beerus replied dismissively. Enough chatter. Let us begin. Who goes first? Kakarot? Vegeta inquired of Son Goku. Let's settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Son Goku suggested. The two promptly engaged in the game. TCH, why aren't those two imbeciles going together? Beerus scoffed. I won. Son Goku exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. Humph. Vegeta grimaced. By the way, Vegeta, is that guy truly Beerus? Son Goku whispered, his voice lowered. Of course, Vegeta affirmed. I have heard Lord Old Kai mention him. He is immensely powerful, and no one can rival him. That's obvious. Vegeta nodded. He is the god of destruction, allegedly the most formidable deity. I understand now. Let me engage Majin Buu in a proper battle. Son Goku inhaled deeply. Let me see your Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegeta suggested. In that case, you won't have a chance to strike. Son Goku grinned slightly. Truth be told, if I had exerted my full strength last time, I might have defeated him. I merely wanted the young ones to triumph with their own power, and besides, I was already dead at that time. Vegeta remained silent. Son Goku let out a fierce roar as a tremendous energy surged from him. When the dust settled, Son Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Upon witnessing this transformation, Beerus was slightly taken aback. Whis, what is this transformation? Beerus inquired. This is a Super Saiyan transformation, Whis responded. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Frieza was defeated by him. What did you say? Frieza was defeated by him. Beerus paused for a moment, slightly astonished. Indeed, Frieza was no more, as Whis confirmed with a nod. It was no wonder, for the intensity of his energy far surpassed that of Frieza. Beerus acknowledged this with a nod, then stroked his chin in contemplation. Super Saiyan? That name seemed vaguely familiar. Is that so? Whis did not delve deeper into the inquiry. This is Super Saiyan 3, Ye Tian elucidated. When Goku vanquished Frieza, he utilized Super Saiyan 1. There are also Super Saiyan 2. So that is the case, Beerus comprehended. Vegeta, upon sensing Goku's energy, was equally astonished. Kakarot truly is a genius. I cannot believe I am inferior to him. Goku's formidable energy at that moment propelled numerous stone fragments towards Majin Buu. The creature emitted a series of shrill cries, relentlessly pounding its chest with its fists. What a peculiar being. What do you intend to do? Goku was taken aback. The battle was about to commence. Who will emerge victorious? Vegeta pondered aloud. Whoosh. Majin Buu swiftly surged towards Goku's location. Goku gathered energy into his palms, unleashing a colossal energy wave that enveloped Majin Buu. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of Majin Buu's form was consumed by the energy wave. Goku darted forward. Smack. Majin Buu quickly regenerated, restoring his physique. Swish. Goku swiftly maneuvered behind Majin Buu. Bang. Goku delivered a powerful blow, sending Majin Buu tumbling through the air. The creature promptly transformed into a sail, stabilizing itself. Goku surged forward. Majin Buu grinned, suddenly thrusting his right foot into the ground, rapidly penetrating the earth and landing a kick on Goku's chin. Goku winced in pain and executed a graceful backward roll. Bang, bang, bang. Majin Buu relentlessly struck with his legs, which emerged from the ground. Goku rolled backward at high speed. Whoosh. With a flick of his hand, Majin Buu unleashed a massive energy blast aimed directly at Goku. Instantly, Goku utilized instant transmission to reappear behind Majin Buu. Bang. Goku delivered a kick to Majin Buu's head, causing the creature to topple to the ground, but it quickly rebounded, landing a heavy elbow strike on Goku's face. Bang, bang, bang. In the vast expanse of the sky, two figures engaged in a fierce confrontation, their struggle rendering it nearly impossible to discern which was superior. Upon witnessing the intense battle, Vegeta fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, he found a sense of acceptance. Kakarot, that remarkable individual, truly astounds me. I realize now that I am no match for Majin Buu. It has finally dawned on me why I cannot surpass you. It is your profound sense of responsibility and your unwavering heart for justice. I have always acted according to my whims, engaging in conflict solely for my own gratification. Yet, Kakarot fights for the sake of others. It infuriates me to think such a noble scion exists. Kakarot, give it your all. Vegeta, with a smile, cheered for Goku. Have you truly given up? Have you abandoned your dream of becoming the strongest scion? Ye Tian suddenly appeared beside Vegeta, inquiring with a playful grin. Vegeta scoffed. It's none of your concern. What do you understand? With a dismissive huff, Vegeta turned away. Suddenly, a swift blow from Beerus sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. I beg your pardon. How do you converse with Lord Heavenleaf? Vegeta was momentarily dazed, unable to regain his composure. He turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, what do you mean? Vegeta inquired. I suddenly find you displeasing, Beerus replied with a huff. I mentioned earlier that this Heavenleaf aligns well with my temperament. Beerus grunted. Heavenleaf fell silent. What do you mean? Beerus? However, Heavenleaf refrained from asking. He was aware that even if he did, Beerus would remain tight-lipped. Surely, Beerus must have witnessed my technique of erasure, right? Even if he hadn't, could Whis have missed it? If Whis saw it, would he not relay it to Beerus? It would be quite strange if Beerus were not apprehensive upon witnessing my capacity for erasure. Having pondered these thoughts, Heavenleaf found little to be curious about. Vegeta, you could actually train alongside Beerus. That way, you might surpass Goku, Heavenleaf suggested. Can I really? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. If you wish to train with me, you must exchange something of value, Beerus grunted. Something of value? What do you desire? Vegeta asked. I require delectable cuisine, Beerus stated. Once Earth is restored, I can let you sample its culinary delights, Vegeta responded. What exquisite dishes can be produced by such an unfriendly planet? Beerus scoffed. I recall that the earliest dinosaurs on this planet were rather unwelcoming, which is why I obliterated them all. By the way, let me ask you. Do you know of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus suddenly questioned Vegeta. What? The Super Saiyan God? Vegeta was taken aback. What? Have you not heard of it? Beerus snorted. No, Vegeta shook his head. What a pity, Beerus lamented. Boom. A colossal energy wave swiftly enveloped Goku. He quickly crossed his arms to shield his head, preventing injury. Majin Buu grinned widely, his face alight with excitement. However, just as Majin Buu was reveling in joy, Goku's energy wave surged from below, engulfing Majin Buu. The creature was reduced to mere fragments. Whoosh. Yet, almost immediately, the remnants of Majin Buu quickly coalesced, forming a gelatinous sphere. The sphere solidified, restoring Majin Buu to his original form. Good grief. After such an extended battle, this fellow's stamina seems utterly unyielding. Goku gritted his teeth, realizing that he had fully regenerated through his regeneration ability. TCH, what a primitive skirmish. Beerus cast a glance in that direction. Father, allow me to take over. Gohan swiftly proposed, flying forward. Chapter 155. Can you endure for a minute? No, Gohan. I must conquer him through my own efforts, Goku replied, shaking his head. Moreover, did not Lord Beerus state that no one is permitted to intervene? Only Vegeta and I are to engage in battle. Very well, Gohan nodded. Additionally, I've heard that Lord Beerus is incredibly powerful. It would be prudent for you to retreat, go on. I will be fine. Goku lowered his voice, imparting this to his son. Gohan's expression grew serious as he promptly returned to his previous position. Brother, do you think Father will be all right? Goten asked with concern. I believe he will be fine. Father can defeat him, Gohan reassured. Leave it to Goku, Piccolo said with a slight smile. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly appeared beside Goku. Vegeta, are you stepping in for me? Just let me fight a little longer, Goku stammered in surprise. I currently have no intention of battling you. You know full well that I am no match for him. Vegeta scoffed, adding, however, give me a year, and I will undoubtedly surpass you. I intend to train under Lord Beerus. I will surpass Kakarot. Is that so? Goku scratched his head. The current Majin Buu is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Kakarot, you need not worry about me. I will not contest with you this time. Focus on your training. But the situation is somewhat dire. I feel my energy waning. I require a minute to gather sufficient power. Goku gritted his teeth. A minute? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is difficult for me to defeat him in this state, so I need enough energy to deliver a decisive blow, Goku contemplated. A minute? Very well. I can certainly hold him off for that duration. You must concentrate on gathering your energy, Vegeta replied resolutely. Wait, are you truly capable of stalling Majin Buu for that long? A full minute? Goku asked, slightly astonished. Vegeta felt a pang in his heart. Enough nonsense. Quickly gather your energy, he commanded with urgency. Understood. Goku took a deep breath, unleashing a formidable aura as he began to gather energy. He cautioned, by the way, Vegeta, you are already dead. Should you perish again, you will cease to exist. Do not die, Vegeta. Thank you for your concern. Vegeta retorted with a huff, his body radiating a golden light, surrounded by crackling electricity. Just as Vegeta prepared to charge at Majin Buu, he paused. Wait a moment. Ye Tian spoke up. Vegeta paused momentarily and turned to face him. This approach is ineffective. I have a splendid suggestion, Ye Tian said with a smile. What is it? Vegeta inquired, taken aback. Earlier, Beerus mentioned the Super Saiyan God. Is anyone willing to give it a try? Ye Tian remarked with a grin. Ye Tian, do you possess knowledge of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus looked at him with surprise. I know a bit. I once perused an ancient tome that contained information about the Super Saiyan God, Ye Tian pondered. What nonsense is this? Aren't you a terrestrial being? How could you possibly have such a book? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as he confronted Ye Tian. Bang! Beerus swiftly knocked Vegeta to the ground with a slap. Let him finish. Beerus declared. With a huff, he added, what's so peculiar about it? It's quite normal that your Saiyan artifacts were sent to Earth in ancient times. Vegeta chose to remain silent. Your reasoning is rather tenuous. Ye Tian, please continue. I am far more intrigued by the god of Super Saiyan, Beerus remarked with a smile. At that moment, Majin Buu wore a smug expression, confident in his ability to confront Goku and Vegeta. In truth, transforming into a Super Saiyan god is quite simple. One merely needs 5 Saiyans to infuse the body of another Saiyan with the light of righteousness, thereby granting that individual the powers of a Super Saiyan god. Ye Tian explained. 5? So that means a total of 6 Saiyans are required? Vegeta quickly calculated. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded affirmatively. What a conundrum. We only have 5 Saiyans present, do we not? Goku counted the number of Saiyans in attendance and shook his head gently. Then we are at an impasse. Ye Tian smiled. As for the remaining Saiyan, you will have to find a solution on your own. My brother, Tarbal, his combat power is quite low. Would he suffice? Vegeta inquired. Of course, as long as he harbors no malevolent intentions, any Saiyan will do, Ye Tian replied. Vegeta remarked, I sense you are alluding to me. Am I capable? Can Vegeta manage? Piccolo interjected from the side. Vegeta shot Piccolo a fierce glare. After the previous incident, Vegeta had undergone a transformation. He was now entirely capable. Ye Tian smiled. Vegeta, you should contact your brother swiftly. I am eager to witness the appearance of the Super Saiyan God, Goku urged. Humph. How would I know where my brother Tarbal is? Even if I did, he could be exceedingly far away. It might take months, or even years, to locate him. Vegeta replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Tarbal, you say? Whis interjected, promptly using his staff to locate the planet where Tarbal resided, soon providing the coordinates. Oh dear. It is indeed quite distant, located on a planet at the edge of the universe. Upon hearing the coordinates, Beerus sighed in exasperation. It would take us over half an hour just to fly there. A round trip would exceed an hour, he lamented. But we have the King Kai, do we not? He can teleport instantly and bring Tarbal here without delay, Ye Tian suggested with a slight smile. Then we have no issues, Beerus said, visibly relieved. Giving Ye Tian a thumbs up. Hey, King Kai, are you listening? Ye Tian called out loudly. If you can hear me, please go to that planet and retrieve Vegeta's brother. Ah, understood. I will head there immediately, came the prompt reply from King Kai. Now, let us wait patiently. Ye Tian chuckled, turning his gaze toward Majin Buu. You have no objections, do you? Buu, may I express my opinion? Should I seize the opportunity to make my escape? I believe it would be more prudent to flee at once. This fellow named Ye Tian claims he intends to transform Son Goku into a Super Saiyan God. Although I am unaware of what a Super Saiyan God entails, I sense they are laying a trap for me to fall into. Chapter 156. Beerus, do you think you can outrun me? Whoosh. Majin Buu, devoid of any hesitation, instantly transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting into the vastness of the starry sky. I shall no longer partake in your games. You are being unreasonable. Unreasonableness resembles that of a small dog. It was agreed that the two of them would engage in battle with me, yet you have chosen to summon an entity akin to a Super Saiyan God. The speed of Majin Buu is exceedingly swift, allowing him to escape the Earth's atmosphere in the blink of an eye. Hey, if you wish to flee, at least leave the rotund figure within you behind. Ye Tian's voice resonated immediately. Aha. Majin Buu turned back and made a face at the planet. Will you let me stay if I ask you to? Absolutely not. With that, Majin Buu accelerated his escape. However, Beerus was swifter, effortlessly catching up to Majin Buu and appearing directly in front of him. Majin Buu abruptly halted midair, his expression shifting to one of dread. What? Did you think you could outrun me? Beerus scoffed. Majin Buu trembled in fear. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He transformed his body into a mass of flesh, attempting to envelop Beerus. With a mere flick of his hand, Beerus delivered a powerful blow to the mass. Majin Buu spat out a copious amount of blood, feeling utterly defeated. This isn't good. I am no match for him. With a resounding crack, Majin Buu regenerated his form, warily eyeing Beerus. Just now, Ye Tian mentioned that there's a fat one inside you. Hand him over. Beerus huffed, speaking nonchalantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Majin Buu expelled Fat Buu from his mouth, who darted toward Beerus. In a swift motion, Beerus raised his hand and struck the flying Fat Buu, sending him crashing down. Majin Buu gritted his teeth and, with a sudden burst of uncertainty, asked, Do you like chocolate? So you can speak after all, Beerus chuckled. Suddenly, the antennae on Majin Buu's head emitted a flickering purplish-white lightning, which rapidly enveloped Beerus. Yet, nothing followed. These magical attacks were utterly ineffective against Beerus. Majin Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy is impervious to magic? What? Can this magic turn me into chocolate? Beerus sneered, shaking his body lightly, causing the lightning to fall away. With a mere gesture, Beerus pointed at Majin Buu. The white electricity swiftly descended upon him. With a painful yelp, Majin Buu's form instantly transformed into a small chocolate piece. Humph, Beerus scoffed, seizing the chocolate and swiftly returning to Earth. Boom. Before Beerus had returned, Majin Buu descended upon the ground like a shooting star, leaving behind an unfathomably deep crater. Goku and the others quickly peered into the pit and discovered the rotund Buu within. However, shortly thereafter, Beerus arrived, bringing with him the chocolate-turned Buu. Truly, Lord Beerus is remarkable, transforming him from a lean figure to a plump one. Goku chuckled heartily. With a cold smirk, Beerus casually turned Majin Buu into chocolate and tossed him to Goku. Momentarily taken aback, Goku swiftly caught the flying chocolate. Huh? Is this chocolate? Is Lord Beerus offering me chocolate? Goku pondered, preparing to take a bite. Foolish Kakarot, that is chocolate made from Majin Buu. Vegeta hastily cautioned. Startled, Goku quickly withdrew the chocolate from his mouth, sheepishly scratching his head. At that moment, the Supreme Kai promptly transported Tabul from a distant star realm. Huh? Brother? Tabul blinked in surprise at Vegeta. Tabul, you are indeed alive. Vegeta smiled. How did I end up here? Is this Earth? I've heard that you came to Earth long ago. Tabul scratched his head. Vegeta, is this your brother? Goku stepped forward to greet him. Hello, I am Goku. Ah. Hello, Tabul responded. All right, let us quickly try the method that Ye Tian suggested and see if we can transform into Super Saiyan God, Beerus urged. Sure, Goku nodded, proposing. Could I become a Super Saiyan God first? Humph. Do as you wish, Vegeta acquiesced. Primarily, Vegeta harbored skepticism regarding the legend of the Super Saiyan God. Could a mere earthling utter a phrase that would enable a Saiyan to become a Super Saiyan God? Even I, the Prince of the Saiyans, am unaware of such matters concerning the Super Saiyan God. How did you, a mere earthling, come to know this? Vegeta, with a spirit of experimentation, decided to treat Kakarot as a test subject. Is there really a Super Saiyan God? Son Gohan muttered, quickly leading Son Goten and Trunks forward. In the next moment, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Son Goten, Trunks, and Tabul joined hands in a circle, encircling Son Wukong in the center. As for the method of operation, the Supreme Kai had already informed Tabul. Thus, Tabul was now aware of what needed to be done. Hey, are you the current Supreme Kai? Beerus turned to glance at the Supreme Kai and inquired. Yes, Lord Beerus, the Supreme Kai nodded. Why do you look like that? You seem to have merged with someone. Beerus remarked with a furrowed brow. The Supreme Kai is fused with Mr. Jebbet using earrings, was explained from the side. I see, that's why you appear so peculiar. Beerus understood. Haha, well, I can't help it. I actually wish to separate, but I heard that once fused, one cannot separate again, the Supreme Kai said. Somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Do you wish to separate, Supreme Kai? Whis inquired. Is it possible? Is there a way to separate? The Supreme Kai was taken aback, looking at Whis. With a snap, a light flickered from Whis's staff, swiftly enveloping the Supreme Kai. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai split into two individuals. The Supreme Kai was stunned for a long moment before finally reacting. Jebbet also looked at his own hands. We have separated, Whis said with a smile. Chapter 157. Super Saiyan God slays Bu with a single palm. You are truly remarkable. You must be the angel Whis. The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Whis nodded with a smile. Bang. Just as the Supreme Kai finished speaking, Beerus forcefully pressed him to the ground. Supreme Kai? Lord Beerus, why have you struck me? The Supreme Kai stared at Beerus in bewilderment. You fool. Do you not understand what you are doing? Don't you know the responsibilities of a Supreme Kai? Why are you confronting that fiend Bu? You could have simply awakened me to deal with him. Isn't Lord Beerus asleep? How could I wake him? The Supreme Kai rolled his eyes. How dare you say that? Beerus huffed, releasing the Supreme Kai and choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was also infused with the light of justice by Vegeta and the others. Suddenly, fiery red flames erupted from his body. With a snap, Sun Wukong's hair transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. Dad, this is amazing. We succeeded. Son Gohan was overwhelmed with excitement. Oh, is that not the aura of a deity? Beerus cast an expectant glance towards Son Goku. Vegeta exclaimed, has it truly succeeded? Does such a transformation as the Super Saiyan God truly exist? How infuriating. I had thought it to be a mere fabrication. But how did that individual named Ye Tian come to know of the Super Saiyan God transformation? Even I, the Prince of all Saiyans, am unaware. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Ye Tian. Son Goku took a deep breath and stepped forward. Whis, please restore that Majin Bu so they may engage in a contest. I wish to ascertain the true caliber of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus instructed Whis. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, nodding as he pointed his staff toward the chocolate figure. With a resounding pop, the chocolate Majin Bu transformed back into his original form. Majin Bu, now alarmed, turned pale and gasped for breath, cautiously eyeing Beerus. Do not concern yourself with me. Your opponent is him, Beerus said with a gentle smile, gesturing towards Son Goku. Majin Bu turned to face Son Goku. Bu, let us commence a new round of battle, Son Goku declared, readying himself for the fight. Haha. Bu was curious about who his opponent would be, but upon seeing Son Goku, his interest was instantly piqued. Do you believe you can defeat me? In our recent confrontation, although you momentarily held an advantage, you suffered considerable injuries. However, Majin Bu truly wishes to refrain from prolonging this encounter. If I were to vanquish him, would I be permitted to leave? Bu inquired. Certainly, as long as you conquer this individual known as Son Goku. I shall grant you your freedom, Beerus nodded in agreement. Bu quickly turned his gaze toward Ye Tian, his eyes seemingly pleading. Do you also consent to my release? I have already returned that rotund fellow to you. Very well. I do not oppose it, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Nevertheless, Bu remained somewhat apprehensive and glanced at Son Gohan. Me? I initially had no intention of agreeing. But if they are all in accord, I have no objections, Son Gohan nodded, yet you must not harm any innocents. Bu vigorously nodded in affirmation. Regardless, I shall first agree. Whether I choose to take lives elsewhere is entirely my prerogative. Even if I were to commit murder, would you truly be able to intervene? Hey. Majin Bu immediately readied himself for battle. Do you think that just because the golden radiance enveloping you has transformed into flames, I would be intimidated? Come. Allow me to test the prowess of the Super Saiyan God. Son Goku assumed a battle stance. Whoosh. Majin Bu morphed into a streak of light, swiftly charging towards Son Goku. The distance between them diminished rapidly. Observing the oncoming Majin Bu, Son Goku lightly deflected the attack aimed at him. Bang. Following that, Son Goku delivered a fierce strike, landing a powerful palm against Majin Bu's chest. A muffled thud echoed as Majin Bu traced an arc in the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Oh dear, remarkable. Whis marveled, that blow has gravely injured the essence of Majin Buu's soul. Even with his regenerative abilities, he cannot recover. Indeed, he is deceased. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Kakarot truly slay Majin Buu? With just a single strike? Is this a jest? Son Gohan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy evident on his face. Father has become so immensely powerful. I feel as though my energy, bestowed by the old Kai, pales in comparison. The Kaioshin was utterly taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation for a considerable time. Jebbet was left speechless. Father is incredible. Son Goten shouted in excitement. Trunks remained silent, feeling overshadowed. Brother, what on earth is happening? Tabul was perplexed. Vegeta huffed. Choosing to ignore Tabul's question, Ye Tian had anticipated this outcome, for the transformation into Super Saiyan God far surpassed the might of Super Saiyan Forms 1, 2, and 3. If the first three forms represented a quantitative change, then Super Saiyan God signified a qualitative transformation, transmuting ordinary energy into divine power. It was quite normal for Son Goku to defeat Majin Buu with a single blow, not to mention this minor Majin Buu. Even the one who absorbed Son Gohan would be no match for Son Goku in his current Super Saiyan God state. Indeed, Beerus smiled, slowly appearing directly opposite Son Goku. I never anticipated I would become this formidable. I did not intend to kill him. It's quite perplexing. Son Goku scratched his head. Enough with the idle chatter. Beerus interjected with a huff. I dreamt that a Super Saiyan God challenged me, and he would become my true rival. Thus, let us engage in battle. Wait. You want me to fight Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong was taken aback. No way. The Elder Kaioshin has stated that Lord Beerus is a ceiling we can never surpass. Is that so? The old fellow's words rang true. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. So, you concede? Chapter 158. Beerus, shall we have a go? Despite the Elder Kaioshin's assertion, I still wish to engage in a proper contest with Lord Beerus. I yearn to comprehend the true extent of his strength. Sun Wukong's face was etched with boundless fighting spirit. Beerus remarked, all this talk is ultimately pointless. Very well. I too wish to witness the prowess of a Super Saiyan God. With a smile, he added, I shall not hold back. Sun Wukong readied himself for battle. Beerus beckoned him with a flick of his finger. Whoosh. Sun Wukong propelled himself towards Beerus at great speed, launching a rapid punch that shook the very heavens. Bang. Beerus merely raised a hand, effortlessly catching Sun Wukong's fist. How does it feel? The power of a Super Saiyan God is rather impressive, isn't it? Beerus inquired with a grin. That startled me. I did not anticipate such a realm to exist, Sun Wukong acknowledged, though he lamented. It is a pity that I defeated Majin Buu so easily. Humph, a creature like that is merely a waste of time, Beerus scoffed. He should have perished long ago. Boom. With that, Beerus struck at Sun Wukong with a powerful palm. Sun Wukong was immediately sent hurtling backward, crashing through numerous structures. Beerus swiftly pursued him. Sun Wukong quickly righted himself and soared into the air, darting through the abandoned cityscape. Beerus, moving even faster, soon caught up to him and delivered a kick towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to block the incoming strike but was sent tumbling through the air, momentarily vanishing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind Beerus and swung a punch. Beerus deftly sidestepped the blow, countering with a strike of his own that landed on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong instantly retaliated. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, neither willing to yield an inch. Bang, bang, bang. Their battle escalated in speed and intensity, the energy they unleashed growing ever more potent. After several exchanges, Beerus charged into Sun Wukong, sending him flying backward. Sun Wukong crashed onto a massive boulder, shattering it upon impact. He quickly regained his composure, landing on the ground and gasping for breath. Not bad. Your command of divine power is quite commendable, Beerus remarked with a smile. However, you are still no match for me. Let us continue. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong and his opponent charged at each other. Bang! Their fists collided, unleashing an ever-increasing surge of energy. Crack! The earth suddenly manifested numerous fissures. The immense energy they released nearly shattered the planet. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Ye Tian waved his hand lightly, dissipating the excess energy emitted by the two combatants. Thus, the earth was spared from immediate destruction. In the next moment, Sun Wukong and Beerus ascended into the sky, resuming their fierce battle. They soared higher, swiftly reaching the stratosphere where air was present. For the Scions, as long as they remained within the Earth's outer atmosphere and did not enter true outer space, they could survive. Hence, in various animations, one can witness scenes of Sun Wukong and Beerus battling in what appears to be outer space. In reality, it is merely the stratosphere or the outer atmosphere surrounding the Earth, where air flows outward, allowing Scions to thrive. After a brief exchange, Sun Wukong felt his energy wane significantly, his strength completely depleted. Not bad, but this is where it ends. Your power has begun to diminish, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, the words of the old Kaishin rang true. Lord Beerus is a ceiling that humanity can never surpass. Sun Wukong pondered with admiration. Humph, no need for flattery. I haven't experienced such exhilarating combat in quite some time, Beerus chuckled, gathering a formidable energy in his hands. Now, let us see if you can withstand this. If not, prepare to perish. Whoosh. A colossal energy blast descended rapidly from above. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. As he gazed at the swiftly descending energy sphere, he abruptly lifted his head and unleashed a massive Kamehameha wave from his hands. Boom. The energy wave instantly consumed the blast entirely. Impressive, you exceed my expectations, Beerus acknowledged with a satisfied nod. All right, that will suffice. Let us descend. With that, Beerus swiftly began his descent toward the earth. Clap. Sun Wukong quickly returned to his normal state, following Beerus as they gently floated down from the heights. Before long, they returned to the ground. Umph, you all need to train diligently. Your skills are far too lacking, Beerus lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Is there not a single worthy opponent among you? Perhaps I should give it a try? Ye Tian flashed a grin. Beerus. At that moment, Beerus felt utterly unwell. I have no desire to engage in battle with you. Suddenly, I recalled that I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us conclude our interaction here for today. Beerus chuckled softly, preparing to make a hasty retreat. Wait a moment. Ye Tian interjected. Beerus was taken aback, swallowing hard. This is quite unfortunate. My earlier bravado was somewhat excessive. Now, I find myself in a predicament. How am I to combat Lord Ye Tian? I seem capable of defeating him at present, but surely I cannot bring myself to slay him. Can I? Once his strength escalates, I shall be the one in peril. Let us both give it a try, for I cannot be certain of my ability to vanquish you. Ye Tian wore a smile, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Beerus. Beerus, you lack the confidence to defeat me, yet you still wish to engage in battle? How should I gracefully decline your challenge? Alas, this planet has already transformed into such a state. Perhaps we should first restore it before proceeding? With great swiftness, Weiss interjected with a suggestion. Your words reminded me that Vegeta desires to train alongside me. Please prepare a sumptuous feast for me to indulge in before we resume our discussion. Beerus, with a sly glint in his eye, deftly diverted the topic, stating that once I am satiated, I shall engage with you. Ye Tian pondered aloud. Why do I sense such trepidation from you? My current abilities may not be sufficient to erase you. With this realization, he decided to postpone the matter. After careful consideration, Ye Tian nodded in agreement, refraining from opposition. Chapter 159, Bardos. Do you wish to wed Lord Tianyi? At present, Ye Tian truly lacked the assurance to vanquish Beerus. After all, his authentic strength was merely 1,000-fold that of Frisia, and even then, it was based on Frisia from the Namek saga. Had it been the golden Frisia era, perhaps he could have contended with Beerus. Ye Tian was now convinced that Beerus had witnessed his erasure capability, which explained his reluctance to engage in combat. However, this could work to his advantage. I shall take the next 3 months to diligently cultivate my strength. By then, once my erasure ability reaches the platinum level, I would possess 10 times the power of Beerus. The thought alone ignited excitement within Ye Tian. In 3 months, he could potentially defeat Beerus and wield the capability to erase a god of destruction. Then let us seek the Dragon Balls to restore Earth to its former glory and revive those who have perished, proposed Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, the Dragon Balls had only recently been utilized, requiring another 6 months before they could be summoned again, as Piccolo shook his head in dismay. Must we then wait for half a year? Sun Wukong scratched his head, displaying a look of frustration. We could journey to Namek and use their Dragon Balls to restore Earth, Piccolo suggested. Indeed, how could I have overlooked the Namekian Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. He turned to King Kai. Might you escort us to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls? Of course, it would be my pleasure. The Supreme Kai readily agreed. Subsequently, under his guidance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with others, arrived at the planet Namek. The Namekians had long prepared the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon, Purunga, to fulfill 3 wishes. The first wish was to restore the earth to its original state. The second wish was to resurrect all the earthlings who had perished that day, excluding the malevolent. The third wish was for Bulma and Android 18 to retain their youth eternally. This final wish was made by Ye Tian. The earth was restored, and the deceased Vegeta and Jebet were revived. All the virtuous souls on earth returned to life, while Majin Buu was preserved. Following this, at Bulma's suggestion, a grand feast was organized at her residence, attended by Ye Tian, Beerus, and Whis. Upon tasting the culinary delights of earth, Beerus and Whis were immediately delighted by the exquisite flavors. It seemed that restoring earth had indeed been the right choice, bringing a sense of relief to Beerus. Indeed. After all, Lord Ye Tian still resides on earth, Whis remarked softly. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was dining with Android 18 and Bulma, while Buu and Satan were seated at another table. Satan's joy was evident as his smile stretched from ear to ear. It appears this hefty fellow has become my subordinate. The feast that day was remarkably harmonious. In Universe 6, on planet Kappa, Bardos, quickly, see how Lord Ye Tian is faring, Kappa instructed Bardos. That unfortunate fan must have been erased by him. Allow me to check, Bardos gently nodded, and her staff projected the area where Ye Tian was located. However, Bardos soon widened her eyes in surprise. Oh dear, I can no longer see Lord Ye Tian. It has become hazy. She pointed at a vague silhouette on the projection. Are you suggesting that a portion of Lord Ye Tian's memory has been restored? Kappa was equally astonished. Yes, that seems to be the case, Bardos affirmed. Wait. Who is that? Isn't that Beerus? When did he awaken? Kappa immediately pointed at Beerus, who was enjoying a meal. Indeed, it is Lord Beerus. I didn't expect he would wake up already, Bardos smiled. And look closely. The food they are consuming appears quite delectable, Kappa pondered. I also feel that their meal seems exceptionally delicious. Bardos licked her lips. Bardos, how was that instant noodle you had before? Kappa inquired. It was absolutely delicious. It was my first time tasting something so delightful, Bardos praised. That dish was brought from Earth. Lord Ye Tian claimed he prepared it. Now that I think about it. It seems Lord Ye Tian may have been teasing me. Xiangpa pondered. Why do you say that? Bardos was momentarily taken aback. That instant noodle package is clearly a product processed by machines, unlike the exquisite flavor of the 9-turn intestine that Master Tine prepared for me. Xiangpa chuckled heartily. 9-turn intestine? Is it delicious? Bardos blinked in surprise again. Of course, it's delicious. The taste is exceptionally unique. Xiangpa beamed with joy. Now that you've mentioned it, I find myself craving it as well. Bardos smacked her lips once more. By the way, what about Earth in our universe? Given that the 7th universe boasts such a remarkable culinary planet, our 6th universe should have one too. Xiangpa contemplated. Let me check. Bardos promptly searched for Earth in the 6th universe. After her inquiry, she shook her head in disappointment. What's wrong? Does our 6th universe lack Earth? Xiangpa inquired. We do have one, but regrettably, due to a nuclear war, this planet ultimately faced destruction. Bardos sighed in resignation. What a pity, Xiangpa lamented. After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, he exclaimed, by the way, don't we possess the Super Dragon Balls? A smile broke across Xiangpa's face as he proposed. What if we use the Super Dragon Balls to swap the Earths of the 2 universes? Bardos was slightly taken aback. Isn't that a win-win situation? Xiangpa grinned mischievously. With Master Tine currently on Earth, utilizing the Super Dragon Balls to transfer him to our 6th universe would indeed be a wise decision. Aren't you worried that Master Tine might erase our 6th universe upon his return? Bardos questioned. I've thought it through, and I believe the likelihood is minimal. As long as we treat him well, there's no reason for him to erase our universe, Xiangpa mused. What you say does hold some merit, Bardos nodded. So, what shall we do next? Of course, we shall seek out the Super Dragon Balls, Xiangpa urged. Blast it. The 7th universe still has 2 Super Dragon Balls. We must hurry to retrieve them. However, I feel that now is not the right time to venture into the 7th universe. We risk being discovered by Lord Beerus. Bardos gently shook her head. Then what do you suggest we do? Xiangpa inquired. Perhaps we should be more direct, Bardos proposed. What do you mean? Xiangpa asked. Are you suggesting we marry Master Tine directly? Bardos responded. What kind of thought process is this? You seem unable to follow what I have said. Chapter 160, The High Priest's New Message. This is the most straightforward approach, eliminating unnecessary complications. Kappa chuckled. No. What I mean is that we should organize a martial arts tournament between the 2 universes. Bardos expressed her thoughts. A martial arts tournament? Kappa was taken aback. My Lord Kampa, consider this. Lord Tainai has been engaging with martial arts experts lately, indicating his fondness for the discipline. Bardos smiled. If we showcase the strength of our universe to Lord Tainai, he might just develop an interest in us. Oh, your reasoning seems quite sound. Kampa nodded in agreement. Scrutinizing the projection, it appears that there are hardly any formidable fighters in Universe 7. That character known as Majin Buu seems to possess only mediocre strength. To be frank, our universe's hit could easily defeat everyone from their universe. Indeed, Bardos smiled gently. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Kampa displayed a confident expression. I will seek out participants right away. How many do you think would be appropriate? How about 5 against 5? Bardos suggested. That works, Kampa nodded, preparing to depart. However, my Lord Kampa, let us not rush. It is wise to first establish an agreement, as such a contest would hold greater significance. You are right. If Beerus disapproves upon seeing Hit, my efforts would be in vain, Kampa acknowledged. Let us set off immediately to Universe 7. Understood, my Lord Kampa, Bardos nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, Kampa and Bardos transformed into 2 streams of light of different colors, rapidly heading towards Universe 7. In Universe 7, on Earth. Ding. A new task has been issued. Train Son Goku and Vegeta, and assist them in defeating the warriors of Universe 6 within 3 months. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a restoration technique, allowing you to restore erased entities at will. Accept or decline. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared on Ye Tian's system. Ye Tian was taken aback. Are you suggesting that I train the 2 of them? Replace Whis with myself? Isn't this something Whis should be doing? Ye Tian shook his head. I would much prefer to spend this time playing with Videl. As for the restoration technique, I can do without it. Why would I want to restore what has been erased? Ye Tian promptly pressed the decline button. Declining to train Son Goku and Vegeta indicates forfeiture of this restoration technique task. The next issuance of the restoration task will be determined later. Did the system provide any prompts? Without hesitation, Ye Tian pressed yes. I hardly have time to cultivate Son Wukong or Vegeta. Can't this task be entrusted to Whis? I am exceedingly busy. The system ceased to provide further information. For Ye Tian, it mattered little. In 3 months, he would ascend to the platinum-level Erasure Technique, enhancing his power to 10-fold that of Beerus. The mere thought filled Ye Tian with exhilaration. He would finally be able to overpower Beerus. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis indulged in delectable cuisine while engaging in casual conversation. So, Whis, how am I performing? Am I doing well? Have I given anything away? Beerus grinned. Whis let out a resigned sigh. Is this what you call a slip-up? Your display is rather conspicuous. It seems you are intentionally seeking favor with Lord Tainai. Just then, the scepter beside was suddenly trembled. However, Whis remained engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the scepter's agitation. Observing this, Son Wukong swiftly turned his gaze towards Whis and waved his hand from a distance. Hey, Whis, your black staff has been shaking incessantly, Son Wukong called out. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Whis nodded, gently gesturing with his hand. Whoosh. The scepter swiftly soared into Whis' grasp. He immediately directed his attention to the crystal orb atop the scepter. Oh dear, it's Lord Grand Priest, Whis remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. What do you mean? Beerus exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Is Lord Grand Priest contacting you regarding Lord Tainai? Perhaps, Whis nodded, promptly establishing the connection. Subsequently, a myriad of expressions flitted across Whis' face. Upon witnessing this, Beerus was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. What does this mean? What is actually happening? Before long, Whis concluded the conversation with the Grand Priest. He sighed in resignation while holding the scepter. What is it, Whis? What has transpired? Beerus inquired, his heart racing with anxiety. Oh dear, Lord Grand Priest mentioned that we might have made an error, Whis replied with a wry smile. What do you mean by an error? What has been mistaken? Beerus queried, puzzled. It concerns the identity of Lord Tainai. We may have misconstrued it, Whis elucidated. What are you saying? Beerus shouted, his voice drawing the attention of everyone present. However, he quickly masked his astonishment with a facade of nonchalance, though the shock in his eyes remained indescribable. Whis, are you jesting? Such matters are not to be taken lightly. Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. Are you suggesting that the individual named Ye Tian is not the reincarnation of Lord Tainai? Just now, Lord Grand Priest stated otherwise, Whis shook his head. Who claimed a possibility of 99? 99? Beerus inquired, fuming. I apologize for that, Lord Beerus, Whis sighed. Then enlighten me, what is the truth behind his erasure? Beerus gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Do you recall a peculiar race that possesses a mysterious space collection technique? With responded. This race can store everything within their private space, effectively achieving an erasure effect. However, the two concepts differ. Space collection involves transferring items to one's space, while erasure implies the complete obliteration of items, or can be understood as their removal. Are you implying that this individual named Ye Tian possesses the space collection technique? Beerus paused once again, seemingly lost in thought. It seems so, was nodded. Beerus remarked, I no longer wish to speak. After all this, it turns out I was mistaken. How infuriating. I almost rushed over to worship him, only to find out halfway through that it was a mistake. Beerus felt utterly disheartened. However, a sudden suspicion crept over him. Did Whis deceive him? Are you lying to me? What then is this ultra instinct of his? Beerus asked with a scowl. Upon reflection, Whis shook his head. Could it be that we have developed a preconceived notion, believing he is the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Thus, we hastily concluded that his movements represent ultra instinct? Chapter 161. Is the Grand Priest truly deceiving us? What do you mean? That is undoubtedly ultra instinct. Do you think I could discern it otherwise? Beerus huffed. Lord Beerus, do take a moment to ponder. I possess no reason to mislead you. Whis sighed. Mr. Ye Tian's technique resembles a rudimentary form of ultra instinct, yet it is not. If he were truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian, he could not merely grasp the basics of ultra instinct. After all, this is a skill imparted to us by Lord Tian. Should he seek to master ultra instinct, it would have to be at an intermediate or advanced level. Beerus inquired, so after all this time, where is the true Lord Tian? The Grand Priest has mentioned he is still searching, but it is certain that this Mr. Ye Tian is not him. Whis replied with a hint of resignation. Is Ye Tian's erasure a form of spatial storage technique? Beerus pondered, glancing thoughtfully towards Ye Tian. Perhaps, Whis nodded. The methods of spatial storage bear a striking resemblance to the erasure technique of the Omni-King, nearly indistinguishable. Of course, I am aware of that, Beerus scoffed. One is a deity, and the other a mortal. A spatial storage technique could at most contain a galaxy, but it cannot encompass the entire universe. Yet, the Omni-King can effortlessly erase the cosmos with a mere wave of his hand. Indeed, you are correct, Lord Beerus, Whis affirmed. How frustrating. After all this, it turns out to be a falsehood. Beerus gritted his teeth. He continued to regard Whis with a lingering skepticism. What is with that look, Lord Beerus? Whis smiled. Do you think the Grand Priest is deceiving us? Beerus huffed. Perhaps this person truly is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, and the Grand Priest fabricated this mistake to prevent us from revealing the truth? The Grand Priest would not deceive you. There is no reason for such duplicity, Whis countered. Shaking his head, Beerus fell into deep contemplation. Was the Grand Priest truly misleading them? It seems that the esteemed High Priest has never deceived anyone. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. I have also heard of humans possessing the art of spatial collection who proudly refer to themselves as masters of space. Long ago, I encountered one of them, and I was quite taken aback, mistakenly believing that individual to be a disciple of Lord Zeno. It turned out I was mistaken. It is said that this lineage is passed down through generations, characterized by the singularity of its heir. Upon the demise of one individual, another seemingly random successor inherits the art of spatial collection. Beerus has encountered two such masters. The first encounter was indeed startling, nearly causing him to kneel. Later, he learned of the spatial masters from Whis, which infuriated him to the point of wanting to obliterate one of them. However, he soon discovered that the master had been slain by another. Consequently, Beerus ceased his pursuit of the matter and returned home for a long slumber. Years passed, and while obliterating a certain planet, Beerus once again came across a spatial master. Subsequently, he gleaned more information about them from Whis. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that Ye Tian's abilities bear a striking resemblance to those of a spatial master. It is truly exasperating. It turns out he is merely a spatial master, not the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi. The very thought frustrates Beerus, even prompting him to consider delivering a thrashing to Ye Tian. What an unfortunate choice of words. Do you insist on calling me Ye Tian? Your name coincidentally mirrors that of Lord Tian in reverse. Hey, Whis. I'm heading over there right now to give him a good beating, Lord Beerus declared, his expression darkening. Is that so? Is it because Lord Beerus was overly humble towards Mr. Ye Tian earlier? Whis smiled, now aware of his true identity, and felt somewhat embarrassed about the previous interactions. Did he not? Absolutely. As a dignified deity, how could I not feel ashamed for almost kneeling before a mere human? Beerus scoffed, rising with renewed vigor. already rolling up his sleeves. Octopus balls are here. Just then, a chef presented a freshly made platter of octopus balls before Beerus. He inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma. Let me take a bite to taste it. Without hesitation, Beerus took a mouthful, and the sensation was exhilarating. Oh my, this is delicious. Whis also expressed his delight. Both of them enjoyed the delicacy immensely. All right, I want to go after him just yet. Beerus glanced in the direction of Ye Tian, hoping he would refrain from provoking him in the future. If he dares to challenge me, I want to hesitate to obliterate him. Whis remained silent, relishing the meal. Who is Lord Beerus planning to obliterate? The Kaishin leaned in, curious. You wouldn't understand. Summon that old fellow, Beerus instructed the Kaishin. The old Kai, you mean? The Kaishin paused in surprise. Of course, who else could it be? Is it that old tortoiseshell fellow? Beerus rolled his eyes. Ah, understood. The Kaishin nodded and went off to summon the old Kai. At that moment, the old Kai was beside Sun Wukong, engaged in conversation. After Earth was restored, the Kaishin had brought the old Kai along, who had expressed a desire to come. Hey, Wukong, we must not go back on our word, the old Kai chuckled. What are you talking about? Sun Wukong scratched his head. You mentioned that if I helped unlock your son Gohan's latent potential, you would grant me a favor. The old Kai said, stretching out his 10 fingers with anticipation. I had forgotten about that. Look over there, that woman named Bulma, that's the one I was referring to. She is quite attractive, isn't she? Sun Wukong said softly while munching on food, directing his words to the old Kai. The old Kai immediately turned to gaze at Bulma, examining her closely. Although she appears somewhat mature, she undeniably possesses charm. Very well, indeed, the old Kai expressed his satisfaction. You may go. She is waiting for you over there. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. The old Kai, brimming with delight, hurried over to Bulma, unreservedly taking liberties with her. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, was bewildered by the audacity of this lecherous old man. What on earth are you doing? She exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch that sent the old Kai sprawling to the ground. Nearby, Vegeta witnessed the scene unfold and felt a surge of irritation. In an instant, he soared through the air, delivering a swift kick that propelled the old Kai high into the sky. Vegeta extended his hand, aiming at the old Kai suspended above him. Chapter 162, Mistaken Identity? Not Tianyi? Vegeta, what are you doing? The Supreme Kai, who had been searching for the old Kai, swiftly arrived on the scene, positioning himself protectively in front of the old Kai. Supreme Kai, step aside. Vegeta commanded coldly. What has the esteemed elder done to provoke your wrath? The Supreme Kai inquired urgently. Either you move, or I will not hesitate to obliterate you, Vegeta warned, energy coalescing in his hands. From a distance, Beerus observed the unfolding drama, his pupils narrowing in alarm. With a swift motion, Beerus flew in and struck Vegeta down to the ground. Is this the audacity of the times? People now dare to bully the Supreme Kai in my presence? He thought, incredulous. Do you wish to kill them? Vegeta, with a scoff, demanded, You better be honest with me, Beerus, or I shall obliterate you. Beerus retorted coldly, in a fit of rage. Vegeta unleashed the hidden energy within him, resulting in a brilliant column of golden light shooting into the sky. He launched a fierce assault against Beerus. However, after several rounds of fierce exchanges, Beerus effortlessly struck Vegeta down to the ground. Humph, I had thought your strength might surpass that of a Super Saiyan god. Yet I find myself sorely disappointed, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. Well, this works for me as it serves to ease my appetite. Lord Beerus. This is all a misunderstanding, the Supreme Kai interjected with a bittersweet smile, rushing forward to mediate. I care not for any misunderstandings. All I see is you and that old fool nearly being killed. Beerus spoke coldly. Do you comprehend what would transpire if both of you perished? The Supreme Kai immediately lowered his head in submission. And you, old man, what were you doing just now? Do not presume that I was oblivious, Beerus continued. His voice icy. This was an arrangement I made with Goku. The Elder Supreme Kai sheepishly scratched his head. Kakarot, what have you done? Vegeta bellowed. Why would you resort to such measures? Goku, Bulma added, her eyes blazing with anger. It was a necessary action to unlock Gohan's potential energy. I truly apologize, Goku admitted. Having not anticipated the situation escalating to this level. Why not use your own wife? Vegeta shouted back. I felt a bit uncomfortable allowing him to touch Chi-Chi. Goku replied candidly. And your discomfort permits you to allow him to touch my wife? Vegeta spat, his frustration evident. Ye Tian observed this scene. I did not witness in the anime. My existence must have altered the course of history, has it not? Did the Supreme Kai and the Elder Supreme Kai almost allow Vegeta to kill them? Weiss, we must depart, Beerus declared, patting his belly as he ascended into the sky, beckoning Weiss from a distance. Also, pack this, and that, Weiss instructed the chef nearby. The chef promptly began preparing the items for Weiss. Hurry up, Weiss, Beerus urged. The chef quickly finished packing, and Weiss appeared beside Beerus, carrying the packed boxes. Humph, while the cuisine of this planet is quite commendable, I deem its continued existence unnecessary. Beerus extended his hand, gathering destruction energy. Supreme Kai, swiftly escort your ancestor away. Ah, what do you intend to do, Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai inquired, somewhat bewildered. Get up here now? Beerus scowled, expressing his deep frustration. I have had enough of this planet. His discontent had already been brewing due to the matters concerning Ye Tian. It turned out that there had been a misunderstanding all along. This individual was not the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi. Moreover, just moments ago, Vegeta had nearly brought destruction upon both the Supreme Kai and the Old Kai. If you were to eliminate those two, I would vanish as well. Thus, Beerus has grown furious and intends to annihilate the Earth. Ye Tian furrowed his brow and promptly rose from his seat. With my current abilities, I should be able to erase Beerus's destruction, shouldn't I? What is this fellow thinking? Previously, he was exceedingly cordial towards me. Why has he suddenly decided to destroy the Earth? Ye Tian's expression shifted repeatedly. The Kaioshin, accompanied by the old Kaioshin, ascended into the sky and swiftly appeared beside Beerus. Lord Beerus, what are your intentions? Inquired the old Kaioshin. Humph, naturally to obliterate this planet. What do you think I intend to do? Beerus scoffed. Have you lost your mind, Lord Beerus? The old Kaioshin managed a bitter smile. Just a moment ago, the Grand Minister contacted Whis, stating that there had been a misunderstanding. Beerus chuckled lightly. What? A misunderstanding? The old Kaioshin momentarily froze, then glanced at Whis with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, the Grand Minister did convey that. Whis gently nodded. Is that truly the case? The old Kaioshin was at a loss for words. Enough of this chatter. I shall destroy this planet immediately. Beerus huffed. In the 7th universe, amidst the vast expanse of space, Kampa and Bardos were also hastening their approach. During their journey, Bardos similarly received a call from the Grand Minister. A look of astonishment crossed Vados's face. A misunderstanding? What kind of jest is this? This is no laughing matter, Kampa exclaimed. Bardos let out a resigned sigh. Could it truly be a mistake? Is that fellow Ye Tian a master of space? Kampa chuckled wryly. It seems so, Bardos nodded. Is it truly possible to make such an error? Kampa pondered aloud. You and Whis couldn't discern it. Could the Grand Minister have missed it as well? Bardos replied. Initially, the skills of a master of space are quite similar to that of Erasure, she elaborated. Kampa fell silent for 2 seconds. Even if they are similar, the Grand Minister should not be mistaken, he retorted, incredulous. What a colossal blunder this is. Upon further reflection, if Mr. Ye Tian were indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi, it would not be so easily discernible. Bardos mused. Your reasoning seems sound. Kampa wiped his brow. So what shall we do now? Should we return? The Grand Minister indicated that there remains an 11 likelihood that Ye Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi. Bardos responded. Could you please convey your message in one go? Chapter 163, The Heavenly Leaf Erasure System 1. 0. What do you intend to do? Kampa inquired. The Grand Priest is already aware of our quest for the Super Dragon Balls, Bardos chuckled. Kampa shivered slightly, wiping his sweat again. The Grand Priest remarked that this presents a splendid opportunity. Perhaps we could summon the Eternal Dragon through the Super Dragon Balls and inquire if Ye Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi. Bardos elaborated that if Kampa executes this task satisfactorily, the Grand Priest might forgive him for clandestinely collecting the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa was taken aback. Is there accountability for this matter? Alas, Lord Beerus seems intent on obliterating the Earth where Mr. Ye Tian resides. Bardos scrutinized her staff and addressed Kampa. What is that fool doing? ISNT, there's still an 11 chance. Kampa shouted, urging immediate intervention. Very well, Lord Kampa. Bardos replied, and promptly established contact with Whis through her staff. Upon hearing Bardos' words, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, there is indeed an 11 chance. Whis expressed mild astonishment. Yes, hence the Grand Priest has instructed us to consult the Eternal Dragon regarding this matter, Bardos proposed. Understood, Whis nodded. We shall arrive shortly. Let us prevent Lord Beerus from wreaking havoc on Earth. Bardos admonished. All right, sister, I shall stop Lord Beerus. Whis affirmed. After concluding the call, Whis relayed Bardos' concerns to Beerus. Beerus felt utterly disconcerted. Is there truly an accurate answer? How can there be an 11 chance? Beerus pondered in exasperation, hastily retracting his destructive energy. What does this probability signify? It suggests that Ye Tian might very well be the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi. The Eternal Dragon? What is that? Beerus inquired. Scattered throughout our 7th and 6th universes are the Dragon Balls, a total of 7. Once gathered, they can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish. Whis elucidated. The Eternal Dragon? I believe I have heard of it before. Is the intention to ascertain Ye Tian's true identity through this means? Beerus finally grasped the concept. Indeed, Whis nodded. Very well. It is not as though we are pressed for time. Beerus did not object. Below, Goku and Vegeta were immediately readying themselves for battle. Goten and Trunks had already merged into Gotenks. Gohan was exuding the aura of Mystic Gohan, poised for confrontation. However, all present were acutely aware that they were about to face an extraordinarily formidable foe, one far more terrifying than Majin Buu by hundreds or even thousands of times. What a jest! Did they not say that Ye Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi? Goku lamented, questioning why Beerus would still wish to destroy Earth. Ye Tian appeared utterly perplexed, a myriad of questions reflected in his expression. What does this mean? Whose reincarnation am I? He inquired. Goku, realizing that there was no longer anything to conceal, simply relayed what he knew to Ye Tian. Indeed, my friend Ye Tian, I heard Lord Kaioshin mention this. Gohan affirmed with a nod nearby. Wait a moment. Who is this Tianyi you speak of? Ye Tian asked, his confusion deepening. I have never heard of this person. Gohan elaborated. Tianyi is said to be the master of Lord Zeno, the father of all kings, and also the founder of the divine realm. He is the creator deity of all our universes. Ye Tian responded. Is there truly such an impressive figure in existence? Humph, such significant information. And you only now choose to divulge it. Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta, it was Lord Kaioshin's decree that we refrain from discussing this. Goku replied, somewhat distressed. Kakarot. I shall never forget how you brazenly promised that lecherous old man concerning Bulma. Vegeta's face turned an irate shade of green. But now is not the time for such grievances. They must first address the imminent crisis. I understand now. They must believe Ye Tian is not the reincarnation of Tianyi, which is why they seek to destroy Earth, Piccolo quickly deduced. Huh? Is that so? Goku exclaimed, glancing at Ye Tian in astonishment. It must be the case. Otherwise, if Ye Tian were indeed the reincarnation of that so-called creator deity, how could he dare to destroy Earth? Piccolo remarked with a smile. You are quite right, Goku nodded. Ye Tian felt somewhat speechless. What is this Tianyi? Why am I unaware of such a matter? Am I truly the reincarnation of this Tianyi? I am simply myself, not anyone's reincarnation. This cannot be. He paused. Wait a moment. Let me ponder this carefully. Why does the name Tianyi seem somewhat familiar? Is it merely because it resembles my own name? No. I must have encountered it somewhere. As Ye Tian contemplated, he suddenly caught sight of a line of small text in the lower right corner of his system panel. With keen focus, he read, Heavenly Leaf Erasure System 1. 0. This inscription was minuscule, almost imperceptible, yet not entirely so. It was rather easily overlooked. It resembled the experience of engaging with unfamiliar software that proves enjoyable, yet whose name eludes memory, particularly when it comes to English applications. The Heavenly Leaf Erasure System? Ye Tian was certain he had encountered this line before, thus the name Heavenly Leaf lingered in his mind to a certain extent. What could this imply? Could it be that the original divine founder had transmigrated into this system? That would indeed be a tragedy. It is no wonder that Weiss and the others oscillated between believing I am the reincarnation of Heavenly Leaf and doubting it. If Heavenly Leaf truly had been reborn as a system, who could he possibly turn to for answers? However, Ye Tian recognized that now was not the moment for such musings. The pressing concern at hand was to address the formidable threat posed by Beerus. Should Beerus truly seek to obliterate Earth, it remained uncertain whether Ye Tian's current erasure abilities would suffice to nullify his destructive energy. Nevertheless, Ye Tian had resolved to prepare for the eradication of the god of destruction. Should you dare to unleash destructive energy, I would not hesitate to erase those two gods of destruction and make you vanish. After all, there are still 2 young ladies on this planet whom Ye Tian cherishes. Ye Tian is fully prepared to take action. However, just as he was about to strike, he noticed that Beerus had retracted his destructive energy. Chapter 164. The Gathering of the Super Dragon Balls. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the next moment, two streams of light, each a different hue, sped towards them from afar, hovering high above and aligning with Beerus and his companions. Ye Tian focused intently and beheld Kappa and Vados appearing in the sky. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Tian recalled that Kappa had previously seemed to extend goodwill towards him. Could it be that Kappa believed I am the reincarnation of Tianyi? This would certainly make sense. No wonder I sensed a hint of reverence in their demeanor. I fear you may be disappointed. I am not the reincarnation of Tianyi. I am simply myself. I am Ye Tian. The reincarnated Tianyi may have transformed into my system, but that is merely a possibility. I cannot ascertain whether this is true. Perhaps the system merely shares his name. You scoundrel! How dare you secretly venture into our universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls? Beerus barked with a scowl. Heh, who told you to only sleep? Kappa chuckled. I've been idly passing the time. And it took nearly 10 years to finally gather 5 of them. Enough. Hand over those 5 Dragon Balls at once. We shall seek the remaining 2 together. Beerus stated coldly. Understood. Let us first locate the other 2 Dragon Balls. Kappa nodded, casting a glance at the Kaioshin, who would facilitate their search for the Dragon Balls with instantaneous movement. Did you hear that, boy? Beerus instructed the Kaioshin. Ah? Yes, I understand. The Kaioshin replied with a nod. Soon after, Whis and Vados began to search for the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls with their staffs. Approximately 10 minutes later, Whis and Vados finally pinpointed the locations of the last 2 Dragon Balls. Let us depart, Beerus beckoned. Whoosh. The next moment, the Kaioshin executed instantaneous movement, whisking Beerus and the others away in an instant. They've left? Sun Wukong exclaimed, momentarily stunned and curious about their activities. It is certain that we have temporarily evaded disaster. Piccolo pondered. How terrifying. It appears we must continue our rigorous training, Sun Wukong remarked with a wry smile, realizing that even transforming into a Super Saiyan God does not make him a match for Beerus. What a perplexing situation. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Ye Tian, are you truly the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi? Gohan inquired with curiosity. At this point, Ye Tian was already aware of the secrets regarding Tianyi that had been previously mentioned. Thus, concealing the truth any further seemed futile. That should not be the case. I apologize for any disappointment, Ye Tian replied with a subtle smile. Ha ha ha, disappointment is not the issue. I was merely adjusting to the idea that my classmate suddenly became the creator deity of the entire universe. Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. If that were the case, I would find you much more approachable. At that moment, both Bulma and Android 18 displayed expressions of confusion. They were somewhat bewildered. What is going on? Is it possible that Ye Tian is the creator deity of the universe? It must be a misunderstanding, sighed Goku. Nonetheless, it seems everything is fine now. Humph, Kakarot. Don't celebrate too soon, Vegeta interjected with a huff. If Beerus truly intends to destroy this planet, its annihilation is merely a matter of time, unless we possess the strength to defeat him. But how can we fight him? Goku lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Even the Super Saiyan God is no match for Lord Beerus. And I have heard from the old Kai that the Destroyer God is an insurmountable ceiling in this universe. Bah, I will surpass him one day. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly again. Ye Tian, is there truly no connection between you and that so-called creator deity Tianyi? Bulma asked. It should not be a significant connection. Ye Tian shook his head. I don't care about the connection, Bulma replied, her brow furrowed with concern. What worries me most is that if you suddenly transform into some Tianyi, you might forget about me. That won't happen. I will always be your Ye Tian, he smiled reassuringly. Bulma sighed in relief, gently nodding her head. Though Android 18 remained silent, Ye Tian's words eased her worries as well. We are not concerned with who you are, be it Tianyi or the creator deity. As long as you don't forget us, that is enough. Wait, something feels off. Why did I say us? Bulma is my rival, 17 remarked, glancing at Android 18 without saying a word. Since there seems to be no immediate danger, let us continue enjoying our meal, Ye Tian suggested. Upon hearing his words, everyone reluctantly resumed their festive gathering. At this moment, even the thought of confronting Beerus seemed impossible, for he was indeed far too powerful. Well, I must be heading back now, 17 announced as he stood up, addressing Android 18. Are you leaving already? Android 18 asked, slightly taken aback. The wildlife sanctuary has just been restored, hasn't he it? Precisely because it has just been restored, I must hurry back to ensure everything is all right. 17 replied. Wait, are you 17? Sun Wukong approached with a hint of surprise in his gaze directed at number 17. Humph, do you think you know who I am? Number 17 chuckled softly. I have not encountered you before. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, your transformation with that long hair is indeed formidable. With a grin, no. 17 responded, ah, so you have observed it? Sun Wukong laughed heartily. If we have the chance, we should spar together. Number 17 smiled warmly. Certainly. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Then, farewell. After number 17 spoke, he soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Ye Tian, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to indulge in his feast. He felt no concern regarding his identity. The notion of being Tian Yi was of no consequence to him. Presently, Ye Tian speculated that the entity known as the founding deity Tian Yi might have transcended into a system. One could say this fellow had quite the unfortunate fate. Why must you traverse into a system, rather than manifesting as something more remarkable? One must ponder if you possess any semblance of consciousness at all. If you possess a conscious existence, would you attempt to usurp me? No, this is the Dragon Ball saga, not the realm of cultivation. There is no concept of usurpation here, right? Never mind. I shall seize the opportunity to engage in a game of basketball with Biddy Lee or Android 18. Before this system develops consciousness, I must partake in endeavors of my own desire. Who knows when this system might suddenly gain sentience? In the 7th universe, amidst the collaborative efforts of Kampa, Beerus, and the Supreme Kai, the remaining 2 Dragon Balls have finally been located. Now, all 7 Super Dragon Balls have been gathered. Arise. Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. I wish to ascend. Bardos promptly begins the summoning of the dragon. Chapter 165, Bardos wished the 7 colossal Dragon Balls suddenly radiate an astounding golden brilliance. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent golden dragon weaves through the cosmos. The dragon is extraordinarily vast, its body comparable to a galaxy. State your wish. I can fulfill any desire you have. The voice of the eternal dragon resonates. O eternal dragon, my wish is for all gods and mortals to forget that Ye Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi, Bardos declares. Upon hearing Bardos' words, the assembled deities are left astonished. Even Whis remains in a daze for a considerable time. Bardos, what have you done? Kampa exclaims. What? Ye Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi? Beerus is taken aback. Why deceive us? Oh dear. The Grand Minister has stated that your behavior has been overly conspicuous, which could significantly impact Lord Tian Yi. Thus, it is essential to erase your memories, including mine and that of the Grand Minister. Bardos replies with a smile. Oh dear, does this mean our memories will vanish? Whis sighs. Oh eternal dragon, please grant this wish. I implore you, Bardos smiles. With a hum, the eternal dragon's eyes flicker with golden light. In an instant, the dragon's divine power swiftly envelopes the assembled gods. Simultaneously, a surge of divine energy rushes towards Earth, settling upon Ye Tian and the others, erasing their memories. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The voice of the eternal dragon resonates, swiftly transforming into 7 streams of golden light, disappearing without a trace. The universe returns to tranquility. Whis, Bardos, Kampa, and Beerus stand in a stupor, exchanging bewildered glances. The Supreme Kai scratches his head in confusion. Bardos, what wish did you just make? I cannot recall. Kampa inquires. Oh dear, I cannot seem to remember either. Bardos shakes her head. Strange, what exactly transpired? Kampa looks towards Beerus. Kampa, what brings you to our 7th universe? With a scowl, Beerus exclaimed. I offered a bitter smile, pondering what had just transpired. What was that? Beerus inquired. Ah, it seems to be the Dragon Balls. Gathering 7 of them can grant any wish, Whis interjected. The Dragon Balls are scattered between our 7th universe and the 6th. So, Kampa, did you come here to pilfer our Dragon Balls? Beerus ground his teeth, glaring at Kampa. The question is, what wish did you make, Beerus? Kampa hastily asked. To be honest, I can't recall. Perhaps it was a wish related to erasing memories, Beerus speculated. Indeed, what would it mean if we lost a segment of our memories? Whis mused. What? What memory has been lost? It must be something of great significance. Beerus exclaimed in surprise. I don't know. Whis shook his head. What on earth occurred? Beerus frowned. Never mind. It's no longer important, Beerus continued. Previously, Lord Kampa suggested that we host a competition between our 2 universes, suggested Beerus. Yes, I did indeed propose such a notion, Kampa huffed, looking provocatively at Beerus. What do you say, Beerus? Shall we test it out and see whose universe boasts the mightier warriors? Humph, who is afraid? Let us compete. Beerus showed no signs of backing down. Then let us each select 5 warriors from our universes for the contest. How does that sound? Kampa smiled. The losing side will serve the winner for 10 years. Is that a fair stipulation? Of course, that is acceptable. You will come to regret this, Compa. Beerus retorted. Do you have 3 days to prepare? Compa inquired. That works. Beerus nodded in agreement. 3 days from now, we will create a planet for the competition and contact you then, Compa stated. Humph, you seem quite confident, Compa. Beerus chuckled lightly. Naturally, even if I cannot best you, do you truly believe the warriors from our universe cannot triumph over yours? Compa grinned mischievously. Then, we shall reconvene in 3 days. In the blink of an eye, Compa and Beerus transformed into 2 streaks of colored light and swiftly departed the scene. As they flew, Compa scratched his head in confusion. Hey, Beerus, which memory did we lose? Compa asked. I'm not sure. After all, I've lost some of my memories too. Beerus responded. Wasn't it at your wish? I heard you vocalize it, Compa remarked. It's quite possible that the Grand Minister prompted me to make that wish, Beerus smiled. What is the Grand Minister concealing? Compa asked, somewhat astonished. Shall Lord Compa inquire with the Grand Minister? Beerus smiled. I will contact the Grand Minister right away. As Bardos began to prepare to contact the Grand Priest with her staff, Compa quickly waved his hands, his face pale with alarm. Wait. I was merely speaking casually. Since the Grand Priest does not wish for us to know certain matters, it is best that we remain ignorant. Bardos offered no further commentary. However, she did recall the intention to engage in a contest of mortals with the 7th universe and the troublesome being known as Beerus. That detail had not escaped her memory. Compa chuckled. Indeed, I remember that as well. Bardos nodded in agreement. Humph, the caliber of their universe is rather mediocre. That rotund pink creature has thrown their universe into chaos, and I recall the Supreme Kai nearly met his demise at the hands of that very being. Compa said with a hint of pride. Thus, if we were to employ it, defeating everyone from the 7th universe should be a mere formality. Meanwhile, Beerus was perplexed. Hey, Whis, what on earth just happened? What memories have been erased from our minds? He inquired. It is likely something the Grand Priest did not wish for us to know. Whis replied. What? Even you were kept in the dark? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, a portion of my memories has also vanished, was confirmed with a nod. Well, since it is the Grand Priestess' will, it is best we do not pursue knowledge of it, Beerus conceded. For now, let us find 5 suitable contenders to prepare for the competition in 3 days. Who does Lord Beerus intend to select for the tournament? Whis inquired. That Goku fellow possesses decent strength, particularly in his Super Saiyan God form. It is indeed impressive, though regrettably, his endurance is fleeting, Beerus pondered. If we could provide him with proper training, he might prove to be a valuable asset. Shall I train Mr. Goku? Whis asked. With only 3 days. That may not be sufficient, Beerus shook his head. Perhaps Lord Beerus could utilize that other dimensional space, the Supreme Kai interjected, raising his hand. Yes, if we train in that other dimensional space, a year spent there equates to merely a day outside. It is indeed an excellent option, the old Supreme Kai nodded. Recognizing the merit of the suggestion, even patting the Supreme Kai on the shoulder. Well done, young one, you've made a fine proposal. The Supreme Kai smiled bashfully. Training in the other dimensional space is indeed a splendid choice, Whis agreed. Let us proceed to Earth, Beerus concurred, seeing the wisdom in the plan. Then it would be my pleasure to have the Supreme Kai transport us to Earth, Whis stated. No problem, leave it to me, came the reply. The old Kai readily agreed, then scratched his head and remarked, Lord Beerus was just contemplating the destruction of Earth. Fortunately, it was spared, otherwise. Where would we find candidates for the tournament? Humph, that Vegeta nearly killed you earlier. You must understand, if both of you were to perish, I would cease to exist as well. Beerus snorted. That Vegeta can be quite ruthless, the old Kai lamented, rubbing the spot where Vegeta had struck him. Tears welling in his eyes. All I did was touch his wife a few times. How can you still speak of it, you old fool? Beerus retorted, his nostrils flaring in indignation. You touched his wife. It's only natural that he would retaliate. It was Goku who suggested that if I helped enhance his son's strength, he would allow me to visit the old Kai, he continued. So, with Vegeta and Goku as son, we now have 3 candidates. Beerus pondered. I recall another formidable individual. But his identity eludes me, the old Kai scratched his head in confusion. Let us investigate further, Beerus proposed. I remember now, it's Majin Buu. Let us invite him to participate. The old Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasn't he that fellow expelled by the evil Majin Buu? The current Majin Buu has transformed into a good being. With that, we will have 4 participants. We just need to select one more to reach the required 5. Beerus nodded in agreement. Kai. The old Kai, accompanied by Beerus and the others, initiated instant transmission, vanishing from their location in the blink of an eye. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, as the Dragon of God appeared to grant wishes, all present experienced a moment of blankness in their minds. The memories of Ye Tian being the reincarnation of Lord Tian Ye were effortlessly erased by the dragon. Additionally, memories of Ye Tian's immense power and his signature technique, obliteration, were also wiped away. However, Ye Tian's own memories remained intact. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were still enjoying the feast. Amidst their dining, Gohan exclaimed, "Huh? Ye Tian, did I arrive? You're here too? When did you arrive?" Ye Tian responded with a perplexed expression. "What does this mean? Why do you ask such a question? We have always been here." "Gohan, is something the matter with you?" Videl looked at son Gohan with a puzzled expression. "Is that so? Have you truly been here all along?" "I don't recall." Gohan scratched his head. "Hee. Could it be that you were rendered foolish by Majin-Buu?" Videl teased. "Ha. That does seem like a possibility," Gohan admitted with a shy nod. "Ah, and this is your classmate, Ye Tian, correct?" Son Goku smiled. "I remember you. That cake you delivered to Dabra was quite impressive." Ye Tian once again wore a face full of confusion. "Why do you say that? Why do you not speak of the scene when I battled against Majin-Buu? Have you heard of Tianai, Videl?" Ye Tian inquired of Videl. "What is Tianai?" "I have never heard of it," Videl replied, regarding Ye Tian with a puzzled expression. "Surely, you all have heard of the original deity?" Ye Tian asked the others present. One by one, Sun Wukong and the others shook their heads in confusion. "What original deity?" "All we know are Lord Kaioshin and Lord Beerus," Sun Wukong answered. "Forget it," Ye Tian said, choosing not to elaborate further. He had already surmised that perhaps Beerus and Kampa had left to search for the Super Dragon Balls after the emergence of the Dragon of God. Could it be that they had erased any knowledge concerning my reincarnation as Tianai? I truly am not the reincarnation of Tianai. There is no time to dwell on that now. The most pressing matter is to swiftly enhance my own power. I sense that the instigator behind all this may very well be that Grand Minister fellow. What is his true intention? Why do you wish to erase everyone's memories of Tianai? Do you harbor any ulterior motives for your existence? Ye Tian finds himself perplexed as to whether the Supreme God is targeting him. Why else would they seek to erase their memories? As Ye Tian pondered this, whoosh! The King of Worlds, accompanied by Beerus and others, executed a sudden teleportation, swiftly appearing on the scene. Upon seeing Beerus return, Sun Wukong and the others immediately became vigilant, rising from their seats, fully prepared for another battle. "I have not come to trouble you," Beerus said with a gentle smile, "but rather to invite you to participate in a competition. I wonder if you might be interested." "A competition? What sort of competition?" Sun Wukong inquired, taken aback and eager to learn more. "It is a contest between our universe and the sixth universe," Beerus explained, "where each universe will select 5 individuals to compete. If we emerge victorious, will Lord Beerus refrain from destroying Earth?" Sun Wukong asked hopefully. "Indeed," Beerus replied readily, "but should you lose, I would not hesitate to obliterate your planet. While the culinary delights here are rather commendable, I could always take a few exceptional chefs to my own realm to prepare meals for me. We shall give it our all," Sun Wukong declared, his expression turning serious as he turned to Vegeta. "Vegeta, what do you say? Shall we participate?" "Humph," Vegeta grunted, a tacit agreement. "And you, Gohan?" Sun Wukong queried his son. "I will join as well," Gohan affirmed without objection. "And what of that pink, rotund fellow? His strength is commendable," Beerus remarked, gesturing towards Majin-Buu, who was indulging in food and drink. "Buu, what about you? Will you partake in the competition? Will there be food after the match?" Buu grinned widely. "Absolutely," Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "I will participate," Buu responded eagerly. "Now we require one more participant," Beerus surveyed the gathering, his gaze briefly landing on Ye Tian before swiftly averting. He began to disregard Ye Tian's presence entirely, as his memory held no recollection of Ye Tian. "We wish to join the competition as well," Goten and Trunks chimed in unison. "You two will need to employ the fusion technique to compete, won't you?" The King of Worlds interjected. "Can the fusion technique allow them to become one entity and participate?" Sun Wukong asked Beerus. "That won't he do. Competing as a single individual formed from 2 would be rather embarrassing. Even if you were to win," Beerus shook his head disapprovingly. "After all, they are ultimately 2 distinct beings. What if, upon winning, that fellow Kampa refuses to acknowledge it?" Beerus believed that Kampa could indeed accomplish it. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from employing the fusion technique. "What do you think about having Android 18 participate in the tournament?" Goku proposed. "I have no interest," Android 18 replied, shaking her head. Unless there is a reward. Bulma. Goku glanced at Bulma. Bang. Bulma swiftly slapped Goku to the ground. I'm still furious about that old man's antics. Bulma exclaimed angrily. I've already apologized to you several times. Please do not remain upset, Goku pleaded. All right. Bulma rolled her eyes. If Android 18 participates in our universe triumphs, I shall reward you with 10 million zeni. Sounds good. Android 18 nodded in agreement. But Android 17 is stronger than I am. Having him join the tournament would be a wise choice. 17? He just left. Goku scratched his head. I can call him back, but the prize money must be doubled. Android 18 chuckled. Fine, double it is. Bulma nodded in acquiescence. We certainly have the funds for it. Just pick anyone. It doesn't matter what number. Beerus huffed. Now, Goku and Vegeta, you two will accompany Whis to the hyperbolic time chamber to train. You must solidify your Super Saiyan God state and, ideally, achieve the ability to transform into that form at will. Huh? Competing with the 6th universe using Super Saiyan God? Goku asked in astonishment. Of course. Do you think your Super Saiyan 3 can best the warriors of the 6th universe? To ensure absolute certainty. It is far more suitable for Whis to train you both thoroughly, Beerus suggested. Under Whis's guidance, I believe you will make significant progress. Even if you cannot attain the Super Saiyan God form, your overall strength will undoubtedly increase. All right, when do we start training? Goku inquired. You may begin right after you finish eating, Whis replied, already indulging in his meal. Did you not eat before? How come you are starting again now? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, left with no choice, continued their meal. After finishing this repast, they followed Whis to commence their training. Before departing, Sun Wukong specifically asked Android 18 to summon Android 17 to join the competition. Android 18 did not object and made a call to Android 17. Why not earn some money if there's an opportunity? Android 17 replied that he could participate in the competition in 3 days, as he could conveniently arrange his work at the wildlife sanctuary during that time. By the way, I just recalled that Mr. Satan still owes me quite a bit of money, doesn't he? Android 18 said with a playful smile as she looked at Satan. Startled, Satan quickly hid behind Majin Buu. Now that Satan had the formidable Majin Buu as his protector, he felt unafraid of Android 18. Satan, since you promised to pay Android 18, you should do so promptly. Ye Tian interjected. Understood. Satan lowered his head in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Tian decided to venture into the other dimensional space. He planned to remain there for 3 months, hoping to elevate his level. I must grow quickly, otherwise, I fear that the Grand Minister may act unpredictably. Soon after, Ye Tian appeared in the temple and entered the room of spirit and time. Ye Tian, you've come in too? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise and greeted Ye Tian. Yes, I just wanted to see. Ye Tian smiled. I also wish to become stronger. All right then, let us strive together. Sun Wukong replied without further ado. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Ye Tian's presence. Does everyone dare to come here to train now? Let them be, it matters not. Whis looked at Ye Tian with some surprise, but did not comment further. Whis had already forgotten Ye Tian's true identity, as the Dragon of the Gods had erased all memories related to Ye Tian being Lord Tianai from the gods, including Whis and Beerus. Now, our training shall commence. Whis called to Vegeta and Sun Wukong. They promptly stood at attention, ready for instruction. What I am about to teach you is the divine combat technique known as Ultra Instinct, Whis declared. Ultra Instinct? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Vegeta remained silent. In simple terms, Ultra Instinct is a divine fighting skill. Once mastered, no matter how formidable the opponent, defeat will be impossible, Whis said with a smile. Such power is truly remarkable. Sun Wukong was filled with excitement. Whis continued to explain to Sun Wukong and Vegeta and, upon finishing, wandered off to indulge in some food. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had their own insights. Ye Tian, on the other hand, had little to learn, primarily relying on the passage of time. He planned to spend 3 months here, hoping to further upgrade his Erasure Technique. Days slipped by one after another. Approximately 3 months had elapsed. Sun Wukong was the first to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, however, did not lag too far behind. Just 2 days after Sun Wukong's transformation, he was able to transform on his own as well. Well done. You two have finally grasped the fundamental skills of godhood. Whis nodded in satisfaction. My time has flown by faster than I anticipated. It has barely been 3 months. Chapter 168. Advancement. Diamond Level Erasure Technique. Hee. Now we should be able to defeat the warriors of Universe 6. Sun Wukong expressed with eager anticipation. Do not speak so confidently. There are formidable beings over in Universe 6 as well, Whis replied with a smile. Then I shall remain here. I am to surpass the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta declared. I too will continue my training, aspiring for even greater heights. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. It is splendid that you both think this way. Let us continue our training here, Whis affirmed. By the way, is Ye Tian doing all right? Sun Wukong pointed to Ye Tian, who was sound asleep in the room. This fellow has not engaged in training at all. He has merely eaten and slept. It has been nearly 3 months. I wonder what he is doing here. Experiencing life? Vegeta shook his head. Never mind him, Whis smiled, not particularly concerned about Ye Tian. Indeed, Ye Tian had been here for almost 3 months, with just 5 minutes remaining until the 3-month mark. After all, he did not require training, as he would automatically upgrade over time. Ye Tian was uncertain whether he could upgrade in this realm, as he did not know if time was measured according to the outside world or based on his current location. If it were the latter, he had indeed been here for 3 months. Just 2 minutes remained. Ye Tian felt a twinge of excitement. Whether he could upgrade depended on these final 2 minutes. The 2 minutes passed swiftly. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to the Platinum level Erasure Technique. The announcement continued. Platinum level Erasure Technique. Physical strength is 10 times that of Beerus. And you possess the ability to create and erase a planet. You may erase any human or god of the universe, excluding angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni-King. You can advance to the Diamond level Erasure Technique in 6 months. I did it. Ye Tian felt a surge of joy within him. He had truly succeeded. In merely 6 months, he would reach the Diamond level. Given the training pace of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they would likely remain there for at least another 2 years. This meant that by the time he emerged, he might very well attain the Starry level. The eradication technique at the Starry level possessed a physical strength tenfold that of an angel, granting the ability to eliminate an angel. Ye Tian was filled with anticipation. Of course, he had no intention of eradicating angels. His primary desire was to enhance his own strength, which would provide him with a sense of security. A power 10 times that of an angel should be sufficient to defeat the Grand Priest. If the Grand Priest dared to target him again, he would surely relish the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Ye Tian exhaled softly, deciding to continue biding his time in this place. Why concern himself with anything else? Thus, another 6 months passed. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to Diamond level Eradication Technique. Diamond level Eradication Technique. Physical strength is 100 times that of Beerus, capable of wiping out an entire galaxy with a mere wave of the hand. After a year, one may progress to the Starry level Eradication Technique. Finally, he had achieved Diamond status. Ye Tian was overjoyed, even contemplating attempting to erase a planet just for the thrill of it. This upgrade to Diamond level did not indicate the ability to eliminate humans or gods. It was likely similar to the Platinum level, permitting the eradication of gods below the angels, including destroyer gods. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Tian's physical strength had already reached 100 times that of Beerus. This level of strength was simply exhilarating. Moreover, in a year, he would advance to Starry level. He resolved to continue his stay here. Perhaps he could emerge later to flaunt his newfound power. He decided to remain for a few more months and exit just before the year mark. An unexpected upgrade during a critical moment would lend a sense of ceremony to the occasion. Although Ye Tian had experienced a significant enhancement in strength, he maintained an outward demeanor of calmness, as if nothing had transpired. He thought, it was time to check on the training progress of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With that, Ye Tian stepped outside. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle, both fighting in their normal forms. The first to defeat Lord Beerus will be me, Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, catching Sun Wukong's incoming punch and swiftly throwing him aside. Every time, you're one step ahead. I've had enough, Vegeta declared, transforming into a streak of light as he rapidly pursued Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong executed his instant transmission, appearing instantaneously behind Vegeta. Reacting with remarkable speed, Vegeta executed a dazzling turn and launched a punch. However, Sun Wukong vanished once again, evading the blow with his incredible speed. Vegeta pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks, yet Sun Wukong artfully dodged each strike, refusing to engage in direct confrontation. After a prolonged exchange, Vegeta found himself increasingly agitated, veins popping from his forehead in frustration. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, his irritation growing. Vegeta's mind is becoming unsettled, was remarked with a sigh. He then cast a glance towards the emerging Ye Tian. Mr. Ye Tian, have you awakened? Whis greeted with a smile. Indeed, just taking a stroll, Ye Tian nodded. Whis looked at him once more, momentarily taken aback, sensing a significant increase in Ye Tian's power. How is Mr. Ye Tian trained? Is it possible to grow stronger merely by sleeping? What a fortunate circumstance. However, Whis, being of a discreet nature, refrained from further inquiries and shifted his attention back to the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Vegeta. Over here, he exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch toward the figure. Yet, upon contact, he realized he had been deceived. It was a large block of ice that Sun Wukong had brought from a distant location. Oh no, this is bad. Vegeta gasped as he discovered Kakarot had materialized behind him, poised to attack. Without hesitation, Vegeta radiated a blue glow, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Blue? Whis frowned slightly. With a mighty wave of his hand, Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy blast that struck Sun Wukong, causing him to wail in pain as the blue energy engulfed him. The entire dimensional space trembled violently. A rift in space was created by Vegeta's assault. With a flick of his staff, Whis directed his divine power at the rift, promptly mending it. Chapter 169. Sun Wukong and Vegeta ascend to Super Blue. That hurts, you know, Sun Wukong shouted, rubbing the sore spot. Wasn't it agreed that transforming into Super Saiyan while in the Super Saiyan God state was prohibited? If you were to transform into a Super Saiyan God form of a Super Saiyan, then I would have no choice but to revert to the form of a Super Saiyan prior to that transformation. With a swift motion, Goku proclaimed as he immediately ascended into a Super Saiyan Blue form. This transformation, however, has yet to receive a name. Ha ha ha, transform as you will, we are all, after all, ascending into Super Saiyan forms from the Super Saiyan God state. Yet it is undeniably my Super Saiyan God form that has evolved into a more formidable Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed heartily, piqued by the challenge. Not at all. It is my Super Saiyan God version of Super Saiyan Goku who, while speaking, accidentally bit his own tongue, letting out a yelp of pain. Vegeta, are you a pig? Hey Vegeta. That name is rather lengthy. Could we perhaps bestow a different title upon this transformation? Goku suggested. Let us call it Super Saiyan Blue, Ye Tian interjected. Oh my mister. Ye Tian and I were on the same wavelength. I was about to propose that name as well. Whis nodded. Then let it be known as Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, do you all choose names so casually? Even Sun Wukong seems to be wiping sweat silently. This name is rather straightforward. Why not refer to the god of Super Saiyan as the Red Super Saiyan? Although Sun Wukong internally grumbled, he chose not to elaborate further. You too. This match prohibits transformations. If you do not adhere to the agreed-upon training, I will find myself in quite the predicament. Whis's expression grew somewhat serious as he promptly used his staff to repair the damaged dimensional space. With a snap, the staff pointed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, encasing them in heavy garments. This is a punishment for your disruption of this realm. You shall don these burdensome outfits, Whis remarked with a smile. I can hardly move. Vegeta felt an overwhelming weight. Indeed, it's all your fault, Vegeta, Sun Wukong exclaimed. What did you say, Kakarot? Can this possibly be blamed on me? Vegeta shouted. Is it not? Sun Wukong retorted. Ye Tian, observing the enhancement in their abilities, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. These two have ultimately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue within a mere 9 months. It appears that soon they will emerge from this training. They should not remain here for too long. I have taught you both nearly everything I can. The rest is for you to discover on your own, Whis smiled. I am off to indulge in some delectable cuisine. Will you two continue your training here, or join me outside? I want to stay and continue training, Sun Wukong replied. Of course, I will continue my training, Vegeta affirmed. Very well, continue on, Whis nodded, then politely inquired of Ye Tian, and what about you, Mr. Ye Tian? I will also remain to train, Ye Tian responded. Whis, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong each expressed their bewilderment. Have you remained to cultivate your skills? Aside from sleeping, do you merely indulge in eating? Is it not preferable for you to indulge in culinary delights elsewhere? Why must you endure such discomfort here? I truly find it astonishing. Especially Vegeta, who is quite displeased. That fellow Ye Tian has claimed a bed for himself, forcing me to share a bed with Kakarot. Whis, on the other hand, does not require sleep, thus he is free from such concerns. With no other choice, Vegeta has resigned himself to sleeping on the floor. A predicament he has endured for quite some time. If you wish to stay, you may, however, I expect my bed back. Vegeta huffed. Having taken care of you for a considerable duration, I almost forgot, thanks to your silence. Ye Tian tapped his forehead and promptly retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, tossing it aside carelessly. With a pop, the capsule transformed into a luxurious house. From now on, I shall reside within, and my little bed shall be yours, Ye Tian declared with a cheerful demeanor to Vegeta. Vegeta, you possess this item, yet you still occupy a bed? Should I also venture out to request a capsule house from Bulma? Never mind, we Scions do not dwell on such trivialities. Whis soon departed. Ye Tian, along with Son Goku and Vegeta, remained behind. Ye Tian continued to spend his time in the Room of Spirit and Time, while Vegeta engaged in yet another fierce confrontation with Son Goku outside. Vegeta, do you think the warriors from Universe 6 will be formidable? Inquired Son Goku. Undoubtedly powerful, replied Vegeta. Why are you so certain? Son Goku asked, taken aback. The god of destruction named Kampa has visited our universe several times. He must have felt confident in his chances to organize this martial arts tournament, Vegeta speculated. Oh, I see. You make a valid point, Son Goku nodded. Compared to someone as dim-witted as you, I am certainly far more astute, Vegeta scoffed, delivering a punch to Son Goku. Son Goku quickly dodged and descended rapidly from the air. I'm quite eager. I look forward to challenging the warriors from Universe 6, Son Goku smiled. Humph. Are you a child? Have you not noticed how old you are? All you do is fight. Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, please don't say that. I can't help but feel you sound remarkably like Chi-Chi. Son Goku scratched his head. Furthermore, did you not claim that Scions remain youthful until the age of 80? Son Goku asked. I was referring to appearance, not your mental state, Vegeta replied, his expression darkening. I see. Son Goku scratched his head once more. Enough of this idle chatter. Vegeta bellowed, his blue aura radiating as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Very well, I shall also become Super Saiyan Blue. Son Goku smiled slightly, equally transforming. Whis had mentioned that he had reinforced this space to a certain extent, ensuring that their battle would not cause significant disruption. That is splendid. Vegeta readied himself for combat. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon engaged in a fierce exchange. After several rounds of combat, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast from his hand. The energy blast hurtled towards Son Goku. With a swift motion, Son Goku slapped the energy blast, redirecting it through the air toward Ye Tian's residence. Not good. Ye Tian is in danger, Son Goku exclaimed, realizing that instant transmission would be too late. Vegeta, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, hastily pursued ahead. However, the energy blast unleashed by Goku was exceedingly swift, leaving both combatants momentarily dazed. In that instant, the energy blast drew perilously close to the residence of Ye Tian. This was troubling. Goku, filled with urgency, exclaimed, just as the energy blast neared Ye Tian's abode. It mysteriously vanished, effortlessly erased by Ye Tian himself. Huh, what just happened? Goku stood in bewilderment. It disappeared? Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. How peculiar. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, something is amiss. Vegeta glanced towards the direction of the disappearance. How did it vanish? Goku inquired once more. Notably, the memories associated with Ye Tian's erasure in Satan City had also been obliterated by the Dragon of the Gods. This meant that the mysterious hero had likewise faded from existence. In the minds of all, the enigmatic hero no longer existed. The unfortunate Bafity now found himself devoid of a scapegoat. Previously, at least Bafity could be mentioned as the one who bore the blame for the illustrious Ye Tian for an extended period. Yet now, the pitiable magician Bafity was on the verge of being forgotten. How strange. Goku grew increasingly perplexed, then shook his head, deciding to let it be. Let us move on. Vegeta, humph, though I find it peculiar, encountering anything odd pales in comparison to defeating you. Vegeta scoffed. Immediately thereafter, Goku and Vegeta resumed their fierce battle. Ye Tian remained within for several months before finally emerging. Upon his exit, he was warmly welcomed by Videl and Android 18. After all, for Videl and 18, Ye Tian had only been absent for a mere 2 days. You both came? Ye Tian exclaimed with excitement as he rushed forward to embrace Videl. When he approached to hug 18, she huffed and sidestepped away. 18, no need to be shy. Tonight, I'll take you both to play basketball. I delight in scoring in various hoops, Ye Tian grinned. Videl, 18, wait a moment, what did you call me? 18 inquired. I prefer the name 18. It has a certain uniqueness. While Azuli is pleasant, I have a fondness for 18, Ye Tian replied. Suit yourself, 18 rolled her eyes. Let us return home first. Ye Tian stepped forward, grasping the hand of the girl numbered 18, while his other hand held onto Videl. Shortly thereafter, he departed the temple with the two enchanting young women. Originally, Ye Tian had intended to seek training with Beerus, yet it appeared that Beerus was absent from the temple. Ye Tian surmised that Beerus was likely at Bulma's residence, indulging in her hospitality. There was no need to rush. He could wait a while longer. Meanwhile, Krillin and Piccolo, along with others, remained in the temple, anticipating the return of Goku and Vegeta. Krillin, having noticed Ye Tian with a girl in each hand, was nearly salivating with envy. Is this what it has come to, that scoundrels are so in demand? Krillin lamented indignantly. No, Krillin, you are mistaken, Lepin interjected with a shake of his head. What do you mean I'm mistaken? Krillin inquired, puzzled. It's not that scoundrels are popular. It's simply that he is good-looking. Lepin smiled. Are you implying that I am no longer handsome? Lu Ping chuckled. You see, I do have several girlfriends, albeit from rather unconventional places. Nonetheless, I have come to realize that it's all just for fun. Why don't you help me find one next time? Klin gazed at Lu Ping eagerly. Of course, I can arrange that. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you out. Lu Ping readily agreed, then leaned closer to Klin, whispering, actually, not having a nose might be a blessing. I've heard that some basketballs have rather peculiar odors, and without a nose, you probably wouldn't notice, right? What do you mean? What basketball? Klin was slightly perplexed. Klin, I really need to enlighten you about the intricacies of basketball, Lu Ping sighed. In Satan City. At Ye Tian's residence, Ye Tian shared his space with Videl and Android 18. Although Ye Tian longed to engage in a game of basketball with Videl and 18, the reality was often harsh. Neither of the young women agreed to the idea. You truly have an exquisite imagination, believing you could join us in playing basketball. Do you wish to shoot into this hoop for a while, and then into that one? Ye Tian, feeling somewhat perturbed, refrained from pressing the matter further and, in a moment of irritation, inadvertently erased the clothing of the two women. What transpired? How could their garments have vanished so suddenly? Dealey exclaimed in astonishment. Android 18, on high alert, swiftly grasped a bed sheet to cover her form and rushed to the window to investigate. Yet, nothing was amiss outside. Could it be the work of the fiendish mage in view? Android 18 furrowed her brow in contemplation. Why not suggest that a mysterious hero is present? Ye Tian mused aloud, momentarily taken aback. Have you all forgotten this? Oh, High Priest, you were quite ruthless. Who is the enigmatic hero? Dealey inquired. Ye Tian, indeed. Has the existence of the enigmatic hero been completely forgotten? Subsequently, Ye Tian ventured onto the streets to inquire. And it was true that no one was aware of the enigmatic hero's existence. Ye Tian held his forehead, at a loss for words. The memory of the enigmatic hero has vanished. Truly remarkable. Very well, I shall observe what tricks you, High Priest, can conjure. And what of the system? Would you one day suddenly awaken consciousness in my stead? This is, in fact, the most profound concern of Ye Tian. Another day has passed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have finally emerged from the room of spirit and time. Everyone is gathered at Bulma's residence. Whis has produced a large flying cube, inviting all to enter. Ye Tian, too, stepped inside the cube, accompanied by Biddy Lee and Android 18. Not only Ye Tian, but even King of the Galaxy and Galaxy Patrolman Jack have joined in the festivities. As it happens, Patrolman Jack was visiting Bulma's home and, upon hearing of this competition, summoned the King of the Galaxy. To these individuals, Ye Tian now appears as an ordinary person, neither revealing his prowess nor his true nature. This, in fact, brings Ye Tian a sense of comfort, as it spares him from the unwarranted adulation of many. Imagine, if you will, walking down the street when suddenly an individual approaches and begins to grovel at your feet. The absurdity of the scene is beyond measure. To compound the strangeness, this person happens to be an unkempt middle-aged man. Can you endure this? Consequently, Ye Tian now feels much more at ease. This is precisely the rhythm Ye Tian desires. Chapter 171. Bardos, let us engage in a game of basketball. Approximately 2 hours have passed. The flying cube, carrying Ye Tian and his companions, has finally landed on an unnamed planet. Upon exiting the flying cube, Ye Tian and his companions immediately spotted Bardos and Kampa in the distance. Hee. It appears you did not flee after all. You actually came, Kampa remarked with a grin directed at Beerus. Hey, Kampa, I figured it out. You stealthily pilfered the Dragon Balls from our universe while I was asleep. Beerus retorted, his expression darkening. Ha ha, you just realized that? Come on, don't be so stingy. After all, you have no idea how to utilize the Super Dragon Balls. Consider it forgiven, as brothers, Kampa replied with a chuckle. Humph, Beerus scoffed. Yet he added, however, you are forbidden from stealing the Super Dragon Balls from our universe in the future. Understood, understood. Now, let us discuss work matters, Kampa proclaimed confidently. The losing party must work for the other universe for 10 years, correct? Beerus said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Kampa nodded. You know how dreadfully tedious our work as gods of destruction can be. Not a problem. Beerus readily agreed. I must emphasize, if you lose, you will immediately work in our 6th universe and must not sleep during your duties. Kampa asserted. Humph, Beerus grunted, offering no rebuttal. Is that not Lord Kaishin? Son Goku exclaimed, approaching to greet the Kaishin. What do you mean, Goku? For us, it has only been 3 days since we last met. The Kaishin scratched his head. Ha ha ha, you are absolutely right, Son Goku nodded, then turned his attention to the Kaishin of the 6th universe, curiously observing him. Ah, you must be the Kaishin of the 6th universe, correct? Indeed, the Kaishin of the 6th universe, Fua, lightly nodded. Pleasure to meet you, Son Goku greeted. Do I know you? Fua inquired. You are quite the social butterfly, aren't you? Ye Tian remarked, noting the peculiar individuals around them, particularly from the 6th universe. Indeed. Ye Tian nodded. The 18th did not utter a word as the competition was about to commence, with all participants gathering on the arena. The contestants from the 7th universe included Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, number 17, and Majin Buu. The representatives of the 6th universe were Bardock, Magetta, Cabba, Frost, and Hit. That fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, don't you think, Vegeta? Son Goku remarked towards Vegeta. It truly is Frieza. The likeness is striking. Vegeta expressed his surprise. In accordance with Mr. Vegeta's suggestion from the 7th universe, a written examination was to be conducted prior to the competition. Please take your seats for the written test. Bardos proposed. Goku and the others proceeded to their designated places, shortly encountering Cabba. Are you also Scions? Cabba inquired. Indeed, it appears you are quite familiar with her kind. Vegeta nodded. Do you have Scions in your 6th universe? I am also a Scion, Cabba replied with a smile. What? Really? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta too was taken aback. Upon observing Cabba's attire more closely, Vegeta had an epiphany. Ah, your style resembles that of Scions before they joined Frieza's army. Frieza's army? Cabba blinked in confusion. Have you occupied any planets as a stronghold? Vegeta questioned. No, we reside on planet Sadala. Cabba shook his head. What? Does planet Sadala still exist? Vegeta was taken aback. Has your Sadala perished? Cabba was momentarily stunned. Yes, our Sadala was obliterated due to a civil war, Vegeta explained. Later, we conquered other planets and renamed one as Planet Vegeta, but it too was destroyed due to a conspiracy. How different our experiences are, Cabba lamented. Enough of that, Vegeta. The one responsible for the destruction of Planet Vegeta is I. I gave the orders to Frieza, Beerus stated candidly. Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him. Son Goku widened his eyes and turned to Beerus. Hey, Vegeta, does this mean that if we seek revenge for our parents, we should target Lord Beerus? Son Goku whispered to Vegeta. TCH. What revenge? As if you could defeat him, Vegeta sighed. Ha ha, I was merely jesting, after all. The Scions have committed numerous transgressions in the past. Son Wukong responded, forget it. Vegeta had little to add. So they agreed to consider it as Frieza having obliterated Planet Vegeta, especially since that villain had been vanquished by his son, thus avenging his grandfather. Son Wukong scratched his head, acknowledging the truth in Vegeta's words. By the way, where is your tail? Son Wukong inquired further. We indeed had tails in the past, but we have since evolved beyond them, Gaby replied candidly. Indeed, we have also undergone evolution here. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Vegeta, is having no tail considered evolution? Vegeta inquired. Well, we do not conquer other planets. Rather, we are employed to eliminate villains. That is our customary duty, Gabe replied with a smile. It seems you are all good people, quite unlike us, Goku chuckled. Have you finished your conversation over there? Hurry up and take your written exam. Bardos called out to Goku. However, after Bardos spoke, she noticed someone standing beside her. Turning her head, she saw Mr. Ye Tian. Hello, Mr. Ye Tian. Bardos greeted with a smile. Indeed, Ye Tian nodded, admiring Bardos from head to toe. You have become even more beautiful in just a few days. I have never seen a blue frame before. After this competition concludes, may I invite you to play basketball? Ye Tian asked politely. Sure, Bardos agreed without hesitation. Then it is settled, Ye Tian said, pleased. Bardos pondered, basketball? That sport seems rather intriguing. But are you certain you wish to play with me? Can you surpass me? Nearby, both Videl and Android 18 were left speechless. Do you not find the two of us sufficient? Must you seek out a blue-haired maiden as well? Chapter 172, The First Match. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to visit Shadara. Vegeta strides towards his seat, assuring, rest assured, we no longer occupy others' planets. You are always welcome, Gabe responds. However, during the competition, I shall not show leniency, Vegeta remarks with a smile. Indeed, neither shall I, Gabe nods in agreement. The participants now commence the written examination. For those with even a modicum of intellect, these 10 questions are exceedingly simple. Bardos announces that the time allotted is 10 minutes, with a passing score of 50 points. Thus, both sides begin their assessments. Majin Buu, upon seeing the questions, cannot help but scratch his head in confusion. The 10 minutes swiftly elapse, and Majin Buu receives a score of 0. Upon announcing this result, Beerus is left utterly astounded. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are equally taken aback. Buu, how is it that you could not answer a single question? Number 17 quietly wipes the sweat from his brow. This is absurd. I have never encountered such questions before. Buu rolls his eyes in exasperation. What a joke. So, it appears we are left with only 4 participants, Vegeta laments. Feeling quite disheartened. It was you, Vegeta, who insisted on the written test, adding this unnecessary complication, Sun Wukong sighs. Look, if I make one more mistake, I too shall lose my eligibility for the match. He shakes his paper, revealing a mere 50 points. Beerus, his forehead throbbing with veins, bellows. What on earth are you all doing? Stop embarrassing yourselves. Quickly determine the order of participation. I shall go first. Sun Wukong proposes. I will follow as second. Number 17 replies with a slight smile. I will take the 3rd position, Vegeta declares. Then I shall be last. Gohan raises his hand. Ha ha ha, Gohan. You may not even get a chance to compete, Sun Wukong chuckles. I actually prefer not to participate, so that works perfectly for me. Gohan nods in agreement. Very well. It is settled. Beerus does not object. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, accompanied by Videl and number 18, observes the proceedings from the arena seats. Ye Tian's anticipation lies in witnessing the king of all after the competition concludes. As for the match itself, he is not particularly concerned, nonetheless. Watching the contest is a pleasant diversion. He believes there is a considerable chance the king of all will make an appearance post-competition. One wonders whether the king is aware of my true identity? If one were to consider this, the king of all would likely refer to my system as the Grandmaster. Please allow the participants to await a moment. The martial arts tournament between Universes 6 and 7 is about to commence. The referee steps onto the stage, microphone in hand, and loudly announces, first, let us sing the universal anthem together. As the voice faded, a diminutive singer resembling a penguin stepped onto the stage. The cosmos. The mirror universe of the first cosmos is the 12th. The mirror universe of the second cosmos is the 11th. The mirror universe of the third cosmos is the 10th. In no time, the little penguin singer completed a melody. Bowing gracefully to the audience, the little penguin performer acknowledged their presence. You call this a cosmic song? Very well. Let the competition officially commence. The referee announces that the first round features the contestant from Universe 6, Boda facing off against the contestant from Universe 7, Sun Wukong. Both warriors ascend to the arena, and the match begins. Boda launches an onslaught of fierce attacks towards Sun Wukong, who deftly evades every strike. However, in a moment of carelessness, Sun Wukong is unexpectedly struck on the nose by Boda's punch. What is going on? Can you not take this seriously? Beerus scowls at Sun Wukong. I may have indulged a bit too much before coming here. Allow me to warm up first, Sun Wukong chuckles. Kampa and Bardos silently observe Sun Wukong in the arena. Bardos, this fellow can transform. Kampa remarks with a smile. Indeed, indeed. I recall he can metamorphose into a dazzling form, Bardos nods. That transformation is known as Super Saiyan. Ye Tian smiles slightly from the sidelines. Yes, I remember now. It is indeed referred to as Super Saiyan, Kampa responds. From a distance, Beerus notices Ye Tian casually conversing with the warriors of Universe 6, which incites his irritation. Hey, you there, Ye Tian, which universe do you belong to? Beerus growls. I belong to Universe 7, I believe, Ye Tian replies with a smile. Then what does your presence over in Universe 6 signify? Beerus grumbles. I merely came to have a heartfelt conversation with Bardos. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Ye Tian chuckles. Beerus, this young man is quite audacious. daring to engage in a heart-to-heart with Bardos. Whatever, I shall not concern myself with you for now. You may choose to act as you please. In the arena, the battle between Sun Wukong and Bodhidharma rages on. Sun Wukong elevates his speed to its utmost limit. Bodhidharma, in pursuit, attempts to strike him. However, after a prolonged chase, he finds himself unable to catch Sun Wukong, instead exhausting himself in the process. With a mighty shout, Bodhidharma lunges at Sun Wukong with ferocity. Bang! Sun Wukong retaliates, effortlessly knocking Bodhidharma to the ground with a single punch. Xiangpa and Beerus observe with a hint of astonishment. Something seems amiss. This Sun Wukong was not previously this formidable. Xiangpa furrows his brow. Oh dear, it appears that Mr. Sun Wukong's strength has significantly increased, Beerus muses, sensing that Whis must have trained him. What did you say? Xiangpa asks, taken aback, before shaking his head. Even if Whis had trained him, 3 days would not suffice for such an extraordinary transformation. He has indeed progressed quite rapidly, Beerus praises. Impossible. How could one grow to such an extent in merely 3 days? Xiangpa expresses his disbelief. Perhaps Whis brought him into a realm where time flows differently, Beerus speculates. Hey, kid, isn't Beerus right? Xiangpa turns to inquire of Ye Tian. Ye Tian remains silent. I'm speaking to you, are you listening? Xiangpa presses. Was it you who was speaking? Ye Tian replies, glancing at Xiangpa. What do you think? Xiangpa retorts darkly. I didn't hear you. Please repeat that. Ye Tian smiles. Lord Xiangpa wishes to know whether Whis took Mr. Wukong to a different dimension for training. Beerus interjects on Xiangpa's behalf. Not only did he take Sun Wukong for training, but he also brought Vegeta along, Ye Tian admits candidly. Chapter 173, Xiangpa, why do I feel a sense of dread? By what measure have they trained, do you know? Xiangpa inquires once more. Ye Tian falls silent again. What do you mean by that? Xiangpa retorts angrily. I prefer not to converse with you. Beerus, you may ask. Ye Tian responds with a smile. Beerus stands speechless. Xiangpa glares at Ye Tian, contemplating whether to confront him. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, as this thought crosses his mind, an inexplicable feeling of fear washes over him. What is happening? Who is this individual? Why do I feel such trepidation? This is truly perplexing. Xiangpa refrains from speaking further. Lord Xiangpa, what has transpired? Beerus inquires. Nothing at all. Xiangpa shook his head. After observing for a moment, Ye Tian returned to his seat to accompany Videl and number 18. Once Ye Tian departed, Xiangpa lowered his voice and remarked to Bardos, Bardos, I find this fellow named Ye Tian rather peculiar. Just now, I contemplated dealing with him, yet an unexpected sensation of fear surged within me. Is that so? What could be the reason for such a feeling? Bardos expressed her mild confusion. Who exactly is he? Xiangpa furrowed his brow. In my recollection, he seems rather ordinary. I am uncertain as well, Bardos replied, shaking her head. Let us focus on the match for now, Xiangpa suggested. Bang! Sun Wukong once again knocked Bardos to the ground. That fellow Beerus actually had Whis take those two individuals to a different dimension for training. Xiangpa remarked with a frown. Had I known, I would have taken someone along to train as well. In 3 days. They could have trained for at least 2 years. Bardos speculated. 2 years is merely a short span. It should not pose any significant issues. Xiangpa reassured himself. Bang! 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 On the arena, Sun Wukong had firmly grasped Bardos' arm, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Bardos' physique was reminiscent of rubber, bearing some traits similar to Luffy from One Piece. Bang! Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending Bardos flying. Bardos' body rebounded several times on the arena before reappearing opposite Sun Wukong. It seems my attacks are ineffective against you, Sun Wukong scratched his head. Then allow me to demonstrate this technique. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed a wave of energy toward Bardos. Bardos soared to a considerable height, spinning in the air before returning. Bang! 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 Bardos then counterattacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong found himself in a bit of a quandary, but amidst the battle, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Bang! With a swift motion, Sun Wukong pushed Bardos to the ground and seized his legs, heading toward the edge of the arena. With a flourish, Sun Wukong executed a back throw, sending Bardos flying out of the ring. Bardos was eliminated. Xiangpa's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat in the first round. The contestant Bardos has fallen out of the arena, and the contestant Sun Wukong from Universe 7 emerges victorious, the referee announced loudly. The audience from Universe 7 erupted in cheers. Next to step into the arena was Frost. The contestant from Universe 6, who bore a striking resemblance to Frisia. Frost approached with a friendly demeanor, extending his hand towards Sun Wukong. "It is a pleasure to meet you," Frost smiled. "Huh?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, but quickly responded with enthusiasm. "Hello, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Let us engage in a thrilling battle." Frost wore a beaming smile. What an intriguing character this Frost is. So different from the Frisia of our universe, Krillin remarked, observing his gentlemanly demeanor. Bulma nodded in agreement. "Do not be deceived by his exterior. He may very well be a hypocrite," Ye Tian interjected, his voice appropriately audible for the arena. Frost shot Ye Tian a sharp glare. "Isn't it just you who talks too much?" The second round of the competition commenced, as the referee announced with authority. Without a moment's hesitation, Frost charged towards Sun Wukong, launching a fierce onslaught. After several exchanges, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Frost crashing to the ground. Yet, Frost quickly regained his footing and once more lunged at Sun Wukong, ensnaring his ankle with his tail. Bang! Frost executed a swift kick, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the chest, causing him to tumble backward. Frost relentlessly pursued, delivering a flurry of blows. Bang! A heavy punch from Frost landed, but Sun Wukong's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Frost's blow struck the arena floor, sending debris scattering in all directions. Ye Tian felt an urge to intervene, and with a subtle wave of his hand, he effortlessly eliminated the scattered stones. However, the spectators remained focused on the match, oblivious to these finer details. Still, Whis noticed Ye Tian's action, pausing momentarily without further comment. The battle between Sun Wukong and Frost raged on, escalating from the ground to the skies. After several more rounds of combat, Sun Wukong finally brought Frost crashing down once again. He descended slowly to stand before Frost. "As I suspected," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Frost inquired, taken aback. "You are testing me, are you not?" Sun Wukong remarked with a chuckle. "Eh? I am not," Frost denied. "Transform. Show me your ultimate form and engage me in battle," Sun Wukong proposed. "Frost, how did you know I would transform? Are you planning to observe my fighting style before you change?" Smiled Sun Wukong. "How do you know this?" Frost inquired. "In our universe, there exists a being remarkably similar to you, named Frisia, with whom I have battled. However, that fellow is not as formidable as you," Sun Wukong replied. "I see." Frost understood. It is worth noting that in the world where Ye Tian exists, Frisia has not been resurrected, for the Dragon Balls on Earth remain in a cool-down state and have yet to restore. Consequently, there is no possibility of Frisia's revival, nor is there any storyline involving Frisia entering his golden form. In fact, Frost's base form is already comparable to Frisia's golden form, though it is arguably weaker. Presently, if Frost were to encounter Frisia, he could easily overpower him. "You should transform quickly," Sun Wukong smiled. "Otherwise, before you can unleash your full potential, you might find yourself eliminated." Chapter 174. The Hypocrite Frost. "Thank you for your advice. Allow me to assume my final form," Frost declared as a surge of immense energy erupted from his body. In the next moment, Frost transformed into his third form, a creature with an elongated head. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed Frisia in this particular state, and thus was unfamiliar with Frost's transformation. "This fellow hasn't truly reached his final form." Vegeta scoffed. "This is the first time Goku has seen this form. He was still recuperating back then," Krillin remarked. "This form brings back many unpleasant memories." Piccolo gritted his teeth, recalling how he had been brutally injured by this very transformation of Frisia. "Is this acceptable?" Frost inquired with a smile. "Well, although it's not quite like the one I know," Sun Wukong nodded. "By the way, did that version of me defeat you?" Frost asked. "Perhaps it's best you remain unaware." Sun Wukong responded. "It seems he did not triumph," Frost mused, "but as you mentioned, I am somewhat stronger than him. Let us begin." Sun Wukong readied himself for battle. And once again, the two engaged in a fierce clash in the skies. After several rounds of combat, Frost landed a punch that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. "How about that? Did my transformation meet your expectations?" Frost laughed. "It would be wise to concede before you sustain any injuries." With a swift leap, Sun Wukong sprang from the ground, invigorated by his recent performance. "That was impressive. Now I must take this seriously." He mused with a subtle smile as golden radiance enveloped him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. "What?" Frost's expression shifted dramatically. "Humph, he has indeed transformed," Copper remarked through gritted teeth, while Vados remained silent. "Are you certain you can handle this?" Sun Wukong inquired with a grin. "I shall not hold back." In an instant, He surged towards Frost, who, taken aback, hesitated no longer and swiftly morphed into his ultimate form. Sun Wukong paused his assault. At last, you have assumed a familiar guise. He chuckled. Let us now determine our victor. Sun Wukong beckoned. Aya. Frost summoned all his energy to its zenith. Sun Wukong unleashed his own golden aura, and the two engaged in a fierce clash once more. After several intense exchanges, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending Frost soaring into the sky. Frost cried out in pain as he rapidly descended, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Sun Wukong, who effortlessly deflected each blow. Hey! Frost waved his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that enveloped Sun Wukong. Crossing his arms to shield his head, Sun Wukong slid back approximately 10 meters before stabilizing himself. Here is a gift for you. Sun Wukong mimicked Frost's earlier move, sending a wave of potent energy towards him. Startled, Frost was propelled backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the arena. You truly are formidable, Frost remarked, his demeanor darkening. Taking a deep breath, he managed a faint smile. Yet I refuse to concede. With renewed vigor, Frost charged at Sun Wukong, only to be met with a decisive slap that knocked him to the ground. Undeterred, Frost rose and unleashed a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. In that instant, a poisoned needle from his wrist pricked Sun Wukong's arm, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank. Seizing the opportunity, Frost delivered a forceful kick that sent Sun Wukong flying off the stage. Sun Wukong has been eliminated, the referee announced loudly. The victorious contestant is Frost. Vegeta and Gohan were momentarily stunned, while Piccolo was taken aback. Number 17, however, remained silent. Did Goku really lose? As Klin wiped his brow, the medical team swiftly appeared beside Sun Wukong to tend to him. However, Sun Wukong soon regained consciousness, scratching his head as he rose from the ground. Huh? Did I lose? He inquired, casting a glance at Frost. You are truly remarkable. I couldn't even discern the technique you employed. Thank you for the compliment. Frost replied with a smile. Oh dear, Wukong has lost, Weiss remarked with a sigh. What a fool. If only he had transformed into his Super Saiyan God earlier. This predicament could have been avoided. Beerus grumbled, his teeth grinding in frustration. Dad, what just happened? Gohan asked. I saw you were clearly dominating him. I don't know what happened. I just lost consciousness after taking a punch. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. You simply underestimated your opponent, leading to your unfortunate defeat. You fool, Vegeta scoffed. It's truly unbelievable. How I wish we had someone of such caliber in our galactic patrol, the Galactic King mused. Isn't having Mears sufficient? Ye Tian interjected, addressing the Galactic King. You know Mears? The Galactic King exclaimed, taken aback at Ye Tian's revelation. I've heard of him, Ye Tian replied with a subtle smile. Mears is indeed extraordinary. A truly outstanding member of our ranks. The Galactic King nodded in approval. One could even say he is the foremost figure among our galactic patrol. Indeed. His status is quite unique, Ye Tian acknowledged. What is his status? The Galactic King inquired, momentarily perplexed. That is not of significance, Ye Tian shook his head dismissively. The Galactic King was about to pose another question when he noticed Jocko in deep contemplation. Jocko, what troubles you? He asked. You usually have something to say when I mention Mears. Oh, it's nothing. I just sensed something amiss earlier, Jocko replied. What kind of issue? The Galactic King pressed. Let's discuss it later, Jocko shook his head. Now, let us proceed to the next match. The referee announced, declaring that Frost from Universe 6 would face off against Android 17 from Universe 7. Go for it, 17? Sun Wukong encouraged. I've heard you were quite formidable in the past. I'm here for the prize money, 17 remarked with a smile, confidently stepping onto the stage. The match begins. The referee proclaimed. Chapter 175, 17 versus Frost. Without a moment's hesitation, 17 launched into a fierce exchange with Frost. In no time, 17 gained the upper hand. Wow. 17 is incredibly strong now. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. This guy is far more powerful than he was during the Cell Saga. Piccolo was equally astonished. Vegeta fell silent, his surprise deepening as he realized that the strength of Android 17 was on the verge of surpassing Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. How could this be possible? Vegeta struggled to accept this reality. Had he not trained with Whis in that peculiar little house, would he truly have been unable to defeat this android? Vegeta felt a pang of distress once more. An insufferable android could outstrip me? Piccolo reflected profoundly on the matter. In the past, my power was nearly on par with that of 17. It was 17's advantage of limitless energy that allowed him to best me. After all these years, has 17 grown to this extent? Hey, 17, do you train regularly? Goku inquired. Suddenly, a loud smack. Beerus knocked Goku to the ground with a swift strike. Rubbing his head, Goku rose to his feet. Lord Beerus, why did you hit me? Goku asked, puzzled. Fool, do not disturb him during his match. Beerus huffed. It's fine. I was too distracted, 17 remarked calmly as he engaged in battle with Frost, smiling at Goku. Of course I train. But it was out of necessity. What do you mean? Goku queried, confused. Years ago, when Cell released the 7 little cells, Gohan did not eliminate them. 17 explained with a smile. What? They're still alive? Gohan was taken aback. Indeed, they can regenerate and have restored their bodies, 17 clarified. Eventually, those 7 little cells began to invade my wildlife sanctuary. I had to continuously strengthen myself to defeat them. So that is how it is. No wonder you've become so powerful, Goku remarked. If you had faced Bu, you might have resolved the battle long ago. Is that so? 17 responded with a slight smile. Don't be naive. He would have merely absorbed you, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta was correct, and 17 did not refute him. With a swift motion, 17 delivered a punch that sent Frost crashing to the ground. Frost grit his teeth and rose, his expression shifting dramatically. How can there be such formidable beings in Universe 7? Kampa felt an overwhelming sense of despair. I will eliminate you. On the 17th, he swiftly soared towards Frost, delivering a powerful punch in his direction. Frost hurriedly raised his fist to meet 17's blow. Simultaneously, the toxin needle hidden in Frost's wrist pierced through the skin of 17. Although 17 is an artificial being, he was created through the injection of certain genetic modifications by humans, akin to Captain America. His body was not transformed into a machine. Thus, Frost's toxin still proved effective against 17. In an instant, 17 felt his mind go blank, and he lost consciousness completely. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Frost delivered a kick that sent 17 flying off the stage. 17 fell to the ground, already unconscious. A smile spread across Frost's face. Sun Wukong was left astonished. The other contestants from Universe 7 were equally stunned. Outside the ring, the announcer proclaimed Frost's victory loudly. Hey, look, Kakarot, just like you did earlier. Vegeta remarked to Sun Wukong. Waha! Exclaimed Poir, overjoyed. Sun Wukong approached and gently patted 17's face. 17 opened his eyes. Are you alright, 17? Sun Wukong inquired. It's strange that I'm fine. What exactly happened? 17 furrowed his brow. Be careful, Vegeta. That guy is stronger than we anticipated, Sun Wukong cautioned. Now it's your turn to enter the arena. Vegeta felt a twinge of uncertainty, pondering the mystery of the opponent's techniques. This is dangerous. We're in trouble, exclaimed Beerus, overwhelmed. Ye Tian, how did we lose? Biddy asked, perplexed. Logically, 17 shouldn't have been defeated by that guy. 18's brow was also furrowed in concern. That guy cheated, Ye Tian responded. What? Cheated? Biddy was taken aback. How did he cheat? I didn't notice anything. 18 quickly inquired. He concealed a toxin needle in his wrist, capable of paralyzing human nerves. That is how my little brother fell victim, Ye Tian explained. Little brother? 18 echoed. Is that addressed to endearing? Proposed by Dealey. Let us swiftly report it. There's no need to rush. Someone will undoubtedly report it shortly, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice interrupted. I have an objection. It was Jack, raising his hand. All eyes in the room turned towards him. What? The referee appeared momentarily taken aback. Cheating. Frost's contestant has utilized a weapon. He is cheating, Jack declared emphatically. Eh? A weapon? The referee turned to glance at Frost. You cannot escape my gaze. My eyes are endowed with thousands of facets. I can observe the most subtle of movements. Jack exclaimed, demanding an inspection of Frost's right hand, where he suspected a needle-like object concealed, potentially laced with poison. Frost thought to himself, how could he have seen through it? Even the destroyer did not notice. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiang Pa remarked, visibly displeased. For Frost was a warrior of considerable pride. Then examine him. Jack insisted resolutely. Very well, but should you be speaking falsehoods, I shall obliterate you. Xiang Pa retorted with a huff. What? Jack's complexion shifted, and he hurriedly sat down, muttering, forget I said anything. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. You cannot afford this. I shall not engage with you. No, you must conduct a thorough examination, a serious one, Beerus declared loudly. Immediately, a referee swiftly approached to inspect Frost's arm, and indeed, a peculiar sight was discovered around his wrist. Snap! A poison needle emerged from Frost's wrist. The referee gently touched the needle's tip, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Chapter 176. The Metallic Centaur Vegeta Crash. The referee collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, he leapt back to his feet and gave a subtle nod to Kampa. This is not a weapon. It is a part of my body. Frost attempted to argue in his defense. No, it is clearly altered, the referee countered. Well, you've seen through me. There is no helping it now. They should be grateful I did not eliminate them, Frost scoffed. Frost has committed a foul and is disqualified from the match. The victorious contestant is number 17. The referee promptly announced. Cheers erupted from the audience of the 7th universe. Gak, well done. Bulma praised. Gak struck a pose, wearing a proud smile. This guy has keen eyes, Krillin chuckled. Thank you, Flyman. Number 18 expressed her gratitude with a nod toward Gak. I'm not Flyman. Please. Do not give me such ridiculous nicknames. Gak exclaimed, feeling utterly disheartened. Ye Tian, how did you know? Videl inquired of Ye Tian. I saw it as well. Ye Tian replied with a smile. What? So that fellow is cheating. Sun Wukong expressed disdain for Frost's antics. Frost strode down from the platform. You have embarrassed me in front of the 7th universe. Kampa seethed, glaring furiously at Frost. I merely wish to expedite this match, which lacked any prize, that is all. Frost retorted. I will destroy you. You have brought me too much shame. Kampa declared, ready to make a move. Wait. Vegeta interjected. There is no need to disqualify him. I shall take the next match. I will personally handle this type of scum. Ah, is contestant Vegeta going to face him in the next match? The referee asked. Indeed. A match against him will serve as a warm-up for me, Vegeta replied with a gentle smile. However, since contestant 17's defeat has been nullified, the next match should feature contestant 17, the referee proposed. Number 17, forfeit. You will still receive your prize, Vegeta suggested. That would be splendid. I agree, number 17 nodded. Frost stood by, speechless. You see, why do the competitors from Universe 7 receive a reward? Frost inquired with indignation towards Kampa. Are you questioning me? Kampa's countenance darkened ominously. This prize is personally funded, number 17 interjected. Frost was momentarily at a loss for words. The situation was undeniably awkward. Allow me to handle him personally. I shall deal with this individual myself. You have no objections, I trust? Vegeta's face was etched with unyielding battle intent. Do as you wish. Kampa acquiesced without dissent. Thus, the next match will feature Frost against Vegeta, the referee announced loudly. Wait. Hold on. Beerus interjected, swiftly appearing before the referee and gesturing for Goku to approach. Goku. Come here. Goku pointed at himself in surprise before hastening over. Beerus seized Goku's arm, indicating the red mark upon it, and addressed the referee. You must examine this injury. He was also ambushed. That match should be considered a foul. Indeed, that is correct. What shall we do? Should we allow him to participate in the match? The referee hesitated. I can still compete? This is wonderful. Goku felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Wait a moment. Let that guy be the last to compete. The next to face off should be me. Vegeta bellowed. Should we place Goku after Gohan? The referee inquired of Beerus. No need. I will go before Gohan, Goku proposed. Very well, Beerus consented, visibly relieved. The referee promptly agreed. Thank you for your patience. The match resumes with Frost against Vegeta, the referee declared with vigor. You fool. I hope you do not come to regret this, Frost sneered. The one who should regret this is you, Vegeta retorted, his body radiating a golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, Vegeta launched himself towards Frost. Frost's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily raised his hands to defend himself. However, Vegeta's overwhelming force shattered Frost's defenses. Grimacing in pain, Frost gritted his teeth. With a resounding impact, Vegeta wrapped his arms around Frost's shoulders and forcefully drove his knee into Frost's abdomen. Frost was engulfed in waves of excruciating agony. With a powerful sweep of his hand, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy upon Frost, who was sent flying off the stage, thus eliminated. The inhabitants of Universe 6 were left in stunned silence. Quickly, attend to him. I have no desire to slay such worthless trash, Vegeta declared disdainfully. Vegeta let out a snort. Frost was swiftly carried away on a stretcher. Next to enter the arena was the contestant from Universe 6, Vegeta. Vegeta was a metallic being. Upon stepping onto the stage, he poured a cup of lava into his mouth and drank it down. That's quite impressive, Bulma remarked. Can you refrain from saying such things? Ye Tian replied. 18. Why don't you share your thoughts? Ye Tian turned to 18. What should I say? 18 responded, slightly taken aback. What Bulma just mentioned, Ye Tian prompted. I want to say anything, 18 retorted with a huff. You're really not cooperating, Ye Tian sighed. Is that a robot? Bulma inquired. That's a metallic being. We likely have similar entities in our universe, Ye Tian explained. Metallic being? How peculiar. It feels almost like a robot, Bulma pondered. You belong to carbon-based life. While metallic beings are categorized as metal life forms, Ye Tian clarified. In this universe, various forms of life exist, so it's nothing unusual. Just like that blue-skinned individual over there. She is composed of pure energy, her skin smooth and flawless. Their basketball court possesses an array of unique charms. Bulma and 18 both gazed over at the being named Bardos, recognizing the extraordinary beauty of the blue-skinned woman. Her figure was impeccable, her visage striking. If Ye Tian were to describe it, her proportions were indeed flawless. How can such a woman exist? Chapter 177, The Scion of Universe 6, Ye Tian marveled. A celestial being? 18 inquired. Indeed, a true deity, Ye Tian nodded. 18 no longer hesitated. A brief silence ensued. You've always wanted to play basketball with a deity. Haven't you? 18 asked. You truly understand me, Ye Tian affirmed, nodding vigorously. The battle in the arena commenced in earnest. Vegeta delivered a punch to the metallic being. However, after this strike, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his fist. The metallic being shook his arm and swiftly knocked Vegeta to the ground with a slap. Vegeta howled in agony. The metallic being advanced, ready to stomp on Vegeta. In a hurry, Vegeta rolled away on the ground and swiftly ascended into the sky. Golden light emanating from his hands. Whoosh! Vegeta unleashed a burst of energy at the metallic being. The being braced itself and endured the onslaught of energy. As the smoke dissipated, the metallic being revealed its unscathed form. What? Is this guy even capable of sustaining injuries? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta. Toss him out of the ring, just as I did with that rubber figure, Goku suggested to Vegeta. Indeed, you are correct, Vegeta nodded, finding Kakarot's idea plausible. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, appearing beside the metallic foe and grasping his lower leg with all his might. Yet, the metallic being remained unyielding. With a resounding thud, the metallic creature struck down with a fist, landing squarely on Vegeta's head. Vegeta felt as if his entire being was compromised. You fool. The weight of that metal exceeds 1,000 tons. Beerus chastised Goku. Is that so? I was unaware of such a detail, Goku replied, scratching his head in resignation. Vegeta swiftly ascended to the heavens, gasping for breath. That scoundrel Kakarot only concocts such dreadful ideas. Vegeta grumbled, his teeth gritting in frustration. Since physical blows proved ineffective, he resolved to unleash energy attacks against the foe. In the air, Vegeta released a barrage of energy blasts directed at the metallic being below. The metallic creature immediately crossed its arms, shielding its head. The energy blasts collided with the arena, sending debris flying and exposing the earthen ground beneath. The metallic figure's expression shifted in alarm, prompting a hasty retreat. Ha ha ha, you better run, for I intend to obliterate the entire arena. Vegeta laughed heartily, realizing the dire situation. The metallic being spewed forth a stream of lava to counter Vegeta's energy blasts. The lava met the energy blasts, neutralizing their assault. Hey, referee, isn't that against the rules? Vegeta paused momentarily. No, it isn't. That is merely the saliva of the Magetta contestant, not a weapon, the referee clarified. Anger flared on Vegeta's face. You scoundrel. Resorting to such filthy saliva to attack me, he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of insults. You heap of scrap metal. Upon hearing Vegeta's derision, the metallic opponent lost all color. With a thud, the metallic creature collapsed to the ground, disqualified from the match. Vegeta stood by, bewildered. What just transpired? How did I win so easily? Videl turned to inquire of Ye Tian. Videl, you've even spat on my face, Ye Tian remarked. Ah. Videl's cheeks flushed crimson. The metallic being possesses a sensitive disposition and a frail spirit. Once insulted, it loses the will to fight, Ye Tian explained. Videl fell silent, not wishing to continue the conversation. What you just mentioned has left me somewhat embarrassed. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he had emerged victorious. Thus, the match came to a close. Bardos was about to use her staff to restore the damaged arena when Ye Tian swiftly flew to her side. Allow me to give it a try, Ye Tian proposed. Try what? Bardos asked, taken aback. Let me see if I can create a new arena, Ye Tian replied with a smile. Having attained the diamond-level Erasure Technique, Ye Tian possessed the ability to create. He intended to conjure a new arena. With a swift gesture towards the arena, he exclaimed, Pop. In an instant, the arena vanished into thin air. Immediately thereafter, leveraging his formidable creative prowess, Ye Tian conjured a brand new arena. Bardos watched in astonishment. Not only was she taken aback, but even Beerus and Kampa widened their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Whis, who was that individual? What just transpired with the arena? Beerus inquired. Oh dear. It appears to be some form of creative ability, Whis analyzed. Create? Is this fellow a god of destruction? Can he really create an arena? Beerus murmured in puzzlement. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that he is not a god of destruction, Whis responded. Beerus regarded Ye Tian with a serious expression, refraining from drawing connections to erasure. It was primarily because Ye Tian's erasure and creation techniques had intertwined so seamlessly. After erasing the arena, he had directly created a new one, leaving most witnesses unaware of the existence of the erasure technique. Ye Tian, I never anticipated you possessed such an ability. Sun Wukong remarked, deeply impressed. It's not too shabby, Ye Tian smiled modestly. Indeed, quite remarkable, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Bardos regarded Ye Tian with a contemplative expression. Ye Tian responded with a playful wink and a mischievous grin. Let the match resume, Bardos declared. In the next bout, the contestant from Universe 6, Gabe, took the stage. The referee announced the commencement of the match. Gabe swiftly charged towards Vegeta, his body shifting and morphing midair. Before long, Gabe appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a swift kick to his calf, nearly causing Vegeta to lose his balance. Gabe then leaped skyward, descending with a powerful kick aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta fell back onto the ground. Gabe concentrated energy in his hands, unleashing a blazing energy beam directed at Vegeta. With a slight smile, Vegeta executed a graceful backflip, quickly ascending into the sky. Bang! Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to Gabe's face, forcefully sending him crashing to the ground. Gabe left a crater upon impact, but quickly sprang back into the air, clutching his injured arm, his expression one of defiance. Chapter 178, The Battle Begins Indeed. It seems you possess the habits of a warrior race. You truly are a scion, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Your base form is surprisingly on par with mine. Base form? Gabe's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Transform into a super scion. Did we not agree to fight with all our might? Vegeta chuckled. Is that the dazzling golden form you previously assumed? Gabe inquired. Of course, Vegeta nodded. Do you not refer to it as such? No, I cannot transform into that form. It is my first encounter with such a scion metamorphosis, Gabe replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. What? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Could you teach me? Gabe pleaded. What did you say? You fool. Why would I teach you? Vegeta erupted in anger, his golden aura flaring as he transformed into a super scion. Bang! Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch directly into Gabe's abdomen. Gabe was struck, immediately coughing up blood as he clutched his chest and fell to the ground. You are truly naive. Vegeta scoffed, stepping on Gabe's body and rolling him about. Did you not vow to fight with all your strength? With your current abilities, how can you even consider competing? Without hesitation, Vegeta stomped on Gabe's face, distorting it underfoot. Surely you did not anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent? Vegeta taunted, grinning. I surrender. I concede. Gabe quickly raised a white flag. Vegeta's fury intensified as he hoisted Gabe from the ground. You insolent fool. A proud scion like you should never resort to such measures. Vegeta bellowed. I cannot endure any longer. I believe there is still hope for me, Gabe implored. Vegeta, seething with rage, flung Gabe high into the air. You, a scion devoid of confidence, have no place in existence. Vegeta declared coldly. Once I eliminate you, I shall proceed to obliterate your planet, Sadala. Gabe's expression turned pale. Vegeta unleashed an energy blast. What did you say? Sadala? Gabe shouted. What does this have to do with Sadala's new star? Boom. As Gabe spoke, golden light surged from within him. In an instant, he successfully transformed into a super scion, radiant with newfound power. I will not allow such a thing to occur. Gabe dove from the sky, engaging in an intense confrontation with Vegeta. Indeed, he was quite pleased with Gabe's performance. The initial catalyst for transforming into a super scion was rage. Remember this feeling, he instructed, and you shall be able to transform at will in the future. Suddenly, Gabe seemed to lose his focus, and the golden aura enveloping him dissipated. Try transforming again, Vegeta said with a smile. All right, Gabe nodded, attempting to recapture the state he had just experienced. With a crackle, Gabe transformed into a super scion once more. At that moment, Ye Tian appeared near the arena. Addressing Vegeta and Gabe, both turned their attention to him. Gabe, don't you ever experience intense anger? Ye Tian inquired. Huh. Not really. Gabe scratched his head, responding. If I did, I would have transformed into a Super Saiyan long ago. You have quite a good temper, Ye Tian remarked. Haha, yes indeed, Gabe nodded in agreement. If you don't experience extreme anger, what about your kin? Has none of them transformed into Super Saiyans because of it? Ye Tian continued to probe. I'm not sure. Perhaps some have, but I'm unaware of it. Gabe shook his head. Never mind, you may continue. Ye Tian returned to the side of Videl and Android 18. So, among your kin, there should be some who can transform into Super Saiyans. Vegeta mused with a slight smile. Perhaps, Gabe nodded, but there are very few Saiyans in our universe who experience extreme anger. After all, there is not much that warrants such fury. Regardless, your insight is commendable, Vegeta chuckled, suddenly radiating a blue aura. What? Blue hair? Gabe's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? How is there such a transformation? Was this the result of his training with Whis in another dimension? Kappa also looked astonished. This is the latest transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta explained with a smile. If you train diligently, you can achieve it as well. In the distance, Hit, who had been resting his head down, seemed to sense the formidable energy emanating from Vegeta and lifted his gaze toward him. With a swift motion, Vegeta launched a dazzling elbow strike, rendering Gabe unconscious. That guy is really training him, Piccolo commented to Goku, who stood nearby. Indeed. It's quite rare for Uncle Vegeta to act this way, Gohan nodded. It's impressive, but I wonder why Vegeta is doing this. Son Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. Vegeta was once the prince of the Saiyans, wasn't he? I suppose it's natural for him to feel a sense of nostalgia. He mused. Piccolo smiled gently. I too am a Saiyan, yet he does not extend the same warmth towards me. Son Wukong scratched his head. Surely you don't think that fellow would harbor any fondness for you? Piccolo chuckled. At the very least, he does not harbor disdain for me. Son Wukong replied. You have a remarkable talent for ruffling his feathers, Piccolo remarked with a slight smile. Do I? Son Wukong queried, somewhat perplexed. Piccolo sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Do you think you can? The referee announced loudly as the final contestant from Universe 6, Hit, stepped onto the stage. Even though our universe has only Hit left. I believe it won't be a problem, Bardos contemplated. Indeed, it would have been wise to have Hit enter first. It would have spared us much trouble, Kappa nodded. Even if those two have trained for 3 years, they may still not match Hit. After all, he is the foremost assassin of our universe. If the competition were to involve lethal intent, the 7th universe's participants wouldn't stand a chance against him. Absolutely, Bardos agreed, as Hit strode confidently toward the arena. Soon standing face to face with Vegeta. Chapter 179, Vegeta, why do you get to keep your hands in your pockets? Finally, it's that guy, Son Goku remarked, his expression growing serious. As the match commenced, blue energy erupted from Vegeta, elevating his power to its zenith. Clearly, Vegeta recognized that this individual named Hit was anything but ordinary. He must be the trump card of Universe 6. However, Hit maintained an air of calm. Without hesitation, Vegeta launched himself toward Hit, with his hands still in his pockets. Hit suddenly delivered a swift kick that struck Vegeta in the abdomen. Vegeta was caught off guard, sent hurtling backward, nearly stumbling to the ground. Stunned, Vegeta exclaimed. I didn't even see how he attacked me. He called out and charged at Hit once more. With hands still in his pockets, Hit landed another kick, sending Vegeta flying backward again. Grimacing in pain, Vegeta wiped the blood from his lip with his thumb. Gohan, Piccolo, did you see that? Goku asked, turning to his companions. Both Gohan and Piccolo shook their heads in unison. This is bad. You both couldn't see it? Goku's expression grew increasingly grave as he swiftly approached Gak. Gak looked momentarily taken aback. Gak, can you see how he executes his attacks? Goku inquired. I can't see clearly either, Gak replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? Aren't you supposed to have the eyes of a fly? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I'm not a fly. You could say I possess the eyes of a bee instead. Gak rolled his eyes, irritated at being compared to such a pest. This is quite troublesome. You can't see it either? Goku sighed. Actually, it's not that it's invisible. Rather, his movements completely vanish mid-execution, Gak analyzed. Thud, thud, thud. On the stage, Hit continued to keep his hands in his pockets while delivering a flurry of kicks toward Vegeta. Goku scrutinized the scene, his face etched with concern, and slowly remarked. Is he employing instantaneous movement? I find myself unable to utilize teleportation to such an extent. Amidst Hit's rapid onslaught, Vegeta staggered precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. The azure radiance enveloping Vegeta had dissipated. How infuriating. It should be I, Vegeta, with my hands in my pockets. Vegeta exclaimed in another novel. I defeated everyone even with my hands in my pockets. Such a childish fellow. Do you truly believe the tale spun in fiction? It scoffed, delivering another swift kick that rendered Vegeta unconscious. In the stands, a moment of realization struck. Vegeta has also read Dragon Ball. That year, the novel where Vegeta had his hands in his pockets, the old Kai said, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, esteemed ancestor, I recommended it to Vegeta. For the protagonist is none other than him. The Kai nodded in agreement. By the way, did you not inform him that the book underwent a title change? The old Kai inquired. Well, it isn't exactly a change of name, merely an addition of an alternate title, now known as Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardock. The old Kai replied. What? I still find the old title more melodious, the Kai lamented. Alas, perhaps readers prefer the new title, the old Kai speculated. That may indeed be the case, the Kai concurred. Nevertheless, returning to the matter at hand. What reward do we receive should we triumph in the upcoming competition against Universe 6? The old Kai asked. It is said that the losing side must serve the victors for a decade, specifically in the role of a destroyer, which does not involve us Kais, the Kai responded. A mere 10 years? I have no desire to witness such contests, the old Kai lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. In that novel, Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardock, the duration of service starts at a minimum of 1,000 years. The destroyer of Universe 11, Vermaud, lost to the universe Vegeta inhabits for over 8,000 years. Meaning Vermaud must serve that universe for the entirety of those 8 millennia. Beerus cast a glance towards the old Kai. Hey, old man, what are you rambling about? Beerus inquired. Oh, it is merely a novel, the old Kai replied, handing Beerus the book Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardock. Beerus quickly skimmed through it. Such a weakling can be the protagonist? Vegeta scoffed, obliterating the book entirely. Old Kai remarked, however, the prospect of an 8,000-year service period is indeed quite enticing. We should consider wagering something substantial next time. Beerus pondered. Suddenly, Son Goku approached Ye Tian. Ye Tian, do you understand how head attacks? Goku asked. Why ask me? Ye Tian smiled. I've sensed you possess some extraordinary insight. You must know, Goku chuckled. It employs time skip, Ye Tian revealed. Ye Tian explained that it simply means to momentarily suspend time, perhaps for around 0.1 seconds. So, a brief pause of approximately 0.1 seconds, is it? Sun Wukong pondered quietly. Let us proceed to the next match, the referee announced, declaring that Sun Wukong would face Hit. Sun Wukong swiftly descended beside Vegeta. Vegeta, do you have any good advice? He inquired. None at all. Just give it your all, Vegeta replied, feeling somewhat disgruntled. In another book, I was capable of defeating the god of destruction and the supreme Kai with ease. Yet, in this real world, I find myself in such a dismal state. How frustrating. I aspire to be as formidable as the Vegeta in that book. I wonder if I could gain anything by imitating his excessive consumption of ultra-divine water? I shall try it when I return. On the arena, Sun Wukong had already begun his stretching exercises, soon preparing for battle. Hit stood with his hands in his pockets. Shall we begin? I look forward to your guidance, Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. The match commences. The referee declared. Sun Wukong immediately readied himself for combat. Don't forget to transform. It noted that Sun Wukong was in his normal state. Oh, very well, but that transformation consumes too much energy, making it impossible for me to engage in a prolonged battle with you, Sun Wukong chuckled. What makes you think this will be a drawn-out contest? Hit smirked. Because I have yet to discover a method to defeat you, so I wish to buy some time, Sun Wukong candidly admitted. You are far too naive to reveal your true intentions so readily, Hit chuckled, feeling a growing admiration for Sun Wukong. Though I may appear youthful, I am actually quite seasoned. I am over 40 years old, Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Chapter 180, Breaking the Time Freeze. I have surpassed 1,000 years, Hit responded. What? A millennium? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Is that true? You are considerably older than I am. At this revelation, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he bowed deeply to Hit. Once again, I ask for your guidance. Sun Wukong said earnestly. Very well. It is my turn. Upon uttering those words, Sun Wukong immediately ascended with great speed. With a swift motion, Hit calmly withdrew his right hand from his pocket and landed a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's nose. Sun Wukong stumbled backward, nearly falling off the arena. That hurts. Indeed. I still cannot see it coming. Sun Wukong rubbed his sore nose. And your attack truly packs a punch. It's futile. I suggest you concede quickly. Hit remarked with a smile. I shall never surrender. Sun Wukong retorted, for I have already devised a strategy to counter you. Oh, is that so? Height chuckled lightly. A blusterous fellow, you could never decipher my techniques. Then let us see, Sun Wukong declared, charging forward once more. Bam! Height landed a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's face. In midair, Sun Wukong shifted his form and surged back into the fray. Height, with a swift movement, vanished from sight. Sun Wukong bellowed, delivering a powerful punch to the right. Height, taken aback, inadvertently caught a glancing blow from Sun Wukong. Haha, got you. Sun Wukong laughed. Height, astonished, rubbed his cheek and replied with a gentle smile, it was merely a coincidence. That is indeed possible. Let us try again. Sun Wukong nodded, offering no rebuttal. And charge once more. Bam! Sun Wukong raised his hand and struck Height on the chin. Height immediately felt as though everything had gone awry. See, I struck you again. Did I not? Sun Wukong teased, shaking his fist. How did you manage that? Height inquired, bewildered. You can leap through 0.1 seconds of time, correct? Sun Wukong explained. Thus, I predict your position and attack method 0.1 seconds after your disappearance. Height comprehended. But why disclose it? He questioned, puzzled. Your hands. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. You tucked your hands in your pockets and concealed them with your coat to obscure your movements, did you not? Height fell silent. I never expected Gohan's father to be so formidable. He even managed to unravel that, bitterly remarked. If our world had such a novel, Gohan's father would surely be its protagonist, Ye Tian mused. Why do I feel as though the protagonist of this world is you? Bitterly turned to Ye Tian. Well, you may be right. Perhaps it is the three of us, myself, you, and number 18, Ye Tian nodded. If that is the case, such a novel would surely be deemed irregular, number 18 interjected. You know me well, number 18, Ye Tian affirmed with a firm nod. Bitterly remarked. You've led us astray from a fine rhythm. With a snap, Sun Wukong on the arena transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now I shall showcase my true prowess. Sun Wukong declared with a smile. Won't you turn your hair blue? Or can you not? Height asked. I can transform, but it is not yet necessary, Sun Wukong replied. It seems I have underestimated you. With a gentle smile, he withdrew his hands from his pockets, preparing himself for battle. In the next moment, without exchanging unnecessary words, the two swiftly engaged in a fierce confrontation. Well done, it mused. Yet even if you can anticipate my movements, you can only follow my lead. So I shall predict your subsequent actions. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. The pace of their battle intensified, their bodies transforming in the air. However, while Hit's use of time skip barely taxed his stamina, Sun Wukong's energy was noticeably waning. After a brief struggle, they began to descend slowly from the sky. Your speed and stamina have diminished, haven't they? Where has that earlier momentum gone? Hit remarked with a smirk. Damn it. It seems that defeating you won't be so simple. Sun Wukong replied, acknowledging, at this rate, I will exhaust my stamina and lose to you. With no other options left, Sun Wukong let out a series of shouts, and flames ignited around him. Are you finally ready to use your blue hair transformation? Hit chuckled. However, after Hit's laughter, he sensed something was amiss. The flames enveloping Sun Wukong had transformed him into a Super Saiyan god. Red hair? Hit was taken aback. Why does that guy perplex me more than Piccolo? Vegeta thought. Increasingly irritated. Kakarot still wishes to retain the energy of Super Saiyan Blue? He scoffed. You possess an abundance of transformations, yet regardless of the hue, you cannot surpass me. Hit laughed heartily. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Sun Wukong declared, dashing towards Hit. Instantly, Hit activated time skip and struck towards Sun Wukong. Reacting with lightning speed, Sun Wukong countered with a slap to Hit's face. Hit's expression shifted dramatically. The duration of his time skip had shortened. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong launched a counterattack, knocking Hit to the ground. Hit's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense is this? The stoppage of time was even briefer this time. Ye Tian, what is happening? Bitterly asked, curiosity evident in her voice. It is because the energy disparity between Hit and Sun Wukong has diminished, Ye Tian explained. His time skip is more effective against opponents with lower energy. So you mean to say his time skip is somewhat of a double-edged sword? Bitterly quickly grasped the implication. Why not simply defeat those weaker than oneself with sheer strength? Android 18 remarked, shaking her head. Exactly, Ye Tian nodded. Hit, at that moment, felt utterly disheartened. Ye Tian, your assertion is not entirely accurate, is it? Clin scratched his head and inquired, just now, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. which is indeed more powerful than Super Saiyan God, isn't it? This is something you must comprehend on your own, Ye Tian replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Chapter 181. Whis. He articulated what I wish to convey. Whis, is what that fellow Ye Tian said accurate? Beerus turned to Whis for clarification. Indeed. He expressed precisely what I intended to say. Whis nodded affirmatively. You mean to suggest that Goku's Super Saiyan God has surpassed Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue in terms of energy intensity? Beerus asked, astonished. That is one way to interpret it. Whis replied with a smile. Vegeta, upon hearing this, perked up his ears, his expression turning as grim as could be. What do you mean? Has Kakarot's Super Saiyan God surpassed my Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta trembled with rage at that moment. How infuriating. Why is this happening? Have I allowed that Kakarot character to leave me far behind? Boom. It dared not be careless any longer. Energy surged within him, elevating his power to its zenith. Remarkably, that fellow Hit has yet to reveal his true strength. Jiren exhaled. Indeed, he typically resolves most of his opponents with just his time skip, so there is no need for him to fight at full capacity. Bardock nodded in agreement. Hit, your expression has grown somewhat serious, Goku remarked. This is all of my energy. Hit responded, I have not utilized it in a long time. I fear my body can only endure for a minute. And I can only employ time skip once. Goku declared, but in this final instance, I shall surely pin you down and defeat you. Hit's expression grew increasingly grave. You have voiced your intentions. Goku smiled faintly. Then this time, I shall conceal my hands. As Hit spoke, he tucked his hands into his pockets. Goku and Hit readied themselves for battle once more. Goku swiftly launched an attack, rushing towards Hit. Hit activated his time skip instantaneously. However, just as Hit's time skip was initiated, crack, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What? Hit's expression shifted dramatically. My time skip has been unraveled. Goku grinned and delivered a powerful kick to Hit's chest. Hit let out a cry, soaring into the sky. I have awaited this moment for far too long. I shall defeat you with this technique, Goku proclaimed, beginning to gather the Kamehameha wave. Whoosh! A blue energy shot skyward, swiftly racing towards Hit's location. Hit's expression changed once more, and in this critical moment, he hastily dodged the energy's onslaught. You evaded it. Goku chuckled. Crack! Hit descended from the heavens, landing on the arena's surface, gazing at Goku across the way. I truly did not anticipate the existence of someone like you in this world. Hit smiled. And although you are my adversary, I am moved by you. Hit, are you an assassin? Goku inquired. Hit, why should I concern myself with your identity? What does it matter? Hitler scoffed. You are bound by the limitations of the competition. If we were to truly engage, I fear you would have already vanquished me. Sun Wukong candidly remarked. Hitler fell silent, pondering the implications. I misunderstood you. I thought you viewed me as a mere assassin, perhaps even with disdain. Let us find a suitable place for a rematch next time, Sun Wukong proposed with a smile. After uttering these words, he leapt down from the ring. Hitler was left in a state of bewilderment, utterly confused by Sun Wukong's intentions. Hey, referee, I've fallen out. Sun Wukong called out to the still-dazed official. Oh. Contestant Sun Wukong has exited the ring, granting victory to contestant Hitler, the referee announced loudly. Sun Wukong, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you've done? Beerus appeared behind him, his expression stern as he reprimanded him. What about Gohan? He hasn't even entered the competition yet. Sun Wukong replied with a grin. I wish to leave the final opportunity for Gohan. You fool. Beerus gritted his teeth in frustration. I had previously told Gohan that I would witness his growth by his side. Sun Wukong chuckled. Since the Elder Kai has unlocked Gohan's latent energy, I have yet to witness him in battle. Well, that instance doesn't count, as Majin Buu absorbed Gotenks. Beerus countered, baring his teeth in irritation. Gohan remained silent, gently nodding at his father before stepping onto the stage. Sun Wukong, I will remember this. Hitler glanced at him. Gohan, give it your all. The final victory rests upon your shoulders. Videl encouraged, waving at her son. Understood, Gohan nodded. Now, let us proceed to the final match, featuring contestant Gohan against contestant Hitler. The referee proclaimed with fervor. Gohan immediately prepared for battle. Since my father managed to decipher his techniques, I should be capable as well. Moreover, father has already expended a significant amount of energy. I believe I may not be at a disadvantage. Gohan, is it? Hitler inquired, observing him intently. Yes, that is correct. Gohan replied. You bear a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, Hitler noted. He is my father, Gohan answered. Ah, I see. He wishes for his son to claim victory in this match, Hitler mused with a smile. I shall not disappoint my father's expectations, Gohan declared, clenching his fists as energy surged wildly from within him. He instantly entered a mysterious state. Upon sensing Gohan's formidable energy, a faint smile crept across Hitler's face. I shall commence my attack. Son Gohan spoke without superfluous words, swiftly dashing towards Hit and delivering a punch. Bang! Hit raised his hand and caught Son Gohan's fist. What? He caught it. Son Gohan was taken aback. Hit glanced towards Goku. Do you think I would be indebted to you, since you deliberately lost to me? I shall reciprocate by intentionally conceding to your son. With a swift motion, Hit's body slid backward and abruptly exited the ring, landing on the ground with a thud. No one anticipated such an outcome. Kampa was left in a daze. Beerus was filled with delight. Hit has been eliminated. Son Gohan is victorious, the referee announced loudly. Consequently, the ultimate victor of this martial arts tournament is Universe 7. Cheers erupted from the stands of Universe 7. Chapter 182. Zeno, Grand Minister, what are you observing? Videl, overjoyed, embraced Ye Tian fervently. Ye Tian, not one to be outdone, wrapped his other arm around Android 18. The sensation of holding them both was truly delightful. Has Gohan become this formidable? Goku scratched his head. Don't pretend you can't see it. It's evident that Hit deliberately allowed it. Vegeta scoffed. But why would Hit do such a thing? Goku was perplexed. Hey Hit, what do you mean by that? Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentional concession. Kampa barked. I no longer want the flight cube you promised me, Hit replied. Don't think this settles it. Do you believe I would show you mercy? Kampa fumed. In the Zeno Palace, Zeno was wandering about when he suddenly noticed the Grand Minister gazing intently at a particular spot. Grand Minister, what are you observing? You've been looking in that direction for quite some time, Zeno inquired. Do you still remember Lord Ye Tian? The Grand Minister asked. Ye Tian? Of course, I remember. He held me when I was quite young, Zeno replied, excitement illuminating his face. You are currently so small, he can indeed embrace you. Why has the mention of Lord Tian arisen so suddenly? The King of All inquired. Has he perhaps been reborn? I cannot say for certain at this moment. The High Priest pondered. That individual bears a striking resemblance to the reincarnated Lord Tian. What is there to deliberate? Let us immediately investigate. The King of All exclaimed with great excitement, quickly informing me of his whereabouts. It is peculiar. I sense he is the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Yet it feels as though the High Priest gently shook his head. Do you still remember the aura of Lord Tian, Your Majesty? The King of All vigorously nodded. Then it is imperative that your Majesty goes to see for yourself. Results should manifest. The High Priest suggested. Where is he located? The King of All inquired. Presently, he resides on an unnamed planet in the 7th universe. The High Priest disclosed. His name is Ye Tian. Currently, a martial arts tournament is being held between the 6th and 7th universes, and it has just concluded. I shall proceed there at once. The King of All declared with uncontainable enthusiasm. 2 attendants immediately appeared behind the king. What? Lord Tian has already been reborn? The attendants were equally astonished upon hearing this news. Your Majesty, it would be prudent not to reveal Lord Tian's identity. If he truly is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, the High Priest suddenly cautioned as the king was about to depart. Huh? Why? The king paused. Is his identity meant to remain confidential? Have you forgotten, Your Majesty? The High Priest sighed. When Lord Tian entered the reincarnation apparatus, it seems he divided into 2 parts. My current concern lies with the other aspect of him. I recall, the King of All nodded. The part that was divided represents the malevolent thoughts within Lord Tian's heart. The High Priest elaborated. Based on the current situation, it remains unclear whether this reincarnated Lord Tian embodies the malevolent or the normal aspect. Should it be the malevolent part? Your Majesty may be in grave danger. The King of All was taken aback, swallowing hard. You too must ensure the safety of Your Majesty. The High Priest reiterated sternly to the 2 attendants. Yes, the 2 attendants responded, their expressions turning exceptionally grave. Thus, High Priest, do you suspect that the individual named Ye Tian is the reincarnation of the malevolent Lord Tian? The King of All inquired. Indeed, the High Priest affirmed. When Lord Tian divided into 2 parts, aside from myself and Your Majesty, only these 2 attendants were aware. Even the angels were oblivious. Previously, a god of destruction from the 7th universe discovered clues regarding Lord Tian and deduced his identity. Subsequently, the number of those aware has increased. So, are we to understand that everyone now knows his identity? The King of All asked, taken aback. Yes, that is correct. The Grand Priest nodded, noting that Mr. Kampa was currently in the process of collecting the Super Dragon Balls. I utilized the Dragon of the Gods to erase their memories, thus preventing any potential issues. Therefore, my primary purpose for visiting this time is to discern whether he is the reincarnation of his malevolent self or his normal aspect, the Omni-King inquired. I had initially intended to observe myself, but it is more fitting for you, esteemed Omni-King, to go first. The Grand Priest agreed, adding a cautionary note. Hoping that upon meeting Lord Tian, the Omni-King would remain composed and feign handling the affairs of their two universes competition. Details regarding Lord Tian's identity will be discussed upon your return. I understand what to do, the Omni-King solemnly replied. I will monitor the situation from here. The Grand Priest assured. Let us proceed. The Omni-King beckoned to his two attendants. The attendants immediately heightened their vigilance. If it truly is the malevolent reincarnation of Lord Tian, one wonders if the Omni-King might be in danger. Perhaps we could be at risk as well? The attendants felt a surge of anxiety, sweat trickling down their faces. There is no need for concern, the Grand Priest reassured. Even if it is the dark incarnation of Lord Tian, I believe his power has not yet reached its zenith. In that case, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate him? One attendant suggested. The main issue is that it remains uncertain whether he embodies the malevolent aspect of Lord Tian, the Grand Priest gently countered. Should we err, the consequences could be even more tragic. You are right, Grand Priest, the other attendant agreed. Let us first investigate, the Omni-King declared, promptly utilizing instant transmission. And in an instant, he and his attendants vanished. Whoosh. The Omni-King swiftly materialized at the site of the two universes competition, where Kampa was preparing to wreak havoc on that fellow hit. You truly do not regard my dignity. You have caused our universe to lose the competition. Consequently, I must labor for the 7th universe for a decade. The mere thought of it fills me with discontent. Though I have damaged you, you possess no grounds for complaint. Kampa extended his hand, aiming at Hit's body from a distance. Hit's expression changed repeatedly. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply as he noticed the Grand Zeno and his two attendants appearing in the distance. Hey, Kampa, Beerus urgently called out. What is it, Beerus? Kampa retorted angrily. Is it not enough that I must work for you for 10 years? You need not remind me. I am well aware. Isn't it sufficient that I will work in your universe? Chapter 183, Grand Zeno. I am the same no. What I mean is over there, you fool. Hurry and look. Beerus pointed towards the distant Grand Zeno, loudly alerting Kampa. Kampa paused, then turned to gaze in the direction of the Grand Zeno. Upon this sight, he trembled uncontrollably. Lord Beerus, is it polite to point at Lord Zeno in such a manner? Whis remarked with a smile. Beerus was drenched in cold sweat, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. How dreadful. I have been so disrespectful to Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno, Kampa stammered. In the next moment, Beerus and Kampa swiftly flew over and knelt before the Grand Zeno. What? Who is the Grand Zeno? Vegeta inquired, perplexed, as he observed Whis take flight. Lord Zeno is the supreme deity of the 12 universes, Whis replied with a smile. What? The supreme deity of the 12 universes? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Yachting also curiously gazed at the Grand Zeno, even waving gently at him, though it proved ineffective. Can I not erase the Grand Zeno now? The Grand Zeno remained vigilant, glancing towards Yachting, yet immediately returned his gaze, displaying an unusual calmness. The two attendants heightened their alertness. However, they dared not provoke an incident, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Welcome, Lord Grand Zeno, Kampa awkwardly chuckled. Might I inquire if your presence signifies an important announcement? Beerus, pale with fear, hastily ventured. I humbly ask. Due to your unauthorized organization of this competition today, I have come to remind you to exercise caution, the Grand Zeno stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes. We sincerely apologize. Kampa and Beerus fervently nodded in apology. Furthermore, is it true that the losing side must work for the victorious universe for 10 years? The Grand Zeno inquired nonchalantly, who decreed that a god of destruction may work in another universe. Kampa and Beerus trembled in trepidation, hastily bowing in reverence. The matter of work was merely a jest, a fabrication, Beerus quickly replied. I can manage the affairs of our universe myself. You have been asleep for quite some time, haven't you? The Omni-King gazed at Beerus with wide, bean-like eyes. Beerus, startled once more, nearly lost his composure. However, there is one matter worthy of commendation. The Omni-King shifted his tone, expressing, after witnessing your match, I found it rather intriguing. I am even contemplating hosting a competition that spans the entire universe. Indeed. Kampa and Beerus bowed deeply once more. Is that true? A competition across the universe? That would be splendid. It is bound to be immensely entertaining. Goku eagerly chimed in. Let us do it. Goku, you simpleton, do not be so familiar. Beerus seethed, wishing he could swat Goku into oblivion. Yes, let us proceed, the Omni-King nodded. It is settled then. Goku extended his hand towards the Omni-King, while Beerus seethed with frustration, cursing Goku's foolishness. Do you wish for our universe to vanish? The Omni-King cast a surprised glance at Sun Wukong, as well as at the hand he extended. The two guards glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. The Omni-King had come primarily to ascertain whether the reincarnated Lord Tanya harbored any malevolent tendencies. Why are you, a mere human, causing such a commotion? After a brief moment of hesitation, the Omni-King stepped forward and clasped hands with Sun Wukong. Very well, the Omni-King nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this scene, both Kampa and Beerus felt their anxieties dissipate, each wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Thank you. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Their hands parted. I shall take my leave now, the Omni-King stated, waving to the gathered crowd and casually glancing at Ye Tian. What are you staring at? Ye Tian suddenly interjected. Beerus, almost startled to death, was taken aback. In an instant, the Omni-King, along with his two attendants, vanished without a trace. Beerus stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, only to soon glare at Ye Tian in a fit of indignation. What did you just say, my friend? Do you wish for our universe to vanish? Observe how I shall rectify you. Just as Beerus harbored such a thought upon his recent awakening, an inexplicable wave of fear suddenly enveloped him. Beerus shuddered. Bang! In the next moment, he unleashed his pent-up resentment upon Son Goku, striking him on the head with a force that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku cried out in pain, writhing on the floor. What are you doing, Lord Beerus? That hurts terribly. Goku grimaced. You scoundrel! Do you dare involve the Omni-King? Beerus retorted angrily. Do you realize that if the Omni-King were to become displeased, he could obliterate our universe in an instant? What? Such a thing exists? Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Enough. Let today's matter conclude here. Everyone return to your respective homes, Beerus declared with a huff. Supreme Kai, send them all back. Ah, understood. The Supreme Kai nodded. So, is this the end of your work, Beerus? Kampa expressed with a smug demeanor. The Omni-King has deemed it so. I refuse to believe you would still summon me to work. Beerus waved his hand in resignation. If it is settled, then so be it. What more can I say? The Omni-King has spoken. Would I dare to summon Kampa again? So, after expending so much effort to host a tournament, it amounted to nothing but solitude? The Supreme Kai sighed. Beerus rolled his eyes. Subsequently, the respective Supreme Kais escorted their universes back home. In the Omni-King's palace, swish. The Omni-King and his two attendants returned promptly. The Grand Minister immediately turned his gaze towards the Omni-King, whose expression had grown exceedingly grave. What is the outcome, my lord? Can you discern anything? The Grand Minister inquired. The Omni-King lowered his head. So, this Ye Tian is the reincarnation of the malevolent aspect of Lord Tianyi? The Grand Minister furrowed his brow. No, that is not the case. I cannot discern it. The Omni-King scratched his head. The Grand Minister was at a loss for words. Did you not notice the expression? What do you think, Great Priest? Asked the Omni-King. I cannot quite articulate it. He appears to embody both the malevolent aspect and the benign aspect, each occupying approximately 50% of his being. Hence, I refrain from drawing any conclusions and prefer to observe him in silence. The Great Priest sighed in resignation. I feel the same, replied the Omni-King. Chapter 184. The basketball match with number 18. It seems we must continue our observation. There are no other courses of action, the Great Priest remarked, shaking his head. But if he is indeed the malevolent part, shall we allow him to continue to grow unchecked? The Omni-King expressed his concern. I have attempted to erase him, but to no avail. He is completely immune to my attempts at eradication. It is evident that Ye Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi. This cannot be mistaken. Yet, it remains unclear which aspect he represents. Oh, it appears there may be another approach, the Great Priest mused, his eyes suddenly brightening as he gazed elsewhere. What approach? Inquired the Omni-King. In the 10th universe, there exists a trainee god of destruction who is veering towards extremity. Based on my analysis, there is a significant likelihood that he will traverse time and space, extending this extremity to its utmost limits in another realm. The Great Priest smiled faintly, contemplating the opportunity presented. Why do you say that? The Omni-King asked, puzzled. If all proceeds normally, that realm will undergo considerable upheaval. The Great Priest explained with a smile. At that time, the Mr. Sun Wukong who shakes hands with you, Lord Omni-King, can journey to that realm and bring back its version of you. With both of you together, I would feel much more at ease. The other realm's version of me? The Omni-King pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Through the other realms perhaps we can gain a clearer insight into which part of Lord Tian he embodies, the great priest analyzed. Will Sun Wukong truly bring the other version of me over? The Omni-King asked again. As long as he is guided properly, there should be no issues. The great priest replied with a smile. Currently, that trainee god of destruction has already ventured into a future realm to begin gathering the Super Dragon Balls. Has it progressed so swiftly? The Omni-King exclaimed in surprise. Let us take the opportunity to invite Mr. Wukong over to play, Lord Omni-King, suggested the great priest. Indeed. The Omni-King agreed readily. However, this individual named Sun Wukong is genuinely a good person. I have never encountered such a pure-hearted and kind human before. I have observed the same. The great priest nodded, succinctly appraising him. He is indeed an exceptional human. Why the sudden mention of him? The Omni-King inquired, somewhat bewildered. You shall soon understand, Lord Omni-King, the great priest replied with a mysterious smile. Could it be that Wukong has a connection to that trainee god of destruction? The Omni-King inquired. During the competition between these two universes, the apprentice Kaioshin had been closely observing Mr. Son Goku. The Grand Minister smiled faintly, pondering what his true intentions might be. The Omni-King furrowed his brow. As time passed, in Satan City, within apartment 8 of Ye Tian, he finally achieved his desire to play basketball with android 18. Sweaty and exhilarated, 18 felt impressed by Ye Tian's remarkable skills on the court. Although she had never played basketball before, her previous observations had familiarized her with the game. Now, experiencing the joy of basketball firsthand brought her immense delight. As the match concluded, Ye Tian cheerfully asked, "So, how was it, 18? Isn't basketball quite enjoyable?" 18 nodded, her cheeks flushed. "Are you shy about playing basketball?" Ye Tian teased. "Is this what you call playing basketball?" 18 rolled her eyes in response. "What else would you call it? This is the finest basketball match," Ye Tian asserted confidently. Yet, 18's voice grew softer as she continued to speak. "You are truly exceptional," Ye Tian exclaimed in admiration. "How does that compare to Dilly?" 18 suddenly queried. With her, it was merely holding hands, nothing more, I assure you. Can you believe that? Ye Tian replied with a smile. Really? 18 asked, somewhat skeptical. Indeed. If you doubt me, feel free to investigate, Ye Tian replied, feigning seriousness. 18 chose to remain silent, feeling that his words lacked sincerity. Your fanciful fabrications have convinced even me to some extent. Let us take a break, suggested Ye Tian, for there are times when one must balance work with rest. Excessive fatigue is detrimental to one's health. And then there is the matter of the 18th, which is truly amusing. It suddenly dawned on me that your stamina is inexhaustible, is it not? Ye Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. My energy is indeed limitless, yet you, the 18th, interjected quickly. Yes, I shall be mindful of that. Please continue, replied Ye Tian. 18th, you truly have arrived. After finishing the match, do you not take a moment to rest? Ye Tian and number 18 continue their game. Ye Tian has already formulated a plan. Before that fellow named Tian Yi awakens, it would be wise to engage in the endeavors he desires. It would be rather unfortunate to have ventured into the Dragon Ball world only to return without accomplishing anything. While Ye Tian is playing basketball with number 18, he suddenly hears a knock at the door. Through his own senses, he gazes towards the entrance. Standing at the door is Videl. Isn't that your little girlfriend? Number 18 chuckles. Hurry up. I wonder what expression your girlfriend will have upon seeing this. Do you think I lack the courage? Ye Tian scoffs. Oh, my rebound. Number 18 exclaims. Ye Tian, are you home? Videl's voice calls from outside. Coming, coming. Ye Tian responds, waving his hand to erase the door. Videl's eyes widen in disbelief. Where's the door? How did it suddenly vanish? Coming quickly. Don't disrupt my basketball game. Ye Tian beckons to Videl outside. Bewildered, Videl steps into the room. Ye Tian waves his hand once more, conjuring a new grand door. Such occurrences are inevitable. Ye Tian can no longer be concerned about trivialities. His most cherished aspiration is to live alongside Videl and number 18. For that would imbue life with greater significance. Upon entering the living room, Videl instinctively glances towards the bedroom. Ah, Ye Tian. You too. Videl gasps, her face paling. Videl, come over and play basketball with us. Look, I've transformed the bedroom into a court. What a meaningful endeavor this is. Ye Tian calls to Videl. You two carry on. Videl retorts angrily, preparing to leave. Chapter 185. Videl, come play basketball. Don't be upset. Wait for me to finish this game with number 18, and then I'll play with you, Ye Tian replies. Videl, in a flustered rush, nearly stumbles to the ground. Why do you speak in such grandiloquent terms? Today, Ye Tian ultimately did not achieve his desires. Unlike Videl, who disapproved. Naturally, Ye Tian could not force a layup, as that would only inflict irreparable damage upon the hoop. However, Videl, in this matter, essentially chose to turn a blind eye. After all, who could resist the allure of such a rogue? Upon further reflection, Videl considered that Ye Tian was not, in fact, a rogue at all. He has treated both me and La Zili with great kindness, and he has long declared his affection for both of us. If he were to secretly date La Zili behind my back, that would indeed classify him as a rogue, but this situation does not warrant such a label. Videl often reassured herself with these thoughts. At times, she even pondered, has Ye Tian perhaps engaged in psychological manipulation over me? At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce game of basketball, not merely playing, but embroiled in an intense battle. Whis and Beerus lounged nearby on recliners, indulging in refreshments at Bulma's residence. Although you have trained with Whis for a time, your prowess still falls exceedingly short, Beerus remarked. Noting that at this rate, you shall never attain the status of destroyer. I never claimed to aspire to be a destroyer. And I have no interest in such a role, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Being a destroyer sounds splendid. With work being so rare, and one can sleep in until they awaken naturally, Beerus chuckled. All that is required is to occasionally obliterate unnecessary planets. Quite simple. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely not. I refuse to destroy planets and the beings upon them. Such a terrifying act is beyond my capabilities. Sun Wukong vehemently shook his head. You find it terrifying? Beerus's expression soured slightly. Focused during battle, Vegeta bellowed, landing a punch that sent Sun Wukong plummeting from the air. Sun Wukong descended towards Beerus's direction, only to be met with a fierce tail swipe from Beerus. He plunged into a nearby artificial lake, sending waves crashing. Lord Beerus, what was that for? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Who permitted you to insult the role of a destroyer? Beerus huffed. It seems, Lord Beerus, that you have not been working recently, Whis interjected. Mind your own business. Beerus retorted. After a brief silence, Beerus resumed. But speaking of which, what has that fellow Ye Tian been up to lately? He inquired curiously of Whis. Allow me a moment, Whis responded, promptly utilizing his staff to ascertain Ye Tian's whereabouts. Soon, the staff pinpointed Ye Tian's location. Yet the crystal orb revealed nothing at all. How strange. Why is there no display? Whis mused, momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Lord Beerus inquired curiously. His confusion palpable. I cannot ascertain, Whis replied, shaking his head. The interior is obscured, utterly indistinct. How could such an occurrence transpire? Beerus's intrigue deepened. I recall during our contest with the Sixth Universe. Some fragments of the arena mysteriously vanished. Whis elucidated. Vanished mysteriously. Beerus turned to Whis, seeking clarification. At present, I am not entirely certain, Whis speculated. There is a significant likelihood that this Mr. Ye Tian may be a master of space. What? A master of space? Beerus tapped his forehead with his finger, recollecting. You mentioned this before, asserting he seemed akin to a master of space. Indeed, I did express that sentiment, Whis affirmed with a nod. I have the utmost disdain for masters of space. Beerus grimaced. Vowing to deliver a thrashing upon their next encounter, it was because when Lord Beerus first encountered a master of space, he mistook him for Lord Zeno's disciple. Whis stifled a laugh behind his hand. Mind your tongue. Beerus retorted. What manner of master of space is this? Goku interjected, eager to join the discourse. A skill reminiscent of Lord Zeno's Erasure Technique, capable of creating an almost indistinguishable effect, Whis succinctly explained. However, this ability merely relocates objects into one's own space, rather than erasing them. Is that so? Such a wondrous skill exists. Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. Suddenly, as they conversed, a time machine materialized in the sky. Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis collectively gazed upward at the time machine as it descended gently. Goku swiftly ascended to inspect it. Huh? Is that Trunks? He has already fainted. Goku exclaimed in shock. What are you lingering there for? Hurry and fetch the Senza beans. Vegeta commanded. Right? Goku hurriedly executed an instant transmission. Vegeta personally carried Trunks to a nearby pavilion. Trunks' arrival caught Bulma's attention, prompting her to rush over. A look of deep concern etched on her face as she regarded her son from the future, though Trunks lay unconscious. His expression was one of anger and agony. What on earth transpired? How could he be so grievously injured? Bulma lamented, her heart aching for her son. With a flash, Goku returned and tossed a Senzu bean to Vegeta. Catching it, Vegeta immediately administered it to Trunks. As Trunks opened his eyes, he immediately spotted Goku amidst the crowd. Enraged, Trunks unleashed a punch toward Goku. With a gentle lift of his hand, Sun Wukong caught the punch launched by Trunks. "You wretched creature!" Trunks exclaimed in anger. "What troubles you, Trunks?" Sun Wukong inquired with a hint of curiosity. Trunks paused momentarily, seemingly coming to a realization, and eagerly asked, "Are you Mr. Wukong? Did you not perish in an explosion alongside Cell?" "Ah, that tale is rather lengthy. In any case, I was resurrected." Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled heartily. "Trunks, what ails you?" Bulma asked. "Mother." Trunks turned to Bulma, a mixture of surprise and joy illuminating his face, tears welling in his eyes. "It's wonderful. You're still alive." At that moment, Bulma felt utterly overwhelmed. "Should I sing a song to express my gratitude? What has transpired? Please, elucidate," Vegeta urged. "Father, it's incredible! I have finally succeeded in returning to the past," Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Hey, kid, I recall your name is also Trunks, correct?" Beerus questioned the younger Trunks. The young Trunks nodded vigorously. "This cat is remarkably powerful. I dare not provoke it." Chapter 186. You actually manipulated time? I see. So they tampered with time, was analyzed. What? Beerus furrowed his brow and immediately rose. Wait a moment. You are the future version of this little rascal, are you not? Ah, yes, indeed. May I inquire who you are? Trunks stammered, looking at Beerus in bewilderment. Young Trunks exclaimed, "This is me from the future? What a jest. Oh dear. You are truly remarkable, having created such a device to control time," Whis remarked, expressing his astonishment. "I had thought humanity lacked such capability. It was crafted by my future self. Am I not impressive?" Bulma replied with a hint of pride. "Ms. Bulma, manipulating time is a grave offense. Have you not heard?" Whis sighed. "Even if I were to destroy it, you ought not to harbor any grievances." Beerus huffed. "Wait, it was my future self who did that. I had no part in it." Bulma hurriedly distanced herself from her future counterpart. "So, Trunks, what is the origin of your enemy?" Vegeta inquired. "He claims to be a champion of justice, determined to eradicate all inhabitants of Earth," Trunks responded, adding, "He stated that he has obliterated countless planets and their inhabitants. We resisted valiantly for a year, but now there are scarcely any survivors left on Earth, and he has even slain my mother. It seems the future version of me truly met a tragic end," Bulma reflected. "Who exactly is he?" Vegeta's forehead pulsed with tension. "That fellow is Mr. Wukong," Trunks clarified. "Me?" Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so?" "Yet, he bears an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Wukong," Trunks replied. "Is that true?" Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. "What exactly is happening?" Vegeta furrowed his brow. "I cannot say for certain." Trunks shook his head. "Isn't the Wukong from your world already deceased?" Bulma inquired. "Indeed, that was my understanding as well. However, that individual is indeed identical to Mr. Wukong. Yet his disposition is entirely different," Trunks elucidated. "That fellow is inherently cruel. It is evident he is not the genuine Mr. Wukong." "So, you attacked me the moment you regained consciousness," Sun Wukong finally comprehended. "Due to the potential for confusion, my mother referred to him as Black Wukong," Trunks clarified. "What a peculiar name," Sun Wukong remarked with a wry smile. "Humph, my future self truly lacks creativity in naming," Bulma remarked, shaking her head in disbelief at the tastelessness of the name. "So, to put it simply, you want us to help you eliminate that individual, correct?" Sun Wukong's spirits lifted instantly. "No problem, I will take care of it." "Actually, I cannot return," Trunks interjected, shaking his head. "Why not?" Sun Wukong inquired, bewildered. "The fuel for the time machine can only transport me to this timeline," Trunks explained. "Then what was the reason for your arrival?" Vegeta pressed. "Mother said as long as I survive, there is hope." Trunks lowered his head. "Thus, I have nowhere else to go, and I had to escape to this timeline." "You managed to escape, yet you do not seek vengeance?" Vegeta admonished. "Wait, please do not argue. Trunks has done his utmost." Bulma interjected. "Cannot you both empathize and allow him a moment of respite? Do not treat him as if he were merely one of your two battle-crazed selves." "Ah, you are right." Sun Wukong nodded. "I apologize," Vegeta hastily offered. Trunks looked on, bewildered. "Father, when did you learn to apologize? I recall you were not like this before." Trunks. "You need not return. Vegeta and I will manage." Sun Wukong chuckled, and then inquired, By the way, Trunks, what energy source does your time machine utilize? It uses blue 15 energy liquid. Trunks responded. That substance is precisely the new energy source we have recently begun to research. It is quite complicated to produce. Given the size of your time machine's fuel tank, it would take at least a full day to replenish, Bulma explained. A day? That's remarkably quick. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. In our future, it takes us an entire year to recharge. So, we can indeed return, right? Sun Wukong smiled, glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta, let us go together. Bulma, given the circumstances, shall we proceed? Vegeta first sought Bulma's opinion. It is up to you. I know it would be futile to try and dissuade you. Bulma nodded. However, do exercise caution and ensure your safe return. Understood. Goku and Vegeta immediately stood at attention. Wait, that fellow is truly formidable. I have trained earnestly, reaching a certain level of strength, yet I still fall short in comparison. Trunks hastily explained. Then let us engage in a duel, Trunks. Goku smiled gently. Trunks, with a serious nod, took his position at a distance. Trunks, unleash your full power. Goku encouraged with a grin. All right. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Impressive, Trunks. You have elevated your energy to this extent, Goku remarked, promptly transforming into Super Saiyan 2 himself. The two engaged in a brief spar. Trunks, you have indeed grown powerful, surpassing Gohan from back in the day. Goku commented with a smile. Years have passed, and I have trained tirelessly, Trunks replied. Now, allow me to show you a transformation you are yet unaware of. Goku declared. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Trunks was taken aback by Goku's transformation. This is Super Saiyan 3, Goku said, rubbing his nose. Indeed. I did not know such a form existed, Trunks marveled, but I have not reached the limits of my own transformations. With a resounding shout, Trunks enveloped himself in a layer of blue light. Goku paused momentarily. This kid has transformed impressively. His energy intensity is nearly on par with Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta expressed mild surprise. Trunks, you are truly remarkable. Goku chuckled. To be honest, you surpass your father in strength. Really? Is that so? Trunks felt a bit bashful. Chapter 187. The Grand Priest calls again Kakarot. Silence yourself. Vegeta's expression darkened. Nonetheless, Trunks, I shall reveal to you my new state. Goku ignited with a fiery crimson aura, transforming into Super Saiyan God. What? What is this transformation? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. This is the latest form of Super Saiyan God. As Sun Wukong spoke, he swiftly appeared directly in front of Trunks and gently delivered a palm strike. Unfortunately, Trunks fell to the ground. The golden light surrounding him dissipating instantly. Trunks, are you all right? Sun Wukong inquired with concern. Did I strike too hard? Ah, it's nothing, Trunks replied, shaking his head. How about it? In this condition, I should be able to defeat that black Wukong you mentioned, right? Sun Wukong smiled. I'm not sure, Trunks pondered. Let's see how it goes. Sun Wukong nodded and immediately asked Beerus, Lord Beerus, would you like to join us? If it's dangerous, you could assist us. Stop joking around. Let me be clear. The Earth from another timeline is none of my concern. I simply lack the time to meddle in such trivial matters. Beerus decisively rejected. Come on. Lord Beerus, you're being too stingy, Sun Wukong complained. I've already stated that manipulating time is a grave offense. Beerus scoffed. However, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. But don't expect me to accompany you. All right, Sun Wukong scratched his head and turned back to Trunks. Trunks, have you encountered Majin Buu in the future? I did. But Majin Buu never emerged from his seal. Trunks recounted the events of his future. In his timeline, with the help of the Kaioshin, they had together defeated Babidi and Dubra, preventing Majin Buu from awakening. However, the Kaioshin paid the ultimate price for this victory. Shortly thereafter, Black Wukong appeared. Trunks sighed. Indeed. In my future timeline, Lord Beerus does not exist. That seems to indicate that Black Wukong must have taken control of that timeline after learning of this situation, was analyzed. It's rare for anyone to know that the death of the Kaioshin would lead to the disappearance of a god of destruction, even among deities. Only those of the highest rank would be aware of such a fact, was continued. In other words, that individual known as Black Wukong could potentially be some kind of deity, Beerus speculated. Moreover, he has targeted a timeline devoid of a god of destruction and absent the likes of Mr. Wukong. There is also a significant possibility he traversed parallel worlds, was mused. Trunks, does your world truly lack the presence of a god of destruction? Beerus inquired once more. Yes, this is my first time hearing about a god of destruction. Trunks admitted. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. As they were engaged in conversation, Ye Tian arrived, radiating energy as he descended at Bulma's residence. Fresh from a basketball game, he was in high spirits. This time, he did not bring Biddy Lee and Android 18 along. His visit to Bulma's home was prompted by the presence of Trunks. Having advanced to the diamond-level Erasure Technique, Ye Tian's sensory abilities now allowed him to perceive the entire universe. Indeed, it resembled a form of divine awareness. By merely closing his eyes, he could visualize every corner of existence. Ye Tian had not anticipated Trunks' swift arrival, according to the usual historical timeline. He should not have appeared for at least another year. It seemed that his interference had significantly altered the course of history. However, regarding Zamasu's situation, it appeared little had changed. Zamasu still occupied Goku's body and continued to wreak havoc across Trunks' timeline. Ye Tian was merely there to observe the unfolding events, while also harboring a desire to explore the future timeline. Calculating the time, he mused that upon venturing into the future, he should be able to ascend to the star-level Erasure Technique. He wondered if there would be higher ranks following that. Ye Tian, you've arrived. Goku waved at him. Yes. Ye Tian nodded in response. Trunks, allow me to introduce you. This is Ye Tian, a high school classmate of Gohan, Goku stated. Ah, hello, Trunks greeted politely. Do not be deceived by his unassuming appearance. I sense that Ye Tian possesses formidable strength, Goku chuckled. In fact, when Dubrov first appeared, Ye Tian kicked him right in the face. Really? Impressive, Trunks remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. Beerus glanced at Ye Tian but remained silent. Trunks, do you truly have no other allies in your future? Goku casually inquired. Indeed, Black Goku claimed to have eliminated all the gods, leaving no one to oppose him. Trunks replied, affirming that he was the last remaining warrior. It seemed that the other universe Kais had also met with dire fates, as Whis lamented. No wonder that Fiend can wreak havoc in your world, Beerus sighed. Moreover, it is not confined to your realm. Black Goku could very well appear in our universe and perpetrate similar atrocities. Should we consult the Supreme Kai? Whis suggested. It would be prudent to inquire if he knows of any gods that have recently fallen, Beerus agreed. There is no need for such complexity. I can ascertain that the instigator of this matter will likely emerge from the direction of Universe 10. Exploring towards Universe 10 should pose no difficulties. Ye Tian spoke, prompting Whis and Beerus to turn their attention towards him. The 10th universe? Beerus pondered, taken aback by Ye Tian's unwavering certainty. You will understand once you take a look. Ye Tian replied with a smile. Very well, then I shall accompany Lord Beerus to the realm of the Supreme Kai in the 10th universe, Whis suggested. It may indeed be worthwhile to investigate your claims, given your confidence. Beerus nodded in agreement. Let us depart at once, Whis declared, preparing to set off with Beerus towards the 10th universe. At that moment, Whis' staff suddenly trembled, and the crystal orb atop it glimmered brightly. Oh dear. It is the Grand Minister contacting us, Whis remarked. What? The Grand Minister? Beerus exclaimed, startled. Greetings, Grand Minister. It has been quite some time since we last communicated. Whis promptly answered the call. The conversation concluded swiftly, and Whis turned his gaze towards Son Goku. Chapter 188. A single slap sends Beerus flying, Mr. Goku, Whis began. The Omni-King wishes to see you and hopes you can visit his palace immediately. Huh? The Omni-King? What does he want with me? Son Goku scratched his head, perplexed. Is it regarding the Universal Martial Arts Tournament? I am uncertain about that. Whis shook his head. Tell him I am quite busy and shall discuss it another time. Son Goku replied. Beerus felt a sense of impending doom wash over him at that moment. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. Who do you think you are? You fool, the Omni-King wishes to see you. You should go and pay your respects immediately. Beerus exclaimed. Is it really that urgent? Goku scratched his head. Is it far from here? Even if I fly, it would take me 2 days to get there. Whis explained. Indeed, it would require 2 days. 2 days. I truly have no time to travel that far, Goku said, half laughing, half crying. Regardless, you must go. Do you hear me? Beerus shouted at Goku. But that's too long. Goku replied, at a loss for words. Let's summon the King Kai. He can teleport you there instantly, Ye Tian suggested. Yes, that's a good idea. Whis. Please contact King Kai and have him send Goku over. Beerus instructed Whis. Understood, Whis agreed without hesitation. King Kai arrived shortly thereafter. Whis, you will accompany him, Beerus commanded. Very well, but aren't you coming, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Are you joking? I certainly won't. Beerus firmly rejected the notion and turned to Goku, reminding him, Goku, Remember, never offend the Omni-King. Your demeanor determines the fate of the entire universe. Then let us hurry there and back. King Kai, Goku nodded. Wait, are you planning to wear that outfit? Beerus interjected. Go change into something more formal. If it's that much trouble, I won't go. Goku sighed, growing somewhat impatient. After all, this meeting was rather sudden. I will apologize to the Omni-King on his behalf, was chuckled. One more thing. You must keep the matter of Black Goku a secret. Beerus urged, if the Omni-King discovers this, he will surely obliterate all universes in a fit of rage. Indeed, Whis nodded. Goku remained silent. Let me remind you one last time, Beerus continued. Are you done yet? Goku asked. I'm not speaking to you. I'm addressing King Kai, Beerus shouted. King Kai looked utterly perplexed. You must not perish, Beerus said solemnly. Huh, what? King Kai scratched his head. Then let us depart quickly, Goku proposed. Glancing back at Ye Tian, would you like to come along? Beerus felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just go already. Why are you still hesitating? Beerus shouted. Do you still dare to allow Ye Tian to go? Are you aware of what Ye Tian did last time? Lord Quan Wong cast a glance at him. And he audaciously inquired, what are you looking at? Fortunately, Lord Quan Wong did not stoop to his level. Had he chosen to retaliate, our universe might have ceased to exist long ago. Well then, I shall go and take a look as well, Ye Tian pondered, expressing his agreement. You cannot go. Beerus immediately interjected. Why? State your reasoning, Ye Tian smiled, his demeanor lighthearted. My word is final, you simply cannot go. There is no reasoning behind it, Beerus shouted emphatically. You are quite amusing. Ye Tian chuckled heartily, giving Beerus a gentle pat on the back. Bang. With a resounding thud, Beerus was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. His body tumbled across the ground, rolling over countless times. Boom. In the next instant, Beerus crashed into a nearby artificial lake, sending water soaring several meters high. Everyone present was left speechless, staring at Ye Tian in disbelief. Oh dear, I seem to have been rather careless with my strength lately. I truly did not intend for that to happen, Lord Beerus, Ye Tian remarked with a hint of regret. Whis regarded Ye Tian with profound astonishment, pondering the depths of his identity. Who exactly is he? Should I escort him to the Grand Priest? No, perhaps I should refrain. I ought to first inquire about Ye Tian's standing with the Grand Priest before making any decisions. Lord Kaioshin, we must depart quickly, Whis whispered to Kaioshin. Are we not taking Ye Tian with us? Kaioshin inquired. It is best not to. As Lord Beerus indicated, it could lead to further complications. Whis nodded in agreement. Understood. Kaioshin acquiesced after careful consideration. Kai. In the following moment, Kaioshin instantly transported himself, Goku, and Whis, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Just after Kaioshin's departure, Ye Tian turned his gaze toward the direction they had taken. Whis chose not to include me. What are you afraid of? Never mind. If you don't want to bring it, then so be it. To be honest, I am not particularly eager to go either. After all, my current strength surpasses that of Beerus by 100-fold. Battling an angel should pose no significant issue, yet confronting the Grand Priest feels rather daunting. Perhaps I should maintain a low profile for now. Once I advance to the starry erasure level, I shall seek out the Grand Priest. Can I venture into Trunks' timeline to find the Grand Priest? That should resolve any concerns. Boom. Beerus soared from the lake, rapidly ascending into the sky. His fury directed at the figure of Ye Tian below. Vegeta stood by, utterly astonished. Trunks widened his eyes, displaying an expression of disbelief. Kid, you are far too overconfident. Beerus exclaimed, darting towards Ye Tian. In an instant, Beerus unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Ye Tian. Unfazed, Ye Tian merely extended a finger. It is worth noting that Ye Tian's physical strength had now reached 100 times that of Beerus. If a mere finger could not withstand Beerus' assault, it would be rather implausible. Smack! Ye Tian effortlessly blocked Beerus' attack with his finger. Beerus was momentarily stunned, gazing at Ye Tian with a mix of terror and astonishment. How can this fellow be so formidable? Trunks inquired of his father. Didn't Mr. Goku say that the god of destruction is an invincible ceiling? Vegeta replied. Who knows what is going on? Why has Gohan's classmate become so powerful? Was he always this strong? Shall we continue fighting, Beerus? Ye Tian grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. Beerus' complexion shifted drastically, and he hastily retreated. Chapter 189. Is it an evil reincarnation? Forget it. I won't bully you anymore. Ye Tian said with a smile. Beerus was utterly at a loss. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and this individual named Ye Tian. Who exactly is he? Beerus trembled in fear. Bulma, could you fetch me something to eat? Ye Tian called out to Bulma. Sure, she promptly replied, also preparing some treats for Beerus to calm his nerves. This Bulma is at a loss for words, unsure of what to do, and immediately turned to Beerus. Why aren't you going to do it? Why are you staring at me? Beerus shouted. Bulma chose not to respond. If you cannot defeat them, then direct your wrath towards me. You truly are quite timid. I had thought the god of destruction feared nothing. It seems even an invincible opponent can induce fear. Ye Tian leisurely found a seat and sat down. Beerus hesitated for a moment before taking a seat at a distance. What is your level? Choosing the same seat as I? Ye Tian smiled at Beerus. Instantly, Beerus stood up, his expression shifting dramatically. All right, I was merely jesting. Please, take a seat. Am I truly that terrifying? Ye Tian chuckled. Beerus and Vegeta exchanged a brief silence. Summoning his courage, Vegeta promptly appeared beside Ye Tian. Teach me. Vegeta gritted his teeth and addressed Ye Tian. Ye Tian glanced at Vegeta. All this time, I have lingered in Kakarot's shadow. I must surpass him, Vegeta declared solemnly. If you genuinely wish to surpass Son Goku, I suggest you train under Beerus and learn his god of destruction techniques, Ye Tian proposed. However, Beerus is not even your equal, Vegeta whispered, wary of being overheard. Although Beerus may not be my match, he is more than capable of instructing you. Ye Tian replied with a smile. Once you return from the future, you can study diligently under him. Time is somewhat limited now. Understood. Vegeta nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Beerus was increasingly astonished, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Who exactly is this individual? Why do I feel a sense of dread upon encountering him? In the Xenos Palace. With a flash, King Kai arrived at the entrance alongside Goku and Whis. The Grand Minister awaited them at the door. Welcome. The Grand Minister greeted with a smile. It has been a while, Whis bowed in respect. Is that child the Grand Minister? Goku inquired, turning to King Kai. Indeed, Goku, do not be disrespectful. Bow quickly. King Kai urged as he pressed Goku's head down in greeting. You must be Mr. Son Goku, the Grand Minister said, smiling at Goku. Hi, I'm Goku. Goku waved at the Grand Minister. What are you so casual about, Goku? You must observe proper etiquette. King Kai exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Forgive me. Goku was caught off guard and did not wear formal attire. Whis interjected. Please do not mind. Perhaps for him, that is considered formal attire, the Grand Minister chuckled. Indeed. Goku grinned widely in agreement. You cannot say that, Goku. King Kai felt Goku's behavior was far too rude. Then how should I phrase it? Goku scratched his head. Let us proceed. The Grand Minister, seemingly indifferent to such trivialities, turned and led the way ahead. Although his appearance was rather ordinary, his aura exuded immense strength. Sun Wukong commented in a hushed tone, You can actually perceive that? Whis smiled and replied, As far as I know, among all the beings in our universe, the Grand Minister is the most formidable. What? Is that truly so? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. You mustn't suggest engaging him in a sparring match. That would be exceedingly disrespectful, Whis cautioned. Understood. If I cannot even best Lord Beerus, how could I possibly challenge the Grand Minister? Sun Wukong scratched his head. I can only say that I am far from being a match for the Grand Minister, Whis remarked with a smile. So powerful. Sun Wukong marveled. Indeed. This journey has not been in vain. But should I seek his assistance in dealing with Black Goku? Regrettably, we angels must maintain neutrality and cannot partake in combat. Whis explained. Is such a stipulation truly in place? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Indeed, Whis nodded. What does that mean? So even if we encounter danger, you cannot assist us? Sun Wukong inquired. Precisely. Have you ever witnessed me engaging in battle outside of instructing you? Whis asked with a grin. Now that you mention it. I suppose I haven't, Sun Wukong admitted with a nod. Moreover, if this matter were to reach the Grand Minister's ears, he would inform Lord Zeno. And the universe responsible for the disturbance would be erased by Lord Zeno himself, Whis elucidated. I understand now. I shall remain silent. Sun Wukong gulped, startled. Whis then swiftly approached the Grand Minister, walking alongside him. Whis, did you see something? The Grand Minister inquired with a smile. Is it concerning Ye Tian? Whis asked. Indeed. The Grand Minister gently nodded. How remarkable he is, effortlessly sending Lord Beerus flying, Whis remarked, and he possesses the ability to erase as well. Previously, I believed him to be a master of space, but it seems otherwise. He is the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi. What? The reincarnation of Lord Tianyi? Whis was taken aback. You were initially aware of this matter, later. I had Bardos gather the Super Dragon Balls and use the Dragon of the Gods to erase your memories, the Grand Minister explained. Oh dear. So the blank in our memories pertains to this matter, Weiss realized, then curiously asked, but why did the Grand Minister wish to do so? There were too many individuals privy to this information. Even several humans had come to know his identity, the Grand Minister answered. I see. But isn't it a good thing that Lord Tian can be reincarnated? Why not allow others to know? Weiss queried. As the grand figure of Tian reincarnated, he divided into two distinct entities, one that embodies normalcy and the other steeped in malevolence. The High Priest let out a resigned sigh. Does this imply that Mr. Ye Tian could be the reincarnation of the malevolent aspect? Beerus inquired, astonished. Chapter 190. The High Priest, each represents 50 at this moment. It remains uncertain. Let us say it is a 50-50 chance, the High Priest responded. Even you cannot discern it? Beerus asked, incredulously. Indeed, I presently lack any superior conclusion. The High Priest acknowledged, nodding before shifting the topic. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own arrangements. At that moment, the High Priest had already brought Beerus and the others to meet the King of All. Beerus immediately bowed in respect, while the Kaioshin approached and knelt in reverence. Yukong. Welcome. You have finally arrived, the King of All greeted, rising to meet him. Ah, hello. If you weren't Sun Wukong, I wouldn't even know how to greet you, he continued. I wish to be your friend, the King of All stated directly. I admire you greatly. Might you consider becoming my friend? Wukong was momentarily taken aback. So what does that entail? He queried curiously. The Kaioshin, observing from the side, was utterly horrified. The two guards shot him menacing glares. Were it not for the matter concerning Tian, we would have ended your existence. Come play with me. The King of All invited. Ah, I suppose that's acceptable. Wukong scratched his head. But is that why you summoned me? Is that a problem? The King of All asked. Not at all. The Kaioshin interjected hastily, unable to contain himself. Wukong paused, glancing at the Kaioshin. To have the honor of befriending the King of All is indeed a stroke of fate. He was overjoyed. The Kaioshin, however, was drenched in cold sweat. Silence. The King of All glared at the Kaioshin. At your command, the Kaioshin replied, bowing his head to the ground. What would you like to say, Wukong? The King of All turned his attention back to him. Just call me Wukong, he replied with a grin. Wukong? Very well. Then you may also address me by a nickname. The King of All nodded. What do you intend to call me? How about I call you Little Quan? Wukong proposed. The two guards could hardly contain their outrage, wishing to strangle Wukong on the spot. The Kaioshin was so frightened he fainted. We're doomed. Our universe is on the brink of annihilation. I should never have brought Wukong here. Little Quan sounds quite delightful, the King of All conceded with a resigned nod. Were it not for the matters concerning Tian, I would have erased Universe 7 solely for you calling me Little Quan. Did you come looking for me because of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament? The King of All inquired. Sun Wukong inquired. That is indeed one of the reasons. But I wish to play with you first. The Omni-King smiled and replied, I apologize, but I am currently quite occupied. Would it be acceptable for us to play together once I have completed my tasks? Sun Wukong earnestly requested. Very well, we shall reconvene once your affairs are settled. The Omni-King nodded, casting a knowing glance at the Grand Priest. Indeed, everything was unfolding precisely as we had anticipated. By the way, I will also bring along other good friends to join us in our play, Sun Wukong casually remarked. Is that truly the case? You must keep your promise. The Omni-King emphasized. Rest assured, I will, Sun Wukong assured, patting his chest. Then it is settled. The Omni-King produced a peculiar button and handed it to Sun Wukong. What is this? Sun Wukong asked, momentarily taken aback. Simply press the button, and I shall immediately be by your side, the Omni-King explained. All right, I understand. Thank you. Sun Wukong said, carefully tucking the button into his robe. May I return now? Remember to find a suitable friend for our games, the Omni-King reiterated. Yes, of course. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Subsequently, he and Whis bid farewell to the Omni-King and the Grand Priest, departing the Omni Palace with the unconscious Kaioshin in tow. Whoosh. As the Kaioshin regained consciousness, he promptly took Sun Wukong and Whis back to Earth. Upon discovering their safe return, Beerus breathed a slight sigh of relief and hurried over to them. However, Beerus dared not glance at Ye Tian, who feigned indifference while indulging in delicacies. Mr. Wukong, you promised the Omni-King you would bring a friend. Who do you intend to invite? Whis inquired. I have yet to select a specific individual. Do you know anyone suitable? Sun Wukong asked. You truly are bold to say that. So, you merely spoke off the cuff? Whis wiped his brow. If I hadn't said so, he wouldn't have let me leave, Sun Wukong nodded. What kind of joke is this? The Kaishin felt utterly dismayed. You are trifling with the Omni-King. If he discovers this, our 7th universe will be obliterated. I understand. I will find someone, all right. Sun Wukong scratched his head, glancing at Beerus. By the way, isn't Lord Beerus usually rather idle? Wouldn't it be amusing for him to play with the Omni-King? What nonsense. I would never go. I'd rather die than do so. Beerus exclaimed vehemently. Then what about Ye Tian? What are your thoughts on him? Sun Wukong inquired, looking towards Ye Tian. No way. Absolutely not. Beerus hastily interjected. Ye Tian, what is your opinion? Sun Wukong called out from a distance. Forget it. I cannot befriend such a person. Ye Tian shook his head in refusal. Beerus, the god of destruction, trembled in fear. How could you refer to Lord Zeno in such a manner? It truly feels miraculous that our universe has managed to endure until now. With so many limitations, it seems we can only address this matter at a later time. Sun Wukong wore an expression of exasperation. Hence, let us postpone the task of finding companions for Lord Zeno. We suggested, Lord Beerus, shall we venture to Universe 10? We ought to investigate the matters concerning Black Goku. You make a valid point. Let us first visit the realm of destruction in Universe 10. Beerus proposed. Take me along. Ye Tian called out to Whis. Certainly, it would be my pleasure, Whis responded respectfully, careful not to display his eagerness too overtly. Then, let us set forth. Whis declared without hesitation, promptly transforming alongside Ye Tian and Beerus into a radiant stream of light akin to stars, swiftly heading towards Universe 10. Shortly after Ye Tian and the others entered Universe 10, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks embarked on a journey to the future via their time machine. In Universe 10, within the realm of destruction, Ramses and Kes were basking in the sun. What splendid weather it is today, Ramses remarked while swaying his large trunk. Indeed. Kes nodded in agreement. I would rather not work. It is delightful to simply enjoy the sunshine here, Ramses chuckled. Chapter 191. Are you attempting to apprehend someone with a novel? It seems that Lord Ramses frequently engages in work, Kes smiled. Humph. Performing the same tasks for nearly 100 million years would wear anyone down, Ramses scoffed. Currently, the gods of destruction from universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 are diligently at work. Why should Lord Ramses not do the same? Kes gently urged. They are they, and I am I. Ramses shook his head defiantly. Kes sighed softly, choosing not to press the matter further. She had already expressed her concerns multiple times. If he chose not to heed her, there was little she could do. When issues arise in the universe, it would not be she who vanished. After soaking up the sun a while longer, Ramses leisurely took out a tablet and opened a reading application, finding an intriguing book to immerse himself in. What is Lord Ramses reading? Kes inquired, momentarily taken aback. Hee. I'm merely passing the time with a novel. This one is quite captivating, Ramses responded, swaying his trunk. How rare, Lord Ramses. I never expected you to enjoy reading novels, Kes remarked with mild surprise. Indeed, it's enjoyable, so why not? Ramses chuckled. Kes leaned closer to observe, her surprise growing. Oh my, this novel even features Lord Ramses. No wonder you are so engrossed, Kes exclaimed, realizing the connection. Of course, had it not been for my presence, I wouldn't have bothered reading at all. Ramses nodded in acknowledgement. The title of the book is Dragon Ball, starting off with Bardos and marriage. Upon seeing this title, Kes silently wiped the sweat from his brow. He wondered how Bardos would react upon discovering this book. Ramses chuckled and explained, by the way. The title you mentioned is merely an alternate name. The original title is Dragon Ball, that year. Vegeta with his hands in his pockets. I noticed there are extensive sections featuring Lord Ramses. Kes glanced at the book and remarked, indeed. It details how I teamed up with that fellow named Vegeta to trick the gods of destruction across various universes. Ramses nodded, stating, this book has stirred a sense of excitement in me. I too wish to find someone to deceive the gods of destruction from other universes. Look here. I collaborated with that Vegeta fellow to swindle the delectable 8,000 years of labor. Oh my, 8,000 years. That is truly remarkable, Kes exclaimed, filled with admiration. Alas, whom should I seek for this endeavor? Ramses pondered, swaying his trunk thoughtfully. There's also Mr. Zama's from Lord Guava's disciples in here. Kes continued to peruse and fortuitously came across Zama's segment. Indeed, that fellow Zama's was portrayed as a villain, Ramses said with a slight smile. Surely, Lord Ramses does not take this seriously? Kes inquired. Humph, it's merely a novel. How could I possibly take it to heart? Ramsey shook his head, then, grasping his trunk in contemplation, mused, however, I should find some time to seek out that fellow Zama's to discern if anything seems amiss. Though it is fiction, I feel it reflects reality in some ways. As the two were engaged in conversation, Ramsey suddenly noticed a dazzling light in the sky, shimmering like a star, causing him to pause in surprise. Who is coming? Ramsey murmured. In the next moment, Whis descended from the heavens, accompanied by Ye Tian and Beerus, landing beside Ramsey and Keth. I thought it was someone important. Is that not Beerus? Ramsey quipped, squinting at Beerus. What? Do you have an issue? Beerus retorted with a huff. Ramsey set aside his tablet, adopting a stern expression as he regarded Beerus. You are not welcome here. Please leave, Ramsey spoke candidly. Humph, do not be so dismissive. I have matters to discuss with you, Beerus replied gruffly. Do you think I desire to be here? What is it? Ramsey inquired, casting a fleeting glance at Ye Tian before disregarding his presence altogether. Have any gods from your universe recently fallen? Beerus asked. Humph, stop spouting nonsense. How could there be a fallen god in our universe? Even if there were, it would be one from your universe. Ramsey retorted vehemently. I knew you would deny it. Beerus shook his head, casting a glance at the tablet that Ramsey had left nearby, and casually picked it up. He proceeded to unlock the device, fortuitously landing upon a novel. Is this the latest trend? Beerus pondered, momentarily taken aback. Is it authored by someone named Dong Yuan? Ramsey remained unresponsive to Beerus. After a while of reading, Beerus found himself surprisingly engrossed, opting to continue for a bit longer. Quite intriguing, he mused. The only thing that irks me is the notion of being deemed a mere god of destruction. Humph, it only showcases my allure. Ramsey chuckled lightly. TCH. Can someone like Vegeta truly be considered a genuine protagonist? Beerus scoffed. Oh, in this narrative, his power is already comparable to that of a god of destruction. Even in this chapter, he seems nearly on par with you. Ramsey offered no commentary. As he continued to read, Beerus suddenly encountered a scene wherein Kampa placed a bet with Ramsey and lost. Subsequently, he discovered Kampa storming into his castle, delivering several forceful kicks to his own posterior. How outrageous. They dare to depict me in such a manner. Beerus fumed, nostrils flaring with indignation, immediately checking the author of the book. Dong Yuan, was it? I hope I don't cross paths with you. Should I? I shall obliterate you. And that so-called tomato novel platform, I intend to dismantle it as well. TCH. You actually took this seriously? Ramsey scoffed. Just as Beerus was about to destroy the tablet, he suddenly spotted a deity named Zamasu within the pages. Zamasu? Beerus paused again, scrutinizing the unfolding plot. Oh, Zamasu is featured here? Ye Tian also leaned in closer for a better look. After a moment of contemplation, stroking his chin, Beerus remarked, although the storyline is entirely fictional, this author Dong Yuan has portrayed Zamasu in a rather unfavorable light. Perhaps we should pay him a visit, Ye Tian suggested. Sounds good. Beerus nodded, waving to Ramsey. I'll be taking this tablet. You have no objections, do you? What do you mean? Ramsey appeared bewildered. Do you intend to use a novel to apprehend someone? What? Do you have an issue with that? Beerus huffed. Ramsey replied, Whis, let us go. We should check out this fellow named Zamasu. Beerus beckoned to Whis, who silently wiped his brow. Would you truly attempt to capture someone with a novel in hand? However, Whis did not refuse. In an instant, Whis and Beerus transformed into a dazzling streak of light, reminiscent of stars, swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon soaring into the celestial expanse, Whis suddenly realized that one individual was missing. Oh dear, did Tian Yi not follow along? Whis paused momentarily. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We must proceed to the Kaishin realm. I wish to see that fellow known as Zamasu, Beerus stated. Whis nodded in agreement, opting not to elaborate further. Indeed, Ye Tian had not departed. He chose to remain behind. After all, having ventured into Universe 10 and encountered the little angel, Kusu, it would be remiss not to spend some time in her delightful company. My strength has now reached 100 times that of Beerus, surely. Enjoying some playful moments with Kusu should pose no difficulty. Greetings, Kusu. I am Ye Tian. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he said, extending his hand in a friendly manner. Kusu hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture. Ye Tian, displaying no hesitation, gently grasped Kusu's hand and placed a kiss upon her knuckles. Oh dear, that is merely a custom from my homeland. I hope you do not mind. Ye Tian smiled. Quit showing off, you little brat. Do you think I haven't read that novel featuring Vegeta? That fellow did just the same. Ramses retorted, challenging Ye Tian. Do you have an objection? Ye Tian replied with a cheerful smirk, you'd best not provoke me. Here, you are not the primary destroyer. What did you say? Do you know to whom you were speaking? Ramses' nose flared in indignation. I am conversing with a pig, Ye Tian answered nonchalantly. Brat. It seems a lesson is in order for you to comprehend the might of a destroyer, Ramses exclaimed, anger transforming into amusement as he swiftly approached Ye Tian. His large hand reached out towards Ye Tian. With a swift motion, Ye Tian raised his hand and effortlessly swatted Ramses' arm aside. Ramses stumbled, his shoulder hitting the ground. Kusu stood by, utterly astonished. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Even Lord Ramses is no match for him? What? This is impossible. It simply cannot be. Ramses roared in fury, springing back to his feet and glaring at Ye Tian in a fit of rage. Oh dear, Lord Ramses. Isn't that a line from that novel featuring the exquisite adult? Kusu remarked with a laugh. Kusu, do you not see the situation at hand? Have you not witnessed my defeat? How can you still find amusement in this? Ramses reprimanded angrily. Fighting is unacceptable, Kes advised. You needn't say anything further. I had yet to truly unleash my power. I shall demonstrate to this young man what it means that there are always greater forces beyond. A purplish-red flame erupted from Ramses' being. Kes, soon you shall understand what it means to be surpassed. Ye Tian turned to Kes and uttered a remark. Kes responded, while Ramses exclaimed, you possess quite the audacity. You dare to provoke an angel. With a scoff, Ramses clenched his fist tightly. Whoosh. In the next instant, Ramses transformed into a streak of purplish-red light, hurtling towards Ye Tian. As he sped forward, he also unleashed a powerful punch. Observing the approaching fist from Ramses, Ye Tian merely raised his hand gently to effortlessly intercept it. Ramses' pupils constricted, and his expression morphed into one of disbelief. What jest is this? How is it possible? He simply raised his hand and caught my full-force strike? Bang! Ye Tian delivered a swift tap to Ramses' forehead. Accompanied by a muffled thud, Ramses was sent flying backward, his body tumbling rapidly across the ground. When he finally came to a halt, his head tilted to the side, and he promptly lost consciousness. Is that all it takes to knock him out? He truly cannot withstand a blow, Ye Tian remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. Kes remained silent. Well, it seems it is just the two of us now. Let us engage in something meaningful, Ye Tian proposed. Kes inquired, what do you mean by something meaningful? Shall we play a game? I will blindfold myself and attempt to catch you. If I succeed, you shall be my wife. Ye Tian smiled, presenting an intriguing proposition. Kes replied, your silence indicates your agreement, so I shall not hold back. As Ye Tian spoke, he conjured a black cloth and handed it to Kes. Please inspect this cloth to ensure there are no issues. Kes felt exasperated. Is this truly about the cloth? I have not agreed to anything. She wiped the sweat from her brow. Then I shall remain here, awaiting your consent. Ye Tian chuckled mischievously. Kes was left in a state of speechlessness. What gives you the impression that I would acquiesce? In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kaishan, Whis and Beerus swiftly descended upon the earth. Arriving at the entrance of the Kaishan palace. Is that not Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus? It has been quite some time, Gavas remarked, opening the door with a hint of surprise as he glanced at the tablet in Beerus's hand. Is Zamasu present? Beerus inquired directly. Zamasu? Gavas was momentarily taken aback. They had not come to see him, but rather sought Zamasu. He just stepped out and has yet to return. What business do you have with him? Gavas asked. We shall wait here until he returns, Beerus replied with a dismissive huff, his demeanor composed. During the wait, Beerus instructed Whis to contact the Kaishan and convey his intentions. Approximately 15 minutes passed before Zamasu finally returned. My apologies, Lord Gavas. My successor, the Kaishan, summoned me for an urgent matter, Zamasu stated, bowing respectfully upon his return. However, as he raised his head, he was greeted by the presence of Beerus and Whis. Ah, you have returned, Zamasu. We have guests, Gavas smiled. May I ask who you are? Zamasu inquired, slightly bewildered. These esteemed individuals are Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, and Mr. Whis, the angel, Gavas introduced. Greetings, it is an honor to meet you. I am Zamasu, Zamasu responded promptly. Chapter 193, The Sorrow of Zamasu. Have you perused this novel? Beerus stated, casually tossing the tablet in his hand towards Zamasu, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Are you here to read a novel with me? Out of courtesy, Zamasu received the tablet with both hands and opened it to take a glance. He discovered a work titled Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardos' engagement. Zamasu admitted, I have not read it before, unsure of how to respond. Take a look now. There are descriptions about you inside, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. As a deity, you should be able to read swiftly, so it shouldn't take me long to wait, right? Zama's displayed a face full of questions. What do you truly mean? Nonetheless, Zama's diligently immersed himself in the reading. Before long, he encountered the narratives that pertained to him, causing his expression to fluctuate dramatically. Particularly, when Zama's observed the issues he faced while contesting for the title of Supreme Kai against Vegeta, his brow furrowed even deeper. Who is this audacious author? How dare they write such things? I shall seize an opportunity to eradicate you. How do you know this? Do you have anything else to say? Beerus snorted. Zama's, ahem, what exactly transpired? Guava stood by in astonishment, directing his gaze at Beerus. Humph, you ought to inquire with your esteemed disciple, Beerus retorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to condemn me based on this novel? Zama's exclaimed, his nose crinkling in indignation. This novel claims I have obliterated several galaxies. Yet in this reality, have I truly done so? A novel? Allow me to see. Guavas took the tablet Zama's offered and began to peruse its contents. Upon reading, Guavas found himself at a loss for words. Surely this is a misunderstanding, Lord Beerus? Guavas remarked, both amused and bewildered. Oh, is that so? Beerus sneered. Do you believe it to be a mere misunderstanding? Although the novel is adapted, it must surely be rooted in reality. If this individual had not committed similar acts, why would the author target Zama's? It must be that during my tenure as the Kaioshin, I inadvertently offended this author, leading to my portrayal in such a manner, Zama's huffed defiantly. Furthermore, if all of this were true, is that Vegeta from your universe truly that formidable? Beerus replied, Vegeta is indeed not that strong. Ahem, Lord Beerus. You wouldn't be using this novel to condemn me, would you? Zama's questioned through clenched teeth. What? Do you have objections? Beerus retorted with a cold snort. Even if this matter reaches the Grand Minister, I am undoubtedly in the right. Zama's declared vehemently, I refuse to accept this. It is blatant slander. Beerus felt a twinge of unease at that moment. This is troublesome. I wonder how the Kaioshin is handling this situation. If it turns out Zama's is not at fault, this could escalate into a significant issue with the Grand Minister. Lord Beerus, this must surely be a misunderstanding. You cannot possibly condemn someone based on a novel. Guavas quickly intervened as a peacemaker. But what exactly transpired? Could you enlighten me? Ah, indeed, a momentous event has occurred, albeit in another timeline. A parallel universe, Whis interjected, explaining. In that realm, a god exterminated all the Kaioshin across the universes and sought to obliterate all of humanity. What did you just say? Guavas' expression shifted dramatically. Zama's, contemplatively, turned his gaze toward Whis. The god of the future certainly did well. If I were to do the same and eliminate all the Kaioshin, would not all the destroyers vanish as well? What a splendid strategy. Lord Beerus and I have come here specifically regarding this matter, Whis clarified. Surely you do not suspect it was I who committed these acts? Zama's, with a dark expression, exclaimed, Oh dear, how rude of me. This is merely a preliminary conjecture based on the novel. I hope Mr. Zama's won't take it to heart. Whis smiled slightly. How could I not take it to heart? How could I remain indifferent to such events? Zama's felt utterly disheartened. Whis, enough of this idle chatter. Has the Supreme Kai not sent any word? Beerus interjected with a huff. Just as his words fell, the Supreme Kai appeared instantaneously on the scene. Zama's, you just went to consult our universe's sage, Zuno. The Supreme Kai stated. Humph, you finally arrived, Beerus remarked with a grin. The Supreme Kai nodded at Beerus, indicating that Zama's was indeed the one in question. Speak. What did you inquire of Zuno regarding our universe? Beerus demanded coldly. Zama's expression shifted dramatically. Did you not just say your Kai had matters for you to attend to? Why then did you venture to the 7th universe? Beerus continued, smiling. You were inquiring about the Dragon Balls and Son Goku, were you not? The Supreme Kai interjected. Zama's face paled further. It seemed the novel had not misled him. Beerus chuckled softly. Now, do share. Do not claim I did not afford you an opportunity. Well, I saw Son Goku and his comrades competing on Doin, and I found it rather intriguing, Zama's answered. And what do you mean by asking about the possibility of humans and gods switching bodies? The Supreme Kai pressed. I merely inquired if such a thing were conceivable. Zama's replied, increasingly uneasy. Zama's, what on earth is going on? You must clarify this. Granola's brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that the chaos in another timeline was caused by you? Zama's admitted. Lord Granola speaks the truth. I did indeed travel to the future and encountered Zama's. The Supreme Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Zama's fell silent. Granola's expression shifted again. How could you commit such an act, Zamas? Granola demanded angrily. Humph. It seems we ought to express our gratitude to this author, Beerus chuckled. Whis, do ensure this author receives a generous payment. A little more income may inspire even greater and more authentic works. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, adding, previously, Lord Beerus mentioned wanting to destroy him. That was merely said in jest. That fellow has been of great assistance, Beerus replied with a smile. Solving a mystery through a novel, how remarkable is that? Whis then inquired. And what of this author named Don Yuan, who mentioned Kampa kicking Lord Beerus? Ah, let that be. Such matters are trivial, Beerus responded nonchalantly. After all, novels are rife with fiction. It's of little consequence. Lord Beerus possesses an admirable sense of detachment, remarked Whis with a nod. Zamasu, do you have anything to say? Lord Beerus sneered. I have already discovered my justification for your destruction, although a god of destruction requires no rationale for their actions. Zamasu, do speak up. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding, Goku exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. Furthermore, how can the events of a novel be equated with reality? Shouldn't Lord Beerus conduct a more thorough investigation? Crimes? Do not jest. You must be mistaken, Zamasu replied with a chilling smile. It is more appropriate to refer to my actions as righteous. As a deity, all I do embodies justice. That is merely your delusion, not justice. Lord Beerus retorted coldly. Since my future self has commenced with the plan, I cannot afford to perish here, Zamasu declared. Indeed, humanity is a malevolent existence. On what grounds do you question me based on a book penned by mortals? Lord Beerus grunted. In that case, I shall expedite my plans. As Zamasu spoke, a purple energy blade coalesced in his hand, and he struck fiercely towards Beerus. With a mere flick of his wrist, Beerus effortlessly grasped Zamasu's wrist. Zamasu's expression shifted rapidly. Finally revealing your true nature? Beerus chuckled softly. Ah, Zamasu struggled fiercely. Beerus raised his hand, targeting Zamasu's body from a distance. Destruction. A surge of destructive energy swiftly struck Zamasu, who had no time to utter a cry before disintegrating into nothingness, vanishing completely. Zamasu, Goku gasped, hurriedly asking. What on earth just happened? Is a dreadful event truly on the horizon? I shall escort Lord Beerus and the others back to Earth first. And then I will return to explain the situation in detail, the Supreme Kai proposed. Lord Goku, when selecting disciples next time, prioritize their hearts over their strength, Whis advised. If you choose such hot students again, I might just have to destroy you, Beerus declared loudly as he leaned closer to Goku. I just remembered I cannot do that. But I can certainly give you a good thrashing. Lord Beerus, let us return. There are significant matters to discuss with Goku and the others, the Supreme Kai urged. What matters? Beerus asked, taken aback. We shall discuss it upon our return, the Supreme Kai suggested. In an instant, the Supreme Kai, along with Whis and Beerus, departed from Universe 10, returning to Earth. What is transpiring, Lord Supreme Kai? Whis inquired. What else did you witness in the future? Beerus asked. Black Goku does not fight alone, the Supreme Kai replied solemnly. What? Is there an accomplice? Beerus was taken aback. Indeed, there is a formidable ally. The Kaioshin's expression shifted dramatically, a Zamasu with an immortal body. Furthermore, he possesses healing abilities. Oh dear, this is quite remarkable, sighed Whis. By the way, where is Mr. Ye Tian? The Kaioshin noticed that Ye Tian was not with Beerus and the others. Did I not remember you all traveling together? He remained in the God of Destruction realm of Universe 10, Whis explained. Let us seek out Goku first, suggested the Kaioshin. The group made their way to Bulma's residence, only to find that Goku and Vegeta had already departed. The Kaioshin had no choice but to briefly inform Bulma of the events that would unfold in the future. Bulma's expression shifted in color. The reason Black Goku recruited another version of himself was to continually enhance his abilities through relentless healing, maximizing the Saiyan attributes. The Kaioshin stated solemnly. Thus, Black Goku was able to perpetually increase his power. Beerus scoffed. Whis remained silent. At that moment, Little Trunks hurriedly approached, announcing that his father and the others had returned. Beerus and the others rushed outside to witness the time machine descending. The hatch of the time machine opened, and Goku emerged, supporting the unconscious Vegeta. Father, Little Trunks exclaimed. Where is Trunks? Bulma's expression changed rapidly. First, let us have Vegeta consume a senzu bean. He's gravely injured. I will explain everything in detail shortly, Goku proposed. Before long, Vegeta consumed the Senzu Bean and instantly regained his strength and consciousness. Goku recounted all that had transpired in the future. Just as the Kaioshin had stated, Black Goku indeed had an accomplice, one who was immortal and possessed healing capabilities. Initially, Vegeta held the advantage in his battle against Black Goku. However, with the continuous healing from his accomplice, Black Goku's power escalated rapidly. Ultimately, Black Goku defeated Vegeta. Trunks suggested that Goku and the others retreat while he stayed behind to hold off Black Goku and Zamasu. I am sorry we left Trunks behind. But we had no choice, Goku apologized. Bulma declared, next, I must learn the Mafuba technique. Once I master it, I will rush to rescue Trunks. Goku replied, even if you hurry, it will take a day for the round trip. By then, Bulma could scarcely imagine what might transpire in the future. Kakarot, knowing this, how could you abandon Trunks to return alone? Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins. This cannot be blamed on Goku. The situation was indeed dire for Vegeta at that moment. Bulma offered a gentle reminder, expressing her sincere apologies. Sun Wukong, feeling remorseful, reconsidered the situation. After all, since the device was a time machine, couldn't they simply adjust the time back to when they had departed, regardless of having spent an entire day? You are mistaken. Think carefully, Bulma countered, shaking her head. Although it was a time machine, it essentially facilitated movement through parallel dimensions rather than transporting them to a future world. This was due to the reliance on the initial premise. Once the settings were altered, they could no longer return to the same future. What did you say? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Thus, the settings cannot be changed, Bulma stated solemnly. This means that while a day has passed for us, a day will also elapse in the future. Sun Wukong fell into silence. Chapter 195. The Sleeping Angel. At that moment, the Supreme Kai suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him, noticing his serious demeanor. What's the matter, Supreme Kai? Beerus inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered that I need to return and find Gawas. The Supreme Kai chuckled. I must head back to Universe 10 to explain the situation. Is that so? Given the state of your disciple, he may be feeling quite guilty. Please guide him well. Whis nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand, the Supreme Kai replied. And if possible, take Mr. Ye Tian with you, to see if he is willing to accompany you in locating Lord Gawas, Whis suggested. Understood, the Supreme Kai affirmed before departing immediately. By the way, I absolutely refuse to venture into the future, Beerus remarked, glancing in the direction where the Supreme Kai had vanished, addressing Sun Wukong and the others. Huh? Why not? Sun Wukong questioned, puzzled. I have already destroyed the current Zamasu. The future issues are for you to resolve on your own, Beerus replied with a huff. I intend to stay here, enjoying fine food and drink while waiting for you. Do your best. I concur. Whis clapped his hands joyfully. Wait a moment. Isn't this a tad irresponsible? Bulma exclaimed, bemused. By the way, what about the Whis from the future? Sun Wukong inquired. The angel serving the god of destruction falls into a deep slumber until the next deity appears, Whis explained with a smile. Oh, so, does that mean we truly have no allies in the future? Sun Wukong felt overwhelmed. What do you intend to do? Bulma asked. Regardless, I must learn the Mafuba technique within a day, Sun Wukong stated resolutely. Therefore, I will seek Master Roshi. Vegeta, what about you? Bulma then directed her question to Vegeta. Of course, I will focus on my training, he replied. Upon concluding his words, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, swiftly soaring towards the direction of the temple. He plunged into the temple, entering the other dimensional space to commence a new round of training. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Ye Tian, his eyes bound with a black cloth, hastily lunged towards Keisai. Keisai, finding it difficult to evade, was compelled to utilize her innate mastery to dodge Ye Tian's assault. Ye Tian, however, exhibited no urgency in capturing Keisai, instead opting to frolic with her in the realm of destruction. I never consented to this, Keisai remarked, speechless. Keisai, have you misunderstood? I intend to take you back as my consort. Ye Tian chuckled mischievously. Do you believe your agreement holds any weight? Keisai chose silence, evading Ye Tian's attack once more. With a swift motion, she ascended into the sky. Ye Tian followed suit, leaping high to pursue her. In a state of helplessness, Keisai radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to the stars. With a whoosh, Keisai rapidly exited the realm of destruction, soaring into the cosmic expanse. Ye Tian pursued her closely. Keisai was astounded by his incredible speed. In the next moment, Ye Tian enveloped Keisai in his arms. I have captured you. From this day forth, you shall be my wife, he grinned. Cough, cough. I did not consent, Keisai protested, wiping her brow. At that instant, the Kaioshin, accompanied by Gowasu, appeared above the realm of destruction and instantly beheld Ye Tian holding Keisai. Someone's coming, Keisai exclaimed hastily. Ye Tian momentarily released her. Isn't that the Kaioshin of the 7th universe and Lord Gowasu? Keisai greeted, approaching the two deities. We have come seeking Mr. Ye Tian, the Kaioshin stated. Are you here to prepare for the journey to Trunks' future timeline? Ye Tian inquired with a smile. Oh, you already knew? The Kaioshin responded, taken aback. I deeply apologize. Zamasu has committed grave offenses, bringing immense calamity to that future timeline. Gowasu expressed his apologies to Ye Tian. Why are you apologizing to me? If anyone needs to apologize, it is Zamasu who should apologize to Trunks, Ye Tian replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Then, Mr. Ye Tian, will you accompany us? The Kaioshin asked. Very well. I shall join you on your journey, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Excellent. Please come over and hold on to me. We shall depart shortly, the Kaioshin instructed. By the way, what has become of the angels in the future? Ye Tian turned to Keisai, inquiring. It is said that Zamasu killed all the Kaioshin, and the gods of destruction vanished as well. Chris was profoundly astonished. If that were the case, our angel would likely succumb to a deep slumber. Chris sighed. We cannot move, can we? Ye Tian wore a mischievous grin. Chris was rendered speechless. What do you mean? If I were to commit some outrageous act against you from that future timeline, would you have any awareness of it? Ye Tian chuckled mischievously. Chris wiped the sweat from his brow. Shall we proceed? Ye Tian said with a hint of anticipation. The King of Worlds and Gvas suddenly felt reluctant to transport Ye Tian to the other side. What do you intend to do? The angel can no longer move. Do you still wish to pursue excessive actions? Ye Tian immediately placed his hand on the shoulder of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai displayed a look of helplessness. At this point, it was unwise to refuse any further. Then let us depart, the Supreme Kai stated. Beerus nodded solemnly. Just before their departure, he inquired, by the way, is Lord Ramses not here? Lord Ramses is over there sleeping, Kes pointed toward Ramses, who lay prone on the ground, still unconscious. What an unusual sleeping posture, Beerus remarked. At a loss for words. In the next moment, both Supreme Kais activated their time rings, whisking Ye Tian through the fabric of time and space. In an instant, they found themselves in the realm of the destroyer of Universe 10. Lord Ramses, Beerus called out loudly. Lord Ramses has likely already vanished, the Supreme Kai sighed. I had hoped for a miracle. Beerus shook his head. Yet Ye Tian scanned the area and easily spotted Kes, who was peacefully asleep on a lounge chair. The angel has already fallen asleep, Ye Tian remarked. Indeed, it is said that if a destroyer disappears or perishes, the angel will fall into slumber until the next destroyer is born. Beerus nodded in agreement. You may continue with your tasks. I shall remain here to conduct a thorough study, Ye Tian said to the Supreme Kai and Beerus. What do you intend to study? Do you find this appropriate? However, the two of them could not afford to waste any more time and had no choice but to bid farewell to Ye Tian, immediately utilizing their instant transmission to depart. Synopsis: Ye Tian has traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, awakening the ability of the Erasure Technique from the very outset, possessing the power to obliterate. With a mere wave of his hand, regardless of one's might, everything will be thoroughly erased. Son Goku, Ye Tian, do you not engage in training at all? Vegeta, this is utterly absurd. How can Ye Tian be so formidable despite idling away his days? Beerus, Ye Tian, what does it signify when you beckon me? Whis, Ye Tian, did you have a hand in this? Have you erased my clothing?